You're a veterinarian who can even cure cancer. But after curing your blind girlfriend's AIDS, she decided to marry into wealth. Not only did she bribe 18 patients you once helped to sue you in court, she also accused you of practicing medicine without a license, demanding a sentence of over 50 years in prison. Hearing this, instead of getting angry, you laughed, all because you had acquired a disease delivery system. No matter how complex or rare the illness, a single touch from you could cure it completely. At the same time, you could also transfer the absorbed diseases to others with just a touch. In just one short month, countless patients were healed by your touch. You thought you would become a revered miracle doctor, but never imagined that those very people, driven by greed, would disregard the life-saving favor and take you to court. Since kindness brings no reward, then the suffering must be returned in full. At this moment on the trial stand, you blare at the first victim and ask through gritted teeth, "Auntie Do, look carefully, did I really harm you?" Back then, you pitied her for her old age and not only treated her for free but even gave her hundreds of yuan out of pocket. Who could have imagined this would be the repayment? That's right. It was you who tricked me into drinking fake medicine. Not only did it not work, but you also swindled over 100,000 yuan of my pension. You motherless wretch, give me back my money. Aunt Du hardened her heart, transformed into a shrew, and recklessly rushed forward to give you a heavy slap. The slap was resounding. You were so angry you laughed, and it completely woke you up. The next second, your gaze turned icy. Ding, successfully delivered heart disease, virtue reduced by 1, successfully delivered brain cancer, virtue reduced by 1, successfully delivered high blood pressure, virtue reduced by 1. Current virtue, 96. These 3 illnesses were originally collected from the other person, and now they've been returned in full. At this moment, Aunt Du remained completely unaware and still wanted to continue tearing at things, thinking that this way she would surely get the largest share of the money. In the end, she was pulled away by a police officer who could no longer stand by and watch. The next 17 victims, each more despicable than the last, fabricated all sorts of baseless accusations in order to secure greater compensation. Little did they know that as they slandered you recklessly, you were quietly passing their illnesses back to them, terminal diseases for those who deserved them, and doubled suffering for those who didn't. Then, the judge's icy voice rang out, "Defendant, do you now plead guilty?" Just as you were about to speak, a pleasant yet urgent voice rang out first, "Wait a moment." Following the sound, you saw a tall and graceful figure hurrying over. You instantly remembered her, Sia, the last patient you cured 3 days ago. She suffered from a rare heart deficiency condition that required expensive imported medication to sustain, but in the end, you managed to heal her with your touch. Afterward, Sia wanted to give you 1 million, but you refused. Yet, to your surprise, the other party would appear here. Could they also be here to falsely accuse you? As you were lost in thought, Sia had already spoken up in front of everyone, "I request to defend the accused." The moment these words were uttered, the entire room fell silent, and even you yourself were taken aback. Sia had already submitted the documents. "Your Honor, these transfer records prove that our client's profit was merely 3,000 anbai and caused no harm to the victim. However, based on practicing medicine without a license, our client is willing to accept all financial penalties under the charge of fraud and provide satisfactory compensation to the victims." Upon hearing this, the 18 victims immediately became agitated. "No way. This fraud must be severely punished. He must compensate and go to jail. Otherwise, we will never forgive him." Hearing this, Sia turned her head, her beautiful eyes cold. "In court, all statements carry criminal liability. The amounts you mentioned can be traced. Are you certain all of this is true?" The 18 individuals instantly grew uneasy, as these amounts were indeed fabricated by them. Sia continued, "For our client's fault, we can offer you 5 million in compensation." The 18 individuals were stunned for a moment, then coughed in excitement. "Fine, as long as he compensates for our losses, we'll forgive him." And so, with 3 resounding strikes of the gavel, the judge announced the final verdict. The defendant, Song Bing, is convicted of practicing medicine without a license and fraud. The combined penalties amount to a total compensation of 5.69 million Chinese yuan, along with a lifetime ban from practicing medicine in Dragon Country. The moment the words were spoken, the courtroom and livestream erupted in uproar. What? That's it? Just pay some money and no jail time? Trash like him should get out of Dragon Country immediately. You walked out of the courtroom amidst the accusations and curses of the crowd. Then, to repay Sia, you tore the letter of understanding into 3 pieces and gave them to her, telling her that these 3 slips would allow her to call upon you 3 times in the future. Sia was somewhat puzzled, but out of politeness, she took the slips and left. Little did she know, these seemingly tattered and casually torn slips would later become objects fiercely sought after by countless tycoons and powerful figures in Dragon Country. "Divine Dr. Song, may I speak with you?" Suddenly, a foreign man with a full white beard appears behind you, flanked by 2 foreign bodyguards. You turn to face him without showing the slightest surprise. The foreign man before you was named Herbert. He was once terminally ill with cancer, and Western medicine had long since deemed his case hopeless. He came to Dragon Country hoping for a miracle, never expecting to encounter you. After being healed by you, Herbert invited you to the Kingdom of Li with an annual salary of over 100 million.
Jiang Nan had just gotten into the car when she received a call from her mother-in-law asking her to go to the old mansion. She hung up the phone and looked out of the car. Xie Qingzhou had changed his clothes and was waiting at the door, was trying to go over with her. In front of his family, the marriage appears to be respectful. This time Jiang Nan did not move. She decided to divorce, so she did not intend to consider the mood of Xie Qingzhou. The long-bodied man finished a cigarette and finally got impatient and knocked on her car window. "I'll drive there myself," Jiang Nan said, his tone light. "My mom can't be mad." With a surgery coming up in a few days and the two of them going over there separately, they were sure to think about things. Jiang Nan didn't answer, even if her mother-in-law was angry. It was him who made a scene. It had nothing to do with her. She raised the window up and Xie Qingzhou suddenly said, "Brooch, you don't want it?" Jiang Nan looked at him. He had one hand propped up on the roof of the car. His posture was languid, but he was in complete control of her. She pursed her lips and eventually got out of the car. Riding in a car with Xie Qingzhou was the first time in 3 years of marriage. What was once so much anticipated is now not happy. The driver drove very steadily. Jiang Nan sat next to the window, and out of the corner of his eye, he could see that the legs of his pants were ironed flat, without a single crease. Neither one said anything. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the Xie family's old mansion. Xie Qingzhou buttoned up his suit and got out of the car, also holding her hand. Jiang Nan's fingers trembled as she looked at the two people's interlocked fingers, which made her feel worse than yesterday when she had waited for him all night. She was disgusted and shook it off very hard, but she couldn't shake it off. Xie Qingzhou didn't say a word, still the same emotionless look. He didn't exert himself much, but she just couldn't break free. Jiang Nan was so angry that he laughed. "Your parents are so smart. One look at the two of us is acting. You just need to give me the brooch. Your parents this off, I'll help you through." Xie Qingzhou looked at her with sunken eyes, not believing that she would really divorce. He didn't say anything, and Gangnam took that as his agreement. After all, he proposed yesterday. How can he not let his beloved continue to see the light of day? Since you can't break away, you'll hold on. When they reached the living room, Mrs. Xie was satisfied to see them come in holding hands, and thinking of something, she gave her son a blank look and said in a bad tone, "Get the hell upstairs, your father is waiting for you." With that, he pulled Jiang Nan to talk in a pleasant manner. Jiang, he was too much of a jerk about the online thing. Mom wants to apologize to you," Mrs. Xie said, truly heartbroken. Everyone in the Xie family, except her husband, treated her quite well. "I know you've been aggravated. Tell Mom what you want and I'll teach that bastard a lesson." Jiang Nan was grateful that her mother-in-law was on her side, but the more she supported her, the more Xie Qingzhou hated her. She was really tired of this life and said, "Mom, I want to divorce him." Mrs. Xie had thought that Jiang Nan would be particularly angry, but she had never imagined that it would come to the point of divorce. Jiang, he's not going to go out even after he returns to China this time. I'll let him break it off with that woman. Get along. He'll like you. It's too bad to give up now." Mrs. Xie was anxious. "There's no point in stopping in time. It's only right to stop in time, and even if we get divorced, I'll still visit you from time to time." Mrs. Xie saw that Jiang Nan was dead in the water and didn't know how to persuade her. Jiang Nan gently hugged her. "You're the best mother-in-law in the world. Because of me, your mother and son relationship has gone cold. I'll go upstairs to persuade Dad, and don't scold him." Mrs. Shea accompanied her. "You've been abroad for the past few years, away from Xie's core management for such a long time. It's already not easy for you to take over Xie's burdens, and it would be extremely unfavorable to expose a divorce, even if it's a hidden marriage." Father Xie said, "If you guys agree to my divorce from Jiang Nan, I cannot take a single cent of Xie's things." The two had just arrived in the study when they heard this. Xie Qingzhou is really loved that woman. Once the Xie family let him make a choice between the Xie family heir and that woman, he did not hesitate to choose that woman. 3 years had passed, and he remained firm, but instead, it gave her a few moments of movement in addition to her heartache. When Mrs. Xie heard these words, the suppressed fire rose again. "Xie Qingzhou, back then if it wasn't for your father-in-law saving you, you'd be dead. How can you say such things? I survived and had nothing to do with her dad." Chapter 4. Sister. Mrs. Xie cried in anger, not understanding why her son just denied this. Jiang Nan didn't want him to think that this situation she had created. She gently hugged Mrs. Xie, comforting, leaning in and whispering in her ear, and Mrs. Xie suddenly smiled. The saber rattling dissipated. Xie Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her. She was wearing gray suit pants and a black knit shirt, a minimalist and dry look, with that beautiful and recognizable face. It was dazzling, especially with a smile on his lips, dazzling to the point of being unforgettable. Xie Qingzhou sank his eyes and averted his gaze. When she got downstairs, she said calmly that she shouldn't have gotten married 3 years ago. Xie Qingzhou looked at her. Her tone was calm and her eyes were frank. It was not a lie. So she really wants a divorce? Noticing his line of sight, Jiangnan calmly met his gaze, no longer blushing shyly as she once did. Mother Xie really liked her and pulled her hand tightly. After divorcing this stupid son of mine, you'll be my daughter. Your family's kindness? Mom hasn't forgotten. Xie's father also thought the proposal was good and asked Jiangnan what he wanted from the divorce. Jiangnan also did not expect such a situation. Awkwardly do not know how to answer it, the assistant called, said the company out of the important thing. Mom and Dad, there's a problem at the factory and I have to go over there to take care of it. The factory? Isn't that in the suburbs? It's over a 2-hour drive. Jiang didn't bring a driver over. You who are someone's brother, accompany them on a trip, Mrs. Xie said. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, his long legs naturally stretched out towards the front. He didn't refuse, but it was written indifferently all over his body he wouldn't go. Marriage is divorced, this little thing Jiangnan even less care. Small thing, I can handle it, she said, saying goodbye to Mrs. Xie. Mrs. Xie kicked her son and came up to him and warned, Xie Qingzhou, if you give your face anymore, you'll get the hell out of there and live with that woman. No need to be surnamed Xie. Being an elder brother is the biggest concession we've ever made. As Jiangnan was putting on his coat in the entrance hall, Xie Qingzhou came over, his coat on his arm. If it had been before, she would have been mad with joy if he had compromised like this. But now it really just feels quite pointless. She didn't want to travel with him, but now she needed a driver and didn't dwell on it, giving him the car keys. Once in the car, the two had zero communication as they had come. Jiangnan had been on the phone dealing with official business, and she hadn't even been idle during the more than 2-hour drive. Xie Qingzhou swept her a glance. Her hair fell beside her cheeks, and on his angle he vaguely saw that the tip of her nose was very straight and her red lips were very colorful. When they arrived at the place, Jiangnan was ready to get off the bus before he remembered him, covered the microphone and said to him, Thank you, and the brooch remember to come back, brother. Xie Qingzhou's face was cold, entering the role quite quickly. He sat in the car and watched through the window as a group of people gathered around her when they saw her. He fetched a cigarette, lowered his head and lit it, and sent Shenzhen a location to pick him up. He didn't want to wait for her. Not a minute. Shenzhen's voice call came in. Brother, your wife has changed into a sister, is it true? Who did you hear that from? Xie Qingzhou's voice was cold. Godmother she wants to give sister-in-law is to Jiangnan in the old mansion this Saturday to organize a matchmaking banquet. Let me find more and reliable and beautiful young man. Brother, Jiangnan is so beautiful. You guys have not been together Do not think that pity? Xie Qingzhou gritted his teeth. And you know, Shen did in. Godmother said, so beautiful daughter-in-law as a sister. Xie Qingzhou is not a fool? Now the circle is rumored. You are probably out of your depth. Otherwise, if such a beautiful wife doesn't sleep with her, she can only be a sister, right? Xie Qingzhou hung up the phone and exhaled. It took Shenzhen 2 hours to come over. He wanted to sleep in the car, but in the industrial park, cars were coming and going, annoying him. Shenzhen looked at Xie Qingzhou, who was obviously not in a good mood, pondered for a long time. Brother, this matter of sister-in-law's company is very big. The circle is spreading, all waiting to see her jokes. We just go like this. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the passenger side. His eyelids lazily lifted, and coldly said, What do you mean? Let me go help her. In public, this is Xie's factory. In private, Jiangnan is your old sister. Shouldn't we help? Chapter 5, Going Against the Grain. This side of Jiangnan is on fire. She arranged things one by one and communicated with the client, and was still surprised when she saw Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou's good-looking, dark-colored suit suitably lined out his straight good figure. Only the lines of the face is slightly harsh. Looking at her eyes is even more cold and sharp. Jiangnan rested his mind to appreciate. Shenzhen ran and said to her as if inviting credit. Sister-in-law, my brother has come to help you. Xie Qingzhou, help her? If I really wanted to help her, she would have come in together when she got out of the car and waited until now. It's the mother-in-law who scolded him again, isn't it? She didn't care for his unwillingness to help like this. This is something I can take care of myself. Jiang Nan's refusal caused Xie Qingzhou to frown fiercely. It's company business, not for you to play games. Playing hard to get? In his eyes, she's either a trickster or a player. Anyway, she's just a heartless woman who doesn't know what's right from what's wrong. Jiang Nan didn't bother to explain and turned around to leave. Unhappy, Xie Qingzhou pinched her wrist and said in a cold voice, "What kind of attitude is this?" Jiang Nan was pinched by him with raw pain and tried to draw back her hand, but he pushed harder, and his gaze was even sharper as he stared at her. She couldn't help but snort. Attitude? This is the attitude you've been giving me for 3 years, and I used it just once, and Mr. Xie can't stand it anymore. Xie Qingzhou was slightly stunned. Jiang Nan forcefully wrenched her wrist out of his grasp, shook her wrist, which was already red, and entered the office. Xie Qingzhou's face was ugly to the extreme, never imagining that his wife, who always took the initiative to move to his side, would dislike him so eloquently. It made him depressed. Xinjian was also confused, his fingers scraping the bridge of his nose. Is this still my sister-in-law? In the past, as long as they learned that Xie Qingzhou had returned to China, Jiang Nan would personally cook his favorite food and wait for him to come home. When she couldn't wait for a long time, she would come to him and say, "Xinjian, can you bring him the meal?" There was coquetry in her eyes and the anticipation of wanting her husband to know her. But now, brother, what now? It's a subsidiary of Shay's, and it's also about $1 billion export order. Oh, that's helping. In order to keep the two from quarreling and for things to still work out, Xinjian came to be the peacemaker. Sister-in-law, this is the perfect opportunity to get along with him and let him get to know you. Jiang Nan finished returning the work message and replied to Xinjian, "Leave this opportunity to someone else." Xinjian, dumbfounded, came to her side, more vigorously persuade. "This separation is really too bad. You have not even slept with him, that absolutely handsome." Jiang Nan nodded. Absolutely handsome. His best friend had also described Xie Qingzhou in this way. He was indeed a beautiful man. Xinjian, do you think you can still get down on a beautiful apple that is covered with other people's saliva? Xin does. Just, his brother's dirty. He was about to say something else when Jiang Nan's assistant pushed the door in. "Mr. Jiang, all that can be borrowed has been borrowed, and work has already begun." "Okay, I'll go take a look." As she headed out, the assistant added, "They're all saying that it seems like Feng Liu is here." Jiang Nan's footsteps lurched as he looked back at Xinjian and said with a smile, "As long as he can stay, I will definitely grasp this excellent opportunity." Xin does. Feng Liu came at this time to wrap up what chaos. Jiang Nan ran into Xie Qingzhou, who was preparing to leave, at the entrance of the office building. "I have something important to do, and I asked Xinjian to stay and help you." Jiang Nan responded with a leathery smile. "Good." Xinjian pulled Xie Qingzhou, who was about to leave, and squeezed his eyebrows to find a remedy for him. "Brother, didn't you say that this is a subsidiary of Xie's, and that it's about $1 billion export order, and that there's nothing more urgent and important than right now, right?" She didn't wait for Xie Qingzhou's answer and lifted her steps to leave because she knew the answer. Things about Feng Liu were always important. She, Gangnam, will never be important and will naturally not be chosen. She was glad she hadn't gotten her heart set on that opportunity, Xinjian said. Or how much would her face hurt right now? Chapter 6 Blessings Revised. It was already early in the morning when Xie Qingzhou arrived home. In one corner of the living room, the suitcase he brought back yesterday was still there, untouched. He thought of Gangnam. He had been living abroad for a long time in the past 3 years, and every time he came back she was all smiles and pleasing looks. His suitcase was heavy, weighing down her lean body to one side, and she hummed and hawed as she carried it upstairs. She had always looked at him with a joyful shyness, quite different from this return. He looked at the multiple missed calls on his cell phone, most of them from Xinjian, no calls from her. He returned Xinjian's call. It took a long time for that side to pick up. "Brother, I'm working late. Working overtime with Jiang Nan?" Xie Qingzhou had a few moments of disbelief. The matter over at the factory was urgent but not difficult to deal with. "Yes, still in the industrial park." Xie Qingzhou's brows knit. "So little to deal with until now? What does Jiang Nan do for food?" Hearing this, Xin indeed are for Jiang Nan aggrieved. "This is not what we think of the material producer's mistakes. Add a batch of printing, and then do not help to change a family this is designed to make the first batch of goods sent out, not sister-in-law really want to scratch the blind. There is a traditional dried fruit in Haicheng locality, which has 2 billion fixed exports to Japan and South Korea every year. And this year 1 billion is given to the trading company under Xie's banner to do. Today to send away the first batch of goods, 100,000 pieces of packaging materials do not meet the standards, the designer lost contact, the manufacturer said they do not know, other companies are not enough to prepare materials, a short period of time simply cannot be replaced to replenish. Xie Qing Zhou to the industrial park. Shin did hold him howling. Brother, can you imagine? The whole industrial park people are working overtime to 100,000 pieces of package labeling. Since childhood I have not suffered such pain. Xie Qingzhou's lips pursed tightly as he searched in a big circle before seeing Jiang Nan, who was taking off his sterile gown. Bright as day in the doorway of the sterile workshop, the light shone on her face, and even from a distance, he saw her clearly. Her bone phase is very beautiful, porcelain white skin without any modification. The early morning of the deep cold. She was wrapped in gray woolen cashmere blanket. The whole person is still colorful and beautiful. Jiang Nan was finishing up with the current general manager, a man in his 40s who was a good deal taller than she was, but very much in her debt. Brother, Jiang Nan didn't get to where he is today all because of his godparents' help, huh? Shun was indeed reminding him that not only did he not know much about Jiang Nan, he was also extremely prejudiced. When Jiang Nan walked up to Xie Qingzhou, she treated it as if she didn't see it. She didn't mean to throw her face off. She'd been up all night yesterday and had lasted until now, and her energy was depleted. It was a lapse in judgment on my part today. I'm sorry, he said. Jiang Nan did not expect Xie Qingzhou to apologize. She froze and cocked her head to look at him. I've heard it all from Xinzhen. If it wasn't for you, the company would have been in trouble. The missing product labeling, print out, paste it, although the approach is a bit clumsy, but the only way at the moment. She is able to make quick decisions in a crisis and is a smart problem solver. Jiang Nan was certain that what she saw in his eyes was appreciation, not cold disgust and dislike. Her nose was so sore. It's been 3 years, and the first time he's ever looked at her favorably was when she decided to get a divorce. Her eyes fell elsewhere and she said lowly, "You can't get paid for nothing when you're doing your share." After that, both were silent. Xie Qingzhou looked at the night wind ruffled her hair. Her white and slender neck was hidden again into the blanket. I don't know you very well, but my parents really like you. It can be seen that you're a very good and excellent person. But there is someone in my heart, and I promised to marry her, so I can't go back on my word, and in the future if there's any trouble, my brother will cover you. He stood in the windy position, the night breeze chilling with the scent of the woman's perfume. Jiang Nan's heart, fine and dense pain, tears in his eyes, slightly choked. Bless you and her. Chapter 7. Departure. Jiang Nan in the end could not call out that brother, because I really like him. Liked it to the point where, when he looked at her coldly, she ignored it and was happy just to be with him. But he just didn't like her, because the person in his heart was so heavy. He wouldn't even give her a chance to reach out and get to know her. But Jiang Nan also admired him. It was so rare to fall in love with only one person in such a fast-paced life. She's got a pretty good eye for men, so she was willing to be adult about it. Xie Qingzhou said that she can always find him to get the brooch, and it is fine for him to give it to her. The moment Jiang Nan agreed, he was actually more relaxed than ever. She was fine, she thought, and someone would treat her like a pearl in the future. When Mrs. Xie heard that it was that Feng Liu again who called her son away at a critical moment, she was so angry that she slapped the table. That woman, then Jiang half, Xie Qingzhou, how to get lost in the mind. I still have to find an opportunity to let the two people to make good contact, like Jiang, such beauty, such a good nature, completely is our son's dish. Mom, you don't need to bother. I talked to Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou carried the exhausted and paralyzed Xinzhen into the house, looking at his parents who were still awake at 3 in the morning, slightly speechless. What was the conversation about? When I'm jet-lagged, go get divorced. Xie Qingzhou ripped off his collar and sat on the sofa. Jiang, also agree? Mrs. Xie was a bit disbelieving. Well, just sent her home, and she gave me her blessing, and as you wish, we are brother and sister from now on. Mrs. Xie also didn't expect that the two had already conferred. Other people's flower like girls married over. You've been a decoration for 3 years, and you just left. Xie Qingzhou, are you sure you don't regret it? No regrets. Mrs. Xie was choked and could no longer speak, dragged her husband upstairs, but also did not forget to scold. Jiang so good do not want. Preferred that contraption. The eyes are cured, but the brain left a pit. Really a lack of heart. Jiang Nan had stayed up 2 big nights in a row, and it was late afternoon when he woke up. She smelled the aroma of food and walked out of the bedroom to see her best friend and Ning making kanji. Jiangnan leaned against the wall of the kitchen doorway and spoke with a smile. "Hello, Tianluo girl. Your Highness, washing for dinner?" Jiangnan was really hungry, quickly washed up, sat down at the table, and asked Ning while eating, "Didn't you take someone to the South City to shoot a movie? Your mother-in-law doesn't feel comfortable with you and asked me to take care of you." And Ning handed her the porridge that was served. "You and Xie Zhou, you really want to leave?" "Aha! After waiting for him for 6 years. This is how it ended up." And Ning screamed for her. "If it wasn't for you back then, Xie Zhou would have died long ago." Jiangnan looked at her best friend and got indignant again. "I'm tired. To be honest, seeing him so determined to choose Feng Liu, I'm quite touched." "Touched? What about you? So young. You really give up?" Jiangnan's eyelashes fluttered. "I can't let go of my mother-in-law." And Ning was amused by her. "It's good to leave. There are many better men than Xie Zhou and Haiqing. Go out with your sister at night and find a few for you?" "Fine, I want to look good." Jiangnan was not polite at all. As soon as she dropped the words, her mother-in-law's call came, asking her to come to the old mansion for dinner and to discuss the division of property in the divorce. Jiangnan bought Mrs. Xie's favorite snacks and went to the Xie family's old mansion. In the living room, besides the Xie parents, there was a lawyer. Jiang, call that asshole down," Mrs. Xie said. Jiangnan went upstairs and knocked on the door of Xie Qingzhou's room and waited for a while, but no one answered. She went into his room, didn't see him, and prepared to go to the study. With the movement coming from behind him, Jiangnan turned back and saw Xie Qingzhou coming out of the bathroom. Drenched, his hair, originally neatly tended, fell down on his forehead, and a constant stream of water beads fell down his hair, landed on his shoulders, and followed the bright lines of his body across his pecs and abs, and into his towel-encircled belly. Chapter 8: Mole at the Tip of the Nose Repair. Jiangnan had always known that he had a good figure, the kind that was thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. Especially that waist. It's so thin. Her heart couldn't help but thump when she met Xie Qingzhou's heat-soaked eyebrows. It is indeed quite a pity that this stunningly handsome face has not been slept with. Jiangnan blushed and averted her eyes, not wanting to look like a pervert. "Mom, calling you." She turned to leave when a cold, deep male voice came from behind her. "Wait." The sound of footsteps came closer, and her back tensed at the thought of him being shirtless. Xie Qingzhou walked behind her and saw that her ears gradually reddened, and even the back of her neck changed color, and her jade-like skin was translucent with a faint reddish hue, which was very tempting. "Haven't seen men without clothes?" Xie Qingzhou said, coming around to her side. Jiangnan's face also rose red and glared at him. Then his eyes were all defensive. "What do you want to do?" Without speaking, Xie Qingzhou stared at her with his eyelids down. Jiangnan was puzzled and touched his face. He hadn't gotten anything on it. Had he? "It's okay. I'll go on down." Gangnam. It's hard to understand what he just did, to show off his great body. However, she realized that since the two had decided to be siblings, it was a much more harmonious atmosphere than before. She went downstairs. Mrs. Xie held her hand. Jiang, our mother-in-law and daughter-in-law destiny is really too shallow. But don't worry. Mom won't treat you poorly. You'll get half of the property, home ownership, and shares in Xie Qingzhou's name. Jiangnan was dumbfounded. "Mom, no." Seeing her refusal, Mrs. Xie began to persuade. "Girls don't want anything in a divorce. Men not only won't be grateful, but will also think you're stupid. Don't fall in love brain." Gangnam. Xie Qingzhou who came downstairs. "And this money can't repay your family's great kindness," Mrs. Xie added. Back then, Xie's father and Xie Qingzhou met with an accident, and Jiangnan's father came across and saved the two. And Zhang's father thus attracted trouble and was buried in the fire. Obviously, it was Zhang's father who saved the man, but the stupid son insisted that the one who saved him was a woman. Thinking of this, Mrs. Xie was again exasperated. Xie Qingzhou cheated on his wife within marriage, netting out of the house. Jiangnan reminded in a low voice, "Xie Qingzhou is the one who is your son. If I had known he was so stupid, I might as well have had a piece of barbecue pork." Jiangnan's fingers touched the tip of his nose and peeked at Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou's cold eyes locked on her, smiling, dangerous and intimidating. She didn't want his property. Her mother-in-law insisted. "My dad saved people of his own free will. Even if he had met someone else, he would have saved them, and as for the favor, I think it's already been repaid. Zhang's father is a very talented jewelry designer who runs a good fashion company. After the accidental passing, the company was in disarray and divided up one by one. It was Xie's father who bought the worthless company and merged it into Xie's, waiting for her to grow up. The company had been handed over to her 2 months ago. Mother-in-law did not agree with her as long as that company, and the industrial park of the trading company to her, Haiqing Gold section of a whole street stores. Xie's father did not treat her poorly, gave her Xie's 3% of the shares. In short, she got divorced once and became a proper rich woman. Mrs. Xie told the lawyer to do it right away, and when she turned around, she saw her son still staring at Jiang and kicked him. Do you agree? Xie Qingzhou's 2 hands naturally rested down on both sides of the sofa, dashing and casual. I don't care about your stuff. Mrs. Xie was more satisfied with his attitude and told Jiang Nan to go to her room to get the jewelry box. After the people left, Mrs. Xie said to her son, It's nice, very nice, isn't it? It's not too late to regret it. I regret nothing. I just noticed that she has a mole on the tip of her nose. Yo, a mole on the tip of your nose and you can't take your eyes off it? You're a tough talker, aren't you? What crawled out of her belly? Would she still not know his virtues? Chapter 9. Jiang Nan was really pretty, and her hair, which had been tied up, fell over her shoulders in a seaweed-like fashion. Her complexion was fair, and her features were a little more extra refined. She sat in the passenger seat, took the powder to cover the mole on the tip of her nose, and then put on a positive red lipstick. The whole person was clear and very aura. Xie Qingzhou glanced at it. Why did you cover it up? Jiang Nan reacted for a while before realizing that he was referring to the mole. Too naive. Xie Qingzhou realized. It is true that the 26-year-old young female executive is not suitable to have a delicate and naive air on her, and that mole on the tip of her nose makes her appear to be particularly pure desire, and she cannot be suppressed. Xie Qingzhou didn't speak again and concentrated on driving. Jiang Nan also had nothing to say. His eyes fell out of the window, and the atmosphere in the car was still quite natural. Only thinking that Xie Qingzhou was sending her on a blind date, she still had some indescribable feelings in her heart. It started when she was cooking a dish in Xie's kitchen before dinner started, and an incoming call from Annan was picked up by her mother-in-law on speakerphone. Princess, I've arranged a batch of youngsters for you at the July Club, striped and good-looking, most suitable for a young rich woman like you to pack. Jiang Nan froze. The servants in the Xie family's kitchen had faces of horror and disbelief. It was Granny who spoke up first. Okay, Ning Ning, after dinner, have Qingzhou send Jiang over. Her car is still parked in the industrial park, and at the dinner table Mrs. Xie asked Xie Qingzhou to send her on a blind date, which he agreed to very quickly. Despite the decision to divorce, it takes time to dig out a little bit of the person who lives in your heart. Xie Qingzhou's half-heartedness. Her heart still hurt uncontrollably. When they arrived at the July clubhouse, Gangnam politely said goodbye. With a nod, he started the car and left. For the state of the two people getting along, Xie Qingzhou was satisfied, and Jiangnan's lack of pestering also gave him a few good feelings. 10 minutes later, Xie Qingzhou was waiting for a signal light when he clicked on a photo that Xinjian had sent him. Gangnam, wearing a backless sweater, was on the phone in the hallway outside the booth. Dark gray sweater front look is a moderate basic models, but the back from the shoulder blades start to show, until the waist tied with a large bow to the fabric, long black hair scattered on her jade back, strong and sharp contrast, not abrupt, hidden between the fusion of an ambiguous and fit of the Ethel Mason atmosphere. No wonder. She kept her jacket on at dinner and didn't mind the heat at all. It turns out that he was afraid to take it off and lose his good daughter-in-law look in front of his mom. Jiang Nan sat on the sofa of the box and frowned as he looked at the handsome men standing in a row. Not a single one. All pretty. But man, pretty doesn't describe it well. And Ning tilted towards the sofa and gave her a sidelong glance. Compared to that stunningly handsome face, these do pale in comparison. Xie Qingzhou's outstanding is from the inside to the outside. That temperament and demeanor really absolutely handsome appearance is the second. Jiangnan's eyes are quite poisonous, picking Xie Qingzhou as the best of the best. But it's not as if he's looking at everyone as if they're as pale as water. Jiangnan flipped through the resumes in his hand again, picked out 4, and handed them over. Your studio interviews artists, so you're making a whole thing out of it like an emperor flipping his cards. It's the flop for you, he hasn't even satisfied you, and these 4 make up for the 3 years you've lost first. Xinjian stood at the door for a while now. Xie Qingzhou's face as black as carbon left before he pushed the door in. Sister-in-law, my brother wants to find you for something. Jiang Nan was confused. Didn't he go home? Chapter 10. Sleep. The largest box in the July clubhouse. The light was dim. The room was full of people and shadows. Jiang Nan still saw Xie Qingzhou sitting in the C-seat at a glance. Not because of his outstanding looks, but in this paper-drunk environment. Every man has a girl sitting on his arm. Only Xie Qingzhou's side is empty, with a cigarette between his fingers, and behind the thin smoke, his eyes are cold, with an out-of-the-way sense of detachment. As a wife, it is somewhat complacent for a husband to be this clean. But a husband who has no problems in that area and doesn't even touch his wife is very jealous. At this moment, Jiang Nan was really jealous of Feng Liu. Xie Qingzhou caught a glimpse of Jiang Nan's waist when she entered. With a gray top and black, high-waisted, wide-legged pants, her waist looked even more voluminous. Mr. Jiang, I can lift you up with one hand when I pinch your waist. Someone in the bustling box joked about her and whistled at her. Jiang Nan gave him a look. I'll let you try in a while. I hope you can actually lift it. As he spoke, Xie Qingzhou got up from the sofa. As he walked up to her, Gangnam smelled the faint woody and tobacco scent of him and followed him out. He stood very close to her, casting a shadow that enveloped her in it. Jiang Nan was not quite used to it and tried to step back. He spoke. The marriage is not yet divorced, so restrain yourself. Jiang Nan looked at his cool eyebrows and knew that he had misunderstood what happened in the box. She wanted to explain, but the division of property had already been negotiated, so an explanation was quite unnecessary. However, she still just felt that he was so double-standard. He and Feng Liu's affair, stakes have not been restrained yet. Jiang Nan did not say it. After all, the brooch is still in his hands, although promised to give her. But upset him, drag a few days, she can only dry wait. Good. It won't cause you any problems. Jiang Nan answered obediently. Xie Qingzhou lowered his eyes and looked at Jiang Nan's face that was painted with light makeup, colorful but not charming, and delicate. She used to be shy and ingratiating. Yesterday she was articulate, and now she's overly well-behaved. For a moment he couldn't tell which was the real her. Going back? Jiang Nan asked him. I'll stay for half an hour and then leave? She's being facetious enough, isn't she? Divorced couples. She's willing to maintain superficial harmony. Xie Qingzhou swept an extremely cold glance at her and went back to the box first, quite unhappy. Jiang Nan felt that he was really too difficult to get along with, and she didn't even give a good face when she helped him. Back in the box, Jiang Nan talked to Ning in the most remote corner. Ning was distracted, and Jiang Nan followed her line of sight. Xie Qingzhou is smoking a cigarette, the light of the fire in his fingertips brightly extinguished. Her angle. His side face is good-looking, jawline has a perfect arc. She thought of the word, sexual tension. Very flirty. Ning commented. Sleep with him or it's too much of a loss. I don't know who turned the music off at this point, just in time to hear this line. Everyone's eyes fell over ambiguously and the scene was awkward. No one in the box knew about her relationship with Xie Qingzhou except for a few Shinjin. The eunuch who said he could lift Jiang Nan up, said in a teasing and ambiguous manner, Mr. Jiang, who do you want to sleep with na? Zhou Qian. Get lost, what's it got to do with you? Zhou Qian is very unconvinced. Shinjin. What do you mean? Jiang always so beautiful, we adore not? Then winking toward Jiang Nan. I'm so good. That swishy look is pretty eyeless. Dive. Take a good guess. Who does Mr. Jiang have in mind? Jiang Nan, because of the beautiful and mixed business community, in the circle of Haiqing quite famous, this house of people more or less have dealt with. The only exception is, just return to the flower of the high ridge Xie Qingzhou. Eyes fell over in unison. Jiang Nan wanted to explain, but Shinjun pushed her to his side. The crowd went wow and wow when the man's low, cool voice rang out. What's the fuss? She's my sister. Chapter 11. Departure. Xie Qingzhou's words were like a hot slap in the face, slapping Jiang Nan dumbfounded. The box was silent. Annan reacted first. Your ass, thanks. Shinjin took a quick step to cover Ning's mouth, not wanting her to make a big deal out of it. Jiang Nan returned to his senses and smiled indifferently, saying very calmly, Mrs. Xie is my godmother, and he is indeed my brother. Having gotten this far, mentally she'd adjusted long ago and wouldn't be sad or upset. Only people half believed her words. Shinjin felt that his brother really wasn't on the ball and didn't want to pull the strings anymore, helping her explain. On Saturday, Xie's family is having a banquet, and anyone who's single can attend. Zhou Qian was happiest when he heard this. Brother Zhou, as long as it's not you, I'm confident in chasing Jiangnan. Xiaqing Zhou smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, and after the smoke, his face was indistinguishable from happiness and anger, and he said in a low voice, "Is that so? That's for sure." After Zhou Qian finished speaking, he ran over to Jiang Nan and smiled towards her. "Nan Nan, what kind of man do you like?" Gangnam, you can't ignore people, you have to take care of her emotions, and you have to be nice to her. And Ning looked at Xiaqing Zhou and gritted her teeth. Zhou Qian nodded. "I can do it." The music resumed, and what was said there could no longer be heard. Jiang Nan slightly drooped her eyelids to talk to Zhou Jin, and even picked up the milk on the table to drink. Drinking milk in a paper-drunk environment is more or less a suspicion of pretense. But in her case, there is a kind of contrasting beauty, especially the exposed back and a thin waist. It is really pure and wanting and delicate. When Fatty Song Susanna knew that Xiaqing Zhou's eyes were still on the Jiangnan side, his cold features became even more icy. Starting to care about that pretty wife in Gangnam? Xiaqing Zhou glanced at him. "You think it will?" "No. Why do you keep looking at people?" Jiangnan stayed for half an hour and was ready to leave. Xia's lawyer was quick and made an appointment for her to sign the papers tomorrow. She added WeChat with Zhou Qian and was going to ask Xiaqing Zhou if she was free tomorrow afternoon so she could pull the divorce papers. But Xiaqing Zhou was nestled on the sofa looking at his cell phone and didn't even raise his eyes, not wanting to get involved with her. Jiangnan walked out of the box outside, then sent him a Weibo. "Tomorrow afternoon we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" "Good." Seconds back. He never replied to the messages she used to send, and she gave him the excuse that he was very busy. She took a deep breath, thankful that she had come to her senses in time and would never do anything that wasn't worth it again. With that, a message was returned to him. "Tomorrow at 2 p.m. then." Wednesday morning the lawyer came over to get her to sign the papers. "We'll go back this afternoon and get the license replaced, and the two of them will have nothing more to do with each other." At 2 o'clock, she was at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. It was only 2:30, but Xiaqing Zhou hadn't come yet. Tweeted him, he didn't reply, called and no one answered. Jiang Nan didn't know what Xiaqing Zhou meant for a while, and could only sit in the car and wait. Watching the people coming in and out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, there were happy people, sad people, and people who went in different directions right out of the door. Until the sky was completely dark and the Civil Affairs Bureau was off duty, Xiaqing Zhou had not yet come. On the way home, Anning called her. "What? Didn't go? He didn't want to leave, did he? You think it's possible? Then why?" Anning was also puzzled. "Most likely Feng Li, you had something else that tripped him up, right? Otherwise, she couldn't think of any other reason." Chapter 12 Possessiveness. It was 7 o'clock in Jiangnan before he received a call from Xiaqing Zhou. "Sorry, there was a bit of a delay." His voice was cool and cold, with no hint of sincerity. Jiangnan was a little angry because he didn't like it and didn't care. So he didn't respect her and just let her wait for him all afternoon at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She wanted to get mad, but she didn't think it was necessary anymore, and spat out, "Tomorrow morning? Can you go?" "I'm out of town Monday. I don't have time on Monday," Jiangnan said, directly hanging up the phone. The next day, Jiangnan went to work and realized that what Xiaqing Zhou had supposedly delayed was really for Feng Liu. Feng Liu is the face of the group set by the previous president. But delayed to cooperate with the shooting, the head of the marketing department has been anxious crazy. "Just say that they know, just do not come to shoot. How can this be done?" The assistant learned on Feng Liu's Weibo account that she was in Qingcheng. The hit of a gourmet restaurant, though neither man was in the picture, was just the right amount of time to capture the man's bony fingers gripping his glass. Photo posted this morning, early morning in front of a large floor-to-ceiling window, rising red sun with a particularly nice shadow of a man. Anyway, the two of them are very advanced to show their love. A quiet time. If she doesn't cooperate in 3 days, replace her. After work on Friday, Jiangnan went to the Xie family's old mansion. Her mother-in-law conferred with her about tomorrow's banquet. Jiangnan knew that Mrs. Xie's kindness to her was genuine, and she also changed her mind to give her a chance with Xiaqing Zhou, hoping that the two could be together. Now that the two are really not going to make it, the blind date banquet thing, that's even worse. It would really be ungrateful of her to agree. After all, they were only mother and son. "Mom, you know I don't like occasions like parties. I like the quiet. Then I've arranged all the good and I've invited a lot of people Since this, is the case, let's consider it a reception banquet for Xie Qingzhou. He's back in the country and is going into Xie's, so isn't this just right? He is not worthy, Mrs. Xie said. Moreover, she liked Jiangnan's nature and knew the limits. Mrs. Xie held her hand tightly. I really didn't want you guys to get divorced. I know. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be a couple with him. I thought about it. Being brother and sister should be good too. Xie Qingzhou stood in the doorway of the living room and saw her with a light expression and arched eyebrows. He remembered the clubhouse, where Susanna Song had voiced her doubt. Did she really love you for 3 years? At that time, Jiangnan, the wife, didn't care about him claiming to be her brother anymore, and was even teased by Zhou Qian and laughed. He was finally sure that she really wanted a divorce and wasn't lusting after it. But instead of the sense of relief he had imagined, there was a sense of discomfort. Because of this discomfort, he stood her up that afternoon. In the past few days outside, he had thought a lot, and also thought about what Jiangnan had done for him in these 3 years. In the end, he determined that the discomfort was simply the fallout from not being used to the different attitudes she had before and after, and the possessiveness that the status of her wife gave him. Xie Qingzhou could not choose Jiangnan and renege on his promise just because of this little change. Mom, being brother and sister, it won't be so awkward between us, Xie Qingzhou voiced out. Jiangnan looked over at him as he dropped down to sit on the single sofa and added, she'll find someone more suitable than me, and Zhou Qian likes her a lot. Zhou Qian, he's a little out of the box, but he has a good family background and character. Do you like him, Jiang? Chapter 13. Don't move. Jiangnan watched her mother-in-law winking towards her, still trying to irritate Xie Qingzhou through Zhou Qian. But it's really not necessary. She thought for a moment and spoke honestly. I don't know, after all, I don't know him very well, but he's funny and it's fun to talk to him. Seeing this, Mrs. Xie knew that the two were completely hopeless, said nothing more, and agreed to go for a divorce on Monday. After dinner, Mrs. Xie asked her to stay at the old mansion no matter what, and she couldn't put it off. Before going to sleep, she warmed up milk and sent it to Mrs. Shea's room. Walking to the door, he heard Mrs. Shea talking. You want a divorce, we agreed, and then step back, put the favor of the Jiang family aside, let's say Jiang, in addition to marrying you because you can do 10 evil things? You're not in the country, your second brother is not in Haicheng. I have a discomfort, which time is not she running around? Can't I get you to treat her better in return? Mrs. Xie's words made Jiang Nan's nose turn sour, knocked on the door, and entered the room. Jiang Nan removed his makeup, white wide-legged pants, light gray loose knit sweater. That nose-tip mole is exposed again. The whole person is lazy and a little playful. Xie Qingzhou lightly swept a glance at her and left. Jiang Nan didn't talk much with Mrs. Xie either. Walking out of the room, Xie Qingzhou leaned against the wall smoking. She closed the door with her backhand and asked, looking for me for something? My mom was right. I've treated you so poorly these past few years. I'll be nice to you in the future. Jiang Nan wasn't looking forward to it, but still smiled and said, good. On Saturday night, the Xie family's manor house was bustling with luxury cars. The most high profile is still Zhou Qian, holding an oversized bouquet of Rouge Princess roses, looking around for Jiangnan. Boat, where's Nan? Xie Qingzhou didn't see her in the afternoon and thought that she had gone to do modeling. It was just that the party had started long ago and she, the leading lady, was still nowhere to be seen. Brother, you quickly take me to her. Zhou Qian tugged Xie Qingzhou and left. It was obscene for him to be alone in Xie's courtyard messing around looking for someone. Xie Qingzhou. I wonder where she is? After a long search, he saw Jiangnan and his second brother's daughter making pastries in the side room through the large floor-to-ceiling window in the backyard. I completely love, to be so treasure? Zhou Qian dropped Xie Qingzhou and entered the door. Xie Qingzhou, who had wanted to go back the same way, thought about it and followed. The parlor smelled of sweet oranges. Jiangnan hugged the large bouquet of flowers, smiled and said to Zhou Qian, thank you. I like it very much. The prodigal son who had always been in love was embarrassed all of a sudden, looked up at Jiangnan, found on the mole on the tip of her nose, and stayed for a long time. Why are you so beautiful? That mole makes you completely different. Jiangnan didn't know how to answer and put the flowers away. Zhou Qian also knew that he was too direct, and the conversation turned to look at the dried oranges and orange cakes on the table. Did you make all of them? Xie wanted to think about it and was upset. Who are you? Why are you courting my third aunt? Zhou Qian was a bit confused when he heard Jiang Nan explain. Think about it. I'm an aunt. Xie Qingzhou frowned. Before he heard Xie want to think about calling her third, and he felt it was harsh. Today, that ant came out of her mouth, it was even more harsh. Jiangnan still had glutinous rice steaming on the pot. Wanting to make orange wine, it should be steamed by now. Zhou Qian, eat something and wait for me. She went to the kitchen and scratched the cold water-doused sticky rice loose, but the hair strings fell out. Think, will you come and tie my hair for me? Seeing Xie wanting to come running, Jiangnan squatted down with his back to the doorway. Tie it tighter. Warm fingers accidentally grazed the skin on the side of her neck. Jiangnan only felt a tingle. She thought it was Zhou Qian and subconsciously avoided. A hand held her waist and said lowly, "Don't move." Chapter 14. Xie Qingzhou's voice was low and cool, but his breath was hot, and if it poured down, Jiangnan couldn't help but shrink his neck. He doesn't seem to be that good at the hair tying thing, and it's been half a day and he's still not done. His back was vainly pressed against his hot chest. Not pressed, but not ignored in any way. Jiangnan took a breath and removed her glutinous rice-stained gloves. "I'll do it myself." Xie Qingzhou's eyes moved away from the back of her reddened neck and said, "Not used to me being so nice to you?" Jiangnan looked him straight in the eyes. "It's okay. I hope I'll watch my step next time." She wouldn't be ambiguous with him if she didn't want him already. Xie Qingzhou only felt the discomfort that his heart had suppressed come back. He stopped talking, but was still looking at her. Gangnam was putting glutinous rice in a glass jar, and the fine light hitting her face was stunning. Nan, let me help you, I want to learn too." Zhou Qian poked his head in. "Yeah." Xie Qingzhou turned and left, but he could still hear the two people talking. She asked Zhou Qian to compact the loaded glutinous rice, poke a hole in it, and put it on a rack to ferment. He also told Zhou Qian that the orange wine made now tastes best for the new year. He went back to the banquet hall. Song Susanna Ji saw that he was distracted and did not sympathize at all. "You're so good. Letting Zhou Qian cultivate a relationship with your wife? 2 men making orange wine. Then I'll ask my sister-in-law to leave me 2 more bottles. It's simply not enough to drink." Shinjin ran away. "Bring me 2 more boxes of orange sorghum syrup." Sung Soki shouted back. Xie Qingzhou took a sip of the wine in his cup, and it was slightly astringent. Turns out that was orange sorghum syrup, not orange cake. When he used to go back home for New Year's Eve and get ready to leave, he would always have a few extra boxes of these things she made in his suitcase, and he never took them with him, not one bite. Turns out that what he disliked, a lot of people liked. The Xie family's banquet was a lively affair with sideburns and clothes, and a lot of drinking. And Jiangnan really was hiding from the cleanliness for a night, not even showing his face, and really organized it as his reception banquet. He'd had quite a night of drinking, and it was 10:30 by the time he got back to the main house, and he pulled off his tie and sat lazily on the couch in the living room, where a dish of orange sorghum syrup, drizzled with coconut, sat on the coffee table, looking delicious. Xie Qingzhou twisted a piece and put it in his mouth, soft and bouncy, with a very strong orange flavor, sweet but not mushy. He realized today that she was quite handy. If it weren't for her, he probably wouldn't have resisted Gangnam like this. But that's the way life is, the order of appearance matters, and some people are late is late. He didn't eat any more, got up and went to his room. After taking a shower, I heard a knock on the door. Aunt Zhang, the maid, stood at the door with honey water. "You drank too much. Miss Zhang specially prepared it for you. Drinking it will not give you a headache on the second day." Xie Qingzhou was surprised. "She's still awake?" "Not yet. Would you like a drink?" Xie Qingzhou looked at the cup of honey water for a long time, but finally ended up, her good intentions, he cannot be in a divorce but also hate to refuse it. Jiangnan was sleeping in a daze when he heard a knock on the door. She was awake for a moment before she got out of bed and opened the door to see that it was Auntie Zhang. "Can I help you?" "Young master wants to see you about something." Jiangnan was extremely sleepy. His eyes couldn't even open much. "So late. Looking for me? Something important, perhaps?" Jiangnan looked down at his pajamas and pajama pants, but there was nothing wrong with them, still wrapped in the shawl. Xie Qingzhou's room was on the 3rd floor. The door to the room was tightly closed, causing her to be slightly stunned. Wasn't there something to find her? She knocked gently on the door and no one answered half the time. She didn't want the awkwardness of the last time to happen again and knocked again. "Xie Qingzhou, are you in your room?" The door to the room opened. The man's eyes were red around the eyes. The ink eyes were so cold and sharp that it looked like they had been quenched and washed by ice. Jiangnan sensed that something was wrong, and when he tried to turn around, he was dragged into the room. Chapter 15 Recognition. The sky was white with fish belly. In the Xie family villa, the servants had just gotten up. Xie Qingzhou carried the unconscious Jiangnan to the hospital. Jiangnan woke up and it was already noon. Anning and her mother-in-law keep watch at the bedside. Jiang, where else is uncomfortable? Mrs. Xie asked with concern. Jiangnan shook her head. She felt ashamed to be in the hospital because of that kind of thing. Mom, I'm kind of hungry. Good. Mrs. Xie answered and hurriedly left. It was only then that Annan came up to her. What's going on here? Are you getting laid or are you being tortured? Jiangnan lowered her eyelashes, and last night Xie Qingzhou bit her neck and said, Jiangnan, you are the most shameless woman I have ever seen. Then he left her lying on the door panel with her back to him in a highly humiliating position, not treating her as a person at all. It's so aggravating to sleep with him. At this time, you're still joking? And Ning was dying of heartache. She had bite marks all over her body. It was obvious how badly Xie Qingzhou had trampled her. Jiangnan sighed. When people walk in the world, there is karma. This is the retribution for insisting on marrying him. Retribution, it should also be retributed on him. If he didn't coax you first, how could you marry Ah? And Ning aggravated for her, then embraced her and said, Don't you like him? He's really nothing good. Don't like it. You're not going to like it when you decide to get a divorce. The two talked about what happened last night, and Xie Qingzhou decided that she instructed Aunt Zhang to harm him, and no matter how she explained, he didn't believe her. Could it be your mother-in-law? Jiangnan shook her head. How could she do such a dirty thing? And who exactly is out to get you, and for what purpose? Jiangnan stayed in the hospital until Monday afternoon. Xie Qingzhou did not show his face, and Ning kept scolding him. There was a knock on the door. Nanami, may I come in? It was Zhou Qian's voice. Jiangnan opened the door. How did you know I was here? Asked your assistant to pick you up from the hospital. Zhou Qian's face reddened again and he took out another bouquet of Rouge Princess roses from behind him. Nan, happy discharge. Why did you send me this variety of rose again? When I saw this kind of flower, I thought this flower is like you. This pink color is so bright, but not at all flattering, especially beautiful. And Ning snorted out a laugh, and Zhou Qian then saw Ning and reached out to say hello. Zhou Qian's intentions were so obvious that Zhang then couldn't even play dumb if he wanted to. Seeing his blush and curtness, it was as if she saw herself once, and she couldn't bear to refuse him. Zhou Qian, I want to take care of my own business before we talk about anything else. Okay? She didn't want to disrespect Zhou Qian. Good. Then I'll ask you and Ning to go see the seagulls tomorrow. The seagulls on the trestle bridge are out of control and can cure all unhappiness. Jiangnan was thinking, but Ning agreed. Yeah. Jiangnan went to the Xie family's old mansion, wanting to take advantage of the fact that the Civil Affairs Bureau was not off duty to go and get the divorce license. Mrs. C is crying. We forced you to marry Jiang. This matter will never pass in your heart. You think this matter is again we are in collusion with her. Forcing you to give in? I like that child Jiangnan. Her parents have been in love all their lives. Her mother is a scholarly family, and she has raised a child who is disciplined and tough. How could I go and trample on her? Xie Qingzhou is still so indignant that Jiangnan understands. Last night, he was rough on her. It's because he feels dirty and sorry for his heart. Her body couldn't control itself, so she had to take it out on her. Since she married, Xie's parents have treated her like their own daughter, but they have become alienated and separated from him. Xie Qingzhou had to find out who actually drugged her, just to make her admit that she was the kind of underhanded and shameless person he had identified, and also to let his parents see her true colors. For the sake of the Xie family storm to calm down soon, Jiangnan opened his mouth. It was I who instructed Aunt Zhang to harm you. Chapter 16. No more divorce. Jiang. Mrs. Xie shouted, knowing it wasn't her. Jiangnan smiled and pacified her. I'm not asking you not to get angry. First go back to your room with Dad. We'll handle it ourselves. Okay? There were only two people left in the living room. Looking at the way Xie Qingzhou looked at her, it was the coldness and dislike that she was all too familiar with. While you are oblivious to the fact that you want a divorce and a separation so that I can remove my defenses, you let someone drug me. Mr. Zhang is really a good mind, a good tactic na. Xie Qingzhou said. In all his life, he had never fallen at the hands of a woman. Pretty awesome. Jiangnan sat down on the sofa and looked at him with a slight tilt of her chin, not defending herself. That night, she cried and pleaded with him, and all she got in return was his intensified play. When she stopped working on her relationship, not to mention husband and wife, Brother and sister can't be done. She had that look of not caring again. Jiangnan's eyelashes were very long, and his peach blossom eyes were naturally mesmerizing and watery, which made them especially alluring. The clean and clear appearance with no distractions at all at this moment made him particularly impatient. Speak! There's still enough time left in the day. Why don't we go get divorced? Xie Qingzhou pondered for a long time and smiled as he leaned over. His face was almost on hers. Jiangnan's breath caught, and she couldn't help but remember that night, when his breath was burning hot and strong, twisting between the two of them, scalding her body and making her shiver uncontrollably. She braced herself to duck back, but the man's fingers cupped the back of her neck and forced her to tilt her neck slightly to meet his gaze. Gangnam, we're not getting a divorce. His thin lips were close enough that she could have pressed them with a slight struggle. What do you mean? Jiangnan made himself calm, but the middle of his trailing voice trembled. These 3 years, you are not satisfied with my cold treatment like this, so let's change the game. His voice was soft like a lover's murmur, but one word seemed to poke her heart. Jiangnan understood. Want to end with him? She said no more. She panicked a little and forced herself to calm down and talk to him as well. Shares, stores, even companies. I can do without all of them. What about the brooch? Don't want that either? He asked her. Her slender, straight nose was beautiful, and the tip of that mole was embellished in just the right way to make anyone's heart flutter. The man's bony fingers, rubbing the mole, made her look a little soft. That night, her hair fell all over his arm, and that's how she looked up at him, her body crystalline and beautiful enough to want to destroy. Jiangnan, I don't see how much I like, but your body, I like it a lot. She slapped her hand towards him and he smiled as he held her wrist. Jiangnan looked at the bottom of his eyes' smile convergence. He toward her shoulder hard bite down. Even through her sweater, she was still shaking with pain. When she held back from uttering a syllable, he pushed harder, deliberately waiting for her to beg for mercy, to give in. Jiangnan's stubbornness came up. Even if she dropped her meat, she wouldn't give in. The two glued themselves together wordlessly until his cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at it, before stopping, picking it up with an extremely gentle, gave a sound. Qingzhou, Ms. Jiang replaced me. Xie Qingzhou raised his eyes and looked at her. Then at her shoulder, she was wearing a black turtleneck. I wonder if she was bleeding? Is that so? He spoke again. I don't know if I'm asking her, or if I'm asking the person on the phone. Jiangnan couldn't care less. Since he had backtracked, don't blame her for poking his lungs. She deliberately moved towards the microphone and spoke. I'm the one who replaced you. Chapter 17. Xie Qingzhou's face did not change significantly because of her deliberate outburst. His gaze just lightly skimmed over her outstretched hand, and with a smile on his face he said into the phone, Still want to continue the endorsement? On the phone, Feng Liu was silent for a moment. Not first. I don't want to cause trouble for you. That's so thoughtful and understanding, and very much in the style of the main house. Comparing the two, it's kinda kinda junior to talk like you just did. Jiangnan smiled. This sweetheart of Xie Qingzhou's. The segment was quite high. Counting, this was the second time she had dealt with Feng Liu. The first time was the night of the auction when she wanted to talk to Xie Qingzhou about divorce. But it's early in the morning and he's not even back, so she makes a call. Feng Liu picked it up. She said, Ms. Jiang, I'm very sorry. Qingzhou is not convenient to answer the phone at the moment. I will inform him of your incoming call in the first instance. She was polite and measured, not like a lover, like a very dutiful secretary. But the early hours of the morning were inconvenient, either because her husband was asleep at her side or in the shower. The closeness that didn't need to be expressed kept her awake all night. This time, Xie Qingzhou also did not want to let her down. I'll talk to her about the endorsement first. The phone hung up. Xie Qingzhou looked down at her. She was trying to think of ways to break free from his bonds, but her strength was too small. The man's fingers landed intimately on her chin as if, well, he hadn't just been on the phone with his lover. He's really disrespecting her and not taking her seriously. He's picking a fight. Xie Qingzhou was in a good mood and didn't care about her anger towards her, saying lowly, Adjust yourself as soon as possible. Next time you are so ill-behaved, I can't guarantee that there will still be such good patience. Then, touching her head, he walked away. Jiangnan was furious and shouted at his back, Xie Qingzhou, dream on. I don't want the brooch. When Jiangnan left, he took with him all the daily necessities he had at Xie's house. Mrs. Xie didn't stop her and told her to take good care of herself, adding that she would visit her. Xie Qingzhou made the scene, hurting Mrs. Xie quite badly, and her eyes were always red. On Aunt Zhang's side, "Don't worry. Mom will give you an explanation no matter what." "Good," she answered, not wanting Mrs. Xie to know that her situation with Xie Qingzhou was worse. Back at home, Jiang Nan received a push on her cell phone. It was the news of Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liu going to the love nest. She didn't click on it. Feng Liu looked at the man who came and just sat on the sofa looking at his cell phone. An emotionless face that didn't even look at her from the moment she opened the door. Xie Qingzhou didn't pay attention to the people just looking at his cell phone and didn't know what he was thinking. Finally, he put the phone down, looked at her and said, "Where's the brooch? It's going to be still in the studio right now." Feng Liu replied. Xie Qingzhou tilted his head to look at her. No warmth in his eyes. "In an hour. Take it to Chaozheng." Feng Liu answered. Xie Qingzhou got up and turned back as he walked to the door. "Told you not to call my personal phone except for that matter. Something to find Chaozheng." Feng Liu's face went white. "Good." He turned and left, and Feng Liu closed the door, her body leaning against the door panel. Just now, she accidentally swept over Xie Qingzhou's cell phone. His WeChat contact was Jiang Nan, so he took his phone and lingered on the last chat between the two to fume. Is he starting to care about Gangnam? Has he given up? Not going to look for the girl who saved him again? Chapter 18. Princess Rouge. July Clubhouse. Learning that Xie Qingzhou would not be divorced for the time being, Song Susanna Ji and Shenzhen were not surprised at all. That day missed the appointment did not go to the divorce is not the inner wavering it out of this matter, for you is also a good understanding of the Jiangnan opportunity. Really divorced, 3 years of marriage, the name is not real, she is still so beautiful you will not be laughed at dead? Xie Qingzhou on the mahjong table biting the cigarette, faintly looked at him. "I'm afraid to laugh. The opportunity to understand her to you. Okay?" Susanna Song laughed out loud. "Really not interested in her at all. You can have her all night?" Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything and concentrated on playing mahjong. "Brother, have a good life with your sister-in-law. She's really nice." Xie Qingzhou didn't know if he was angry or laughing, slightly raised his eyebrows. A humming laugh full of mockery spilled out from his nose. "I drugged Na. Such a person is good? I think that she couldn't do something like that." Shenzhen believed in Jiangnan's character. "Brother, there must be some misunderstanding in the middle." "Misunderstanding or not, what does it matter? She wants to play, just play." Xie Qingzhou stayed at the July Club at 10:30. He drank some wine, had a cigarette in his mouth, and sent a message to Jiangnan. "Come over and pick me up." Jiangnan, who was preparing to go to sleep, saw such a message and directly ignored it. Obviously, he didn't know her, but at this moment, it was as if he had predicted her attitude. "Jiangnan, if I were you, I would definitely come." Jiangnan looked at the message and knew that he had threatened him with the brooch. But Xie Qingzhou is not good faith, said good to go to the divorce to put her pigeon, and now not away. Even if he went, he did not see to fulfill the promise. She didn't want him to hold it against her and simply turned her cell phone off. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the sofa of the clubhouse box and looked at the WeChat message that was no longer replied to, and his thin lips hooked up. Gangnam. Kinda interesting. The next day, Zhou Qian arrived at Jiangnan's downstairs early, carrying 2 breakfasts in his hands. Annan watched him get so wound up that she elbowed her friend lightly on the side of her waist. He thought this weak dive could nah. Nan, I didn't know what you like to eat, so I simply bought some, Zhou Qian said. I'm not very picky, Jiang Nan said. She woke up this morning, her phone on, and saw that Zhou Qian had messaged her at 5 o'clock, saying he was going to bring her breakfast and asking her what she liked to eat. It's very heartfelt. And Ning sipped her pumpkin juice. Zhou Qian, just don't give her anything stuffed with pork. Zhou Qian said he remembered and told the two to get in the car. When we got to the trestle, it wasn't very crowded. Zhou Qian handed the prepared hat and scarf to the two. I've checked the weather. The sea breeze is very strong today. You guys wait for me. I'll go park the car. Consider he's nothing like she-dog. Jiangnan nodded. Aha. Because of the weather, the seagulls on the trestle bridge were in flocks, flying very low, not afraid of people at all. It just circled around the man, and it was true what Zhou Qian said, the seagulls were out of control. It was quite fun though. Zhou Qian gave her some bread cubes, which she held in her hand, and some of the bold ones still landed on her hand, their long, pointy beaks brushing against her palm and tickling her. Jiang Nan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zhou Qian looked at her and froze a little for a moment. She wore a long white down coat, and the hat he gave her was in the shape of a rabbit, and it was pretty and cute. Who would have thought that in the shopping mall, the cold and colorful and temperatureless general manager Jiang was like a little girl in private. He didn't resist taking her picture. The trestle was a bit chilly, but Jiang Nan kept smiling, which was a relief. Zhou Qian, thank you for your careful arrangement. I'm very happy. Zhou Qian was even happier to hear this. And on the way back, from his cell phone, he looked for 2 of her best pictures and sent them to his friend's circle My Rouge Princess. When Xiaqing Zhou was at lunch, he swiped to this dynamic from Zhou Qian and coldly grunted, Rouge Princess? Chapter 19 Warning. After watching the seagulls, Zhou Qian arranged a private dining room where seats were hard to book. Zhou Qian, you can so good at taking pictures? And Ning clicked a like and then showed it to Jiang Nan. Nan, I should have discussed it with you when I sent your picture. Zhou Qian opened his mouth, thought for a moment, and then frankly said, I have my own little mind. I wasn't the only one who liked you in the box that day, so I did it on purpose. If you're not happy, I can delete it. Not happy to talk about, just that she and Xiaqing Zhou are not divorced yet and don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. She was mulling over how to tell Zhou Qian that it was appropriate when she saw that Xiaqing Zhou had clicked a like. Annan's face darkened for a moment. Jiang Nan was still taut, but the feeling in his heart was not good. Whether married, to divorce, or now, Xiaqing Zhou's approach is quite hurtful, like a cactus thorn stuck in the finger. It doesn't hurt much, but it makes it so hard. Zhou Qian looked at Jiang Nan's aggrieved appearance and panicked a little. I'll delete it right away. Jiang Nan returned to his senses and squeezed out a smile. It's not necessary. She was the one who thought too much. How could he care if she was now a plaything in his eyes? Jiang Nan didn't think much more about it, not wanting to live up to the food. In the following days, Xiaqing Zhou did not contact her again, nor did he look for her trouble, and he did not mention the matter of Feng Liyu's endorsement. Jiang Nan was happy to be free, thinking he said that day that he would not divorce, probably to scare her. In a few days, he will go with her to get a divorce certificate to give Feng Liyu a name. Friday night, Gangnam wanted to go back to her mother's house to see her mom. She didn't finish until 9 o'clock because of some temporary company business. There were several calls on her cell phone from the old Jiang family home, and Jiang Nan returned them only to learn that her mother hadn't returned since she went out in the evening. After her dad passed away, her mom got confused sometimes. But not irritated, people are great. When Jiang Nan arrived home, he asked the aunt who took care of him and realized that his mother had gone to look for a brooch. What brooch? Isn't the brooch in Xiaqing Zhou's hands? Jiang Nan's breathing tightened, and she went to Feng Liyu's Weibo to realize that she wore a brooch to the TV festival. Her eyes reddened for a moment. How can Xiaqing Zhou be like this? She vaguely understood that time when she liked Zhou Qian's circle of friends, it was meant as a warning. He said he was impatient and told her to behave. Turns out, it's here waiting for her. Did he know that the brooch was a relic of her father's? Jiang Nan exhaled. These were unimportant. The important thing is to find her mom first. For the past 2 years, mom has been stable and wears a locator watch that she doesn't wear anymore. It's a bad day in Ocean City with rain and snow in the forecast. There was no snow, but the sleet was not heavy, but it was cold and stinging in the night. It was at the cemetery on the hill that Gangnam found his soaked mother. Zhang's mom, Qin Shuang, was very unconscious. Hubby, that brooch, why did you give it to someone else? Jiang Nan had a hard time hearing this. Mom, let's just go home. Okay. The brooch is at home. Did you forget? Jiang, your father was killed. Qin Shuang added. Jiang Nan knew it. The people who tried to kill the Xie family and son back then learned that his father had saved the man and came to take revenge. Mom, let's go home first, okay? The brooch, which was her treasure, was read to her on the way home. It was early in the morning when we got her mom to the hospital. Jiang Nan sat alone on the hospital bench, thought for a moment, but dialed Xiaqing Zhou's phone. Chapter 20. What's all the crying about? Xiaqing Zhou's phone? Jiang Nan called 3 times, always unanswered. A sense of powerlessness gripped her, and she propped her elbows on her knees, her forehead against her clasped hands, to calm herself. After 3 years of marriage, this was the moment she realized that Xiaqing Zhou was quite difficult to deal with. She exhaled and told sister-in-law Li to take good care of her sleeping mother as she went to find Xiaqing Zhou. The car entered the villa at 6 Sycamore Road without incident. Entering the living room, Jiang Nan saw Xiaqing Zhou. He was sunk into the light brown sofa, leaning there lazily, his legs wide apart, his face cold, harboring an aggression that could not be ignored, like it's been waiting for a long time. Jiangnan saw that his cell phone was within reach. "Why aren't you answering your phone?" He glanced at her lightly and smiled. "I tweeted you. Why didn't you reply?" Gangnam, vengeful, careful. "How to give me the brooch?" Jiangnan said. Since he had put down his stance to come, he didn't want any of the inside face. When Xie Qingzhou heard this, he propped his palm on the back of his head to examine her, quite pleasantly. You see, dealing with smart people is a relief. He hadn't said anything, and she'd easily gotten his intention to come. I don't know what she did just now. Her makeup was so spent that she couldn't even cover the mole, and her face was so white that it was transparent. Choo-choo can't shui. "Cheer me up first, then we'll talk." Jiang Nan's eyes flickered as he met him for a long time. "How do you want to coax it? What do you think?" He asked her rhetorically, looking her up and down with danger in his eyes. It was an outcome that she had expected, but she still felt ashamed when she actually went through with it. The jacket dropped to the floor and she walked over to him. Xie Qingzhou's face was pale and emotionless, and his gently furrowed brow let Jiang Nan know that he was dissatisfied. But she couldn't do it stripped naked to coax him. Tears seemed to be falling out of his eyes. Jiang Nan bit his lower lip and bent over the coffee table in front of him. Like that night, Jiang Nan from the opposite side of the huge TV screen saw his own bad, but also saw his posture changes, like an outsider posture in the watching her. The minutes ticked by, and just when she couldn't hold on any longer, he pressed up against her, his fingers nonchalantly fumbling into his shirt. Gangnam was shaking uncontrollably. She went to work today with a basic black sweater that he threw on the floor. He went for her neck like he did that night, nibbling on her neck, nuzzling her ear beads, not kissing her. The wound he'd bitten into her shoulder that day and bled out now had a brightly colored scab, and he was tracing it with his lips as if he were pleased with his own masterpiece, as it were. Jiangnan's tears eventually rolled down without being held back. The man's hand pinched her chin. "What are you crying about, Princess Rouge?" Jiang Nan looked at him incredulously, and the smile in his eyes penetrated a few points of nastiness and mockery. "Don't cry if you want the brooch," Xie Qingzhou said. Jiang Nan knew that she had disturbed his pleasure. She forced the tears back and took a deep breath. "Can you be happy this time?" That was a bit of a buzzkill, but she had to make it clear to him anyway. "I'm afraid he'll back out again and say something like I didn't promise." She used to think he was good everywhere and smelled good everywhere. Now understand the comprehensive, know that out of this Xie Qingzhou can do it. It's better to be clear in advance. Xie Qingzhou's fingers pressed on the side of her neck, could feel the temperature and smoothness of her skin. This woman, what is it like? Still sober like this? Chapter 21. "See how you behave." Xie Qingzhou returned to her, his tone quite perfunctory. Jiang Nan disliked this and insisted on a charter. "Be specific. What is this ambiguous answer?" He stopped talking and focused on leaving marks on her white, slender neck. Jiang Nan understood. Since she had come, she was completely down. There was no choice, just cooperate first. Unless she doesn't want the brooch. With only a small two-piece left on her. She was still at a loss to redden her eyes again as he yanked her from the cold coffee table to his lap. Xie Qingzhou didn't touch her as he fiddled with her body like a toy. Jiangnan's body was sore and numb, and his body couldn't stop shaking. But him, except for his slightly heavy breathing, his eyes were all clear, not in the least controlled by lust. Clothes, one hanging on her feet, and as one fell to the ground, her tears fell again. Probably disliking the fact that she was crying again and losing interest, Xie Qingzhou locked his brows, shook off his hand, and went upstairs. He was fully clothed, and looking at himself again, Jiang Nan pulled the thin blanket over his discomforts. She wanted to shake him twice, but thinking of her mom, the fire in her heart combined with the feeling of humiliation and swallowed it all down. Xie Qingzhou stood under the shower with cool water coming out for a long time before the fire in his body was doused. He pursed his lips, his eyes darkening again at the thought of her straightening her body, her neck unconsciously craning back. Walking out of the bathroom, Xie Qingzhou got on the bed, not intending to care about her anymore. When he was about to fall asleep, he went to the guest bedroom as if remembering something, and she wasn't there. When he came downstairs, he saw Jiang Nan covered with a thin blanket, shrunken into a ball, not to mention pitiful. The palm of his hand fell on her forehead, and sure enough, she had a fever. He looked at her askance with downcast eyes, and his face, which had been white and transparent, was now red again beyond recognition. Xie Qingzhou bent down and picked her up. Jiang Nan woke up with a start and struggled. "What are you doing?" "Do." She twisted her head and didn't move again. Leaving her on the bed in the master bedroom made Jiang Nan's heart astringent. It's kind of ridiculous to do it here when you don't have feelings anymore. She lay numbly under the covers while Xie Qingzhou walked away. Gangnam. She was sleepy. She hadn't eaten dinner due to a meeting, and the covers were warm with the residual warmth he had left behind. So she just felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and she didn't want to push herself to wait for him. When Xie Qingzhou returned to the room with the porridge, he saw her lying on the pillow, revealing her straight nose and lips, her long hair scattered all over the pillow, the fine light hitting her face, momentarily stunning the time. Jiang Nan was shaken awake and looked at him with eyes full of reluctance. But when she saw the porridge he handed over, she was all confused. "Feed you." This situation was completely out of the situation. Jiang Nan didn't know how to respond and took the bowl of congee and went to the sofa by the window. She's not in the habit of eating in bed. Xie Qingzhou, crooked on the end of the bed stool, watched her take small bites of congee. Her appearance was quite civilized. A bowl of porridge, saw the bottom before he spoke. "Take the medicine." Jiang Nan said, "Oh," and went to get the medicine, but he was quite good. Walking over to him, he took her arm, tugged the person into his arms and said, "Is it true that, when you're touched, you rely on people? Last time I didn't finish it, I passed out and was hospitalized. This time it's even more exaggerated, it didn't do much. It burned like this, Jiao Zhou." The man's bony fingers pinched her chin again and said, "Don't you call yourself Princess Rouge? Princess Peace suits you better. Don't you talk nonsense." Jiang Nan's heart inexplicably trembled as she pushed him away and went to take her medicine. The atmosphere was ambiguous and strange. Jiang Nan exhaled, admonishing himself not to be mesmerized by this moment of warmth. She lay back down again, this time removing the overlaying sweater. The lights turned off, the man's firm, warm body pressed up. His lips pressed against her ear and said, "Break it off with Zhou Qian." Chapter 22. Love, Disappearance. Jiang Nan didn't want to talk. She had nothing with Zhou Qian. When Zhou Qian asked her out, he took a ning with him, very measured and respectful. In the eyes of Xie Qingzhou, she is just not clear with others. In order to get the brooch without any problems, Jiang Nan agreed with a "hmm." He stopped talking too, his arm wrapped around her waist, his face in the crook of her neck as if he were asleep. At 4 o'clock, I don't know if it was the cold medicine or the heat of his chest, but Gangnam started to sweat. "I'm uncomfortably sticky and want to take a shower." She moved his arm very carefully and squirmed out of bed, still waking him. Xie Qingzhou held her down and sleepily took a warm towel and wiped her down. Her body was much more refreshed and she had no sleep. She wondered why such a time hadn't come sooner, not when she was dead in the water. The next day, Jiang Nan was thinking about his mom and still got up early. Sister Li said that mom has woken up and wants to see her. Jiang Nan wanted to get the brooch and then go over there, so he could make his mom happy. Auntie on Xie Qingzhou's side rested yesterday. No wonder he was so loose and prodigal in the living room. Jiang Nan cooked breakfast. Xie Qingzhou was quite facetious and sat down at the table. The Chinese breakfast, with coarse grains, crystal dumplings, and a plate of tasty small dishes, was quite appetizing. Jiang Nan felt that he was in a good mood and spoke. "When are you going to give me the brooch?" His face fell slightly, his tone still even. "Just for the brooch? Or else?" Xie Qingzhou took a bite of the crystal dumpling and put it down. "You must ruin my mood in the morning?" Jiang Nan was aggravated and knew he would go back on his word. She couldn't keep her food down. "What do you want from me?" "Sleep and coaxing." "You call that sleeping? Is it your fault for not touching it too?" Xie Qingzhou let out a heh and mocked. "If you want to, just say so." Jiang Nan took a breath and was patient. "How the hell are you going to give me the brooch?" His chopsticks were also put down. His body lazily leaned back and opened his mouth. "Move back." Feng Liu continued to endorse. "Promise? Go get the brooch." Gangnam. No wonder. He didn't mention the endorsement and was waiting for her here. "I promise. Please make sure to inform Ms. Feng that I'm going to pick up the brooch." Jiang Nan said, not staying a second longer, getting up and leaving. Xie Qingzhou's eyes were austere and all unhappy. This woman's love is gone so fast. Jiang Nan told his assistant to get Feng Liu to get the brooch and went to the hospital himself. Qin Frost was eating, and when she saw her daughter, she was full of apologies. "Jiang Jiang, It's mom's fault for making you worry. Jiangnan leaned into her mother's arms, gently soothing. Mommy is especially good. It's already superb. She couldn't bear to blame her moms. She was in the worst pain and shape after her dad passed away 6 years ago, but held back her crying for her sake. She has been talking about being in love with her father and about the proposal brooch. Jiang, how do you think the brooch was lost back then? Assistant Yang Ji called. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Feng said that the brooch was a gift from Mr. Xie, and she can't give it to you. Jiang Nan pressed his eyebrows. The Xie Qing Zhou. Ms. Feng will go to the company today to talk about the shooting. Why don't you ask her yourself? Jiang Nan hung up the phone, did not immediately go to the company, and accompanied Qin Shuang for the morning. It was 2 in the afternoon when she arrived at the office. When Jiang Nan met Feng Liu, he saw the brooch pinned on her black dress, which was incomparably piercing. Xie Qing Zhou didn't inform you to return the brooch? She opened the door so openly, Feng Liu was slightly stunned and smiled. Miss Jiang, your father's relics, it is logical that they should be returned to you. But Qing Zhou didn't say anything like that. If I return them to you, he will not be happy. Jiang Nan's heart choked. Xie Qing Zhou knew that the brooch was her father's relic, or had it been given to someone else? Chapter 23, Covetousness. Jiang Nan also did not know what he liked about Xie Qing Zhou. Met him when you were young and were mesmerized by his good-looking face? Or was it his promise that he would go back for her? Ms. Jiang, you're so good-looking. If you mix with the entertainment industry, you'll definitely make a name for yourself. Feng Liu sat on the parlor sofa in her office, crossing her legs and leaning her body back, more or less in the posture of a master. Black long dress, set off her body concave and convex. Exquisite, that brooch don't then, but also let a person think that she is extremely tasteful. Jiang Nan did not speak. His hands clasped his chest, half leaning, half sitting in front of the desk, staring at her. Feng Liu added, but Miss Jiang, beauty alone is a disaster will only be reduced to a man's plaything, freshness over, also lost. Jiang Nan raised her eyebrows lightly as she gathered up her long hair and tied it up, then slowly walked towards her. Feng Liu did not know what she was going to do. Her eyes were on Jiang Nan's long and slender neck. There was a clear reddish hickey on the side of her neck behind her ear, but she did not know it. She unconsciously clenched her fists. Xie Qing Zhou had only returned to China for a few days, and he was so greedy for her flesh. Body now. She even wondered if Xie Qing Zhou had run away to a foreign country a week after her wedding because of Jiang Nan. After all, Jiang Nan 3 years ago was more delicate than now, and men were more eager to pick it up, right? Brooch, are you going to give it to me yourself? Or am I going to pick it for you? Jiang Nan said, his voice not too loud, but it made people quite pressurized. Feng Liu couldn't help but look at her one more time. She knew her 3 years ago. This is considered to be the first time to officially deal with her. She is a lot tougher than expected, but she wasn't intimidated. Ms. Jiang, I said. Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Xie, these 2 titles. Miss Feng, choose one. Jiang Nan interrupted her. It's the unloved ones who are the mistresses. The little assistant Feng Liu brought with her couldn't help herself. Jiang Nan laughed out loud. If you love it so much, why don't you marry you? Her face was devoid of expression. Her palms spread out in front of Feng Liu. The brooch is not Xie Qing Zhou's. It is our joint property as a couple. I have the right to claim it back. Miss Feng, cooperate? Feng Liu's assistant saw this and immediately turned to call Xie Qing Zhou. Xie, Mr. Xie. Jiang is bullying Liu. Can you come over? The little assistant turned around, but proudly said to Jiang Nan. Mr. Xie. Asked you to pick up the phone. Jiang Nan took the cell phone that was on the line and directly tapped hang up. The little assistant's eyes widened. You. Xie Qing Zhou looked at the blacked-out cell phone, grunted and said, go to Breeze Group. Xiao Zhang twisted his head from the passenger seat. Mr. Xie, we're going to see the wife? Xie Qing Zhou raised his eyes. Going to see her so happy? You guys are familiar? We are familiar. These 3 years Mrs. always call me to ask me about your situation. You every time you are sick, Mrs. are more anxious than me. Let me instruct you when to take what medicine, even which drugs you are allergic to. Know it. You have a bad stomach? More cold food abroad. I'm this cooking, that is, Mrs. After all that, you haven't had a mouth on you in the last 3 years? Xiao Zhang opened his mouth. Mistress won't allow it. Xie Qing Zhou let out a hee-hee. You're so obedient? Who are you, assistant? Xiao Zhang whispered in a broken voice. Having said that, you're even more annoyed with her, aren't you? Thinking she's spying on and controlling you? Xie Qing Zhou. To Jiangnan's office, Xie Zhou saw Jiang and squatting on the ground, picking up brooches falling diamonds and turquoise. Is Feng Liu sitting on the ground crying? The little assistant had a slap mark on her face and cried out towards Xie Zhou. Mr. Xie, Jiang can't just hit someone if he's not happy, right? Jiangnan acted as if she didn't see him. A pine stone was near his feet. She moved over to it and a cold questioning voice came from above her head. Jiangnan, what's going on here? Chapter 24. You don't deserve it. Xie Zhou's voice was extremely unhappy as he reached out to help Feng Liu up. Jiangnan swept his eyes. He had already decided that she had bullied Feng Liu. What was the point of asking more? She continued to pick up the diamonds scattered around, more or less posing. Whatever you think is going on is going on. Feng Liu weakly leaned into his arms and opened her mouth with a pearly blossom. Qing Zhou, it's all my fault. The brooch, I should have made sure Miss Jiang caught it before I let go. Mr. Xie, Liu was also careless. General Manager Jiang's temper is really too bad. The little assistant also came over to help. Liu's wrist was red from her scratches, and my face was also hit by Mr. Jiang. Gangnam, is that so? He asked again, his voice even cooler. All the diamonds and turquoise were found before Jiangnan got up. Placing the items in her hand, carefully on the desk, she slowly and methodically pushed her sleeves and walked over to Feng Liu. She didn't answer Xie Zhou's question. She just gripped the person out of his arms and slapped her in the face. The little assistant screamed out as Feng Liu was slapped by her. Even after a few slaps, Jiangnan only grabbed her hair, forcing her to raise her head, said word by word. Now is the only I hit you, why hit you, heart? No points? Before she could finish her words, her wrist was pinched by bony fingers. Is that enough? Jiangnan's nose flushed with acid as she tilted her chin up. Not enough. Xie Zhou threw her aside, took his jacket off and put it over Feng Liu's head, and had his little assistant take her to the car to wait for him. The side of Jiangnan's waist hit the corner of the desk and hurt. With tears welling up in her eyes, she watched as he gently escorted Feng Liu to the door, and when he turned to look at her, his eyes were chillingly cold. Question for you, are things the way she says they are? Jiang and stalked his neck to meet his eyes. Does it matter what things look like? His attitude was already the answer. Was there any point in her saying more? Xie Zhou looked at her full of stubbornness and defiance. He was really surprised that she had quite a temper. His bony fingers cupped her chin, scrutinizing her look like a cat that had exploded. The man's body pressed against hers, feeling the ups and downs of her emotions, more so than usual. Thought she wouldn't be mad. Jiangnan disliked it and couldn't avoid it, so he could only yell at him, "Get lost! Can't you say something soft and gentle to me with that mouth of yours?" He added. Xie Zhou suddenly missed the old her, would not be so snappy, would pick at his door, poked his head in and asked him warmly and softly, "Tonight we eat fish, okay? Soft and talkative. You don't deserve it." Xie Zhou laughed lowly, holding her waist, lifting her up and sitting her on the desk. "I know how to make you soft." Jiangnan's scalp was numb, and the clothes were lifted up, and he knew her too well, and it only took a few times for her to shake beyond recognition. She was half lying on her desk, her hair and clothes in disarray, and Xie Zhou, like just to see her soft look. The purpose reached, got up, stood in front of the desk, condescendingly said, "Jiangnan, you should learn a lesson. How to be a good president. Now not professional at all." He dropped his words and walked away, and Inami dropped to the floor, shaking his fingers as he buttoned up his pants. Bullying Feng Liu is unprofessional. He only saw her hit Feng Liu without asking her why she hit her. Naturally invisible. There is a cut in her palm, which Feng Liu scratched with a brooch. Chapter 25 Coaxing. Yang Ji helped Jiang Nan up from the ground and also picked up the papers scattered on the ground. The puddle of moisture on the desktop was embarrassing for Gangnam. Yang Ji just pretended not to see it, saw the bloody slit on her palm and said, "I'll take you to take care of it first." Jiang Nan nodded and went to the nearby community hospital. Yang Ji went to pay the bill as she sat in the hospital gallery, thinking about how the brooch would have to be repaired to be as good as new. A shadow enveloped her, and when she looked up, she saw a sweaty Zhou Qian. "How do you?" Jiangnan smiled. "Yang Ji told you?" Zhou Qian shook his head. "She answered your phone? I wanted to ask you out to dinner." He squatted in front of her, gently unfolded her fingers, and saw that in the white palm of her hand, there was a thin wound that was still beating with blood. He lowered his head and blew her gently. Jiangnan clasped his palm. It doesn't hurt much. How can it be so long that it doesn't hurt? And who did it? Not important. Jiangnan didn't want to mention it, but he still remembered Feng Liu. She was really quite smart. After the little assistant called Xie Qingzhou, her attitude instantly changed and said, "Brooch, I'll give it back to you." Her palm was spread out in front of her, and Feng Liu blatantly scratched on it. For her to be as emboldened as she was at that time, Jiangnan was puzzled, and when Xie Qingzhou came, she understood. Her husband, who was really going to back her up. She was in too much pain and shrunk her hand. So Feng Liu let go and the brooch fell to the ground. "Of course it's important. I'll take it out on you and never dare to bully you again." Zhou Qian was serious. Jiang Nan looked at Zhou Qian, who treated her well. But Xiezhou's family has a good personal relationship. She does not want both families to be embarrassed because of her. "Zhou Qian, go back." "I'm not going back. I'll never catch up with you if I leave." Jiang Nan was helpless. Zhou Qian squatted in front of her. Nan, even if you reject it, I still like you. We've met before. It's that night. You got into my eyes and into my dreams." He couldn't get it out of his mind anymore and thought about her in everything he did and wanted to see her. Yang Ji came back with the prescribed medicine. The doctor cleaned her wound first. She wanted to shrink her hand in pain. Zhou Qian stood aside, very unhappy. "Can't you be a little lighter? Can't you see she's in pain?" Then, leaning down, he softly said to her, Nan, bear with me. It hurts to sterilize it like this. But I believe you, it can be done." "Doc?" Jiang Nan was also a bit speechless. Zhou Qian had coaxed her like a small child. After the wound simple bandage, Zhou Qian sent her back, the road over and over again, led her according to the doctor's orders. Do not touch the water, change the medicine on time, but also said her breakfast, dinner he wrapped. Zhou Qian was so careful and considerate, and came to comfort her at just the right time. It was false that Jiang Nan was not touched. Feng Liu was thrown to the ground by Xie Qingzhou when she entered. "What kind of a thing are you to mess with her, huh?" The man's hand landed on her neck. Not hard, but she winced. She had stayed by his side for 6 years and knew that the more he did this the more dangerous he became, because the next second he would literally snap her neck. He only looks like he is tender and caring and loves her deeply in front of people. "I really didn't mean it. It was Ms. Jiang. That brooch. She wanted it so much. She wouldn't have dropped it so carefully, and I look foolish? Tell me, how did you give her the brooch so thinly when I asked you to?" Feng Liu whitened her face, letting her speak for herself about all the filth and unpleasantness she had done. This was Xie Qingzhou. She didn't want to say it, but she didn't dare disobey him. After Xie Qingzhou heard this, he was disgusted with touching her as if he stood aside with a wet towel, wiping his hands. "Mrs. Xie, Mr. Jiang, 2 titles, choose the one you like." Feng Liu understood that Jiang Nan was different from her. Xie Qingzhou got into the car and asked Xiao Zheng, "What is she doing?" Xiao Zhang gave him an answer in 3 minutes. Madame returned to the company from the community hospital, along with young Master Zhou Qian. Chapter 26, Rice. Xie Qingzhou twirled his fingers and smiled. "Oh, like that?" Xiao Zheng's heart thumped and glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "It's not allowed to be liked by others if you don't like it yourself? Or jealous?" Xiao Zhang couldn't judge, didn't hold back and said, "Such a long gash on Madame's hand. If you found out, where would there be young Master Zhou to offer his attentions?" "Xie Qingzhou, are you thinking of changing jobs?" Xiao Zhang turned his head. "I'm anxious na. Young Master Zhou Qian is making every effort to chase after Mrs. You also gave him a chance. Mrs. is really good. Don't want you to miss her." He didn't answer, twiddling his fingers without stopping, and it was several moments before he added, "You're going to run an errand." Jiangnan's palm was coated with medicine and bandaged, but the slightest not-so-gentle pain was quite annoying. Yang Ji asked her if Feng Liu's endorsement was still a success. Jiang Nan remembered what Xie Qingzhou said, "You should learn how to be a good president, not professional at all." He's right. In the company, nothing personal. Those slaps from her were a relief from the anger and the hate. If Feng Liu does not shoot because of this and breaks her contract, it will cause a huge loss to the company. "You go ahead and get busy with this. I'll figure out what to do." Yang Ji left. Jiang Nan took out the broken brooch from the drawer. His mood was torn, but he still dialed Xie Qingzhou's phone. She has to suffer the consequences of her actions. There is no one who is not aggrieved, no matter what position they are in. "Say," Jiang Nan took a breath. "If Miss Feng is still willing to see me, I would like to apologize to her." Her voice was devoid of emotion, clearly a choice made after calming down and weighing the pros and cons. She understands that if she wants to wear the crown, she must bear the weight. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the back seat of the car and had to admit that this wife of his was smart and bold. Not everyone could put aside their personal honor and disgrace. Besides, in this case, the fault was not hers. When he didn't speak, Gangnam added, "On your side, I owe you one," begging her husband to let her apologize to her mistress. Such a humiliating thing. Xie Qingzhou shouldn't have agreed, but he still opened his mouth and said, "Do anything, anything?" "Yes." Receiving her affirmative answer, Xie Qingzhou hung up the phone. Jiang Nan, however, let out a bitter smile, not knowing how he had stepped into such a pitiful situation. After work, Jiang Nan walked out of the office building, and Zhou Qian waved toward her. "Take you home." "Zhou Qian, I have a driver, but your chauffeur can't cook for you, and I want to keep my promise." But Zhou Qian, the young master, also does not know how to cook. After her family's kitchen was a mess, Zhou Qian ordered takeout. Nan, I'll learn to cook well," Zhou Qian assured as he cleaned up the kitchen. Jiang Nan, not one to strike out, responded, "Good." The doorbell rang, and Zhou Qian thought it was takeout and ran to open the door. When he saw Xie Qingzhou, he was confused. "Brother Zhou, why are you here?" Xie Qingzhou raised the dinner in his hand. "Your princess," not hurt her hand, to deliver the dinner. Zhou Qian smiled. "I forgot that Nan is your sister." Xie Qingzhou smiled without saying anything. Zhou Qian got out of the way and turned back to Jiang Nan. "Nan, Brother Zhou is bringing you food." When Xie Qingzhou stood in the entrance hall, he saw Jiang Nan's smile freeze on his lips. He really looked like a good brother and asked Jiang Nan with a smile, Jiang, aren't you happy to see me? Am I disturbing you?" Chapter 27. Calling Husband. Xie Qingzhou was conspiratorial, making Jiang Nan not know how to answer. "Brother Zhou, what disturbing or not? Nan will be embarrassed. I haven't chased her yet." Zhou Qian ran and said, "Xie Qingzhou, oh, my old." Jiang Nan, who was pouring water, knocked over his glass and looked at him nervously. Zhou Qian was puzzled and looked at Xie Qingzhou. "What?" Xie Qingzhou gave a low laugh. "My old sister. So hard to chase?" Zhou Qian scratched his head. Nan is exceptionally nice girl. I want her to get to know me well, and if I can, I want to marry her." Xie Qingzhou gave another, "Oh?" Gave a sound, looking at Jiang Nan with a smile or not. "Do I need to change my shoes?" He surveyed this house in Jiangnan. For bedrooms turned into one, the kitchen, study, and living room were interconnected. The design was bold, and the main color was white. The home was spacious and high class. "She's really quite aesthetically pleasing." Hearing her say no, Xie Qingzhou put the dinner he brought on the suspended island table that was integrated with the dining table. That moment is not hungry. First pad a pad. Zhou Qian was really attentive and considerate, opening the lunchbox. Just the sight of the food made him frown. Xie Qingzhou sat on the chair next to the island table. "What's the matter? You don't know that she likes spicy food?" His mom said that Gangnam is a non-spicy man. But she hurt her hand and avoided fishy spices. Zhou Qian explained. Xie Qingzhou didn't speak again. She stood on the other side of the island platform with her eyes hanging down, not looking at him and not speaking. Zhou Qian looked down at his phone. "The takeout will be here in 5 minutes. I'll wait at the elevator entrance to save time." Jiang Nan pulled Zhou Qian. "I'm not that hungry. It's okay, wait for me." Zhou Qian ran outside. Jiang Nan turned his back and asked him perfunctorily, "Coffee or tea?" Xie Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and got up, his body pressing up against her back, saying, "So unhappy to see me?" Jiang Nan's back tensed and reflexively went to break free. "Is this? Scared? Am I scared? Or are you crazy?" Gangnam gasped as his hand fumbled again. It reminded her of the same playful gesture he'd taken in the afternoon at the office to get her to give in. "Isn't the voice this low because you're afraid that Zhou Qian will hear it?" Jiang Nan was afraid that Zhou Qian would hear it, and she didn't want to hurt him in such a way. "Calling me while saying you owe me and saying you'll do anything. You reacted so strongly to my hug, you're insincere," he said as his handsome face rubbed the nape of her neck very intimately. "Xie Qingzhou, these are two different things. You let go of me first. Why should I lose you? You weren't happy when I ignored you before. Now that I've warmed up like this, don't you like it?" he said, flirting like, spoken like the truth. He was treating her like a new toy. He didn't like it much. He just hadn't played with it enough to allow anyone else to touch it. Jiang Nan was nervous. She was more afraid of Xie Qingzhou messing up than Zhou Qian seeing it. She's got a sense of shame. She's afraid of people seeing her mess. At this point, she didn't dare to play hardball with him, so she could only soften her voice. I like your passion. Can you let go of me first? Xie Qingzhou laughed and pinched her soft and thin waist. Like my passion? Willing to let me loose you? Jiang Nan sucked in a breath, thinking that he was doing it on purpose. Outside, the elevator dinged, and her scalp went numb, almost pleading with him to let go of her. For now. But Xie Qingzhou didn't listen. Instead, he intensified his efforts and moved his fingers upwards. Outside, Zhou Qian was thanking the delivery man. Jiang Nan was shaking. What the hell do you want? Call me husband and I'll let you go. Chapter 28 Transfers. Jiang Nan called out, and Xie Qingzhou didn't let go of her and just smiled at her. She knew he couldn't be trusted. She heard Zhou Qian's footsteps getting closer and her nose was sweating. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, still smiling, and bit her ear. So afraid that Zhou Qian knows that you are my wife? Jiang Nan was already nervous, and the fact that he nuzzled the ear bead made her shake a little. The moment Zhou Qian pushed open the door to his room, Xie Qingzhou slowly and methodically let go of his hand. Jiang Nan crouched by the island table, fastening the buttons that he had dislodged. Where's boat? South. Xie Qingzhou lowered his eyes and looked at her playfully. She is here. His pants leg was tugged before he changed his words. The fruit tray was accidentally spilled and is being cleaned up. Jiang Nan sighed in relief, just adjusting himself and smoothing his hair. Zhou Qian then came running and squatted down. I'll clean up. It's inconvenient for you. Xie Qingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the two men. He, as a husband, became redundant for a while. Shouldn't have helped her just now. Xie Qingzhou sat back in his original position and looked at Zhou Qian's attentive and unfailing manner. Is this the same guy who changes girlfriends a week? It's just that it's not fun to watch too much of it. You take good care of your princess. I'll leave first. Xie Qingzhou said, his eyes meaningfully falling on Jiang Nan's body for a while before leaving. Jiang Nan sank his eyes, not in a good mood. He was really quite funny, making a move on her while not caring. Really using her as a spice. Tease her when you feel like it, and when you're tired and drained, toss her aside. The moment the door to the room closed, Jiang Nan's heart fluttered. She lowered her head and absent-mindedly drank the kanji. Then spoke, Zhou Qian, for a while, let's not see each other, okay? Zhou Qian froze for a while before asking, is it something I did wrong? Jiang Nan shook his head. It's not bad. It's too good. So good that she couldn't bear to hurt him. We're friends. I don't feel comfortable with you like this. Don't let me go. He looked into her eyes sincerely and could see that she was a little sad. I'm not single yet. I know. Jiang Nan wondered. You're so pretty you won't be without a boyfriend. Last time you said you had something to deal with. I guessed it, you might have to deal with your feelings. That man doesn't want you, it's his loss. And I have a chance when I'm by your side. Zhou Qian was very honest after thinking about it. He added, the next time I come over, I won't be on my own. If a Ning is not there, I'll bring my cousin. Is that okay? Jiang Nan didn't know what to say for a moment. For the next few days, Zhou Qian brought his cousin Zhou to her, accompanied her to change the medicine, and would also send breakfast and dinner, not too much trouble at all. Gangnam has to work during the day and is also looking for someone to fix the brooch. But after asking several people, there was no way to fix it as good as new. Zhou Qian's cooking skills had slowly improved, and while he was in the kitchen, he heard what Jiang Nan was calling about. During dinner, Zhou Qian asked Jiang Nan and realized that she wanted to repair the brooch. The craftsmanship of this brooch looks simple, but there is a lot of ingenuity in it, and except for Mr. Nanxiu, ordinary people can't really fix it. Mr. Nanxiu, his old man is 88 years old. It's hard to invite him. It wasn't that Jiang Nan hadn't thought about him, except that finding someone was harder than fixing it. It's hard to invite him, so just let me try. If I can, then it's best. If not, I'll figure it out with you. Zhou Qian's words were really too much for Jiang Nan to refuse, and it was one more chance, so she nodded. Then let's split up. Chapter 29. In order to repair the brooch for Jiang Nan, Zhou Qian was very attached to it. All the connections that could be used were used, all in order to reach Mr. Nanxiu, for the sake of winning a smile from a beautiful woman. And this matter also spread in the circle. The most flirtatious Zhou Qian, for Jiang Nan collected heart, became a 24 filial piety boyfriend now. July Clubhouse. Susanna Song listened to the guys talking about it. Mahjong table Xie Qing Zhou nothing like a person. Focus on playing mahjong. Tonight his luck is extremely good. One Shinjin face are not good. A push cards. You love lost? Do not toss brother. Susanna Song made two noises. What nonsense? Your brother boat has lost his love? He's on top of it. Xie Qing Zhou played a 90,000 and laughed lightly. When did I get on top? No food delivery? Sent. Xie Qing Zhou recognized. That thing, it's not that well controlled, is it? Susanna Song hummed. The last time he played cards here, Susanna Song teased him about it. Said he was addicted or something or other. Tossing Gangnam to the hospital was nothing more than a result of drugs, and had nothing to do with either love or lust. Because of the brooch, Gangnam went to him, lying on the coffee table, and he didn't try to touch her that night. Thinking she was a beautiful vase, he was in complete control only if he teased her until she was out of control, even if she pouted in a sultry way. He felt that there was little point in doing such things without feelings. But when she braced herself to hum in his ear, he suddenly remembered how messy he had looked in his arms that night. It took him quite a long, cool shower to calm the abnormalities in his body. He now agreed with half of what Susanna Song had said, that it was not very controllable, especially when his own wife's reluctant and obliged condescending look could easily arouse a man's desire for conquest. The office building in East City where the gallery is open, I'll use one to swap with you? Xie Qing Zhou brought up business. Susanna Song looked at him. You're not going back to Shay? Never wanted to go back to Shay in the first place. Change or not? Change, Sango has spoken. What can I say? The door to the private room was pushed open and Zhou Qian hurried in, messing up a few of his thoughts. Shinjin, did you once ask Mr. Nanxiu to customize a pair of rings? Shinjin nodded. There was such a thing. But this pair of rings was ordered for Xie Qingzhou. His brother wants to give the ring to his heart. This is quite secretive. How did Zhou Qian know about it? Would you mind getting in touch with Mr. Nanxiu for me? I don't recognize. Shinjin's foot was kicked, so he looked at his brother, looked at him eerily, and then nodded his head towards him. Okay. I'll help you get in touch. You want to fix the brooch for Jiangnan? Zhou Qian nodded. Yes. I also know that it's quite complicated to find Mr. Nanxiu. Haven't you always wanted that piece of land in the West City? I'll give it to you at a low price. Shin does. The top one's here. Zhou Qian. Wake up first. Do you know that Jiangnan is not single? I know. But she's not in a good place with his date. I think they're breaking up. Gangnam said that? Sung Sanjorn knew to arch his fire. She didn't say that, I could feel it. She said deal with her personal matters and we'll talk about later. Doesn't that mean I should wait? When she breaks up, I'll marry her. Zhou Qian had it all planned out. Song Susanna knew, Zhou Qian, Jiangnan can't be separated. Why? The dog man senses she's good. Don't you believe me? Ask your brother Boat. Boat. Who is that dog man? Chapter 30. Difficulty. The mahjong in Xie Qingzhou's hand knocked on the mahjong table very rhythmically one by one. Thud, thud, thud. A slightly dull voice made Zhou Qian uncomfortable. Brother, Nan is your sister. If she's not happy, you're not happy either, are you? She's not happy? The bottom of Xie Qingzhou's eyes were full of cool air. She said that? He said he wanted him 3 years ago, and then drugged and slept with him when he wanted a divorce. Now you're saying you're not happy? Gangnam is pretty hard to get. Shinjin knew his brother too well and was already angry. He pulled Zhou Qian outside. If you want Jiangnan to feel better, you won't say another word. Zhou Qian frowned. What do you mean? Xie Qingzhou threw the mahjong in his hand on the table. Zhou Qian, you want to know who that man is? I can tell you. Zhou Qian turned around. Who is it? How pointless to tell you like this. I'll have to get Gangnam's permission to wait for my notice as well? Good. Shin does. Dragging Zhou Qian to the outside of the box. Aren't you the one who repaired Jiangnan's brooch? Why are you asking about that man? Zhou Qian's eyes turned red. You and Solve knew who that man was. You don't have a future with Gangnam. She didn't tell you about that man because she didn't want to hurt you. Zhou Qian lowered his eyes. I've never liked someone so much. Staying by her side and doing nothing makes me so happy that I want to smile. The brooch thing, you give me a solid bottom. The brooch can be as good as new, Shinjin said. It was because Xie Qingzhou and old Mr. Nanxiu were friends who had forgotten years. Good. Then I don't care about the rest first. I want to fulfill what I promised her. Zhou Qian gave the brooch to Xinjun. Please. Xinjun returned to the box and kicked Song Susanna Ji. Are you sick? What's the fire arching? A quasi-ex versus quasi-incumbent is cool to think about. Xia Qingzhou opened the jewelry box, looked at the sparsely broken brooch, and touched his chin. Brother. Back when you ordered the ring. I told Zhou Yung to put the word out. Is to lure Gangnam over. She would have sent troops instead. Xia Qingzhou hummed and laughed. But this was quite interesting. Suddenly, he was looking forward to the way Jiangnan would blow up when he learned that the brooch had fallen back into his hands. Jiangnan waited for his mom to fall asleep before going home. Walking out of the elevator, he saw Xia Qingzhou who was leaning against the door smoking. She really felt a wave of suffocation coming over her. She fingerprinted the lock and tried to get in when he pulled her back. Put my fingerprints in too. Jiangnan laughed softly. Why should I take your fingerprints in? You don't go home. I'll accommodate you. What a nice thing to say. Jiangnan sighed and asked him very seriously. Xia Qingzhou, what exactly do you want? Give you the life you want. It was indeed the life she had once wanted. He knows everything and everything, but gave it when she didn't want it. Jiangnan sneered. I just want a divorce now. Don't think about it. He refused, but said in a gentle tone. Put my fingerprints in. Jiangnan, directly into the door, Xia Qingzhou followed. She was changing her shoes in the entrance hall. There were men's slippers in the shoe cabinet. He picked them up and looked at them. They were his size, new and unworn. A couple's model with the ones on her feet. When did you buy it for me? Jiangnan didn't want to talk and went to change his clothes. She went to the bathroom, opened the door, and saw Xia Qingzhou soaking in her bathtub, still drinking her wine, which could be a cozy getaway. Who told you to use it? She was upset. Xia Qingzhou half leaned back to look at her. You've slept with me, the bathtub still divides you and me? Gangnam. She went to the outside bathroom, took a shower, and went to bed. Wrapping his waist around the man's arm, Xia Qingzhou pressed against her back and kissed the back of her neck. Jiangnan felt itchy and disgusted. Get up! Xia Qingzhou didn't get angry. Instead, he played with a strand of her hair with great interest for a long time before saying, The robe and pajamas are couple style. It's not a pity if I really leave? Jiangnan's body stiffened. She used to really look forward to her married life with him. Shoes in the shoe closet, clothes in the closet, all evidence. There's nothing to be sorry about when you don't like it anymore. Jiangnan turned his back. Xia Qingzhou laughed and squeezed her shoulders to make her face him. You don't like me because you like Zhou Qian? Chapter 31. It has nothing to do with Zhou Qian. Jiangnan didn't want to involve anyone else. Then I'm confused. Why did you drug me if you wanted a divorce so badly? Would you believe me if I said I didn't? Unbelievable. Then it's over. She twisted her body and stopped looking at him. Xia Qingzhou was not satisfied with her attitude and covered her body, his hand burrowing into her pajama pants. Jiangnan struggled, but Xia Qingzhou could always easily make her unable to move. She gave up. Yu Jian corpse. Xia Qingzhou kissed her neck and laughed out loud, propping up his body to look at her stubborn and seductive appearance under the halo yellow light strip. I don't do things by force when you take the initiative. In your dreams, there won't be a time for that. She covered herself with the covers in annoyance. Xia Qingzhou. This is thinking he has nothing to hold her on. Look at the arrogance. It was just 6 o'clock the next day when Gangnam's cell phone rang. Something urgent came up at the company and she dealt with it while getting up. It also woke up Xia Qingzhou, who was lying on the bed with his arm on his pillow, watching her busy but not getting up. Jiangnan packed her bags for the business trip before she said to him, When you leave, remember to close the door. Xia Qingzhou leaned against the head of the bed, curled up one leg, and asked, No more. What else? Xia Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, hanging on to him like an octopus for a night's sleep and waking up so merciless. Traveling for a few days? Not sure. Not sure? You don't want to tell him, do you? When you get back. Jiangnan always felt that his words, waiting for you to come back, were very meaningful. She didn't think about it too hard. She had to make a trip to the North City. A strategic partner had a problem with a channeler and she had to fix it. That night, Xia Qingzhou came with a WeChat. Zhou Qian asked who the dogman who broke up with you was. How do I answer? Jiangnan thought he was sick and didn't bother. 2 days later, she received a photo of the repaired brooch from Zhou Qian. Jiangnan didn't expect it to be repaired so quickly and was very happy. I'll join you for dinner at Sea City tonight. Firstly to thank you, and secondly because there's something I want to say to you. It was best for her to tell Zhou Qian in person about her affair with Xie Qingzhou. No. Tonight Xin does want to thank Mr. Nansho, and I want to go over and thank him in person. Jiang Nan's heart immediately rose with a bad feeling. The brooch is Mr. Nansho that Xinjun helped find? Right? Gangnam. After calling Xinjun, he realized that Mr. Nansho's friendship with Xie Qingzhou. She remembered the sentence Xie Qingzhou said, "There will be a time when you take the initiative." At this time, Xie Qingzhou was accompanying Nansho in strolling around the governor's mansion. "Boat, what is the owner of this brooch to you?" Xie Qingzhou was at a loss as to what to say about his relationship with Jiang Nan for a long time, and replied, "It's not someone of any importance. It doesn't matter. You asked for my help?" Xie Qingzhou laughed lowly and had to answer, "My wife's brooch." Nansho was very happy for this young man, back then, in order to let him make a proposal ring for his sweetheart, but he was made to do it for a whole year without a single complaint. He was touched. "Bring out your lover sometime and I'll see what kind of woman makes you that sincere." "I haven't found her yet, and naturally the ring hasn't been given away." Nansho was stunned and patted his hand. "You were born in the Xie family. There are some things that you can't make up your own mind after all. I'll let you say all the good and bad things. I'll spare you the good words, and I'll say the bad ones. How do you choose between your wife and the person of your heart? The Heartlander is my light and I will never forget her and would give anything to see her again. As for him and Gangnam, they'll be divorced after a while." After inviting Nansho to the banquet, Xie Qingzhou returned home and saw Jiang Nan, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. "Luggage is beside the wind. Back." Jiang Nan's heart tightened when she saw the brooch box cupped in his hand. "You're counting on me." Xie Qingzhou didn't deny it. He sat down, his long legs spread wide like last time. "Take it off, sit up." Chapter 32 Letters. Jiang Nan looked at Xie Qingzhou, who was leaning on the sofa. His face was really good-looking, as stunning as it was when I first saw him at 19. Only the 30-year-old Xie Qingzhou doesn't have the slightest shadow of what he had back then. And even when he's smiling, he looks like an asshole. Jiang Nan took a breath and walked over. Xie Qingzhou was satisfied with Jiang Nan's attitude. His hands naturally rested on both sides of the sofa, sitting in a lazy posture. Jiang Nan loved basic clothes, today's black sweater as well. She wore a pearl necklace on her slender neck, with a pair of black wide-legged pants, very commuter, but with an indescribable temperament and flavor. He narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at her thin waist, which he'd seen, very white with very defined lines, and touched very soft. Jiang Nan stood before him as he rolled the knot in his throat and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt. Only, the red-eyed sitting on top of him he expected from her didn't happen. Jiang Nan pounced on him, fuming and hitting him. "Dog, what do you take her for? Take it off and sit up. Is she a G? What a blind way to like him and love him." Xie Qingzhou was momentarily off guard, and his neck was viciously grabbed by her. This Mrs. C, I guess, wasn't much of a fighter, and in 3 or 2 strokes he was overpowered and held down on his lap. Jiang Nan's arms were secured behind his back, and she had to brace herself against him. Xie Qingzhou was nasty. He sat up straight and squeezed her wrist so that she had to stick close to him. "You asshole, get lost." Jiang Nan scolded. He wasn't annoyed at all, was grinning, enjoying the sensations brought on by the friction of her 2 bodies as she struggled. Jiang Nan was really mad. "Why are you like this? Jiang Nan, you are not reasonable, you do not listen, do not keep promises, let you move back, do not see you things, let Feng Li you endorsement, you hit the people this person's temperament can be, to give you food, but also accommodated in your side of the residence, to give you so much opportunity, you ignored me, can only be used in this way to let you go home." As he said this, one hand rubbed over her waist socket, and Jiang Nan only felt an unspeakable tingle cut through her entire body. She didn't say anything, only glared at him with red eyes. "Why don't you mention that Feng Li Yu dropped the brooch? To say and do so much is to avenge the death of his beloved child." Xie Qingzhou's hand that was touching her waist pulled her legs and made her straddle his waist. Jiang Nan's nose was sore and aching. He came over and bit in her ear, whispering, "It's really not that I'm counting on you. Those words you said to let you do whatever you want, I didn't even count them with you. It's that you've forgotten yourself. The implication is that she is to blame for all this. Stop disobeying me and take it off," he said again, his voice dangerous and intimidating. Jiang Nan's body couldn't help but tremble. With the brooch in his hands, she'd have no choice but to behave. She closed her eyes, opened them again, looked him straight in the eye and asked, If I take it off and do it, will I get the brooch? I suppose so? Jiangnan laughed. His wrist broke free from his palm. That means there's a possibility that it won't be given. Let's get right to the point and come to the point. Xie Qingzhou leaned the back of his neck against the back of the sofa. Sound, signaling her to continue. You again to send food, and go to my house to accommodate me, that warmth and like a different person, not just want to do it. Xie Qingzhou couldn't deny that he missed her body. You can't have fun if I'm not willing or lying still, can you? He couldn't help but laugh. Jiangnan, you're a lot more interesting than I thought. A lot. He expected Jiangnan to learn that the brooch was back in his hands. And indeed, as he expected, it had blown up. It would have been tedious if she had pouted obediently, as she had last time instead. You see, this kitten has a heart. And, he asked, getting really interested, you give me the brooch and I'll play with it any way you want, and willingly. Xie Qingzhou shook his head. The brooch is given to you, you ran away, what do I do? First follow me? Give it to you tomorrow. I can't trust you either. Jiangnan got up from him and sat to the side. There is no trust between the two families and they actually negotiated over that. That's funny. Xie Qingzhou was not in a hurry, slowly biting into a cigarette. Then when you trust me, we can talk again? Jiangnan really wanted to kick him to death. But he had the brooch and she was taken to death. She exhaled. I have another way. Xinzhen came to the villa at number 6 Wudong Road. Xie Qingzhou's legs were folded, sitting on the light brown sofa and smoking, and his neck seemed to have a scratch. Jiangnan sat on the single sofa with his hands on his chest, and the atmosphere was floating in the ambiguity that could not be dispersed, but it was also weird. You take this and give it to Zhou Qian. Xinzhen held the brooch box and was confused. Isn't this for sister-in-law? Why give it to Zhou Qian? Go when I tell you to go. So many words. Xie Qingzhou said coldly. Xinzhen, oh. The call to get him here was to give the restored brooch to Zhou Qian. After handing it over to Zhou Qian, have him make a call to your sister-in-law. Xie Qingzhou emphasized the word sister-in-law very heavily. After Xinzhen left, Xie Qingzhou looked at Jiangnan, who looked at her through the green smoke. Her way so nice. I don't believe that he can't be trusted, even if he compromised and said to give it to Xinzhen. She didn't agree, so she believed Zhou Qian. Satisfied? Xie Qingzhou asked. Jiangnan's thick and dense eyelashes fluttered, then looked at him and said, very satisfied. Xie Qingzhou hummed and laughed, his eyes looking her up and down. I hope that you in a while satisfy me as well. Jiangnan didn't answer and averted his eyes. From here to Shenzhen Na, how to be half an hour, the two people who do not give anyone a good face, so the posture of emotionless against each other. Finally, her phone rang. Jiangnan only felt a cold line of sight fall on her, making her uncomfortable. She ignored it and gently picked up the phone. Hello, Zhou Qian. Nan, do you have time tomorrow? Why don't I go deliver your brooch? Jiangnan also somehow felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. With Xie Qingzhou, how did it come to this? Let's do it tomorrow night after I get off work and treat you to dinner. Jiangnan retrieved his thoughts and said. Xie Qingzhou listened to her warmly inviting other men to eat. When he died, he got up and walked toward her, pinning her against the single couch. Jiangnan sucked in his breath and was busy speaking into the phone. Zhou Qian. First, I'm hanging up. Talk. Keep talking. He cocked a brow and rubbed her chin, ignoring the discomfort caused by his touch. Jiangnan met his gaze and said, here or back to the room? Here first, he said, pinching her waist and sitting her down on her body, sitting himself where she had just been. Jiangnan had done the thought construction, but when she really went to do it, she was still nervous. She took off her sweater back to unbutton, but how could she not open it? Xie Qingzhou didn't move, so he looked at her with his eyes downcast. She was so ashamed that, with her buttons open, she raised her eyes and asked him, may I go to my room? It's too bright in here. She couldn't let go, even though she knew the maid's aunt wouldn't be in the parlor again. Xie Qingzhou stared at her expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Jiangnan knew that's where he wanted to be, and he had this look on his face when she said she'd take the brooch to Zhou Qian. With difficulty, she threw the small piece on the floor and crouched in his arms, going to kiss his neck. In this moment, she was no different from those who pleased their guests. Xie Qingzhou lowered his eyes and saw the white jade-like back. And again, such a posture is really unbelievable. The cell phone rang again, startling Gangnam. Xie Qingzhou touched her cell phone, looked at it and said, it's Zhou Qian. Jiangnan only felt dizzy. She tried to reach for her phone, but he held it up. Go on. Untie me. Her hands trembled on the waistband of his bathrobe, the buzzing vibration of her cell phone irritating her eardrums. And she looked at him almost pleadingly, hoping he wouldn't answer it. He couldn't get the strap of his robe halfway down, and the moment she looked down, she heard him say, "Hello." Chapter 33 Putty Repair. Jiang Nan's scalp went numb, and her subconscious reaction was to run. Xia Qingzhou grabbed her and smoothly pressed her onto the coffee table. The cold touch that stung Jiang Nan couldn't help but tremble, and tears rushed straight to his eyes. She didn't understand why Xia Qingzhou was treating her like this. Humiliate her like that. Xia Qingzhou kissed her back and his cell phone snapped on the coffee table. Jiang Nan covered his mouth, not daring to let himself make a sound for fear of being heard by Zhou Qian. Xia Qingzhou, very hard to play with the body, biting her back lips, fell behind her ear. Low. Call out. Not everything with me, Jiang Nan didn't want to owe him, but she tried hard, and she really couldn't do it. Xia Qingzhou was annoyed by her lack of cooperation. He flipped her over and held her arms down above her head so that her body had to open up. Jiang Nan's nose was sore. Tears flashed in her eyes, but she still bit her lip to keep quiet. He had a momentary moment of intolerance, but the way she was half lying on the coffee table, her long hair casually scattered, like a seductive demon, washed away that momentary moment of intolerance. It wasn't as fun as expected when it all happened. Xia Qingzhou pressed close to her body and breathed in her ear. Is this willingness? What's the difference between you and fraud? He dropped her, picked up the bathrobe he'd tossed aside and pulled it on, ready to go. Jiang Nan closed his eyes. He really did look like a John with this look. With nowhere to hide, she hugged herself and crouched on the floor, unable to hold back the question in a shaky voice. Why? Xia Qingzhou's footsteps lurched, inclined his head, staring at her bloodless face for a long time. Why? You have more in your heart than anyone else. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. She was really redundant to ask. Or her drugging thing. Xia Qingzhou hated her for dirtying him and took revenge on her. She can be really stupid. He sent a meal, accommodation to her home. Said a few sweet words. She forgot. He said, Jiang Nan, you want to play? I will play with you. It's just for fun. It doesn't matter where you are or what position you're in. When Xia Qingzhou saw her crouching there out of concentration, he was annoyed and pulled the thin blanket on the sofa and threw it onto her, turning around and walking away. He'd had a few drinks during the night, and by the time Joe was picking him up, he'd been smoking several cigarettes on the side of the road. In his 30 years, he had never been so graceless as to tear a woman's dignity to shreds and throw it on the ground, and Jiang Nan was the first. When he left the house, Gangnam was still crouching there, all broken. The night wind was bitter, and Xia Qingzhou's mind became more and more irritated. Xiao Zhang had just parked his car when his boss's cold eyes landed on him. You crawled here. Zhou Yung. It only took him 10 minutes to get here from his house, and that's too slow? Looking at this all fire, he did not dare to say more, but toes think, also know that as the wife of the family is not as pleasing and well-behaved as before. His mouth does not say, but the heart is not willing to accept. The car drove out for a while before Xiao Zhang asked, to the old mansion or the hotel? No one answered. Zhou was looking in the rearview mirror and just watched his boss holding the ring in his hand in a daze. Does that person really exist? Xia Qingzhou's throat knots rolled. Does it not exist? So, who was the person he embraced and kissed so many nights ago? Even if it was his dream alone. And who was that who clung to him and lay in the crook of his arm? How could it not exist when he had owned one? I'm sure she, like I'm looking for her, is waiting for me. Zhou was hearing this and his heart sank for him. As long as there was the slightest clue related to that man, no matter the distance, no matter what he was doing, he would go out of his way to check it out himself. But it's been 5 whole years of searching. Could she have been in that fire? No. Xia Qingzhou interrupted him. The ring clutched tightly in his palm. His eyes fell on the window for a long time. Xiao Zhang. The smell on her. 3 years ago I started to not remember. If she doesn't show up again, what am I going to do? Zhou was looking at him again and sighed. Before that, the couple was separated and had no intimacy. Nowadays, the two often cross paths, and Jiang Nan is so beautiful. Boss, it's actually hard not to be impressed. Isn't it? It's too hard. Jiang Nan had a particularly bad night's sleep this night. When she woke up the next day, her eyes were swollen. Yesterday, she picked up her cell phone and realized that there were no calls at all, and that Xia Qingzhou was deliberately trying to scare her. But she also realized that if she didn't make it clear, he wouldn't mind letting Cho Kin hear what she called it. So, when Jiang Nan wanted to go get the brooch, he wanted to break it off with Zhou Qian. His true heart, she failed after all. She went downstairs and the maid had already made breakfast. "Mistress, you're back. Does the room still need to be cleaned?" The commotion in the living room yesterday was not small. Auntie Shui didn't come out in her room and guessed what was going on. But seeing that she had been cold with Xie Qingzhou for 3 years and didn't know the follow-up, she simply asked, "Clean it up." Xie Qingzhou didn't treat her as a wife. She couldn't sleep in the master bedroom. When Auntie Shui was busy going, Jiang Nan received a call from Ning. Ning exploded like a war and started scolding Xie Qingzhou again. "Not divorced. That dog thing went to Feng Liu's place to spend the night again." "What do you mean?" "He'd rubbed her for a long time last night. She was stiff as a rock, and it made sense that that half-formed, half-unfinished one didn't give him relief, and it made sense that he'd seek out his heart in the second half of the trip." Ning went back to Haichang and Jiang Nan asked her to help move. Ning got even more angry. "You don't think he's dirty? Dirty, suffer it too. If she does not listen, Xie Qingzhou has some ways to force her to give in. Rather than so, why not cooperate a little? She suffered less but also allows him to have the pleasure of revenge, early tired of her." However, Jiang Nan was meeting Zhou Qian, and he said to her, "Nan Nan, that dog man promised to separate from you." Chapter 34. Rehabilitation Revised. Jiang Nan had a questioning look on his face and pondered for a while before saying, "You don't even know who that man is. So how did you know that we were going to be separated?" "Boat called me and told me," he said. "I'll tell you this so you'll understand." But Zhou Qian is very confused and asked, "Which man does not want to break up with you? Boat brother to help you talk about it, before agreeing to separate? Is that what it means?" Jiang Nan was unable to return to his senses for a while. Didn't he tell her to move back? Now it is through Zhou Qian's mouth that he informs her that he agrees to the divorce. Jiang Nan didn't expect him to get tired so quickly. Yeah, well, it's no fun with her. It was still Feng Liu who was powerful. One night of pacifying him made him change his mind. The discomfort in Jiang Nan's heart only lasted for a few seconds before she accepted it. She was really quite happy to be divorced and not have to spend time with him. But Anning at the dinner table blushed in embarrassment. "Hurting you? He can be a real setup, haha. What is this? Playing with her? Sleep at night, kick during the day? There is no man more scummy than Xie Qingzhou. Zhou Qian. It's still you. Putting Jiang Nan in your heart. This time, the meal, but also afraid of Jiang Nan difficult. Let her come as a light bulb. In the future, don't bring me along when you eat with your Rouge Princess." And Ning said, hoping that Zhou Qian would make Jiang Nan happy. "Princess Rouge, isn't it time to consider letting him turn early?" She was quite afraid today that Jiang Nan would tell him the truth and hurt Zhou Qian. For now, consider Xie Qingzhou to have done a good deed. "Nan Nan, will I be converted?" Zhou Qian was still thinking about how to teach that dog man a lesson for her. And now the band ran off on a tangent, waiting for her answer with anticipation. "We can try." On the dining table, Zhou Qian wanted to hug her, but was afraid of scaring her. He more or less failed to restrain himself, and eventually pressed his hands hard on the table. Jiang Nan couldn't help but smile, and Ning held her forehead. "Zhou Qian, did you really change your girlfriend a week before? Look at you now. You look like a brat who's never been in love." Zhou Qian heard Ning say this. The desire to survive is very strong. Very sincere to Jiang Nan said, "Nan Nan, I used to I'm too ridiculous, but I'm changing. I want to have only you in the future. Do you believe me?" Jiang Nan nodded. "I'm sure." Zhou Qian looked at Jiang Nan for a long time and moved his lips, but he didn't say anything else. He thought to himself that he was really finished, completely planted in the hands of Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan picked up the brooch. It was still early, so he went back home and gave it to his mom. Qin Shuang held to the brooch and couldn't hold back her tears again. Jiang, I miss your father so much." Hearing this, Jiang Nan was so sniffled that he could only hug his mom tightly. Qin Frost finished crying, pinned the brooch to her chest and asked her daughter, "Does it look good?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Very, very beautiful. It really suits you then. It's worthy of being designed and customized by Dad for you. This brooch is also beautifully named Fontainebleau. My parents settled in that city and the brooch was named after it." Qin Shuang held the brooch and leaned into her daughter's arms. Jiang, I thought this brooch had burned away in that fire, but I didn't expect it to be so intact. How could it be? This is Dad's love for you, it won't burn away. Jiang Nan said, but remembered that when she saw the brooch during the auction preview, There was no trace of any damage having been done. There is also no record of any restoration other than this one to Mr. Nanshu. Why was the brooch, which should have been in the fire, intact? Jiang Nan had doubts and was afraid that his mom would be further irritated, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. He waited at home for his mom to fall asleep before Jiang Nan went back with Ning. Hearing that she was going back to Xie Qingzhou's house, Ning was puzzled. He's leaving, so there's no need to go back, right? Let's go back first, after all. He didn't say so himself. What if he changes his mind? The fact that she lived there also made him say nothing. Jiang Nan lived in Sycamore Road 6 for nearly a week. Xie Qingzhou did not return, and the two did not contact each other. This made Jiang Nan feel as if the relationship between the two was back to the old days. The news about him and Feng Liu still hangs on the internet, and she waits for him alone in the big empty house. Unlike in the past, she wasn't expecting him to come home and was certain he wouldn't change his mind. But Jiang Nan didn't ask him when he was going to pull the divorce papers. She didn't want to make a fuss and put the initiative in his hands. On Sunday, Zhou Qian asked her to go to a creative Sichuan restaurant for dinner. Just as she entered, Zhou Qian was waiting for her with a large bouquet of roses, still of the Rouge Princess variety. Thanks. Jiang Nan took the flowers and smiled towards Zhou Qian. Do you have to send flowers every time you see me? That must be, the rituals must be in place after all. I'm the boyfriend who's going to turn soon. Zhou Qian hemmed and hawed, still keeping his distance from her. That careful look made Jiang Nan feel quite heartbroken. Wait a few more days and we'll hold hands, after the divorce papers are pulled. Hearing this, Zhou Qian didn't hold back and reached out to rub Jiang Nan's face. Why are you so nice? By the time we got to the box, the food was already served. Jiang Nan was eating, so Zhou Qian rested his cheeks and stared at her with unblinking eyes. Aren't you going to eat? I'm afraid you'll run away. I don't even believe it's true. Zhou Qian said. He really didn't think that Jiang Nan would really want to start with him. Nanami, why would you believe me? Trust you, to be serious about me? Zhou Qian nodded. Yes, I asked you if you trust me, and you said yes without hesitation. If it was my father, he would have said, I trust you, hammer. Jiang Nan put down his chopsticks and looked at him seriously. Zhou Qian was quite handsome. Otherwise, he couldn't be the playboy in the city that people missed. Zhou Qian, you used to have yellow hair. I used to run into you a few times. You were always hanging around, and when we watched the seagulls together, your hair was dyed black. Now looking much more dignified than before. A white t-shirt over a brown leisure suit is quite stylish. Just because I color my hair, you believe me? Jiang Nan nodded his head. Yes, starting from the beginning. Aren't you afraid that this is my means of coaxing women after all? I've had super many women before. Zhou Qian said, hoping that she would think clearly. His history was dark and lousy. The way you treat me carefully is a lot like when I like someone else. Jiang Nan also confessed. Zhou Qian didn't quite dare to hold her hand. His fingers gently touched on the back of her hand. You believe in me. Then I won't let you down. I'll be worthy of you. Xie Qingzhou is not ready to return to Xiez. The company is still under renovation. The business kept him so busy that he stayed at the hotel. Occasionally, when he was idle, he would look at his cell phone, and there were no incoming calls from Jiang Nan or WeChat messages from her. Before, she wasn't like this. Not being in a city in the same time zone, she would know the weather over there, bring an umbrella when it rains and add clothes when it's cold. She didn't do a lot of things like that. Now, the divorce and not calling to ask him about it. Qiao Zhang, holding a stack of documents, passed by Xie Qingzhou's side. Looking at his WeChat chat interface as Jiang Nan, he did not know what he intended to do in his mind, opened his mouth and said, Mrs. Recently with the young master of the Zhou submarine can be close to the time to take the brooch to see once, and then yesterday to see once, a week to see twice. Xie Qingzhou wanted to make an appointment with Jiang Nan to get a divorce, but was interrupted by Qiao Zhang, who temporarily put away his cell phone. In the evening, he had a business dinner to attend. At the dinner, he ran into Zhou Qian's father. Father Zhou walks with a breeze, but he is happy. He asked and found out that Zhou Qian went to work in the company starting from the grassroots upwardly mobile. He's met the right girl and says he's going to marry her, and he doesn't deserve her without a career. Xie Qingzhou was not very comfortable in his heart when he heard this, but on second thought it's not necessary. The mistake of drugging himself to be with Gangnam, and when he finds his girl, tell her that she'll forgive him. It's nice not to tangle with Gangnam. Xie Qingzhou smiled. You've been hoping that he'd understand, and now you've gotten what you wanted? Zhou Qian didn't come with you outside to call his girlfriend. Qingzhou, You are your average age, you are the most promising, and he listens to you. I'm afraid that he can't hold out, you keep an eye on me more. Xie Qingzhou smiled and answered. After answering the call, he saw Zhou Qian sitting on the steps outside through the floor-to-ceiling window, typing a video. There was no telling what had been said, and the grin was grinning from ear to ear. Xie Qingzhou stood in the window and saw the swaying silhouette in the video, which was obviously not too clear to see, but it was so wonderfully moving. He turned to walk away, but ended up standing behind Zhou Qian. Jiangnan's voice is nice, gentle, and patient to talk to Zhou Qian. You first do not rush the business, the product, and the business line. You do not understand it. First let yourself become extremely professional before. Miss 1 billion is right. I must do my job to excellence, and what? Zhou Qian asked again, pressing on the people behind him. And Jiang Nan in the video, ambling on the table, did not know what he was writing. And when he raised his head to look over, he met a pair of cold and sharp eyes. She froze for a moment and opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Chapter 35. Zhou Qian also sensed something, froze and turned back, saw Xie Qingzhou and shouted, Brother Zhou. Xie Qingzhou's line of sight moved from Jiangnan's shocked little face to Zhou Qian's body, and with a faint smile hanging on his lips, he said, Feelings? Pretty good. He was a little embarrassed and said it was okay. In the video, Jiangnan spoke out again, Zhou Qian, you're busy. Let's talk about what you're asking about another day. Hanging up, Zhou Qian let out an oh sound, then tilted his head to look at Xie Qingzhou. You and Nan had a fight? Xie Qingzhou shook his head. No, why do you ask? It doesn't feel like your brother and sister at all. Oh? What's that like? A couple? Zhou Qian waved his hand. That's even less like it. If Nan is your wife, you're even stickier than me. I saw you several times, staring at her out of your mind. That night in the clubhouse, brother, you were also charmed, right? All right. Xie Qingzhou interrupted him. What do you know? He turned to leave and Zhou Qian chased after him. Brother, aren't you going to tell me who that man is? Xie Qingzhou looked at Zhou Qian stomping on his nose, slowly and methodically lit a cigarette and smoked it before asking him. You want to know who that man is? Why? I have a feeling that Nanami likes him a lot, knowing her enemy, and, of course, I'd like to know who's willing to let her go. Xie Qingzhou's heart clogged. Don't ask about this. Wait for her to tell you herself. He threw away his cigarette and went back to the party. Zhou Qian felt strange when he looked at his departing back. And at this moment, Jiang Nan's heart was poofing very fast. In the end, there was no divorce, and she was quite vain when she was caught playing video with Zhou Qian. She was kinda scared that his manly bad side would come up and clean her up. So, Jiang Nan didn't dare to go to sleep, so he went downstairs with his book and notebook in his arms, wanting to wait for him and ask him exactly what he meant. Only, she waited until it was 12 o'clock and he hadn't come back yet, and Jiang Nan, sleepy and not wanting to move, pulled the blanket over herself and slept on the couch. When Xie Qingzhou returned home, only the floor lamp was on in the living room. Under the cashmere blanket, the half of Jiangnan's exposed calves glistened, and she fell asleep on one of the pillows, her hair scattered, and only the tip of her reddish nose and slightly opened red lips could be seen even when she was quietly asleep. She was still so fresh and vivid that it was tempting to ogle. Xie Qingzhou withdrew his gaze and picked up a red notebook from the ground. He flipped it open and looked at it, not realizing that it was her remembering the book notes with the reading. All handwritten. Xie Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her again. It's not often these days that you have to write book notes and afterthoughts like this to read a book. Xie Qingzhou stared at her and looked at her for another half hour before he made a move to push her shoulder. Jiangnan made a sound. His sleepy eyes looked at him with some bewilderment. He moved his eyes away and asked coldly, Waiting for me? Jiangnan sobered up a few points and sat up embracing the blanket, busy explaining. I won't start with Zhou Qian as long as we don't get divorced. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything. He sat on the sofa diagonally across from him, his thoughts slightly confused. He wasn't happy when she didn't listen, disobeyed, and he was annoyed. He sighed, his finger rubbing the ring on his ring finger for a long time before he calmed down. I'll have my lawyer draw up an agreement in the next few days. Jiangnan's eyes were drawn to the ring on his ring finger. She didn't have a wedding ring with him. He now wore the ring on his ring finger. That meant that he had already recognized Feng Liu as that wife. Jiangnan thought he didn't care anymore, but his heart just suddenly hurt so much. I fell in love with him at the age of 19. It's been 7 years now. She felt reluctant for a moment, but when she thought about her 3 years, she told herself, don't negotiate, It's pointless. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Good. Xie Qingzhou stopped talking and just kept touching that ring. Not knowing what came to mind, he then shallowly curled his lips. That smile, it was from the heart, as if it made one's heart flutter just by looking at it. She exhaled, not wanting to see anyone else here but pining for someone else. You go to bed early. I'll go upstairs first. Xie Qingzhou. He was the only one left in the living room, and Xie Qingzhou's finger did not leave from the ring. Mr. Nanshu always said that his heart was sincere, but why was it as if she had disappeared from the world? He tried so hard he just couldn't find her. When Jiangnan went to work the next day, Aunt Shui said that Xie Qingzhou had left early in the morning. Avoiding embarrassment, Jiangnan felt quite good. She had been busy all day and was about to leave work when Gao Zhan, the head of the trading company, came over. You came back from the North City last time and said that the channel trader said that there was a problem with receiving our goods. So don't worry about it first. Just leave her out to dry, and Mr. Su is here. Jiangnan's fingers rubbed his brow. Su Jiao really couldn't carry it off. The cause of the matter is very simple. Xie's side of the industrial park, there are trading companies to do import and export business. There is also a quite professional and large multi-category product supply chain. Jiao Su is a channeler for strategic partner Chen Xiao. Su Jiao privately printed Chen Xiao's branded packaging to go with the goods. Because the two people have a good personal relationship, and there are interests involved, do not want to tear their faces, Chen Xiao just find her to help solve this problem. Originally, this is Su Jiao is not right. As long as Chen Xiao wants to sue her, a lawsuit is accurate. Su Jiaoqi has no place to spread, has been saying that there are problems with the goods supplied. She ignored it, and this came to her to seek justice. I don't have time for this, you're on your own. Ray pulled the strings. Lei is an old man in the trade circle, although it did not catch the wind of the online group buying, but the face is to give. Jiangnan went with Gao Zhan. Su Jiao was mild-mannered when she saw her. Mr. Jiang, I can look forward to you. You transferred away from Xie's trade. My goods Mr. Gao won't even send me. Mr. Su also said that I was transferred, and now on the industrial park side, they all listened to Mr. Gao. Su Jiao attentively poured tea for Jiangnan. I'm just confused. This is not for you to make amends. Jiangnan did not drink. Lei smiled. Xiao Jiang. Su Jiao has come so far. Give face, we still need to cooperate in the future. Jiangnan was silent for a moment, but he still gave Lei face and drank the tea. Dinner was just the four of them, and Su Jiao pulled Gao Zhan halfway through to talk about cooperation. Great quality goods? Tighten it up and give it to me? Jiangnan always felt that the sound of them talking was far away. She vaguely felt something was wrong and exhaled. I'm going to the restroom. Su Jiao looks at her with a smile and says to wait for her. When he reached the restroom, Jiangnan felt blackness in his eyes. She leaned against the wall, drained of energy that way. She turned on the faucet and doused herself with cool water, and still couldn't bring herself to wake up. A soft knock sounded on the door, and outside, Gao Zhan said, Mr. Jiang, I'll go downstairs to start a contract. Jiangnan tried to tell Gao Zhan not to go, but before he could go to the door, he fell to the ground. Not long after, Su Jiao called out to her again, saying that she was afraid that something would happen to her, so she came in. Jiangnan crooked on the floor of the restroom. Su Jiao panicked and helped her up. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? She had no time to speak before she was plunged into darkness. Chapter 36. Ex-husband. After Jiangnan passed out, Su Jiao bent over and shouted, Mr. Jiang. When she didn't respond, that's when he cupped her face and measured her. How could someone look so demonic and immortal? She, a woman, couldn't help but look at it a few more times. With such a beautiful face and such a proud figure, Su Jiao looked back at Lei Wang, who was 50 years old and had a blighted figure. It's so cheap. Hold on tight. I've already hidden the camera. I'll go wait outside for Gao Zhan. Don't let him come in and do something bad. After Su Jiao finished speaking, she walked outside while dialing the phone. Don't worry. This is a proper matter. You will be satisfied. Su Jiao was very relieved that Lei Wang was on his mind when Jiangnan first joined the industry. Hopelessly, Jiangnan stared at a stunning face and did not take advantage of it at all, instead killing like a desperate woman in the circle. Chairman Xie also pays extra attention to her, and even more so, no one dares to hit her. Lei Wang carried Jiangnan out of the restroom and threw him on the sofa. As he was taking off his pants, his cell phone rang. The unconscious Gangnam quietly opened his eyes and took the ashtray on the coffee table when he wasn't paying attention to the phone call. And shoot her in the face? What's this guy's grudge against Gangnam? If she gets a slap on the face, she won't be able to make a living anywhere, let alone Haicheng. Lei Wang hung up the phone with a few moments of hesitation in his heart. He only wanted to sleep with her. He didn't want to destroy someone so completely. He didn't listen after all, and just as he turned around, the heavy ashtray hit him in the face. You! Lei Wang didn't expect her to fake it, and the pain made him grimace. Instead of running towards the door, Jiangnan ran towards the dining table. When Lei Wang grabbed her arm, she gripped the dinner fork on the table and stabbed him hard in the shoulder. He still had pity on her. Such a beautiful and wonderful person. Hit her so hard, pissed him off. He looked fierce, slapped her in the face, and she was too drugged up to toss and turn, and now he wanted to squeeze her to death. Jiangnan fell on the dining table. Her eyes glazed over, grabbed her chopsticks again, and looked at him to stab him in the face regardless. She was fuming like crazy and kept him at bay for a while. Thunderwatch's head was cracked and a dinner fork was stuck in his shoulder, and the pain was so bad that he fell to his knees, dizzy. Jiangnan then ran towards the door. Luckily Su Jiao was not at the door. Her eyes were already blurry, and she braced herself to run outside while calling Gao Zhan. In the next room, out came a man. Jiangnan could no longer see him, which felt that the man's upright figure made her feel somewhat familiar. Before Jiangnan could get to his side, he fell to the ground and fell into a complete coma. Susanna Song hadn't even picked up the phone when a man fell beside him, making him freeze. There was something familiar about this long, dark, thick curly hair and this figure. Crouched down, ruffled a strand of hair. Why? It's a familiar face. Xia Qingzhou had his elbows propped up on the conference table and was listening to the report. WeChat messages came in and he ignored them. It's been here for days in a row and I haven't looked at my cell phone. Chao Zheng received a WeChat message from Susanna Song. What is Lao Xia doing? Chao Zheng secretly took a picture of a meeting in progress and sent it over. Susanna Song said, "Oh," and returned a few seconds of video. I won't bother him then. Joe was gonna read it later and accidentally clicked on it. Came the woman's faint but seductive voice. All the people in the meeting looked at the special assistant who was watching the movie while fishing. Xia Qingzhou turned around, not leaving any mercy at all. You want a woman? Qiao Zhang, who had been so embarrassed that he wanted to burrow into the ground, saw Jiangnan's face, so scared that he nearly dropped his cell phone, and came over with a grave expression on his face. Xia Qingzhou swept his eyes sullen. Face expressionless, he picked up his own cell phone and looked at a few photos sent by Song Susanna Ji, one of which, Jiangnan's face was swollen beyond recognition. Jiangnan was tied up by Song Esyunzhi with a towel stuffed in his mouth. She was particularly hard, an unnamed tingling all over her body that she couldn't control. Gao Zhan stood by the side, anxious. Mr. Song, what are you doing? Quickly send our Mr. Jiang to the hospital now. Song Susanna Ji sat on the single sofa with her legs folded, resting her cheeks, patiently explaining to Gao Zhan. Do you want to sleep with her? Gao Zhan frowned. Mr. Song, what are you talking nonsense about? I'm the one who's about to be Mr. Jiang's father. That's right. If we don't tie her up, and she screams and pounces on us, which one of us will be able to hold back? Solve Jorgensen supported his chin. Let's wait and see. Wait. Wait for what? Waiting for her husband. Waiting for what? Gao Zhan's red face was all shock. Mr. Jiang got married? Susanna Song gave a lazy glancing at the time on her cell phone, and then at a teary-eyed Jiangnan. The Xia Qingzhou can quite calm. Jiangnan was hot and uncomfortable. She couldn't care about anything right now. She even wanted Xia Qingzhou to come quickly. Song Susanna Ji waited for another 10 minutes and smiled before calling Xia Qingzhou. Say! Xia Qingzhou didn't seem happy. This was quite unexpected from Susanna Song. These days, Xia Qingzhou and Feng Liue are frequently in the headlines, and Xinjin concluded that the two are finished. That nonchalant, unhurried attitude really speaks for itself. I'm really bothering you. Sung Sanjorn knew to laugh. Take it to the hospital. What's the point of looking for me? Susanna Song gave an "Oh, okay. I'll look for Zhou Qian then." Jiangnan was so hot that he felt like he was going to be burned to death that way, and the only remaining sanity that remained was like a needle in his heart when he heard the phone call made by Susanna Song. He doesn't care about her. She told him to look for Zhou Qian. He wasn't meant to be a man who indulged in this. He's all divorced, so it's weird to care about her. Jiangnan was so uncomfortable that she couldn't help the tears falling from her eyes. When Susanna Song looked at Jiangnan, she thought that she was kind of pathetic. What's the point of loving that heartless thing? Carry on, let's go. Isn't her husband coming? Gao Zhan was all confused. Ex-husband now. Susanna Song corrected. The phone hung up, and Xie Qingzhou flipped through the meeting materials like nothing. Zhou was hearing everything, and couldn't help but say, "There's no divorce after all, is there?" Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything. Zhou was holding down the paper. "You have it backwards." Xie Qingzhou stared coldly at Xiao Zheng. "Married you because I like you and love you, right? Even if you don't like it and you're not ready to love it, but isn't it too hurtful?" He really couldn't look at it anymore and called Song Sanjornji to ask, "Which hospital did you go to?" "On the way to Zhouqian." Susanna Song said that he wanted to help Zhouqian. He looked back at Jiangnan in the back seat, still tied up, his wrists already rubbed red. She was extraordinarily quiet after listening to Xie Qingzhou's phone call. Only because of the drug's effect, she couldn't help but shake all over her body, and how she looked, how pitiful she was. And at this time Jiangnan was already in a daze. She vaguely heard Song Susanna Ji talking and calling out Zhou Qian's name. She thought that Zhou Qian was quite good, at least treating her well. Outside, it looks like rain is coming. The car had been traveling for who knows how long when it came to a stop. It was dark all around, and she couldn't really hear the sound of Gao Zhan and Susanna Song getting out of the car and talking to others. Not a moment later, the car door opened and the towel she had stuffed in her mouth was gently removed, the coolness of his fingers soothing her that she couldn't help but purr out again. She was ripped into a warm embrace, and Jiangnan unconsciously kissed his neck, shaking and saying anxiously, "Zhou Qian, you kiss me ah?" Chapter 37. Asking for it. He didn't kiss her or talk to her. It was dark and quiet all around, and all you could hear was the sound of raindrops hitting the car windows. Jiangnan's body is difficult and tied up. It is hard to wait until someone comes. There is no movement at all. Aggrieved sobs out. The cat-like sobs were like a feather sweeping over a man's heart in such a setting. In the darkness, the unreadable man's face was implacable and hard as he rolled her over and undid the tie that bound her wrists. All of his touches like this made her feel incredibly comfortable. She moved freely, climbed on top of him, hugged his neck, and said eagerly, "Zhou Qian, why don't you kiss me? Don't you like me anymore?" A humming laugh full of mockery resounded in the darkness, and the hard-to-please Jiangnan clung to him, rubbing around, then grunting and kissing him. The man in the darkness subconsciously tried to push her away, but the woman kissed without rules, like a hook, and the man's breathing was ragged as he pinched her waist and mumbled, "You asked for it." He took hold of the back of her neck and kissed her back heavily. The full rain hit the windows of the car with a messy sound in all directions. As Zhou Qian drove over, his headlights pierced through the rain and fog to hit the shaky and expensive car. "Zhou Qian," to call Song Susanna Ji. The windshield wipers kept going back and forth, and the car not far away was shaking more and more in the increasing rain. The phone picked up, but Susanna Song didn't speak. "You surprise me by watching people wild guns on this rainy night. Zhou Qian, are you a maggot?" Song Susanna knew with a sigh that when he informed him, Gao Zhan drove in the direction of Zhou Qian's house. Xie Qingzhou halfway cut off all "do not say," "This round should end it, this good's only to come, really eat sure cannot catch up with the hot, do not know blindly busy what do you know, I'm a good man now. Nan Nam recommended me a lot of professional books, I'm reading at home, I just finished taking notes." Susanna Song, he didn't know what to say for a moment. There's really no reasoning behind the chances people have with each other. "Zhou Qian, why don't you go over and see who's in the car? Help him break this sinful relationship and forget about it. It's less painful to pull out early, before you're in that deep." Zhou Qian said, "Ah, it's not appropriate for me to go over and watch, is it?" Some distance away, Zhou Qian looked at the brand new car, how it looked familiar. "Isn't that the new car you just brought back 2 days ago?" Zhou Qian confused. "What play ah? The car is not your woman, right? Your woman used your car with a man." Sung Sanjiorki exhaled and relented. "Yes, you helped me to see the adulterer. Husband? Sort of a favor for brother." "Great." Zhou was looking back at Susanna Song from the passenger side. "Isn't that a little too damaging?" "Damage? You are so unaware of your boss. Looking all proper and Thai and possessive." Zhou Qian knew that it was best to retreat. He suffered early and ended early. Jiangnan also suffered less. Although it was dark all around, Gangnam was comfortable. Her body was no longer in flames, but the person on top of her, tireless, was too much for her to handle. Thoughts cleared a bit, and she couldn't help but toss and turn softly as he moved. Making her blush, she really hadn't thought she'd scream like that. "Zhou Qian, lighten up." The words were followed by a man's tearing behind him. Until a beam of headlights shone over, she was nervous. But the man was more excited by the sudden excitement. Jiangnan's fingers pressed down on the car window, bearing the brunt of his more violent predation. Until the bright light came down on a tall man picking his umbrella. Casual pants, a black down jacket, and a black umbrella hid the man's face. The closer the other side got, the harder the man behind him got, and Gangnam cried out. When he exhaled with his face pressed against the window, he finally looked up at the other person's face. It was Zhou Qian. Jiangnan turned back in panic, meeting the man's scarlet eyes and seeing him clearly. "How come it's you?" Xie Qingzhou's jawline tensed. "It's me." So disappointed? Jiangnan swallowed and saw Zhou Qian come over. He stood in front of the car, raised his hand and knocked on the window. Chapter 38. Don't see each other again. Thud. Thud. Sounded like a knock on her heart. She knew that Zhou Qian couldn't see inside from the outside. But this look of hers, Gangnam was ashamed, nervous and uneasy. Perhaps it was because of the medication. Her mind was confused. But Xie Qingzhou's hand fell in front of her body, his chest pressed against her back, obviously extremely interested. Jiang Nan was a little unable to bear it and looked back at him pleadingly. Her hair was plastered to her cheeks, and her porcelain skin was tinted a tantalizing shade of scarlet. Jiangnan's eyelashes are extremely beautiful. I type happy long upward, around the eyes with a reddish halo. Ink eyes border is also due to this love affair dense, water mist limpid. Men couldn't resist a look like that, including him. It was the most tantalizing view he'd ever seen, and his throat rolled as he kissed her already sweaty neck. "Give me some of your goodwill and I'll send him away." Jiang Nan shuddered and pressed on again. Xie Qingzhou's eyes were incredibly deep as he clasped the back of her neck and kissed her deeply. He waited for her to go limp before he cradled her in his arms and sent Xiao Zheng a WeChat. Got rid of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian stood outside the car impatiently, knocked on the window 2 more times. "Come down. What kind of person you dare to touch? Don't you want to die?" Jiangnan lay on Xie Qingzhou's shoulder, listening to Zhou Qian's voice very close, and as if it was very far away all of a sudden. It was especially hard on her, and she didn't know if it was for him or for herself. Outside the car, Zhou Qian's cell phone rang. He picked it up and, not knowing what he heard, dropped his umbrella and ran in the direction of his car. Jiang Nan slightly glanced sideways and saw Zhou Qianyu's figure in the fog, getting farther and farther away. She didn't know what method Xie Qingzhou used to get rid of him. His fingers, falling on her back, one at a time like a tease and a pleasurable dance. "Go back to." As soon as she spoke, her cell phone buzzed, under the seat. She went to get the cell phone. Xie Qingzhou did not stop, just watched her back bend into a beautiful arc. Long hair scattered casually, making her skin look extraordinarily white, the wonderful body hidden, looking hot. The surrounding area was once again in darkness, and the corner of light from the cell phone screen was extraordinarily bright. The name, Zhou Qian, flashed on the screen. Jiangnan's eyes hurt. After adjusting her breathing, she picked up, "Hello. Nan, which hospital are you in? Does it hurt?" Jiangnan's tears fell at once. "I'm not in pain and I'm not in the hospital. Don't lie to me. Joe is sending me a picture of you getting beat up and I have to take care of you." His voice was urgent and worried, and it was hard for her heart not to soften. He was driving fast in the rain and fog. "Zhou Qian, are you driving? You pay attention to safety. Okay?" Xie Qingzhou pinched the back of her neck and pulled her into his arms before pushing her forward in a very nasty intrusion. She covered her mouth so she didn't scream. "Nanami, why don't you say something? Why are you ignoring me?" The body shook and accidentally grazed the car seat. It hurt. Her hand, not daring to move it from her mouth, could only twist her head back to look at him. But it was so dark around her that she couldn't see his expression, but she could practically feel his ferocity. "Hey, south." Xie Qingzhou was too hard, and her cell phone flung back down. Jiangnan wet eyes, watching the call seconds jumping, the handset, Zhou Qian weak, "Hello sound," and then called her name. "Nanami, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." She covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound, and Xie Qingzhou's rough breathing was in her ears, driving her to the end. Her phone went black, and he messed with her for a long time longer, not stopping until his phone rang. He picked it up and heard Xiao Zheng say, "I won't be coming back from the round." Young Master Zhou Qian really searched hospital after hospital. Xie Zhou leaned against the back seat. His voice was hoarse. "I know. Will you take me to the hospital, please? Is it necessary?" Xie Zhou said, according to him, let Zhou Qian see it and forget about it. "I'll break it off with him clear as day. Friends no more." Jiangnan said, his voice trembling softly. Zhou Qian didn't finish high school before he got mixed up in love affairs, and after his dad left him abroad, he barely mixed up his diploma and came back. If he had to say what he had the most experience in growing up, it was experience in playing with women. The one photo that Xiao Zheng sent, Jiang Nan's face was swollen. No one can beat a woman like that for no reason, and tied up like a dumpling. He knew what was going on at a glance. It was going to be early in the morning when he received a locator from Zhou Yong. Zhou Qian pushed open the door of the hospital room. Only a halo yellow light was on, hitting her face. She wasn't sleeping, so she was leaning against the bed. That look in the light, like a fragile glazed doll. "You're here." Jiangnan smiled towards him. Zhou Qian looked at the corners of her mouth bruised, but her vermilion lips were slightly swollen. That was the trace of having been indulged in pity. There was no way to hide the marks on his body with Gangnam in a hospital gown. Xie Zhou was fierce again, and it was obvious on his neck. Coming late, aren't you?" Jiangnan cried, shaking his head. "No, it doesn't." Zhou Qian sat in front of her. "I should have shielded you. It's not your fault, it's my own carelessness," Jiangnan said, then like the last time in the restaurant, her fingers gently on the back of his hand, traced it. "Zhou Qian, I can't try with you anymore. Let's not meet again." Chapter 39. Farewell, my Rouge Princess. "Why?" Zhou Qian couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You're kidding me, right?" He laughed, then reached out and hooked the back of her hand as well. "Nan, you take back what you just said. Okay? I can't do this without seeing you. I'll go crazy if I don't see you." Jiangnan felt that her throat was sour and astringent. Her fingers wiped off the teardrops in the corners of her eyes, and she exhaled. "Zhou Qian, just a short time ago, I acknowledged him while talking to him on the phone." She couldn't say it after all. There was no way she could pretend nothing had happened. Even if, as a result of the drug, it was not her wish. "I know that, but so what? It's not your fault. You don't have to feel anything or feel sorry for me. I haven't even caught up with you yet. You're here in person, talking to me nicely. My heart falls into my stomach. I'm scared when I can't find you." Jiangnan's eyes reddened and tears began to fall again. Zhou Qian came forward and very gently wiped away her tears. "Don't cry. Okay? Your face is swollen, and your tears are salty. It hurts and it hurts." Jiangnan was amused by him again. "What will I do if I don't meet with me because of something like this?" Zhou Qian sat in front of the hospital bed as he looked at the infusion bag. The drops were quite cold, and he reached out and took hold of the 4-tube, using the warmth of his hand to make the drops not so cold. "Then am I too ridiculous? Am I not worthy of appearing in front of you?" Zhou Qian said, then suddenly lowered his eyes. "However, I quite regret it. Had I known that I would meet you, I would have cleaned myself up and waited for you to appear. That's your past without my involvement. Why should I bother?" Jiang Nan comforted him in turn. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. "Miss Jiang, first time meeting. My name is Zhou Qian." Gangnam cried and laughed. The more sincere and genuine he was, the less she could afford to give. She was wrong from the start. At first in the club, chatting with Zhou Qian plus microblogging, there are a few points to test the heart of Xie Zhou. It was just that he really had no intention of her and his heart cooled. She should have agreed to Zhou Qian's advances when she was divorced and back to being single, and she wouldn't be like this now. "Zhou Qian, I'm sorry." She couldn't afford to make another mistake. It was better to have the chance to tell him in person than, literally, to have him see it one day. Long pain is better than short pain, I guess. Zhou Qian looked at her eyes, bright and dark, full of wisdom. She is obviously not the type of girl he likes. How did she get planted in his heart? Nan, my like, is not going to make you have a bad time, Shin did remind him of that, saying that there was no future for him in Jiangnan, adding that Jiangnan didn't say anything about that man because she didn't want to hurt him. So if he liked her, he would also make her life bad, right? Zhou Qian recalled a call he had once made to Jiangnan, and the call never connected. This time it connected and she didn't speak. Zhou Qian didn't want to think in that direction, But he was a prodigal son who had mixed with love. Nan Nan is a very thin-skinned person, so beautiful, but also so delicate. But on the contrary, a little serious, not with people ambiguous. Look at people's eyes are always frank and bright. So, she couldn't take the humiliation. Tonight, is it him? Jiang Nan didn't look at Zhou Qian and nodded. He's my husband. After the divorce, let's be together. No matter how long it takes, 5 years or 10 years, I will wait. Zhou Qian firmly said. Promises, Jiang Nan is no longer believe after experiencing Xie Qingzhou. But in this moment, she trusted him so much. She couldn't help but gently go to hug him. Zhou Qian was afraid that she would pull the needle and moved over. Jiang Nan landed one hand on his back. His clothes were wet from the rain, making her nose sour again. Zhou Qian, it's so good to meet you. Zhou Qian slightly bowed by her embrace. He wanted to hug her hard, but was afraid that after hugging her, he could no longer let go. He took a deep breath, but also said very seriously, Nan Nan, I promise you, will not see you again. Farewell, my Rouge Princess. Chapter 40. When Xiao Zhang found Xie Qingzhou, he stood under the cold night wind and smoked a cigarette, and his face was cold in the smoke. Just withdrew from the lust field, that penetrated out of the mess cannot cover. A glance, the whole person is very woozy. Zhou was feeling so strange. At the sound, Xie Qingzhou looked sideways. Zhou Qian left. Yes, young Master Zhou Qian has moved his heart. Xiao Zhang gave a rough account of the conversation between the two in the hospital room. Xie Qingzhou did not say anything. Threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground, lifted his foot and twisted it out, not saying anything about this matter. It was a long time before he said, Tell Susanna Song that I'll take this car. Zhou Yung. Needless to say, Mr. Song won't want it, right? Just bought the car not rare 2 days ago and the two of them got like that in it. When Zhou was called to go to his car, his face turned red on the spot as soon as he opened the door. Swept back in the rearview mirror, the boss was much more disheveled then than he is now. His shirt open and a number of scratches on his well-defined chest. Xie Qingzhou raised his feet and walked towards the hospitalization department, and Xiao Zhang didn't follow him anymore. He arrived at the hospital room, and Anami didn't know what to think. He didn't even notice when he entered. Xiao Zhang said Zhou Qian has moved his heart, and she, too, has ripples in the lake of her heart, right? As she raised her hand to wipe the teardrops from the corner of her eyes, she spotted Xie Qingzhou, and the two of them stared at each other for a long time without speaking to each other. Xie Qingzhou walked to the hospital bed, looked at the infusion bag and asked, How do you feel? It's okay. Jiang Nan said. Yes. Xie Qingzhou's disbelief when he came to the hospital. There have been 2 times after taking blood tests. The doctor said that the dosage of drugs is still very heavy. She's lying. Jiang Nan was uncomfortable with his stare, biting her lip and lying down. Xie Qingzhou pinched her wrist. Jiang Nan was stunned and only felt a pain on the back of her hand. He removed her 4 needle. The back of his hand was free of blood spots. His hand went into the hospital gown. I'll help you. It'll work better than this. Xie Qingzhou kept looking at her eyes. She was not very reluctant, but her body could be honest due to the medication. Not a moment later, the bed in the hospital room creaked and squeaked. After Zhou Qian left the hospital, he went to the restaurant where Jiang Nan was entertained in the evening. He felt his breath ache when he learned that Susanna Song was there. After the fine rain, Haichang was permeated with a piercing coldness, which he did not realize. Sung Sanji heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Zhou Qian. After entering the door, Zhou Qian, without saying a word, sat on the sofa and was lost in thought. After a long time, he asked, She's in the car. Susanna Song looked at him with red eyes and was a little reluctant, but nodded. Zhou Qian's lips trembled. Do you know what it's like for me? A boyfriend who's about to be turned, to turn into a don't see you again after a few days? The hand-holding he'd been expecting wouldn't be there. Zhou Qian, I know it's hard for you. Now that you know, don't think about it. If Jiang Nan told me not to see her because she doesn't like me and loathes me, I will definitely not pester. Susanna Song sucked in her breath. What do you mean? That man, what does he think she is? Separate there, together here? Ever respect her? Ever ask her what she thinks? Zhou Qian didn't dare to recall how Jiang Nan felt when he went to knock on the car window at that time. He couldn't leave her alone now that he knew what she was going through. Susanna Song looked at Zhou Qian's grim face as he was about to leave and stopped him. What are you doing? You want to make a scene for a woman? Zhou Qian looked at Song Susanna Ji. I didn't ask you who that man is. I don't want you to have a hard time, and you don't stop me from doing what I do." He lifted his foot and walked away, stopping as he reached the door and adding, "I'm late, but I don't feel pity nor more regret." Through this, he instead strengthened his heart even more. He loved Jiangnan and wanted to spoil her and love her like a princess. Chapter 41. Addiction. When Jiangnan woke up, the room was still dark. In the latter part of yesterday's night, Xie Qingzhou brought her back. When he went to the bathroom to clean up, he held her against the wall and came back again before he was really satiated. Completely drained of energy, she let him wash her. And for a moment she was so dazed that she didn't realize which of the two was actually drugged. A gentle knock sounded on the door, and Auntie Shue's voice came from outside. "Has mistress woken up? You come in." Jiangnan opened his mouth before realizing how muffled his voice was. Auntie Shue came in and opened the curtains, and the bright light stung her eyes a little. Auntie Shue also saw Jiangnan's appearance and froze. "From the moment I came to work here, I knew the hostess was a rare beauty." Now Jiangnan's long hair lazily scattered, wearing a large neckline long pajamas. The neckline loosely slipped down the shoulder, such as white snow-like skin, the not-so-light traces, but also let her a woman look at the hot eyes. Even that one side of the cheeks swollen up with bruises did not affect the beauty, but let the heart feel pity. Mistress, exhausted. Auntie Shue, who is really happy for her, walks over to the bed and says with a smile, "Mr. asked me to come and apply your medicine." "No, I'll do it myself." Jiangnan was embarrassed by Auntie Shue's look and subconsciously pulled his collar. "I'll do it. Go eat after you apply the medicine. It's already 1 o'clock. Jiangnan also didn't expect her to sleep until the afternoon, so he leaned over the bed and let Auntie apply the medicine. Auntie Shue's movements were gentle, and the ointment was cold on her face. "I came over to work just after you and the young master got married, and I know too well that it's not easy for you between men and women. The relationship becomes different when there's something about it." Jiangnan raised her eyes to look at Auntie Shue. Thinking about it, when they had been married for a year, Xie Qingzhou's attitude towards her was cold beyond belief. Auntie Shue was more anxious than her and said, "Madam, when Mr. Xie comes back, you have to wear pretty clothes in front of him." She wiggled through and was rewarded with a frown from Xie Qingzhou. During the second year, Auntie Shue always whispered in front of her, "Such a beautiful daughter-in-law won't even look at her. Either she can't or she likes men. Are you being cheated out of a marriage, ma'am?" Aunt Shue did not know what happened between her and Xie Qingzhou, but also when she was full of him, then she was even happier to persuade. "This is a good start. You take advantage of the fact that he is addicted to it, so that Mr. to see that your nature is extremely good and excellent, and to live with you is a very comfortable thing. He will not be able to run away again." Jiangnan smiled. "You're still the master of emotions." Auntie Shue tisk sound, "What emotional master I just over the people men are so, is that your body may be lack of recent, but rest assured I give stew supplements must do a good job of backing so that you early to catch Mr. Hart." Jiangnan was originally sad and complicated in her heart, and was so persuaded by Auntie Shue that she laughed out loud. Only the corners of his mouth hurt a little from the tugging, but it really wasn't nice to brush off someone's good intentions, so he nodded. At lunch, I looked at the table with all the nourishing goodies and realized that Auntie Shue wasn't kidding. After the meal, Yang Ji came with Gao Zhan. Lei Wang went to turn himself in early in the morning and confessed everything. Su Jiao went to me and said she was sorry for nearly harming you and wanted to see you. Jiangnan didn't say anything. Su Jiao is starting to play innocent at this point. She had heard her say to Lei Wang herself the other day, telling him to hold on to his face so he could get a shot of it or something. I went back to the box again and there wasn't any filming equipment. Gao Zhan added, "According to me, Su Jiao and Lei Wang are together. Without any evidence now, Su Jiao definitely won't recognize it." Jiangnan said, "You call and tell Chen Xiao. Let another supplier be found for Su Jiao's goods." Only after Gao Zhan left did Yang Ji speak. "For the sake of Mr. Chen, Su Jiao isn't so underhanded, right? As a woman, how could she not know that once such a thing was accomplished, it was forcing someone to die? It's just a little friction in cooperation. Why are you so mean? The person behind this is not Su Jiao. It's someone else." "Who?" Jiangnan shook his head. "I don't know, but I'll always know who, so don't rush." Her face was beaten to the state. The company definitely could not go. Some urgent work, docked with Yang Ji. She rested at home. The second night she hid from the cleaners. Xie Qingzhou still did not return. Auntie Shue was afraid that she would be upset and advised her. "Mr. is busy with his career, and it's not good for a man to always be immersed in that. Jiang Nan hummed and continued to read. It didn't matter to her if Xie Qingzhou came back or not. On the fourth day, her face had healed and she started work. And he still hadn't come back or called. Jiang Nan didn't contact him either. Aside from the intensity of that night, which she still found unbelievable when she occasionally thought about it. She and he had once again returned to a cold and unheated married life. It's really so pointless to live like this. It was ridiculous that she had spent 3 whole years full of expectation and hope. It was silly. Jiang Nan went to the company and was about to get off when he saw Su Jiao waiting at the entrance of the building. She didn't really want to pay attention to her and told the driver to take the car to the underground parking lot. Su Jiao didn't wait for Jiang Nan again, so she was inevitably anxious. She thought Lei Wang had confessed to everything, but Jiang Nan was unconscious again. So even if she had suspicions about her, she wouldn't do anything to her if she suffered from a lack of evidence. After all, she's on the supply chain side, pointing to them as the head channelers to sell the goods. But who would have thought that Jiang Nan directly terminated the cooperation? Undeterred, Su Jiao goes back to Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan's ability does not see much, but it is to Jiang Nan's obedience cannot be, almost pointing where to fight. Now push the matter on Gangnam and run away. Su Jiao is now really anxious to die. Her side is the first to take orders and then delivery. A single take, the goods more than 72 hours has not been out, the customer is crazy. She had no choice but to call the man. The phone picked up and the person on the other end was very upset. I thought I told you not to call me of your own accord? I'm desperate for you. When it comes to this, you can't just ignore it. I'm not asking for anything else. Just let me see Jiang Nan. I'll have a way to convince her. The other side of the phone thought for a moment. Wait for my message. Jiang Nan just came to the fashion group, although the business has been rationalized. But it is still a mess. Feng Liu, this endorsement shooting, the delay in carrying out, many old people, quite a few words. She was thinking about what would be better to do about this when Yang Ji came in. Su Jiao is inviting you to a banquet, and this time you'll have to go. Who am I going to sell face to this time? You. Brother. My brother. Jiang Nan was stunned. I do have a brother, but he... Brother. Jiang Nan? Xie Qingzhou? The Su Jiao cannot have Xie Qingzhou so hard relationship. No go. Jiang Nan refused. Xie Qingzhou's face who loves to give. Anyway, she will not give. Chapter 42, Bad. Scum. Yang Ji sighed as Jiang Nan refused directly. She was watching her get married with longing, watching her wait alone in her marriage. After waiting the person back, she didn't care anymore because when she mentioned Xie Qingzhou, her eyes didn't glow with joy like before. Yang Ji really felt sorry for her. Right now, Inami looked especially like her father, Ahara, when he had passed away unexpectedly more than 6 years ago, looking as fragile as if he were going to break. But she didn't cry, accompanying and comforting her mother while dealing with her father's aftermath. She gladly accepted what fate had in store for her and struggled to move forward. If we don't go, will we miss the chance to find out who's behind this? The man behind the curtain isn't easy to find. So wait a little longer. She had it in her heart, and Yang Ji didn't persuade her any further, so she went off to get busy. Half an hour later, Zhou was coming. Yang Ji saw him and didn't have the good sense to say, Our Mr. Jiang don't go. Can she not go? What kind of rumors have spread outside? Said that Mr. Jiang relies on the Xie family's power. The frame is very big. Obviously there is a problem with the good scent. People come to solve the problem, but the door is closed and ignored. Yang Ji was really infuriated when he heard this. This Su Jiao is really shameless. I've never seen such a reversal of black and white. These years splashed on our Zhang's dirty water is not less. One piece to clarify the need to do something else. I now finally understand why Zhang insisted not to go over. Others misunderstand her just, Xie always. Yang Ji lowered his voice and said, Mr. Xie stepped in. Do not also think that the error is in the body of Mr. Jiang. To go is to add to the blockage. No, Mr. Xie did not mean this. Xiao Zheng wanted to defend. Yang Ji did not even listen, turned around and left. Xiao Zheng exhaled. Ask Mr. Jiang. If she doesn't go and Zhou Qian causes trouble, won't she regret it? Yang Ji frowned. Jiang Nan heard. How come it's related to Zhou Qian again? Xie Qingzhou doesn't return to Xie's. Nor is he in the trade circle. He should not have waded into this muddy water. Su Jiao also heard somewhere. Jiang Nan is his mother's goddaughter, turning 7 or 8 turns to find Shenzhen first. Shenzhen ignored it. It's that things are rumored to be outrageous, and even if Jiang Nan steps in to clarify, it doesn't necessarily mean it will be resolved. Shinjin asked him, just with Jiangnan just like this, also not leave, also not together, so consumed? I haven't slept enough, why should I leave? Brother, how did you learn to be so bad and scummy in these 3 years abroad? Even if you want to sleep with someone, you have to put her in a good mood, right? Xia Qingzhou remembered that time, how her body was stiff from rubbing it. Is it a bad mood? So he decided to come and help her solve her problems and make her happy. No, in the box, besides Su Jiao, there were a few other people who spoke with more weight in the trade circle. Waiting for a long time, Jiangnan could not, more or less a little dissatisfied. Mr. Jiang still hasn't changed, very arrogant. Too young. It's unavoidable when business gets this big. Someone else chimed in. Mr. Xia, I do not mean anything else, just say Lei brother, the 90s, that dried fruit this product just began to export, that Lei family is to grasp the pricing rights of the people, how to make a mess with the Jiang general. When in, I heard that the Jiang general refused to mediate. The implication is that Jiangnan is still borrowing the Xia family's power and does not put people in his eyes. Xia Qingzhou's body lazily leaned on the seat. So Jiangnan is so unreasonable? We're all working together. So why make it so ugly, right? Xia Qingzhou nodded his head. What you all said is right. In the mall, there are no enemies. Jiangnan pushed the door in, and all of them froze slightly and touched their noses more or less awkwardly. Xia Qingzhou lifted his eyelids to look at her. This woman has been ignoring him since I don't know when. It was as if it didn't matter to her if he didn't come home. When Su Jiao saw Jiangnan, she took her arm. Mr. Jiang, but I'm looking forward to you. This time, you raise your hand. Su Jiao was laying things out, and almost everyone in this circle felt that Jiangnan was bullying people. Very few people knew the truth about that matter between her and Chen Xiao, so Jiangnan could only eat a dumb loss. Jiangnan didn't say anything and looked at Su Jiao with cold eyes. Su Jiao sucked in her breath and turned to Xia Qingzhou for help. Mr. Xia. Although Xia Qingzhou does not know Jiangnan well, but also know that she is very stubborn, did not do anything wrong, will not admit fault, but if she doesn't apologize and raise her hand today, she will really become a public enemy in the circle. How is she going to do business in the future? All he could do was take it over for her and get it over with. This thing about Mr. Jiang. Jiangnan drew her arm back, the bag in her hand, threw casually to the seat, sat down, and tilted her head to look at Su Jiao. What did you do yourself that you didn't count? Su Jiao's face, on the spot, couldn't hang on. The people present were all people who had been in the mall for a long time. Look at Su Jiao's face. I know that she is not justified, not bad, early defense. Jiangnan's smile was beaming as he turned his face to face everyone and took the initiative to raise his wine cup. Seniors, I'm late, so I'll punish myself with a cup. Everyone snorted and said it was nothing. Xia Qingzhou, on the other hand, surveyed this beautiful wife. It's still a basic sweater with suit pants for a commuter look, and the long hair is tied back casually, revealing a beautifully slender neck. Exquisite and impeccable features, bright, dark, and intelligent eyes. She's made a lot of noise about this, and the average person would have been taken off the rails a long time ago. But she, on the other hand, still grasps the core. No bull pinched Su Jiao 7 inches and still got it over with. That's pretty smart. She's a real treasure. Lei Wang, he has committed a crime, from 3 to 10 years. I wouldn't dare to tell a lie, wouldn't I, brother? Xia Qingzhou returned to his senses. Indeed, Jiangnan didn't expect him to cooperate either, and she stayed for another 10 minutes. After watching these people bash up Xia Qingzhou, she made an excuse to leave. Leaving the box, she went to the hotel parking lot and found Zhou Qian smoking a cigarette in his car, mask half hanging over one ear, and wearing a duckweed cap. Jiangnan knocked on the car window, and Zhou Qian thought he was hallucinating when he saw her through the half-open window. He panicked and put out his cigarette first, then pushed open the car door, piled on a smile and asked, Nan, why are you here? And you, what are you doing here? Nothing. It's just after dinner, that's all. Jiangnan scanned the car, a car full of people dressed like him. There were those holding fire axes and those with baseball bats. Zhou Qian, don't lie to me. I already know everything. Zhou Qian went to find out how she got out and concluded that Su Jiao was involved. Su Jiao threw dirty water on her again, so she wanted to kidnap the person and ask about the mastermind behind the scene, and then let Su Jiao suffer in the process. Zhou Qian's eyes reddened and he didn't say anything. He was really too stupid to even find out who Jiangnan's husband was after so many days. When things go wrong, knowing that Su Jiao has a hand in it, but watching her continue to bully her, this is the only stupid method he can think of. Zhou Qian, go back. I know your heart. It's so not worth hitching yourself for someone like that. I just wanted to help. Tried to help her get a divorce, but couldn't even find out who her husband was. Tried to help her out and she found out. Xie Qingzhou walked out of the box, pulled off his tie, and asked Xiao Zhang, who was waiting outside, "Where is everyone?" Xiao Zhang stammered, and with a raised eyebrow, he asked, "Went to persuade Zhou Qian?" Zhou said, "Aha." Xie Qingzhou's eyes sank slightly, the corner of his lips hooked in a smile. She didn't want to come. Heard Zhou Qian, came over. It was a statement, not a question, and Zhou was nodding. You have it in mind. Chapter 43. The Kiss. Jiang Nin stood in the wind until Zhou Qian's car completely disappeared from her field of vision before she turned around. From the hotel's floor to ceiling windows, she saw Xie Qingzhou standing in front of the fish pond, feeding the fish. He was not wearing a jacket, his black shirt wrapped around his good figure, and his whole body was so erect and shapely that it was hard not to notice. Jiang Nen walked back and stood behind him without saying anything. When she decided to come, she was ready for his punishment. Xie Qingzhou turned back and looked at her face up, with a bit of death is like a home sadness, and laughed. Knowing that I'll be angry when I see you hanging out with Zhou Qian, but how dare you next time? Jiang Nan didn't argue, he wouldn't believe anything he said anyway. This look on her face was similar to Feng Liyu's expression when she dropped her brooch. At the time, he was hoping she'd plead her case. But she did not, because she decided that he was toward Feng Liyu. Let him misunderstand her. Xie Qingzhou scattered all the fish food in his hand and clapped his hands. Let's go. Go home. Jiang Nan was confused. This is the end? Instead of saying something nasty in a conspiratorial manner or dragging her to the restroom, he pinched her chin and questioned, You can't remember what I told you after all, can you? I'm tired of doing all the things you want. Jiang Nan was embarrassed, and Xie Qingzhou picked up the jacket on the sofa and put it on, then held her hand and walked outside. Gangnam. After getting into the car, Xie Qingzhou was replying to messages. Jiang Nan looked out the window, still in disbelief at what had just happened. Zhou was the one who watched the two men holding hands as they got into the car and figured the boss was going to be all over his wife. A good assistant must take care of every aspect of the boss. Ma'am, we're not giving you a hard time about today. It's the boss trying to help you out. Jiang Nan was surprised. Xie Qingzhou, who was sending a message, raised his head. If you don't talk, will you die? Ma'am, men are arrogant, embarrassed to contact you. Daily ask you what you are doing, otherwise would not know your situation it. Xie always think of you. Xie Qingzhou. When did he ask about her? Jiang Nan was in an awkward position. After sleeping with Xie Qingzhou, the direction between the two of them was completely different from what she had imagined. On the road, Xiao Zhang has been talking about what Xie Qingzhou is doing these days, what he eats, what he drinks, and what time he goes to bed, all reported. Jiang Nan thought that when she arrived home, she would be able to clear her mind and stop. Auntie Shui was overjoyed to see that Xie Qingzhou had returned and took advantage of Xie Qingzhou's efforts to take a shower to pull her hand and tell her to seize the opportunity. The tonic she had stewed over the past few days hadn't gone to waste after all, and told her not to be embarrassed. Between husband and wife, it's nothing. Jiang Nan didn't listen and still returned to the guest room. Just because the two did it that night, Xie Qingzhou would have a good time? She was nestled on the soft couch in her room reading a book, and he naturally lifted the covers and got into bed. Jiang Nan's breathing tightened, and in her waking state, she didn't want to do it with him. Such a short-lived and negligible harmony really cannot offset the gap between the two. Jiang Nan didn't move, and it was rare that Xie Qingzhou didn't rush her. So he leaned on the bed and looked at his cell phone. It was 11 o'clock, and Gangnam was dawdling any longer. She laid down on the bed, and Xie Qingzhou also turned off the lights on her side. The room plunged into utter darkness. The man's hands wrapped around her waist, and before long, his lips kissed hers, quite gently. It made her toes curl. Chapter 44. Interesting. Jiang Nan thought that no girl could resist a man's gentle treatment, including her. She felt so worthless again when her red lips parted lightly to match his. Forget about him being dirty and all this time. In her room, there was no light at all, and the darkness sharpened one's sense of hearing to an extreme degree. The sound of the two forgetting to kiss made Jiang Nan's body go numb. In the past, she had days like this with Xie Qingzhou. In a room without a single bright light, hugging each other, kissing deeply, and then delivering each other. When her lips intertwined, she couldn't tell the difference between now and then. not to mention trying to resist him. After a few days, Xie Qingzhou felt that she was even more involved tonight than she was that night. Would breathe very hard against his ear, telling him to lighten up. It would also come up on its own accord when he deliberately ground her. Xie Qingzhou was hooked by her, twice, and didn't want to end it. She begged in a muffled voice before he restrained himself and cleaned her before she curled up under the covers and fell asleep. Xie Qingzhou stood in front of the bed, looked at her for a long time and left the room. When he got downstairs, he poured himself a glass of wine and sat down on the couch. No drugs, no alcohol. Sober and sensible. He hadn't expected it to be this pleasurable, or for the two to fit together like this. On that rainy night, when she was under the control of drugs and blossomed without any reservation, it was as if she was reunited with her. She was his first woman, and the only woman he had ever known before Gangnam. And he was her first man. All around is black, and she accompanies him, takes care of him, and then becomes his light, warming him. He was determined to marry her when she wept in pain but still clung to him. That moment of reunion allowed him to take her again that rainy night in the hospital room. That time, Jiangnan was still passionate, but he never felt that way again. Even if you arrive home and see her absolutely beautiful. But she bore it numbly. After these many days apart, her face was better and the marks on her body had disappeared. He could tell some of it, he thought. Xie Qingzhou didn't know what caused her to be so engaged today. In the darkness of the room, with her arms wrapped around his neck, he thought it was her. She likes to wrap her arms around his neck and hug him like a little kid. It's been almost 7 years, and a lot of things he doesn't want to forget are slowly starting to fade away. Like she smelled like something he only remembered smelling good, but forgot exactly what it was. He wondered if this was a delusion. When the wine was finished, he cupped his cell phone and called Zhou Yung. "Boss, go find out. Where was Gangnam 7 years ago?" The next day, Jiangnan woke up and opened her eyes to see the man's handsome face. Xie Qingzhou's eyelashes were long and thick, and after falling asleep, he looked less harsh and much more approachable. This was the married life she had once looked forward to. Not now. As for being blinded by lust in the night, it's time to wake up at dawn. When Xie Qingzhou met Jiangnan at the restaurant, she had already changed her clothes and put on light makeup, and was just waiting for breakfast to end before she could go to work. Seeing him, his expression blandly said good morning. Not happy with yesterday's service? He sat down across from her, grinning. Except for the matter of the divorce papers that were to be drawn up after the episode in which she was drugged. She did not ask about them. It's like he's not coming home and she doesn't care anymore. Gangnam was more composed and sensible than he had expected. Knowing that the initiative is not in your hands, troubles are not even sought. It's a wife who knows her place, and she's quite suited to the kind of unionized marriage where there's not much emotion. I'm quite satisfied, Jiangnan said. His face was red, but his tone was calm. Satisfied, yet so cold to me? He said, intent on breaking the pattern of the two getting along. Regardless of the likelihood of Gangnam being a she, on that rainy night, he changed his mind about going to her, and his body was honest enough to miss her. Jiangnan sat at the dining table, tilting her head slightly at his words, sizing him up, as if judging the true intent of his words. She was so proper in her serious little proper way that it made him remember, with her arms wrapped tightly around him and her kittenish humming in his ear. Great contrast tickles the heart. If the company is not busy, accompany me to the old mansion? Xie Qingzhou said. Is this asking for my help? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. If you like the word beg, that is. He said, looking at her with a sly light in his eyes, indulging her. $10 million. Get that one to shoot in a week, and I'll help you. Once, his method of threatening her with the brooch, she used it with a touch of flirtation. Xie Qingzhou laughed out loud and walked over to her, from behind along with the dining chair, circling her in his arms. Yes. All right. Then we'll wait for Mr. Xie's good news. Jiang Nan's posture did not move. When she ate, her back was also straight and her physique was excellent. Sweeping her snow-white neck, he buried his face in and rubbed it. Suddenly, he understood why Zhou Qian had changed like a different person, and was so moved and taken with her. Gangnam, very interesting. Although Zhou Qian did not teach Su Jiao a lesson, he always had someone follow her. It is imperative to find the person behind it. Yellow Hair called, that car, showed up at the Changshan Golf Club. The original car of Susanna Song. After that incident, according to the understanding of him, that car is certainly not going to want again. Zhou Qian thought that by checking out that car, he might also have a clue about Jiangnan's husband. It's been a few days and finally we have news. Zhou Qian took a deep breath and drove over. Chapter 45. Xia Qingzhou carried his club and walked unhurriedly on the already yellowed grass. It's only a few degrees in Sea City, it'll be below zero in a couple days, the club is closed, and he's driving that car again, so his intentions are clear. Recently, Zhou Qian worked in the company during the day and did not mix with nightclubs at night and even did not go to the club anymore. I heard that he reads and learns anytime, anywhere and doesn't waste a scrap of time. As for the matter of Jiangnan's husband, all the channels he could know, Xie Qingzhou had greeted in advance. He didn't get any useful information at all, but he never asked him and Shenzhen, fearing that it would be difficult for them. Zhou Qian is 2 years younger than them. When he was a child, he didn't follow their ass. He and Xie Qingzhou didn't scare him back with stones, but he was still like a little tail, smiling towards them. To come to this point, Susanna Song couldn't bear it. Does it have to be like this? Xie Qingzhou didn't want to publicize his relationship with Jiangnan. After all, he wasn't sure how far he could go with her now. The fewer people who know about this marriage, the better. Zhou Qian promised not to see Jiangnan. He also thought that time will fade away, that is, one day know that person is him, also do not care. But Zhou Qian was still so uptight, silently doing so many things for her. Then he simply made things clear, so that he had no hope at all. When Zhou Qian arrived at the Changshan Club, a few cars were sparsely parked in the large parking lot. He knew, even if he was stupid, that he had lured him here on purpose. He sat in the car, no longer as excited as he had been when he arrived. On the way, he had rehearsed what would happen when he met Jiangnan's husband. His emotions must be steady, and he would agree to whatever the other man wanted, as long as he agreed to a divorce. Now, however, he was timid, and he thought that it would be all right to wait for Nanami to get divorced, no matter how many years it took, and he waited for her. The car started up and was about to leave, leaving the parking lot, when Zhou Qian stepped on the brakes. What kind of man would he be if he left her alone to face everything? He made his way through the club's lavishly decorated reception hall to the back of the hill. The golf course, originally surrounded by mountains and green grass, is now slightly depressed in winter. There were only a few people scattered around the court. The closer Zhou Qian walked, the more familiar the figures of those people became. He looked at Xie Qingzhou wearing gray sweatpants, the same color top, probably just started to play. He also had a beige down vest on him, not wearing a hat. His face in the sunlight was clear and good-looking. He saw him, still swinging at the ball, before saying, "Coming. Why? Cut off your hopes and leave the country. The reason I wasn't allowed to find out before, and now I'm being lured here. Watching you two coupling up is an eyesore." Xie Qingzhou carried his clubs and prepared to continue on. Zhou Qian tugged at him. "Obtrusive? You're right, as if you're so attached to her, don't you feel ashamed? You don't love her at all. It's not loving her, even if it's just a kidney walk. She's still my wife. Then what do you take her for?" Zhou Qian questioned him as he grabbed him by the collar. "Zhou Qian, you're more experienced than me in this woman thing, right? Anything as what?" Xie Qingzhou lowered his eyes and said mercilessly. Zhou Qian's eyes reddened. He's just playing around with Gangnam and not getting a divorce. He just hasn't had enough fun. He clutched his collar and raised his hand to give him a punch. Shenzhen and Song Susanna Ji looked like they didn't see it and hid far away. Xie Qingzhou took 2 punches from him and didn't fight back. And when Zhou Qian didn't see the good in him, he grimaced and got upset. Fighting Zhou Qian is not his opponent. Not much time was held down by him on the ground. "Since I know, rested his mind, stay in Haicheng, want her to also endure, don't let me see out, can't endure to roll out of the country to stay for 2 years. Zhou Qian's face was plastered on the cold grass. And he was also unconvinced. "Xie Qingzhou, you are trampling on her true heart. You will be retributed. I don't know about retribution, but I do know that she won't take it well. And when you knocked on the car window the other night, she begged me to find a way to sidetrack you." Zhou Qian fumed and broke away from him. Then the two of them fought together on the grass. Song Susanna Ji gave a ha and said, "The most educated and flamboyant son of the upper class, Xie Qingzhou, fought with others, filmed it, and sent it to a circle of friends." Shenzhen sked and shook his head. "Only going for the kidneys, as to irritate others so much?" Jiang Nan was having lunch with Ning when he received a call from Chaozheng. Ning heard that she had been counted out and had yet to find the person behind it, and came up to her. "Could it be Feng Liu?" "Should not." Xie Qingzhou's heart and soul had known of her existence, and had been at peace with each other for the past 3 years, and now all of a sudden it was like this, unreasonable. "Who would it be if it wasn't her? You've been in the business world for so many years. You've always left room for maneuver, and although some of the men speak poorly, you haven't encountered such underhandedness in all these years. And Ning just thought it was the surname Feng. Still checking, don't guess, by the way, last time I told you that the brooch is not damaged at all. It is possible that it was taken away, other jewelry and paintings and so on. There is no flow in the market. Uncle Jiang don't have anything to say for the time being. But the peace button that Xie Qingzhou sent you had appeared, and someone once tried to sell it. Jiang Nan's heart tightened. So those things that she thought had all disappeared into the fire had really been taken by someone else? Her cell phone rang, and when she picked it up, she heard that Zhou Qian had fought with Xie Qingzhou and was in the hospital. She and Anning, the meal is not eaten. When he arrived at the hospital emergency room, Jiang Nan saw Xie Qingzhou down vest full of dirt, Zhou Qian quite a few grass clippings on his body. Both were badly hurt, one with a swollen mouth and the other with a swollen eye. Both pretty messed up. Zhou Qian drooped his head, saw her, moved his lips to say nothing, and dropped his head again. Jiang Nan understood that Zhou Qian knew everything. She swept her eyes over Xie Qingzhou and finally walked over to Zhou Qian and asked, "Is it okay?" Zhou Qian nodded, hurt. "I'm sorry, Chou Can." He looked at her with red eyes, then gave her a smile that was worse than tears. "What did you do wrong?" "Like nothing was wrong. But it hurt you," Gangnam said. Jiang Nan stood in front of the bench with his head slightly bowed. Zhou Qian slightly tilted his head, and the two of them stared at each other like no one else. The nurse was putting medicine on Xie Qingzhou. He brushed it off and shouted, "Come here." Jiang Nan didn't want to ignore his, and thought that yesterday's matter had really been uncovered. "He's awesome," he told Zhou Qian directly. "He engages in backstabbing when she tries her best to hide something. Go over there, Nan. It's you who will feel bad if you upset him." Zhou Qian finished, then lowered his eyes. He couldn't take Jiang Nan with him, and he couldn't help her get divorced anymore. It was wrong to even look at her. Without him as a spectator, Xie Qingzhou wouldn't go crazy. Zhou Qian got up and walked in the opposite direction. It was the only thing left to do for her. Chapter 46. Madness. Zhou Qian walked away, his back all lopsided. Jiang Nan's eyes inexplicably reddened as she remembered last night, when Zhou Qian led the men to try to teach Su Jiao a lesson. He listened to the advice and was ready to go back. Still he stood in front of her and he said, Nan, I'm always behind you, so don't be afraid." She thought that by not seeing him again, she would have broken it off completely. But who thought he would be so stupid? Zhou Qian really likes her. Zhou Qian walked out of sight before Xie Qingzhou lazily leaned back in his seat and signaled the nurse to continue administering the medicine. Interesting. Xie Qingzhou squinted his eyes as Jiang Nan stood in front of him. His expression could be lighter, different from when he looked at Zhou Qian. "It's helping you. Are you helping me at?" "What a joke. Zhou Qian has moved his heart. You are not also moving. To stop you from making mistakes within marriage. I go. How can you have the nerve to talk about others? Double standard dog." And Ning couldn't stand it anymore. He and Feng Li were on the hotspot and spending the night twice in 3 days. It's really so infuriating. And Ning pulled Jiang Nan and left. Xie Qingzhou wasn't in a hurry, so he stared at Jiang Nan's back and said, "Come back soon." "You wish not coming back," Annan said, giving him a wicked look. Pull Jiang Nan away, and Ning is still angry. What does he mean now? Is not sleeping addicted? Look at him now. This look. Also do not want a divorce. How can he be like this? You did not say that he wore a wedding ring with someone else. Well, how so scum? He sent you peace button back then. I see is also a lie to your body. Past events or let Jiang Nan slightly stunned. Then she pacified the gas on the head of the friend. Well, he lived okay. I also want 10 million. $10 million? And Ning's breath smoothed slightly. Well, he's so generous to the women outside, right? We all have fun. You don't get so angry. Jiang Nan said again. She didn't care about Xie Qingzhou anymore. And when something like this happened, her heart accepted it a little better. And Ning still hurt her heart. Once she loved but couldn't love. Now she didn't love but couldn't go away. Jiang Nan asked Ning to persuade Zhou Qian. It was inconvenient for her to go now, and having come this far, she should not give Zhou Qian any more hope and let him slowly fade away. "Okay. I know. Don't worry about it. What about you? Are you going back?" Annan frowned. "Well, I'll talk to him about something." Jiang Nan said that the two of them couldn't get divorced right away. There were still a lot of things involved, and it wouldn't be appropriate to fall apart. Jiang Nan went back. Xie Qingzhou had finished the medicine and was on the phone. "What are you doing over here? My wife is here." Listening to the voice, it should be Feng Li Yu over there. She sat down on the bench and replied to Yang Ji's WeChat message while waiting for him to finish his call. "Something to say to me?" he asked her with a sideways glance as he hung up the phone. Jiang Nan looked up at him. Sometimes the two just kinda clicked. "Do you have a moment?" she asked. It was Ms. Feng's call after all. "Go." He held out his hand toward her. Jiang Nan swept his eyes and stuck his hands in his coat pockets. Getting into the car, Jiang Nan looked at Xiaqing Zhou. "The Zhouqian thing. Don't you think it's too much?" Xiaqing Zhou gazed at her for a moment. Heartbroken, Jiang Nan took a breath. "Xiaqing Zhou, you know everything. I have nothing with Zhou Qian. The chances of meeting alone are just a handful. And you guys are on good terms? Don't you think it's cruel?" Zhou Qian said she didn't do anything wrong. But what did Zhou Qian do wrong? Nothing. You two are getting all mushy. Making video calls and he's fighting over you. Jiang Nan thought he was being unreasonable. When you talk about others, can you reflect on yourself first? What you did with Feng Liu, don't you have account yourself? What qualifications do you have to accuse others? Should I not use the same way to keep her away from you? She said. Her tone was smooth. But Xiaqing Zhou looked at her eyes around the red again, rabbit-like and watery mist. It was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to bring it up, and his mood inexplicably brightened as he cocked his head and looked at her seriously. "She's a bit stubborn and good-looking and attractive." Xiaqing Zhou leaned forward. "You tell her to stay away from me. I will never interfere," he said, and gently patted her back, coaxing her. Jiang Nan didn't believe a word of it and snorted coldly. "Zhou Qian's matter ends here, so don't go crazy again." Xiaqing Zhou wrapped his arm around her waist, looked at her luscious red lips and lowered his head to kiss. Jiang Nan pushed him away. "Xiaqing Zhou, what the hell are you doing? Trying to kiss you? Can't you tell?" Chapter 47. Pregnancy. Xiaqing Zhou couldn't help himself. He really wanted to kiss her. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes greatly, then was disgusted. "Are you suffering from some major illness?" Beautiful women are also vividly seductive when they are angry. The more she wouldn't let him, the more he wanted to. He leaned over and easily trapped her in the driver's side, her soft back against the door, her palms pushing against his face as he came up to her. "Don't you come any closer. It's dirty. She had to go to the office later. Didn't you used to dress up and dangle yourself in front of me just to get me to kiss you?" Turns out he'd noticed it in the past, but just wasn't interested enough to pretend he didn't see it. "In my heart, I can't say whether I'm sad or not anymore. You also said it was before. I don't want it now." Xiaqing Zhou didn't like to refuse, but today's mood was good, and his excitement was high, so he let her, pinching her wrists and holding them down on top of her head. His sturdy body forcefully pressed up. Jiang Nan's breath hitched and stared at him. "I now want." His breath spewed between her lips, and thought that she cared about him, and Feng Liu gazed into her eyes and explained again. "There is saliva apple. Wash can still eat." What she had said to Shenzhen in the industrial park at that time. He still felt that he was shameless when he said it in such a tone. When Xiaqing Zhou's lips, the next second, were about to press against hers, she inclined her head, then said, "You're a rotten apple now." Had it not been for those two accidents, divorced him already. Such intimacy and titillation was anathema to her. Xiaqing Zhou's even better interest was washed away by her successive disinterest. He let go of her and sat on the passenger side of her car. His long legs naturally stretched forward, not speaking. Jiang Nan swept his cool brows and knew he was unhappy. But what did it matter to her if he was happy now? "I have to go to the office." This expulsion order made Xiaqing Zhou hook his lips and smile. This wife of his, ruffling the feathers of the bystanders and staying out of it herself. Awesome. Xiaqing Zhou was whisked out of the car. Shenzhen were embarrassed for him, touched his nose. Zhou Qian's film came out. Still care about him? At the mention of Zhou Qian, Xiaqing Zhou sighed. He took more beatings and walked away with a limp in his leg. He returned, got a doctor to look at the film and got his medication. When she was about to leave the hospital, Feng Liu came in full armor. Shenzhen frowned, swept a glance at her. She was full of famous brand, but also with a mask and hat. A star came sense of vision. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Xiaqing Zhou sank his eyes and said coldly, "I heard you were hurt." She looked at him with a worried look on her face, looking at the corner of his mouth as if it was broken. He had always been cool and reserved. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Or for Gangnam, "You're a doctor?" Xiaqing Zhou said, as if he couldn't see the worry on her face, his eyebrows full of unhappiness that she had taken it upon herself to come over. Xie Qingzhou raised his feet and walked away, then turned around and walked to her. Feng Liyu's low mood brightened up. What's wrong? Why don't you go shooting at Bree's group if you're so free? Her mood bottomed out again and she commiserated that she knew. Looking at Xie Qingzhou's cold back, she was sad. Actually, she came over a long time ago. She watched him get into Jiangnan's car. She also saw the tender look of Xie Qingzhou who couldn't help himself, in all these years, except for remembering the person he was looking for. This was the first time she saw him reveal such a look. After so many years, she watched Xie Qingzhou not care about Jiangnan. But I don't know when he started to care. Jiangnan's so good-looking, as if everywhere you go will make people cannot help but salute. Even the always cold Xie Qingzhou, in the car, just want to kiss her. She's really upset. Xie Qingzhou heart has that woman even if that is he pay any price to find, cannot replace the white moonlight. She couldn't compare, she admitted. But what does Gangnam have to offer? She did not allow Jiangnan to enter Xie Qingzhou's heart. She would rather Xie Qingzhou had found that woman than see him forget that woman and choose Jiangnan. When Jiangnan returned to the company, Yang Ji came to say about Su Jiao. At noon today, Mr. Chun spoke on social media and terminated his cooperation with Su Jiao's company. Su Jiao is one of Chun Xiao's big channel dealers. This time to terminate the cooperation, but also indirectly support the Jiangnan that, what have you done? Do not know in your heart? Where's Su Jiao? Back to the North City, after all, the company her clients made a scene. Yang Ji replied, however, I sent someone to follow her. She is desperate. She will definitely look for help from the person behind the curtain. Jiangnan didn't say anything, thinking. By the way, Mr. Jiang, it's not just our people following Su Jiao. There are 2 other groups of people following her as well. Oh, I've checked, young Master Zhou's people and Mr. Xie. Gangnam sighed. I know. I remembered something. I have to go out. Yang Ji let out an, didn't you make an appointment with Mr. Gao to talk about Mr. Chen's price? You tell Gao Zhan that it doesn't matter if the price given to Chen Xiao doesn't have a profit a few times. It's fine if it's profitable for the whole year. I believe in him. Just let him rest assured that he's going to do it boldly. Just give me a call if something happens. She left her words and hurriedly left. When he got into the car, Jiangnan called a Ning. Ning Ning, where are you? I'm in front of Zhou's house, brewing up how to persuade Zhou Qian. I'll find someone else for Zhou Qian. I've got something important to do. You need to help me go to the North City. Jiangnan explained the matter to a Ning in detail and didn't return to the company. She simply went back to the Jiang family. Mom Qin Shuang was in the kitchen with Sister Li preparing to make buns with bean paste filling. Did the little glutton come back by the smell? Qin Frost spoke gently. I just cooked up the beans, and I wanted to call you even if you didn't come back. Gangnam leaned affectionately on his mom's shoulder. I'll watch the pot. Sister Qin stay with Jiang Jiang. Sister Li kicked them out of the kitchen. Jiangnan then leaned on her mother's shoulder. Then the 2 of them cuddled up on the sofa. Dr. Wang said that sitting next to your mother is equivalent to 6 visits to a psychiatrist. So why don't we go and see Grandma during the weekend? What's the matter? Did you have an unhappy encounter? Jiangnan nodded. She was indeed a little annoyed because of Xie Qingzhou's current attitude. He's not bringing up divorce now, and she doesn't have anything better to do right away, and doesn't want to dwell on it like that. Tell Mom. Just work stuff. Jiangnan smiled, not wanting to upset her mom. In the afternoon, she rested on her mom's lap as the sun poured in through the floor-to-ceiling window sunshine, and she took a beautiful nap. When I woke up, Sister Li's buns were steamed. Freshly baked buns with refreshing side dishes with sticky millet porridge. Used to socializing, she craved this. Dinner wasn't even over yet when Yang Ji called. Mr. Jiang, have you seen the news? The endorsement? I'm afraid it won't work. Feng Liu seems to be pregnant. Chapter 48. This call from Yang Ji still made Jiangnan fuming. She went outside to follow the call while she went online to search what was going on. The revelation of a well-known entertainer that Feng Liu is suspected to be pregnant. There's a picture of Feng Liu going to the OBGYN and another one taken just this afternoon. The person who took the picture only captured the back of Xie Qingzhou, wearing that beige down vest, standing in front of Feng Liu. The 2 of them appeared at the hospital at the same time. Feng Liu's fans rightly thought that the 2 of them together maternity to go. When such a revelation was made, it was discussed almost all over the internet. Feng Liu's fans had even already ate Xie Qingzhou, preparing for the wedding of the century. Jiangnan watched the online heat firing up, with no response from either side. At this time, Xie Qingzhou was in the July Club. He sat on the sofa with his hands on his chest, looking at the cell phone on the coffee table. Feng Liu pregnant. Many people called to congratulate Xie Qingzhou. After all, everyone in the circle didn't know that Xie Qingzhou was secretly married and thought that his real girlfriend was Feng Liu. If you're already pregnant, when is the wedding date set? Song Susanna knew that she was laughing madly at this, so she felt that Xie Qingzhou deserved it. Who let him and Feng Liu be so high profile that they couldn't move without making a headline. What is even more frustrating is that from the exposure of the pregnancy to now, the whole 2.5 hours, only no Jiangnan the wife's phone. And then look, that face of Mr. Xie. It was so gloomy that it was dripping. Share. But Jiangnan has been waiting for his call for 3 whole years. Hearts are slowly cooling, right? Sung Sanjorn knew to gloat again. Xinjin. Aha. Xie Qingzhou coldly looked at the 2 men singing in unison. You two, aren't you done? Brother. What are you going to do about your sister-in-law's side? Xinjin asked. Ever since he had decided that Jiangnan had drugged him, his parents had never asked about her affair with Jiangnan. In the past, when he and Feng Liu were on the news, his mom even called and said that she had to be considerate of Jiangnan's feelings. At this moment, Xie Qingzhou's heart was indescribable. He used to be annoyed that Jiangnan was looking for him, and he was annoyed that she was meddling. Now that she finally didn't care about anything, he was a little uncomfortable and a little lost. Xie Qingzhou got up and took his cell phone and got up to go. As he walked to the door, he remembered something and asked, why did Zhou Qian call her 11? Is 11 her breast name? Xinjian and Song Esyunzhi reacted well for a moment. It's shouting her a billion, right? Jiangnan went back to the company to meet with the marketing department to deal with Feng Liu's endorsement. Although over the years, Feng Liu's boyfriend is Xie Qingzhou, this matter, almost everyone knows. The romance between an innocent jade girl who floats out of the sky and a certain luxurious playboy is quite a good knockout in any era, and that's a walking traffic code. Therefore, she understands the previous president's idea. Feng Liu image both in line with the product positioning, use Xie Qingzhou this resource curiosity to add. But pregnant or unmarried and pregnant, words like that are not so good for a company's endorsement. Gangnam eventually wanted to replace her. Only, her proposal was controversial and she didn't have a better candidate to replace Feng Liu. So the results of the meeting were put on hold backward. Jiang Nan ended the meeting and went to the airport to pick up a Ning. It's a rush to get to the north side in the afternoon and back in the evening. Picking up a Ning, Jiang Nan was eager to know the result. Is it her? And Ning nodded while furiously drinking water. Yes, it's that thing that's trying to harm you. Doing things too nasty. What are we going to do now? Call the police. Chapter 49, Hunger. No, wait a little longer. And Ning saw that she had a number in her heart, and did not say much. There are buns can eat very happy. Just think of the woozy things on the internet, not to mention Jiangnan. She looked at a bellyful of gas. How about you, is everything okay? I don't even care about him anymore. What could it be? Jiangnan even raised his eyebrows at her. Annan hugged her without saying anything else. On the way back, Jiangnan asked Ning, Ning, do you want to shoot again? And Ning is a very talented actor. At the age of 17 years old, took the Pegasus Award after the movie, both film and television works, or fashion resources with a moment of popularity, is not an exaggeration. And Ning froze when she retired from the circle 4 years ago. She did not expect to return to that circle. These years with a few lukewarm male actors on the fringes of the circle, not hungry, but also will not be able to make a difference. Jiangnan looked at her best friend and thought for a moment before adding, just think about whether you want to film again. Annan looked back. There are other factors I need to consider? For example, that man? Jiangnan swept her a glance. Isn't it that you're so scared of him that you don't even dare to shoot the movie and hide back in Haicheng? And Ning made 2 disdainful, sounds. I will seriously consider your proposal. Back in the Jiang family, Jiangnan didn't have to be taught or dignified, and was much more comfortable. Slept through the next day and was still lying on the couch in my pajamas at almost noon. When Xie Qingzhou arrived at Jiang's house, what he saw was Jiangnan hanging upside down on the sofa reading a book, resting his leg on the back of the sofa, with the pant leg sliding down, revealing a section of white and thin calf. Is this the wife who does all the dignified boarding for dinner? Hearing the footsteps, Jiangnan thought it was a Ning, and without taking her eyes off the book, she spoke, Peel an apple for this princess? Mrs. Li carried the vegetable basket and coughed lightly. Jiang. Jiangnan made a sound. She tilted her head again to look over, and when she saw Xie Qingzhou, who was slightly hanging his head and looking at him, she rolled off the sofa in a flash. Sitting on the carpet, she watched him with his hands in his pockets, looking at her with a smirk. Jiangnan straightened his hair, then sat back on the sofa. Why did you come over? I didn't answer my phone call to you last night, and I wasn't there when I went to your house, Xie Qingzhou said, scanning the pajamas on Jiangnan. Very clean blue and white stripes with a big white goose on it. Very childish, making her look especially like a small child. What he hadn't thought of was that she had such a lively nature. And Ning came out with the fruits of her dessert, and when she saw Xie Qingzhou, her face collapsed. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything. Qin Frost came out from the kitchen, looked at the tall man standing in the living room, and glanced at her daughter. Jiang, why don't you ask the guest to sit down, rude? Okay. Mom, you continue to be busy, Jiangnan said, then pushed Xie Qingzhou to the side hall, then questioned him in a low voice. What the hell are you doing here, anyway? Xie Qingzhou was not quite satisfied with her such a defensive attitude. So afraid of your mom knowing who I am? Jiangnan heard this and let out a heh. This guest? We've been married for 3 years and my mom hasn't seen you once. Do you think it's necessary to let her in on who you are? Thinking about it, Jiangnan really felt that the person he once was stupid. How can you commit yourself and your family like this for love? Xie Qingzhou looked at her for a long time. Why don't I formally go and pay my respects to my mother-in-law today? Jiangnan heard this and stood in front of him as if he were an enemy. What exactly is your business? She was impatient and unhappy, her face clean without makeup, the mole on the tip of her nose giving her what should have been a fierce, menacing look, like a tit cat with claws outstretched with an not threatening at all and oddly cute. Mr. Nanshou is leaving Haiqing. Accompany me to see him off. Xie Qingzhou, what makes you think I'll go? Yesterday, she had made such a big deal out of her affair with Feng Liu that she didn't expect an explanation from him, nor expect, for that matter, his respect. He could ignore her true heart, even trample on it. She deserved it because she had liked it, because she loved it. But he's really overdoing things. And how sad and upset would her mom be if she saw her marriage like this? Mr. Nanshou would like to meet the owner of the brooch. Xie Qingzhou added. I'm not going, Jiangnan said. Going for it, that's making it cheaper for him to hurt her. She would never again be the Jiangnan who had once been at his beck and call, waiting with all her heart for him to take a look at her. You go back. Her attitude was cold. Let's make it one size fits all, shall we? Jiangnan was angry. When did you return a code to a code? You are not the one who went back on his word? You have to face it, don't both want and want what era you still want to engage in that set of people's happiness. Where what flush? You're blaming me for not mentioning the divorce. It wasn't an accident. I once got even. The topic of divorce finally came up after all these days. Look at the expression on Xie Qingzhou's face when he said this. How unconcerned he was. Like talking about the weather. Xie Qingzhou, it's hard for you to talk like that. The accident was my business. I didn't ask you to help me. That way there won't be so much to do. 1 goodbye, 2 goodbyes. Xie Qingzhou looked at her with cold eyes and stopped talking. A man can allow a beautiful woman he's interested in to be spiteful, unreasonable, and even disobedient. But not knowing how to rein it in makes it unappealing. Being in that state by me, all shouting for Zhou Qian to be lighter. But unfortunately, that person is me, not the Zhou Qian that you're pining for. His cooled voice carried a warning. Obviously the two of them had been so intimately entwined like that. Why did he take this to humiliate her? Or was it him who told her to look for Zhou Qian? Jiangnan's eyes reddened. Any man is better than you. Xie Qingzhou was really angered. What was she enchanting into that night? Even if Zhou Qian is okay, is that fat guy who wants to harm her okay too? Mr. Jiang, really hungry, huh? He was smiling. His tone was very, very light, pressing towards her. Jiang Nan regretted that he hadn't controlled his emotions and showed off this tongue. His fingers dug into his tie and ripped it away, and with one hand around her waist, he pushed her against the wall. Jiang Nan struggled with his hands and feet, accidentally knocking the vase from the wall cabinet to the ground. The loud noise caused Qin Shuang to inquire, Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Nan was so afraid that her mom would see it that she was nervous. Xie Qingzhou in turn became calm and relaxed, his fingers slowly and methodically sliding down her neck, stopping to circle below her collarbone. Jiang Nan intuited a wave of tingling climbing up along his tailbone. Let go, she said. Accompany me or not? You always do, pushing her with people and things she cares about. That's not lewd. But it really works for you. Jiangnan heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer and closed his eyes. I go. Can you let go of me now? Chapter 50. She's cold at heart. When Qin Shuang and Ning came over, Xie Qingzhou let go of her. Seeing her mom, Xie Qingzhou was very friendly and polite, making it hard to be offended. Jiangnan was aggrieved in her heart, but still smiled and said to her mom, It's nothing. The guest accidentally knocked over the vase. Qin Frost looked puzzled and pursed her lips to keep quiet. I have something to go out. Let Ning accompany you? Leave the dessert for me. I'll come back and eat. Okay? Jiangnan said, giving Ning a wink. Right, Auntie, quick. What's the next step? Or I'll forget the steps in no time. Ning said, gouging Xie Qingzhou hard. Jiangnan was relieved when Ning took her mother away. I'll go change. Wait for me. Back in his room, still leaning against the door panel, Inami dropped a tear. Xie Qingzhou is really too nasty. After changing her clothes, Jiangnan put on light makeup and confided in Ning. When he walked to the living room, Xie Qingzhou was sitting on the sofa peeling an apple. Go! Xie Qingzhou handed her the peeled apple. Not wanting to eat? Is this a slap in the face and a sweet date? She took the apple, looked at it, and then threw it in the trash in front of him. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the sofa and sighed. If you don't eat, then let's go. Getting into the car, Jiangnan sat in the back seat, looking out the window with a pale expression. I didn't know her before, but now that I've seen her vividly, she's good-looking now too, but like a soulless dummy. He tried to coax her, but she wasn't the type to be coaxed. It seems like every time we meet, it's more or less uneventful. Xie Qingzhou pondered for a long time. If only you and I, it is not what you think. No need to explain, you can't explain towards me. Jiangnan said, not even giving him a look. Xie Qingzhou sank his eyes and the car fell into silence. When she arrived at the place, Xie Qingzhou smiled warmly and opened the car door for her. Jiangnan looked away, his cold features becoming decent. The two, like a masked couple, walked towards the restaurant where Mr. Nanshu was being hosted. Upon entering the box, Mr. Nanshu arrived. Not like an 88-year-old man, at a glance up to 70 years old, hard body, very familiar pat Xie Qingzhou's shoulder. Xiaozhou's wife is very beautiful. Xie Qingzhou smiled and first invited Nanshu to sit down in front of the tea table. I also think it's pretty, Xie Qingzhou said. Introduce the two to each other. What kind of person is Jiangnan? Kangwan to you? Mr. Nanshu inquired. My father. Nanshu ha laughed. Xiaozhou ah. Zhang Yuan is your father-in-law. That brooch is your father-in-law to your mother-in-law to propose. The design is drawn by your father-in-law, but every diamond and every turquoise on the brooch are all cut by me and set. Your father-in-law is the #1 infatuation na. Xie Qingzhou's tea-making fingers lurched, smiling somewhat unnaturally. So, you want to meet the owner of the brooch? I wanted to take a chance. I didn't expect it to be Zhang Yuan's daughter. I would have liked it to be by you to step in and ask for this brooch, return it to its original owner and leave a thought. Nanshu said, mentioning Zhang Yuan is a little sad. An accident sent Ihara to his death. Leaving behind orphans and widows, Nanshu really does not want to let this witness the deep feelings of the object, with the same people drifting 4 falls. Luckily, Mr. Nanshu's words touched Jiang Nan's heart and gave birth to a few sour feelings. Touched by Mr. Nanshu's understanding of his parents' feelings and his willingness to do these things for this love too, it set off Xie Qingzhou's extraordinarily thin feelings towards her as a wife. Mr. Nanshu, thank you. Let me first toast you with tea instead of wine. In Jiang Nan's eyes was a deep appreciation for Nanshu. Nanshu laughed. You're just as quick-witted as your father, aren't you? He was aware of his bullying shortcomings, and when he was young and famous in the jewelry world, he didn't miss out on upsetting young people because of his eccentric temper. One of the two most impressive is Edra, a jewelry designer from decades ago. The other is this young son of the Xie family. I didn't realize that these two were sons-in-law. It's also wonderfully karmic. Then can you tell me a little bit about my father when he was young? Jiang Nan was really interested. Every time her mother mentioned the brooch, she had a sweet look on her face. But the brooch had a connection to Mr. Nanshu that neither she nor her mother knew about. After all, Mr. Nanshu is a ghost craftsman in the jewelry industry who has pushed the limits of jewelry design from innovation to cutting techniques. Xie Qingzhou, however, had a complicated mood. All he knew was that the braces were important to her, but he didn't know they were her father's legacy. He hadn't been able to figure out when, somehow, she had stopped caring about him or smiling at him. Now he finally knew that her heart, from whence it began to be cold. Chapter 51, Husband. Xie Qingzhou remembered the day of the auction, when she had put her stance so low that she wanted to buy the brooch back for double the price. She tried to explain that it was her dad's legacy, but he cut her off. It was also the day she said she would divorce if she gave her the brooch. Xie Qingzhou looked at her. Mr. Nanshu was telling her anecdotes about her father, and she listened attentively, her eyes bright and brilliant, sparkling like finely carved diamonds. Into the seat, Jiangnan, grateful to Mr. Nanshu, said his father before the marriage of some things. Heard that he loves to drink a little, not accustomed to drinking white wine. Jiangnan, a cup after a cup to accompany. Nanshu was at least old enough to see how honest Jiangnan was, which really followed her father. With her, a young man, at first sight and a junior, Nanshu was not good at always drinking with her. So he looked at Xie Qingzhou. Xiaozhou, why are you absent-minded today? Did a wrong thing. Xie Qingzhou said, leaning his body back, his arm naturally resting on the back of Jiangnan's seat as he looked down. Nanshu realized, so, the injury on the face is from Xiaojiang? Xie Qingzhou slightly stunned. Low laugh. Jiangnan drank wine. A little on the face, white face or red. Eyes also disoriented a little. Obviously some drunk. Not her. She doesn't hit people. That means you fought with someone. Nanshu said, but with some disbelief. They say that the most educated fluttering noble gentleman in high society, Xie Qingzhou, deserves it. Warm and gentle as jade, excellent manners. Responds without hesitation, elegant and decent. The most gentle and good-tempered man who can fight. Jiangnan heard this and slowly turned her face. He's bad-tempered. And he's also careful, Mr. Nanshu. Are you talking about the wrong person? Mr. Nanshu burst out laughing again. Xie Qingzhou side-eyed her, looking at her dismantling the stage and still looking innocent. He lowered his eyes and moved in front of her. I'm in my 20s, that's what I look like. Jiangnan rolled her eyes greatly before turning her head. Mr. Nanshu, I'll toast you again. I'm really happy to have met you today. She's drunk. Where can she keep drinking? Nanshu was also quite happy tonight, and after a few more shallow chats with Xie Qingzhou, he was ready to leave. Jiangnan busily got up and gave him a big bow. Mr. Nanshu, thank you indeed. Jiangnan also wanted to go to see him off and was left in the private room by Xie Qingzhou. Arriving downstairs, Nanshu looked at the young man in front of him. The one in your heart is light, but this one shines too, doesn't it? He did not have to see Jiangnan today, only a shallow mention. He was rushing to say, see her, cannot. Then he saw that the way he looked at Jiangnan today carried a few moments of unknowing favoritism, and he was a person from the past, so he understood what he was thinking. People aren't iron and stone. It's hard to avoid a heartbeat. It's up to you to choose. Got it? I'll visit you after my year, Xie Qingzhou said. Nanshu's car walked away before Xie Qingzhou returned to the box. Jiangnan was pouring herself a cup of tea to drink with her cheeks, and when she saw him, she ignored him and drank one cup after another. Xie Qingzhou sat beside her and didn't speak, waiting quietly. She was drunk and her whole body was lazy, rather similar to her state in the Jiang family. Gangnam was a good drinker, and when he'd had enough of the water, he plopped down on the tea table, ready to get confused, much like a sleepy cat. Xie Qingzhou reached out and touched the back of her head. Go home. She didn't move, and it was a while before she turned her head. I'm not in the same house as you anymore. Who said that? He asked lowly, his fingers still rubbing the top of her head. Me. Xie Qingzhou got up and scooped her up in the process. You don't get to say it. The little woman in his arms looked at him quizzically for a moment. Then with a good oh, she leaned back against his shoulder and closed her eyes. Xie Qingzhou was stunned, looking at her this naive look for a long time, before he went to get her cell phone and bag, and put his jacket on her, and when he went to put on his jacket, he saw her wobbling and slamming into the door. He sucked in a breath and tugged on her. She fell into his arms and looked back at him, then smiled and threw her arms around his neck. Honey, you saved me. Chapter 52. Deception. After 3 years of marriage, Jiangnan had never called out to him like that. Previously, his attitude had prevented her from calling out to him in such an intimate manner. Now it's she won't. Drunken people, the body is soft with little strength. The tone is also warmer and softer than usual, listening to his ears with a seductive flavor. Call me what? He rolled his throat and wrapped his arms around her waist. Husband, wow, we are not married, she said, and her face leaned against the nape of his neck, smiling contentedly. Xie Qingzhou looked down. This was how she smiled when she got the marriage license. Put her coat on and picked her up to come out of the box. The cold night wind blew, and Jiangnan's sky rotating head had a moment of clarity. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xie Qingzhou's jawline was taut and appeared sharp. This isn't when you first got married? Her mind was a little scrambled and her eyes hurt. She closed them to get more comfortable. Once in the car, Xie Qingzhou pressed her against the door and lowered his head to kiss her. Jiang Nan was overwhelmed by his pressure and reached out to push his face again. Holding her wrists, he made her straighten up. "You get up, rotten apple." Xie Qingzhou was infuriated and laughed at her. Really? Unable to move, she glared at him, and the curve of her body undulated. With the rise and fall of her breathing was very uplifting. He took hold of her fine white neck and kissed her again forcefully. Jiang Nan clenched his teeth and twisted his body around to resist. "Gangnam, there's you like that? If you get drunk and flirt, forget it and then deny it." The light from the window crisscrossed over her face, and her eyes were misty-eyed and pure and innocent like a deer in the forest. It reminded him of the first time he met her, when she sat on the couch at home and said to his parents, "Is it okay if I want to thank Qingzhou?" The eyes were limpid in this way, too. "Didn't you say, want me?" Xie Qingzhou gasped lowly and said. Jiangnan's head was muddled again. "Like this?" "Well." The driver swept his eyes from the rearview mirror. He arched his back very aggressive as if he had kissed Mrs. He sighed without daring to look at it much. "Mr. Shameless, how can you cheat people like this?" The light fragrance of wine seems to be getting more and more intoxicating in the entanglement of lips and teeth. Jiang Nan is messed up beyond recognition, hugging his neck and trembling gently in his arms. Xie Qingzhou's fingers undid the buttons on her back, a few to lose control to bite her neck. His cell phone buzzed and he stopped with a stiffness in his back. The woman in his arms, not quite satisfied, tilted her neck, then looked at him quizzically. "Home first," he said, his thumb grazing her brimming red lips before he straightened his shirt and sat back, taking her into his arms. The cell phone in her bag rang again. Xie Qingzhou took it out and scanned it. Picking it up, "She can't answer the phone. She's not going back tonight." Hearing that it was Xie Qingzhou's voice, a Ning immediately exploded. "You dead scum. Let Jiangnan answer the phone. What makes you think she won't go home?" Xie Qingzhou, watching her eyes widen as she looks at him, in a grin, giving her the phone. "Hi, Ningya. Jiangnan, are you drinking white wine? I'm getting married today. I don't drink." Anning. Jiangnan drank white wine and drank fake wine about the same. Can hold a dog shouting Ning Ning, marriage is not rare. Surname Xie. I'm telling you, don't touch her while she's drunk or I'll fight you. Xie Qingzhou he sound directly hung up. How could he not move her when he was so aroused by her that he couldn't help himself? Only when they got home, Gangnam fell asleep on his lap. Because of the brooch, he felt some guilt in his heart. So he didn't toss her, scrubbed her, and let her sleep. When Auntie Shui cooked the sobering soup and brought it up, she saw Mr. sitting on the sofa, slightly tilting his head, looking at Mrs., who was sleeping on the bed. Jiangnan's long hair spilled over her snow-white back, exposing only one shoulder, but Auntie Shui could imagine her pure, soft, and charming appearance, and it was no wonder that Mr. Hare couldn't even bother to wipe it, looking out of his mind. She knew this was coming and was so happy for her wife. Auntie Shui didn't bother them, so she left with the sobering soup, closing the door in the process. The next day, when Jiangnan woke up, the sky was already bright. The strong arms of the man wrapped around her waist made her frown lightly. Looking at Xie Qingzhou sleeping beside him, he was in his arms. Besides, she's not even dressed. She wondered how the hell that happened. It seems like she hugged his neck and kissed him hard. Like he even touched her? Gangnam exhaled, rolled over, and got out of bed. She was hanging her own inner garment on her arm, and she didn't need to think about it to know that this dog had done it, and wouldn't he give her a change of pajamas. She backhanded it to snap it, missing it several times out of anger. The man's fingers accidentally traced the skin of his back, and the buttons fastened at once. Jiang Nan hugged a pillow in front of her body and plucked out a glance at him. Xie Qingzhou pillowed his arm. A glance fell on her waist, very white and thin. You can still see the waistline. Her legs are very long and straight. His eyes darkened as he remembered how mesmerized she looked when her legs were wrapped around his waist. Jiang Nan glared at her angrily and ran into the locker room. He exhaled and had to take a shower first. Jiang Nan was eating breakfast when Xie Qingzhou also came over and stood in front of her. She frowned, thinking he was blocking the light, dropped her eggs, got up and left. Xie Qingzhou held her arm. Talk to you. Talking about divorce? Jiang Nan looked back at him. You were hugging me last night and calling me husband after husband. He raised his eyebrows lightly, his dark eyes teasing a little. I've called my husband when I drank white wine and hugged a pig, and I've called Ning when I hugged our school dog in college. When he takes it seriously, he's just being silly. Xie Qingzhou. I didn't realize the brooch was a relic of your father's. Jiang Nan froze, then looked at him seriously. The injuries on his face could no longer be seen without careful scrutiny. His facial features were nice and well-defined, dazzling. The expression was serious, not like a lie. But what made Jiang Nan puzzled was that he didn't know that the brooch was her father's accident. So how did Feng Liu know? Jiang Nan, I'm not bad enough to deliberately embarrass you. With something like this, he added, I'm sorry for the hurt I've caused you. Jiang Nan's heart sank as he looked at Xie Qingzhou and said, even if you knew, in the situation where Feng Liu wanted it and you loathed me, would you give me the brooch? Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything and just looked at her. Jiang Nan smiled. Knowing the answer, he still wouldn't. Chapter 53. No matter what, Xie Qingzhou would not have given her the brooch, but today he apologized because of this. Gangnam wanted to know why. She shifted her body back and leaned against the island table, tilting her head slightly to look at him because of the height difference between the two. Xie Qingzhou's skin was extremely good-looking and his temperament was also good. That day Mr. Nanxiu said that he was a deservedly flamboyant nobleman of the upper class, which was true. The Xie family is the richest in Haicheng. His father-in-law, Xie Jingyuan, is a very famous industrialist, low-key, and Mrs. Xie, Ronghua, teaches her children well, and although Xie Qingzhou treats her in general, her bones are extremely educated. So he'll apologize for anything he does wrong. I'd like to know if you're apologizing now because you want to sleep with me more than anything else, or simply because, in your heart, you feel bad about it? This time Xie Qingzhou froze. Then, he laughed while approaching her. His hands propped up on the island countertop, condescendingly confronting her. So, you like to play straight, he said, also surprised at her intelligence and basic knowledge of him. This also made Xie Qingzhou very surprised to find out that talking with her about things saves her time and is inexplicably comfortable with her. Yes, if I like it, I like it. If I don't like it, I don't engage in ambiguity, she said, looking frankly straight into his eyes. She all but connotes that he's not lewd, and he doesn't hide it, saying, trying to sleep with you is 80% of it. We sign the divorce and I sleep with you twice? Xie Qingzhou let out a low laugh and clasped her chin before lowering his head. Is the word stupid written on my brain? His breath was hot and brushed against her face. Jiang Nan felt itchy and couldn't help but tilt her head to avoid it. I didn't say that. Legitimate couple. You've called me a rotten apple and won't give me sleep? Divorced and signed. You can give sleep? He pinched her waist and lifted her up with a little force, making her sit on the island table. He lowered his head to kiss her. She leaned back and tilted her head to avoid it again. Since we can't talk, I'm going to work. Xie Qingzhou held the back of her neck, forcing her to tilt her head slightly to look at him. Look at yourself. How insincere are you? He said, eyes deep in color, voice low. Jiang Nan was sitting on the cold island platform. Her neck was held down by him. His body was squeezed between her legs. The glass could reflect the intimate position of the two. Her heart was beating fast. Lowering his eyes, he didn't look at him. Xie Qingzhou, don't steal concepts. This has nothing to do with sincerity. Get up and go. He frankly admitted that he just wanted to sleep with her, not about love, and she was more or less lost in her heart. After all, the married life once envisioned was one of love and sweetness with him. There is no love, no sweetness. It's endless waiting and loneliness. Now, instead of waiting, he just wanted to sleep with her. No woman like this. Getting up. Refusing. She'd been saying those words too much lately. Xie Qingzhou missed the way she had once filled her heart and eyes with him. If he had tried to touch her then, she would have wrapped her arms around her joyfully and would have begged him to go lighter in his ear as she had done that night, only to wrap herself around him tighter. The fire in his body hadn't been extinguished since last night. He bit her lip after all. Jiang Nan didn't expect him to really dare. She had no defense, and a few times it all fell apart. Auntie Shui came out of the kitchen and gave a ya, then said, I didn't see anything. Then she hid in the kitchen again. Xie Qingzhou was a bit dissatisfied and looked at Jiang Nan, whose face was flushed. So he simply carried her and went upstairs. She was terrified and slapped his shoulder. Xie Qingzhou, you're crazy. You put me down. Without speaking, he went to his room, threw her on the bed, his jawline taut, and said, "Not crazy. But if we don't get it, it'll explode." Jiang Nan blushed. He is not very educated. How can he say such words? Watching him, sitting on his knees on the bed, ripping off his tie, she panicked a little. Xie Qingzhou, my company still has business. There is something also. Wait, this period of contact down, want you to listen to be coaxed, gentle enough. Not to mention that she, sensitive as she is easily soft. Xie Qingzhou trapped her underneath his body and kissed her while rubbing her. Jiang Nan's body couldn't help but tremble. Night? Is night okay? I'm really not used to it during the day. Xie Qingzhou knew that she didn't want to, and looked at her with a low gasp. Do you think I can wait until the night? Last night, I didn't even want to endure. Jiang Nan swallowed, feeling his fingers, which were particularly ticklish on her body. She glanced sideways and saw the sun shining outside the window, his shirt open, his body defined and attractive. He wrapped his lips around hers and kissed her deeply, and she was repulsed but a little intent. He was on a roll, and no matter how much she struggled, her tactics couldn't be tougher than his. She really didn't want to be associated with that. But he was right, what he knew about her body. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and tried to relax, holding his shoulders and pressing against his ear. You won't force yourself on anyone, huh? Xie Qingzhou looked at her and smiled. You help me? At 9 o'clock, Xie Qingzhou came downstairs in a bright mood, and Xiao Zhang, who was waiting in the living room, got up and left with him. Afterwards, Jiang Nan came down with a depressed face, and Yang Ji was busy going up. Mr. Jiang, is everything all right? Jiang Nan shook his head. On the way to the company, Yang Ji said that she had pushed through a meeting and that there was a niche jewelry brand that wanted to move into breeze fashion and wanted to talk to her. Jiang Nan sighed. I know. By the way, today Feng Li Yu came over. Jiang Nan, in the end, still Googled Feng Li Yu's pregnancy. The news of her pregnancy the night before nearly paralyzed a social media platform, and today there is surprisingly no news at all. Jiang Nan had to admire Xie Qingzhou. As for the pregnancy, she felt that Xie Qingzhou, in the end, was mindful of the impact on the Xie family and should not have let her get pregnant. But to think, when he was in love, he had also hugged Feng Li Yu. Her mind just got a little nauseous. Favorably, Xie Qingzhou had recently been sick, as if he had been making moves on her, and she still always escaped. When he arrived at the office, Jiang Nan called Chun Xiao for 2 hours. At lunchtime, she went to the company cafeteria. Just after sitting down, Feng Li Yu came over with her assistant as well. Many employees sought her autograph, and Feng Li Yu gently responded, coming and going, maintaining her kind and pure idol persona. The head of the marketing department rejected the person for her before Feng Li Yu was able to get out of the way, and when she saw her, she came with a smile on her face. Mr. Jiang, can I sit with you? Jiang Nan nodded and invited the head of marketing to join him as well. Ask how the shooting is progressing. Mr. Jiang, there's no WeChat for you yet. Mr. Jiang looked at her and let her scan the code anyway. Feng Li Yu was at the dinner table, complimenting her for being capable and competent while tweeting Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan switched to her WeChat conversation and saw that she had sent an ultrasound order for her to follow up in 7-10 days. Immediately afterward, she received another message from Feng Li Yu. Early ultrasound can't be seen yet, but the urine test is 2 bars. Chapter 54. Coldness. Jiang Nan laughed softly and put down his cell phone. Minister Xiao of the marketing department, who was informing her of the progress of the shooting, froze. In order for Feng Li Yu to complete the shooting smoothly and quickly, he was praising her profusely against his will. What did the boss mean by smiling like that? Feng Li Yu was also a bit puzzled and asked her gently and harmlessly, Mr. Jiang, what did you see? Why are you so happy? Jiang Nan finger body leaned back, looking at her knowing provocation, did not answer her, turned to the person in charge and said, You later put Miss Feng's contract. Give me a moment. Good. Feng Li Yu didn't know what Jiang Nan meant, but having dealt with her last time, she knew how difficult she was to deal with. What's the point of mentioning the contract at this point? Feng Li Yu thought about it and finally asked herself, My contract was drawn up by Qingzhou for me. Is there any problem? Mentioning Xie Qingzhou, Feng Li Yu was really sweet, and Jiang Nan still looked at her with a pale expression. Feng Liu said this thing right, but it is not false. In order to hold Feng Liu, Xie Qingzhou opened a film and television investment company. A large amount of money and resources smashed in her. She is also competitive, became the company's living signboard. The two of them were as affectionate as they were. Not to mention the dreamy little girls in the company. And those $1,000 celebrities in the circle had shown their envious glances. Not to mention that she, the insider, who had been absent from his marriage for whole years, accompanying her, throwing his money away for her, had seen so many things like this. What was the small matter of personally overseeing a contract? Perhaps it was the heartache of disappointment over and over again, or more perhaps it was not caring anymore. She was not much heartbroken about the fact that Feng Liu might be pregnant. Just think of two people every time together, his time is very long, as if the absence of a long time like, and now the child are getting out. I think Xie Qingzhou quite good at pretending. Miss Feng is protected by Mr. Xie so well. The contract matter must not be able to read it. Then the follow-up, I'd better find Mr. Xie to talk in person. Jiang Nin said, not wanting to waste any more time on her. With that, he handed his cell phone to Yang Ji. Type it out and send it to Mr. Xie. Feng Liu was anxious. What are you doing? Jiang Nin got up and glanced down at Feng Liu, still smiling. It's nothing. Miss Feng, eat slowly. I'll leave first. Feng Liu was dumbfounded. This time she came to her. She knew that her tactics were not clever, but she had no way out. She thought, the child's matter, let Jiang Nin face again, do not care. Heart is also like a pinch of pain. After all, in these 3 years of marriage, Jiang Nan, if he did not love, how could he tolerate Xie Qingzhou this trampling? That's how long she's been married and how long she's existed between the two of them. Who could do that if they didn't love very, very deeply and wait for the man to come back? Jiang Nan was actually quite happy in her heart now that she half cared. But when he thought of Xie Qingzhou's attitude, he panicked again. She knew men too well and didn't see to take them seriously when they were uptight. But if it was different, then the man's desire to conquer came, not to mention that Jiang Nan was really pretty and smart. Xie Qingzhou didn't like stupid women. In his words, it was a waste of brain cells to say a word. Today's Jiang Nan wore a black shirt bundled in gray pants, did not tie hair, dry and loose, unlike an executive. The image of the temperament rather like clothing street photography model that, in the past, she really didn't put Jiang Nan in her eyes because she knew that Xie Qingzhou wouldn't even look at her because he was preoccupied with that woman. Plus all these years, she knew that Xie Qingzhou would find it hard to find someone in his heart again, and was at peace with his company, and even felt that she could replace that woman's position in his heart little by little. But these days Xie Qingzhou has changed, not only because Jiang Nan out of the gas, the two people in the same frame to speculate on the hot news, are said to have his permission to send, obviously before he was acquiesced. Because of the pregnancy this matter, he personally approached her to talk about it. Face particularly ugly, as if she gave him trouble, said that he wanted to take over all her social media platform access. Obviously everyone said she was a good match for Xie Qingzhou, and netizens even called for them to get married soon. Over the years, she was the only woman besides Xie Qingzhou. She could have replaced that one if she'd just taken it step by step. She didn't expect that after 3 years, the most non-existent Jiang Nan would be the biggest change. She had to maintain her image outside, smiling towards Minister Xiao, but her nails sunk into the flesh of her palm. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Minister Xiao shook his head. I don't know what it means. I guess Jiang always has her reasons. Feng Liu, In her heart she was so angry. No, she had to go and talk to Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou looked at the supplemental document to Feng Liu's cooperation agreement that Yang Ji had sent. This is what Mr. Jiang asked to send. Yes, Ms. Feng said that her contract was passed and revised by you personally, so she asked me to come over. It's an early pregnancy test. She sent an assistant? Xie Qingzhou pursed her lips and just stared at the list. What was she thinking? Junior's pregnancy test. She is a wife. Just phone, do not call, ask about it? This morning, she was still in his arms, red-faced, asking him if he was ready. Now so cold that he was surprised. Let Mr. Jiang talk to me. Xie Qingzhou was upset in his heart. He should not have been let off so easily in the morning by her red nose and daintily coaxing him to soften his heart. Look at her, what she's done, corrupting others. Mr. Xie, that's not necessary, is it? It's just a matter of you signing a supplemental agreement. Yang Ji said, thinking that he was kinda hard to serve. Is it sick to let come and talk after Junior has provoked you like this? Assistant Yang, how much do you make a month? Yang Ji froze and looked at Xie Qingzhou. What do you mean? She doesn't pay you so much that you have to meddle even in the affairs of human couples. Does she? Yang Ji. I'll give feedback to Mr. Jiang as is. Xie Qingzhou. What kind of person is this recruiting that has a temper as bad as hers? After Yang Ji left, Xie Qingzhou's face did not look good. Feng Liu? This idiot. What the hell is she doing? He tossed the agreement to Zhou Yung. Xiao Zheng frowned. This? Gives away heads. Madam is so smart. Surely she won't let go of this good opportunity. What about? Why don't you go and talk to the missus now? Chapter 55. Guardianship. Looking for her to talk about what? Xie Qingzhou sat in front of his desk and asked Xiao Zheng with a smile. He was all too familiar with a smile like that, a precursor to an outburst, and pushing the agreement back silently, he stood silent. Xie Qingzhou's fingers rubbed his brows, a little annoyed. Recently, he missed the Jiangnan he once had, whether it was before the marriage when she was full of light, or after the marriage when he came back. Every time he dressed up beautifully, smiling gently to please him, hoping that he could take one more look at that she. In fact, he misses more than anything the person he once was. Right now, he cared too much about Jiangnan. Even if it was only out of interest, he put too much attention on her. When Feng Liyu's pregnancy incident came out, her reaction was completely out of his expectation. Either that or hide in Zhang's house like a little kid. Now you're making it business and sending an assistant. He had to admit that Gangnam was good-looking and excellent, and that he was just attracted to her. But he doesn't want to touch feelings. After years of searching for her, each time in vain, he misses her, but cannot avoid forgetting her. How's it going with that thing I asked you to look into? He asked suddenly. Zhou was looking back, still checking. A few important messages are being confirmed. Xie Qingzhou did not speak. Xiao Zheng pursed his lips. Why are you suddenly checking on Mrs.? Mrs. doesn't touch almost a single line. Is it okay if I fantasize? I fantasize that the two people are the same, all happy. Xie Qingzhou looked at him. When did you talk the same way as her? Won't say shut up. Xiao Zheng. I've always been like this, it's clearly you. Xie Qingzhou stood up abruptly. What's wrong with me? Tell me clearly. You are now fascinated by Mrs. on the head? See who all have her look. Xiao Zheng said while running out to the door and then poked his head in. Are so many years I think you can if you do not want to find. Open a new life, also very good Mrs. very good. A book flew over and Zhou was closing the door when it hit the door with a loud noise. Yang Ji returned and conveyed Xie Qingzhou's words. Jiangnan slumped on his desk for a long time before he smiled coldly. Heh? Husband and wife? Is there such a couple? How could Yang Ji not know what she meant? What about giving each other decency even if they are unattached couples in union? Feng Liu took the early pregnancy slip to bully people, all because of Xie Qingzhou's power. If he had any semblance of regard for Jiang, this matter would not have been handled in such a stifling manner. Only a supplementary agreement could be used to bind Feng Liu. Mr. Jiang, there's not much to do this afternoon, why don't you take a break? Yang Ji said. Hiding from Feng Liu? Jiangnan propped up his head. Have some sense of humor. Okay? Last time she came to the office and scratched your hand. And today she's like this, in case she comes in a while and does something bad again, it's not adding to the misery. Jiangnan sighed. It was indeed bad enough. She really had enough too. Let's go through the legal process for the divorce. Let's have a lawyer talk to him about it. Marriage with him, there are companies also in laws, she has always been passive, so that Xie Qingzhou initiative to sign no wind and no waves of peaceful settlement do not want to make undignified. She has no intention of him anymore, and she's making a baby, so sue for divorce. She's really tired. Xie Qingzhou finished the work at hand and was about to go to Breeze Group to find Jiangnan when her lawyer came over first. Mr. Xie, my client's claim is very simple. As long as you sign the divorce, she can leave the house with a clean slate. If you don't sign, you didn't do the property notarization before marriage, you have a few companies under your hand, real estate as well as shares all have her half. By the way, Mr. Jiang also asked me to bring a message to you. Once you go through the legal process, you and Ms. Feng, because of the ambiguous suite on the hot searches, are the evidence of cheating on you within the marriage. Your future will have an impact on the right. Ms. Feng's reputation is not good, right? Xie Qingzhou's long legs were naturally folded, his fingers knocking on his kneecaps one by one very rhythmically, and he said only after a long time, threatening me? First he had Yang Ji come to give him a hard time, not to mention the fact that now there was a divorce lawyer. This Mr. Jiang is really sharp and stylish. Mr. Xie is a decent person and the future owner of Xie's. He can't have a reputation stained. Signing is in your best interest. The lawyer added. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. and could imagine how Jiang Nan taught the lawyer to deliver the message word by word. A businessman who can negotiate. After dismissing the lawyer, he had just stepped out of the office building when Zhou Jin was waiting for him at the door. The last time he took his tablets from the hospital with some medicine, Xiaqing Zhou and Shenzhen had been to Zhou's house. Zhou Qian had asked him if he could agree to a divorce if Jiang Nan wanted one. Any condition he could fulfill for her. All he said at the time was to wait until she mentioned it. The lawyer who came today, Zhao Qingyun, is a famous divorce lawyer in Haiqing. Zhou Qian was looking for him to get answers. Xiaqing Zhou's coat rested in the crook of his arm, met his eyes for a long time and said, "Go up and talk?" "Right here," Zhou Qian said. "Brother, will you get a divorce?" "No." He didn't hesitate to answer, making Zhou Qian surprised, but then relieved, smiled and said, "She's a very personal person, isn't she? When not in contact, did not feel that she is different from the others, good-looking, just good-looking. The world is full of good-looking people, more than one of her, not much, less than one of her, not less. But the more you get in touch, the more you realize that she's as good on the inside as she is on the outside. She's like a book that gets better and better the more you look through it." "Yes," Xiaqing Zhou admitted. "Was she sad when Feng Liu exposed her pregnancy?" Xiaqing Zhou was asked by Zhou Qian. He waited for her call all night and only knew that she didn't care about him anymore and didn't ask her if she was sad. Zhou Qian looked at his expression. "You do not realize that she is sad or not?" "Brother, I'm disappointed in you and in myself." These days, Zhou Qian thought a lot. He thought even if he cannot like Jiang Nan, Xiaqing Zhou can like her, love her, but also quite good. It was true that Xiaqing Zhou had taken an interest in her, but not much. If Feng Liu's pregnancy is taken care of, then the lawyer won't come. Zhou Qian was disappointed that Xiaqing Zhou had the opportunity but did not cherish her. He himself, having wasted too many years, failing in his career and not much in his abilities, watched her have a bad time, but there was no way to take her away from him. "Brother, I've given you a chance, and I've also given myself time to think about it. From today onwards, we are no longer brothers. I will protect her in my own way." Zhou Qian said, his eyes firm and without regret. "Don't worry, I will be good to her. I won't let you hold the handle to hurt her. This I can do." Chapter 56. Sweetness. When Xiaqing Zhou arrived at Breeze Group, he was greeted by Yang Ji with a sentence, "Mr. Jiang is in a meeting, and it's not convenient to meet guests." He was blocked downstairs. "I'll wait for her," Xiaqing Zhou said, consciously going to the sofa in the parlor area to take a seat. He was sitting idly in a brown semi-turtleneck sweater and black suit pants. Yang Ji also had to admit that he was really good-looking, whether it was his face or his body shape. He was really a good match for Mr. Jiang. Xiaqing Zhou had been hung out to dry by Jiang Nan for an hour now, and he didn't see any impatience. This makes Chao Zhang is very surprised. He is the pride of the sky. Wherever he goes is not star-crossed like a supply, when such a good temperament over. Feng Liu's little assistant came back from outside, saw him and went over excitedly. "Mr. Xie, are you here to pick up Liu from work?" Xiaqing Zhou's eyes lifted down his eyes and said, "No." He looked askance at that glance in a nonchalant way, causing the little assistant to shiver, not daring to ask more questions and slinking away. Feng Liu was not in good shape, and the shots were not very satisfying. In the gap between applying makeup, the little assistant went over and said that she had seen Xiaqing Zhou. "If you are not here to pick up Feng Liu, then you are here to find Jiang Nan." Hearing this, Feng Liu's mood worsened. "What do we do?" the young assistant asked. Feng Liu thought about it and whispered in the little assistant's ear. "Okay." Jiang Nan came out of the conference room and heard a number of employees discussing Xiaqing Zhou's love affair with Feng Liu. They've known each other for 6 years, and they've been talking for 5 years now. Mr. Xie personally came to pick up Ms. Feng. It's really enviable. I heard from the receptionist that Mr. Xie has been waiting for more than an hour. Not so. Jiang Nan entered the office and put down the file. "All right, get off work." Mr. Xie sighed. "I'll take care of it," Jiang Nan said as she carried her bag downstairs. Many of the company's employees loved Feng Liu, and many of them surrounded her, wanting to take pictures and even ask for autographs. The whole hall was in an uproar. Feng Liu then leaned into Xiaqing Zhou's arms in a happy and sweet manner. On the contrary, Xiaqing Zhou didn't look too good, so he must have been disturbed and unhappy. Jiang Nan just quietly watched. Her husband in her company does not know to avoid suspicion or something. Xiaqing Zhou's gaze crossed the crowd and landed on Jiang Nan, and when he raised his foot to go over, Feng Liu held his waist and stopped him. Jiang Nan averted his eyes and walked towards the door. And Ning held a large bouquet of flowers and waved hard at her while walking towards her. Princess, the flowers are for you. A large handful of rouge roses were stuffed into her arms. Jiang Nan smiled lowly. You have nothing to do. Why are you sending me flowers, or this variety? And Ning blinked her eyes. Coaxing my princess to be happy. Unlike some of the dogs that are not useful at all and just know how to add to the problem. She deliberately spoke very loudly just so that Xie Qingzhou could hear her. Xie Qingzhou couldn't leave and watched Jiang Nan leave with a Ning. And Ning got into Jiang Nan's car. Princess, I'll treat you to a trip. Traveling, why? It's almost the end of the year and my company is busy. Just 3 or 4 days. The company won't go out of business, happy? And Ning blinked, then crooked herself on her shoulder. Please, I'm going to travel with you. Where to? Spring City it is. Relax and unwind. Was it Zhou Qian's idea? Jiang Nan asked. And Ning frowned. You're such a meaningless person. Why are you delivering a message for Zhou Qian and sending flowers for him? Jiang Nan disapproved. What was this when they had agreed not to meet? Ning, I'm not divorced yet. I know. It's not like he's going. He just thinks you're in a bad mood and wants me to take you out for a bit. Jiang Nan sighed. Is he okay? And Ning shook her head. I don't know. Suddenly contacted me in the afternoon and asked me to bring you a bouquet of flowers and 2 tickets to Spring City tomorrow. Chapter 57. Are you relieved? Did you bring me any words? Jiang Nan asked again. Annan shook her head. No. Jiang Nan's heart soured for a moment. Then she smiled again. This is being favored. But no. And Ning said, actually, I'm quite touched. Go on then. I'm just on my way to talk about something. Yang Ji pushed the head of that niche jewelry brand as Spring City. She has seen the brand's design and concept are quite good. Just take this opportunity to go to the details. Jiang Nan had been gone for a long time, and the Breeze Group's corporate hall was quiet. Only then did Feng Liu carefully open her mouth. I'm sorry. I just hugged you out of desperation as well. If you go over to Mr. Jiang, it will have a very bad effect on you. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, not even bothering to say anything. Xiao Zhengjin was infuriated by this stupid woman. According to Miss Feng's meaning, I have to thank you for today's incident? Feng Liu heard this, very aggrieved, looked at Xiao Zheng. I know Mr. Xie does not have me in his heart. So many years of gossip are for the company's publicity. But today Mr. Xie waited for such a long time if he went over to find Mr. Jiang. The media will surely overinterpretation, and I'm afraid that it will have a bad influence on Mr. Jiang. After all, everyone thinks that we are a pair of. Xiao Zhang was choked, half a day unable to speak. You this cognitive quite clear well. Xie always of course for Mrs. Otherwise you think you for you? Look at yourself, you can't even compare your hair to hers. After all, Feng Liu has a large number of brainwashed fans, and once it is guided in a chaotic manner, the company can't afford it. She just figured the repercussions would be huge, and that's why she pulled this stunt. Mr. Xie, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know you were here. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have shown up. Only then did Xie Qingzhou raise his eyes and look at her. Feng Liu looked at his eyes light as cold smoke heart burst, swallowed his saliva, maintaining the calm face and his eyes. Xie Qingzhou flung the document at her. Sign it. Feng Liu was puzzled and opened the file bag. The company's side decided that she was no longer suitable for Breeze Group's endorsement and wanted to terminate the contract. Mr. Xie, I don't know why Mr. Zhang's side thinks of me like this. I think she misunderstood. I am just playing along with you. Even if Mr. Jiang doesn't trust me, he can't not trust you as his husband. Feng Liu opened her mouth, thinking, Jiang Nan is just like that. A little unhappy, looking for trouble with Xie Qingzhou, but also as a leader. Xie Qingzhou folded her legs and coldly hooked her lips. Is it that Mr. Jiang wants you so much? Or did you make a stupid mistake yourself by sending her the early pregnancy slip? Don't you know that when you signed the endorsement contract at that time, you can't be exposed to marriage or children within 2 years? Feng Liu then reacted to the fact that Jiang Nan was looking for a contract and printing it in the company restaurant, and that was what she meant. She just wanted to be angry at Jiang Nan and didn't think that much. Mr. Xie, if I'm terminated before I've finished filming, then who will dare to seek my endorsement in the future? So Mr. Jiangxi, you are my lover on the sake of the very face. You have to sign another up to 5 times as much as the compensation agreement to bind your behavior, to complete the 2 sides of the cooperation. Between this is your own stupidity caused by the company will not help you. Signed it, good shooting, do not be like a stupid. Xie Qingzhou got up and walked away. Xiao Zhang came to her side and warned, Recognize your identity. Don't have any improper thoughts. If it wasn't for Mr. Xia's peace button on you, you'd still be selling there. Where would you have your present days of glory? At the mention of the past, Feng Liu couldn't help but tremble and closed her eyes. Jiangnan is at Sycamore Road Villa, packing his bags. The sound of Xie Qingzhou's car was heard. Not a moment later came the sound of his footsteps. Jiangnan did not turn around, and his emotions did not rise and fall much. Xie Qingzhou went into the bedroom and watched her stand in the dressing room to organize her clothes. He wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and buried his face in her neck. Jiangnan struggled, but his sturdy arms were hooped tighter. Don't move. Let me hold you for a while. She was speechless. Did he have amnesia? In the lobby of her company. Forget about the fan asking when he's going to marry Feng Liu? Get lost, Jiangnan said, thinking that he was really too disgusting and shameless. Sad, he asked softly against her ear. Jiangnan's eyes reddened at once. After 3 years of marriage, this was the first time he asked to take into account her emotions. I didn't handle it well. You left me hanging there to let her take advantage of the situation. And you said it wouldn't have been so bad if you'd let Yang Ji take me to your office? Didn't you? He licked her earlobe and realized, too, that she didn't have pierced ears. But she also has beautiful ears. He was just about to indulge in a kiss when she turned and grabbed him. Will you have some face and some sense? Jiangnan was really pissed off to the point of breaking down by him. He had knocked up someone else's belly, showing love with her everywhere. And at this point, it was her fault? She stopped being calm and went about hitting him and tearing him up like a madman. Xie Qingzhou didn't hide and let her. When she was tired, Xie Qingzhou ignored a scratch on his neck and hugged her tightly. Relieved yet, Mrs. Xie? If you're not relieved, hit again. Jiangnan reddened her eyes and pushed him away with force. There's no need. It's best if you sign for divorce. Xie Qingzhou, stop wasting each other's time. Jiangnan's hand was quite sore, and she sighed as she turned around and continued to go pack her bags. Going for a couple days? What? Jiangnan was puzzled. Not traveling to Spring City? Xie Qingzhou said, leaning against the closet and biting into a cigarette. Jiangnan didn't say anything and twisted his head to look at him. That bouquet of roses is too solid. At first glance, it was Zhou Qian's handiwork. He checked when he came back whether it was the air ticket, buying flowers, booking the hotel. It was all made by Ning without a trace of Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian did manage to have nothing to do with him at all, and still all know that it was his doing. I'll never rumor with her again. Whatever. Jiangnan lifted his luggage and prepared to leave. Xie Qingzhou held her wrist. Jiangnan frowned, very impatient. What do you want again? Give you a ride, he said, taking her suitcase. When she walked downstairs, Xie Qingzhou handed her the document. Sign it. Do with it what you will. Jiangnan did not expect this document. He would really let Feng Liu sign. Isn't that the tip of his heart? Once there is any scandal behind Feng Liu, it's going to cost a lot. She couldn't see through him for a moment. After sending Jiangnan back home and watching her carry her luggage without looking back, Xie Qingzhou propped his elbows on the car window, contemplated for a long time, and said to Qiao Zheng, "And Ning is quite idle, helping someone else abduct my wife, isn't she?" Qiao Zheng sighed. You can't blame anyone for that. A cold gaze landed on the back of his head, and Qiao Zheng snorted, I blame Feng Liu. If you can't recognize your place, don't stay in that place. Chapter 58. When Jiangnan arrived in Spring City, he let himself relax and have a good time after talking business. Zhou Dive is a very attentive person, and the person who picked them up after the plane landed was a very interesting young lady who greeted them the whole time. Took them on a slow stroll through the sights and found a downtown cafe where she could look at flowers and plants and bask in the sun, and would take them out for local specialties. Gangnam hadn't had such a cozy and relaxing life since Dad passed away. This was actually arranged by Zhou Qian, and while he never called or tweeted, the hotel sent a bouquet of Rouge Princess roses every day with a card inside that said, Princess, be happy. The weather in Spring City is seasonal, with blue skies and rolling hills in the distance. It's beautiful and livable. After 3 days, Jiangnan felt that he hadn't stayed long enough and wanted to stay for a few more days. Jiangnan said goodbye to the young lady. Spring City to the ancient city still needs more than 4 hours of high-speed rail. The follow-up trip they arranged on their own. Thank you, and tell Choken for me that I love it here and am having a great time. When they arrived at the ancient city, Ning dropped her luggage and couldn't wait to run outside. They chose a niche, not too many tourists, and they could see the puppies slinking around quite comfortably. Ning wearing a beautiful floral dress, teasing the dog on the street, without the hustle and bustle of the big city. The ancient city green stone roadside is a gurgling water, small bridges and water, quiet and leisurely slow life, Jiangnan very much like. The two were taking a group photo together when someone shouted, "Ning!" The low, nice voice almost made Annan's back stiffen for a moment. Jiangnan also frowned and looked over, under the sunlight, a very tall, good-looking man, wearing a light blue casual shirt, white t-shirt with beige slacks, clean and stylish. He stood not far away, smiling towards Ning, and only after a long time did he say quietly, "Ning Ning, come here." And Ning's face paled, and she unconsciously took a step back. Jiangnan stood in front of Ning. "Mr. Yen, what a coincidence." Yen Fengshuan walked to the two. "It's not that coincidental. I came to wait for her." The man's gaze fell on Ning, looking her up and down, after several years of not seeing her. That raw little girl has grown up. That pearl is finally dusty and light-born, so bright. His aggressive gaze Annan sucked in a breath as she averted her eyes from meeting his. "We don't know you." Jiangnan pulled Ning and was about to leave. "Mr. Jiang, we're old friends, you're a decent person, but I'm not," he said. "Ning, what do you think?" And Ning knew his skills and methods, pursed her lips. Jiang, go back and wait for me." And Ning's attitude satisfied Yen Fengshuan. The man's fingers landed on the top of her hair and stroked it dotingly. Then he said to Jiangnan, "Mr. Jiang, I also suggest that you go back to the hotel." A bad feeling rose in Jiangnan's heart. The old city is so big that it took less than 10 minutes to reach the BB where we stayed. Xie Qingzhou was sitting on the sofa in the parlor of the sunken communal area of the courtyard, drinking tea. At the sound of her voice, he slowly glanced sideways. "Back. It was you who helped Yen Fengshuan," Jiang Nan said. Xie Qingzhou said, pouring her a cup of tea and handing it over, watching her nose sweat. Jiang Nan knocked away the teacup he handed her and looked at him with hatred. "Do you know that Ning was almost ruined by him?" Xie Qingzhou tilted his head to look at her quietly, braided a twisted braid, wearing a laced sleeveless shirt, pink color, a pair of white pants that drape very well, and no makeup, clean and a little sweet rich girl look. Xie Qingzhou thought if he had known her earlier, this should be what Jiangnan was supposed to be like, right? And Ning is stealing my home and destroying my marriage. I'm just finding her something to do. Xie Qingzhou stood in front of her. The man's fingers picked up her chin and looked at her beautiful neck and fair skin. "Jiangnan, I miss you." Miss her? It was the first thing he'd ever said to her in love. Wasn't it? It wasn't her that I was thinking about. It was her body. That night, he'd acted way too blasé about her coming out for a walk. She had been taken aback, but thought, Feng Liu is already pregnant and is trying to be indifferent after the divorce. I didn't realize he was holding back such badness. You don't blame me for this kind of trouble. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her and kissed the pretty shoulder. You're not good to hold. If I don't sign, you really dare to go out of your way to make a mess with me to the point of explicitly divorcing me. I've thought about it for a long time before I came up with this method. As long as you agree to it, I have a method to make Yan Fengshuan not look for trouble with Ning. The man's lips moved from his shoulder to her neck, nibbling on her ear afterward. His breathing heavy, his breath hot, as if he wanted to burn her. Xie Qingzhou, and Ning is just my friend. She doesn't carry that much weight. Jiang Nan calmed down and said. The man's low laugh of pleasure spilled from the nape of her neck, and then he released her. His dark eyes were still tainted with lust for her, yet he was able to say to her in a clear and incomparable manner. You may not care, but you do not have the ability to stop Yen Fengshuan from taking Ning away right now. He sat back down again and slowly poured himself a cup of tea to drink, suppressing his body's desire for her. Xie Qingzhou remembered what Song Susanna Ji had said that day. He said that when desire was flooded, it would be out of control from then on. He did indeed want her badly. Jiang Nan's body was baked hot by the sun, but his heart was cold. She'd been in the mall all these years after all, and knew that this was a critical moment in negotiations, and the more you valued the outcome, the more you had to not care. When Xie Qingzhou looked at her again, she had already adjusted herself and sat down diagonally across from him. People are self-interested, and I'm no exception. Giving up the chance to divorce you for the sake of peace and quiet is not an option for me. She followed his example and crossed her legs, her posture lazy and idle. Xie Qingzhou thought it was really funny. Good. I hope you can collapse. Jiang Nan gritted his teeth, his heart was tense. She and Ning's friendship, not relatives, have long been better than relatives, and she knows Ning and Yen Fengshuan's affairs, She could not let him take Ning away. Time passed as the two confronted each other minute by minute, her eyes red and particularly aggravated. She finally got up and walked toward him. Chapter 59. Afraid. Xie Zhou hugged her to his body and said with a smile, "Acting aloof doesn't suit you." Jiangnan didn't say anything, staring at him with hatred like that night. Xie Zhou held her thin waist and was about to kiss her. She looked away in disgust. "What the hell do you take me for? Just to be here to kiss her?" He has no shame, but she does. "Okay, respect, Mrs. Xie." He got up in a good mood. Mrs. Xie was a title that Jiangnan didn't like anymore. In the past, when Auntie Xue called her Mrs., she was so beautiful in her heart that she would burst out laughing. Marrying him and becoming his wife is like a dream come true, and there will always be a snicker. But now, the irony of him calling her that instead of treating her like a wife. Xie Zhou swept a glance at her. Her beautiful eyebrows were furrowed. Not happy at all. Completely different from when she was in Spring City. Jiangnan and a Ning to find this BB is a 3x3 out of the official residence system style compound. The new Chinese style decoration is very elegant. The room panoramic floor to ceiling doors and windows. You can see the courtyard view. Xie Zhou sat on the sofa in front of the floor to ceiling windows, waiting for Jiangnan to continue. Jiangnan stood in the doorway without moving. Xie Zhou dialed the phone to Yan Fengshuan and put it on speakerphone. "Hello. Send the person back at night," Xie Zhou said. "Good." Jiangnan ran over sharply. "Don't you mess around." A low laugh came from the phone. "Don't worry, Mrs. Xie. I'm a gentleman. Farts. Looks human but is actually an asshole." Yan Fengshuan hung up the phone and Xie Zhou reached out to scoop her up in his arms. "It's okay, my Mrs. Xie. Are you true to your word? As long as a Ning is unwilling, Yan Fengshuan, this trouble you solve. As long as you're still my wife, that's a favor I'm happy to do." Gangnam lowered his head to kiss him. From the side of her neck, Xie Zhou saw the beautiful view of the courtyard, but he felt that the most beautiful view was in his arms. It was just that the person on top, not quite willing to kiss him, was very perfunctory. Xie Zhou held the back of her neck, kissed her deeply for a while, against her forehead, and said to her, "I like it when you hang your neck and kiss me like this, especially when you were stubborn and deadbeat in the last second and had to give in. It's very much a thrill of conquest." Jiangnan confused mind, finally by the conquest of the two words, smashed to pieces. It was clear that he knew his, but he still indulged, even coveted the fact that the loveliness between his lips was emotional. Xie Zhou leaned on the sofa and squeezed her legs tightly so that she had to cling to his body. He pressed her head down and kissed him again. The change in the man's body was obvious. Jiangnan was uncomfortable. His breathing was rapid and nervous. "It's daytime now." Xie Zhou watched as her face reddened. Even her neck was tinted with a charming scarlet color. Her blouse, which was tied with two straps in the front and back into a bow over her shoulders, was straight-shouldered, swan-necked, and charmingly tight. Xie Zhou's eyes stared at him, her teeth gently clenched, and her blouse fell down to her waist. Her nose was red again, and she looked pitiful. It makes you not want to bully, but you want to bully hard. He rolled over and pressed her against the couch, going to kiss her marvelous body, leaving marks on her pale skin. She tilted her head away from him, letting herself be played with like a puppet. Half an hour later, Xie Zhou leaned against the sofa in disheveled clothes and smoked. The sound of water coming from the bathroom made him squint. He thought back to just now. He didn't touch her, he thought, might as well just touch her to give him inner peace. He pressed her against the couch and kissed her through. He had never been so addicted to a woman's body, not even her. At that moment, he couldn't see her, and the moment when his bodies were pressed together was more warmth than excitement. Maybe it's because Gangnam isn't too good at hiding those reactions and it's new to him? He looked at her confused and trembling form and wanted to give her more. The bathroom door opened and she came out wearing a clean white robe. Her face was not sure if it was dense with water vapor or if he made it pink and fluffy, especially nice. She changed and was scrubbing her hair. Xie Zhou walked over and took the towel in her hand. Jiangnan turned back, glancing at him, and he poked her head with his finger, making her turn around. Neither man spoke. Jiangnan's hair was a bit long, and Xie Zhou had little experience and rubbed her hair slightly clumsily. From the mirror, seeing such a situation, anyone would think that they are a loving couple. Jiangnan blew dry her hair, and Xie Zhou changed into a pair of navy blue slacks, a beige blouse, and a khaki knit sweater resting in the crook of her arm. Go take her hand. Glancing at the long coat and pants she was wearing. No skirt. Xie Qingzhou seems to have never seen her wearing a skirt. Either a basic commuter fee dress or a lazy style. No. Gangnam hadn't worn a dress since she started working. She doesn't want to hang out with him. It's kind of tiring for seemingly separated couples to travel together. He was insistent, and she didn't bother to resist. Walking through the ancient streets, rubbing shoulders with tourists, Gangnam looked at the clear water along the streets and loved it. There were people washing dishes in the front, and little kids just playing in the water down there, and it was very lifelike. The old city was already dimly lit, orange sunset shadows enveloping the land, and she was taking pictures with her cell phone before sending them to Anning, asking her what she was going to do for dinner. The message was sent and no one replied. Jiangnan's mood was much lower, worrying about her. Xie Qingzhou was behind her, and the two did not speak, occasionally holding hands. Mostly because he felt that it was not interesting, he did not stroll, and Xie Qingzhou found a restaurant. Mushroom hot pot can mesmerize a person with the aroma, and Jiangnan is hungry again. So he doesn't talk, but just lowers his head and eats. Xie Qingzhou sat across from her and watched as her face was always lively. It is 8 o'clock on this side of the ancient city. The genius is dark. The temperature difference between day and night is a little big. Jiangnan feels chilly. When Xie Qingzhou's jacket was draped over her, she didn't make a fuss and obediently put it on. At that moment, Annan sent a voice, asking where she was. Jiangnan heard the voice and ran in the direction of the hotel. The ancient city had no streetlights in some places except for the main street, and in a dark section of the alley, Jiangnan stood there. Xie Qingzhou walked slowly behind, biting a cigarette between his lips. Watching her stop, he stopped a short distance away, too, and smoked quietly. Jiangnan turned back, watched the scarlet fire light brightly between his fingers, and gritted his teeth as he walked back to his side. The corners of Xie Qingzhou's lips rose slightly, pulling her hand. Afraid of the dark? Always be safe in strange places, she said. Xie Qingzhou half-smoked cigarettes thrown on the ground twisted out. The two stepped into the dark alleyway, and he wrapped his arm around her waist and pressed her against a stone wall to the side. What for? You tell me. Chapter 60. Still in love. Strange, dark alleyway. Adventurous and exciting, right? For Xie Qingzhou it was. For Gangnam too. In the end, it was the one she had liked, fallen in love with, and insisted on marrying since she was a young girl. Longing to travel together and to be in strange places, holding hands and kissing, Jiangnan felt that the place where she was no good was here. As long as he was slightly gentle, she wanted to fall in love brain. Her problems with him were never resolved. She resented him for being dirty while she was doing it, but it was as if she was sinking into his kisses. Eventually, Gangnam ducked out of the way. In the darkness, the man's fingers cupped her chin. I have nothing to do with her, and there will be no more rumors. He didn't wait for her to ask after all, explaining it himself. Jiangnan leaned against the wall and looked up to see the stars bright and beautiful. Xie Qingzhou's body was still pressed against her, rubbing her. Are you crazy? In the distance, there were voices of tourists making their way through the section and back to the inn. Scared of what? He said, It's legal. It's not like we ran into each other on the road and messed around. He was feeling it now. Looking down, he could vaguely see that she was wearing his clothes, just too wide to appear to be short. She was still a bit petite. That kind of intimacy that had no way to be expressed also made Xie Qingzhou very popular. I have to go back, Jiangnan said. Xie Qingzhou pressed against her and pulled out her cell phone from her pocket. What's the password? What are you doing? Jiangnan was going to grab the cell phone. Xie Qingzhou thought about it and typed in his own birthday, not expecting it to actually go in. Jiangnan was a little embarrassed for a moment, as if the deepest heart was the most prying, even if rationally she wanted a divorce and wanted to return to the road with him bridge to bridge. But emotionally, there was a hint of something left in her after all. Otherwise, why didn't she change the password to unlock the screen? Still love me, he said in statement. You wish. Jiangnan was annoyed and was about to push him away. Xie Qingzhou laughed lowly and was in a good mood. Using her cell phone, she sent a tweet to Anning telling her to go to bed early. Xie Qingzhou said in the afternoon, the BB's snowy soaking pool suite is good, and the large terrace can enjoy the snowy mountains and the starry sky like a dream. At the time, she was so confused by his kisses that she didn't know what he meant. Once inside the room and holding her down on the patio, she also finally realized why he had only kissed her that afternoon. So that's how he planned to do his heavy lifting. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that Gangnam returned to his bed, sprawled out in exhaustion. Xie Qingzhou was extremely patient. Jiangnan was sleepy and tired, and when he was on the terrace, the phone came several times, all of which were hung up by Xie Qingzhou. She returned Anning's call. "Are you okay?" Annin asked her worriedly. "No," Jiangnan replied, his voice a little hoarse. And Ning sighed. After all, there was still that witness. She couldn't say anything. "Yan Fontaine didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "No." And Ning said, "You go to bed early and talk about it specifically tomorrow." Jiangnan hung up the phone. Xie Qingzhou also came out of the bathroom. He lifted the quilt on the bed and naturally wrapped her in his arms. With mixed emotions and no idea how she was going to face him, she closed her eyes. Xie Qingzhou looked at her like an ostrich and didn't break her down, so he let her be. Xie Qingzhou was sticking to her. Jiangnan was a little uncomfortable, but she was too sleepy and fell asleep in no time. It was 1 a.m. Xie Qingzhou's cell phone was buzzing. He touched it and saw that it was an incoming call from Qiao Zhang. He went to the terrace and picked it up. "What is it?" "The person behind the drugging of Madame is Feng Liu." Chapter 61, The Wife. "Need me to teach you how to handle it?" Xie Qingzhou said, his voice light. "I see," Zhou was saying, realizing that this was official business. "Yes, there's nothing between them except for the peace button. In addition, Feng Liu last time in the Breeze group so countless humiliation misses. Resources have been sharply reduced." Hanging up the phone, Xie Qingzhou returned to his room. Jiangnan was lying on his side on the bed, his hair falling beside his cheek, and from his angle, he could only see her upturned nose. The man's fingers tickled the hair on her cheek, looking at her sleeping side and the somewhat mottled marks on her body. It was quite seductive to think of her moving. It's okay to live like this. After all, his wife was pretty, smart, and kind of funny, and that aspect pleasured him. Now it wasn't love, but he wasn't feeling too bad. "For yesterday I went from Spring City to the Old City and tossed about half the night again." The phone buzzed several times, and Gangnam didn't answer it. She didn't open her eyes until there was a bang, bang, bang on the door. Xie Qingzhou wasn't there, so she put on her robe and went to open the door. When Annan saw her, she pulled her to the couch and handed her her cell phone. Jiangnan was mesmerized, watching Xie Qingzhou make headlines again. Only the more he looked, the more wrong he became. The woman he was holding and gnawing on, why did it seem like her? Her head cleared instantly. Wasn't that a picture of the two kissing in the alley last night? There are a couple other pictures that either show her back or don't capture her face. Gangnam didn't know what was going on with the photo, but the internet has exploded. It was very certain that the woman who was with Xie Qingzhou in the ancient city was not Feng Liu. The news is so hot that fans are leaving messages on the two's Twitter accounts, hoping for a positive response from the two. Jiang Nan found Xie Qingzhou in the restaurant. The temperature difference between day and night in the ancient city is quite big. He was wearing yesterday's khaki-colored knit shirt, eating breakfast. When he saw her, he looked up and down for a long time before saying, "Wake up!" At the mention of last night, Gangnam was embarrassed and was just held down and screamed at by him on the large terrace. The hotels on this side of the old city, with their generally wooden structures and poor soundproofing, were uncomfortable now. But she calmly sat down across from him and pushed her cell phone over. "What's the meaning of this?" "She's cold and distant." Xie Qingzhou still liked her yesterday's siren-like appearance and sat next to her, pulling the person into his arms. Jiang Nan pushed him. "You let go." Although there weren't many people in the restaurant, this was what it looked like. He tightened his arms and murmured against her ear. "Did you wrap me up tight last night too, and talk about loosening up? Do you want a face?" "Don't." He rubbed her neck, then raised his eyes slightly. "Our Chief Jiang is so smart that he can't read the literal meaning? Jiang Nan doesn't believe that he and Feng Liu are breaking up. After all, it's a precious thing. How can I let it go?" Xie Qingzhou seemed to see through her, kissing her hair. "You make a divorce. I can't always threaten you. I have to solve the problem from the root. Show some sincerity, wife." When the news of Xie Qingzhou kissing the mystery woman in ancient city appeared on the internet, Feng Liu realized that she had been abandoned. But in order to keep the breakup of the two from affecting the company in his hands, the internet had gotten a lot of revelations from people in the circle, claiming that she and Xie Qingzhou had never been any kind of couple. Xie Qingzhou had never admitted in any public place that she was his girlfriend. It's all about her hype to get to the top, and the marriage proposal and pregnancy and all that is even more empty. It is true that she is relying on Xie Qingzhou to speculate on the hotness of the red, but this is his tacit approval law. He single-handedly packaged her as an actress for the sake of that heartthrob of his. Now, he's about to throw her away for Gangnam. It also had to ruin everything for her, showing the ruthlessness and thinness of Xie Qingzhou as a person. He treated her without a trace of male or female affection. It was only because of the peace sign he gave his heartthrob, in her case, that he came into her life and took her to a different world. Some of the clues she'd given him over the years had been in vain, and he'd shown no mercy at all. Xiao Zhang came over, his face cold, and threw her transfer records to Su Jiao. "Turn yourself in, Mr. Xie means, tomorrow at the latest." Feng Liu thought to herself that she was really finished. In the evening, the assistant came in a hurry, bringing a painting. Feng Liu instantly looked like she saw hope and called Xiao Zheng. "Assistant Xiao, I have new news about that person." Chapter 62. Who is she? This call from Feng Liu made Xiao Zheng particularly speechless. To be honest, in these few years, the information Feng Liu gave was too limited. He and his boss had gone to many places, mostly to no avail. If it wasn't for his boss insisting that that person really existed, he would have even thought that all the information Feng Liu had given him was made up. "There's been no news for the past few years, and you've been told to turn yourself in instead?" Xiao Zheng sneered and directly hung up the phone, not wanting to bother with her. Treating everyone like a cutie. Oh yeah? Even after being hung up on by Xiao Zheng, Feng Liu was still excited, because she guessed who that person was. Feng Liu felt that she had leverage again. After all, by virtue of the fact that Xie Qingzhou had been searching for so many years, that person's position in his heart was different. So, she will still continue to wind up in the entertainment industry and live her good life. Jiang Nan and Anning spent the next day riding horses and rowing boats in the old city, and even went to enjoy the snowy scenery in the mountains. Xie Qingzhou was very patient with her and would take pictures of her. Anning asked him if she would consider not getting divorced if he really lived with her and didn't mess around. Jiang Nan didn't quite know. She was quite conflicted. After all, the feelings of youth were too much to handle, and he was her first love. Earlier in the day, she was really hoping she would get what she wanted. But now, even with him around and somewhat ingratiating, her mood was flat. After a long day of shopping, Jiang Nan and Anning were in the courtyard looking at the stars. The owner of the hotel made his own wine and gave some to the two men. Nice mouthfeel but pretty strong aftertaste. Jiang Nan drank 2 cups and lazily crooked himself on the sofa. Xie Qingzhou took care of some work matters, and when he saw her, she was in a mesmerized and slightly drunken state. Anning was especially annoyed by looking at Xie Qingzhou right now. Not even wanting to look at him, he saw him coming, greeted Jiang Nan, and ran away. Jiang Nan raised her eyelids to look at him and didn't move, her posture still lazy. "Drunk?" "No," Jiang Nan said, sipping a little sharply on the second sip, slightly on the nose, but sober. On this side of the ancient city, there was a big temperature difference between day and night, and she was not warm even when she was wrapped in a blanket and huddled on the couch. Xie Qingzhou embraced her and held her in his arms, perhaps because of the drinking. She was very good and just leaned back in her arms, tilting her head to look at the stars. With a sideways glance, he looked right at her snow-white neck and her hair blowing up in the breeze, and he dipped his head down for a kiss. "What's the schedule for tomorrow?" "Ride a bike with Annan tomorrow to another old city and have a look around." "Keep you company?" He leaned over slightly, trapping her in his arms slightly more forcefully, meeting her eye to eye. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, looking at his handsome face under the halo yellow light. After the marriage, this was one of the rare times he treated her with tenderness. "Whatever," she said, trying to avert her eyes when he cupped her chin. He kissed it heavily. Jiang Nan didn't resist, and last night, the two were together in a very lingering way. Afterward, she was a little regretful that the problem hadn't been solved after all. She wasn't a prude, so she thought, what if it's just a travel encounter? When Xie Qingzhou was engaged in kissing, his cell phone rang in his pants pocket. His lips, without leaving hers, pulled out his cell phone and picked it up. "Boss, I sent you something. Take a look. It's urgent." Zhou Yung's voice came. Xie Qingzhou's breath was slightly panting. His body propped up in front of Jiang Nan's body and opened WeChat. Zhou is sending him a sketch. The man in the sketch is him. The fire that had risen in his body went out for the most part. The woman in his arms, with brimming eyes and colorful red lips, was very charming and seductive in such a night. Xie Qingzhou struggled in his heart for a moment, but still left from her. He's gone, and the wind is blowing and it's pretty cool. She craned her neck and watched as he walked toward the far end of the phone, assuming it was company business. She continued to nestle there, looking up at the stars. Xiaqing Zhou came back. Jiangnan, I have to go back to Haiqing first. She said, oh, and saw him hurrying toward his room. Jiangnan followed, leaning against the doorway, watching him throw his clothes haphazardly into the suitcase. She didn't ask much. It was already early in the morning when Xiaqing Zhou arrived at Feng Liyu's residence. Feng Liyu sat on the sofa, still soft appearance. You also know at that time, the fire was too big. I cannot think of many things. I suddenly remembered that she can draw. Xiaqing Zhou suddenly pinched her arm. Do you know who she is? Chapter 63. Feng Liyu did not speak. She tilted her head and looked at Xiaqing Zhou's face was very handsome. His jawline was very clear. He did not wear formal clothes, a black round-necked wool sweater, so that at a glance, his whole person was extraordinarily sexy. It was just that the way he looked at her seethed with a chill that chilled her heart. Speak, stupidity has to be shown off as well? Xiaqing Zhou was impatient. He would not have taken the time to see her again if the painting had not been by her hand. She can't talk. The knot in Xiaqing Zhou's throat rolled and his gaze locked on her. Feng Liyu had at least been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years and was able to read people's words. Xiaqing Zhou's this way, then she really guessed right. The dumb guy in the yard next door to Zhang's house. When Xiao Zhang heard this, his first thought was, what about Mrs. when she told who the woman was? Mr. Shay, after what I did, it wouldn't end well for me if I told you who that person was. Would it? I'm not used to this sudden smartness of yours. Xiaqing Zhou said, tell Xiao Zhang what you want. He really didn't like the way she made a fool of herself. You're still learning how to pin people down? It's revolting to watch. Xiaqing Zhou got into the car. He sat in the back seat, lowered the window and lit a cigarette for himself. In the early hours of the morning in Haicheng, the night wind was so bitter that it hurt a little on the face, completely different from the weather in the ancient city of spring. Zhou was walking over, not looking too good. Xiaqing Zhou's fingers stretched out of the car window and flicked the cigarette ash. How so? The conditions are quite a lot. But it's all fame and fortune, these are good to do. She drugged Mrs. that thing. Let you deal with it. Xiaqing Zhou let out a heh. Yes, I'll handle it. Xiao Zhang moved his lips, but in the end, he didn't say anything and got into the car. As the car started, Xiaqing Zhou threw out his half-smoked cigarette. Yang Ji and Zhou Qian have been looking for the person behind the drugging of Jiangnan? Yes. Don't let Jiangnan know about this. I'll handle it. Good. Jiangnan also booked a plane ticket in the afternoon of the day after Xiaqing Zhou left. Whether it was him or Yan Fengshuan, in the end, he had disturbed the pleasure of the tour. On the way back, Ning heard that Jiangnan had temporarily agreed not to divorce because of her. Is there something wrong with your brain? That's Yan's family, and if I don't agree, do I see him take you away? With such affection from her, Ning was touched, gently embracing her friend. Jiang, I hope you stay by his side because you still like him and are still willing to stay by his side, and don't want me to do it because of anything else. And as for what happened with Yan Fengsun, I'm long gone from being that young me, and I'm not that afraid of him anymore. Jiangnan looked at Jiangnan, judging the truth in her words. I'm not relieving you, I'm with him, after all, I have to solve it myself. And Ning said, after thinking about it, added, if you are still adamant about getting a divorce now, go ahead and do it, and if you still want to be with him, I still have that saying, he is the person you liked when you were young, and if you really break it off with Feng Liu, you'll just think of it as a fresh start with him, and that's okay too, huh? Ning, don't talk me down like that. Good grin, my princess. Jiangnan returned to Haiqing, did not return to Sycamore Road, was back to her own home. Yang Ji was waiting for her, reporting on some work stuff. Other than the company endorsement, which was a bit of a rush, it was kind of a good thing. By the way, Su Jiao is out of the country. When? It's been a week and it's not back yet. Jiangnan felt wrong. Chun Xiao made a phone call to realize that the business of Su Jiao's company is by her partner, full power in the handling. 2 days ago, Su Jiao's phone is still open. Today, no one answered. It's okay. Leave her alone for now. Then, the clue to find the person behind the curtain, that can be temporarily broken. Yang Ji said that without finding that person, she was never at ease. Jiangnan tilted his head and looked at Yang Ji and smiled. In all these years, there hasn't been any accident. I will be careful in the future. Mentioning the matter of drugging, Yang Ji was still shocked. It was thanks to running into Mr. Song that day, Otherwise a girl. How can people live? Jiangnan's throat soured. Fortunately, and fortunately, she always has a good heart, Yang Ji quite admired, but just heartbroken her. A girl outside to fight, no one to protect. The next day, Jiang Nan went to take care of something, and when she returned to the company, Yang Ji said to her with a grave face, "Not only is the news all cut off, but even the waiter we looked for to testify before called, saying that there was no way in helping us." Even if Jiang Nan was stupid, he knew that someone was deliberately trying to protect the person behind the curtain. She returned to the office and sat down on the soft chair, turning around twice before making a call to Xie Qingzhou. The phone picked up quickly, and just as Jiang Nan was about to speak, he heard the woman's shenanigans. Feng Liyu's voice screamed especially loud. Jiang Nan froze for a long time. "Sorry for the intrusion. You're back?" Xie Qingzhou asked. His voice was smooth, surprising her. "Not quite that kind of thing. After all, he can breathe." Why don't you finish your work first?" Jiang Nan's brewing words were interrupted by this. "What are you thinking nonsense about?" As his low voice rang out, Feng Liyu's voice seemed to be a little further away. She couldn't guess what the two were doing for a moment. While lost in thought, Xie Qingzhou added, "If I want to be busy, I also want to find you busy." Jiang Nan let out an "Oh, do you have time to have dinner tonight?" Her active invitation made Xie Qingzhou puzzled for a moment. "Business? Personal? Private matter? Do you want to eat out? Or at home?" "Outside. I booked the place. I'll send it to you later." Xie Qingzhou finished the matter at hand and arrived at the place. The car stopped in front of the clubhouse and he didn't get out right away. This is the clubhouse where Jiang Nan was drugged and nearly had an accident, and he made a call to Qiao Zheng. Qiao Zheng was very sure of the news, and no one knew about it, and he felt a little more at ease. When he arrived at the box, Jiang Nan was already there. She was looking down at her phone, and when she heard his voice, she smiled down towards him. Very bright smile, limpid eyes, very pure and clear eyes, but as if with a seductive flavor. Xie Qingzhou took off his jacket and walked over to her side, bracing his hands on both sides of her body as he lowered his head to speak with her. "Thought you'd still have to play for a few more days before returning." His posture was ambiguous, his handsome face close enough that he could kiss her if she moved. Jiang Nan didn't say anything and just stared at him. When Xie Qingzhou went to kiss her, Jiang Nan avoided. "Eat first," ordered all you love to eat. "This meal is good." He scanned the food, and it was indeed all his favorites, which flattered him. It was as if she had gone back to the days of yore. But now he didn't have the boredom of before. Instead, he gave birth to a few hints of pleasure. "Today, so well behaved?" Chapter 64 Aggrieved. Xie Qingzhou rubbed the top of her hair as he spoke. His pampering gestures made Jiang Nan uncomfortable. At 26 years old, I'm long past the age of having my eyes filled with love. Compared to his bright mood, Jiang Nan's excitement is not very high. Black V-neck loose sweater, inside layered with a bottom shirt of the same color, is minimalist and dry, but makes her a little detached and clear, very distant. Xie Qingzhou sat beside her and also pulled her in his arms, lowering his head and asking gently, "What's wrong, work not going well?" At the moment, he was like a very qualified husband, soothing her mood and relieving her boredom. "It's not work, it's you," Gangnam said. Xie Qingzhou froze and raised his eyes to look at this beautiful wife, smiling towards him like she did when he just came in. She sat on his lap, close enough for him to see that her smile hadn't reached the bottom of her eyes. "Me? Upset that I didn't pick you up," he said. "Eat first," Jiang Nan said, getting ready to get up. The man's hand pinched her waist, and when he raised his eyes to look at her, the warmth was long gone from the bottom of his eyes. "What? Afraid you won't be able to eat?" Jiang Nan looked straight into his eyes, ignoring the chill underneath them. "Yes. What's wrong with you again?" The word "again" made Gangnam smile. He wouldn't have used the word "again" if he'd had 1 ounce of affection for her. "She's quite redundant with this meal. I want a divorce again." Gangnam matched him. Xie Qingzhou's face went cold and he swept the table again. "So this is to have a breakup dinner?" "She's kinda ritualistic." When he was in the ancient city, although she was not enthusiastic, she was still quite well behaved and she was hugged by him. But when he thought about the fact that she was most likely just a wistful tactic because a Ning was not taken away by Yan Fangxuan without a little bit of sincerity, he was a little bit angry. He looked at her coldly, lifted her up so she was sitting on the dining table, braced his hands on her sides, and said through gritted teeth, "You're really not going to be coaxed into crossing the river and then tearing down the bridge?" His body pressed strongly into her. Jiangnan looked at him and took a breath. I cannot divorce, but I have one condition. Tell me about it. Feng Li Yu goes to jail. I cannot divorce. Xie Qingzhou's lips pursed. You knew? When did you know? As he spoke like this, Inami's eyes still reddened. So, for Su Jiao, who went abroad to never come back, and to hide what Feng Li Yu did to her, it was really him who did it. It's really not the same as doubting it and hearing it for yourself. She didn't think she cared, but she was in this moment, and she felt her heart ache so much. It was nothing more than putting his jacket on her, nothing more than putting her arms around her and looking at the stars for a while in the old city, and she had a brain cramp, conflicted, thinking that if he wanted to have a good time with her, there was no shadow of a chance that he would do so later. She's really, really stupid. Never mind how you know now, it's how you're going to choose? Xie Qingzhou looked at her seriously. In this matter, he was guilty of her. He weighed the words. She can go to jail, but not now. Jiang Nan's eyelashes fluttered. His choice, it was kind of expected. She pushed him, this time without much force, and broke free of his grip as she jumped off the table, took the divorce papers out of her bag, and flung them in front of him. Sign it. Word. I won't sign it, he said, looking at her with determination. Jiang Nan was not even angry. Really, a lot of things after a lot of experience will be numb. Fine, you cannot sign. Then let her go and receive the punishment she deserves. Jiang Nan said, turning around and about to leave. Xie Qingzhou pinched her wrist and pulled her back. Jiang Nan turned to look at him. Are you trying to stop me? I'll take care of this. No need. I'll deal with it myself. Did you say, she at my disposal now, can't give it up? Jiang Nan asked him back. His heart was sad. Xie Qingzhou, you are not still said, will not be with her again gossip. Yes, gossip does not spread but turn underground. You also said, cannot always threaten me to take some sincerity out of it. I believe it, I am also born with expectations, but you? Her questioning left Xie Qingzhou speechless. Gangnam. There's something she needs to help me with. So wait a little longer. A person who victimized me and you want me to wait? Do you know that she had someone dislike my face and shoot it? Mentioning that incident, Jiang Nan's eyes glittered with tears. If she hadn't been more mindful at the time, if she hadn't run into Susanna's song, she didn't know what would have happened to her, and she would have been afraid afterward. But her husband, what is he saying? For that culprit to make her wait? He's her husband. Are you signing or not? Jiang Nan asked him. She really didn't want to spend another minute with him. She forced back the tears from her eyes and made herself talk to him calmly. You could have helped Yen Fengshuan again, but in Haicheng, it's not that easy for him to take people away easily. Jiang Nin said, when she came back from the ancient city, she found 2 bodyguards for a Ning. Xie Qingzhou just looked at her, did not say anything. The divorce agreement did not even look at a glance, wanting to deal with it coldly. But Gangnam didn't give him a chance, picking up the cell phone on the table and going to the police in front of him. Before the call connected, his cell phone was snatched from him and hung up. I said, this matter, I'll handle it. He had run out of patience inside, holding her shoulders. For a moment he did not know how to explain Feng Liu to Jiang Nan, and for a moment he did not know how to bring up his past. Gangnam, give me a little more time, okay? Xie Qingzhou in your heart? I'm not important after all, so you've been condescending to me over and over again. Chapter 65 Disappointment. The way Gangnam was about to cry was very inviting. The way her nose was all red and the borders of her eyes were heavy with tears but stubbornly refused to fall. She really looked like a fragile doll. When he reached out to touch her cheek, she took a step back. Mr. Xie, stop wasting each other's time. Jiang Nan had seen enough of the softness he put on under his eyes and didn't want to stay in a space with him. Throwing the agreement on the table, taking his cell phone and leaving. Leaving the clubhouse, she shivered from the cold wind outside the door, and Jiang Nan remembered the jacket and bag she had left behind in the compartment. Realizing that her calmness was feigned, she was flustered and embarrassed. Why would she still feel bad for a man who didn't care about her in the slightest? Her eyes were wet as she stood in the biting wind and hailed a cab using a taxi app. Zhou Qian came to dine with a client and saw Jiang Nan as soon as he got out of the car. She was dressed very thinly, without her usual calmness and clarity, like a little girl who couldn't find her home. Zhou Qian sighed and exchanged a word with the client, walking towards her while taking off the down jacket on his body. The clothes with the remaining warmth of her body fell on her shoulders, and only then did Inami, who had kept her head lowered, froze and raised her head. Zhou Qian was full of smiles. It's 7 degrees below zero today. It's all so beautiful. So there's no need to wear such little. Don't you feel freezing? Jiangnan's eyes, which were foggy underneath, curved up because of his joke. You put it on and go home first. I can't accompany you today, Zhou Qian said. Jiang Nan looked at the two other men waiting on the side. Thanks. I'll go first. Jiang Nan turned around and saw Zhou Qian walking towards the clubhouse while talking to the man beside him, just wearing too thin, appearing to be very thin as a whole. Chokin winked at her as he reached the door and prepared to go upstairs. At this time, Xia Qingzhou, who was sitting in the box, stood in front of the dining table, looking at the unmoving meal and the divorce agreement in front of him out of mind. Jiang Nan's words stabbed him in the heart. Saw her bag on the seat beside her, her car keys in it, and her coat on the hanger. Xia Qingzhou sighed. She was right. He did turn a blind eye to her grievances. If I had 1,000,000% of the heart for that person, I wouldn't have to wait until now to realize that she was walking like that on such a cold day. Jiang Nan got into the car and looked out at the neon glittering city for a while before saying to the driver's master, "Why don't you give me a ride to Fengkawan?" Jiang Nan's arrival surprised Feng Liu. She opened the door, and her perfectly ordinary men's duffel coat was all over her. This reminds Feng Liu of a saying that basic clothes are supported by their face value, and the higher the face value, the better it will look across the simple ones. Gangnam is one of those people. That's what she remembered wearing, a basic, simple commuter look that just made people feel like they noticed her at a glance, both in terms of her looks and her physique. Ms. Jiang is looking for me? Something? Feng Liu asked. In her heart, she was pleased. She thought that the fact that she knew about that person was enough to bring Jiangnan's relationship with Xia Qingzhou to a dead end. After all, the Jiang family had their own pride. Xia Qingzhou did that to her again. She can't get him, no one can get what they want, right? There's something going on. Don't you invite me in for a seat? Jiang Nan asked with a smile. Feng Liu let Jiang Nan in while talking about the decoration of the house, saying that Qingzhou liked the style and would brag about how he always fell asleep on the sofa or something. Jiang Nan quietly listened, then took a seat on the sofa where Xia Qingzhou often fell asleep. It was indeed very comfortable. After that, the expressionless face looked at Feng Liu. She doesn't give women a hard time because she knows that it's not easy for women to fight. Even if Feng Liu's identity was there and she never sought her out, the root of this kind of thing was still in the man's. But Feng Liu repeatedly to provoke her. She will have to have a good talk with her. Tea or coffee? Feng Liu was very much the host. Drinks won't be necessary. I came today in order to beat you. Feng Liu was surprised and thought she heard wrong. But the next second she was yanked by Jiang Nan's hair and slammed against the wall. When Xia Qingzhou rushed over, Feng Liu was crying softly by the wall. Her forehead had a big bag, her face was full of slap marks, and Jiang Nan was propped up on her elbows on the arm of the sofa. Her appearance was innocent. When Feng Liu saw Xia Qingzhou, she softly propped herself up and fell into his arms. Xia Qingzhou didn't want the stupid woman to come close, but when he saw Jiang Nan looking at him with pale eyes, he didn't push her away, his voice slightly cool. "What's wrong with you? Ms. Feng, tell your dear what's going on?" Jiang Nan said, as if he really was irrelevant, not his husband. From the moment he said, "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Nan knew that he had never reflected on it during their marriage. He doesn't want to give his heart, so there's nothing wrong with that. At that moment, he was an irrelevant stranger in her heart. So it really didn't matter to her who he had his arm around at this point. Feng Liu cried with pearly blossoms and told how she slapped her and held her head down and slammed it against the wall. Jiang Nan was annoyed to hear, "What did I hit you for? Why don't you say?" In the end, she is a person who has fought in the shopping mall to break into a world. When she speaks sternly, it is a bit majestic. Feng Liu froze, then hid in Xia Qingzhou's arms wailing and crying, and did not say anything. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and tapped on a piece of audio on his phone. Feng Liu was saying, "When Lei Wang got her, he shot at her face. That fu like was seen by all. Where does she have the face to stay in Haicheng? See if Xia Qingzhou still wants her. Let Thunderwatch bite the dust on this one. There's something in it for you." In the back, there's also, is the audio of Su Jiao's call with Feng Liu. At this point, Feng Liu only dared to timidly say, This is synthetic." Xia Qingzhou pushed Feng Liu aside and walked to Jiang Nan's front, looking at her condescendingly for a long time before saying, "You knew it all along, that the retroactive agreement with 5 times the default payment was not to restrain her behavior, but you calculated it. This wife of his, he really underestimated." Jiang Nan tilted his head and looked at the man in front of him, still as handsome and charming to the eyes. What's the use? So heartless and cool. When he heard that a bystander was counting on his wife in that way, his first thought was not one of concern, but of questioning whether she had known about it. Jiang Nan's heart ached bluntly as she stood up. Yes, at the dinner where Su Jiao asked you to be the lobbyist. I wondered who was so capable of inviting third young Master Xie. When Su Jiao was cornered, you let a Ning go to the North City, right? Jiang Nan said. At that time, she already knew that Feng Liu was the person behind the curtain. It had been quite a long time since she had known, actually, and she didn't know what she was waiting for. Here she knew, and she was waiting for Xie Qingzhou's attitude when she learned the news. But he, nonetheless, had let her down. You can Jiangnan, Xie Qingzhou said, looking at her. She's got it all figured out. Whether it's Feng Liu's compensation as a high-risk artist or her desire for a divorce. As long as the audio is in her hands and he won't sign it, she'll post it online anytime. Not to mention Feng Liu star ruined, his film and television investment company, the stock is also expected to fall. Looking at Xie Qingzhou's bad face, Jiangnan's mood was good. Her fingers ruffled his collar a bit. Hubby, see you tomorrow at the Civil Affairs Bureau? Chapter 66, Hugs. Jiangnan had his hands in his shirt pockets and was ready to go. However, the arm was gripped and yanked into his arms. The divorce isn't until tomorrow, is it, Mrs. Xie? Jiangnan didn't say anything and looked at him with cold eyes. Xie Qingzhou smiled and directly carried her on his shoulders. Carrying sacks like resistance to the law, or have gas to Jiangnan. She punched him hard on the back. To scratch his ears, he seemed to be oblivious, carrying her into the elevator. Feng Liu was dumbfounded. Just, no one cares about her anymore? Xie Qingzhou threw Jiang Nan into the back seat of the car. He then sat in and bullied his entire body. Jiang Nan, crooked in the car seat, did not struggle as usual. She just moved back, her back against the other side of the car door. We can still be a couple for one night. You want to sleep on it, although I think you're quite dirty. But you look okay, that thing. Also come together. I'll just take it as a call to duck. Zhou in the cab let out a pfft and didn't hold back. Xie Qingzhou. He braced himself, his brows cold and hard for a long time before he reached out and cupped her chin. Do you think that the victory is in your hands and I can't do anything with you? Are you going to do it or not? If you don't do it, get lost. Jiang Nin pushed him. The smell of Feng Liu's perfume on her body was so revolting. You dislike me? He laughed, looking down at the men's down jacket she was wearing. Actually, neither of us dislikes the other. He picked her up and straddled him, holding her neck down so she could kiss him. What Jiangnan did or didn't follow was not a matter for him to consider. Lips to lips was the most intimate and beautiful thing for her. But this moment was hard for her. He liked this position because of the thrill of conquest, nothing else. It also reminded her of the night at Xie's house when he was drugged and he didn't kiss her. Turns out kissing someone you don't like makes you want to cry. He had been strong and gentle, in exchange for her cooperation. Xie Qingzhou left her lips and looked at her with a slight gasp. Obviously, she was in his arms, two people's lips, a stone's throw away, but seeing her watery eyes, it was as if she was far away from him. I'm not with her like you think, he said, rubbing his fingers over her cheek, soothingly. Jiangnan didn't say anything. She really didn't like this kind of intimacy and got off of him. Instead, he pinched her waist, his eyes all strong. Forget it, she was too lazy to fret about it, he could do whatever he wanted. Her disbelief also frustrated Xie Qingzhou. I'm serious. I can believe it. I'll believe it when you let her take the punishment she deserves. Jiang Nan said. Xie Qingzhou's lips were pursed tightly, and his face looked extraordinarily deep and cold and hard. Jiang Nan's hand fell on his shoulder and looked at Xie Qingzhou and smiled, her fingers gently tracing the contours of his face like a little fox. The knot in Xie Qingzhou's throat rolled. She had never looked at him like this before, and her smile was laced with flavor. Gangnam, come home with me, huh? He sat up straight, the two bodies close together. Don't even think about it. It's divorced. Where's the home? And even if it was a home, what have you ever given me there? She asked. But there's one thing I think of that I feel good about. There isn't, not even a single thing that's usual between a couple. Jiangnan's cell phone rang. She pulled it out of her pocket, looked at it, and picked it up. Hey, Zhou Qian. In the confined space of the car, Zhou Qian asked her if she was okay. Pretty good. Where are you? Is it drinking? Jiang Nan was still sitting on him, looking into Xie Qingzhou's eyes. It didn't matter if he insulted her the way he used to. because she didn't care anymore. Wait for me there then. Why don't you have the driver drop off a client and I'll take you home? She said, getting off of him when he didn't stop, just looked at her in silence. Xiao Zheng, take me there. My car is over there. Jiang Nan said, taking her own bag and changing her jacket into it as well. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything, as if he was out of his mind. Where Xiao Zheng dared to drive, he finally dared to turn back and looked at Xie Qingzhou. Boss? From now on, we'll all listen to the boss's wife. Jiang Nan looked as if he hadn't heard it. So he leaned on one side of the car window and looked at the sluggish winter night scene of Haicheng. Light and shadow crisscrossed her face, but her features were enough to mesmerize his eyes. He pursed his lips and eventually averted his eyes without saying or doing anything. The car stopped in front of the clubhouse, and Jiang Nan got out of the car holding Zhou Qian's duvet. Xie Qingzhou watched through the car window as she handed him the clothes. Zhou Qian stood in front of the clubhouse grinning and dressed, happy and open. Jiang Nan stood under the streetlight, quietly looking at him with a faint smile. Zhou Qian got dressed, looked down at Jiang Nan, thought for a moment, and opened his arms. Come on. I'll give you a friend's hug. Jiang Nan's tears twinkled. That husband of hers didn't know to hug her and comfort her when she was aggrieved. I'm kidding. He grinned to hide his embarrassment. He blamed himself for putting her in such a dilemma. Jiang Nan walked up to him and gently hugged him, then couldn't help but whimper out. Zhou Qian only knew that she must have quarreled with Xie Qingzhou. Crying like this is how much aggrieved she was. He did not ask any more questions, just gently patted her back to give her a little warmth and comfort. Xie Qingzhou looked at the scene with a frown on his face and sank his eyes. Xiao Zheng looked back at him. Or else, just divorce your wife? If she could, she wouldn't want to be this kind of person, right? No one to protect, no one to love before scheming and calculating and dealing with it on her own. Xie Qingzhou's heart inexplicably ached, only remembering that she could hold her own, but forgetting that she was only just 26 years old. He understood the meaning of Xiao Zheng's words. It wasn't that he wouldn't give her a hug like that. It was just that he didn't think she was that important and didn't want to give it. Chapter 67. Not letting go. Jiang Nan cried so much that her nose was red, looking at the tears and snot on Zhou Qian's clothes. Quite embarrassed, wiped her tears. I'm sorry. My emotions didn't take control for a moment. Zhou Qian didn't say anything, so he looked down at her slightly. From the time he met her, she was calm and collected and slightly cold. Crying out like this surprised him and hurt her. Her eyes were also red and rabbit-like and especially pitiful. However, Zhou Qian was also quite happy. Perhaps her vulnerability had only been displayed in front of him. Hungry? Chokan asked, passing the tie in front of her so she could wipe her tears. Jiang Nan lost his smile and wiped his tears carelessly. A little hungry. I'll take you out for a nice meal? As Zhou Qian led her into the McDonald's, Jiang Nan cocked her head at him. Is this what you call delicious? Right? Zhou Qian sat her down and went to order. Not long afterward, he came over with burgers and an assortment of barbecued wings. You must not have had this for a long time, right? Zhou Qian said, handing her a cup of Coke. Here, have a happy water. Jiang Nan laughed and took it. Zhou Qian, this is a means to coax a little girl, isn't it? You're the little girl. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, but she was happy in her heart. With her father and brother gone, she didn't think of herself as a little girl anymore because there was no one to spoil her. Zhou Qian's favored eyes looking at her made Jiang Nan quite embarrassed. She covered her face. So embarrassing. Her sudden shyness made Zhou Qian laugh along with her. Yes, she had been at the mall for so long that she had forgotten that she wasn't too old. Gangnam had a burger, fries, chicken wings, and a full Coke. Perhaps it was the fact that she was full that put her in a good mood. Zhou Qian looked at her quietly for a long time. Nan, is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Nan was grateful for Zhou Qian's attentive arrangements. Both now and in Spring City, things are pretty much settled. She wouldn't stay with Xie Qingzhou anymore. A husband who is that irrelevant to his own humiliation. Jiang Nan's heart still couldn't help but flutter at the thought of this. She didn't expect affection from him anymore, but his attitude like this really chilled her and made her feel bad. Across a small table, Zhou Qian looked at her lightly fluttering eyelashes, aggravated and pitiful. There's me, he said. Jiang Nan tilted his head and smiled. I know. Without talking about the bad things, she asked about Zhou Qian's recent work. Zhou Qian sighed when he talked about his work, leaning his body back. I've been running my legs off lately, and I haven't accomplished a single thing. More or less deflated, He bit down on his straw and drank his Coke. Nan, you are from procurement at that time, CS supply chain, only fresh food. How did you do it? $70 million a month, 60 million was done by you alone? Zhou Qian said. He also found out only after asking around that Jiang Nan was a popular figure in her circle. Jiang Nan surprised, rumor I'm not that good, but then, as your senior, for the sake of you invited me to dinner, point out one or two. There is no lack of products in the market, the lack of is a good product if you can put the cost control, it greatly increases the competitiveness of the supply chain. I was in the supply chain of the time. A lot of people are willing to look for us to cooperate with a big reason is that the same quality of things, Xia's give the lowest price. Xia Qingzhou sat on the same seat on Feng Liyu's sofa that Jiang Nan had sat on. Mr. Xie, you spare me. If she could. Feng Liyu really wanted to kneel down for him. He lazily lifted up his head, his eyes extremely light to look at her. If not for her own more hard eyes, and luck, that day you find that person can spare her? But last time you already let me. Feng Li, you really can't say it. But Xia Qingzhou is so ruthless and merciless. He agreed to all the conditions she made to Qiao Zheng. At that time, she was still happy in her heart, no matter how beautiful and attractive Jiang Nan was. Compared to the people in his heart, it was irrelevant. That's a close call. What wife could stand to be treated like that by her husband? Whoever she didn't get, Gangnam didn't get either. And I don't know what it was, but it just smoothed out her mind. However, on the next day he came over with Zhou Yung. Zhou was setting up the HD camera in front of her without covering it up, and a bag of pills was thrown on the coffee table in the living room. Xia Qingzhou then leaned against the wall of the entrance hall. Eat it. Feng Liu was terrified, but smiled and asked, Mr. Xie, what is this? What you gave her the other night, sent back to you. His dark eyes rippled, exactly as if he were talking about the weather. She looked at his side face, so handsome, like an exiled immortal in the sky. She was terrified and pleaded with him almost pleadingly. He lit a cigarette, a cold arrogance caught in his eyes, forgetting her for a long time. Eat it. Take a picture of your face, and if you don't get it, keep eating until you get the whole thing. Feng Liu finally accepted this fact. For the sake of Gangnam, he treated her like this. Wasn't it enough? Wasn't one time enough? Not enough to pay her back. Feng Liu asked, are you worthy of comparing yourself to her? What are you? Xia Qingzhou said, bored beyond belief of watching her engage in these stupid things like this that required him to waste his time dealing with them. Feng Liu knew she didn't have a choice. She took the medicine like she did last time. Like last time, Xia Qingzhou got up to leave. Feng Liu sat on the ground, looking at the man's magnificent back. Mr. Xie, you are contentedly enjoying the love of General Manager Jiang for you. But you are waiting for that person to appear. Very scummy. Xia Qingzhou's back stiffened as he watched Feng Liu's face evoke a seductive smile that seemed to be mocking him. Even if he did something for Gangnam, this was not what Gangnam wanted. There's a rift between the couple and it seems like it's kinda hard to mend. Back home, Xia Qingzhou held Jiangnan's work resume in his hand. Graduated from Parsons School of the Arts at age 21 and joined TSE as a supply chain buyer. It's no secret that Jiang Nan deserves a lot of credit for this company's ability to become a full category supply chain and a leader in the industry. The financials are impressive, revenues are increasing year after year, and she has built a very sound management team. He had always thought that Jiang Nan had gotten this far because of his parents. It was only after this time together that he realized how good this wife was. Zhou was hurrying in and he looked over and asked in a low voice, she went back. Well, drove home after dropping off young Master Zhou. Xia Qingzhou swept the wall clock. 10:30. What did the two people talk about? Talk for so long? Qiao Zheng looked at the things in his hand and sighed. Soon to be divorced. Is it a little too late to get to know his wife? Qiao Zheng was still standing aside. Xia Qingzhou glanced at him. Sit. Why did you persuade me to get a divorce? He said, remembering Xinjin, who always used to love to set him up with Jiang Nan just like his mom. Lately, her mom doesn't even call, and she doesn't even care about him. Xin did too. Even Qiao Zheng is urging him to get a divorce now. Qiao Zheng weighed how to explain, when he heard him say, you all can't stand to watch. How disappointed does she have to be in me? Xia Qingzhou remembered what she had asked him, this home, what had he ever given her? In addition to her 3 years of waiting, there was the humiliation of him making her lie down on the coffee table in front of her. Feng Liyu's side already knows who the person in your heart is, and you don't like Mrs. Much. It's quite good to be with the white moonlight in your heart. Yes, Zhou is right. That person is the one he has to hold on to and the one he has been searching for and refuses to give up. However, with Jiangnan, he just doesn't want to divorce and let go. Chapter 68-68. Xie Qingzhou felt that Feng Liu was quite right, the way he pretended to be tender and affectionate towards her. He could both enjoy her love and wait for the person in his heart to appear. He'd been looking for her for years and cleaned up his act, which was quite smug sometimes when I thought about it. Thought that I could have bragged about it when I met her. It had only been a short time since he'd returned home and he'd become this way. He thought and felt shameful, and for a moment he was at a bit of a loss as to how to explain when he saw her that he'd lusted after a woman's body that way. He leaned his head back on the back of the couch and lifted a hand to pinch his brow. He didn't like her Jiangnan much, only that he appreciated the strength in her body, plus her body was good-looking, and he was momentarily infatuated. As for the discomfort in his heart, it was probably because at that time, he promised to get a divorce certificate, but she wanted Auntie Zhang to drug him. Would things have been better if nothing had happened that night at the old mansion? Qiao Zhang's cell phone rang and he snapped back to attention. After Qiao Zhang answered the phone, his face was grave. Feng Li, you had a miscarriage. Xie Qingzhou froze. She is really pregnant. His encounter with Feng Liu was due to that peace button. The peace button was given to him by his grandparents at birth, and hung around her neck the night he was betrothed to her. Pretty cheesy. But there was an accident with his father, and the only thing of value he had on him was the peace button. So the parents insisted that it was Jiangnan's father who had saved them, and he could clearly smell the faint scent of her, as she dragged him to hide at the bottom of a bridge over a babbling brook. Only when he came back again, the Jiang family was on fire. The resort as well as half of the mountain over there was burned by fire. The ping and button he gave her is on consignment at a jade store, and the owner has gone through several hands. So it took him some effort to find out that the owner is Feng Liu. He still remembers his heart breaking when he found out that Feng Liu worked at a nightclub. How could she have fallen so far in less than a year? After meeting Feng Liu, he was in turn relieved that she was not the person he was looking for. Feng Liu knows the people and things over there. Good looks, he brought her into the entertainment industry. In addition to work with that ding-dong, he does not know about her private life, do not know if she has a boyfriend. But it's not realistic for a fairly pretty star with good resources these days to not have a man. Want to go to the hospital? Qiao Zhang asks Xie Qingzhou. After all, Feng Liu was beaten by Mrs. Although it is because of that kind of thing, excessive and miscarriage, Feng Liu a demon, the trouble will certainly lead to the wife. What's there to see? I'm not the child's father. Xie Qingzhou said that Feng Liu should not dare to cause any more unnecessary trouble. But the next day, Feng Liu suspected miscarriage of news, or in the internet crazy rumors. The news also alarmed Mr. and Mrs. Xie Jingyuan. But on the son's side, he won't get married when he's told to get married, and he won't get divorced when he's told to get divorced, and they really don't want to be bothered with it anymore. Mrs. Xie Ronghua was heartbroken for Jiangnan and called her early in the morning. Jiangnan was touched and a little embarrassed when she heard her mother-in-law's apologetic and concerned voice. After all, it wasn't her in-laws that were responsible for her poor conjugal relationship with Xie Qingzhou. The in-laws have made up for a lot of her in the last 3 years because of his nonchalance. She chatted with Mrs. Xie for a while and promised to go to the old mansion on Saturday to accompany her in flower arrangement. After hanging up the phone, Gangnam went to work. The little girls in the company also discussed Feng Liu's gossip, and even brought up the woman who traveled with Xie Qingzhou to the ancient city, quite powerful, just so intervened between Xie and Feng, and the child is still messed up. Thinking about the days in the ancient city, Jiang Nan also felt dazed. But it didn't matter what the outside world said or rumored, she was getting a divorce anyway. Chapter 69. Have a baby? Early Saturday morning, Jiang Nan went to the old Xie family house early. When Mrs. Xie saw her, she was delighted and pulled her affectionately to talk, also talking about her and Xie Qingzhou. Yesterday, Mrs. Xie called her as asked. Know that she insisted on divorce will persuade him to agree, which also let her did not use the Feng Liu thing again. Make a fish out of water is not decent. Jiang, I'm really so sorry. Marrying into our family really made you suffer. Mrs. Xie looked at Jiang Nan and couldn't help but feel sad again. I just have a shallow conjugal bond with him. My bond with you is not shallow yet. Jiang Nan said, asking the servants in the house to carry the flower materials she brought from her car to the side hall. I thought you wanted to arrange flowers, so let's get started. When Xie Qingzhou came down from upstairs, he saw Jiang Nan arranging flowers with his mother, his second sister-in-law, and Xie Shangtian. On the long table in the parlor, the flowers are many and messy, but after she handles them with a beautiful vase, it's very different, good-looking and high class. What are you looking at? So lost in thought? Xia Qingzhou turned around and saw his second brother standing behind him holding his son, who was just 5 months old. The milky, chubby little man in his arms spat bubbles of spit and stared at him. Xia Qingzhou reached out and poked the little one's tender face, absent-mindedly answering, "Didn't look at anything." Xia Qingchuan didn't tear him apart. Chatting? Brothers sit on the living room sofa, Xia Qingzhou sitting position, or can see Jiangnan, did not work for the sake of the reason she was wearing a blue loose jeans, a red lazy wind sweater, that bright color in her body not at all show vulgar, flaunting and dazzling. Thinking about what? Xia Qingchuan asked him with a smile. Xia Qingzhou glanced at him. "I've seen it all. Why are you still asking?" he said, looking down to tease his nephew's little hand. Mom often said, if it is not Jiangnan's father, her days are roughly flower arrangement, stroll around a painting exhibition, live a carefree day, Zhangyuan original that can afford to let her daughter, not so hard to be able to feed and clothe, if she can find a person they truly like, she can run their own marriages if they cannot find, then to support her for life. Xia Qingzhou looked at his second brother for a long time. Mom and Dad, they asked you to persuade me? Not really, it's just that when I saw Jiangnan like this, I suddenly worried about Think's future, and realized that your father-in-law's expectations of Jiangnan back then are the same expectations I have of Think now. In other words, if Think met a husband like you, I'd have to kill someone. Xia Qingzhou sank his eyes and didn't say anything. I admire her, art university graduates, but went to Xia's then the most unattractive a subsidiary because she knows without his father and brother, Jiang family days have to support her, her father planned for her future, but also with the fire burned away, she dry procurement up in order to find the best sources, the best quality products, a mountain run like the fresh food industry. She is required to go to the origin and deal with the farmers. And she has never planted land. How to do it? Fresh food industry, she needs to go to the origin to deal with the farmers. And she has not planted the land, how to do it? Dad said Jiangnan after 2 years of work, bought a new car, less than 2 years to run nearly more than 100,000 kilometers, not to add the province, that is to say, she is either on the road or on the way to see the goods, her hands of that supply chain company, that is, let her from the product quality control a little bit to do. Xia Qingzhou didn't know what to say. He remembered the beautiful and dignified look of that rich girl in Jiangnan when he was in the ancient city. Now she looks pretty good too, with sunshine behind her, a smile on her face, and a combination of different floral materials in a bottle that is actually harmonious and beautiful. Unlike before, she counted on people and even she counted on them. Xiaozhou, Mom and Dad really like her, but also really guilty of her. I hope she lived well when you forced you to marry her, not all because of her father's sake, but also because of her own excellent, thinking that you contact, but also will surely like him who thought, I got a license and ran away. Xia Qingzhou picked up. But no, it turns out that Mother Superior has looked at you quite accurately. Xia Qingchuan laughed at him. Hadn't been that long ago, had it? This brother of his was so attached to her that he didn't even realize it. Quasi what? If it wasn't for her counting on me, it would have been divorced long ago. He lowered his voice, his body leaning against the back seat. His long legs naturally stretched forward, somewhat resisting the topic. You mean, about Gangnam drugging you? Xia Qingzhou acquiesced. Here! Xia Qingchuan pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and placed it on the small coffee table in front of him. Puzzled, he picked up the piece of paper and looked at it closely. Xia Qingchuan wiped his son's saliva with a triangular towel. This is in the cup of milk you drank the rest of. Dad had it tested. There are several types of prohibited ingredients, which means that this medicine was bought on the black market abroad. Xia Qingzhou raised his eyes to look at him. Would he not understand his second brother's intentions? After all the padding, how good is her character after all these years of Jiangnan's difficulties? People who put their best foot forward to do things like this are not used to such underhanded tactics. And of course, she doesn't have the means to do so. Why admit it if she didn't put it there? The knot in his throat rolled, inexplicably remembering that day. She was scared and vulnerable, but she couldn't push him away and let him play and humiliate her. Xia Qingchuan stopped talking. He didn't believe a word of what she had denied. He looked up and saw her putting the trimmed-down flowers and plants into a very small vase and setting it on the tea table. Xia Qingzhou went back to his room and didn't even come down for lunch. No one called him either, probably because they were afraid that Jiangnan would be unhappy. Gangnam wants to play pick a stick on the carpet with Xia after lunch. Xia want to think about the sound of ow. Let Xia Qingzhou especially annoying, the old mansion sound insulation so bad? Not a moment later, it seemed like the sound of a baby crying. For a long time no one coaxed. Xie Qingzhou walked to the second brother's room. The stroller, only the little chubby child himself. He lifted the baby up on top of him, and the little fat boy cried even harder. Xie Qingzhou frowned and whispered, "What did I do to you, to sell you? Crying like this?" Jiangnan went upstairs and didn't expect Xie Qingzhou to be at home. "Third uncle, you don't know how to coax a child?" Xie wanted to think about opening his mouth. Xie Qingzhou returned his head. Jiangnan went forward and took the child from him, patting him gently twice. The little thing that had been crying its heart out was silenced in seconds, lying obediently on her shoulder, looking at him with teardrops on her eyelashes. "What are you looking at?" Xie Qingzhou gave him a fierce look. The little guy's mouth was deflated, and Jiangnan didn't talk to him, carrying the child downstairs. Xie wanted to follow her like a little tail. Xie Qingzhou frowned and followed down. Jiangnan didn't do anything, just held him, and that little guy was good. "I've heard that people who attract the likes of children, puppies and kittens are pure at heart." He crossed his legs and sat on the couch, watching her hold her nephew very gently, and Xie wanted to think about sitting right next to her, and the look on her face as she spoke to her niece. She'd be a great mom, he thought. "You like kids? Let's have one?" Chapter 70, Tired. Jiangnan raised her eyes to look at Xie Qingzhou, who was sitting on the sofa in a simple knit shirt and casual pants, with a gentle smile in his eyes, much like a husband who truly loves her. But she knew he wasn't. Guarding Xie want to think about it, Jiangnan did not want to argue with him, and also knew that there was no point in arguing anymore. She faintly stared at him for a while, and did not say anything. Xie Qingzhou was not amused at her and did not feel anything, still looking straight at her, watching her walk around the living room holding her nephew Xie Zhizhi. Xie Zhizhi is already 19 pounds at just 5 months. Jiangnan is skinny and it's hard to hold her. "I'm holding him," he said, getting up and walking toward her. Jiangnan didn't want to pay attention to her, and Xie Zhizhi didn't want to pay attention to him either. And when she watched him come over, she leaned tightly towards Jiangnan, and her small hands gripped her sweater hard. Xie Qingzhou saw that chubby little hand on her chest and frowned. "Take it away. It's not yours." A grown man rattled the hands of a small child away. Jiangnan were shocked. "Are you sick?" She was really convinced. Mr. and Mrs. Xie Qingchuan had been out for an hour, and Jiangnan had been holding her, either sitting on the sofa with his arm around her, or holding him as he walked around and spoke gently. Mrs. Shea wanted to hold it, or the servants did, and she didn't give it to them. "I love him so much. There's something indescribable about a hot little guy when he's leaning wholeheartedly in your arms. It warms the heart with an inexplicable feeling." The new maid didn't know the subtlety of her relationship with Xie Qingzhou, and hearing her say this, she said something nice. "You're beautiful like this, and Mr. Zhou's is good-looking as well, and the child you give birth to is bound to be beautiful as well." Jiangnan didn't answer, looking down and playing with Zhi's fleshy little hands. "Kids, what I used to look forward to, I hope to have 2 children, a boy and a girl, to make a good word for a person. The boy looks like him some, the smaller one, and it's fun to think about it. Divorced, but talking about children. Her relationship with him, I guess, was always such an anachronism. Well, let's put it on the agenda." Xie Qingzhou picked up. Jiangnan did not even pick up the words. Mrs. Xie watched the scene and did not say anything, but also saw her unhappiness. In the past, when Xie Qingzhou was not in the country, there was expectation and light in her eyes, but now, she really saw that Jiangnan was unhappy and unhappy. She also didn't want her son to cut her any more slack. When Mr. and Mrs. Xie Qingchuan returned, Jiangnan was ready to leave. She asked Xie Qingchuan for a favor and then said goodbye to Mrs. Xie. "I'll give her a ride." Xie Qingzhou followed her and held down her car door before she got in. She stood in front of the car and looked at him very calmly. "Not going to care about me?" Xie Qingzhou asked, dropping his eyes to look at her. "Sign it, okay? I really don't have anything with her," Xie Qingzhou explained. "Whether or not, it's none of my business anymore." He was more or less annoyed since last night, when his dad called him back just to talk about the divorce and his second brother. But he also knew how much he owed Feng Liu in this matter, especially after learning that it wasn't her who drugged her. He reached out and gripped her shoulders, watching her in silence. Jiangnan threw it hard, and Xie Qingzhou bowed slightly. "I let you be aggrieved." Her eyes reddened at once, staring at him in a daze. "Yes, I have been aggrieved since I married you, and the aggrievement in the past was my willingness. I asked for it, and you are saying this now because you chose Feng Liu to continue to aggrieve me anyway. And you don't have to say anything else. I don't want to hear it, and I'm also really tired. Jiang Nan sighed. As a husband, you're unqualified Xie Qingzhou. Since you can't cover for me, there's no need for me to have you anymore. She turned around and got in the car when she finished. She sits in the car, brewing her emotions, when Yang Ji calls to say that Feng Liyu's leg was broken by Zhou Qian. Chapter 71. Unstoppable. Jiang Nan was surprised for a long time and asked Yang Ji. He knows? Yes. After knowing that you had an accident, young Master Zhou has been investigating that matter. Although, Yang Ji paused, and the words behind him did not know how to go on. Jiang Nan's nose soured as he picked up. Xie Qingzhou wanted to bury this matter in the dark, but it's still a step too late, isn't it? Yes. Jiang Nan glanced sideways out of the car window. Xie Qingzhou was still standing outside the car, still with the same upright and hard posture. But Yang Ji's affirmative answer made her unable to resist comparing Xie Qingzhou, her husband, to Zhou Qian. Zhou potential to protect her, although the method she did not agree with, but she really touched. Where's Xie Qingzhou? It was the same as before, not so much for her, just a light-hearted aggravation of her counted as a cover-up. What's the point? How could this not disappoint her anymore? Hanging up the phone, she withdrew her eyes and started the car to leave. Xie Qingzhou stood in the courtyard and just looked in the direction she had left. Rong Painting took a jacket for his son and draped it over his shoulders. Xie Qingzhou turned back to look at his old mom. Half a moment later, Mom, you're quite good. From yesterday, when he was allowed to come back, first his father approached him to talk about the future planning of his career, saying that whether he wanted to take over Xie's in the future or not, too much negative news would ultimately affect him. Ergo is the second round. Having Jiang Nan come over today was also a way for him to see with his own eyes that if it wasn't for the unexpected passing of Ahara, her life would have been completely different, causing some guilt to grow in his heart. The goal is to get him to divorce Gangnam. Rong Painting glanced at her son, smiled, and answered him, It's not bad. So that lab report you had Ergo show me, is it true? Rong Painting sighed. Son, you asking this question is just redundant. After these days of contact, do you think Jiang Nan would do such a thing? Xie Qingzhou sank his eyes and didn't speak. If you really wanted to live well with her, to like her, to love her, would you still ask such a question? Mrs. Xie was deeply disappointed in her son. It wasn't just that Xie Qingzhou had failed Jiang Nan's heart. It was that he was having a bit of a problem being a human being right now. Mrs. Xie thought about it or said, Son, fish and bear's paw is not both. If only you is the person in your heart or not. Not your heart also, you grow up. Feelings of things are not good what all tube you if Jiang Nan have a few like. Then deliver the true heart to win her back. If you choose the other person, then don't mess with her, okay? Xie Qingzhou looked at his mother, wanting to speak. Mrs. Xie also looked at her son seriously. Son, ask yourself, besides Jiang Nan's insistence on marrying you 3 years ago, did she really do anything wrong? No. Yeah, no. That wasn't the only way you could have gone that night. The knot in Xie Qingzhou's throat rolled, and the embarrassment of being seen through was born in his heart. The night of the drugging, there was time between having drunk the milk and the onset of the drug's effects, and that drug wasn't something that could knock a person out of their mind all at once. He let things slide when he noticed a physical abnormality. If he had been strong-willed, he could have avoided everything that happened that night. Not only did he not avoid it, but he rightfully took his grievances out on her. But now that the reason is gone, it would be too mean for him to bully her anymore. The mother's words were ordered here to save him face. Let him have something in mind. It was like because of Feng Liyu's matter, he knew that Jiang Nan was disappointed in him, and he would rather see with his own eyes, whether she was really disappointed or not, than to do something for her. Even if Feng Liyu blackmails him with the matter of that person, it's not like he doesn't have a way out. It's just that he's too used to her giving to put in the effort for her. It's not that Gangnam doesn't deserve it. She's fine. She's fine everywhere. He just didn't want to. As if going through the motions for her would be a complete betrayal of the one. His heart clogged at the thought. In the end, he had overestimated his own willpower, and he was ultimately a mundane person who couldn't be one person for a lifetime. Give me 2 days to think about it, can it? Xie Qingzhou said. I'm your own son. How can a real mom urge for a divorce? Mrs. Xie snorted coldly. Don't want to help you sin, you little bastard. I'll tell Jiang Nan to give you 2 days, so she doesn't rush you. As Mrs. Xie left, Xie Qingzhou sighed and lit a cigarette for himself. Just 2 days. It looks like his parents have come to an understanding with Gangnam. If he didn't sign, his parents didn't mind Jiang Nan destroying him with what he had in his hands. Xie Qingzhou kind of regretted why he had to speculate with Feng Liu about the scandal in the first place. I've made a lot of money, but this has backfired, hasn't it? Jiangnan first looked for Yang Ji to understand the situation, only to realize that he had acted secretly, but did not let Feng Liu catch. She was relieved. As long as Mr. Xie doesn't step in and that surveillance video isn't exposed, young Master Zhou will be fine. Good, Jiang Nan said. She thought, I don't think Xie Qingzhou will, right? But in her heart, she really had little assurance that Feng Liu was different in the end in his heart. She couldn't care less for the time being. She called Zhou Qian. He didn't answer, and she couldn't reach him. With no other choice, Jiang Nan drove to Zhou's house. Father Zhou was quite puzzled when he heard that she had come over, but he was also quite happy. Jiang Nan, when Jiang Yuan was there, but a lot of famous social occasions to speak openly, the most want to marry is the Jiang family. Nowadays Jiang Nan has a good reputation in the circle and he has dealt with him a few times, and at a young age the person is low-key and pragmatic and his character is very good. Mr. Xiao Jiang, please come in. Jiang Nan was a little embarrassed by Father Zhou's shouting. Uncle Zhou? Don't call me that. Zhou Jijia? Father Zhou let out an oh. You're here to look for Zhou Qian? Yes. So you're that mysterious girlfriend of Zhou Qian's? Jiang Nan thought for a moment. Sort of. Father Zhou clapped his hands, but he was happy, and immediately asked the maid to go upstairs and Zhou Qian down. Are you really looking at that asshole kid in my house? Father Zhou asked, and in his heart he was very grateful to Jiang Nan. His wife died of an illness, and he was a brown old man who brought up this son and disciplined him really badly. This son has changed like a person. Really happy that he can't sleep at night. Zhou Qian is very good. Jiang Nan said. He treated her. It was really good and nice. She couldn't deny it. And what do you figure he is? Jiang Nan thought seriously before answering. Zhou Qian is good-looking. His family lineage is also good. People are changing and getting ahead. His character is very pure. And most importantly, he treats me very, very well. I like to spend time with him. Jiang Nan couldn't deny that with Zhou Jin. She could go out without bringing her brain. When Zhou Qian came downstairs, he heard her say that, and he happily walked over to him. Nan, why did you come over? You didn't answer my call. Jiang Nan said, guarding Father Zhou, very much giving him face. Zhou Qian wasn't a fool and gave his own father a look. You play by yourself, let's talk. And he dragged Jiang Nan away. The two of them went upstairs to the small living room. Don't scold me. I don't know even if I don't know. If I know, won't it be too much of an aggravation if I don't do anything? This matter. I'm working on it myself. Jiang Nan said, his nose sore. Zhou Qian was really putting her in his heart, and was really different from Xie Qingzhou. I know this is not desirable, and the evidence is gone. I can only do this. Zhou Qian explained. Nan, you don't have any burden in your heart. I think, if your family is there, they will definitely make the same choice with me. He knows Feng Liu did it, but the evidence is gone. The law can't punish her. Jiang Nan's eyes were hot as he looked at Zhou Qian without speaking. Zhou Qian was embarrassed by her look and scratched his head. Don't worry. I can be careful, it'll be fine. It's just to give her a lesson, so she won't dare to bully you. Good. Jiang Nan said, inexplicably remembering again what Zhou Qian had said. He said, don't be afraid. There's me. He really does what he says he's going to do. Jiang Nan spoke to Zhou Qian again, and Feng Liu's matter came to an end. Zhou Qian nodded his head and left Jiang Nan at home for dinner in the evening. Chou's father cooked for himself, and made it hard for her to push back. Zhou Qian was actually quite happy. He didn't explain to Jiang Nan that because of Xie Qingzhou's inaction and letting Feng Liu bully her like that, he really couldn't stand to see it, so he stepped in to teach her a lesson. He didn't say anything so that Jiang Nan wouldn't be upset. Jiang Nan chatted with Zhou's father and son for a while after dinner, and it was going to be 10 o'clock when he left. Xie Qingzhou was reading a book on the sofa when he learned of such news. Since the two of them had made a scene, Jiang Nan had gone back to his place. There were still a few of her clothes in the guest room. Can't she wait for the divorce? Xie Qingzhou was not happy. She is also nothing with young Master Zhou Qian. Right, you are not also not waiting for the divorce with Feng Liu? A cold glare came over, and Qiao Zhang obediently shut up and stopped talking. Xie Qingzhou closed the book, pinched his aching brow, and after some thought, he went upstairs to take down the peace button. Zhou was not quite sure what he meant. You hang this peace sign out. Xie Qingzhou was puzzled. Ah, we can't all count on Feng Liu, right? Xie Qingzhou said. He figured that once she saw the peace sign, she would look for him. Good. Joe was responding, also aware of his boss's choice. Jiangnan is no longer good, no longer moving, but ultimately cannot resist the white moonlight. Chapter 72. Inside the bureau. Jiangnan returned home and saw Mrs. Xie's message. It says that Xie Qingzhou needs 2 days. Seeing such news, Gangnam was quite grateful to her mother-in-law. Seeing her unhappy, and learning that she was insistent on a divorce, it was like being married back then, and doing everything you could to help her. Mom, thank you. Mrs. Xie replied in seconds. You're welcome, oh my precious daughter. Jiangnan smiled down. Mrs. Xie did not joke. When not able to be her daughter-in-law, after nightfall, Jiangnan was somewhat unable to sleep. She actually had a premonition, thinking this time Xie Qingzhou will get a divorce. After all, it is the son of the Xie family. Mrs. Xie has made a move. There is no reason not to sign. Yoki didn't much like her yet. If there was a hint of liking her, she wouldn't be so protective of Feng Liu. Thinking of this, Jiangnan's mood is very calm now, as if he is extremely disappointed in him, also as if he wants to open up. He couldn't look at her, he didn't like her. There were people who liked her, like Zhou Qian. He really treats her like a treasure. After the divorce, she wanted to get along with Zhou Qian, seriously. Jiangnan felt that 2 days passed quickly. The very next night, however, something happened, and Annan had a dinner date with Gangnam. The peace button you asked me to keep an eye out for. There's a jade store owner who's been showing it online. The news still startled her. In the past, she insisted on wanting to find this peace button because it was given to her by Xie Qingzhou, and was considered a token of love between the two. She was obsessed with trying to find it, as if she could retrieve the bond between the two. But now that she wanted to find it, it had nothing to do with Xie Qingzhou. After all the things that were once thought to be all buried in the fire are now showing up one by one. The father's brooch was intact, proving that it had been taken before the fire, so had the peace button been allowed to be taken as well? Find a way to buy it, I want to know that peace button. There are no traces of damage. Jiang Nen said. She was actually quite suspicious of Feng Liu. It always felt like she was on the inside. It would be impossible for an outsider to say offhand that it was a relic of his father's, knowing it well that way. Do you suspect that there are others who killed Uncle Jiang? Yes. Jiang Nan should. She intuited that this was related to Feng Liu. There was no evidence, it was the strong feeling. But she didn't want it to be Feng Liu. Because Xie Qingzhou was there, even if it was really related to her, he would still protect her, right? At the bottom of her heart, she did not want to get entangled with these two people again. Of course, it's also possible that she's sensitive. During their meal, Ning heard about Xie Qingzhou's choice and shivered with anger. This dog, when he was in the old town of Spring City, he pretended to be that deep in love. Hurry up and leave. It's dirty and scummy. Ning said, learning that Zhou Qian had directly broken Feng Liu's leg. Ning's favorable opinion of him skyrocketed. Luckily there's Zhou Qian. We must get this man to come over for dinner. Ning said and started to contact him. Gangnam. Hey, when you get divorced, talk to Zhou Qian. He'll spoil you like a princess. Ning said, calling Zhou Qian but couldn't get through. Hey, I just complimented him and I lost my connection. He's busy too. And after dinner was over, she called him again, and it was still off. Jiangnan's heart then rose a bad feeling, called Zhou Qian. No one answered. She was just wondering when Yang Ji called, saying that Zhou Qian was taken away by the precinct police station in the afternoon. Jiang Nan's breath tightened. What's going on? I've just been to the hospital, and the hospital security guard backed up the surveillance video. Someone paid a lot of money for it. Jiang Nan exhaled. This was because of her after all. There was no way she was going to sit back and do nothing. She drove to the hospital. When I saw Feng Liu, she was hanging by one leg. Her face still had traces of her beatings. Her face was pale and sickly, and she wasn't as pretty as she used to be. When Feng Liu saw Jiang Nan, she couldn't wait to eat her. It's nice to have someone to protect you. See someone to protect me? You buy away the surveillance records for a heavy price. Someone buys them back for an even heavier price. Someone. The someone is his last name Xie? If it's not this Mr. C, who's got that kind of money? On the way here, she asked Yang Ji if she was Xie Qingzhou. She said she was checking, but who else but him? What will it take for you to drop the case? Gangnam asked. I will not withdraw the case. Zhou Qian broke the leg, he is intentionally injured. I want him to go to jail, even if you kneel down, I cannot spare him. Feng Liu said, hating her mold. and then arrogantly said, Jiang Nan, your husband, is helping me after all. You are a complete loser. Jiang Nan did not waste her words with her, but she knew that this matter needed to be talked to Xiaqing Zhou. She has to make Zhou Qian good. Chapter 73. Xiaqing Zhou was dealing with official business in his study when Auntie Shui came over and knocked on the door. Sir, Mrs. is back. She's in the living room. Like she has something to find you? Should I go down? He froze slightly, not expecting her to come over. The pen in his hand tapping lightly on the desktop. Did it say anything? Auntie Shui shook her head. No, but the missus didn't look happy. Xiaqing Zhou got up. Auntie Shui thought about it, but still opened her mouth and said, Mister, don't always quarrel with your wife. So many years, your wife has always been quite uncomfortable. Even if you quarrel, you should also give way. Your wife's temperament is good, very good coaxing. She was pretty good-natured, but she always blew up when he got on her nerves. He walked down the stairs and saw Jiang Nan sitting demurely on the sofa, with snowy skin, red lips, and a long black coat. It just wasn't as beautiful to look at him with a cold, unwarm gaze. Looking for me? For something? He sat on the couch diagonally across from her and met her cannibalistic gaze. Jiang Nan looked at him, always staying out of the way like this, and was angry, but using emotions would not solve the problem. Besides, she didn't have that much patience to fudge with him, so she just got right to the point. I'll use Feng Liyu's evidence of harming me in exchange for Zhou Qian being fine. What? He frowned, staring at her. The puzzlement on his face could not help but make Jiang Nan mock. Her expression like this inevitably put him in a bad mood, and his voice was slightly cold. You're treating him now without any consideration for me as a husband? What you never did. And now you're asking me? It's ridiculous to come and ask for feelings when this marriage is broken like this. In the past, whether he was back home or he was abroad, she had been too accommodating to his feelings and spoiled him. She doesn't love herself enough to love him. In return, he was ignored again and again. Thinking about it, Jiang Nan felt pathetic. Xiaqing Zhou's lips pursed, and it was a long time before he remembered that Xiao Zhang seemed to have mentioned that Zhou Qian had been to the hospital and broke Feng Liyu's leg. Her leg, if it's broken, it's broken. It's self-inflicted. Now, he also reacted. Zhou Qian did not do things rigorously was taken. Jiang Nan thought he did it. The corners of his lips hooked as he bullied toward her. In your heart, my character is that despicable? You're okay except for cheating and treating your wife badly. Jiang Nan satirized him, then met his eyes. Mr. Xie, you won't lose out on my offer. Xiaqing Zhou's body was about to stick to her, more or less condescendingly saying to her, this is your bargaining chip for divorce, both for and against. Do you think it's okay? She knew it. Couples, what she wants, still needs to be exchanged. Jiang Nan thought of Zhou Qian, who had done a lot behind her and had given her a lot of warmth and touch. On the contrary, I am always the one who asks for it. When she came here, she had told herself that no matter what he asked for, she would agree to it for the sake of Zhou Qian. If it's not enough for Mr. Xie, I can up the ante. What do you want? You tell me. It's not just that kind of thing with you, he said deliberately, his eyes looking her up and down as if she were an object. Xiaqing Zhou was angry in his heart, angry that she knew he didn't like her talking about weekly dives. Now it's good to come straight to the plea. Jiang Nan's heart stung, but he agreed cheerfully. Yeah, you. Xiaqing Zhou froze, being truly surprised that she would go this far for Zhou Qian. All he could feel was the astringency of his heart. She was his wife. At the moment it is for another man with him. Here or back in the room, or wherever you have specified, I can work with that, she said, her eyes looking straight at him. The intimacy of husband and wife is now a business. Xiaqing Zhou grabbed her arm, his heart churning with air and blood. Right here. She froze for a moment, then lifted her lips and smiled as she hooked her arm around his neck and pushed him onto the couch. Sitting on top of him, she took off her coat and came and crouched over him, kissing him teasingly that way. Xiaqing Zhou only felt an unnamed tingling spread throughout his body. He felt like going crazy when it came to this kind of thing, even if it was a reluctant initiative on her part. This woman, as if she had really come to take his life, his palms, gripping her waist, pressed against her, wanting to kiss her on the lips. She avoided it and went to bite his ear. Xiaqing Zhou's eyes darkened, and after some thought, he still picked her up and went back to his room. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, except for not kissing, and was as docile and cooperative as ever. She opens her body when he kisses her. It would have hugged him tightly too, but the stiffness of her body couldn't be fooled. It reminded him of when she was about to take the restored brooch to Zhou Qian in a similar scenario to this. She was also this reluctant, and he didn't care about her. He didn't get satisfaction after that half-accomplished one and fell away. The way she was half lying on the coffee table, that mesmerizing look, it was as if he couldn't help but pleasure her if he stayed a second longer. And this time, he did so without hesitation, trapping her in his arms. From her snow-white neck, he began to worship her marvelous body. Chapter 74. Gangnam is tempted to curl up on himself. Having come this far with him, such a thing would be no fun for her, only humiliation and wretchedness. She couldn't control her body, but all she could do was bite the back of her hand to keep from making a sound. When Xie Qingzhou wanted to see her expression, he saw her hair falling on the side of the pillow, her fist against her lips, her eyes flushed red, very seductive. But there was not a trace of pleasure under her eyes. It was all embarrassment. Xie Qingzhou's breathing was heavy. He had never pleasured a woman like this. Not even she. But now it's too late. Jiang Nan felt uncomfortable even with his touch. Xie Qingzhou propped up his body and pulled the quilt over her with a low gasp. His shirt was disheveled and he turned around and sat on the end of the bed. Gangnam, I'm sorry. He wasn't mad at her. It's angry at himself for not being firm. Also angry at himself for bullying her and embarrassing her when he knew she had done nothing wrong. Jiang Nan didn't move or respond to him, his eyes staring vacantly at the curtains. Xie Qingzhou stared back and looked at her exposed shoulders, vulnerable and shrinking under the covers. He sighed and reached his side, his fingers falling to her head, stroking her hair and looking at the pitiful redness of her nose. In the future, I won't care about your feelings like that unless you want me to. He ruffled her hair and spoke softly. He knew that at this time her favorite thing to hear is probably that he agreed to sign the divorce, also know that this marriage has long been no need to continue, but those words to the edge of the mouth, that is, can no longer say. He wasn't thinking straight. It doesn't matter to me if you care about whether I feel it or not. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything else and didn't force her, touching her head again. You sleep here. Jiang Nan watched as he went into the locker room and changed into clothes for going out. She wanted to ask something, but the words that came to her lips were eventually swallowed back. Not a moment later, she heard the car start. Jiang Nan didn't listen to him to sleep here. She went to get dressed. Although she didn't do anything, she still felt awkward and uncomfortable. She never thought that he had such intimacy with her. She rubbed her burning face and got out of bed, taking all the personal items she had left behind. When I walked downstairs, Auntie Shui came out. Mrs. Jiang Nan smiled towards Aunt Shui. I'll go back first, you have an early night. Auntie Shui didn't say anything else. The master's family's emotional problems. It was not good for her as a servant to always talk about it. Xiao Zhang went downstairs and saw his boss sitting in his car smoking, his eyes dark and cold with a few unspoken hollow indifference. Seeing him, Xie Qingzhou took a drag on his cigarette. What's going on with Zhou Qian? His tone was light, the scarlet firelight was bright at his fingertips, and his face was cold. What happened to young Master Zhou Qian? Xiao Zhang wondered. Hearing that he was taken away by the police station at night, he was even more confused. It shouldn't be. Young Master Zhou isn't stupid. How can you break someone's leg and not have a way to make things right? Don't worry about how it went wrong first. Get the people out first. Xie Qingzhou said. This in turn surprised Zhou Yung. Zhou Qian is now hot with his wife. A divorce after the two immediately into the frame it. The owner's operation was a bit unexpected. Did Xie Qingzhou not know what Xiao Zhang was thinking? You can't be a spousal relationship with Gangnam, right? She did nothing wrong, it's like his mom said, but it was just because she liked him and insisted on marrying him. What he had no way of denying was that Ihara had saved his father's life. She was now not fond of him and not in love with him. Any more bullying is bullying her that she has no one in her family to back her up. You go talk to Feng Liu. I don't want to see her. Xie Qingzhou said. Good. Xiao Zhang went to find Feng Liu. Feng Liu's handle is in the hands of Jiang Nan, and she wants to rely on Xie Qingzhou for fame and fortune. So it is not that difficult to make her withdraw the case, and she also handed over all the backups. Zhou is returning to the car and handing him the backup. Xie Qingzhou didn't pick it up. You dispose of it, give it to Jiang Nan or to Zhou Qian. He leaned back against the back seat of the car and closed his eyes. Zhou was sweeping his eyes and saw that his jawline was taut. Xie Qingzhou is when Xie's heir in training. They are graduated from the university at the same time into Xie. Chairman Xie has strict requirements for his successor, and Xie Qingzhou also started from the grassroots. Only his eyes and abilities were ultimately better than his, and he was the most prominent in whatever department he was in. Within a year or so, though, he was promoted to project manager, and that's when he started following him. After more than 8 years, how could he not see that Xie Qingzhou was different to Jiangnan in the end? After all, for so many years, those who were better looking than Jiangnan, those who were more interesting than her soul, and those who were smarter than her, Xie Qingzhou's reaction was very light. Sung Sanji and Shenzhen and the others had even teased him that he liked men. He looked at Jiangnan with fondness and admiration. Of course, Xie Qingzhou, a workaholic who worked 16 hours abroad, returned to China and his mind, by and large, fell on his wife. Zhou Jin was in the police station and said nothing but waited for a lawyer. Only to be released early the next morning, the police officer on the case said it was all a misunderstanding. His first instinct told him that if he didn't have Xie Qingzhou, he was afraid that he couldn't get out, right? His brain buzzed with the thought that he must have bullied Jiangnan again. He got his cell phone, called his father, and went to the Breeze Group. And Gangnam is driving to see Zhou Qian to find out what's going on. She was surprised to receive a call from Yang Ji. She was relieved to see Zhou had dived, and happy for him. "It's okay. I'm fine. How about you? Are you all right?" Zhou Qian asked her with a worried face. Jiang Nan thought about yesterday. Not really anything, and shook his head. Yang Ji stood by, quite anxious. "Zhou Qian, you come with me." Jiang Nan took Zhou Qian upstairs for breakfast, and instructed Yang Ji to go over to the department store and get Zhou Qian a change of clothes. Yang Ji answered and handed her a file bag in her hand. Early in the morning, Xiao Zhang sent it to her. No more backups. Jiang Nan was a little dazed. Xie Qing, Zhou even did not mention the conditions to help. Chapter 75, Shameless to the Core. Jiang Nan told Yang Ji to go and get busy while she accompanied Zhou Qian for breakfast. "Nanami, your company breakfast is delicious, yeah." Jiang Nan sat across from him and didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Zhou Qian sighed. "I'll do things in the future. I'll definitely use my brain. You eat well." Jiang Nan said that there was really no way for her to blame him in this matter. 10 minutes later, Yang Ji came over with a shopping bag. "When you're done eating, I'll take you to the shower." Zhou Qian froze. "Washing, bathing? It's not good, is it?" Jiang Nan looked at the redness of the tip of Zhou Qian's ear, gently propped up his forehead. "This is sure that it was once a million flowers in the middle of the past. A piece of leaf does not touch the body?" Yang Ji laughed lowly. "Little General Manager Zhou, you just came out of the police station. Take a bath to get rid of your bad luck." Zhou Qian coughed gently, righting himself and finishing his breakfast. Jiang Nan went back to his office and took the audio as well as the video at the clubhouse to Yang Ji. Yang Ji was shocked. "Mr. Jiang, this? Take it to Xiao Zhang." Jiang Nan said that she didn't want to owe Xie Qingzhou. This moment was really quite difficult for Yang Ji in his heart. The audio and video sent by Yang Ji landed in Xiao Zhang's hands, and he felt heavy. Xie Qingzhou was preparing to go on a business trip, and he didn't know out of what kind of mentality, so he opened it and read it. From the polite pleasantries exchanged by a few people at the dinner table to Jiangnan being carried by Lei Wang and thrown on the sofa. He watched as Gangnam took away the ashtray on the coffee table and heard Lei Wang answer the phone and say, "More shots of her face?" He also saw Jiangnan being slapped by Lei Wang and falling on the dining table, and his heart lifted. Watching her defiant and woeful in her defiance. In these last few short minutes of video, Xiao Zhang was tense and cold sweat was coming down. "Mr. Xie, where is she?" he asked, his voice inexplicably hoarse. "Going to Mrs. Now, the plain May." Xie Qingzhou looked coldly at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang personally drove the car, and all the way Xie Qingzhou was lost in thought as she looked out the window. The car stopped at the entrance of a Soup Springs club. He lowered the window and saw Jiangnan sitting on a sofa in the lobby. Her expression was calm, her head lowered reading a book. She was an easy one to quiet, and Zhou Qian came out from the left and spun around in front of her. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze limpid and tinted with laughter, looking at Zhou Qian in a relaxed state, very different from the state she was in front of him. The clothes Zhou Qian was wearing were new from head to toe. A black turtleneck, a blazer of the same color, and a brown coat over it are dry and high class. Even if Xie Qingzhou didn't want to admit it, she could tell that she was relaxed and happy in Zhou Qian's presence. Zhou Qian likes her, changes for her, and is willing to guard her. On the contrary, He had enjoyed the taste of her body after she had been set up, without ever asking her if she was afraid at that time. Naturally, she didn't know how dangerous the situation was and how she got out of it. After watching the video today, he wondered what kind of outcome she would have had if she hadn't been smart, if she hadn't been lucky enough to run into Susanna's song. He thought that by punishing Feng Liu in his own way, this matter could be lightly over, but this is not enough. Because of this incident, the last trace of love remaining in the bottom of Jiangnan's heart also completely disappeared. Zhou Qian carried Jiangnan's bag and walked out of the Soup Springs clubhouse with her. When he met Xie Qingzhou's sharp eyes, Zhou Qian subconsciously blocked in front of Jiangnan. This action caused Xie Qingzhou to frown as he shouted, "Zhou Qian, come here." Zhou Qian didn't move, his eyes sullen and cold as he confronted him. "What I told you. We are no longer brothers." Naturally, he would no longer listen to his words. Xie Qingzhou laughed lowly. "I remember. You said that you would protect her in your way. But there is a head and a tail to things, and she needs to make good on her own. Zhou Qian, you don't deserve her." Zhou Qian clenched his teeth and his fists. Even if he didn't think about it, he knew that if it wasn't for Jiangnan, or even Xie Qingzhou, there was no way he could have come out now. "What about you? What have you given me as a husband?" Jiangnan walked forward and asked Xie Qingzhou with a smile. "What Zhou Qian can give me within his ability, he has given me, and I believe he will become stronger and stronger in the future. What about you, Mr. Xie?" Xie Qingzhou pushed open the car door and got out, holding Jiangnan's wrist. Jiangnan frowned. "What are you doing? What are you mad about again?" Zhou Qian stepped forward, and Xie Qingzhou directly wrapped her in his arms. Extremely possessive, keeping her entire body close to him. "This is my wife, huh?" Then he slightly lowered his head, pressed against Jiangnan's cheek, went to nuzzle her ear and said, "Jiangnan, the chips are all gone. What else are you going to take for a divorce?" Zhou Qian grabbed Xie Qingzhou's collar in a rage. "Why? Why did you humiliate her like this? Treating her like an object, not caring if she wants it or not thinking about her feelings. Just because he's a wife, does he think he owns him?" Xie Qingzhou's face was expressionless, the bottom of his eyes sharp and intimidating. "Zhou Qian, when you want to accuse me, find your identity." Jiangnan was disappointed, and some despair grew in his heart. This person, Xie Qingzhou, is not to be trusted at all. How could she be so naive to think that he would help her unconditionally? "Zhou Qian, go home first. Don't let your father worry." Jiangnan spoke. Zhou Qian then looked at Jiangnan, who had a sad face. "I'm sorry. Go back." Gangnam said, "I know." She knew how hard potential would try to like her and guard her. Zhou Qian at this moment but incomparably hate themselves. Why should they waste away one's years so that they now cannot even protect the woman they like? Jiangnan looked up at Xie Qingzhou. "Let go of me." Xie Qingzhou was obedient and really let go of her. Jiangnan took her bag but handed him the car keys. "You go back and drive slowly. I'll have Yang Ji pick up the car." Nan, I'm sorry," Zhou Qian said, his eyes downcast, unable to even face her. "I've always been unable to help you. It's not your problem. It's the problem between me and him that wasn't resolved after all." Jiangnan says that it's also because she covets his warmth that she puts him in this situation over and over again. Jiangnan sat in Xie Qingzhou's car, the back seat, tilted his head to look at him. "Xie, last night so up to deal with Zhou Qian's matter? I thought you were conscious, but in fact, it is just acting. It is trying to cheat from my hands to take away the evidence that is unfavorable to your little lover. This is to get back at me. Once on your calculations?" "No," Xie Qingzhou said. "You never wanted a divorce from the beginning to the end. What, 2 days, anyway? It's all a ploy of yours. The Xie family are all very nice. Why do you make people so sick?" Jiangnan asked him, but his tone was sure to state. Xie Qingzhou stiffened, looking at her tears limpid flickering. It stubbornly refused to fall. He gently went to embrace her. "Jiangnan, really sorry." Jiangnan threw a slap on his face. "Xie Qingzhou, the way you stabbed the knife while apologizing, shameless." Chapter 76, Making Amends. Jiangnan returned to the office and said to Yang Ji, "You notify Zhao Qingyun. There's no need to trouble him with the divorce. The lawyer's fee is more. He's worked hard these days." "What's wrong?" Yang Ji asked worriedly. Jiangnan's nose was sore. He had tricked her into dealing with Feng Liu. Then the surveillance video about Zhou Qian not having a backup is also a fake chant. She really didn't expect Xie Qingzhou to be this despicable and shameless. Since he didn't want a divorce, she didn't have to decamp in this marriage. He wouldn't let her get away with it, so neither of them should get away with it. You tell the marketing department side that you've terminated your contract with Feng Liu. The company's official announcement of the termination of the contract is synchronized, and the official announcement of the new spokesperson is in Ning. This way, Feng Liu's fans will make a scene, right? Yang Ji was still considering the company's influence. Is Feng Liu a high-risk artist? Jiang Nan asked. Yang Ji understood. At noon, Jiang Nan had an appointment with the brand owner of a high-luxury brand and wanted to get the brand to reoccupy Breeze Plaza. When my father was there, Breeze Plaza was a landmark shopping plaza in Ocean City. Breeze Plaza has been losing more than $200 million a year in the past 2 years, and many brand parties have been lost because of unclear positioning. The other branches of the business are pretty mediocre, with no particularly prominent lines of business. One of the first things she did when she took over the company was to restructure the brand layout. Luxury L.S. head of Tong Salary, C. Jiangnan, is also a little afraid of these 2 months about him 8 times. He refused and she was undeterred, persistent and sometimes unsure of what to do. Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry. LS is more interested in Vientiane. Today's Breeze Plaza is not comparable to Vientiane. These past few years of poor management, year after year of losses, once one of the top luxury goods gathering place in Haicheng, but a few years fell out of place. Just today, not tomorrow, Breeze Plazas has the experience of luxury field operation. In Haicheng has Xie's backing to be rebuilt to speculate into a new benchmark project. I am confident that within 6 months, so that the Breeze Plaza will become different, Wanxiang side of the whatever give you what kind of location, we give the location of the double-decker boutique. Tong Salary was thinking, looking at the overly pretty female executive in front of him. Not to mention the double story, the single building for the current Breeze's customer flow, by and large, will also be heading towards extinction in these 2 years, after the destruction of many luxury department stores such as Eden, Yuqing, Breeze Plaza's current starting point. How can it rebound in the market and occupy a place? Not to mention, Breeze has experience in this area, and Mr. Jiang didn't have a bit of market experience in this area before. Tong Salary said. For the current Breeze, perhaps reform was good, but she didn't think much of Jiangnan, too young. Jiangnan smiled. Mr. Tong said right and wrong, I used to be a graduate of the University of the Arts into the trade circle, is from procurement, good luck, 6 years to Breeze. I believe in myself, I can cooperation things, we are not in a hurry, time is still long, we can understand each other. Tong Salary didn't talk about business anymore and left after talking to Jiangnan Shallow about something else. Leaving Ellis, Yang Ji was more or less deflated. These brand parties are really hard to serve. All of these luxury brands have some pride in them, we have a couple of alternate options. As long as one of the headliners is on board, the rest will be fine. Jiangnan said, everything is difficult. On Jiangnan's way back to the office, he received a call from Xie Qingchuan. Ergo, what you asked for done. Jiangnan smiled. Second brother. Thank you. I'll send you money right away. Xie Qingchuan smiled. Family, no need. That won't do. This is my personal matter. If this happens, what if I get used to the bad habit of getting something for nothing? Jiangnan was very insistent on this matter. Xie Qingchuan couldn't argue with her and thought for a moment. Tell you what, I'll find Qingzhou for this money. At the mention of Xie Qingzhou, Jiangnan was silent for a long time and said, good. Married for 3 years because he did not like her, she knows and independent, she is not short of money, in addition to living in Sycamore Road 6 has been waiting for him and has not spent his money. But at this moment, she felt that this kind of innocence or reserve of hers was quite ridiculous. If she doesn't spend it, she lets the women outside spend it. After Xie Qingzhou landed in Shenzhen City, he received a call from his second brother. Transfer me $49.6 million. Brother-in-law, you give me $50 million. Good. Xie Qingzhou should. It's so painfully obvious without asking her what she asked me to help her buy. Is this a decision not to divorce? Xie Qingchuan asked him. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything. He hadn't thought about it before meeting Jiangnan today. The moment he saw Jiangnan and Zhou Qian come out of the Tangquan Club with a smile on their faces, the idea of not getting a divorce burst out and was out of control. He knew Jiangnan too well, and he also knew Zhou Qian, and also had the means to quickly achieve his purpose. He didn't hesitate to be right in front of the clubhouse, making it hard for both. The marriage is not divorced, her relationship with Jiangnan. It is difficult to say the third person who is not good is himself. Remember to transfer the money to me. Hang up. The phone hung up, and Xie Qingzhou told Xiao Zhang to do it. Xiao Zhang sighed. Why don't you explain to your wife? Xie Qingzhou glanced at him. Explain what? You went to her, didn't you? Because you wanted to do something to make up for it after seeing the video. Zhou was getting him. Will she believe it? Joe was It was also true that it was the first time he had seen Gangnam annoyed today. Let him more surprised as the boss always calm as water, Taishan collapse in front of the face does not change color. But saw the Zhou Qian directly went crazy, made a scene like this. In the evening, when Jiangnan got off work, and Ning was already at her house and had cooked a delicious meal. Come, princess, please dine. Jiangnan smiled and sat down at the table to eat. Yang Ji said you were in a bad mood and asked me to come and keep you company. What's wrong with you? Jiangnan did not want to mention Xie Qingzhou to spoil the mood, but Ning guessed that it was Xie Qingzhou's problem again. Since I'm in a bad mood, I'll show you a relief. And Ning said, showing her the online hot search. Jiangnan pulled Feng Liyu's endorsement and pushed her up. At first, there was a lot of online cursing and a lot of users maligning the company. But Yangji office divorce so that the media focus on Feng Liyu is high-risk artists on the previous many brands revealed Feng love to play the big names, and now the contract did not expire on the termination of the contract. If it is not a high-risk artist, why is so popular not to use, but instead of using a Ning this over the top of the movie? The first thing you need to do is to get rid of the old movie queen. Jiangnan's maneuver made her bring her own wave of exposure, and also made Feng Liyu furious. As for Xie Qingzhou's company, it was probably in disarray because of this. Feng Liyu was so angry in the hospital that she smashed things, and the company kept calling to ask how this was going to be handled. Xiao Zhang did not dare to take the idea privately, and waited for Xie Qingzhou to finish meeting the customers before reporting it. This Mrs. Xie. She's quite good at what she does, Xie Qingzhou said. Although, without that evidence, but as long as Jiangnan dumped the marriage certificate, Feng Liyu is the third party who interfered in other people's marriages. The star is considered to be half ruined. Help Feng Liyu, Jiangnan's side is disappointed. Not to help deal with it, the company side has a very big loss. Let the company go cold turkey and let Mr. Jiang calm down first. Chapter 77. Compassion. This whole thing about Feng Liyu being terminated from her contract is getting more and more heated on the internet. Jiangnan was dealing with official business, and also headaches that her communication with the brand had not made any real progress. After taking a shower, Ning read a book on the sofa for a while, then went to hang out in front of Jiangnan, watching her still busy, and picked up the book again. Jiangnan looked at his best friend. You're not doing anything? Lying on the couch. And Ning listened to Jiangnan speak and got up, twisting to nod at her. What is it? And Ning ran to her very cheerfully. Here. Look. Feng Liyu is still hanging out on the internet. Just hang on to it. Just. Xie Qingzhou did not help her. Have you been happier? And Ning said. Jiangnan smiled. How do I have time to be unhappy? Busy. The company a bunch of things. And Ning, not for Xie Qingzhou this dog sad. She is relieved. You go to bed early, you're going to the company for a shoot tomorrow. Don't stay up late and be in your best shape for the camera. And Ning obeyed, scanned the list of brand parties in front of her. Her head was numb, and knew that she didn't have much business talent, so she didn't give her any more trouble. The home is completely quiet, Jiangnan has a trace of distraction. Xie Qingzhou on Feng Liyu baby tight, the first few times to make a mess, are within 2 hours, the internet cannot find traces. It's so unexpected to let it go now. It just didn't matter to her what he did, what he chose. At 6 o'clock, Gangnam was up, packing for a business trip. And Ning was truly heartbroken as she flopped down on the pillow. Jiang, how can I help you? Jiangnan turned back. You're doing me a favor by shooting well. Breeze's improved performance needs your efforts. Okay. I'll take it off if I'm told to. No questions asked. Don't you dare. We are a serious unit. Jiangnan said. You take care of your own breakfast. I'm going to Hangzhou on the earliest flight to meet a brand party. This brand side, Jiangnan took over the Breeze as soon as the beginning of the gnawing. See to be a success, the original president of the Greater China region was promoted, and to renegotiate. At 8:30, Jiangnan took Yang Ji to the our brand's headquarters in China. The newly appointed president Li Ruo also tried to fight for Jiangnan, but this side is really not willing to cooperate with. Just seeing her so persistent. Mr. Jiang, let me show you around? Good. Li Ruo took Jiangnan around a few famous luxury department stores in Hangzhou, and even made a trip to the southern city before flying to Deep City in the afternoon. The other didn't say anything, just led her around. It was raining in Deep City, and the biting cold of a southern city in the middle of winter was a little too much for her. Mr. Jiang, very sorry. Our cooperation high-end shopping malls. Today you also see the Breeze we do not choose, or Breeze really, as Mr. Jiang said, that when we then consider it is not too late. Li Ruo left. Yang Ji was a bit angry. If you don't cooperate, just don't cooperate, tossing and turning all day, what's the point? She's not bad anymore, showing us the gap with other luxury department stores. Jiang Nan didn't get angry. There was no snow in the mall, only icing on the cake. What then? There are other options. Since I'm here in Deep City, I'll pay a visit to another brand. Jiang Nan smiled. Yang Ji also couldn't help but smile. She was really, as if she couldn't be defeated by any difficulties. Hungry. Go back to the hotel first. Take a shower, eat, then rest and fight again tomorrow. Jiang Nan said. The department store, a 10-minute walk from the hotel. It wasn't raining too hard, and she wanted to take a walk to clear her head. Yan Fengshuan was talking to someone at a cafe in the CBD area, and from the floor-to-ceiling glass he saw Jiang Nan. It wasn't raining much today in Deep City, but walking in the rain like this was a bit pathetic after all. Yan Fengshuan picked up his cell phone and took a picture. Mr. Yan, recognize? Aha! Yan Fengshuan knew that Xie Qingzhou was in Deep City, although the slap mark on his face was not obvious, and the one who dared to make a move on him was this Mrs. Xie. After the photo was forwarded to Xie Qingzhou, he thought about it and sent it to someone else. When he received Yan Fengshuan's photo, Xie Qingzhou was having dinner with his partner. Jiang Nan was still wearing that black coat, her hair was scattered, the rain was fine. Because of the light, her hair seemed to be rendered in pearl light that way. Just a few points of frustration on her body. That occasional sense of brokenness on her body came back, and for no reason at all it made the heart feel pity. He was staring at Jiang Nan's face, remembering again yesterday, her disheartened eyes. When he took a sip of his wine, he felt that today's wine was going to be spicier than usual. Sorry, I have something important on my side, so I'll punish myself with 3 drinks, so I'll take my leave, and we'll see you at the office tomorrow. The place where he was entertained was not very far from the hotel, and when he got out of the car he saw Jiang Nan waiting for his car in front of the hotel. She stood in the silky rain without an umbrella. Since yesterday, Jiang Nan had wanted to send a message to Zhou Qian to ask how he was doing. But it wasn't right to send it, and it wasn't right to not send it, so she never acted on it. A shadow fell over his head. Jiang Nan thought it was Yang Ji who went to the hotel to get an umbrella. His head didn't lift. Give me the umbrella, you go back to rest. I'll go over there myself. Li Ruo didn't work with Breeze, but she still introduced the head of another branding party, and she wanted to go over and have a chat. Yang Ji didn't respond. Jiang Nan turned around and saw Xie Qingzhou's handsome but cold face. How do you? She swallowed back in mid-sentence. Xie family's third young master, not only investment in film and television, there is a film and television company, he is a top investor, invested in a number of sizzling projects, not to mention that some companies hire him at a high price to do corporate services. The response is very good, as long as he points to the company, are turning a loss into a profit. So she wasn't surprised when he showed up. Such a beautiful person. Living such a rough life and going out without an umbrella. He said, his words of reproach had a few moments of intimacy between husband and wife. Jiang Nan looked at him with a light expression and didn't say anything. Where to? Drop you off, he said. Just as the car she called. No, my car is here. She walked away without looking back like she did that day. Xie Qingzhou stood in place with his umbrella. Looking at the departing car, his wife has not yet lost her temper. Gangnam went to meet with a fragrance brand and had a nice chat. But it would be hard for Breeze to make the transition without those top luxury brands on board, and she still wanted to give it another try. As long as one agreed, the rest would be fine. When she returned to the hotel, it was already 10 o'clock. She was a little tired, and when she saw the people on the sofa in the lobby, Jiang Nan felt even more tired than she had been tossing and turning all day. Xie Qingzhou followed her into the elevator. She was a little tired and gently leaned against the station. The man's fingers landed on her shoulder and rubbed it with a few pleasing touches. Are you going to sleep with me? He asked. Jiang Nan looked back at him. Do you think it's possible? He nodded in understanding. Not really, so I moved my bags to your room. Gangnam. She really didn't have the energy to surround herself with him. Back in the room, she went to take a shower. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa reading a book. Seeing her, he patted the spot beside him. Come here. I'll give you a press. Mr. Xie, did that slap hurt yesterday? Jiang Nan Dao, what's the point of pretending when you've torn your face off? Xie Qingzhou was not very patient and got up, catching her on the sofa and pressing her shoulders. Gangnam. Yoki. She wasn't as strong as him and couldn't fight him, so she didn't struggle. Only his force was surprisingly comfortable, and she closed her eyes gently. After a moment, he was heard asking, Comfortable? Jiang Nan, There are more comfortable ones, either? Chapter 78. Fascination. Don't. Jiang Nan directly refused, then slapped his hand away. Xie Qingzhou was wearing a loose sweater. Hands fell on the backrest of the sofa to stare at her. Eyes directly dyed with a few points of laughter, in a very good mood. It was a long time before he spoke. What do you think, am I that much of an animal? Said you won't touch you if you don't agree, won't go back on my word. Jiang Nan got the wrong idea and was slightly embarrassed. I'm ready to sleep. You sleep on the sofa. She got up and was about to leave when Xie Qingzhou pulled her wrist. Take you to get comfortable and cozy. Jiang Nan knew he was trying to curry favor with her for yesterday, but she didn't appreciate it. I'm not going. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to sleep. Going or not going can carry you. Xie Qingzhou said. His tone was gentle but strong. Jiang Nan was annoyed with him for such fake benevolence. In his bones he wanted women to obey and be obedient. She took a deep breath. Xie Qingzhou, I admit that I can't fight you, but you don't want to tell me what to do with my life either. He wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted, and Jiang Nan had no choice but to compromise. But to her surprise, he gave her a full body spa appointment. The room was lighted in a halcyon yellow that was easily relaxing, and the aromatherapy humidifier with orange blossom essential oil spit out a silky white mist that increased her body's weariness, and the halcyon yellow light made it much more relaxing. Jiang Nan removed his clothes and flopped down on the soft bed, thinking, he's so good at making arrangements, he hasn't had many people serve Feng Liu like this, right? When Xie Qingzhou came in, he saw the essential oil in the masseuse's hand, unfolding on the snow-white soft back. The quilt fell under her waist, and she had a very obvious waist nest. It made him remember that he'd rubbed his grip on her waist and kissed her furiously some days ago. Had, too, held her waist and seen her sway. He settled down on the couch and listened to her very softly tell the masseuse that the force was just right and that a little more weight would be fine. Xie Qingzhou's heart was born with erotic thoughts. Thinking of the time when he did that with her, she pressed against his ear and asked him to be lighter. She had called his name in such a soft voice, too. Qingzhou, we are married. When she got the marriage license, she looked joyful, gently and softly calling out to him, like a kitten's claws scratching one's heart, making him sick of it. Qingzhou, today's fish is very tender. Qingzhou, Luochang has entered the rainy season. You need to wear more Qingzhou, the new shirt I customized. Do you like it? Clear boat. These things that once made him sick, he not only remembered them all clearly, but even missed them. People, they really are so fickle. He lowered his eyes. He had returned home this time and she had never called his name again. The masseuse spoke to her again and she didn't respond anymore. Waist, legs, the masseur's force was not heavy, and Gangnam did not wake up. Massage therapist carrying things away. Jiang Nan lying on the bed is still sleeping, her hair tied casually. He can see her small half of the face, red lips slightly open, very gentle and well-behaved. His fingers brushed her nose, and she wrinkled her nose, not even opening her eyes. Jiang Nan didn't know how long he had slept, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Xie Qingzhou sitting on the sofa with his legs folded reading a book. He was wearing a loose black sweater without a jacket, showing a neck, and his skin was white, which was extremely eye-pleasing. She rolled over, under the covers was unclothed, and thought, can you get my clothes? Xie Qingzhou heard the lethargy in her voice and raised his eyes, kindly carrying her clothes to the bed. Feeling better? Aha! Jiang Nan answered, indeed relaxing a lot. She sat up embracing the covers, still holding her chin in place as if she was afraid he'd see it. Where are you, that I haven't seen before? He said, leaning down slightly to look at her. She had just awakened, without her usual coolness, and after her bath had not wiped anything on her face. Both her nose moles and the way she looked now, very much as dainty and pitying as a cat awakened from sleep. You get up and away, I'll get dressed. Don't wear it yet, he said. When Jiang Nan raised his eyes, his lips fell. It's easy for a suppressed fire to get hotter and hotter after a few hours of simmering. After Jiang Nan was stunned for a few seconds, he just went to hide in disgust. Xie Qingzhou held the back of her neck and made her tilt her head up. The covers slipped down, and her body was extremely beautiful in the halo yellow light. He reached down and scooped her into his arms to touch his favorite spot. He was strong yet gentle, and it worked for her who had just woken up and was not strong-willed. Jiang Nan, even if he no longer likes him, ultimately cannot control the reaction of the body. These last days, the two have been fighting. He tried to kiss her and she avoided it. Taking control of her, Xie Qingzhou was a little out of control, with a kind of madness like she demolished and swallowed into her stomach. Jiang Nan didn't fail to dodge and was a bit out of breath for a while before his mind returned to its place. The light was haloed yellow, and it was also too bright for her. Xie Qingzhou had one leg half propped up on the bed. His lips and tongue stayed on his shoulder and neck. "Didn't you say that you wouldn't force me if I didn't agree?" Jiang Nan voiced out. It was scary to be afraid of him, kissing her like he did the last time she was at his house. There were a few moments of piety that would give her the illusion of being pitied. He is Xie Qingzhou, how could he pity her? He's the best at pretending, but he's just lusting after her body. Xie Qingzhou embraced her, greedily causing her to hum a few times before raising her head. Fingers landed on her cheeks, peachy and charming, and there was a bit of overwhelming shyness in her eyes. "It's a great atmosphere today," he said. "As long as she nods, she will be happy." Jiangnan looked at him and said, "But you're dirty." Jiangnan was beautiful, smart, and scrappy, but to Xie Qingzhou, none of these were as good as her ability to break the scenery. With a cold face, Xie Qingzhou went back to his room and no longer cared about her. Jiangnan similarly ignored him. She slept, no more sleepy, still full of energy, just in front of the desk to review the recent work progress. Xie Qingzhou woke up from a nap, and on the other side of the bed, there was no trace of having slept. He glanced at the time. It was 2 in the morning. This woman, who would rather sleep on the couch than share a bed with him? No face at all. He walked out of the bedroom to see Gangnam asleep on his desk with his arm under his pillow. His depressed mind instantly dissipated, and he walked over to the table, where there were many follow-up progresses from the luxury brand side scattered on the table, none of which came to fruition. But, followed by the solution, Xie Qingzhou smiled. His wife really is a surprise time and time again. Ever since he'd been with her, even in his restraint, he had to admit that she was bright enough that he couldn't help but admire her. The man's fingers, which landed on her cheek, looked at her with a tenderness that even he himself hadn't noticed. It's been hard for her to get this far. These brands are now backing away from Breeze, and when her father was there, which of those brands were not begging to get in? He picked her up and she opened her eyes. "Close your eyes and get your sleep." She really closed her eyes, very gently placing her on the bed. After Xie Qingzhou turned off the light, he scooped her into his arms and closed his eyes as well. And at that moment, the woman who came hurriedly from Haichang rang the doorbell on the top floor of the hotel. The man yanked her in and pressed her against the door panel. "Baby, you've really grown up. Makes me even more mesmerized." Chapter 79. Gangnam, I like you. The next day, at first light, someone rang the doorbell. Jiangnan frowned, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Xie Qingzhou went to open the door. "Mr. Jiang, there's a good news." Yang Ji saw the gloomy Xie Qingzhou and silenced his voice. "Xie, Mr. Xie." Xie Qingzhou was wearing a robe and leaning lazily against the wall of the doorway. "You better be something. I'm looking for General Manager Jiang." Yang knew, locking eyes with Xie Qingzhou without backing down. True to form, her assistant doesn't look him in the eye. "Yang Ji, come in." Yang Ji thought about it and went around from his side and saw Jiang Nan. She excitedly held her arm and pressed her excitement. "Mr. Jiang, didn't you ask me to send the planning to the major brands? BR about us." "Who?" Jiang Nan was also startled. "BR? When?" "There's an hour at 4 o'clock this afternoon." Jiang Nan calculated the time. "This place is only 2 hours away from Jiangxing by high-speed train. You go and book the tickets. We'll leave at 10 o'clock. After Yang Ji left, Jiang Nan was also a little excited. There is no opportunity. She creates it, and when it's sent up, she's sure to grab it and not miss it. She stood in front of her desk, looking at the papers as well as documents strewn across it with confidence. Xie Qingzhou heard what Yang Ji said and walked behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Time is still early? Sleep again?" His lips, pressed against the skin on the back of her neck, drew in a breath. "Is it because of the smell of the essential oils from last night's spa? She really smells good." Jiang Nan naturally disagreed, but what did it matter if she didn't? He slung her over his shoulder and threw her on the bed. "Gangnam." Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her. "If I tell you, you won't listen. Slightly stronger tactics can get you there better and faster. Last night, with my arms around you, I barely slept," he said, his tone much softer, his head resting on her chest. Jiang Nan felt that he was too heavy, weighing her down. "You get up. It's dangerous to make a scene in the morning, he said, literally climbing up and trapping her underneath him. Jiangnan raised his foot and kicked him, and the calf that he held with a quick I held down on his waist. Her face reddened, and he didn't move a muscle when she used all her strength. Jiangnan gave up and covered his mouth, letting her be. She couldn't struggle but could only obey, but she loathed him and didn't even cover it up. So Xie Qingzhou's heart became very upset. The couple's morning banter turned into a crossfire again. But he wants it back from her. The buttons on Jiangnan's body crumbled and fell to the ground, and there were a few more blotches on her body, and she was a little embarrassed that she couldn't look at herself. Xie Qingzhou didn't touch her, but there were methods that could soothe her. He gasped lowly, staring into her reddened, shy eyes. In love affairs, Jiangnan is not as well-traveled as he is in the mall. The man's breathing was ragged and he pressed close to her. Jiang, touch it. Her silence was the best refusal. Early in the morning before it was light, the curtains were left open and the bedroom was slightly dim. The woman's skin was porcelain white and bright as she lay on the bed, the man half kneeling in front of her. His gaze locked on her. The heavier he breathed, the more she closed her eyes in embarrassment. Look at me. His voice was incredibly hoarse. He relaxed and lay on top of her, nuzzling her ear. Gangnam, I like you. Just looking at her moved him. Xie Qingzhou also felt ridiculous. How could he be like this in front of her? In the presence of the one he wanted to, but was restrained and refused to indulge completely. Is Gangnam his wife's sake? He made no effort to hide his desire for her body or what he really looked like, just letting her watch him sink into her. In the afternoon, Jiangnan left Deep City. Xie Qingzhou went to see her off, and she did not refuse. When she got out of the car, she didn't turn her head to say hello. Xie Qingzhou knew that Jiangnan was so submissive only because of the temporary resignation that she could not break free. If she could, she would have walked away without looking back, as she was doing now. Jiangnan was reading the information in the car when a Ning called, Jiang, where are you? I have to go to Jiangcheng temporarily. What's wrong? No, nothing is. Uncle Jiang once sponsored Feng Liu. What? I also learned about it by accident. Jiang Nan's fingers clenched. That Feng Liu in that fire, what role did she play? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan's mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. And at that moment, Ning was forced to sit on the man's lap, and the man rubbed up her body again, still not knowing what to do. As an old lover, I'm still good. Jiangnan left for Jiangcheng, right? I also gave a gift. Want to consider having a long-term relationship with me? No, consider. Yen Fengshuan's eyes darkened and he grabbed her hair, forcing her to tilt her head back to kiss him, then pushed her down on the couch. Just this once. Then I'll have to get myself fed. Chapter 80. The Little Stepford Wife. Because Xie Qingzhou made a scene, but also because she stayed up late, 10 o'clock high-speed train did not catch up, changed to the afternoon, stuck at the point to the BR conference room, Jiangnan feel bad, as if not pay attention to the brand side. Only to meet the person in charge, Mr. Su, who was very friendly and eager. Jiangnan's heart gave birth to a few doubts, but did not put them to heart, and said the development of the breeze as well as the advantages in great detail. Mr. Su had more confidence than her. Chief Xiao Jiang. I do believe in you and will make Breeze a benchmark project in Haicheng. Jiang Nan and Yang Ji glanced at each other and smiled gently. What Mr. Su means is that he is willing to cooperate with Breeze? Sure. Jiang Nan did not speak again. After all, is to do so many years of business, but also to see some people and things so good to talk about business. It is really rare. Well, Mr. Su's phone rang, and when he came back from answering it, Jiang Nan added, Mr. Su, if I want BR to be the sole store for Haicheng, is that okay? The other person froze slightly, then smiled and said, Of course. Jiang Nan moved his body back and leaned on the back of the chair, opening the door. Mr. Su, who are you entrusted with? Mr. Su smiled when he received the call from Mr. Yen. He thought that Mr. Yen had caused some kind of affair. Who admitted this Jiang always can, whether it is the future business philosophy of the Breeze, or the acumen of this matter, this is not a vase can detect. Your father, Ihara, knew me well. Jiang Nan was less than convinced. This is true. At first I only wanted to give such a chance. No matter what, the conditions given by Breeze are good. After listening to Mr. Jiang, I have confidence instead. General Manager Su said. The latter words were indeed sincere. After Xie Qingzhou finished dealing with the other company, he waited for Yen Fengshuan at a tea house. He waited from 4:30 to 6 o'clock before he came in. Glancing at the still fresh scratches on his neck, he took a sip of his tea. Just got out of bed? Yen Fengshuan raised his eyebrows. Yo. Mr. Xie called me here to ask how many times I can be here in one night? You don't do it with me. How many times does it matter to me? Xie Qingzhou disliked people so much that Yen Fengshuan quite liked it. After all, the third youngest member of the Xie family was svelte and gentlemanly, very cultured. It was evident that the deliberate murder back then had changed him a lot. Why did you let me pull the strings on BR's project instead of you? Isn't this a nice way for you to please your wife? Take such a big turn? This is something which puzzles Yen Fontaine. He accidentally saw Gangnam at the coffee shop. The photos taken, one was sent to Xie Qingzhou. One was sent to Anning. Xie Qingzhou had all the relevant information about BR sent by Qiao Zheng 2 hours after receiving the photos, and obviously knew the dilemma Jiangnan was in at the first opportunity. The unexpected joy was Anning, saying that she would willingly accompany him once if he had his way. Who could say no to such a good thing delivered to their door? It was like back then, when Ning had unintentionally intruded into his world. It was really funny then. This matter, you don't have to care, Xie Qingzhou said. Yen Fengshuan spread his hands. I won't care, and I'll keep my mouth shut, so that everyone will think that this matter is a favor from Ning. But then again, this silly girl is really good with Jiangnan. He was destroyed beyond recognition, are enduring the pain, obediently and coquettishly wrapped around his neck, pleading with him. Can you tell the person in charge of BR that he helped because Jiangnan's father if not, Jiang that smart, will be found? Self-absorbed fools. People's husbands used to vote for BRs. Xie Qingzhou had to stay in Deep City for 2 more days and called Jiangnan at night, but she didn't answer, didn't get back to him before I went to bed. He threw his cell phone down on the desk and sighed. In the words of Qiao Zheng, Jiangnan is such a callow little stepford wife, why doesn't Mr. Xie want it? Yes, why wouldn't he? Qiao Zheng knocked on the door of the study. Xie Qingzhou followed the sound and went over. What's wrong? Young Master Zhou seems to be going abroad. Xie Qingzhou was slightly stunned. When did this happen? Does she know? Chapter 81. Like a pearl, like a treasure. Jiangnan didn't expect Zhou Qian, who hadn't been in contact for a few days, to make a decision like this. She did not hesitate to go back, but was stopped by Yang Ji. Mr. Jiang, the work is not easy to make progress. If we can really fight for BR, we will gain an advantage in the competition. If we leave now, I am alone, I am afraid of a change. No amount of BRs can outweigh last week's dive. Gangnam said. She had loved Xie Qingzhou. Love is very restrained, very afraid of troubling each other, want to do everything possible to give each other a little pleasure, are very satisfied. Zhou Qian treated her the way she had treated Xie Qingzhou. She understands him. So Xie Qingzhou got on top of her and said, Jiangnan, I like you. She was not joyful. A man's words in bed cannot be taken seriously. Even if you really like. So what? But it's just a way to use those sweet words for her to throw herself into her arms. Whether she was willing or not, Xie Qingzhou did not consider it. As long as he liked it, it would be fine. Jiang Nan left Yang Ji in Jiangcheng and returned to Haicheng at the first opportunity. Xie Qingzhou was in a bad mood, Jiang Nan was smart, it was self-evident how important BR was to her. But she still chose to go back. With such a choice on her part, Xie Qingzhou was unhappy and at the same time, he was suffocating in his heart. Knowing that there was nothing out of the ordinary between her and him, he still minded it very much. He thought to himself, there is present karma in this world, and this is the retribution for him not knowing how to restrain himself from spreading gossip with Feng Liu. At that time, his heart wasn't in the marriage. Now, her heart was far away, even if the two had been close enough to be skin to skin the day before. Xie Qingzhou lit a cigarette for himself and didn't speak for a long time. Zhou was standing in front of the table, pondering for a long time, when he asked, Going back? Forget it. What can I do if I go back? On his side, it was also urgent. There's one more thing. Zhou was deliberating. You don't even know how to report your work now? Xie Qingzhou's face was as bad as it could be, and he caught the opportunity to get evilly angry. If you can't do it, someone else will do it. 7 years ago, during the time you said, Gangnam was in school, going to class rain or shine, and it was also confirmed from her instructor. Such news was expected, and his heart was finally born with loss, and a few moments of embarrassment after having faced the past. He had broken his promise to her after all. Haven't even thought about her much in a while. Was going overseas a week after getting his license 3 years ago the best choice he ever made? Jiang Nan landed from Haicheng Airport and it was already 10 o'clock at night when he arrived outside the Zhou family villa. Zhou Qian sighed when he heard the maid say she was here. Arrange a car and send her home first. He was so afraid that if he saw her, he wouldn't be able to let her go, that he'd regret it and not leave again. The maid turned away, and he thought, forget it, it's better to say goodbye to her. There was still a month to go before the new year, and it was quite cold in Haicheng. She stood outside the Zhou family villa and looked at the lights all around her. Zhou Qian didn't wear a jacket and came out to pick her up. Jiang Nan went forward. In his eyes was a very deep apology. How? Suddenly want to go abroad? He looked at her frozen red hands. Come in first. She went on a business trip to a southern city and didn't wear a lot, a black coat, and when she returned to Haicheng, where it was 7 or 8 degrees below zero, she froze through early. Zhou's maid went to make hot tea, and Zhou Qian asked her, have you eaten yet? Ate a little. You haven't tasted my handiwork, have you? I just learned how to cook noodles, so I'll make you a bowl? Good. Jiang Nan responded. 10 minutes later, the hot tomato and egg noodles were ready. The eggs scrambled and put in only because she had said she didn't like the fishy smell of egg soup. He treats her very carefully, she knows that. After the noodles were eaten, Jiang Nan was warm, tilted his head, and smiled at Zhou Qian. It's a little salty. Next time, put a little less salt. Zhou Qian was stunned. Next time? Okay. Oh, you won. You've decided? Jiang Nan asked him. Zhou Qian, I want every decision you make to be made from the heart, not because of anyone, and that person includes me. This decision, the most important reason is my own. I do not want to be like a loser to stay in your side, south. One day, I am able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, you to me, not only because I am good to you, you touched, but also have to mention me, you feel proud. Nan, even if I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that the gap between me and him is too far. I can't help you, and I can't find a solution, so I won't cause any more trouble for you. This is the last thing I can do for you. Jiang Nan wanted to cry. She couldn't say words of relief. It was like the day Xia Qingzhou questioned Zhou Qian. She didn't have an identity or position. Zhou Qian, I'm sorry for embarrassing you because of me. This was the only thing she could express. No, I don't think so. One can eat well and live a good life, you're one of those people, and it's good enough that we met, I'm happy, I even feel lucky. Because of her, he wanted to live differently. In a sea of thousands of people, the appearance of some people will be like a star, which can instantly light up the life of others. Gangnam is the star. Jiang Nan did not expect to receive such praise from him. Zhou Qian, I suddenly remembered something. What? At that time, when Xia Qingzhou said that he would be responsible for the person in her heart, to marry her, I was envious of the person in his heart at the same time. Maybe the next wish, I think one day there will be such a person appear, treat me like a pearl. She said, and tears inexplicably fell from her eyes as she spoke. I got my wish. Zhou Qian wanted to laugh, but his lips trembled and he ended up with red eyes. He really liked her so much he couldn't let her go. Jiang Nan got up, then opened his arms and went up to hug him. Zhou Qian, the mountain is high and the road is far. Please treasure it well. Zhou Qian circled her in his arms very hard. Nan. He'd left her alone, and he wanted her to be happy, and he wanted him to get what he wanted. Everything eventually murmuring her name. Gangnam, his rouge princess. Jiang Nan left. Zhou Qian stood at the door as if he didn't feel the cold side. Father Zhou heard the two talking upstairs. No wonder his son liked it so much. He hadn't thought about his son's growth in such a way, and thought for a moment. Loss of love is the least painful and fastest way to grow. Zhou Qian looked at his hardcore father-in-law and was so angry that he wanted to cry. I'm like this? Can't you comfort me? Father Zhou thought for a moment and patted his son's shoulder. Son, I believe you. Not worse than that Xie family boy. If she is not living well, snatch the person from his hands. Don't act like now. She is now in such a difficult situation. You are all do not have the ability to pull her a hand. Zhou Qian, Chapter 82. Separation. Jiang Nan returned to Jiangcheng from Zhou's house, the last flight. Before boarding the plane, she sent out a friend's note, work hard individually and see you at the top. The night was already late and Xia Qingzhou was still awake. The new update on her friend's circle, with the picture of the big bouquet of roses that Zhou Qian had once sent. Zhou was printing out the program he had come up with and saw the circle of friends he had stared at Gangnam. The wife is back in Jiangqing again, crammed into economy class. Xie Qingzhou turned off his cell phone and didn't say anything. He spent 2 more days in Deep City, and except for a little hiccup, it went well. The project was initially over and Xie Qingzhou said to Qiao Zheng, "You go back first, I'll go to Jiangqing." He knew that Jiangnan hadn't left yet. BR's project she followed very closely, although the other party is very sincere. She put the little by little things are handled very well. Leisure time in Jiangqing shopping luxury department store, also with some people in the industry to exchange learning, do not waste time. He didn't know her before, he just thought she was good looking. Only now do I realize that good looks are just the least of what she has on her. It was no wonder that Zhou Qian was willing to do so for her. Because she was worth it. In front of people, Jiang Nan also felt that he was a tough person who could carry things. When Zhou Qian left, he didn't ask her to send her off, and she didn't go. Jiang Cheng's work schedule was tight and she was busy, but it was only after she was idle that she felt uncomfortable and sad. With Zhou Qian, obviously did not know each other for a long time. His sudden departure left her very lost. By the time he got back to the hotel, Jiang Nan was nestled on the sofa in the hotel lobby, having been sitting there for half an hour now. Yang Ji did not know how to comfort her. These 2 days, in private, she was very reticent, addicted to silence. Jiang Nan saw the piano in the hotel and sat down. Not a moment later, the faint sound of a piano resounded in the still quiet hotel lobby. When Xie Qingzhou arrived, he heard beautiful piano music. The melody of this first track, Sad Me in Your Eyes, is quite beautiful, with a hint of melancholy and sadness. He saw Jiang Nan sitting in front of the piano just playing to, "When I look back on the past as smoke, liver and guts like a broken glass, is this both the end?" Xie Qingzhou's face was ugly to the extreme. Zhou Qian left and she was so sad? Thinking of him by playing the piano? Yang Jixin saw him and stood up from the sofa, raising his decibels. "Mr. Xie, what brings you here?" Jiang Nan ignored it. She just wanted to play the zither for a while to make herself feel better. Shadows loomed as her wrist was pinched and the sound of the piano came to an abrupt halt. Then he dragged her toward the elevator, and Jiang Nan stumbled a few times, barely keeping up. Into the room, he held her down on the door. His fingers pinched her chin, hostility in his eyes. "He is only out of the country, and not dead. Sadness into this. We have a divorce, also did not see you so difficult. You don't deserve to be compared to him." Jiang Nan was in a really bad mood, fed up with his dominance and forcefulness. If it wasn't for him, Zhou Qian couldn't have left. "Yes, you have a new love, so an old love, don't smell good anymore," he said, a little angry in the end. She really called out for Zhou Qian. She really has her heart set on Zhou Qian now, doesn't she? He yanked off his tie and trapped her, looking down at her, one hand undoing his buttons. "As you know, you're an old favorite, He kissed her, instantly wrapping himself around her, taking control. Her body was trembling from his rubbing, and there was moisture in the corners of her eyes. She didn't resist, letting him kiss her, caress and touch her. She was numb. The clothes fell in the doorway. His belt fell to the ground. The sound of click. The string in her head snapped. He said he wouldn't force her as long as she didn't agree. He forgot again. She accidentally turned around and saw herself in the entranceway mirror, her waist held by his, her appearance wretched. Her nose soured and she just looked at him. She looked at him tearfully, quite aggravated. Xie Qingzhou remembered the lyrics of the English song she played. "Why am I so sore in your eyes?" He sighed, coming over because he knew she was sad and wanted to be there for her. It's like the last time when he watched that video, he was just having pity in his heart and wanted to make it up to her. But he seems to, force himself on her every time. He gasped lowly, trying to suppress the agitation in his body. She was so like that, and he coveted her so much that he really didn't want to let her go again in the nick of time. He kissed her back for a long time, but eventually didn't force himself on her. But such treatment made Jiang Nan ashamed. "Xie Qingzhou, you bastard." He laughed, admiring the trembling of her body, watching her fall a little bit into the way. He this only a few more heart. The closeness of her back against his chest and the closeness of her leaning into his arms gave him a few more moments of satisfaction. The jealousy that burned in his heart was washed away by these many pleasures. "Want to, River?" He'd give her anything she asked for. But this wife, she's like an arrogant kitten. It didn't help that he missed it. The way she had once blossomed for him. Beautifully, beautifully. Jiang Nan never nodded her head in agreement and showed Xie Qingzhou how stubborn she was. He wrapped his arms around her and leaned back against the couch, still in love with her body. Jiangnan closed her eyes, unwilling to face him. Only her reddened face gave away that she wasn't completely devoid of feeling. In her eyes, it was no different than doing it. The only difference is that he wants to tame her with this. In order to get her to nod, he played with her body recklessly, even teasing her, which made her feel ashamed. Xie Qingzhou looked at her body still red, and the corners of her eyes still had tear stains. No need to be shy, we're married. The most intimate relationship there is. He'd shown her the way he'd sunk, and he'd admired his wife with some pleasure, nothing more. Her hair was disheveled and plastered to her cheeks, lending her some few moments of vulnerability and cuteness. His fingers were gentle, tickling her hair, and with a little pity in his heart, he kissed her cheek a little. Jiang and exploded as if, get lost, sympathetic. She was half ungrateful. Xie Qingzhou also did not make a scene. Su was just very used, very patient. You never used to spare me this way. As you said, that was before. She was in a terrible mood. I used to be blind and like, love scum like you. Xie Qingzhou reached out and gently held her in his arms, gently stroking her back. Gangnam didn't like it, struggling. Overhead came the man's low laughter. Bugs, mayfly chrysalis what? And then mayfly chrysalis don't blame me. I originally did not want to endure. She had seen his shamelessness. She was tired and felt powerless. Xie Qingzhou, how can you let me go? You don't lack women, you have Feng Liu. Why are you pestering me just to conquer me? I admit defeat. I can't fight you. Can you let me go? He still tenderly embraced her and answered, do you still want to cry? Cry enough today, and when you're done, you're not allowed to think about him anymore. Xie Qingzhou, Zhou Qian and I are not what you think we are. What kind? Nothing out of the ordinary, you are like this. Really? Are you trying to gaslight me? He pinched a pinch of her chin. His tone and eyes were quite doting. Gangnam really convinced him before fierce and vicious, and now this schizophrenic? Jiangnan closed his eyes. It was exhausting to talk to him. On the following day, Jiangnan left Jiangqing early. Xie Qingzhou woke up alone from the hotel bed, and this woman was blind to his pleasing. He was a bit helpless and really didn't want to use strong arm tactics. Xie Qingzhou went back to Haiqing, rested for half a day, about the time she got off work, and did not come back. Auntie Shui came over and asked him what he wanted for dinner, and he snapped back to his senses. Ask the wife if she's coming back for dinner? Not a moment later, Aunt Shui came back. Mrs. said that she won't be coming back in the future either, and that she wants to be separated. Chapter 83. Back to Haiqing 3 days, Jiangnan did not return to Sycamore Road, and did not call him. In addition to that marriage license, the two seemed to really have no relationship at all. Jiangnan took advantage of the heat of taking the BR project and went back to Tongqian. Mr. Tong, before you sign with Wanxiang, I still want to fight for it. Last time you were the one who listened to me talking about the future of Breeze, as well as the advantages. This time I want to listen to your thoughts or what conditions you have you can mention. Tong's salary looked at her. Mr. Jiang, the conditions you gave, as well as the planning for the future of Breeze are very heartwarming, but I'm sorry that we LDS still feel that the risk of moving into Breeze is too great, and there will be an opportunity to work together again in the future, and this meal is on me. Tong's salary left. Yang Ji is very deflated. Why, how is it all like this? Obviously recognized, but also very confident in the conditions we offer. Why is it not cooperation? Jiangnan leaned his body against the back of the chair. They just don't have confidence in me. Even though art university graduated, that's a long time ago on my resume. Such a big luxury brand was not willing to work with a layman like her, who had no experience in running a luxury department store. How could it be? That's because I don't know you, you can do anything. Yang Ji was very confident. Jiangnan was happy to hear this. Let's eat first. What about Mr. Tong's side? As long as we don't sign with Vientiane, we still have a chance. Tong's salary out of the box, he is very much want to cooperate with Jiangnan, except that the company is not his alone to say, but he estimated the risk now into the Breeze ultimately too risky. Tong Qian walked towards the parking lot, and beside his car, the man in the brown overcoat leaned on his car and smoked. The scarlet firelight was bright between his fingers, and Tong Qian could see him clearly. Xie Qingzhou. Under the street lamp, he, black turtleneck, brown coat, noble and leisurely, Haiqing to the coldest time. The city is depressed, but at this moment he actually felt that wherever his eyes went, added some color. Sure enough, good looks don't discriminate. Mr. Xie, what a coincidence. Waiting for you. Xie Qingzhou didn't sell himself short. This was a surprise to Tong Qian, who had no dealings with this third young master of the Xie family, a newcomer to the investment circle. Mr. Tong has been in LS for many years. Have you thought about the future? Xie Qingzhou asked, then opened the car door. Does Mr. Tong have time? We can have a chat. Tong's salary knows Xie Qingzhou's ability. A lot of companies looking for him as a consultant, and Xie Qingzhou always hit the nail on the head to find out what the problem is and turn a loss into a profit. Tong's salary do not know his coming. All in the business circle, low head to see. Arriving at the quaint tea house, the tea room, burning incense, making tea, and in the corner wearing a Cheongsam manicured woman playing the guzheng. Tong, if you don't want to resign from L.S, you can think about the future, for example, after retirement. Now Tong has absolute, unregulated rights in the operation. The shareholders have no say in the operation nor the right to know. You are now giving your own family even higher wages and bonuses. And the annual corporate profit is also insignificant compared to Tong's salary. Also compared, after all, he was surrounded by many more founder-controlled private enterprises, operating less than him but far earn more than him. He won't get as much money when he retires, much less any estate for his kids to inherit. Only it was some inside information about the company. How did he know? Why is Mr. Shea talking about this? LS had a problem with the equity and management setup, and that problem wasn't hard for me. Why would Mr. Xie help me without merit? We're making an exchange. You give Breeze a chance and I'll solve your current awkward situation. Tong Qian was half surprised. Was he doing it for Breeze Group or for Jiangnan? Jiangnan finished his meal at the clubhouse and went home. Took a shower and started picking apart these tricky brand parties in my hands again. The brands she wanted couldn't work with her, and the ones she didn't want favored them all. Jiang, work matters, not yet? And Ning asked her, didn't she get the BR project? Why is she still so worried? It's already succeeded a little bit. Jiang Nan said, Breeze Group is the largest shopping mall in Haicheng with the largest single-floor area. The first floor with the largest business area should naturally gather more luxury brands. If L.S joins in, it can further consolidate the luxury lineup on the first floor. How are you shooting? These days are busy. And did not ask you, Minister Xiao called me several times, said you can spell. Jiangnan said, and a few sets of costume are very suitable for her. Ning, do you still want to be popular? Of course I want to be red. When I'm red and lots of money and lots of resources to make myself strong, we won't have to be subjected to others. Jiangnan laughed lowly, hearing who she was connoting coming. Good. Then get ready, you might have to be very busy for a while. Jiangnan said. By the way, there's a new development in Feng Liyu's matter. Uncle Jiang has sponsored Feng Liyu since she was in high school, and after Feng Liyu went to college, she's been working at the resort on weekends, summer and winter vacations. That means there's a chance she'll get the brooch? Yes. There's also the peace button that Xie Qingzhou gave you. Maybe she took it along with her. And Ning guessed. Speaking of her peace button to come, it is also too difficult. Down a few hands, this current owner hiding very deep. She asked the owner several times what news did not reveal. Peace buckle. Jiangnan sighed. She was heartbroken when she lost it before. It didn't matter to her now. She didn't love him anymore, and that out-of-body stuff didn't matter even more. In the next few days, I'll find a chance to ask that Miss Feng. Jiangnan said. Feng Liyu's popularity was not good because of the matter of breaking the contract, plus Xie Qingzhou's side was not dealt with, so she was in a bad situation now. Jiangnan thought that if Feng Liyu had anything to do with the fire, she would not let her go. Before going to bed, Jiangnan received a WeChat message from Xie Qingzhou. Let's go home tomorrow? Jiangnan saw it and tossed it aside as if he hadn't seen it. The following day, Jiangnan finished his meeting and came out of the conference room. Yang Ji's then unusually happy. Jiangnan asked, what's wrong? Mr. Tong said he was willing to cooperate. Jiangnan said, huh? No way. Really? Why the sudden? Figured it out. Jiangnan smiled. Trouble Assistant Yang to check on Mr. Tong's whereabouts yesterday? It's really weird how you can change your mind after a nap. Chapter 84. Be nice to her. Jiangnan learned that Tong Qian got into Xie Qingzhou's car after leaving the hotel. She went to the tea house and talked for almost an hour, and what was said, she had no way of knowing. She hoped that the two would stay this bad, and it would bother her if he did help her. Tong's salary asked her to go and sign the contract in the afternoon. She made an excuse to push it off. The trust between her and Xie Qingzhou's couple collapsed. She didn't know what Xie Qingzhou's intentions were in doing this, and even if it was a good intention, She didn't want to accept it and didn't want to owe him anything. In the evening, Jiang Nan entertained the brand side of a hip brand, and when she came out of the box, she saw Qiao Zhang and gave Yang Ji a wink. Yang knew it well and went downstairs with the brand first. After they entered the elevator, Qiao Zhang and Xie Qingzhou also came in. Xie Qingzhou had some drunkenness and glanced at Yang Ji. Mr. Jiang didn't come? No, Mr. Jiang has something else. Yang knew. Xie Qingzhou just smiled faintly and did not break her down. The place for tonight's social gathering was deliberately set by Qiao Zhang because he knew she was here. She just won't see him? Jiang Nan dragged herself downstairs for 10 minutes before Yang Ji sent a client away, and she stood at the door ready to call a car when Qiao Zhang came over. Ma'am, shall I take you back? Jiang Nan didn't want to, so he heard Qiao Zhang say, Mr. Xie, go home. Okay, she said, without a hint of embarrassment at being caught hiding from someone. When he got into the car, Gangnam was still reading work messages. Zhou was glancing at her in the rearview mirror and said, That day, there was no backup of what I sent over. Jiang Nan was slightly stunned, knowing that he was talking about the relevant video about Zhou Qian beating Feng Liu. Zhou Qian has left the country, and those things don't matter anymore, she said, her eyes falling back to her cell phone screen. Ma'am, I'm telling the truth. Let Feng Liu take out the video. That matter is I personally go to talk. You went to talk to Feng Liu? Jiang Nan was puzzled. The person who spent a lot of money to buy the video from the security guards wasn't Xie Qingzhou. Yeah, I talked about it. That day, watching you guys come out of the Soup Springs clubhouse, he actually tried to make amends to you. Jiang Nan smiled upon hearing this. Qiao Zhang. There's a saying that the starting point doesn't matter. What matters is the act itself. Hurt is hurt. No need to excuse Xie Qingzhou. But, Qiao Zhang, I didn't realize you talked so much before, Jiang Nan said, trying to shut him up. Qiao Zhang was a bit playful. At the time when I was approached to inquire about how the boss was doing abroad, I didn't see you dislike me for talking too much. Gangnam, she wasn't a person who knew that she wouldn't repay her kindness, and when she went to the company the next day, she took the contract sent by Tong's salary and went to find Xie Qingzhou. This building is very new, just moved over to the office. Jiang Nan waited downstairs for a while. Xie Qingzhou came down, saw her. His tone was quite gentle. Why don't you go up? Is it appropriate for me to report up as Mrs. Shea? She said, which was a bit of a taunt. Xie Qingzhou sighed. This gas. When do you plan to get rid of it? You sign it and I'll eliminate it. Jiang Nan said. I hesitated before. I should have gotten a divorce out of guilt for you. But the moment I saw you come out with Zhou Qian, I lost the thought of divorce. He said, his eyes focused on her. So, LS is your sincerity? Jiang Nan asked him. No, he said. You want to talk to me here? Jiang Nan grunted, office building lobby, people come and go. If it is photographed, then Miss Feng do not want to go crazy. She really didn't want a rumor with him either. When he arrived at his office, he sat on the sofa diagonally across from her and said, I have no male or female feelings for Feng Liu, her child. I don't care. Jiang Nan interrupted him, taking out a contract from her bag. On Mr. Tong's side, I still hope to go through my own efforts. So, whether it was his sincerity or something else, she still didn't accept it. Xie Qingzhou looked at her and remembered that the night he looked for Tong Qian, Qiao Zhang was also puzzled. He's being overly mean and heartless to this wife of his. He's just purely trying to help her. And it really sucks that he chooses to turn a blind eye when he sees how hard it is for her. But you don't have a first-tier luxury brand in your hands that you can hold, Xie Qingzhou said. You are right, but I still hope that through my own efforts, after all. Leaning on the mountain will fall. Leaning on the water will be dry. If I want people to help me, I go to find Chairman Xie is not a better use than you. Jiang Nan rode. She this way is their own wade over, even if it is now more difficult. But as long as you give her time, others will recognize. Other than that, she didn't want to say much. From the moment he chose Feng Liu, she had no possibility with him. Xie Qingzhou watched her walk to the door now, his eyes slightly sunken. If this is what Zhou Qian asked me to do, this love, you also don't lead? Jiang Nan turned back. What do you mean? Zhou Qian went to be in charge of Zhou's overseas market, went to Luo City to go from the deep city. Before leaving, he made a special trip to see me. At the time, he was playing on a golf course with a client. Zhou Qian carried his club. Mr. Xie, let's have a game? Golf is a sport that tests the physical strength and patience of the player, which Zhou Qian did not like in the past, feeling that it was not exciting. but really down to play, although he is behind, but wins in the stable, not slow and steady, even a little bit in the beyond. Xie Qingzhou managed to win over him, and it was already the dusky hour. Zhou Qian sat on the ground. I'll trade my leaving for you being nicer to her. Is that okay? He'll lose a lot of opportunities if he treats Gangnam well. But he still said it that way. Zhou Qian said that you're in a bad situation right now. Use his departure in exchange for me to help you fix a brand party. I don't care if you don't accept, he said, sitting in a lazy position and leaning back on the sofa. Jiang Nan turned back, picked up the contract from the small coffee table and left. In the afternoon, Jiang Nan did not return to the company, but went to the city's northern prison. Some years ago, when the property was good, my father was in the aerobic area by the mountains and the water, and built the estate villa complex, except that the project was once very much in the spotlight, and a fire burned even the mountains, and the nearby villages were affected by a lot of people, and the offenders were sentenced to a very heavy sentence in those years. His father-in-law, Xie Jingyuan, was very helpful and made an appointment for him, saying that there was someone who had been appealing. He only cried foul, saying that he was only paid to do a job and wanted to teach the Jiang family a lesson, and did not let go of the fire. Except that the clues all point to them, and there's no defense, and crying foul is just a reason to get off the hook, whether it's evidence or whatever, and appeals are always denied. Jiang Nan went to see that person, the original arrogant and vicious person. His eyes were full of numbness without light. You keep saying you didn't start the fire, but my father and my brother, they were both buried in that fire. The whole mountain burned down, and many of the people in the neighborhood suffered. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's smoking. It was very windy that day. It's very easy to start a fire. When I left, I think I heard the sound of a quarrel, and a man seemed to say, "What did you take?" Jiangnan's heart was in his throat, and her cell phone rang. It was Sister Li's call. "Hello, Jiang. Come quickly. Your mom came to the hospital and had a fight with someone and had an attack." On Jiangnan's way to the hospital, news spread online that Feng Liyu's wheelchair tipped over on the ground while her mom grabbed Feng Liyu's head and slapped her madly. Chapter 85 changes. Jiang Nan arrived at the hospital from the north of the city an hour later, and sister-in-law Li said that Xie Qingzhou had already come over and had taken Feng Liu away. She went to see her mom, who fell asleep after the doctor sedated her. And that's when she asked Mrs. Li what was going on. Sister-in-law Li said that she met Feng Liu when she was doing the examination and said something, and her mom was stimulated to have an attack. Jiang Nan's nose turned sour. What did she say? After a long time, Sister Li stammered. She said, your father? You say? Jiang Nan was going to die of impatience. Said your father, forced himself on her. Jiang Nan's scalp tingled. She's talking nonsense. She rushed to Feng Liyu's hospital room to find her and ask for clarification. Jiang Nan pushed open the door of the room and saw Xie Qingzhou slightly bent over and standing in front of Feng Liyu's hospital bed, perhaps because her face had been hit very hard. She opened the door with such a commotion that both men looked over at the same time. When Feng Liu saw her, she shrank into Xie Qingzhou's arms in fear, and his husband saw her, frowned, then said, "You go out first. Never would have chosen her. Never would have cared for her. Is this his way of making amends?" Jiang Nan didn't listen to him, but walked towards the two. Feng Liu changed her aggressiveness in front of her, soft and unable to take care of herself and scared. She hardened into Xie Qingzhou's arms. "Don't come over here. My leg is broken and your mother beat me up like this. What else do you want?" She cried and shed tears as she did so. "Jiang Nan, you go out first." She sneered. "What, afraid I'll hit her? Get out first," Xie Qingzhou said, his voice a few points harsher. Jiang Nan's nose was sore, looking into his cold and dark eyes. "I'm not going out. I have something to ask her." She reached out to yank Feng Liu, and Xie Qingzhou held her wrist before dragging her out of the hospital room. "Stop it." What did she do? It was Feng Liu who falsely accused her father caused her mother's illness. How is it her fault again? Keep an eye on her and don't let her in. He tossed her to Qiao Zheng, and as he pushed the door to go in, he glanced back at her, his tone helpless but milder, and said, "You're good to listen later." Jiang Nan was rushing up to try to grab Xie Qingzhou's face. Qiao Zheng stopped her. "Ma'am, just listen to Mr. Xie. They don't have that kind of relationship." Jiang Nan sneered. "Is that so?" She didn't believe a word of it. "You calm down first." Qiao Zheng pushed Jiang Nan to sit down. There was no way she could calm down, and she couldn't. She was sad, upset, and shocked. She was physically and mentally exhausted because of some other factors she knew today and because of what happened today. If only you could provoke her. She could not put her in her eyes due to Xie Qingzhou's favor, but she could not go and hurt her loved ones and falsely accuse her father. She couldn't hold back. Jiang Nan sat on the hospital bench, silent for a long time, thinking about what to do. Qiao Zhang spoke again. Ma'am, Mr. Xie really doesn't have a relationship with her. You've seen it these days about her matter. Mr. Xie didn't manage it and also let the company stay out of it. Mr. Xie is also tired of Feng Liu always trying to use that person's information to make a demon, to pinpoint people. The boss just wanted to chill her and take the initiative, not letting surname Feng get the better of her. These days, Feng Liu's news was hanging on the internet, and he really didn't care. Various speculations on the internet said that the two broke up and that Feng Liu's resources might not be good. He helped her find Tong's salary, and Qiao Zhang said he wanted to make amends or something. She more or less thought that his attitude toward her was going to change. It was nothing more than a fantasy of hers. Never mind. He took care of her like this and then threw me out. Jiang Nan didn't understand why Qiao Zhang was always speaking for him. Nor did he understand that he was just cheating on his wife, looking like he was wronged. Qiao Zhang moved his lips and didn't know how to explain this. Qin Frost suddenly hit Feng Liu. This matter was dealt with urgently before the online fermentation and expansion, sort of not letting Mrs. Zhang be cyberstormed. She came to the hospital to teach Feng Liu a lesson, but she didn't know what she said and her boss changed. Xie Qingzhou leaned down slightly to look at Feng Liu. Say, where's the list? If Mr. Xie gives you the list, won't I have no leverage at all? She lived in deep water these days, and when the little assistant called Xie Qingzhou, he didn't answer. She also heard that the two had gone on a business trip together. Even if Xie Qingzhou didn't want to admit it, he was too moved by Jiang Nan. Even the news of his sweetheart is not as urgent as before. That left her smack dab in the middle of what was going on. Xie Qingzhou is angry that she always uses the matter of that person to blackmail. Now that she's in bad publicity, he wants to trade this for all the news about his heartthrob, once and for all. She had no more leverage in her hands, so she could only take what she once did in the Jiang family and use it. Xie Qingzhou stood up straight, very impatient. He pursed his lips and reached out to pinch her neck. I'm so tired of you being stupid in front of me. Feng Liu was pinched and couldn't breathe. She stuttered. If something really happens to me, then the list will be published and Jiang Yuan's reputation will be completely ruined. I don't want anything else. Just, as long as Mr. Xie can get me a role for me to endorse Wanxiang, and I'll give you the list. Not only did Xie Qingzhou not let go of her, he instead gripped her tighter. Feng Liu's face turned blue before he let go of her. Give me that person's information along with it. I can help you smooth out this storm of public opinion. Feng Liu finally breathed in fresh air and coughed for a long time. Mr. Xie, do you want the list first? Or do you want news of that person? You give me the list first. Feng Liu's heart is sad. See, he has changed. He prioritized things in Gangnam over his sweetheart now. Chapter 86. Jiang Nan leaned back on the bench, calmer and more silent than ever. 10 minutes later, Xie Qingzhou finally came out and walked over to her, bending down to look at her. Jiang Nan slightly tilted her head to look at his handsome and charming face for a long time. I can go in? Xie Qingzhou leaned over and held her shoulders. Go home first. Jiang Nan sneered. What, afraid I'll hurt her? No. What does that mean? Jiang Nan asked, extremely patient. Jiang. Don't call me that, she said, really finding him disgusting. He smelled of another woman. Feng Liu hugged him and he turned around and came to hug her. She couldn't stand it. She has never been my lover, Xie Qingzhou explained. I have never touched her once. Whatever you say. Jiang Nan's attitude was light, half caring about his explanation anymore. She got up and this time, Xie Qingzhou did not stop her. Entering the hospital room, Jiang Nan asked Feng Liu, what did you say to my mom? Feng Liu was lying on the hospital bed, softly looking at her. Miss Jiang, I really don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're the other leg. Do you want to break it too? Jiang Nan said, no temperature in his eyes. She started crying. Jiang Nan sneered and literally grabbed the ward chair. Feng Liu's screams provoked Xie Qingzhou. He grabbed off her chair. I'll take care of it. He handled it like he handled Feng Liu finding someone to harm her. She also did not know what she was really looking forward to. Feng Liu harmed him like that. Xie Qingzhou made a big deal out of it but only bullied her mother, and it was even more irrelevant to him. Jiang Nan looked at Feng Liu and had seen how powerful she was. stirring up the water and pretending to be innocent. Her heart, too, was numb, and she didn't see the point in wearing it out any longer. She left the hospital room and calmed down for a long time before walking to Xie Qingzhou. Xiao Zhang said that you want to make it up to me, right? Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything and looked at her with downcast eyes. Yes or no? Yes, I want to make it up to you. I don't want that between us grudges, he said, and it was genuine. From the moment he knew she hadn't drugged him, it was guilt in his heart. Watching the video of her nearly being bullied by Lei Wang deepens the idea of making it up to her. She didn't like that he was always forcing himself on her, so he'd try to change. She wanted him to respect her and he went for it. He also knew that the more he forced her, the farther away from him she'd get. So he changed tactics and wanted to do something for her. These things are done with more or less currying favor and naturally trying to change the relationship between the two. Okay, let her go. Let her leave the circle. Is that okay? Jiang Nan asked, a few moments of expectation in his eyes. She thought that as long as he agreed to this request, she really believed that he was changing, making changes, for the sake of the relationship between the two. A minute just passed, and while he didn't speak, she waited for an answer. Expectations are something that fall short for a long time, and then you don't have disappointment, loss, or any of those emotions, because she's used to it. Gangnam didn't wait any longer. She lifted her steps and left for her mom's hospital room. Not long after, Mr. and Mrs. Xie Jingyuan also came to visit her mother. Mother was sleeping, and her mother-in-law had been relieving her. Jiangnan's expression was light, and she talked to her mother-in-law for a while before her in-laws left at 10 o'clock in the evening. It was late at night, and Sisterly said that Xie Qingzhou had not left either, and was guarding her outside. She's not guarding me. She's watching me. Don't lay a hand on his sweetheart. Her calm now is the calm before the storm, murderous. Of course, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. She wouldn't for the sake of her mother, not to mention that Feng Liu wasn't worth it. Jiang Nan kept vigil at the hospital all night and early the next morning. Feng Liu's studio out of new news. Feng Liu took the big IP female. General. Army female lead role. At the same time, Wanxiang official microblogging announced that she is the new spokesperson. The news, which she had expected, stung Jiangnan's eyes. Woman. General. Army is said to be AS level project for Shanqing film and television, and the female lead has never been finalized. But now it is confirmed to be Feng Liu. 2 days ago, because of Breeze's termination of her contract with Feng Liu, public opinion is now upside down. It is said that Breeze has no vision or foresight. Feng Liu's fans trolled the group and called her names in passing as a malicious retaliation against Feng Liu. Because of this, the board of directors, who were already upset with her for changing endorsements, are having another fit. Yang Ji called her many times, saying that a few directors had come over and Chairman Xie was pacifying them. Jiangnan didn't move, just lay on the edge of the bed, his fingers scraping his mother's bones. It was 9 o'clock before Qin Frost woke up, and when she saw her daughter, she burst into tears. Jiangnan gently embraced her mother, then leaned into her arms and said with a smile, "What's wrong?" She said that your dad is actually using the name of funding to... You believe. I don't believe it. But... Mom. I don't believe it. You believe an outsider and not my father? Parents who had loved each other all their lives, buckled down after their father's passing. There's no way to prove it, and even if there wasn't, the way Mom is now, it's like the seeds of doubt are being planted in her mind. It's hard to think, just to think. Jiangnan hated Feng Liu. She was too vicious. Her mother lost her son and husband in middle age. Her spirit was good and bad, things whether true or false. It's all a huge hurt for her mom. Xie Qingzhou, on the other hand, is aiding and abetting. Jiang, I don't know, I really don't know. Qin Shuang covered her head and started crying again. Jiangnan hugged her and was soothing the whole time. It's okay. It's okay. Qin Shuang looked at her for a long while, then suddenly she grabbed her by the neck. Have you ever done anything like that? Have you ever cheated on your wife? Jiangnan's looks followed her father's because of her love for the house, and her mother favored her, making her brother jealous. A man with a good career, an aesthetic, self-discipline, and good looks is fascinating. When she was in high school, her dad gave her a parent-teacher conference, and the young English teacher asked her, "Gangnam, is that your brother?" It's something that has made Dad proud of himself. Mom hadn't recognized her as Dad for some years now, and perhaps Qin Frost was using the excuse to vent, no matter what such questioning made her heart sick. Feng Liu's words had affected her in the end. Sister Lee was terrified and went to pull her. But how could two people pull over a patient who had gone mad? Jiangnan gasped as he was pinched. No, no, only love you. Qin Frost let go of his hand, then looked puzzled. If not, then why do others know about the birthmark on the waist? Jiangnan was shocked and couldn't answer. She was pinched hard until Xie Qingzhou came in with Qiao Zhang and was relieved. Xie Qingzhou called for a doctor, and it took a while for Qin Shuang to come to her senses. Looking at Xie Qingzhou holding Jiangnan aside, are you that guest? Not a guest, but Jiangnan's husband. Jiangnan shook off Xie Qingzhou and left the hospital room. She hadn't wanted Feng Liu to have anything to do with her, and she had guessed correctly. As long as there was Xie Qingzhou, Feng Liu could turn over. It's like this time, such a big storm, a leading lady, an endorsement he's taken care of. He didn't want, with his decision, the dilemma she would face. Gangnam's husband? How does he have the face to say that? So ridiculous. Jiangnan closed her eyes, and for the first time she immensely regretted marrying him. She even wondered if her father had any regrets for saving the Xie family's pair back then. Back then, she and her father met the Xie family on the road when their car overturned at the foot of a hill. Xie Jingyuan was badly injured, and Xie Qingzhou couldn't see out of his eyes. Such a serious situation. Zhang Yuan is afraid of another change. Let her and her brother take Xie Qingzhou away. He stayed in place and waited for the ambulance. It's not her father's style to see death when he knows it's dangerous. He saves the bystanders, but is buried in the fire with his son in retaliation, and his daughter gets her wish to marry the man she wants to marry, and not only is she not loved by her husband, but she is caught in the storm. She will never know if her father regrets it or not anymore. But she really does. Chapter 87. Jiang Nan was sitting in the rest area of the VIP ward when a Ning called to say that the peace button that Xie Qingzhou had given her back then did not show any signs of having been damaged. Feng Liu works at her family's resort on weekends and holidays when she goes to school. In other words, the brooch and the peace button were both taken before the fire started. Could it be that, while she was stealing, she was caught by her father or brother? All of this is speculation without any actual evidence. If there was evidence, according to the Xie family's ability, they would definitely not have handled things like this. To find out if Feng Liu had anything to do with the disaster that happened in her house, she would have to make her fall from her current position so she could pry her mouth open. When she thought about how Xie Qingzhou always helped her, she was gripped by a deep powerlessness inside. Xie Qingzhou took the ointment and squatted in front of her. The side of her neck, accidentally scratched by her mother, a very long one, stood out against her porcelain white skin. He used medical cotton to clean and sterilize her briefly, and Jiangnan didn't hide, looking at him with downcast eyes. Xie Qingzhou raised his head and softly said to her, "Does it hurt?" She still didn't say anything, her eyes soft, but with an unmistakable feeling. He would have preferred her to make a scene, to tussle with him, or even slap him as she had done the last few times. When she didn't speak to him, he applied the medicine as gently as he could, and she remained calm and didn't say a word. Xie Qingzhou held her hand, the man's fingers rubbing against the back of her hand. "I have never had my heart set on her, nor do I like her, and keeping her around is only because of one other thing." Jiangnan's eyelashes fluttered and gently withdrew his hand. Xie Qingzhou sighed and got up, embracing her in his arms. "It's not to be mean to you today. It's because I want to go to the office." She interrupted him. "It's done, and being sad and wishy-washy won't solve anything, so you might as well get to work." Xie Qingzhou lowered his head. She was so calm that she had a sense of being shattered at the touch. His heart seized. His fingers gently stroked her cheek. "Jiang Jiang." Jiangnan twisted his head away and pushed him away. In the hospital room, Qin Shuang saw her and fell into tears again. "Jiang Jiang, I'm sorry." Gangnam just held her mom in her arms. "It's okay." She really felt so sorry for her mother because there was so much to lose. She could understand that. She reached out and rubbed her back. "Mom, no matter what anyone says, I believe in him with a firm and unshakable conviction. You believe in me too. And I believe that time is the best thing to restore the truth. And even if it's true, it doesn't matter. I'm still here and still in love with you." Qin Frost nodded her head and painfully touched her daughter's face. "Mom, I know. Be good then. I'll see you tonight and I'll go to work." She was going to the company and Xie Qingzhou wanted to see her off. Jiangnan still refused. "You busy yourself? I can do it myself. Then have Zhou Yung give you a ride." "Good. Anyway, it's not him, it's all good." Jiang Nan went to the company, and the board meeting was still open. She stood in the doorway of the conference room, listening to a few shareholders talking about how she was incompetent, and how a few of her decisions were bad, leaving them with no confidence and even wanting to replace her. Xie Jingyuan was very much speaking for her, to give her time. Jiang Nan was unwilling to let him suffer for her as she walked in. Chairman. Xie Jingyuan froze. Why did you come over? Wasn't there something at home? It's been taken care of. Jiang Nan said, motioning for Xie Jingyuan to sit down before turning to Director Chun. Is there any other better candidate to replace me? We can get professional managers to take care of Breeze. Another director said. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. Would a professional manager be more attentive than me? This is my father's company. Xiao Jiang, you do have a hand in the trade circle, but you don't have the experience of running a chain of real estate as well as a luxury department store. Look at the current endorsement issue. It's a mess, you've made a bad decision, and you're losing our money. Breeze has been poorly run for the past few years, and when it became independent from Xie's last year and became self-financing, these shareholders were not happy. Jiang Nan was not in a good mood today and was not willing to tear into them to expend energy. It's fine to replace me. I'm the largest shareholder. Buy out all the shares in my hand first. You little girl, bossy like that? If there's no good way to suggest it, adjourn the meeting or choose to trust me. Jiang Nan said. The shareholders blushed badly and looked at Xie Jingyuan. I believe in Mr. Jiang. Xie Jingyuan liked Jiang Nan's vigor and knew that she had a way of doing things. It just took a little time. With business settled, Xie Jingyuan asked about her affair with Xie Qingzhou. Jiang, what kind of decision you and Qingzhou make? Your mom and I are all for it. For his son, Xie Jingyuan was also very powerless. When he was small, he was too harsh for Xie Qingzhou, making this child what he really wanted in his heart, not say anything to his parents. Thanks, Dad. After sending Xie Jingyuan away and entering the elevator, Yang Ji told her that a Ning was looking for her. Now, there was a phone call in the morning. Yes, in your office. Annan's shot was smooth, colorful, and ready to be taken out of the box. Only the overall publicity planning program, which she felt bad about, hadn't been released yet. Just as she entered the office, a Ning came running. Jiang, I may have caused trouble. I may not be able to endorse. Why do you say that? Jiang Nan asked, not having seen his best friend panic like this before. Yan Fontaine. I thought you guys weren't in touch? Also, it's not no contact. I don't want to have contact with him. Just. And Ning was really difficult to say, so she opened WeChat and clicked on a voice from him. Jiang Nan stared. But what he heard was a woman's voice that was hard to suppress. You're lighter. Lighten up. Ning doesn't like it. Jiang Nan had a hint of embarrassment, and a Ning blushed a little white. I'm done. When was that? Annan couldn't hide it, so she told the story. Jiang Nan held his forehead. No wonder Mr. Su reacted like that at that time. You. I just want to help you. It's too hard for you. And Ning said, just once, for a project, I think it's worth it. Who would have thought that Yen Fengshuan is so underhanded? Now that she's been sent a voice, there must be a video. I realize now that by going to him, I'm fighting a tiger, I'm done, and I can't let you suffer anymore. Jiang Nan looked at her best friend. There was no way she could blame her. It's okay. This thing, I'll take care of it. How do I fix it? Annan asked. Jiang Nan tilted his head and looked at a Ning for a long time. Ning, you're going to act in the female. General. Army female lead. I'll snatch the role for you. Chapter 88. Only you. Xie Qingzhou was quite preoccupied all morning until Qiao Zhang returned. Well, Qiao Zhang is almost a night without rest. Take Feng Li, you handed out the list. Can see the personal pro, cannot see to determine is the person, did a detailed inquiry. Said Ahara first molested in the early stages, and later had forced behavior for up to 3 years. When Xie Qingzhou heard this, his body lethargically leaned back on the office chair and contemplated for a long time. Like this. Some even say that they can testify. In other words, Ihara really is a moralistic hypocrite, doing nasty things in the name of funding? All good-looking? Xie Qingzhou asked again. Some of them look good, some of them don't. Xie Qingzhou sank his eyes, roughly knew what was going on, but Xiao Zhang was indignant, saying that Zhangyuan people are gone, and now splashing dirty water, just because there is no way to clarify. Xie Qingzhou raised his eyes. You haven't seen Jiang Yuan again, speaking for him like this? If that were true, Gangnam wouldn't be so upright, would he? Without speaking, he cocked his head and looked at Jo Young. Xiao Zheng heart thump. I to misses that is pure appreciation, you do not also appreciate it. Gangnam is good-looking and well-regarded by those who have worked with her. What do you think? Does Yang Ji look good? He suddenly asked. Quite good-looking, tall and thin. Rather in line with the current mainstream aesthetic, why do you ask? Ebera funded it. Xiao Zheng let out a sound so good-looking, and also Zhang Yuan as a secretary, but not on the list? Go check it out? Check what? Zhou was a little confused. Go find out who's really behind this. Feng Liu doesn't have the brains. Xie Qingzhou said. After all, at that time in the old mansion who drugged this thing, there is no answer yet. Xiao Zheng had just left when he received a call from Yen Fengshuan. Your wife called me and gave up with BR. What? Yen Fengshuan sighed. I'm to blame for this, I was too hasty. Originally trying to push a Ning, Jiang Nan called him directly and scolded him, saying that he wouldn't trade his friends for a project. And Ning was exasperated by Jiang Nan and cried, What's wrong with you? I've slept with him. How hard is it for you now, and you're still counting this? Janan looked at her. Well, that's where this stops. I just hope you're sleeping with him just because you want to, not in exchange for anything else. Didn't you exchange because of me, too? And Ning said, In the ancient city of Spring City, don't think I don't know. I can, that's because that person is my husband, but you can't, we both always have to have a person, is to be able to freely and autonomously choose, to be or not to be. Jiang Nan said. She couldn't break free for the moment, but Annan could choose not to get stuck in the mud. If you still like him now, that's another story. Jiang Nan said, then dialed the intercom to call Yang Ji in. You put a little bit of Feng Liu's meddling in other people's families out there. Yang Ji didn't say anything and looked at his boss. Instead it was a Ning who had red eyes. What are you going to do? Fight him head on? No, I'm using strategy. I'm going to make Feng Liu lose everything. Across the board, Xie Qingzhou could not be counted on, and waiting for him to get tired was also very passive, so she would use her own methods to achieve her own purpose. At noon, Xie Qingzhou made 2 calls to her, and Jiang Nan didn't answer. After work, she went to see her mother. The state is better, sister, and Lolly said. Feng Liu transferred to the hospital. Jiang Nan thought that it was probably because he was afraid that she would hurt her again. It was almost 9 o'clock when she left the hospital and went to the clubhouse. Annan called her a couple of brothers that looked great and were obedient. She tells jokes when she's in a bad mood, and when she wants to be quiet, she stays off to the side and just pours wine. In the dimly lit box, Jiang Nan more or less experienced the pleasure of a man looking for a beautiful woman, and it was indeed quite relaxing. Yesterday, in the hospital, after barely a night's sleep, she leaned back on the couch and took a nap with her eyes closed. She herself was gently brought into the arms, and without opening her eyes, she leaned shallowly against the man's shoulder, enjoying herself and rubbing toward her neck. The woman's lips were beautifully shaped, rosy and full. Her red lips flicked out, and her orchid-like exhale swept over the skin on the side of her neck, tickling it. He saw that her eyelashes were long and thick, like little fans. You make me comfortable. Stay with me tonight. Jiang Nan said. His tone was gentle, but with a hook-like, tugging at one's heartstrings. How would you like to be accompanied, The man responded, pinching her waist. His voice equally gentle, thinly veiled with anger. Jiang Nan felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. His brows knitted gently, and he opened his eyes in a ghostly manner. In front of her eyes was the man's enlarged handsome face. She had a drunken feeling and was a little uncertain. Xie Qingzhou, or what? Bummer, she murmured, leaving his embrace. The way she looked, with a few flirtations he'd never seen before tickled in the corners of her eyes. He definitely wasn't allowed to. I'm a party pooper, huh? He trapped her in his arms, but he was angry that she'd come out and ordered several men. He knew that she was a very proud and dignified girl, and that his constant use of strong arm tactics would only cause her displeasure and push her further and further away, and coupled with last night's incident, he really didn't want to make the relationship between the two even worse. Isn't that right, rotten cucumber? She said, not even wanting to see his, closing her eyes. Xie Qingzhou, intent on pleasing her, he cupped her face and explained in a low voice, not really, you're the only one who's been around all these years. Jiang Nan opened her eyes, and she leaned back on the sofa very languidly, lifted her eyelids, and looked at him with judgmental, bewildered, and confused eyes, and like she was drunk and didn't recognize him. Such an unblinking eye to eye. The corner of her eyes rose. The tail eyelashes are extremely long, slightly curved upward to outline the arc. Is hooked tight. Jiang! She suddenly came up, biting his lower lip halfway, then sucking jelly as hard. Shun as she could. Xie Qingzhou was numb all over. Recently, she got tired of him. Even when he was intimate with her, she had little interest, and when he tried to kiss her, she avoided it, and such initiative was enough to make him excited, holding her waist, and when he grasped the initiative, she avoided it again. Xie Qingzhou was uncomfortable by her teasing, cupping her chin. His breath intertwined with hers, murmuring, "Drinking wine? Demonic? What do you want?" She didn't say anything, just looked at him with innocent eyes. Xie Qingzhou's throat knots rolled. Such eyes are too seductive, enough to make him emotional. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply, and she hummed softly as her fingers fell to the back of his head, caressing the back of his neck. He came at once and kissed her through and through, taking her in his arms and going to the side of her neck and the hollows of her shoulders. Jiangnan leaned on his shoulder, by his caressing, fiddling, kissing, her eyes cool, not a trace of love, and no intoxication. Chapter 89. You Kiss Me. Jiangnan liked Xie Qingzhou's waist and stomach and shoulders and neck. When the two of them were close together, she would stroke his back and then hug him tightly, which reminded him of the few pleasures the two of them had had. Her face was pressed against his shoulder as he broke in, and when she was in the throes of love, she would press against his ear and say words that would make people flake out. Today, because of her drunkenness, she will bite his ear. Xie Qingzhou held her thin waist, and after a few struggles, he still released her. The place had a good enough atmosphere to come and get dirty with everything, and I was afraid she'd be uncomfortable. Jiangnan today wore a dark diagonally striped shirt with a stiff version and a pair of beige straight-legged pants, looking valiant and very temperamental. After kissing for this long time, her shirt tied up in the waist of her pants has been messy and scattered. Buttons are open. She nestled in the sofa, crooked neck white and slender. Breathing is very messy, but innocently looking at him and demonic and fairy. Go home. His voice was hoarse. She let out an "oh," and as if she couldn't get enough, she took the initiative and hooked her arms around his neck and pressed herself into the crook of his neck like a cat. Such a good behavior makes Xie Qingzhou inwardly immensely satisfied. Really want to, right here. Eventually taking her clothes, he wrapped them tightly around her and carried her away. And Ning was stopped outside the box by Qiao Zhang and saw Jiangnan. Let go of her. You don't want to bully her while she's drunk. Xie Qingzhou glanced at her coldly. The set you play with is not suitable for her. Don't teach her badly. And Ning he a sound. You say these little brother this is how I teach bad. Teach bad as you write, you can raise women, she looked for men cannot? Jiang said. You do not divorce. Then play each other. Jiangnan opened her eyes slyly. A little smug. Ning. He's making me very comfortable. At this moment, Xie Qingzhou was 100% certain that this drunkard did not know who he was. After all, drunkenness is the master of being able to hug a dog and shout Ning. Getting into the car, he had wanted to teach her a lesson and show her who made her comfortable. Only, when she got in the car, she leaned into his arms to sleep. Jiangnan was really sleepy, stayed up late yesterday, worked today, and braced himself to hook up with him in the box for a long time. That's enough for today, she thought. She was sleeping serenely against his arms, her red lips brimming and delicate. It was clear that they hadn't known each other for long, and not only had his attention fallen on her, he felt a heartfelt pity for her. This pity is made by desire and something else. The next day, Jiangnan woke up and found that at number 6 Sycamore Road, on the bed, there was no shadow of Xie Qingzhou. The clothes she was wearing was a big tee from Xie Qingzhou. She went to take a shower and went downstairs. Auntie Shui saw her and smiled, saying how nice and kind Mr. Yesterday could meticulously take care of the drunk in her. She had a little yesterday and wasn't even drunk. He was meticulous in taking care of her, but behind closed doors? She went to use breakfast before Xie Qingzhou came back, all dressed in sportswear, so it was a morning jog. She glanced coldly and then withdrew her gaze, which made Xie Qingzhou more or less helpless. Where was the half-behaved look after yesterday's drunkenness? He went and washed his hands and sat down at the table while she ate her breakfast and didn't look at him. Jan Fontaine said, "You're not working with BR anymore? Aha! You're being too intentional with this." "I don't think so. I just want to make things happen through my own efforts." "What about Eldatus? You don't appreciate me helping you, even when a Ning helped you. The only exception is Zhou Qian." Of course I appreciate a Ning helping me. That Yan's trying to use this to pin her down won't work. The implication is that he doesn't appreciate it. Xie Qingzhou only felt a breath clogging his heart as he looked at her across the dining table. Jiang Nan finished his milk and got up to leave. Xie Qingzhou simply ate 2 bites and went to find her. Jiang Nan was waiting for Yang Ji to bring his clothes over, so he was wearing Xie Qingzhou's wide and large but covering t-shirt in the living room while looking at his cell phone and taking notes on something. Xie Qingzhou stared at her 2 white and long legs and frowned. In the past, he was not very excited about such a thing. Why is this all you think about now? He exhaled helplessly, holding a blanket over her legs. Jiang Nan frowned. What are you doing? You're cold, Xie Qingzhou said. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes. If you think I'm cold? I'm cold? It's a constant temperature at home, okay? She threw the blanket aside, and Xie Qingzhou grabbed her and pushed her down towards the sofa. Jiang Nan, you just purposely hooked me, didn't you? Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, tilted her pretty, slender neck, and rolled her eyes as if to say that he was making a fool of himself. Xie Qingzhou sighed and held her in his arms. We've had some days. I simply can't stand it. Cover up, he said as he took the blanket over her legs. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, but didn't push him away. After all, you have to get the right balance. Fine, a little chat? He said, not wanting to be cold with her anymore. As for what she said, no divorce, 2 people playing each other, that's even more unlikely. If talking about that one, no time, Jiang Nan said, getting off his lap and sitting down on the sidelines. Okay, so let's talk about work? Don't want to know why so many brands don't want to work with Breeze. Jiang Nan raised her eyebrows, a topic that interested her. After all, it costs quite a bit of money to get this Mr. Shea to come out. There was a limpid light in her eyes, and she looked at him very intently, waiting for the following. You are not eating a bit of loss, and having a bargain is really taking advantage of it, Xie Qingzhou said, but he did like the fact that she didn't hide it like this. You can leave it out. I digress. He scooped her up in his arms again. You find a very professional manager and hang him in that position. Jiang Nan said, oh, and then looked at him. Just hanging out there? Then you mean that my deployment and planning for Breeze's future is feasible. Being able to receive his approval did give Jiang Nan a few more points of confidence. Do you have any suitable candidates for me? That's another price, you're my wife. It's all negotiable. Jiang Nan grunted coldly, pushed him away, and went upstairs. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the sofa and suddenly smiled down. On the coffee table, leaving yet another pile of paper with several names written on it, he scanned it coincidentally. All are industry leaders with experience in running luxury department stores, but also with fashion acumen. Xie Qingzhou seemed to have figured out at once why Zhou Qian had changed like a different person in such a short period of time. As for him, he wasn't much better, thinking about her, even if it was due to her good looks, but most importantly, he learned that she had always shown. Yang Ji came over and nodded toward him. Not a moment later, Gangnam came down from upstairs, dressed for the commute as usual. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the sofa and looked at her. This woman, so smart, so sensible, and so charming. She bent over a stack of A4 papers on the coffee table. He suddenly said, Jiang Nan, you kiss me? Chapter 90, Sweetness. Jiang Nan looked at him in surprise for a long time and gave him to give a cold stare and walked away. After getting into the car, Yang Ji laughed while saying, I didn't expect that Xie would be pampered. Jiang Nan huh twice. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Xie is really handsome. The first time I saw him without formal clothes, he really looks teenage. This is something that Jiang Nan recognizes. Xie Qingzhou's features are very good, cold white skin, narrow eyes, outline and three-dimensional, perennial fitness cause body is also good, is indeed very charming. The man is handsome and charming, but unfortunately he's scum. Jiang Nan didn't want him anymore and pondered about the company. These days in the brand that repeatedly hit the wall, she also reflected on it, the brand has no confidence in her, even though she can use time to prove that they are capable, but now the Breeze cannot afford to wait, she wants to see results as soon as possible. She flipped through several of her favored candidates on the paper, and at the end, there was one more ton pay. This person was obviously added by Xie Qingzhou, and Jiang Nan did not understand his intentions for a moment. Jiang Nan arrived at the company and after the meeting, and Ning came over. In the domestic fire jewelry brand Lucerne, want an endorsement, Jiang Nan wanna let Anning try. Anning didn't have much confidence, after all, it had been scrapped for years and didn't have much clout left. Just be yourself. If you can take it, that's good. If you can't, that's fine. Jiang Nan said, driving her there himself. And Ning sat in the passenger seat, slowed down for a long time, and asked Jiang Nan, how was it? What? How was the kiss? Aha. Jiang Nan said, thinking about Xie Qingzhou's reaction, it was quite good. Sucked jelly like sucked. The next step is to lick, tongue, palate, such a place to lick, holding Xie Qingzhou scalp numb. You really do not know, your tongue is a brush in his mouth to draw ABC. Jiang Nan also didn't think that she would one day have to seduce her husband. It's quite funny to think about. She was really forced to do nothing, not only to help Ning grab the role, but also to make Feng Liu completely fall out of favor. The marriage can't be divorced anyway, so let's make the best use of it. It's just that this method of hooking people is really limited and has to be learned now. The online video search was seen by Annan, and Ning was very supportive of her, hoping that she could get Xie Qingzhou's heart before throwing it to the ground. It was just weird listening to her best friend say this with no expression on her face, and she couldn't help but laugh and ask, do you have a lot of boyfriends? Shouldn't we be half and half? And Ning had only ever had one boyfriend, Yan Fengshuan. This you don't understand, right? You and Xie Qingzhou together, you two can be pure love, right? Married these 3 years, he's also not at home. It's normal for you to be inexperienced, but I'm not like you. First of all, I'm an actor. You don't even know how hard I chased Yan Fengshuan in the beginning. How to learn how to kiss, practicing how to discharge electricity to him. Anyway, this is my pro-tested and effective method. I used to really like Yan Fengshuan. Take it and use it, sister. Okay. When the time comes, I'll credit you. The following days, Jiang Nan has been busy with work and did not return to Sycamore Road 6. His phone does not answer, WeChat does not return the cold. Her attitude like this made Xie Qingzhou helpless. After all, he also had to be busy with his work. He couldn't go and catch her on a daily basis. Could he? On Friday night, he went back to the old mansion and Xie Qingchuan handed him a box. What? $50 million, what did Gangnam buy that you don't know? Use your heart, you. Xie Qingzhou opened the box. Patek Philippe, very difficult to buy a watch. Fuisi auction, nearly $7.3 million sold. Only this one, the value is extremely high. Did he buy this watch to surprise me? Hearing this, Mrs. Xie rolled her eyes greatly, dreaming quite beautifully. She didn't buy it for me. Who did she buy it for? Xie Qingzhou was silent for a long time, smiled and said to his niece, think about it. You use grandma's cell phone to give Aunt a call. Say you miss her, and ask her to come for dinner? Mrs. Xie snorted coldly. Now that you know to curry favor and get attached, don't you think it's too late? Zhou Chen, you're off suddenly out of the country. Do not have to think to know that there is his handiwork. Still don't understand Jiang Jiang, you are 1 point good to her. She will return 5 points if you use strong tactics. Face is not obvious, the pile is remembered. Jiang Nan was surprised to receive a call from Xie Wanna think. The little girl sweetly said she missed her and asked if she was busy and wanted to have dinner tonight. Okay, Jiang Nan said, thought about it, but asked, is your third uncle around? Xie wanted to think about lying on the sofa with the speakerphone on. She was about to answer when Xie Qingzhou whispered, say I'm not here. Uncle Sam says he's not in. Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan rolled her eyes, thinking that it was about time to chill out for a few days, and she had other things to ask him. She was getting ready to leave work when Yang Ji came in. Mr. Jiang, what you asked me to do has seen its first results online. Feng Liu interfered in someone else's family. This thing, even if there is no actual hammer, the internet has the heat, the female. General. Army crew would also consider the repercussions. She knew the meaning of Yang Ji coming over at this time, but with the heat Xie Qingzhou's means, it would be a matter of minutes to protect her. First thing in the morning. Just get this thing fired up and on a little hit list. But Mr. Xie's side. On his side. I'll take care of it. Jiang Nan said, thinking, tomorrow morning, I won't come over. Xie wanted to think about hanging up the phone, and Xie Qingzhou was proud that Jiang Nan didn't care as much as she had shown. The watch cost him money, but he was quite happy that she was so attentive. Third uncle. You're dressed like a male model today to meet my third aunt? Xie Qingchuan glanced at him. It's too okay, isn't it? Like a peacock with an open screen. You're jealous that I'm in good shape. As the Shea family prepares to start dinner, the sound of a car comes from the yard. Xie Qingzhou went out to pick her up, and because of his good mood, he walked with a brisk gait, walking to her and picking up the things she brought. Jiang Nan could tell at a glance that the clothes he was wearing were high-fashion models from Zegna. Linen gray shirt jacket with the same color turtleneck knit, pants, generous and reserved, coupled with his excellent appearance, when he came very much like a male model to run to the show. Jiang Nan also rarely saw him wear this, quite out of flavor, but also quite strange. You want to go out? If he was going out, her plans would have to change. No. Jiang Nan made an O sound and didn't ask any more questions. At the dinner table, Mrs. Shea asked about her mother. Much better, want to discharge her in a few days. Jiang Nan said that her mother was much more stable, except that she didn't sleep well at night and always cried. What Feng Liu said affected her in the end. In the evening, Xie Qingchuan opened a bottle of red wine which has a good taste. The second sister-in-law is still breastfeeding and cannot drink. Xie Qingzhou is not in social occasions and seldom dabbles in alcohol. Jiang Nan felt sober when he kissed Xie Qingzhou. The heart is not comfortable. The two finished the bottle of. Xie Qingzhou also did not stop. He preferred drunk Jiang Nan, soft, sweet. Chapter 91. After the Xie family's dinner, Jiang Nan and Xie wanted to think about playing in the side hall. She could drink okay, but the aftertaste of the red wine came up and she felt hot in the face and lazy. She sat against the couch on the carpet, propping her chin up to look at the picket stick on the floor, and when she went to get it, it still moved, her concentration more or less impaired. Third auntie, your face is so red. Are you drunk? Drunk, not so much. Jiang Nan said, actually conscious except for the slight chaos in his head. Xie Qingzhou held the tea and handed it to her. Drink it. She looked up at him and drank it obediently. Xie Qingzhou sitting on the sofa to see her, the table, drinking so real, that is red wine, 2 people on a few mouths a cup. But not on the head? Think about it, don't play, your third aunt can't win this round for sure, he said, touching the top of Jiang Nan's hair. Xie wanted to think about it and hummed. Third uncle? You're trying to play with auntie. 7-year-olds, the Grinch ran away. Jiang Nan turned to lie on the sofa. Xie Qingzhou lowered his head and saw her next to his leg. Is it hard to cook sober soup for you? She raised her eyes and looked at him. It's not like you're drunk. In her eyes, there was a bit of pouting, quite seductive. Xie Qingzhou's finger landed on her nose, slightly leaning down. Stay here tonight? Don't go to the company to work overtime tomorrow. Want to think about continuing to play with you. Jiang Nan didn't say anything. Her eyelashes fluttered and fluttered, only staring at him. Good. He asked again, his voice could be gentle. If it were before, Jiang Nan would have been addicted to his tenderness. It's just that there's so much going on between the two that it feels like it's his false pretense. He was just thinking about her body. Why did you write Tong Pei's name that day? She asked, sort of without words. Didn't want the 3 views to follow the 5 senses, and it just so happened that this was something she hadn't been able to figure out. As far as she knew, Tong's salary was very heavily utilized in LS. Mrs. Shea, I only talk about business in my office, he said, looking into her slightly misty eyes. Jiang Nan let out a sh and got up, ready to go. Xie Qingzhou fished her waist. She felt to sit on his lap. The man's face rubbed against the nape of his neck. Mrs. Xie, it's the exception. Jiang Nan looked at him sideways. Don't you dare. Let go. No release, he said, intensifying his licking of her earlobe. Jiang, take the edge off, will you? He's really too hard. Gangnam knew he was begging for pleasure. When he was in Deep City, he used her legs to relieve himself. The night that sister-in-law said that he took care of her with much care. Closing the door, Xie Qingzhou did not take it personally, all kinds of rubbing and grinding. What's it like to be seen by Think? Jiang Nan said he was really going overboard, the less he paid attention to the occasion. Xie Qingzhou sighed and let go of her. Not long after, second sister-in-law came over with Xie Zhizhi in her arms. Jiang Nan drank the wine and braced himself so that he didn't let himself get lazy, teased the children for a while, and talked to his second sister-in-law. Mrs. Xie came over and asked her if she wanted to stay the night. She didn't refuse. Only, having returned to Xie Qingzhou's room, it could not help but remind her of that night. Xie Qingzhou held her down, not caring about her feelings at all, and galloped ferociously. After the wedding, she had expected what the two would be like together, but she hadn't expected it to be as wretched as it was. Xie Qingzhou answered the phone downstairs, and Jiang Nan nestled on the sofa by the window, drifting off to sleep. He went back to his room and met the languid and ungainly leaning back on the sofa, with his eyes closed, much like a kitten about to doze off. For the second time in 3 years of marriage, he was in this room with her. The first time was that night when he touched her with resentment in his heart but without wanting to control himself. She didn't see much comfort, but he was going to not have enough of her. Thinking back on it, he felt more than a little guilty if he had known. He should have treated her better in the first place. Walking over to her, he looked at her still flushed cheeks. Jiangnan opened his eyes. Now we can talk about Tong's salary. Xie Qingzhou looked at her for a while. Don't want to say. Jiangnan hooked his neck, kissed him, reviewed the last lesson, sucked his lower lip, and went to lick the tip of his tongue when Xie Qingzhou people are numb. Then leaving his lips, can we talk now? Xie Qingzhou shook his head. Jiangnan lazily rolled her eyes and moved away from him. He laughed lowly and wrapped his arms around her waist, hoarsely saying, It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's that my brain isn't clear right now. Being hooked by you. His words doted on him, and Jiangnan was lost in thought for a moment. The man's lips, once again, pressed against hers, very gently nuzzling and then entwining deeply. Jiangnan thought, compared to her, his kissing skills are very skillful, largely practiced on Feng Liu. Staying here for the night, Jiangnan thought of this moment. But I can't do it tonight. Better tomorrow morning. Both of them were breathing hard. Their hearts were reluctant, but their physical reactions couldn't be fooled. His face, in front of her. She trembled and opened her mouth. Xie Qingzhou, the man in her arms with a low looked up and wrapped his lips around hers for a moment longer before asking, What's wrong? I'll sleep with you and you'll put the lady. General. Army. This role to Anning. Xie Qingzhou's body froze as he braced himself and looked at the woman in his arms who was red and her breathing was disorganized. You. What does she take him for? What do you think you are? Isn't that the last thing she appreciates? Learning that Anning got the BR project because she was slept with by Yan Fengshuan. She refused to do so in such a difficult time. And now you have to sleep with him for a role? Gangnam. You did that on purpose? He missed her these days. Only because he had said that he would never force her again as long as she didn't agree to this. He had held back, and when it was hard to control himself, he hadn't come to the last step. Last time, she got so excited when she drank and kissed him that he was going to fail. Now that the arrow is in the air, she makes this request. Xie Qingzhou looked at her. The heart gave birth to a few points of sadness, husband and wife, to become an exchange. In the past, he coveted her body, and he still covets it, but he doesn't seem to be satisfied anymore. He still wants her heart, her love. He half kneeled on the couch and bullied himself against her, thinking for a moment before leaving her body with a very bad look on his face. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom, and Jiangnan leaned back on the sofa, calming the strange sensations in his body. He didn't say yes, which she expected. It was only that, after all that, he still endured for his beloved, and she also found him extremely rare. But what made her wonder was how she was so lustful when she liked Feng Liu so much. On her cell phone, Yang Ji sent a message asking her if she was sure that tomorrow morning she would push the heat to the max. Jiangnan replied, Yes. With that, she washed up and went to bed. This night, Xie Qingzhou slept poorly. He was angry, and because of his lust, he fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was 7:30 and Xie Qingzhou was still not awake. Jiangnan frowned. Thinking about it, his fingers dug into his pajamas. I have to say, Xie Qingzhou's body, it was really good and muscular. Xie Qingzhou opened his eyes, and what came into his eyes was that her always serious, slightly cool wife, coquettish as a fox, was sitting on his waist. Unprecedented boldness. Unprecedented initiative. His breathing was messed up. What are you doing? She bowed her head slightly, the tips of her long hair sweeping over his chest and tickling. Make it so you can't get out of bed. This morning. Chapter 92. She's scared. On Saturday morning, Xie Qingzhou reacquainted herself with Mrs. Xie's tactics. Even for him, it was time to get hit. As for Jiangnan, none of the things she tried to accomplish were by pleading and flattery, but through her own efforts. Informed sources broke the news. Xie Qingzhou, suspected 3 years ago married, with which the mysterious woman who traveled to the ancient city is Mrs. Xie. When such news came out, the first person to bear the brunt was Feng Liu. Whether she had intervened in Xie Qingzhou's marriage. The media party could not contact Xie Qingzhou and learned the address of the hospital where Feng Liu was located, and went there in droves, wanting to get first-hand information in the first place. Feng Liu was blocked in the hospital room because of her legs and feet. Ask her if she knows that Xie Qingzhou got married. Does she know what's going on? It took a great deal of effort to get the reporters out of the hospital. Feng Liu's first instinct was that this was Jiangnan's revenge against her. Star when 3, although not a huge scandal, but she before the wind evaluation suffered a lot of impact at this juncture out of such a thing, not to mention the commercial value of a drop, even take some of the important roles of the 10 to 9, there may be a change of heart. She's had this on the hot seat for an hour now, and there's no pressure on the company to deal with the heat. Previously, if Fong Li Yu had any negative news, the company was the first to deal with it. But since the last accident, Mr. Xie let the situation develop. Everyone also figured out what happened, without the big boss's word, right as if he did not see. Fong Li Yu had no choice but to call Xie Qingzhou over and over again to smooth things over. Only the call was answered, but no one picked up. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that the phone finally picked up, and she was just about to speak when she was shocked into speechlessness by the voice on the other end. Because over there was the sound of a woman's suppressed sobs and a man's ragged panting. Fong Li Yu could not return to her senses before the phone hung up, and in just a few seconds, she was struck by lightning. At this time, the Xie Qingzhou on the bed had a few moments of frustration. Because Jiangnan's face reddened, her body had long been unable to control itself and could only let him indulge in seizing. All this looking, she still reached his cell phone and picked up that call on purpose. He knew that this phone call was enough to make Fong Li Yu angry enough to spit blood. The call also gave him a few moments of calculated exasperation. Last night, when she saw that the love was in the air, she deliberately said that she wanted to get the role for a Ning, anticipating that he would not agree. Early this morning, at the time of his weakest willpower, enchanting his body to take the initiative, he has been unable to refuse and then refuse to be considered a man. The few moments of exasperation had been washed away to nowhere by the satisfaction of getting her. His wife, too, really knew him and literally kept him out of bed all morning. Xie wanted to think about sitting on the carpet in boredom and asked his dad. Auntie San never used to stay in bed. Xie Qingchuan glanced at his daughter. Occasionally. Why don't I go wake them up then? No. Xie Qingchuan tugged at his daughter, not knowing how to explain for a moment. She was not happy when Xie wanted to think about waiting for lunch with a sigh of relief, but only waited for Xie Qingzhou to come alone. Where's Aunt Sam? Sleep. Xie Qingzhou replied, wrinkling his eyebrows as he looked at his cell phone. The word color is a knife, and this knife is not light, Xie Qingchuan said. The internet he'd read said everything. The media couldn't find Xie Qingzhou's people, and there was no useful news from Fong Li Yu's side. Fearing the fallout, the woman, General Army, officially issued an urgent message to clarify that the female lead had not yet been finalized. And at that time, Fong Li Yu was only one of the choices. Xie Qingchuan also had to admire Jiangnan. Things were done beautifully, and they also put Xie Qingzhou on the fire. If one admits to a hidden marriage, it's cheating. Deny it. Gangnam has the marriage license in his hand. Any way you do it, it's wrong. When it came to this, Mrs. Xie didn't sympathize with her son at all. That day in the hospital, you should have thought that it would be like this, that Fong didn't have any numbers at all. Even if you divorced Jiang, there was no way you would let her in the door. Xie Qingzhou held his forehead. What to marry or not to marry? I didn't even touch her. Mrs. Xie was surprised. You didn't touch her. I thought she was your true love after all your years. She can make money for the company na. It was also the first time that Xie Qingzhou explained this to her parents. With that, he sighed deeply. He felt bad. And with Jiangnan, there was a feeling that the more he knew, the deeper he would fall. Jiangnan woke up at 1 o'clock, and when she met Xie Qingzhou's dark eyes like an abyss, she wasn't afraid. She had thought of the consequences when she tried to get her way. His anger or his punishment, it doesn't matter. It just makes the marriage a little bit more flawed. Seeing her wake up, Xie Qingzhou got up from the sofa and walked to the bed. The storm she expected didn't come. He just blushed and asked, "Hungry? You tell me." Jiangnan huddled under the covers and opened his mouth. I hadn't eaten in the morning, and after tossing and turning for such a long time, I was famished. Serves you right, he said, leaning down and cupping her chin. Quite a handful, eh? It's okay. What she had done, she recognized. After all, he's no fool. If her guess was right, Fong Li Yu should not be able to get the female General Army female lead role. Xie Qingzhou looked at her lips. After being indulged in mercy, her vermilion lips were slightly swollen and tantalizing. He lowered his head for a kiss, but she inclined her head. What? You've accomplished your goal and you won't even pretend for a moment? He said. Can he not be angry? Kissing, sleeping together, it was all calculated, and for all he thought, she still cared a little. Jiangnan didn't answer, looking like he was being slaughtered. Xie Qingzhou cupped her chin and kissed her for a while before getting up. Jiangnan panted and heard the door closing. Which is finished? Why was it so different from what she expected? Not long after, Xie Qingzhou came up with the food. Jiangnan had just changed her clothes, and she was too hungry to be polite at all. Xie Qingzhou then crookedly smoked a cigarette. Before, he was deliberately letting her misunderstand his relationship with Feng Liu. It was for her insistence on marrying him, a kind of revenge. After watching the video, he was really trying to make it up to her, only to have something like that happen in the hospital. Putting it into perspective, it was inevitable that she would be angry. He was asked to explain, but how could he, a big man, say, as if taking credit, that I had thrown you out at the time for the sake of your father's reputation? He was not of this character, and after some thought he said, "She is really not my lover, I have not touched a finger of her." Jiang Nan could not remember how many times he had explained his relationship with Feng Liu. The little while he had just left, she saw Xie Qingzhou's response to the public, admitting that he was married and that he was only in a working relationship with Feng Liu. There was no way for Jiang Nan to trust him. After all, he'd gotten her into huge trouble the other day. She was really scared. Scared that every time she expected something from him, she would be hit hard in the face. So, true or not, she won't be moved by it. All she wanted to do now was to find out what had happened back then. Does the tragedy of the Jiang family have anything to do with Feng Liu or not? Chapter 93. The Child. Jiang Nan was less interested in her explanation than the meal in front of him, and he frowned hard, exasperated by her. This wife of his, she's so good at holding people. Xie Qingzhou's heart chi also has a kind of chess match joy. In the past, he thought she was mute and uninteresting, but now he realized how interesting it was to live with her, and he couldn't help but appreciate her even though he was being counted on by her. Xie Qingzhou then smoked a cigarette and looked down at her. If it wasn't for that box of birth control pills, Xie Qingzhou thought that he would have continued to coax her and even wanted to spoil her. After all, a man who has just been fed is in an excellent mood and patient. After Jiang Nan finished eating, he relaxed and leaned back on the sofa in a lazy mold. Xie Qingzhou knew that he had little control in the morning and had tossed her around, and was willing to serve her. The dishes were brought down and he was about to go upstairs when the new maid called out to him, saying it was from the delivery boy. Xie Qingzhou took it and looked at it as a shopping bag from a pharmacy, and when he carried it upstairs, he looked through it and it was a box of birth control pills. In other words, she just woke up and ordered from the internet and couldn't wait a moment. How much does one not want to carry his child? A man can spoil a woman, even spoil her. Even today's incident was harmless. He just thought of it as a couple's love affair. However, it was as if this box of medicine had touched his scales. Back in the room, he flung the medicine in his hand at her. "Speak clearly." Jiang Nan, who was out of his mind, was first startled, then picked up the medicine from his body, looked at it, and then said with an extremely cold attitude, "I don't want to have a child." "You don't want to have a baby? Or you don't want to have my baby?" he questioned, all that doting tenderness turning into anger and slamming it at her. From the time she was ready for a divorce until now, she felt that both her attitude and her grooming were quite okay. Just because she could tolerate it didn't mean she didn't have a temper. She stood up. "Yes, I just don't want to have your baby. Don't want to give birth to me." "To whom? Zhou Qian?" Xie Qingzhou asked, bullying her and trapping her under his body. Jiang Nan frowned. "Don't go crazy. What does it have to do with Zhou Qian? You do not want a divorce. I think our days, just so muddled. Live on. Do not force too much. She didn't love him after all. Kissing or going to bed has nothing to do with love." The two men parted on bad terms. Originally still attentive to serve rice serving people, suddenly cold face left. Mrs. Xie will wonder for a while, scolded no interest. And upstairs, Jiang Nan, still leaning back on the sofa, her eyes were slightly sore. How much she has suffered in these 3 years. What is this today? Just can't stand it. Jiang Nan didn't stay in the Xie family's old mansion for much longer, tidied up and was ready to leave. Shay wanted to think about how upset he was because he wasn't playing with her. Jiang Nan still has urgent matters in hand, and think about it, she is busy. Let her go to her place to stay for a few days. The two had no contact for the next few days. Still busy with the endorsement of the Anning Lucerne brand. And Xie Qingzhou was infuriated by her. She did not have the slightest intention to make peace. It was even more his face was ugly. Chao Zhang didn't dare to mess with him in the past 2 days. She wants Anning to be the face of Lucerne, right? Well, the Anning temperament fits quite well. Xie Qingzhou sneered, then said, let Feng Liu go and join in the fun as well. The founder of the brand Lucerne did not choose a big-name star, but has been trying to find a spokesperson who fits the brand, and for this reason also ran a C election in major cities. It's also sort of a disguised way to raise awareness of the brand, and some people say that the founder of the Lucerne brand is all about gimmicks. The audition site of the big brand Lucerne was filled with both vegetarians and some familiar stars of the entertainment industry. Even Feng Liu, who broke her leg, came over without recuperating in the hospital, which shows the gold content of the brand Lucerne. Feng Liu could be pleased to see her. Ms. Jiang, I'm really so sorry about that day, even if I was treated like that by your father. Jiangnan's anger was pressed down raw, in the direction of the outside. Really make any excessive behavior is only stupid. Feng Liu was trying to provoke her for the sake of it. Annan didn't know what happened at the hospital that day and looked puzzled. What happened? It's nothing, you go over first. Jiang Nan said, glancing at Feng Liu. Pear Moon. Mr. Xie is here and is really heartbroken. Hearing this, Jiang Nan looked back and really saw Xie Qingzhou's car. Chapter 94, Brother. Xie Qingzhou came down from the car, navy blue suit with a black shirt, no tie, no thick jacket in such weather in Haicheng. It is true that it is a little thin, but at a glance it is particularly dashing. The Lucerne endorsement audition has entered the regional finals, and many media have flocked to see Xie Qingzhou. After all, a few days ago the exposure of Feng Liu as a mistress of this matter. The parties just made a response on the social platform. Now both parties are in such a good opportunity the reporters naturally will not let go. Mr. Xie came today. Is it business or personal? Private matter. Xie Qingzhou replied, his eyes crossing the crowd and landing on Jiang Nan. Is it for Ms. Feng? A reporter asked. At this time, Feng Liu was sitting in a wheelchair. Her face was slightly white, and she looked even more churlish and pitiful, and she looked at Xie Qingzhou with a face of adoration. Xie Qingzhou's external clarification, which was only a working relationship, was not convincing at all at this moment. What does he mean? Annan frowned, about to be pissed off. Jiang Nan dug a hole for Feng Liu, and Xie Qingzhou filled it in from behind, right? Why is Xie Qingzhou such a dog? Jiang Nan looked at Ning. What he means is not for you to consider, busy yourself. It was all, well, what she expected, wasn't it? As long as Xie Qingzhou was around, there was no way for her to do anything to Feng Liu? He's always tearing her down and wants her to give him children? Jiang Nan took a breath and was depressed in his heart. At this time, Feng Liu's appearance was shy and even more so here. Many people began to whisper, saying that Xie Qingzhou is probably not in love with his wife, and Feng Liu is true love, otherwise, he would not have come to support Feng Liu at this time. Hearing such words, Jiang Nan remained calm. Xie Qingzhou was like this while explaining to her that he was not in that kind of relationship with Feng Liu. He was also deliberately ambiguous outside, expanding the situation, afraid that others would not know how much he favored her. So his explanations are ever so feeble and unconvincing. If he really cared about her in a few ways, how could he not speak up and clarify at this point? As long as he spoke up and clarified, he wouldn't always put her in a difficult position. That day he talked about Zhou Qian. The favoritism and tenderness Choi gave her in detail moved her, and she was willing to submit. These Xie Qingzhou didn't see to understand. Jiang Nan was tedious. There was no point in going on like this, but having to keep pestering made her feel even more tedious. This husband of hers is no different than before. In the past, she would have been aggravated, but now he wanted to blatantly punch her in the face. That can't be. She let out a cold smile, pushed aside the crowd, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she walked over to Xie Qingzhou's side and gently took his arm. Feng Liu stared at Jiang Nan with a face like a vegetable. You! Jiang Nan tilted his head, his limpid gaze locking with Xie Qingzhou. Excuse me, Mr. Jiang. You and Mr. Xie always. He is my brother, a brother with a hook. Xie Qingzhou's eyes sank slightly, his expression extremely light as he looked at Jiang Nan. With this reaction, he made it hard to believe Jiang Nan's words. Brother. Ning is waiting for me over there. Jiang Nan added. Qingzhou. Feng Liu was about to cry and hated Jiang Nan. She had wanted to take this opportunity and wanted to save her reputation, but she blocked the road. Jiang Nan didn't give Feng Liu a chance, tugging Xie Qingzhou to Ning's side. Then under the gaze of many media and reporters, he entered the field first. Away from the crowd, Jiang Nan let go of him and turned to leave. Xie Qingzhou pulled her wrist. I have something to tell you. I have my own business. So she refused. This is the truth. Today she came over just to send a Ning will not stay longer. If not to see Feng Liu in that dejected, she will not be whole so. Xie Qingzhou looked down at her for a long time before pinching the back of her neck and holding her down in his arms. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and looked up at him. Are you crazy? Every time, when I talk to you properly, you never listen. In that case, let her do as she's told. Jiang Nan subconsciously looked out. Outside all the media and reporters, she just said, he is her brother, now under the public under such ambiguity, the media to write how she. And Ning also freaked out. Now is the time when Breeze is also at a critical juncture. Any negative news will be a heavy blow for the group. Xie Qingzhou, are you a man or not you? Besides threatening women, do you have any other skills? And Ning went to grab him. Xie Qingzhou smiled coldly and hugged Jiangnan tightly. Jiang, you say, am I a man? Chapter 95. Favorites. Jiangnan's thin skin and the fact that she was now the manager of the Breeze Group both made it impossible for her to do anything undignified. Xie Qingzhou knew this well, which was why he dared to force her into submission in public. I'll wait. It's always okay to wait for you, right? She said, unable to keep her eyes from darting out for fear of being photographed. Xie Qingzhou laughed and found the right moment to let go of her when someone came over. Jiang Nan looked cold and glared away from him. I have the watch you called for from Ergo. He spoke slowly and methodically to prevent breaking his word and running away. Having dealt with her more and knowing her personality, she doesn't see to be that obedient, especially not to his words if she can help it. Jiang Nan snorted coldly upon hearing this. You really have nothing else but this trick. I call that a 1-2 punch, he said, a smile seemingly on his lips. Jiang Nan really didn't want to compromise, so he locked eyes with him. Xie Qingzhou's cell phone rang. He returned a message and added, Jiang Nan, see the good. I think my concessions can be, and also very cooperative with you. This brother and sister of hers, angry Feng Liu cannot, and tugged in Ning together again. It won't be long before the media will probably be reporting that he's going to make Anan a flop. Gangnam is now using him as a tool, using him more and more smoothly. Mrs. Xie, don't give an inch if I don't cooperate with you. I can smash your situation to pieces, he said. The laughter in his eyes had disappeared, and in its place, a hostile and oppressive aura that made people shudder. Xie Qingzhou, aren't you relying on your resources to keep me from getting Lucerne's endorsement? I can do without the endorsement, so don't threaten her. Xie Qingzhou low laughed, tilted his head to look at Ning. Missin, you really are not clear. Hit her from the time she let you give Breeze endorsement. She is helping you lay out, want to let you in the shortest possible time to turn red. This endorsement you do not want, that role you do not want to. Go on so clear, want to watch her from Breeze role. And Ning opened her mouth and didn't know what to say for a moment. So she looked at Jiang Nan aggressively. I'll just wait for you, you don't scare her. Jiang Nan relieved Ning for a few moments, telling her to calm her mind and just play normally. He blushed slightly better when she finally compromised. He went into the elevator with Ning while Jiang Nan walked towards his car. As she was about to get into the car, she was called out by Feng Liu's assistant. Ms. Jiang, Pair Moon would like to have a chat with you. The little assistant said. I don't want to talk. She refused. Who knows what Feng Liu is up to? She got into the car and was waiting for Xie Qingzhou, not sure what he was going to say to her. Instead, she was thinking about Feng Liu's problem. Such a small fight could not hurt Feng Liu's fundamentals. How in the world can Feng Liu completely overturn so that Xie Qingzhou cannot even pocket? She was out of her mind when someone knocked on her car window, bringing her back to her senses. When she saw Feng Liu, she frowned and still lowered the window. She was sitting on the wheelchair, her eyes red and especially pitiful. Miss Jiang, how can you fulfill me in Qingzhou? Jiang Nan froze. Now, isn't it true that Xie Qingzhou doesn't get divorced? Jiang Nan leaned against the driver's side, looking at the pure and harmless woman. Suddenly felt that Xie Qingzhou said before that he was not in a lover's relationship with Feng Liu, and his fingers did not touch her, which is a little true. But he said that he didn't even touch you. Jiang Nan said, then observed Feng Liu. The flicker of panic in her eyes was still noticed by Jiang Nan. Feng Liu replied quickly, then smiled and said, can a man's words be trusted? A man's mouth can't be trusted, but his body can't be fooled, right? Jiang Nan deliberately said. Feng Liu slapped the armrest of the wheelchair hard. Jiang Nan, what are you complacent about? After he finds that person, he will kick you out. What he likes is just your body. That person is his favorite. Chapter 96. One more chance. Xie Qingzhou rode the elevator to the top floor and Nan Xiu laughed when he saw him. The scene downstairs he now knew. Xie Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and looked at him for a long time, saying, "You did not say that it is inevitable for people to move their hearts if they are not iron." "Yo, this is admitting to moving?" Mr. Nan Xiu, still smiling, greeted him and sat down. "What's there not to admit?" Xie Qingzhou sat down, remembering his beautiful wife, beautiful and progressive, completely different from those rich ladies he was used to seeing. In other words, someone with a pretty soul who's still interesting. Someone like that would make it easy to fall in love with her, right? Word. While you're at it, where's the man in your heart? Xie Qingzhou was silent for a moment. People first find and then say, after all, he has changed his heart, what else can be forced? But, as it were, he could not do that by abandoning her to her fate. Not to mention the fact that she had saved his life, and not to mention that the two were first loves, it was that time together once that had a pretty big impact on him. No regrets about that choice? Your pretty wife, it seems, doesn't eat your kind. Mr. Nanshu laughed again. Xie Qingzhou propped up his forehead. But no, not subject to coaxing. You give her a bit of temper. Her temper is even bigger, like a spring. The harder you push, the more it bounces back. Nanxiu looked at him, and when he spoke of Jiangnan, there was a doting and pride on his brow that he himself didn't even notice. After the family chat, Mr. Nanshu asked if the purpose of his trip was about the endorsement. No, you know best about endorsements, I stay out of it, and if you can make it easy, I'm not unavailable. Nanshu heard and understood. You want me to help you cause trouble for Jiangnan? Not really. She can't always count on me, I don't want to lose face. In return, I'll sponsor that jewelry design competition you're running. Chasing girls, but you can't always cause trouble, boat. I know, don't worry. Jiangnan sat in the car, all the time thinking about what Feng Liu had said in her haste. Half an hour later, Xie Qingzhou came out and got into her car. Xie Qingzhou got into the car, frowned and said, Your car is too small to stretch your legs. Gangnam, this BMW 3 Series, which costs less than $400,000, is just right for her to drive. You cannot sit down, we all cannot compare to you and luxury cars and play women's high profile. Jiangnan disliked him. Xie family members are low-key, Xie father's car is an old S6, she does not care about the car, but also accustomed to driving, on the contrary Xie Qingzhou driving a few million Bentley flaunt. He reached up and cupped the back of her slender neck. Are you gun-shy? Jiangnan scrunched his neck and avoided him. Something's up. First, I'll take you to dinner. She exhaled and tilted her head to look at him. I'm not eating. What is the matter you want to tell me? Jiangnan, if I were you, I'd behave myself and go to dinner. That out-of-print watch about Patek Philippe in the coterie, which was bought by a mysterious person. Was it you who operated behind the scenes? Jiangnan glared at him. What do you want again? A few days ago, he was smug that she was so thoughtful that he wanted to give him a watch. Ever since he'd seen her so desperate and not wanting to get pregnant, he'd known he was overthinking it. The watch, it wasn't for him. Seeing that there was some news about the watch on the internet, he guessed that it should be for a Ning's publicity. This wife of his is very knowledgeable about marketing and gimmicks to get people's attention. Going to dinner or not? He asked with a smile, his eyes could be gentle. Okay. Then may I ask Mr. Xie, what would you like to eat? Whatever you want to eat, it's fine. Listen to this, it's sweet. Jiangnan actually didn't want to eat with him, but he was an extremely intelligent person, and what she wanted to do was childishly like in front of him, making her very unconvinced. She was more than a little discouraged by her lack of ability to break him down, so she just screwed him over on the little things. Gangnam went to eat hot pot. Xie Qingzhou went abroad these years to do business is also not easy, a countryman in a strange country. There are cultural differences and even racial discrimination. Want to prove themselves is to suffer a lot. Besides, he went abroad, Xie father's resources he cannot use, stupid need to rely on their own fight, weighed over. Therefore, Xie Qingzhou built his body also not light, a little stomach disease. That kind of heavy meal, he didn't like it. Therefore, when Xie Qingzhou saw the red oil rolling hot pot, he gently frowned. You deliberately did it, right? Whether it was at Xie's house or when he used to come back, the meals she prepared were always delicious and appetizing. At one point, he even heard his mom say to her, Jiang, Qingzhou eats these few times a year. He can't feed his stomach. That's okay. It's good to have a little effect. She smiled sweetly. And look at it now, the lowered brow, not wanting to see him look. Inevitably, he was left with a gap in his heart. I just did it on purpose. I could have not eaten it, don't you know I love fondue. Xie Qingzhou pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. Because of the intentional, all-spicy pot, Xie Qingzhou ate 2 bites and put down his chopsticks. On the contrary, she ate with gusto. Across the steaming heat, she looked quite svelte and a little dainty as she bowed her head and ate. Give me another chance, he said, leaning his body back in the seat and looking at her. Jiangnan froze. What? You heard me, he said, looking into her always clear eyes. I'm not doing well. Even if I'm useless, I'm okay in that area, right? Jiangnan instantly rolled his eyes. What the hell are you doing? In the past, it was said that Xie Qingzhou was a fluttering nobleman, and that he was too civilized to do so. A foreign culture that influenced him. Only then, he was quite right about that. Even if there is a lot of disconnect between the two, that aspect of things doesn't have to be seen many times, the experience is good. She had her own considerations now, and knew that it was not advisable for her to make a scene with him, not without a little room for maneuver. But when he did come to her for this opportunity, she didn't want to give it. That watch, for a chance. Okay? That watch, it was supposed to be mine. Jiang Nin said, frowning, as he always did, nothing but a threat. You're the one who wanted it, and I paid for it. Who cares about your money? I can transfer it to you immediately, she said, choking him again without eating her meal. Xie Qingzhou remembered the once gentle and small-minded wife who was like a chili pepper and was helpless. Good. I know you don't lack money. Ms. Jiang Billion, eat first, he said, laying down beef for her. After eating, Xie Qingzhou made her a cup of tea and handed it over. Miss Jiang, consider the offer? Give me the watch, she said, taking the tea. He nodded, and 5 minutes later, Zhou was bringing up the watch. Jiangnan lowered his head in studying. This watch really good yet. Xie Qingzhou circled her waist from behind, rubbed her white and thin neck, and kissed her ear. She frowned. What are you doing? To please you, he said. It's so hard to be your husband when I have a temper and you ignore me, and I coax you and you don't pick up the slack. Jiangnan lowered his eyes, pondered for a long time and said, Xie Qingzhou, this is how you once treated me. It's not salty, it's not warm. Xie Qingzhou was stunned and turned her around, wrapping his arms around her waist and kissing her reddish lips. I've let you suffer. Great, she said, but lips were still wrapped around his. He was holding down the back of her head, and she couldn't hide from him. He kissed her gently, but with force, then forced her back to the tea table in the booth. She was so kissed by him that her body had to brace back, and when her palms went to the tabletop, the man's quick eyes allowed her to wrap her arms around his neck so that she wouldn't knock over the tea. The two of them breathed in short bursts as he wrapped his arms around her, kissing her shallowly and pestering her playfully for a while as well. His low stance was quite flattering to her. Think of what Annin said about the joys of a rich woman. Go back and think. Think, eh? He hugged her, nuzzled her earbud for a moment, and then added, what a loss for a marriage where you get nothing. After waiting for Jiangnan to leave, Xie Qingzhou then slowly made tea for himself. When Zhou was coming in, he said, find some time and explain what happened that day at the hospital. Qiao Zheng'o sound, if informed Jiangnan in the hospital, he was not good to her attitude, is for the sake of Jiang Yuan's reputation. Her heart will not be so angry, naturally will also loose. Boss, you're so calculating, so calculating. Qiao Zhang said, a bit puzzled. Wouldn't it be better for you to personally explain what happened that day? Why are you beating around the bush? You go and explain it, and the effect is doubled. Chapter 97. A person's heart and love can't be obtained for no reason. It's ultimately a matter of effort, right? Xie Qingzhou took a sip of tea. Qiao Zhang sighed, is it really as good as he said it is? He suddenly changed his strategy towards Jiangnan. Is it not because of that phone call from Feng Liu? Jiangnan took the watch back to the company and asked Yang Ji to check on Xie Qingzhou. He had once explained to him that he hadn't moved on Feng Liu, but only because of one other thing. She didn't take it to heart at the time. So this is about a woman? Who is Xie Qingzhou's favorite? And what's the relationship with Feng Liu? It would be good for her if that favorite wasn't Feng Liu. Only, she couldn't figure out the intention for the time being. So she could only let Yang Ji find out. She is now in the hands of things are not very smooth progress, whether it is the brand side or her hand picked a Ning the spokesman. Fortunately, a Ning also competed, although it has not been in the core circle for many years, but the physique, or to maintain the clarity and purity of the eyes, are very good and smoothly into the final round. Plus, rubbing the heat of Xie Qingzhou and Ning once a lot of old fans began to send her raw photo very resistant, is considered to harvest a wave of not a small amount of traffic. Jiangnan spent some money. The follow-up promotion to follow up. The night saw a little bit of success. The competition to be the face of Lucerne is fierce. Lucerne, the brand and other casting type of audition is different, the national audition, but the exposure is limited. One is the brand does not want to tie too deep with the capital has autonomy. The other is to maintain a sense of mystery. That alone is enough to keep the heat on when the spokesperson isn't set on who it is. But the final spokesperson, who it ends up being, is anyone's guess. So, you can't put your eggs in one basket, you still need to give Annan other exposure. In the evening, Jiangnan returned home and gave his watch to Ning. Ning still couldn't help but be staggered when she looked at the watch. Pretty young lady, you're rich. Spent Xie Qingzhou's money. Return it to him after using it. Jiangnan said, share some of your daily routines online, and use these as a backdrop, and you'll be fine. Yes, my golden Lord Sama. Jiangnan laughed lowly and began to pick the brand party in his hand again. The biggest headache is here. Because of this, Jiangnan really ran out of legs to go to the North City. As she was boarding the plane and getting ready to come back, she got a call from Mrs. Li asking if she had time to come home. Gangnam has been busy lately and went back once after Mom was discharged from the hospital. After being discharged from the hospital, my mom was way too quiet than before. Quiet enough that Gangnam's heart ached for him. Also no longer mentioned Dad. The thought of it, Jiangnan is heartbreaking. I'll go back then, but later, Jiangnan said. Sister Li answered, still a little tongue-tied on the other side of the phone, and she asked what was wrong. That is, Sister Qin has been surfing the internet recently, Sister Li said. The one who said her mom was searching was Xie Qingzhou. I know, Jiangnan said. Xie Qingzhou changed from a guest to her husband, and rumors of an affair with her father's woman. What's mother going to think when she sees that? When he thought of this, Jiangnan's heart was sour and particularly hard to bear. She sat in the airport's rest hall and pondered for a long time before she finally went to give Xie Qingzhou a call. Since the two were planning to divorce, she rarely initiated phone calls. Hello. His voice was low, cool, but unexpectedly nice. Could you do me a favor? Qin Shuang wanted to surf the internet at home, but Mrs. Li always refused to let him. Jiang got married. How come I didn't know? Qin Shuang asked, and also began to blame herself for forgetting about her daughter's wedding after she got sick. It's not like that. Sister Li didn't know how to explain. Why don't you go on the internet, this husband of Jiang's, a talented man with good abilities? Sister-in-law Li said. There are no more words and photos related to Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liue on the internet. Oh, his parents are very good, always coming to see me. Qin Shuang said. Jiang will be fine in the hands of such a family. Sister Li nodded and responded. No matter how sick she was, she would be thinking about her children. Qin Shuang looked at some of the interviews on the internet and was satisfied with Xie Qingzhou. And online, the news related to Xie Qingzhou and Feng Liue are all cleaned up, even Feng Liue's social media platform. The picture text that implied that she was with Xie Qingzhou has been deleted. There was a wave of speculation on the internet, and as the person concerned, Feng Liu's social account was taken over even if she had to delete those photos, and her heart was extremely upset. What she understood was again because of Gangnam. Originally, what Xie Qingzhou could not possibly do for her, once again made an exception for her. Even if she was stupid, she understood what Xie Qingzhou meant. The news of that person she held in her hand was getting less and less. He was watching her value get lower and lower, and when she couldn't save herself, he exchanged her future for all the news of that person. At that point, the relationship between the two will be completely over. Feng Liu's heart was resentful, but she couldn't find a solution. She wanted to go to Jiangnan to settle the score, but she couldn't fight her, and there was no place for her to take out her anger. So she could only go to the Jiang family's old mansion to make that madman commit a crime and make Jiangnan suffer. When Feng Liu barged in, Sister Li couldn't even stop her. Seeing Feng Liu, Qin Shuang became agitated and pointed at her with a trembling finger. This look let Feng Liu painfully. She lowly laughed. Aunt Qin, not only have I slept with your husband at that time found out that I took your brooch, pretending to be deep in love to take it back. I knocked him out, but also set a fire. Chapter 98 Hate. Jiangnan got off the plane and his cell phone was low on battery. She stepped out of the gate and saw Zhou waving toward her. It was only after walking to his side that Jiangnan spoke. What brings you here? Your husband asked me to pick you up, and it just so happens that I have something I want to report to you. Assistant Xiao looking for me to report on my work, but I really don't dare to do so. Jiang Nan smiled, then walked to the parking lot together. Once in the car, Zhou was handing her a file. Jiang Nan was puzzled and flipped through it. The first page was full of names. This is. Last time in the hospital, I arrived first with Mr. Xie. Feng Li, you said about Mr. Jiang, but also said that there was a list of names you were asking when you went, and the tone of voice was inevitably a little poor. Jiang Nan remembered what happened that day, and it turned out that there was such a hidden agenda. The matter of the list, I personally went to check and also asked those who are not convenient to show up have detailed recordings. Those who can show up have also said that if they want to go through legal channels, they can cooperate. They were once funded by Mr. Ebra, and they also don't want him to be splattered with dirty water after he passes away. Jiang Nan's nose was sore. She knew it. Dad, is impossible to do such a thing. Originally, this matter is to tell you immediately, but find these people to check all need time. Rather than explaining at that time, it is better to give you a pill of peace of mind. Chao Zhengdao. Jiang Nan looked over each one and said in detail how the incident had happened. All of them were involved in false accusations when they did something a little bit flawed and were heavily paid to do it. At the back, there is another picture of the Hope Primary School that my father donated when he was alive, with various donations and many more students, both male and female. Some not even known to be funded by her father. Jiang Nan felt proud of his father on the one hand, and was also glad that he had always firmly believed in him without the slightest doubt. Only after a long time did Jiang Nan speak. In this matter, I have worked hard for you. If Mom knew about this, she would be happy too. The car had just pulled into the airport highway when Xiao Zhang received a call from Xie Qingzhou and then handed his cell phone to Jiang Nan. Looking at Xie Qingzhou's incoming call, "Hello. You go home first. What's wrong? You go home first. I'll wait for you at Zhang's house." Xie Qingzhou did not say anything more, which on the contrary, let Jiang Nan heart nervous. She immediately called sister-in-law Li to ask what the situation. Jiang, don't worry, it's. Your mother suddenly fainted. Mr. Xie brought the family doctor over, gave a check. It's nothing, got an injection and fell asleep. Jiang Nan was in a hurry, and it took her more than 40 minutes to reach home. Sister Li's eyes reddened when she saw her, holding her hand and nearly shedding tears. You can go in first. In the living room, Xie Qingzhou was talking to the doctor, and Ning waited for the other person on the sofa with her arms folded over her chest. To her surprise, Feng Liu was also in her house. Miss Jiang, you have returned. Feng Liu cried and cried. I'm really too sorry. I merely came to apologize and give thanks in passing. I don't know how it happened. The way she plays up the innocence is really too much like it. If she didn't know her, she would have believed it. Jiang Nan went to see his mom first, and she was fine, just a rush of fire. Her phone didn't work on the plane. Her mother fainted, and Sister Li had no choice but to call Ning. Ning came to see Feng Liu in, said thank you and apologized. Looks can be sincere. No one can shoo away her. She can only let Xie Qingzhou over. Sister Li went to the kitchen, cooked her something and whispered the ins and outs. Jiang Nan shivered with anger and forced herself to calm down. She really said that? Yes. She said it herself, said those bastard words, and also said that she set the fire. Sister Qin fainted in a hurry. Sister Li said that at that time. After Feng Liu saw Qin Frost fainted, she was still smiling proudly. Only after she laughed, she just sat there and didn't move, so she acted out. Jiang Nan's fists clenched, and she turned her head to look at the sofa. The pretty girl with the pearly whites. Feng Liu, truly white and flawless, like the moon in the sky. But who would have thought that this woman is so vicious? She could be so emboldened by nothing more than the fact that no one but Sister Li had proved what she had said. If she seethed now, she would merely make Xie Qingzhou angry and perhaps cause the two to be upset. Feng Liu waited here and did nothing more than to watch her mess with Xie Qingzhou. Her clenched fists unclenched, and a little patience went a long way. She came out from the kitchen and looked at Feng Liu very kindly, hating to break her into pieces, but she still said with a shallow flourish, Miss Feng's meaning, we understand. It's getting late, I'll arrange for a driver to send you. When Xie Qingzhou heard her speak like this, his eyes fell faintly on her, and after a long time, I'll send her. Jiang Nan's heart tightened. Good. Annan tried to seize up, and was yanked back by her. Xie Qingzhou put on his jacket and personally pushed Feng Liu's wheelchair. Jiang Nan watched as he pushed Feng Liu through the Jiang family's courtyard before his back disappeared. He is crazy, right? Annan exploded with anger. As for Xie Qingzhou, he pushed Feng Liu out of the Jiang family's villa area. Time alone like this was sweet and blissful for her. Mr. Shea, you're too good to me. Xie Qingzhou laughed lowly. I also think that I have always been patient with women. Feng Liu secretly complacent yet. The next second, Xie Qingzhou pushed her to the center of the road. Chapter 99, The Man Who Sought. The wheelchair slid to the center of the road, the moving vehicle in order to avoid her. Urgent turn outside, bright lights, piercing honking sound. Feng Liu's heart raised in the throat. Her hands were busy trying to push the wheelchair, but in the traffic, she didn't dare to move. An approaching car. The piercing lights made her unable to open her eyes, and her whole person was extremely passive. When Qiao Zheng followed up, he was also shocked to see this scene. Feng Liu's wretched appearance was even enough. What shocked him the most was his boss, Xie Qingzhou. He stood by the side of the road, the cigarette in his hand lit up with fire, but it couldn't stop the hostility and chill that surrounded him. Qiao Zheng was walking fast, stopping cars as he did so, then ran to the center of the road and pushed Feng Liu back. Feng Liu was so shocked and disoriented that she reached the curb and was unable to return to her senses or make a sound for a long time. When Xie Qingzhou saw her, he then lifted his eyelids slyly, his eyes like an abyss, unfathomably looking at her without saying a word. He was ruthless, she knew, and the more gentle his tactics used to be, the more frightening they became. Not a word nowadays, and that's what's really scary. Xie Qingzhou's cigarette was half smoked and thrown to the ground, then left without looking back. Zhou was not speaking with her either. It was a cold and windy day in Haicheng, but her back was soaked. Boss, are you crazy? Qiao Zhengdao also did not imagine that the usually calm and self-possessed general manager Xie. Today so crazy? Xie Qingzhou didn't squeak and was still looking at his cell phone as he slowly walked back to the Jiang family villa. Not long after, Qiao Zheng received several photos of Feng Liu in the middle of the road. Go for it. Zhou was looking up at her. To get her out of the loop? That guy still looking. When Xie Qingzhou heard this, he pondered for a long time. You and I both know very well that Feng Liu actually doesn't know who that person is. The previous clues were all gone, and he had no way to allow Feng Liu to make stupid mistakes over and over again. Such an idiot who didn't know his place, who only caused trouble, and who didn't take him at his word over and over again. People like that are a lot of trouble to keep. Jiang Nan didn't expect Xie Qingzhou to come back so quickly. Her mom hadn't woken up yet, and she wasn't in the mood to talk to him. Xie Qingzhou stood at the door of Qin Shuang's room and looked at her for a long time. Her eyes were red and quite sad. He turned around and left. When Sister Li saw him, she didn't know how to arrange it and didn't say anything, until he opened his mouth and asked where her room was. Sister Li didn't know how to speak, and Ning laughed when she heard it. Mr. Xie, you've been married for 3 years, right? And you don't know your own wife's room? Where it is? Xie Qingzhou looked at Ning. You better not make me unhappy. Xie Qingzhou, you threaten me? Who do you think you are? The emperor? Don't make you upset. I see that you're the best at making others upset. And Ning really hated him. Nasty. And Ning, if I were you, I wouldn't try to show off. After all, I have quite a lot of resources in my hands, and you'll only be able to help her if you become red in the shortest possible time. And with hard power, isn't that better than anything else? And Ning opened her mouth to say something else, and inexplicably she felt that his words made sense yet. If it wasn't for Xie Qingzhou being such a dog, she would have to think highly of him. At such a late hour, Xie Qingzhou, no matter what, is also Jiang Zhang's husband. Xie Maid is not qualified to throw people away, so she had to tell him that the room is on the 2nd floor. Subsequently, Jiang Nan was informed. Jiang Nan didn't have the time to pay attention to Xie Qingzhou right now. She only hoped that her mom would wake up soon. It was almost 10 o'clock before Qin Shuang woke up and silently shed tears when she saw Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan very gently wiped away his mom's tears. What are you crying for? I'll show you something. Qin Shuang shook her head. I'm not in the mood. She helped her mom sit up. Just keep me company. Okay? Qin Frost knew that her daughter had traveled and worked hard, so she didn't make a fuss and obediently leaned against the bed. Jiang Nan turned the document that Qiao Zheng had given her, page by page, to her mother. Qin Shuang was first surprised. Then her eyes turned red. In Gangnam's eyes, her dad was good-looking and a very inward-looking man. Did a lot of things without showing off, even taught her brother not to show off either, very low-key. So, his dad has done lots and lots of charity work, and she really feels proud of that. She's making false accusations, and your dad's favorite person, you should know better, right? Qin Frost cried for a long time before talking to her about Feng Liu. But that woman, I guess she was stealing and Dad saw her. Her father, however, had no defense, coupled with the fact that at that time, some people retaliated against her father for minding the Xie family's father and son's business and came to retaliate, and things catch up with things, which led to the catastrophe of that year. Mom, even though many years have passed and many clues are gone, you trust me. If she did it, I will make sure she is punished to console my father and brother. Qin Shuang couldn't hear such words. Jiang. Mom is too useless, always counting on you for everything. Jiang Nan laughed lowly. So get well and let me count on you. Okay? Xie Qingzhou's room in Jiangnan. The girl's room, with its pale yellow bedding, was clean. There are lots and lots of books. The room is somewhat vintage and textured, and it is tastefully furnished with wall art. Xie Qingzhou stared at a painting on the wall. Neon glittering bright city. There are thousands of lights, but the center of the painting is another world. There is an eagle soaring in the forest, that the middle of a stroke of disobedience, but inexplicably harmonious. In this world, there are cities, humans, and animals. That white stroke, cutting through the center of the painting, like a stroke through time and space, gave the whole painting a deep meaning. When he was blind, there was a girl who seemed to have such a big brain. She liked to draw and write with one stroke in her palm and ask him, what if, for example, the goby and the whale were in a painting? The desert and the penguins. She says she wants to be a surrealist artist. At that time, his eyes were blind, so naturally he had never seen her paintings. So many surrealist exhibitions of paintings, and he's been to a lot of them, all trying to find some clue about her. He had searched for years, not expecting to see what she had said. A painting of a sun like that in Jiangnan's room. His heart, inexplicably, thrilled. Gangnam. Could it be that Jiangnan was the person he had been looking for? When Jiangnan returned to her room, Xie Qingzhou rushed over and held her shoulders. The painting on the wall? Did you paint it? His hand was so strong that her shoulder was pinched. She looked to the painting on the wall. The painting was hers, or was it when she was in college, except that in the past few years, her hands had gotten so raw that she couldn't paint anymore. She was losing her concentration and Xie Qingzhou's breath came intense. Jiang, tell me, did you paint that picture? Chapter 100. A date? This reaction of Xie Qingzhou made Jiang Nan puzzled and at the same time a little lost in his heart. She remembered what had been. At that time, Dad wouldn't let her bring Xie Qingzhou home. She hides her at her dad's secretary, Uncle Zhang's house, to take care of the comatose Xie Qingzhou. He woke up, hurt his eyes, couldn't see, and was so grumpy that he lost his temper at the slightest sound coming from the whole house. Then it got better, he quieted down, and she relieved him of his boredom, talking about her dreams. Be a painter, she thought. Talked about her own dreams. But the only person she remembers in the end is herself, no matter what she said or what she did. Xie Qingzhou asked her if she had painted this picture, and it became a bit ridiculous. As in, after 3 years of marriage, he never asked her why she insisted on giving it to him. Obviously back then, he put his arm around her, leaned into her ear, and said he liked her. Whether you really liked it or you were lonely at the time, cheating or not. For Gangnam, who had been through so much, nothing mattered. Since he had forgotten, there was no need for her to bring up the subject again, adding to the embarrassment and entanglement. No, she said, pushing him away and walking to the sofa by the window to sit down, not seeing the loss in Xie Qingzhou's eyes. These 2 words knocked Xie Qingzhou awake. His heart soured, too. He really is crazy, obviously. Know that it is not her, but still think so. He doesn't believe the evidence that Joe is going to check out. Instead, he has to trust his feelings. Only that it wasn't also relieved him. If it was really her, how would he face her? After all, giving her so much pain and embarrassment. The initial excitement suddenly relieved her. And Gangnam nestled on the sofa, rubbing his face hard. Her mind was a mess right now, a very messed up one. When she came out of her mother's room, Annan showed her the new entertainment section of the news. The main character is Feng Liu. Feng Liu was sitting in a wheelchair in the center of the road. The news report is also very interesting, said Feng Liu, because the leg injury has not been healed. Suffering from serious depression, have thoughts of light life. Such news was undoubtedly a declaration that Feng Liu was no longer fit for work. Feng Liu's studio, also in the news released not a few minutes out of the announcement, said she suspended the work at hand to focus on their own bodies. And something about thanking the fans for being there and looking forward to the reunion. Jiang Nan, no matter how stupid he was, knew that Feng Liu couldn't possibly lighten her life. She would only drive others crazy. Xie Qingzhou went to see her off, but he didn't hear the car. Seriously, she'd rather not have this look. Not a moment later, Xie Qingzhou walked over, his face calm. She looked up at him, not even having the extra energy to think about why he had just gotten so worked up. She leaned her body back against the couch and tilted her head to meet his. I want to say thank you. Which thank you? Xie Qingzhou asked as he looked at her condescendingly. This thing about her throwing dirt on my father. How do you intend to thank me? He asked, his businessman by profit nature on full display in this moment. How would you like to be thanked? She still looked into his eyes. Jiang Nan knows that now is not the time to show off and settle with him. She should be patient, downhill to accept his goodwill, little by little to clean up Feng Liu, so that she no longer have a day of reckoning. Plus, her mother knows about her relationship with Xie Qingzhou. It is inevitable that she will ask her anything, and if it gets bad and he doesn't cooperate, the one who suffers is still her, and the one who is sad will be her mother. If she is not happily married, it would really be a bigger blow to her mother. Therefore, when Xie Qingzhou put his arm around her waist, she did not refuse. The favor you asked me to do counts for once, doesn't it? He said, his voice deep but nice. Yes. Why don't we make a date? Chapter 101. A date? Such an innocent request, in turn, made Jiang Nan surprised. She leaned back on the sofa and quietly looked at him. And Xie Qingzhou, as if he had seen through her, smiled and said, What in your eyes? I will only be vulgar enough to let you sleep with me? Jiang Nan did not answer. She was tired after returning from her business trip. Feng Liu had caused her mother to be like this. It was even more exhausting. She did not have the extra heart to tangle with him, so she leaned back on the sofa and was lost in thought. It was a long time before Jiang Nan spoke. You can do the same. Only sleeping with you? He said, his voice more than a little cool. Jiang Nan nodded. Can you cooperate with me in front of my mom? Xie Qingzhou stared at her for a long time without speaking. Jiang Nan pursed her lips. This is something she did not want to say so bluntly, but not to say that her heart is not solid. Could be. 5 times. Gangnam. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything else, so he sat beside her and sulked for a while, watching her nestle tiredly on the couch. He finally took her in his arms. She exhaled and gently closed her eyes, trying to empty her messed up head. Only the one she wanted to take a nap on actually fell asleep. Xie Qingzhou only felt a weight on his shoulders and looked sideways at her. She had already fallen asleep, her long eyelashes casting a shadow under her eyes, except that she was full of exhaustion, making her very heartbreaking. His fingers, ruffling the messy strands of hair around her cheek, looked at him for a moment before his eyes fell once again to the painting on the wall. He looked at it for a long, long time, his eyes heavy with color, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The next day, when Jiang Nan woke up, she had only herself in her bed. Last night, she got up in the middle of the night, changed her pajamas and washed her face, and Xie Qingzhou lay aside with her clothes closed. She came downstairs to the sound of cheerful voices in the dining room. Boat, is Jiang that powerful? Yeah, it was awesome. That time I looked at her and it was like she was glowing. He said, remembering how she had looked at that time when she stood in the sterile room in all her gaudy splendor. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time? He went from wanting to divorce her so firmly, to be responsible for the person in his heart, to now, he began to think, how to place that person. Jiang, smart and hardworking. Qin Shuang was also proud to talk about her daughter. Zhou, you have to cherish her. I will. I like her a lot, don't worry. The phrase liked her a lot made her heart flutter. It was hard for him to tell a lie, too. But she was grateful to him her mom hadn't been this happy in a long time, I don't think. Jiang Nan stepped into the restaurant and Xie Qingzhou's gaze landed on her very gently. Xie Qingzhou got up and helped her pull back the seat. Mrs. Li brought up breakfast. Jiang Nan ate his breakfast obediently. Jiang, Zhou said that you can live over here recently. Qin Shuang could be happy. Jiang Nan tilted her head to look at Xie Qingzhou, and he favored her head a bit in a very loving manner. For the next 2 days, she and Xie Qingzhou were at the Jiang family home. Mom is getting better and better, and Feng Liu too seems to be really out of commission. Jiang Nan asked Yang Ji to check. Feng Liu was in her apartment. Her movement was very restricted. Jiang Nan wanted to find a chance to ask her. When he was about to leave work, Jiang Nan received a call from Xie Qingzhou to have dinner together. She then remembered what he said earlier about a date. Yeah, what do you want to eat? Buy you fondue? Jiang Nan was stunned. remembering the way he had watched as the two ate hot pot. "All right, since you want to eat, I'll accompany you," Jiang Nan said, also knowing that he was accommodating her. Only after work, on her way to her appointment, Yang Ji called, saying that the head of BR had come over. There was no way out. Jiang Nan could only rush back to the company to find Mr. Su. Only what Jiang Nan didn't expect was that this time, it was not only General Manager Su who came over, but there was also a man with a very tall figure and a very handsome appearance who traveled with only. Mr. Su introduced her as the head of their entire domestic market. Jiang Nan nodded. "Hello." The corner of the man's lips lifted. "Mr. Jiang." "Hello, Rong Chong." Chapter 102 Vinegar. Xie Qingzhou had just arrived at the hot pot restaurant where the two of them had eaten together last time when he received Jiang Nan's cool WeChat. It was the first date for both of them, and he was so angry that he thought better of it and dialed the number for her. Jiang Nan looked at the name flashing on the screen and hung up silently. Rong Chong smiled. "Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for the hasty visit. I'm really disturbed. Mr. Rong is polite. I just don't know what this trip is about. After all, she has declined to work with BR." Mr. Su made an explanation, saying that Mr. Rong was very interested in her cooperation. Jiang Nan had a few moments of disbelief. "It's not Mr. Yan's relationship?" Rong Chong smiled slightly when he heard this. "There is nothing wrong even if it's Mr. Yan pulling the strings. He's just giving a chance. It's Mr. Jiang himself who really impressed BR. I can see your sincerity and believe in your ability. Isn't that enough? If this is really the case, naturally it is good, although Breeze does need BR very much. But BR, if it is not because of the optimism of the prospects of Breeze, I believe that the operating ability of the Breeze team, even if they cooperate, there are also suspicions and cannot achieve a win-win situation. This is the real reason why I was thinking about talking to Mr. Su and cannot be cooperated." Rong Chong nodded and looked at Jiang Nan for a moment before extending his hand. "Mr. Jiang, I trust my own judgment, and I also trust Breeze." Jiang Nan held his fingertips. "Mr. Rong, happy cooperation." Young Chong gave a good deal of goodwill, the only store in Ocean City. After the official business was finalized, Yang Ji had already booked the restaurant. After chatting at the dinner table, she realized that Young Chong and her were alumni, only he was several grades above her. It brought the two closer together. Because he was happy, Gangnam even drank wine in the evening. After dinner was over, the two men chatted at the tea table, listening to him tell embarrassing stories about some professor at school. Yang Jiding's restaurant is in a great location, with huge floor-to-ceiling glass reflecting the glitter of the city, and the aroma of tea curling up from the somewhat Chinese tea table inside. Young Chong was a very talkative person and spoke comfortably. Roughly because of the alumni, Jiang Nan's heart naturally on him, there is no defense, chatting, there are a few points to see each other hate the feeling. "Mr. Rong, it seems like it's snowing," Mr. Su said to him. Young Chong got up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. "It's still, it's beautiful." With that, he turned to Jiang Nan with a smile and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Having lived in the south for a long time, seeing snow is such a no-brainer." "Mr. Young, where is it?" "Born in Haicheng and left the country at a very young age," Rong Chong said. "It's 9 o'clock at night, and it's out of time for two people to talk any more than they already have." Yang Ji handed the room card to the two of them. Jiang Nan added, "If Mr. Rong's schedule is not urgent, he can stay in Haicheng for 2 more days. There is a ski resort over here that is quite good. I've never skied in the snow, but the sky is beautiful. Wouldn't it be a disappointment not to go?" Rong Chong said. Several people left the restaurant together. Snowflakes fell in big flakes from the curtain-like sky, and the whole city had a different kind of beauty. Only, as Jiang Nan descended the steps, his feet slipped. Her heart jumped out of her chest in fear as a hand grabbed her arm with strength, steadying her unbalanced form. Because of inertia, her back rested against his chest. Jiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to look at his dark, deep eyes looking at her before releasing her in a very gentlemanly manner. "Be careful." "Thanks." Jiang Nan was looking at him for a long time before saying thank you. The car that Yang Ji had arranged came and sent Rongzhang and Su back to the hotel. Jiang Nan looked at the place where the car's taillights disappeared for a long time before returning to his senses and asking Yang Ji, "Have you ever felt that this Rongzhang has a familiar feeling?" Yang Ji shook his head. "Familiar? Where is it familiar?" Jiang Nan smiled. "Maybe I'm overthinking it." She was about to walk to the car when she seemed to feel a very hot gaze. She turned around and looked over, diagonally across the restaurant path. The black Bentley parked on the side of the road, the back window open, snowflakes drifting towards the car. The person inside didn't care. Only the scarlet fire in his fingertips brightly extinguished, his face half tilted, but still can see that it's colder than usual to be cold and icy cold. Jiang Nan took out her muted cell phone, and Xie Qingzhou called her 6 times. You don't need to see me off. The road is slippery. Take care on your way. Jiang Nan finished talking to Yang Ji and walked towards the opposite side of the road. Xie Qingzhou leaned against the back seat, also making his good-looking face hidden in the shadows. But in the interplay of light and shadow, his whole person was good to see fluttering. Jiang Nan was standing outside his car, watching him. He took a drag on his cigarette and shook the ash toward the window, ignoring her. The two had been in a stalemate for about 2 minutes when Zhou Yung couldn't look away. Ma'am, get in the car. When no one answered your phone, Mr. Xie was worried, and knowing that you were socializing over here, he came over in a hurry. Just you talk a lot, our worries are really redundant. Mr. Jiang can be really busy, also did not expect the work so talk. Zhou Yung, this is how I talk about work. Don't look at it, don't look at it. Jiang Nan is not used to him what's with the yin and yang. She turned around and was about to leave when Xie Qingzhou threw the cigarette, pushed open the car door and yanked her, saying in a pissed-off manner, Did I let you go? The leg is long on me. I can walk when I want to. He pushed down the fire in his heart and shoved her into the car. When he got into the car, he instead stopped talking and sulked. Forget about blowing off the first date. Forget about hanging up on him. He looked for it, saw a man nuzzling her. She slipped her foot, and he put up with it. What did she mean by that fond look? The knot in his throat rolled, and the words that reached his mouth were eventually swallowed back, not wanting to say something to hurt her. But the atmosphere in the car was a bit breathless, and Xiao Zhang didn't know what to say for a while. Jiang Nan looked through his cell phone, then gave Qin Shuang a call. Mom, I won't go back tonight. It's snowing and slippery. It's going to be very late to go back. You go to bed early. Where's Boat? Qin Shuang asked. He's not going back either, and also, you don't call people Boat. Sounds weirdly intimate. Is it Boat that doesn't like it? Qin Frost asked. If he doesn't like it, I won't call it. Mom, I love it. Xie Qingzhou snatched the phone. He chatted with Qin Shuang for a few moments, then hung up, then glared at her. Are you trying to sow discord between me and my mother-in-law? Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and ignored him. Did you have your eye on that man just now? Gangnam? Zhou Yung? Then immediately interrupted his own boss to continue to go crazy. Mrs. Ah, here is still a little far from the Sycamore Road, or go back to your home. Xia always to the present has not eaten. Eventually, the two went back to her house. When he arrived at his house, Xie Qingzhou did not look good either. The first time I came back to her house, the week was potential. The second time I came back, it was because of another man I didn't know. Jiang Nan put a pair of ladies' slippers at his feet, and he gasped. How are we going to wear these? So small. Wear it if you like. He left her and went to the bedroom to change. Xie Qingzhou ended up stepping on those extremely ill-fitting lady slippers and went to the living room. He nestled on the couch and messaged Yan Fengshuan to ask what was going on with BR's program. Jiang Nan changed his clothes and went to the kitchen, frying eggs with meat and giving him a bowl of noodles. Xie Qingzhou didn't wait for Yan Fengshuan to reply to the message. Seeing her pulling up her hair and standing in front of the stove in her housecoat, the look was just like the old days. He inexplicably moved with intention, got up and circled her waist from behind her. Did you cook for me? No. The man's hand, pinching her waist. Tell me it's cooking for me or I'm going to explode with anger. Yes, it's noodles cooked for you. Jiang Nan said, refreshing his appointment. She was apologizing. Hearing her say that, he was in a much more receptive mood, and his handsome face was in her neck, sniffing hard, thinking she smelled good. In no time, the pasta came out of the pot looking nutritious and delicious. Xie Qingzhou was eating on the island platform, and Jiang Nan was working diagonally across from him with his laptop. The contract with BR was sent over from legal and she was looking at it. Xie Qingzhou finished dinner. The bowls were all washed. She was still busy. He frowned, went around behind her, hugged her and bit her ear. Jiang Nan looked back. What are you doing? What do you say? Jiang Nan closed her computer. Xie Qingzhou, can you stop acting like a teddy? The man's face stiffened. Jiang Nan, that's all you have to say about me. Rotten apple, rotten cucumber, and now a teddy. The way he crossed his arms and looked at her with a condescending frown. Jiang Nan felt funny. Isn't it? Nothing else but that stall? She leaned against the island table as a tweet came in on her phone. a thank you from Young Chong for her hospitality today, and an expression that she had enjoyed chatting with her. Had a nice chat with your client today? He said, no wonder he was socializing until after 9. Jiangnan nodded. Yes, it was quite enjoyable. We kinda share the same 3 views. You mean we have 3 different views? He pursed his lips, his eyebrows raised. You're absolutely right. I'm Teddy, especially when I'm facing you and want to have a fling, he said, before unbuttoning his shirt and trapping her so that her back was against the edge of the somewhat cold island table. Chapter 103, Ulterior Motives. When Xie Qingzhou's lips wrapped around her, she didn't refuse. He cooperated with her to act lovey-dovey in front of her mother, and in the past few days Miss Qin's mood was obviously much better. Jiangnan was not a person who did not know how to repay, plus tonight cooled her appointment. Since he wanted to get his heart, naturally he could not remain stagnant. I didn't take a shower. Jiangnan braced himself and said. She didn't refuse, which made Xie Qingzhou suffer a lot. In a while, let's go wash together. Not a moment later, Gangnam caught a glimpse of himself, somewhat frantically, through the floor-to-ceiling glass. And Xie Qingzhou. She did not wrong him, and did not count. Insatiable. It was almost midnight when I showered and returned to my room. Jiangnan's hair was scattered in the crook of his arm, lazily, but with an indescribable beauty. He ruffled her hair scattered on her cheeks, looking at her rosy cheeks that had been densely covered by the hot water. The mole on the tip of her nose was the finishing touch, making her free of distance but seductive, just contradictory, yet harmonious. It's like she's a person. She's so beautiful on the outside, but she's as bold as fire. Xie Qingzhou thought about just now. She deliberately bit the knot of his throat, but more than ever, she was unable to control herself. At that thought, he lowered his head to kiss her. She frowned and went to hide. The well-fed Xie Qingzhou was very patient and coaxed her. I'll give her another kiss, on a quiet night, in the charming atmosphere of the yellow light. For the Jiangnan who has a weary feeling, such words are moving. He only kissed her shallowly for a moment before his fingers rubbed the mole on the tip of her nose. Don't you like the mole? After all, during the weekdays at work or on a daily basis, she has to cover up. I like it. I have a fortune mole. So cover it up just to look less naive? It was a topic he remembered her talking about. When he thought of sending her to the club for a blind date, he felt a sense of wonder. Xie Qingzhou hugged her, and before long, he heard her steady breathing. Instead, he lost sleep and went to the living room to find his cell phone, which had an incoming call from Yen Fongsun. He didn't reply, just looked at the information he had sent on Young Chong. 34 years old, successful career man, unmarried, and still alumni with Gangnam. For BR to work with Breeze at this time, it was a snowy sentiment that Jiangnan would keep in his heart and would even double back. Feng Liu was practically under semi-house arrest by Xie Qingzhou in her apartment. She really didn't expect him to be this ruthless, and if Xiao Zhang hadn't shown up in time, he really wanted her dead. But she is not willing to nah. All these years accompanied by his side is obviously her. Why Jiangnan is so easy to take the place of it. So she really can't sit around like this with nothing. Feng Liu thought about it, but she still asked her little assistant to find someone. It was late at night and the door to the apartment opened. The man in the suit walks in. Feng Liu drank some wine and opened her eyes drunkenly. You're here. The man didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. He doesn't like you. So why do you have to trample yourself like this for him? The leg is still broken, and you're drinking again. What do you know, he was the one who took me out of that place and gave me a different life. Otherwise I would still be selling there for you. Feng Liu said. She would always remember that he broke into her world and amazed her life. How can there be such good-looking people in this world? Outside of people, he was always unhurried with her, as if he had inexhaustible patience and gentleness. Some years ago, she was deceived by this appearance of Xie Qingzhou. Over the years, she realized that his gentle good temperament was all pretense. He was the coldest and warmest of the cold and unfeeling. His warm eyes, in fact, never touched the heartstrings at all. What do you want? I don't want to be forgotten like this. I want to be popular. I still want to be that Feng Liu that everyone looks up to, she said, crawling towards him. You'll help me, right? The man sat on the sofa across from her and smiled. Pear Moon. Ah, you've been read. And at the height of your popularity, he didn't think highly of you. Did you know that Gangnam is checking you out? Feng Liu was stunned. What is she checking? Checking on me? She's been to the North City jail. Jail. Does she know? That fire has something to do with me? Feng Liu was afraid. Back then it was nothing more than an accidental fire. She didn't think that the fire couldn't be controlled and burned so many people to death. You're the one who exposed yourself and gave her a clue. And what do you think? People who are hell-bent on getting a divorce are suddenly making out again. Feng Liu pondered for a long time. Jiang Nan is not sincere to Xie Qingzhou. He is as proud as he is. If he knows that Jiang Nan is now with him with ulterior motives or even to take advantage of, then how serious the consequences must be. Chapter 104. Cuddling. When Jiang Nan woke up, Xie Qingzhou was no longer in bed. She walked out of the bedroom to see him on her treadmill, wearing a pair of sweatpants and no shirt. Xie Qingzhou quite white enough to allow people to see the side of his neck at a glance. There is a small grain of rice, large black spots. But the body is good, broad shoulders and narrow waist. The body's lines are clear, but not exaggerated. There is an indescribable sense of power. Roughly speaking, we are talking about sex. Tension it. Jiang Nan is also a commoner, and when he encounters a good-looking man or a beautiful woman, he can't help but admire them. Not to mention that this man, yesterday, had been tangled up with her in her bed. It was lustful and sexy when he craned his neck and let her bite the knot of his throat. Xie Qingzhou slowed down his running speed to turn back, looked back down, and when he met Jiang Nan's eyes, the corner of his lips hooked up slightly, shutting down the treadmill, walked to her, and teased, "Does it look good?" "Well, the figure is good," Jiang Nan said. She was an objective person. If he dared to ask, she dared to answer. Xie Qingzhou reached out and wrapped her into his arms. The man's body was hot from exercise. Jiang Nan also saw the sweat on his body sliding down along the muscular body lines. She inexplicably remembered yesterday. Both were sweaty and cuddling very closely. "Want to touch it last night?" He blew against her ear and saw that it was very red. She loved to hug his waist or back, trembling out of control and mesmerizing him. "One more time, that's fine," he added. Jiang Nan didn't want to at all and didn't cooperate in his arms. "Don't you move." He pinched her waist and lowered his head to kiss her. A lingering, loving morning kiss. Not particularly ferocious, but gentle and fierce. Jiang Nan had to admit that Xie Qingzhou was really good at kissing, and she leaned into his arms so comfortably that her toes couldn't help but curl up. Xie Qingzhou half-hugged her and went to the sofa. She sat on his body and kissed for a while longer before he asked her what to eat. "It's all good," she said, lazily kissed by him. "You go wash up and I'll do it." He affectionately touched her waist again. Jiang Nan sat on the sofa, slightly dumbfounded. Xie Qingzhou, who went back to his room to put on a piece of clothing, entered the kitchen in no time, and she saw him skillfully making breakfast. She couldn't help but think how nice it would be if the two didn't have so much in between. Without another thought, she went to wash and change her clothes. After breakfast was over, the two went out together. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the doorway and didn't move. "What's wrong?" "Put my fingerprints in," he said, then looked at her. Jiang Nan thought about it, or his fingerprints were recorded into the door lock. He was quite happy that he could make his entrance, and on the way to send her to the company, he held her hand and said, "Feng Liu terminated her contract with the company." Jiang Nan looked sideways. "You agree?" "Why wouldn't I agree?" he asked, his fingers going to hook the hair against her cheek, his gaze gentle. What he meant by this, she understood. She could dispose of Feng Liu as she pleased. This old topic has been a relief until today. Jiang Nan's heart was indescribable, so she leaned against the back seat of the car and looked at him seriously. "Xie Qingzhou, can I trust you? Can you really handle her? It's not going to change its mind like last time, is it?" "It's up to you. Why don't you give me a chance?" he said, his eyes sizzling at her. He could sense that she was comfortable with the two of them during this time together. Both the atmosphere between the two and in bed yesterday. Jiang Nan is smart, but he is not a person who is too good at hiding his emotions, especially in bed. He did not want to miss such an opportunity, and he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and get him to nod. "I'll think about it." "Okay, so pick you up from work tonight?" he said. The roads were not in good condition this morning in Haicheng, with snow covering the whole city. "Good." When she arrived at Breeze Group, Xie Qingzhou watched her walk into the office building. She had just taken 2 steps before she looked back. Xie Qingzhou reported a smile to meet her eyes, but her eyes did not fall on him. He folded back 2 steps to politely speak. He frowned and twisted his body to look and saw Rong Chong, as if he had brought coffee for Jiang Nan. The two then walked into the office building side by side, one taller and one shorter, surprisingly making a good match. She loves coffee? Love. Joe was answering. And at that moment, Jiang Nan invited Young Chong to his office. I didn't expect Mr. Rong to come over so early. Signed the contract early, going back to Shannon tomorrow. Good. The contract was signed, and Jiang Nan took Rong Zhang to Breeze Plaza to tour the store, giving the best location to BR and talking about some of his future plans. The rest of the time, let Yang Ji prepare ski clothes and take Rong Zhang to experience skiing. On the white snowy mountains, Jiang Nan changed into a ski suit, goggles, and was very valiant. Gangnam knows how to ski, and his technique is pretty smooth. The coach followed Rong Zhang, and Rong Zhang couldn't let go, so he just sat on the snow and posed, watching her ski. Here we go. Experience it. Just relax. Believe in yourself. Relax. Remember the main points of the movement. Try to move forward, and you'll be fine. I won't let you fall. Jiang Nan encouraged him, then extended his hand towards him. Rong Chong sat on the ground and looked at her for a while, looking into her clear eyes. It's very different from the look in her eyes when she's talking about things. She didn't treat him like a collaborator, like she was treating him like a friend. Yet again, it's the same as when you talk about things, the same sincerity, as if it's kind of pure, and you can't help but trust it. He finally managed to reach out toward her. Although Young Chong was a first-time skier, he was smart and had a good comprehension ability, and it didn't take long for him to become much more proficient. Gangnam was also dutiful and kept following him around with his coach. Only on a downhill slope, Rong Chong was a bit unsteady and looked like he was going to fall. Jiang Nan's eyes were quick to go and protect him, but in the end, he didn't and chose to serve as a meat cushion for him. Two people rolled down a snowy nest. Xie Qingzhou was simply furious when he saw this scene. That's cuddling together? Chapter 105. When Xie Qingzhou heard Xiao Zheng say that the two men had come to ski, he felt that this surname Rong was unsuspicious. A long-time southerner who can't ski is going to have a problem. No, the two rolled down the slope. He took off his ski goggles and looked down at Jiang Nan, who was lying in the snow, and then didn't say anything. Jiang Nan rolled over and climbed up, then asked, "Are you okay? You're the one who's not okay. How can you be a meat cushion for someone? How dangerous is that?" He didn't understand, his brows furrowed in a rather serious manner. Jiang Nan was lost in thought for a moment, and his such a black face and somewhat serious appearance was really familiar. Where does it hurt? Is there anything wrong? Rong Chong opened his mouth to ask her. His demeanor was measured and very civilized looking. Jiang Nan just shook his head, smiled and replied, "It's fine. When I fell down, I had already unloaded my strength. I just fell a little bit. It's not that serious, and the beginner's snow track doesn't slide fast," she said, bracing herself on the handle of her snow staff and standing up. Just as they stood still, men in black and white ski suits came rushing straight toward the two men. The rest of the people on the snowy path looked at this scene in amazement. Eyeing the two men, bystanders watched the scene with trepidation. Jiang Nan narrowed her eyes. The other party's speed was faster than expected. When she wanted to bring Rong Chong to hide, it was obviously too late. However, just at the moment he was about to crash, the visitor steadily braked. If it weren't for the skis separating the two of them, he would have hated to be next to her. The ski slopes were white, and Gangnam squinted at him. Seeing this, Rong Chong subconsciously blocked in front of Jiang Nan. His tone was cold. "This gentleman, skiing doesn't slip like this. Right? What if you hurt someone?" Xie Qingzhou didn't look at this person. His eyes fell on Jiang Nan. "Then I'm really sorry. This apology is more or less owed." Jiang Nan also didn't expect him to come to the ski resort, gently holding his forehead. "It's okay." Then she turned around and went to Young Chong. Xie Qingzhou's fire rubbed up. She is when not recognize him. His grip on his snow poles tightened slightly, and his eyes behind his ski goggles turned icy cold as he stood just off to the side watching the two. Rong Chong tilted his head to look at the visitor and asked Jiang Nan curiously, "Recognized?" Jiang Nan nodded. "Yes, a friend." Xie Qingzhou's teeth were all clenched when he heard this. "Friends who just slept together yesterday." Jiang Nan glared back at him, and he only managed to swallow back the latter words. But he took off his ski goggles and looked at her with deep but burning eyes. She couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Xie Qingzhou like this, she felt that he was very childish. This is his client coming to ski, and what does it look like for his husband to come after him in distrust? After Rong Chang's line of sight landed on the two of them, he ended up being a gentleman and blocked Jiang Nan's way. Although they're friends, it's really too impolite to look at people like that. Xie Qingzhou looked at his eyes, shallow ripples of light, gentle and incomparable. But the depths are like a deep pool of impermeable, as if brewing a few points of provocation. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and when he wanted to say something, Shenjin came over and stopped him. Brother, come here you first. Jiang Nan really didn't want to make him mad. I'll leave first. Xie Qingzhou turned back to look at her. Rong Chong looked at him and didn't say anything. As he waited for the two to turn around, Rong Chong asked Jiang Nan, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry if our coming to ski today caused you any trouble. Jiang Nan immediately shook his head. No, no. Xie Qingzhou snorted coldly. Shinjin also looked back at Rong Zhang and waited for the two to walk away before asking Xie Qingzhou. Who is this person? The segment is quite high. What segment? Xie Qingzhou spat out a breath, the stuffy depression in his heart with nowhere to vent it. If it wasn't for me pulling you, you'd have made a scene and made my sister-in-law lose face, not to mention the fact that people are customers and think you're making a big deal out of it, for one thing. And two, the more you make a scene, the more you set him off in a svelte and polite way. Shinjun stared at the man's back. How the more smack? Then tea? But this is the client. Xie Qingzhou hooked his lips and smiled coldly, also feeling that he was very problematic. He then watched as the two men walked in the direction of the piercing elevator. Brother, take it easy, this is not Zhou Qian. His eyes sank. Jiang Nan went to the locker room to change. It wasn't long before I heard a knock on the door, and a ski resort staff member handed over a bottle of medicinal oil. Miss Jiang, a gentleman gave this to you. Jiang Nan took it and asked the visitor to convey her thanks for her. Her legs were a bit bruised in some places from the fall, and the medicinal oil, needless to think, was given by Rong Chong. She didn't use it, so she set it aside on a soft stool. The door to the locker room was pushed open, and when she saw Xie Qingzhou, she sighed. This is the women's locker room. Xie Qingzhou saw the medicinal oil beside her at a glance, looked at the bruises on her legs, and frowned. What kind of person is he that you went to protect him? Jiang Nan was also helpless and opened his mouth to explain. He's just a collaborator, he can't ski, he's leaning back. It's very likely that he'll fall on his head. I've predicted it. At most it's just a little bit of bruising on the legs, bringing people out. If he falls and goes back, what should I do? Are you a little green? He was holding her leg, and his knee was breaking the skin. On the snowfield, if you don't have the right posture, you can fall and break your bones. Jiang Nan glanced up at him, and he blushed badly, staring at her legs. Well, you go back first. As she rushed people away, Xie Qingzhou's face looked even worse, staring at her in silence for a long time before he added, I just feel that this person is up to no good. Very strong intuition. Jiang Nan cocked his head and looked at him. And then, don't you work with him? Xie Qingzhou suggested. The man made him impervious. And what about in front of her? Jiang Nan suddenly smiled. The contract has been signed. I'll pay you for breaking the contract. When he said this, Jiang Nan realized that he wasn't joking. Is the reason for not cooperating just because you think he's up to no good? Is this not enough? This person must not simply have a cooperative relationship with you. He may covet more. Jiang Nan was speechless, looking at the person in front of her for a long time before saying, Xie Qingzhou, there are many people who have been unkind to me over the years. All I still came through step by step, so don't you dare to point fingers at my career. Rong Zhang was willing to snowball, which was why she had gone to so much trouble, unwilling to let anyone pick out her mistakes. Xie Qingzhou's heart clogged. What if you have to choose between this matter and me? Of course I'll pick work, because work doesn't cheat. Jiang Nan did not hesitate, as if to hesitate for a second is to be dishonest with yourself. Xie Qingzhou's heart stabbed and he sneered and laughed coldly, turned around and left. The locker room door slammed loudly. Didn't you like him for 3 years? That's it. Chapter 106. As Xie Qingzhou was preparing to leave, he saw Rong Zhang in the lobby cafe. For eyes met and the other rose. Mr. Xie, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you just now. Xie Qingzhou walked to him. He directly picked up his collar. Where did you come from? What do you want? BR's program is a credit to Mr. Xie. He entrusted Yan Fengshuan to do this, going through a personal relationship. It also forced him to re-examine the man in front of him. The cafe staff brought coffee. Your coffee, sir. Miss Zhang's mocha. Gangnam likes mocha? Seeing him staring at the coffee, Rong Chong laughed and asked, Aren't you her friend? Don't you know she loves mocha? His words were calm, polite even, but they just stung to the ear. So, you're coming for her? Is there anything wrong with a fair lady? So this is an admission? When Jiang Nan arrived at the hall, he saw Xie Qingzhou gripping someone's collar. She hurriedly walked over and pulled Xie Qingzhou's arm. What are you doing? It was a while before he released him. Jiang Nan apologized to Rong Chong. Xie Qingzhou suppressed the discomfort in his heart and knew that he was very out of control today. Suddenly he felt how to encounter Jiang Nan things, calm and self-possession of the 4 words, as if it is far away from him. Shenzhen came after him and pulled the man away. It was only then that Gangnam explained the relationship between the two. Oh, so it's Chief Zhang's husband? Rong Chong laughed lowly. No wonder. Jiang Nan sighed in relief. I'm really so sorry for causing you trouble. Rong Chong waved his hand unconcernedly. Then his tone carried a joke. If I had a beautiful wife like General Manager Jiang, it would probably be the same, right? Jiang Nan was stunned. Thank you. The two chatted a little more about work over coffee before leaving. Jiang Nan returned home not too early. She threw herself on the sofa. Because of Xie Qingzhou's reaction, her heart was quite confused. After leaving from the snow park, the two never contacted each other again. After Ning finished her work and came over, Jiang Nan was nestled on the sofa, hugging a pillow in a daze. What? Xie Qingzhou can't make it. Didn't the two of them get all tangled up yesterday, and today they're no good? You're not serious. Jiang Nan is quite annoying, obviously. She is not divorced during this time, and even with him it is purposeful, not sincere. But now she wasn't as determined as she had been before. She wondered if it was because, well, he didn't like Feng Liu, and I wonder, is it because of his recent attitude? Annan heard her say that, it's not like you can't give him a chance if you have a little bit of a crush on him and he's interested in trying to change, right? Annan was hoping she would get what she wanted. But thinking about the past still makes me uncomfortable. Jiang Nan said. She still remembered his choices, his indifference, and the hurt. What if, in fact, he wants to make it up to you? Annan asked her. The two sat next to each other. Jiang Nan tilted his head and looked at Ning. Then what if Yan Fengshuan wants to make it up to you? I and him, with you and Xie Qingzhou is not the same. I sincerely liked Yan Fengshuan, but he did not treat me with a little bit of sincerity. You and Xie Qingzhou is a husband and wife, and the two of you are emotionally grounded. If he can really treat you like a pearl, it's okay. Surnamed Yen, no heart, and will not make up for me. This hypothesis does not hold. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, thinking. And at this time, Xie Qingzhou was playing cards in the clubhouse. It was already going to be 11 o'clock at night, and this woman didn't come with a single phone call or a single tweet. His face was colder than the weather outside. Susanna song through the cards in her hand. What a whirlwind. Shenzhen sighed. Brother, really? You said that when your sister-in-law put you on the tip of her heart. You didn't even look at others, and shouted Miss Jiang in every breath, now it's fine. A few minutes of glancing at your cell phone, hating to see if it's out of signal. Late deep love is cheaper than grass, old iron. Xie Qingzhou threw the cards away and glared at Xiao Zheng. Your idea is surnamed bad. To treat her well, to make amends, to show respect, with no effect at all. She had no hesitation in choosing her job over him. Zhou Yung, since she didn't appreciate it, she didn't want him either. He wasn't all that compelled by her. Chapter 107 Care. When Rong Chong left Haichang the next day, Yang Ji sent Jiang Nan a carefully selected gift. Mr. Jiang asked you to taste it to see if it has the flavor of your childhood. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, Rong Chong said, looking down at the items. Specialty pastries from a famous old name in Haicheng are hard to come by. Not expensive, but with a lot of heart. The scale with the male clients is well taken. Jiang Nan woke up early to go to the company to hold a meeting. BR's cooperation took. It is considered to give employees a strong heart before the year. Everyone is full of confidence. Jiang Nan finished the meeting and looked at his cell phone. There was no incoming call from Xie Qingzhou, nor was there any WeChat message from him. The two being together like this instead made her feel open inside, not tangled and messy like before. Jiang Nan didn't regret saying something like that to Xie Qingzhou that day. If a woman's world is nothing but love, nothing to know, nothing to love, such a one-sided life will not, by and large, lead to happiness. For these 3 years of marriage, Jiang Nan took the initiative and waited for 3 years. If Xie Qingzhou couldn't even stand this one sentence, it wouldn't make any difference if that opportunity was given or not. He hadn't called, and she hadn't also initiated contact. It was as if the relationship between the two people suddenly went back to the way it was before, unheard and indifferent. The head luxury brand joined Breeze Plaza or a Seoul store. Not long ago Jiang Nan took L.S. The subsequent cooperation of some brands, it is a little smoother, and do not have to do everything for her personally. It just so happens that it is also going to be the end of the year. Jiangnan lived in the Jiang family, promised Xie want to think about it to pick up her to live for a few days and play well with her. Xie Qingzhou these days did not come. Her mother also asked if she had a fight. Xie want to think about coming. That sweet-talking little girl coaxed her mother, but quite happy, which also let Jiangnan assured a lot. Auntie, did you have a fight with third uncle? In the evening, she and Xie wanted to think about it as they each occupied a corner of the desk to read a book, and she suddenly asked her, "No, why do you ask? I've been coming to stay for 2 days now and he hasn't even called you with a video. My dad has to call and video me every day if he's traveling." Jiangnan put down the book and lay on the desk with a pillow, pondering for a long time. It seemed like she and Xie Qingzhou had never been this sticky before. After 3 years of marriage, the interactions are also recent and pleasantly few. "My third uncle treats you badly. Why do you like him so much?" Jiangnan raised his eyes and looked at Xie, wanting to think of big, watery, grape-like eyes. "Back in the day, I just loved him so much I had to marry him, and I always thought he'd love me someday. But this day, after all, did not wait. Not to mention back then, even now, Xie Qingzhou never asked her why she insisted on marrying him back then. Because it's not as liked or cared for. Whether he liked her or wanted a chance, stayed a little deeper in the physical entanglement. Xie wanted to think about looking at her third aunt and sighed. "Wise men don't fall in love." Jiangnan froze. "Ha! You're so young and you know that phrase so well?" Grandma said, "Ah. Jiang is so smart and beautiful. How could she like our stupid son?" Xie wanted to think about following Mrs. Xie's tone. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh, or that. The Xie family treated her well, except for Xie Qingzhou. She goes to take a shower and she wants to think about taking her cell phone and videoing her parents. When he hung up, he called Uncle Sam on the video. At this time, Xie Qingzhou finished his entertainment, and he was quite flattered to see Jiangnan's call. It rang for a moment before he picked it up slowly and methodically. Only, when it was Xie Tian on the opposite side, Xie Qingzhou frowned. "Why you? Auntie's in the shower." Xie Qingzhou sound. She is not able to face. "Looking for a step? Auntie, made you call?" "No, if it weren't for me. Auntie wouldn't even want to mention you, Uncle Sam." Xie Qingzhou. This woman, it's been days and she doesn't even contact him for a bit. She's out of the shower. Put her on the phone. I have something to tell her. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa in the hall of the clubhouse. The bit of wine that he more or less drank in the evening, his heart was stuffy, making him more or less just a little bit on the head. Uncle and nephew were wide-eyed with their cell phones. Finally, Gangnam came out of the bathroom. "Auntie, my uncle said he wanted to see you about something." Jiangnan said, "Oh," and walked over. Not a moment later, Xie Qingzhou saw Jiangnan, her hair half-dried, wearing a black nightgown with a rabbit pattern printed on it. Her small face was red, and with that nose-tip mole, she was very innocent. Yet she was clear and stunning, and didn't have half of the appearance of a female executive. It struck him as, after all, more moving than that night when she'd thrown her arms around his neck and gasped messily in his arms. "What is it?" she asked him, her voice light. "Weren't you the one who told Xie to think about calling me?" he said, looking puzzled at his niece. "Brother Zhou, what are you doing here? Aren't you taking care of me?" With the dainty voice, a figure shifted in front of the camera for a moment. Waiting to settle down, Jiangnan saw the woman, familiarly hugging him and then going to kiss him. When Jiangnan covered Xie's eyes, Xie Qingzhou's camera went black, but he could still hear the woman's voice. "Boat brother. Touch me. My heart is beating fast or not." Jiangnan directly hung up the video call. "That woman, who is she?" "This is not for you to care about. Go to sleep." "Xie, think about it. Didn't you say that you're going to see the final round of Sister and Ning's endorsement audition tomorrow? Take you there tomorrow?" Jiangnan studied the Lucerne products, this time the product, both in terms of design and craftsmanship. There are some Chinese elements, as well as the cultural heritage of the country. Since Ning had entered the audition along with the last time with Xie Qingzhou, she was considered a small fire. After that, she started posting about her weekday life on social media platforms, more infrequently. The camera unintentionally landed on the out-of-print Patek Philippe watch, which the public realized belonged to Anning. Plus, Ning in the previous editions out of the video, makeup is simple, even wearing a minimalist style, tried on a necklace from Lucerne at the time. Lining her temperament is excellent. It is the person who is wearing jewelry, not like some people wearing expensive jewelry but also cannot be lined up. So, this time both the media and the public are waiting for Anning's final wear. And Ning also lived up to the expectations, black new Chinese style half stand-up collar shirt, No cumbersome buttons, very simple, but outside the cover of the same color long sweater material vest. In the middle of the belt, the lines of the body will be revealed. Long hair lazily coiled up, revealing a slender snow-white neck, good physique, and straight shoulders. Black also collision with white, red lips colorful, with lucerne the same pearl earrings. Once out of the scene stunned everyone. And Ning hands in the pocket appeared on the stage at once let people remember. She seems like the Republican period, the study returned to the country of the rich and noble young lady. Such a makeup before the auditions were over and Ning was on fire, and there were many imitations of it on major video sites. And Ning has also become the Lucerne brand spokesman, the most popular one. Anning couldn't be happier if she could get back on the stage she loved. She felt that it would take a long time for her to become popular again, perhaps a few years? I didn't realize it was just a few dozen days. And Ning looked at the news on the internet and happily hugged Jiang Nan. Jiang, if Lucerne's endorsement is taken down, then I'll be more confident. And if you give me the endorsement of Breeze Plaza, my heart won't be so weak. 9 out of 10. Annan was happy for her too. And Ning also admired Jiang Nan, really worthy of graduating from one of the top-ranked art universities in the world. Jiang Nan's aesthetic was really good. She understands the founder of Lucerne brand's original intention for the product, and also her own aesthetic and operation ability, which makes her so fast out of the circle. Not to mention online, even Mr. Nan Xiu was amazed at Ning's outfit. In the beginning, dressing that simply allows the jewelry to be everyday and not so grand. However, it is even more complimentary when paired with the new Chinese clothing that is hot right now. Anning is undoubtedly the most suitable spokesperson for Lucerne. The company hired Anning and asked her about her outfit inspirations, as well as some of her thoughts and insights on jewelry brands. And Ning also did not hide private, said it was a friend Jiang Nan gave advice on wearing, as for some of their own insights on jewelry, but also let Nan Xiu is very satisfied. This surprised Mr. Nanshu still belongs to Gangnam now. This Mrs. Boat is really surprising then. It was no wonder that last time, Xia Qingzhou had specifically come to look for him. The company was happy with Ning, but Mr. Nanshu said at the most important juncture, wait a little longer. Originally, the results of the audition were to be announced 3 days later. However, both Lucerne's official website and the host media have come out with the announcement that the spokesperson selection is delayed to be announced. But the specific time of the delay has not been determined. Annan's heart lifted for a moment as she called and asked about Lucien's side. The Lucerne side responded that the spokesperson, in all likelihood, is in-house. Jiang Nan was still calm when he heard the news. Do your best to listen to God's destiny, a lot of things, the lack of a few points of luck, but also cannot succeed. So, she wasn't in a hurry. On the contrary, it was Ning who, after a few weeks, had inquired about that inner circle called Yen and she Yen Fengxuan's younger sister. And Ning was going to be furious and flung the photo at Jiang Nan. What should we do? Jiang Nan looked at the person in the photo. Hard to do. Why? The girl who daintily called Boat on the day of the video the other day. This appearance is obviously the care of Xia Qingzhou. Chapter 108. Xia Qingzhou take care of, to which step Jiang Nan is not clear, as if yet it is clear. After all, this Yen family's third housewife gave birth to the eldest young lady. The appearance is very beautiful, very young, only 20 years old, like a flower like jade age. I heard it was a college vacation and wanted to get in the ring for a bit. In fact, Lucerne's endorsement can't be taken, there's no problem. Ning, you're in a good heat right now, come a movie, TV show's picking up. I'm sure you can get back to the top. And Ning didn't say anything. She knew even if she was stupid, if Lucerne's endorsement wasn't so important, she wouldn't even have to be so hands-on and go through all the trouble. With the approval of Lucerne, with the approval of Mr. Nanshu, it's not the same after all. And Ning sank her eyes into silence, thinking that if she had no choice, she could go to Yen Fengxuan. Just after having a thought, Jiang Nan knocked on the table. No one is allowed to go to surname Yen. Do you hear me? Annan let out an "oh." New Year's Eve is a week away, and the spokesperson for Lucerne is still up in the air. With a decision like that, it was as if she had a chance as far as Annan was concerned. She wanted to be read, not because of her obsession with fame and fortune, but because she knew how important this opportunity was to Breeze, to Jiang Nan. This gave birth to a strong and uncontrollable terrible thought in Ning's mind. Jiang Nan ran into Xia Qingzhou at a clubhouse when he was dealing with some personal matters at the end of the year. The tall, thin girl followed him with a red nose and a pitiful look. When they met in the slightly dimly lit corridor, Jiang Nan paused slightly in her steps and locked eyes with him. I haven't seen him for a week, and he's still as well dressed and handsome and charming as ever. When Yen and she saw Jiang Nan, they hurried forward as if they were on the verge of an enemy and took his arm in a very affectionate manner. Xiaqing Zhou subconsciously tried to draw back his arm, and Yen and she crossed their legs and whispered in his ear, "This is your disobedient wife. Ah, it's quite pretty, but don't you want to know if she cares about you or not?" Xiaqing Zhou looked at Jiang Nan. She did not wear a jacket, a black sweater, gray suit pants, wearing a pair of white shoes and dry and comfortable dress. She is always like this, and then the basic ordinary clothes wherein the body are very advanced and let a person cannot open their eyes. The couple just looked at each other, and then she brushed past him. "Boat brother, you are finished? Your wife does not care about you at all, eh? I care about you, ah. Why don't you get along with me?" Yen and she said. In the evening, Jiang Nan drank a little bit of wine, and when she left the clubhouse, she went to the restroom to wash her face to clear her head. A body was plastered behind her, water beating on her face, and she raised her eyes to meet the dark eyes of the man behind her in the mirror. Satisfied with his anger and unhappiness, Xiaqing Zhou pinched her waist, cupped her face, and kissed her. Jiang Nan was not submissive since and went to scratch his face. Only her routine, which he felt through, confined her to the sink, her body squeezed between her legs. Unable to break free, she tilted her chin up to meet his gaze and asked him quite calmly, "What are you doing?" The endorsement of Anan was something I asked Mr. Nanshu to suppress. Then, Jiang Nan didn't care as if he was calm in his eyes. This kind of calmness, Xiaqing Zhou really disliked it too much. He also once really liked someone and wanted to spend the rest of his life hand in hand with her. Even now, Jiang Nan is so attractive to him, he wants to cut himself off from that person. Wants to ignore it, but he can't do it. Her heart is cold fast. He lowered his eyes, not answering her words. At that time, when Lucerne started the audition in Haicheng, Feng Liu to go to the scene, in fact, it was on purpose. Now that Feng Liu was snowed in, Yen and she took the top spot. Something that, between husband and wife, is unspoken. "Want to sleep, you still have 4 more times," Jiang Nan said, not letting her mood rise and fall because of the ambiguous position of the two people. Her tone was light to the point where it seemed like she was talking about official business. This caused Xiaqing Zhou's face to darken to the end. If it had been before, he would have held her down and made her give in to the shame of that sort of thing. Now he had a few moments to spare after all. "Just give me a hug." Lucerne's endorsement for a Ning. Xiaqing Zhou said. There was a humility and begging inside these words that even he himself could not detect. Jiang Nan was surprised, then said, "This is quite a good deal, I agree." She gave him an unsolicited hug, then leaned her body back and braced herself to look at him. "Do you have to be so perfunctory? Didn't you say a hug would be fine? Hugga. Sincerely hug me," he said, rubbing her chin before he lowered his head and began to manipulate her lips. When Xiaqing Zhou was handsome and kissed her very gently, she did not resent it, but instead gently closed her eyes. When the lips and tongues came and went, deeply intertwined, each other's bodies would unconsciously move closer together. Gangnam liked to stroke the back of his neck and the ends of his hair when he kissed him. He held down her waist. A couple, like physically attracted mature men and women, kissing hard in the bright and shiny washroom counter of the clubhouse. Hearing the sound of someone walking, Xiaqing Zhou stopped and looked at her with crimson eyes for a moment before carrying her to the restroom cubicle. Pressing her against the cold marble wall, Jiang Nan's red lips lightly opened, and her orchid-like exhale brushed against the side of his neck. Xiaqing Zhou caressed her face again and kissed her deeply. Jiang Nan didn't refuse. Outside the restroom, there were people walking and talking, and they were entwined inside, ear to ear. Jiang Nan's clothes were disheveled. His blouse was pushed upward by him, and Jiang Nan sat on his lap, being kissed by his godly soul fluttering and wandering. Xiaqing Zhou felt that touching Jiang Nan's body was similar to taking a drug and couldn't control himself. And yet, in the end, it didn't really do anything in this place. He leaned against the wall aside and watched as she buttoned up her little dress, smoothed out her hair, opened the door and left without saying a word. That posture dashing, like a man encountered a woman who took the initiative to send to the door that way. Comfortable finished, the relationship between the two people is also over. Xiaqing Zhou is in a more annoyed mood than when he arrived. Yen and she hid at one side, watching Jiang Nan's departing back. Turns out it was for an endorsement. If Xiaqing Zhou went back on her word, what would happen to this difficult Mrs. Xia? Chapter 109. When Jiang Nan returned home, Ning was sprawled on her family's sofa, lazy and unable to lift her spirits. "You need to stop losing your head over endorsements," I think that's about it. And Ning sat up abruptly. You went to find Xie Qingzhou? Ran into it. Why is it so hard for ordinary people to do something? Damn capital. Lucerne of this endorsement. And Ning can see that Jiangnan has done all that can be done. She even researched the inspiration and the original intention of the creators of each series of Lucerne in order to better understand the brand, so she made her outfits to match the brand's temperament. Compared to her indignation, Jiangnan was conversely frank. There is no absolute fairness in this world to begin with. Annan knew this as well. I just think it's aggravating. What's the aggravation? Just a kiss. Just. Only a kiss. And Ning didn't believe it. Xie Qingzhou was so doggy. How could he only give a kiss? And Ning froze when she heard that Xie Qingzhou said that a hug was given to the endorsement. Xie Qingzhou, so humble to beg for your care. Annan was also quite shocked. To be honest, Gangnam was surprised too. He saw his eyes then and judged that he wasn't putting on a show when he said that. So when the kiss came, she didn't refuse. Strong arm tactics couldn't bring her to her knees, but by showing weakness, she was rather less determined. Only the next day, I thought that the official announcement of the spokesperson of Lucerne would be made. But there was still no news, and Ning was in a hurry. I was afraid that Xie Qingzhou would drop the chain and break Jiangnan's heart again. After all, right now, she was more or less shaken up. As to what was really making her shaken up, she didn't know. But she really didn't want Jiangnan to be disappointed again because of Xie Qingzhou. Jiangnan went to a meeting and left his cell phone in the office. At 10:30, a strange call came in. Annan scanned it, not paying attention. But the man seemed to be very persistent in making one call after another, and Anning picked up. Sister. This voice, and Ning rolled her eyes. Where is the green tea? Ah. Through the screen can smell the flavor is very strong. Sister, Boat said that Lucian's endorsement was given to me, so your friend doesn't have to wait. And Ning knew who this person was. Yen Fengshuan's half-sister. And Ning didn't say a word and simply cut off the call, deleting it in the process. Xie Qingzhou should not be so stupid. The one who trips is her. Annan sneered. Jiangnan finished the meeting and returned to the conference room. Yang Ji told her that Ning had left and left her a message saying that she was going to make a trip over to the Lucerne headquarters to discuss cooperation. Jiangnan didn't suspect anything. Yan and she do not have the ability to play the role of Lucerne endorsement. And from the very beginning, she was very clear that at her age, there was no way Mr. Nanxiu would let her be an endorsement. So, she was just going to make the endorsement, delay the announcement for a few days so that there would be a bit of animosity between Jiangnan and Xie Qingzhou. Delaying the announcement of this would also require Yen Fengshuan's presence to do so. Yen Fengshuan heard her and hung up directly. Yen and she had no choice but to throw out the killer. The spokesperson is a Ning brother. This is an opportunity to get her to your side What you can't have is always stirring. She understood that. All she needed was one day with a phone call to Gangnam in between, and it was a done deal. It was already afternoon when Ning's landed at Changqing Airport. After she settled herself first, she then wore a khaki-colored trench coat to the office building where Yen Fengshuan was located. The weather in Fragrant City is much more suitable than in Sea City. Yan's company is in the famous CBD business district with a nice view of the bay. When Yen Fengshuan got off work, he saw Ning on the opposite side of the road. She came over. He actually knew it already. And Ning was wearing a long khaki trench coat with loose hair. Inside was a simple white tee with jeans. Stepping on a pair of white shoes, loose and airy. This makes Yen Fengshuan remember. The first time to see the appearance of a Ning, eyes are full of green and simple, immaculate as if it does not belong to this mortal world. Once that simple little girl has become a bright and beautiful woman. Even if she wears a mask, through the crowd, a glance can see that she is very beautiful. Without his assistant, he followed the crowd step by step to her. Annan looked at him and stood still in front of her. Waiting for me? He said, feigning surprise. Yes. And Ning came to him and didn't make a pretentious appointment at a cafe, but went directly to the hotel. Does that long-term relationship you mentioned last time still count? Yen Fengshuan's eyes picked up, sizing up Ning. Thinking about men? He asked. I'm keeping a long-term relationship with you on the condition that you keep an eye on that sister of yours. He'd seen the video too, and it was really nice in that black outfit. Many of you have said that Anning, there are no meal replacements available online. Even the TV series and movies she once made, take it out, there is nothing to be black. After all, the acting skills are there. She is serious about her work and there is no black material. Indeed, she was a perfect candidate for the spokesperson Mr. Nanxiu had in mind. She hadn't expected that Yen and she, who had always been nothing but a troublemaker, would do him such a favor. It's just that when it's delivered, men tend not to appreciate it. What makes you think that I have a shortage of women around me? Annan let out an "Oh, I'm sorry to bother you then." She came with just one bag on her back, so when she left, she did so with panache, lifting her bag without looking back. Yen Fengshuan let out a "Heh." This stubbornness is still the same as before. And Ning stopped the cab, but within a few minutes of walking, the cab was forced to stop at the side of the road by Yen Fengshuan's car. Yen Fengshuan dragged her to his car. The car was parked in the underground parking lot of the hotel, and Yen Fengshuan told her about his decision with practical actions. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the official microblogging site of Lucerne announced that the spokesperson was a Ning. Jiang Nan was quite happy for her when she heard the news. This matter of the heart was sort of settled, and she wanted to be the first to congratulate Anning. But at this moment, Ning was being held down by Yen Fengshuan, and her two crossed feet, which were swaying in mid-air, had no way to pick up her phone. Jiang Nan thought it was inconvenient for her and didn't call again. When she returned home, she saw Xie Tian want to think about wearing a scarf and gloves in the yard, with Xie Qingzhou building a snowman. Looking up, she saw her mother standing right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. She parked the car, and Xie wanted to think about it as she ran in cheerfully. "Auntie, you didn't come back last night. I missed you. I had social engagements yesterday. I'll be back late." Jiang Nan stroked Xie Wanna-think's head and handed her the dessert he had brought back. Only after Xie Qian wants to think about running away did Jiang Nan look at Xie Qingzhou. "Why are you here?" "Delivered." He could sort of see that she wouldn't initiate until he came. Jiang Nan raised her eyes to look at him. "You're thinking that in my house? I won't have a seizure, aren't you?" "Yes," he admitted, then threw down the shovel. "Let's not make a scene, okay?" When Jiang Nan didn't say anything, he heard him add, "I'll be sure to behave myself and keep a good distance from women." Chapter 110. Xie Qingzhou received a phone call from Yen Fengshuan, saying that Yen and she, relying on the relationship of the Yen family, let the Lucerne brand side to delay the release of the spokesperson candidate for 2 days. He came over when he heard about it, not wanting Gangnam to misunderstand. "The endorsement thing, I didn't interfere. Mr. Nanshio is also a very principled person. The only person who makes the final call on his brand's endorsement is himself." Xie Qingzhou opened his mouth. Jiang Nan didn't say anything and lifted his feet toward the house. Xie Qingzhou held her wrist. "Talk. No chat." Xie Qingzhou's eyes turned cold and squeezed her wrist. "Want your mom to see us arguing?" "You." He was really good at holding her. The two of them reached the outside of the courtyard. Jiang Nan was not wearing much and hugged his arms, waiting for him to speak. Xie Qingzhou sank his eyes to look at him for a moment, but still took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Jiang Nan didn't refuse and pulled the collar tight. The way she was cowering in his shirt, drawing in that bit of warmth, was just adorable and made him feel a little better. "You were trying to keep Feng Liu from getting the female. General. Army role, so calculating me, and afterwards half cared. I don't want to lose face, so I negotiated with Mr. Nanshio, just to wait for you to throw yourself at me." Jiang Nan raised her eyes to look at him. He reached out and hooked the hair on her cheek behind her ear. "All men want to save face. I won't let Yen and she sign on with my company." She still didn't say anything, just tilted her head back and looked at him. He stepped forward and hugged her gently. "Just pretend I'm a man you're still interested in, will you?" Gangnam. He knows exactly how she defines him. She didn't continue to tense up with him, and the two of them went back home together. "I'm delivering again, and you're just going to be a little more interested in me?" Gangnam. He's here, and it's her mom who's happiest. A few days ago, Xie Qingzhou came to stay, and knowing his tastes, he let Li's sister-in-law cook all the dishes with light flavors that he loves to eat. Jiang Nan frowned. "Why isn't there any of my favorite dishes?" "Thanks for thinking about having a dish of chicken wings with cola. Aren't you on a diet? A light diet?" Jiang Nan. When did she say she wanted to lose weight? Besides, she doesn't even have to lose weight, right? Qin Shuang called Xie Qingzhou to eat and said, "Boat, eat more." She hadn't eaten much in the evening to begin with, so she ate just a little and went to the living room. After the meal, Qin Shuang said to her, the better to Xie Qingzhou, he will treat her better. Ah, how such a vinegar are eaten. How could Gangnam not know his mother's intentions? This was overheard by Xie Tian. Want to think about it, and ran upstairs to tell Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou nestled on the sofa in Jiangnan's bedroom to read a book, looking at his niece for a long time, reflecting on himself. Compared to Jiangnan, he treats her is indeed not considered good. In the change, Xie wanted to think about plopping down in front of him. Really? Aha! Jiangnan took care of a bit of business in the living room downstairs, so Xie wanted to think about it and hugged her from behind, then leaned in and whispered in her ear, and as she heard it, she was a bit slightly stunned and a bit disbelieving. Really? Can't you give Uncle Sam another chance? Jiangnan pinched her tender cheeks. You're a lobbyist for your third uncle? Not for Uncle Sam, but for myself. You? I like you don't want you to leave our family. Xie wanted to think about hugging her tightly. Auntie, my third uncle used to be blind and couldn't see your goodness. Now I think he has a drop of goodness in his eyes. Jiangnan was amused by Xie wanting to think about it. I'll think about your words. She finished giving Xie a bath and settled her down to sleep before going back to her room. Xie Qingzhou was reading a book on the sofa and looked up at her. She didn't say anything and took a shower. These days, she is also quite tired. Soon will be the new year. The family's New Year's goods and so on have not been purchased yet. She blew her hair dry and lay on the bed, and not long after, Xie Qingzhou also lifted the covers and got into bed. Want to? Jiangnan, who was lying on his side, froze when he heard her talk like this, then looked back at him and said seriously, Xie Qingzhou, did you come to soften me up because you have a need? Xie Qingzhou was stunned. Not denying it, but not all. Want to? You said that there are 4 more times. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, then lay back down. You're not quite good at counting. Harmony in a couple is pretty crucial in that regard, he said, his gaze sullen, his finger landing on her chin. He and Gangnam, in this case, were much more in harmony than otherwise. Jiangnan did not agree, nor did he refuse. The two people just stared at each other. The temperature seemed to be slowly rising, and the atmosphere seemed to be ambiguous. We do have a lot of problems with each other. Let's work them out piece by piece. Okay? Don't be lukewarm. Okay? He said, in an extraordinarily gentle tone. The man's lips landed on hers, gentle and loving, with a few pleasing hints. Xie Qingzhou was also a smart person, a person who was very good at summarizing. She found out when she was in the washroom that Jiangnan ate this. Prying her lips open, her lips and tongue entwined deeply. The passive one, after all, pulls on his neck. Leaving her lips, peeling off her pajamas, the man's body propped up in front of her. I just came back not long ago. A lot of business has not come back. The year before is not as busy as your side. The family's New Year's Eve shopping, you don't have to worry about it. That's how women know what's hot and what's cold when it comes to marriage, by and large. After being married for such a long time, this was the first time that she felt that Xie Qingzhou was a bit like her husband. Her eyes moistened slightly and she inclined her head. Xie Qingzhou would not miss such an opportunity. Kissing her neck, rattling her body, watching her tremble. The silhouettes overlapped. The two people's fingers were tightly interlocked. Jiangnan emotionally went to bite his ear. Not that. The man, equally agitated and fiery, looked up at her for a moment. I'll get it, he said. It's a marriage that he probably won't divorce. When Xie Qingzhou was getting dressed, he saw the painting on the wall again. Even if the man came back, his choice wouldn't change. Taking pills is not good for her health after all. After Xie Qingzhou left, Jiangnan embraced the quilt and lay on his side on the bed. The painting on the wall caught her eye too. She wondered if she should ask him if he remembered the past with her. And Ning was half tortured by Yan Fengshuan every time she was with him. She ate something, regained her breath, and asked him, Did you take your pills? I'm going to take pills that will kill you. Anning, she then asked redundantly. Regarding our long-term relationship, I'm going to make an appointment with you. Just as Ning's words fell, Yan Fengshuan's phone rang. Yan and she cried on the phone and asked him what was wrong. I have to ask you, what are you up to? Filming is filming. Who gave you permission to meddle in anything else? And Ning listened to the tone and judged that it was Yan and she, so she moved over to hear what the other party had to say. She was blatantly eavesdropping. So Yan Fengshuan simply held her down on his lap and turned on the amplification. That wife of Boats doesn't know any better, so I'm just taking advantage of the situation. And you can still use this to hold a Ning? Haven't you slept with her enough? And Ning snorted coldly. I'm sorry. I was the one who slept with him and he changed his mind. I'm here to advise you, if you dare to look for Jiangnan's trouble, I'll blow my pillow at him and piss you off. The phone snapped and hung up. What did you Yen family teach you? You can't tell right from wrong? Knowing 3 when 3. And Ning got up from Yan Fengshuan. Our relationship? It's only for 3 months. If you want to find me in these 3 months, I'll arrange a place. She's not an overachiever. She's pretty decent. Yen Fengshuan laughed, looking at the little hedgehog who wanted to zap people. 3 months? Counting as long term? You probationary period after 3 months, dumped you or turned, say. And Ning said, brutally don't care anymore. In this fame and fortune in a walk, this love of, no matter it. And Ning wanted to leave, and was once again held down by him. Ning, you found someone to be investigating a peace button. But there has been little progress, right? How do you know? As soon as she said it, she regretted it and was busy changing her words. What do you mean? My meaning is very simple. I have always been paying attention to you, and never wanted to let you go, so you don't count. He cupped her chin, not very compassionate, kissed her for a while, and then said, the peace button that is now hanging on the internet, the owner behind it is Xiaqing Zhou. This peace button, he also searched for many years before it arrived in his hands. Chapter 111. Waiting. When Xiaqing Zhou came back from shopping, Jiangnan was already asleep. There was only an orange essential oil humidifier on in the bedroom, a halo of yellow light, a delicate mist, and the essential oils of bitter orange filled the air, making it seem as if one's mood was much more pleasant. Jiangnan was lying on her side on the bed, her long hair falling over her snow-white shoulders, and on his angle, he saw her pretty nose and red lips. Xiaqing Zhou had never seen a sleeping beauty, but this beauty, asleep, was also very mouth-watering. He was drenched in cool air and somewhat intentionally made a bad attempt to kiss her pretty shoulder. She unconsciously cringed and didn't open her eyes. He sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the woman, a moment he both loved and hated. How can you sleep through something like this? After all, the atmosphere was as good as it had just been, and if it was his, he wouldn't sleep even if he was sleepy, after all, until it was hers. Kissing her shoulder and rubbing her neck, she just frowned and tried to roll over. Xiaqing Zhou sat on the edge of the bed to trap her, looking down at her sleeping appearance. Her features are very beautiful, her skin is like jade. She is not the kind of neighboring sister, sweet, cute, and harmless type of person. Maybe it is in the shopping mall. Her whole person is bright and unforgettable at a glance, that kind of type. But now, well-behaved is really like a sleeping kitten. He ruffled his fingers through her hair and kissed the corner of her forehead, ultimately doing nothing. The next day, when Jiangnan woke up, she saw Xiaqing Zhou with his back to her, sitting on the bed stool as if he was sending a message. His back is pretty well practiced and full of power. The water was still hanging off him from the fresh shower, sliding sensuously down the lines of his muscular body. She was slightly stunned, came back to her senses, and sat up. Xiaqing Zhou still had a bath towel hanging around his neck and turned back. Awake! Jiangnan, oh! Xiaqing Zhou came back to his senses, as if replying to the message, then dropped the phone and crawled to the bed. Jiangnan was grabbed by his ankles when she tried to get out of bed, and he easily dragged her underneath him. Her hair was dark and shiny, laying on the pillow like seaweed, enchanting and charming, much like a seductive demon. Xiaqing Zhou held her lips and kissed her while saying, I've been holding it all night. It's still early enough that quenching a craving is not a big problem. Her pajamas and the towel around her waist were tossed to the floor when a soft knock sounded on the door. Auntie 3, are you awake yet? Are we still going for a walk this morning? Xiaqing Zhou froze, did not think that the one who came to spoil the fun in the morning was Xie think. Lifted his head from Jiangnan's arms. Not going for a walk, very busy. Don't bother us. There was no more sound outside, and Xiaqing Zhou had just fished out Jiangnan when the knocking sounded again. So, can I come in? Jiangnan pushed his shoulder, and Xiaqing Zhou closed his eyes and finally got up to put on his clothes. Think, will you wait for me? I just got up and changed. Waiting for the two to walk out of the room, Xie wanted to think about sitting in the doorway, then grinned and said, Third uncle, let's go for a hike. The park next to Third Auntie's house is beautiful. In the middle of winter, what's good to look at? His temper stinks. Looking down at Xie want to think about it, he shouldn't have let her hear. What's the point of sticking to Jiangnan? But Xiaqing Zhou ended up following them. It's cold but still puts you in a good mood to go out for a walk in the morning. After breakfast, Xiaqing Zhou sent her to work. On the way, Jiangnan was sighing because of a Ning. Xiaqing Zhou came over yesterday to explain. She knew that a Ning said that this matter of signing a contract was not reliable. She must have gone to find Yen Fengshuan. Sigh. Because of the peace and quiet? At this time, he was quite in tune with her. Jiangnan, It was one of the few times the two were talking. Some people, some things, can't hide, just like me. I've been hiding from you for 3 years, and now I'm still being held by you? She hadn't expected him to say that, And for a moment she didn't know how to answer. And I didn't think he'd say something like that, either, which was surprising. There are still a few days to the new year. Jiangnan, as the head of the fashion department store, before the year is even more busy, sometimes at night to work overtime. The 2 boxes of things that Xiaqing Zhou had bought that night. After all, he didn't bother to touch her when he saw that she was very tired. And after Ning came back from Xiangxing, with the clue of Yan Fengshuan, she entrusted someone to find out about the peace button. The peace button was something that Xiaqing Zhou had just retrieved over the years, which meant that he hadn't forgotten about Jiangnan. Because Ning was looking for a peace button, such news still made Feng Liu as if she was on the verge of an attack. What's Ning looking for in that peace offering? And to hold her back, to hold her down. How long has it been? Xiaqing Zhou has always lived in Zhang's house, and will also go to pick up Jiangnan to and from work. These 2 people's feelings are obviously heating up. If the 2 are good, what chance does she have? She had no choice but to call and question, how much longer do we have to wait? The phone sighed. People can only reach the peak of their anger when their feelings are strong and they learn that one of the parties is cheating. What's the point of being lukewarm, right? Chapter 112. Jiangnan was still patrolling the store on the morning of New Year's Eve, while the Zhang family's home was doing the New Year's Eve shopping as well as the work like putting up the Spring Festival couplets, all of which was being done by Ning. The extra Xiaqing Zhou this year had in turn cleared her mind. And Ning plopped down on the sofa and watched as Xiaqing Zhou brought Xie Xiangtian over to put up the Spring Festival couplets, and also brought some of Mrs. Xie's handmade meals. Qin Frost was busy in the kitchen, frying some meat or something on New Year's Eve. There is no shortage of anything, but in the end, some customs continue. He had gotten the Zhang family in order, and Ning didn't bother him as much. The thought that he might be looking for Gangnam by looking for a peace button wasn't so crummy. After Xiaqing Zhou finished his work, Qin Shuang packed more of the fried meat and asked him to bring it back to add to the Xie family's New Year's Eve dinner. As he prepared to leave, Annan followed slowly. Are you looking for someone? Xiaqing Zhou turned back and looked at Ning. What? I asked if you were looking for someone. He didn't say anything, just looked at her. Last time, Feng Liu said that the person he was looking for, the Jiangnan side, was the clue. Obviously, this is not a false statement. Xiaqing Zhou nodded his head. It's looking for someone. How do you know I'm looking for someone? And Ning did not answer and looked at Xiaqing Zhou for a long time. Her heart was happy for Jiangnan. Honestly, the 2 of them are the perfect pair, and if they have each other in their hearts, it's a happy thing for all of them. It was just that such a surprise shouldn't have her, an outsider, talking too much. You're right about Gangnam. Better we'll find it. Xiaqing Zhou's heart settled, but he still raised his eyebrows. Oh, made a sound. Without saying anything else, Annan turned around and went back. Xiaqing Zhou sent his niece back home and went to Jiangnan to make a phone call, asking her what time she was busy and whether she would come back home for lunch at noon. I'll go back this afternoon. Jiangnan had just left the mall and had to make a trip back to the office. Mrs. Xie was quite happy as she watched her stupid son finally become somewhat attached to Jiangnan. In the past, he was like a stone at home on New Year's Day, not helping with anything and not smiling. Right now, she felt pretty good. It was close to noon when Mrs. Xie handed him a food box. Xiaqing Zhou was puzzled. What? There's nothing more to do at home, so go accompany Jiang for lunch. Then go back to the Zhang family together, and you'll be back for New Year's Eve. Mrs. Xie said that although she was dissatisfied with her son in many ways, in her heart she did not want her son to miss out on such a good girl as Jiangnan. Although Xiaqing Zhou was a little dissatisfied with Jiangnan's busyness these days, she treated him better than usual. Not so cold, kissing and hugging, and not refusing. It's just that Mrs. Xie is so busy, she doesn't have the time, and he's not sure that she's decided to give him that one chance. Xiaqing Zhou carried a food box to the Breeze Group. The employees are basically on vacation. The entire office cradle is empty. Only a few sporadic people have not left. This was the first time Xiaqing Zhou had come to Jiangnan's office. The style is pretty minimalistic, more like her dressing style. The office had a large bookshelf with lots of books on it, and on her desk was a photo album arrangement of her family of 4. Xiaqing Zhou looked at Zhang Yuan on the photo. Without him, would his father still be there? He had never thought about it before. He was too lazy to think about it. Now that I think about it, once upon a time, for 3 years, he was really too mean to Jiangnan. If it were not for the accident back then, Jiangnan would have found a husband who was a good match and loved her in the blessing of her father and brother, and lived a carefree life as a rich girl. Not as... Now, he sat in her office chair, chin propped up, looking at the photo, smiling girl, In front of her college, happy eyes bent up, Jiangnan returned to the office at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and Xie Qingzhou was lying on the sofa in her office taking a nap. Yang Ji was also surprised when he saw him. Jiangnan took her papers. All right, go home. If you're late, you won't be able to catch the New Year's Eve dinner. I'll take care of the rest. Xie Qingzhou pillowed his arm, just looked at her lying on the desk. She is wearing a black slim sweater today, gray suit pants, patrolling the store for the sake of a pair of white loafers, competent and temperament. She was pouting her surplus waist on the desktop signing papers, and if he didn't know her better, he would have thought he was seducing her. Xie Qingzhou got up, somewhat deliberately sticking to the curves of her body to trap her in his arms. His lips brushed against her her ear, and he said in a low voice, "There's something that I can help you with, Mr. Jiang." The man's hand fell on her waist in a rather ambiguous position. Jiangnan got up and handed him the documents in his hand. "Please file them, and clean up my office, by the way." Xie Qingzhou turned her around, lifted her up and made her sit on the desk, bracing his hands on both sides of her body, and without speaking, he looked straight at him. Xie Qingzhou's appearance was good, and the way he slightly picked his eyes to look at people was quite seductive. Jiangnan was grateful to him these days. Her mother hadn't been happy for a long time, and him staying at her house saved her a lot of heartache. She braced her body back and tilted her head slightly to look at him. He smiled and lowered his head to take her lips. The red lips slightly opened and the kiss became intense. Xie Qingzhou kissed her for a while before releasing her. Jiangnan's arm was resting on his shoulder, her red lips brimming with kisses from him, and her eyes were wet and especially seductive. Xie Qingzhou was happy, his fingers rubbing her slightly red and swollen lips. "Willing to give me a chance?" He wasn't a foolish man, and he could still feel the change between husband and wife. Jiangnan replied with a "Why the sudden change of heart?" he asked, his voice slightly husky, wrapping his arm around her waist so that he was close to her. "Of course, I have my own considerations," she said, looking at Xie Qingzhou for a long time before dropping her eyes and saying, "Don't let me down." "Aha." Xie Qingzhou pinched his cheeks very hard and felt that Xiao Zhang was still very useful. "Be patient, be nice to her. Women eat that up. Gangnam, to be precise. Eat first," he said, carrying her off the desk. Jiangnan was really hungry. Her mother-in-law brought her soup, and she finished the bowl in one gulp. Xie Qingzhou placed the meals one by one and waited for her to pat a bit before he spoke. "Our first date, it was in your office?" Jiangnan raised his eyes to look at him and didn't expect this matter to be turned over. "I owe you one, okay?" she said seriously. "You owe me quite a bit, huh?" He raised his eyebrows, looking quite flirty. Got it. Jiangnan was a bit impatient, and after eating neatly, he went back to his work. He listened to her on the phone, talking all about trivialities over at the Plaza department store. Waiting for her to finish her call, he wrapped his arm around her waist. "I told you to find someone in charge with experience in running a luxury department store, and you didn't listen to a word of it. Are people that easy to find?" she asked, suddenly looking right back into his eyes. "It's okay. It's not so bad to be with him like this." Jiangnan had a few moments of expectation in his heart, thinking, it's good to go on like this. Chapter 113. Xie Qingzhou naturally didn't clean for her. How reserved he was, he wouldn't do such a job with little skill. By the time she was done, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the two of them returned to Xie's house together. Although Jiangnan was busy, he didn't leave anything behind for his family for New Year's Eve, with gifts and clothes. Xie wanted to think about merrily transporting things to the house. Xie Qingzhou leaned beside her car smoking a cigarette and looked at her. "Worthy of being the owner of a department store, huh? Sending gifts by the truckload?" Jiangnan glanced at him calmly. "Are you moving anything?" "Move, dare you not?" He stubbed out his cigarette. The one who was happiest with this kind of its happiness was Mrs. C. After all the things were moved, Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, looking at the family, even the maid aunt's gifts, all of which she had picked out with her heart, finally knowing the reason why everyone in the Xie family liked her. Only all of them had gifts, only there was none for him as a husband. Xie Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. Was this giving him a chance? Xie Qingzhou clasped his hands to his chest and sat there, watching everyone fiddling with their gifts. Jiangnan saw his brows knit and explained, "The gift was ordered in advance for you next year." Xie Qingzhou. The family laughed softly. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Xie Jingyuan called his two sons to the study. Jiangnan, on the other hand, accompanied Xie to think about watching TV and replying to some New Year's Eve text messages in the meantime. In the study, Xie Jingyuan asked Xie Qingzhou if he still wanted a divorce. The precedent of divorce in our Xie family can't be opened from me. Xie Qingchuan couldn't help but laugh out. Yo, this is forgetting what he said when he married Jiangnan 3 years ago? He did a lot of work for the divorce. Xie Qingzhou rubbed his nose in embarrassment and glared at his own brother. Xie Jingyuan instructed him to treat people well since he had made a good decision, and then handed him that share transfer letter to pass on to Jiangnan. With that, he said to his 2 sons, "When the days are comfortable, you must also pay attention." Both raised their eyes at the same time, not quite understanding what their father meant for a moment. Xie Jingyuan was silent for a long time and said to Xie Qingzhou, "What happened at the banquet? You just returned to China. Until now it's not clear what's going on?" Xie Qingzhou's heart was in a state of awe. He had forgotten about that, the drugging one. He pursed his lips. Auntie Zhang hasn't said who it is yet? New Year's Eve this day, Xie Jingyuan called the 2 sons to come upstairs. But also in order to let the 2 people to live in peace. Do not repeat the tragedy of the year. Just because the Xie family's peaceful days were maintained by their own strength didn't mean that no one was eyeing them. Jiangnan was hugging and playing with Xie Zhizhi when he received a courier call. It puzzled her, and when she and Xie wanted to go out, the delivery boy gave her a large bouquet of blush roses. Seeing the flower, Jiangnan froze. Xie wanted to think, "Wow, what a beautiful flower." Jiangnan carried the flowers into the house, and Mrs. Xie asked her, "Did Zhou Qian send them?" She shook her head. "I don't think so." Zhou Qian hadn't contacted her since she left Haiqing. When Xie Qingzhou came downstairs, he saw the handful of flowers, bright and shiny, especially blinding. Jiangnan saw him and moved his lips to say something. At this time, Xinzhen and Song Xuanji came over and asked for red packets from Mrs. Xie, and the atmosphere in the house was excellent. Jiangnan stood in front of the bouquet with sunken eyes, and inside was only a greeting card that said Happy New Year and nothing more. Xie Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, looking at her in a daze, and let out a light heh. Jiangnan greeted the 2 men, and Jiangnan went to make a call to Rongchong. Not a moment later, a warm body was plastered behind her. Coincidentally, the dress Jiangnan wore today was the same gray backless sweater he had worn at the clubhouse last time, so she very clearly perceived the warmth of his palm. The call went through when Jiangnan gave him a sideways glance. "Gangnam, Happy New Year to Mr. Young," she said. The man's hands traveled along the back of her waist toward the front, then swept her up in his arms. "Mr. Jiang, have a heart." There was a long silence before Jiangnan said, "Mr. Rong, thank you for the flowers?" Rong Chang's pleasant laughter came from the phone, and he simply admitted, "Seeing your friend's circle cover with flowers like this, it's kind of a thank you for the gift you gave me last time." When Xie Qingzhou heard this, he coldly hooked his lower lip. He just thought that this surname Rong was very thoughtful and kind of teared up. Xie Qingzhou bit on her ear. Quite hard. Jiangnan couldn't help but hiss. Rong Chong, who was standing at the floor-to-ceiling window, froze, then smiled. "Jiangnan, Happy New Year." Hanging up the phone, Jiangnan looked back at Xie Qingzhou. He stood in front of her and asked her with a smile, "What's wrong?" "That's an innocent look. Didn't Xinzhen and Susanna Song come to play with you? Is it appropriate to leave them behind?" she said, her tone quite gentle. Jiangnan didn't want to mess with him on New Year's Eve. After all, having a man send flowers on New Year's Eve was just not right. And it was true that she handled it poorly, attitude-wise. She accommodated him. Xie Qingzhou was still stunned. This look of hers, very much like before, warm and soft to talk to him, let the man have a sense of conquest. He then lowered his head to kiss her, and Jiangnan pushed him. "They're all waiting for you and you're still messing around?" Dragging her in his arms and rubbing his neck against hers, he said this reluctantly. "Going to play mahjong?" He looked at her with his eyes downcast, as if his eyes carried a hook. "I won't, go ahead." As soon as the words left his mouth, Xinzhen was rushing him. "Brother, are you done yet?" Xie Qingzhou tugged at her. Here, if you don't know, I can teach you." Jiangnan sat down at the mahjong table as if he were rushing his ducks. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her body and made her sit in his arms. Xinzhen handed him a cigarette, and Xie Qingzhou bit it, but did not light it. Jiangnan didn't know the rules of mahjong, and when the mahjong was shoved into her hand, it was like a hot potato. She was clueless and could only look back at Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou held a smile and looped his arm around her waist, looking down at her and giving her a finger. However, every time Jiangnan played that card, it was either touched by someone else or let them eat it. Xie Qingzhou would only raise his eyebrows and smile, and also comforted, "It's fine." He made a couple of straight outs, and someone else on the other side of the table huffed. Then, Xie Qingzhou greatly transferred money. After a few consecutive handfuls, Jiang Nan turned back and looked at Xie Qingzhou in surprise, feeling that he was doing it on purpose. He met her gaze, his dark eyes still innocent over there, and touched her shoulder soothingly. The more he did so, the more Jiang Nan sensed that he was doing it on purpose. The bouquet of flowers, he didn't act like he didn't care. After losing a few hands in a row, Xinzhen and Song Susanna knew that they had won a lot and were happily waiting for her to play her cards. Although Jiangnan still didn't know the rules, she didn't ask for help from him anymore. She now knew how to play cards. But she lost a few more hands in order to make up the hoops. Xie Qingzhou's body was propped up on both sides of her body. Looking at her side face under the light, glistening like jade, her hair smelled good, and the whole person was thin but soft, just stunning. Xie Qingzhou then looked at her and didn't help her out, also wanting to wait for her to hoover up a hand of cards. Jiangnan concentrated, following everyone's rounds of drawing cards. He got up, went outside, and lit the cigarette that was between his lips. Squinting her eyes, thinking about her serious look, in fact, on her, the most attractive, but rather that kind of vigor, he remembered the way her face looked under the glazed lamp. He had a cigarette in his fingers and exhaled a few smoke rings before heading down the stairs. He went to the kitchen and rummaged around. Mrs. Xie, who was watching the spring festival in the living room, turned back to him and asked, "What are you looking for like a rat? What about that orange wine? Yo, remember that?" Xie Qingzhou. When he got upstairs, he saw Jiangnan smiling smugly, his fingers waving and waving on the mahjong table, obviously winning a hand and proudly asking for money. That look is really like a little fortune cookie. When she saw him move, she turned around and grinned, her eyebrows raised. Xie Qingzhou walked to her side, looked down at the cards in front of her. A pair of wills, put them aside, raised his eyebrows as if begging for a compliment. After she won a hand, she seemed to have exceptionally good luck with the cards, and within a few rounds of cards, she started hitting the deck. Xie Qingzhou lowered his head and watched her mouth grin to the root of her ear. He raised his hand and rubbed the top of her hair, smiling lowly. "It's been said that you have $1 billion in savings, so a little bit of money, are you so happy?" Xinzhen was won a few hands in a row by her. "No, it's okay to feed me a hand of cards, sister-in-law. That's not good. When you guys win against me, you're not soft at all, bullying me two-handedly." Jiang Nan said, "When the luck of the cards comes, you really can't stop it, not to mention the clear color, even if you draw your own." This made Jiang Nan a bit addicted. Downstairs, Mrs. Xie called them down to cross over. Jiang Nan was a bit unfulfilled. In the north, a meal is served on New Year's Eve. Jiangnan's brewed orange wine was served. Xie Qingzhou drank 2 cups, looked into her eyes and said, "It tastes good." Shunjin rubbed his arms, somewhat unable to stand it. By the time it was all dispersed and Jiang Nan and Mrs. Xie finished packing, it was already 2 in the morning. After Xie Qingzhou sent Xinzhen and Song Susanna Ji back, on the sofa in the room, there were several shopping bags, jacket, shirt, and I think cufflinks. Xie Qingzhou stood aside and suddenly raised his lips and smiled. The thing about gifts is that it's ultimately fun to have someone to give them to. Jiang Nan came out of the bathroom and was hugged by Xie Qingzhou. "Not next year. That's next year," she said. Having had a bath, she looked flushed and moist, and her eyes were extra bright. He cupped her face and looked at her for a long time. Such a surprise, he rather liked it. His fingers, rubbing her crimson lips, the knot in his throat rolled. Jiang Nan stood in front of him and just looked at him. The two of them looked at each other. Xie Qingzhou suddenly celebrated. That day. He didn't know exactly who drugged him, but he was pretty glad that day, I guess. In this moment, she tilted her head slightly and stood in front of him, locking eyes with him. Somehow, he also remembered her radiant and dazzling appearance in the clubhouse box. Thinking of the fearlessness and cunning in her eyes as she counted on him, even her smugness, that it just makes it hard to resist. Xie Qingzhou palmed the back of her head and leaned back to kiss her heavily. Jiang Nan was a little out of breath, but still wrapped her arms around his neck in response. The robe was tossed to the floor, and he held her against the bed in a lingering, passionate kiss. Jiang Nan breathed very hard and suddenly cupped his face and said, "I've never told Zhou Qian about Breeze's business situation. So, He provoked her by saying that Eldat's project was a favor from Zhou Qian, which she recognized long ago. Chapter 114. The person you're looking for, is she? Jiang Nin really hadn't told Zhou Qian about the company's affairs in the previous times, especially the brand side, which she hadn't revealed. She believed that Zhou Qian had gone to Xie Zhou. But this thing about L.S's project was made up by Xie Zhou. It's been a busy time for her with a lot of things happening. But Xie Zhou treat her, she can still feel some difference, especially in her mother, and Feng Liu to her father to throw dirty water on this matter. If not him, she certainly cannot be quiet to deal with the company's affairs. She was able to agree when he said, give the two another chance, that there was a big factor in this. She wasn't one to wring her hands, and since she had agreed to give him a chance, she naturally had to have her own attitude. There's only one chance. Let's give it a try. I'll be serious and I hope you won't let me down either. Jiang Nin said, then looked at his face seriously. Xie Zhou looked at the woman in his arms. You said it yourself. It wasn't for her best friend or to go along with acting in front of her mom, and that gave his heart a huge sense of satisfaction. A man wants a woman's heart and love with time, with energy, which is sort of returned, and something else that stirs his heart. Say that again. Xie Zhou smiled towards her, just quite happy. He looked down at Jiang Nan. His long hair strewn across the bed, showered and cleanly made up. In fact, she's particularly seductive in this look. The dizzying yellow light hit her body as if it enveloped her whole. I've gotten up the courage to give you a new chance, and you're going to take it, she said, hooking her arm around his neck and offering to kiss her. It was like once, when they were first married, the name she'd called out when she'd come up to him with a smile on her face. Xie Zhou remembered, once she shouted his name, her voice is very cool, with the dry but not hard northern girls, quite good to hear. Hated it when she called him then, but also perceived that she called his name as if with a hook. Good. In the kiss, he responded to her. She smelled so good it made his voice darken beyond recognition. In no time, Jiang Nan's eyes were red from his kisses. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Xie Qingchuan came knocking on the door, saying that some juniors from the Xie family had come to pay their respects. They are also going out to pay their respects. Xie Zhou just slept for half an hour. Because it had been so long, and because the two hadn't been in such harmony, it had been as wonderful as it had ever been, and it had left her insatiable. Tucking the bathed Jiang Nan under the covers, he was awakened by Ergo without even entering deep sleep. Jiang Nan heard the commotion and opened his eyes. Xie Zhou unscrewed the bedside lamp and she tilted her head slightly to gaze at him. You sleep, the family comes, you get Xie to play. Let the second sister-in-law to deal with, at noon we go back to the Jiang family, he said, kissed her and got up. Jiang Nan was actually quite embarrassed. It was the middle of the year and there was no seriousness. By the time she woke up again, it was almost 7 o'clock, and her mother-in-law had given her a big red envelope early in the morning. Let Xie Zhou come back early and accompany her back to have lunch with her mom. And Ning, accompanying my mom, Jiang Nan explained, still wanting to go back to Zhang's house earlier. At noon, together they went back to Zhang's house. And Ning looked at Jiang Nan's walking posture and pulled her aside. Getting very late? Jiang Nan? Is that obvious? Very noticeable, okay. Black eye, Anning said, then whispered. You guys made up? Jiang Nan nodded. Just gave him a chance. Let's see how he behaves. Anning pondered and contemplated, but still asked, did he tell you about the peace button? Jiang Nan shook his head. Why did you suddenly bring this up? Anning explained simply. Jiang Nan suddenly remembered that Xie Zhou had once said that he was with Feng Liu because of something else, and Feng Liu revealed something else. She sank her eyes. So the person Xie Zhou was looking for was her? Chapter 115. Sweetness. Jiang Nan also somehow developed a hint of sweetness in his heart. She inexplicably remembered, once in the windy position of standing in the industrial park, said to her, he has someone in his heart, promised to marry her, cannot go back on his word. Remembered, too, the day he asked about the painting on the wall. That means he hasn't forgotten her? Being so nice to Feng Liu just because she took the peace button? Kind of makes sense if it's about finding clues. But again, Gangnam had a few moments of uncertainty. This matter, she would have to find an opportunity to ask Feng Liu and also Xie Zhou about it. Xie Zhou carried in a large bag of things and watched the two people still muttering, deliberately going between the two. And Ning rolled her eyes. Xie Zhou, this wide place, you have to go between us? Xie Qingzhou's expression was cold, but he rolled his eyes against his will. Anning. He's so nervous. Lunch is the mother and sister-in-law in the preparation. Xie Qingzhou very good at coming to help in the kitchen, which makes Qin Frost satisfied and happy. The taste of the meal is naturally biased in his favor. Listening to Xie Qingzhou let Du Jiangnan love to eat, is more than satisfied with the lunch, but to give him a very large red envelope. After lunch, Jiangnan chatted with Annan on the sofa in the side hall. Xie Qingzhou hadn't slept all night, thinking about coming to Jiang's house today and hugging Jiangnan for a nap. Only Ning occupied Jiangnan. He woke up from a small nap, and the two were still talking. How can two people who are together all day long not be able to stop talking? Xie Qingzhou leaned on the head of the bed and sent a message to Yan Fengshuan, asking her to get rid of Ning. Otherwise, what could be done about the spring festival vacation? Only just 5 minutes after the message was sent, Yan Fengshuan returned the message, saying that there were still 10 minutes to go before he arrived at Zhang's house. Ning had no family, and after her grandmother passed away, the reunions were brought home by Jiangnan. And Zhang's family treats Ning like a daughter. Yan Fengshuan is even more knowledgeable about the situation of Anning, so he came from Xiangxing on the first day of the year. Xie Qingzhou gave a sound. Half an hour later, Jiangnan returned to his room and heard Xie Qingzhou saying, "Don't let her come back yet. 3 days or 4 days, it's fine." "Who are you talking to who?" "Tell Yan Fontaine about Annan." Jiangnan was speechless, glaring at him. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist. "Take a nap, Mrs. Xie. Aren't you tired?" Abducted to the bed by him and nestled in his arms, Jiangnan raised her eyes to him. The thought that he was looking for someone or her made her heart quite joyful, so she looked at him and it was quite pleasant. "Do you really not like Feng Liu at all?" she asked. After all, Feng Liu is quite pretty yet. "What do you say?" he asked her. Jiangnan didn't say anything and reached out to put his arms around his neck. Xie Qingzhou's body was half propped up on the bed, looking at Jiangnan's pretty little face. Only because of that? So enthusiastic? He kind of liked the way he looked now, a lot like he used to, the way she liked him. "Not really. I have my own way of judging," Jiangnan said. Xie Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her, then softly said, "Sleepy? You sleep with me for a while?" Jiangnan shook his head. "My mom said that you can't sleep on the first day of the year. Then stay awake and do something else," he said, kissing and touching her at the same time. When the cell phone rang, Jiangnan was held down on her waist by Xie Qingzhou. He touched his cell phone and scanned the caller, frowning slightly. "What's wrong?" Xie Qingzhou directly hung up the phone. "It's nothing." Then he lay down with his arm around her and said that she was superstitious, after which he handed her the red envelope that Qin Shuang had given her. "Here, turn it in." Jiangnan was surprised. "You're giving it to me? Well, you're better at saving money," Xie Qingzhou said before hugging her and slightly tilting his head to look at her. Jiangnan's features were impeccable. Her eyes were bright and full of intelligence, and when she focused on him, it was really quite mesmerizing. The name Jiang Billion was something he had heard from Zhou Qian. "I asked Xiao Zhang to find out that this Mrs. Xie not only makes a lot of money, but also saves money. She was in a trading company last year and made almost $100 million in salary plus business commissions. They say she has about $1 billion in savings, hence the nickname Jiang Billion. This Mrs. She really has a lot of money." The way she reluctantly accepted the money, she really looked like a little money grubber. "Too sleepy after serving you all night? Sleep with me. Don't be so superstitious." Jiangnan leaned into his arms and didn't refuse. Holding him gently, "Okay, I'll sleep with you." It was 4 in the afternoon when Xie Qingzhou woke up. The two of them packed up and got ready to go back to Shei's house. While Jiangnan accompanied Qin Shuang in talking, Xie Qingzhou received a few Weibo messages from Feng Liu. It's still about the man. He had already made his choice, and there was nothing to be done for the man but to make amends. It's just that his breaking his word reminds him that, during those dark days, she was by his side, taking care of him, giving him strength, and it makes his heart say no. Therefore, knowing that Feng Liu did not have news of that person, his mood was still affected. He put away his cell phone, not wanting to upset two people on a day like this. Feng Liu sent a WeChat message to Xie Qingzhou and did not get a response. That is, the time has come. The Xie family has been having family feasts since the evening of the first day. Xie Qingzhou is only 2 years older than Xie Qingchuan, but the second oldest in the Xie family. He has 2 children. At the family banquet, the uncles and aunts of the Xie family began to urge the marriage, saying that the two people are considered to be married for the 4th year, so they can consider having children. Xie Qingzhou's arm was resting on the back of Jiangnan's chair. Working on it? Don't rush. His voice was low and nice. In the end, he was in his 30s and had the charm of a mature man. Jiangnan's ears inexplicably got hot. The Xie family's eldest aunt asked Jiangnan, "Is this a plan?" "Well, go with the flow," Jiangnan said. Her cousin's sister-in-law or whatever asked her if she preferred a boy or a girl in relation to this question. "If we're going to have a baby, I hope it's a girl, just like Think." Xie Qingzhou drank a little wine at night, slightly drunken state. His eyes are more deep, and there are some cups of confusion. It would be nice to have a child, he thought. Girls are better, like her a little. Only the ambiguous flow between the couple was interrupted by the arrival of Qiao Zheng. When Xie Qingzhou arrived outside the courtyard, Qiao Zheng's face was grave. "That's what she said." Xie Qingzhou frowned. "I don't think it's believable unless—" Qiao Zheng followed his line of sight, from the floor-to-ceiling window, to see the lightly smiling Jiangnan, who was also gorgeous in the crowd. But what would she think if she knew? Xie Qingzhou's eyes sank. Then don't let her know. Chapter 116. Xie Qingzhou was satisfied with his current life and would have a few moments of joy in his heart when he saw Jiangnan. He didn't want anyone, anything, to ruin the way the two were getting along right now. But Qiao Zheng felt it was not right after all. That's no joke if your wife knows. Ever since he met her, he could tell that Jiangnan was a very pure person. This is true for work and even more so for relationships. Even if the intentions are good, once things are done, isn't that cheating? When Xie Qingzhou didn't speak again, Qiao Zheng knew that his mind was made up. The words that came to his lips were never spoken again. When he returned to the table, Gangnam returned his smile. Today, he was wearing the shirt she had bought him, with a stiff collar that set off his face. Jiang Nan also had to admit that his body stripes were really good, making people feel handsome. For eyes met, and he raised his eyebrows toward her without a trace, just kind of teasing her. He was next to her, sitting beside her. He realized that Jiangnan was still quite picky about what she ate, shrimp crab these. Listening to his mother-in-law, she was loving it. But tonight it's dainty not to get your hands dirty. The Xie family's family feast was quite enjoyable. Even if some of her cousins' wives intended to make things difficult for her, she had seen it so much in the business world that she was able to uncover it with ease. Xie Qingzhou brought the shrimp meat, crab meat, and served it in front of her. Jiangnan was slightly stunned, and after taking 2 bites, she quietly moved over and whispered, "Yummy." I don't know if she did it on purpose or not, but her exhale just swept over the skin at the nape of her neck, tickling it. It was pretty early after the family dinner. My in-laws had a busy year and didn't sleep well and went to bed early. Even Xie wanted to think about it, and when he ate, he was lazy and went back to his room as well. Jiangnan didn't feel the least bit sleepy, so he sat on the sofa and looked at Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou reached out and gathered her in his arms, lowering his head and kissing her hair. "What's wrong, bored?" Jiangnan blinked, then looked at him and said, "Let's go find Susanna Song to play mahjong?" Xie Qingzhou, addicted. She did nod honestly. "Okay." When Xie Qingzhou went to get his jacket, he sent a message to Song Susanna Ji to organize a trip to Qingliang Mountain. The Song Shin family and the Xie family were very close to each other. Going to Song's house to play mahjong plus Shin indeed. The Song family saw Xie Qingzhou bring Jiangnan over for the first time, so naturally they flirted with him. Jiangnan was being held by Xie Qingzhou, listening to the Song family counting down on him, and for a moment she was a little embarrassed. However, she was quite sweet in her heart. At the poker table, although she was a novice, she had good luck with cards, plus Xie Qingzhou always fed her cards, and in one night she won quite a lot. Song Susanna Ji and Shin Jun were also convinced, completely swinging for the fences, watching the third young master coaxing his daughter-in-law to be happy. The more Jiangnan won, the more excited he became, and it was 11 o'clock and he didn't want it to end. Susanna Song glanced at Xie Qingzhou and spoke, "Mr. Jiang, for the New Year's holiday, why don't we take a drive?" Jiangnan was putting together the cards and raised his eyes. "Going to play somewhere? Let's go to Mount Qingliang to worship Buddha?" Jiangnan was stunned. "Huh? You believe in Buddhism?" "I'm going to seek wealth, and it's said that seeking wealth on Qingliang Mountain is particularly effective." Jiangnan held the mahjong in his hand and looked at Song Susanna Ji. "You're quite greedy. Going or not?" Song Susanna knew then looked at Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou pondered for a long time. "I'll listen to my wife." Shin Jin gave a h and said, "Brother, if you go, what will you beg for?" Seeking a son. Okay? Jiang Nan was slightly stunned as he looked at Xie Qingzhou. Go back and discuss it, and give you an answer. Jiang Nan said, in fact, the spring festival vacation, she did not want to go out. She wanted to have a good time with her family. It's a 10-minute walk home. Xie Qingzhou held her hand, his fingers deliberately scraping her palm. Jiang Nan tilted his head to look at him, then asked him, are you really going to seek a son? Actually, I kind of want to. It was the first time two people, as a couple, talked about what the future of their marriage would look like. Jiang Nan lowered her eyes and just watched the shadows of the two people being stretched by the streetlights. Last time I was at the old mansion, I thought it would be nice to have a child. Jiang Nan's feet lurched and he tilted his head to look at him. That time, she had done it on purpose, just so that he wouldn't have time for Feng Liu. So that one time, it was pretty crazy, nothing measured and not much restraint. She gently stepped forward and hugged him. Like last time, it won't happen. I'll treat you right. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her. Then let's go to Qingliang Mountain? Yeah. Settle down and drive yourself trying to get to Mount Qingliang. Jiang Nan went back to her mother's house with Xie Qingzhou on the second day and left after lunch. Hearing that they were going to Mount Qingliang to seek a son, Qin Shuang also bought them a lot of things, fruits and so on. Takes 9 hours to drive from Haiqing to Qingliangshan. For people in an SUV is very spacious. The walk is not rushed. It was only that it was almost 11 o'clock when we arrived at Mount Qingliang. Shen indeed has a property in the southern city not far from Qingliang Mountain. They are coming, and sent someone to clean it in advance. Although Jiang Nan didn't drive, he was quite tired after a long car ride. She took a shower and fell under the covers, ready to sleep. The incense on Mount Qingliang was so strong that she got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Only burning incense and worshipping Buddha and these things, she was not particularly knowledgeable, and there were many temples of all kinds in Qingliang Mountain. A bodhisattva was surrounded by quite a lot of children, and Jiang Nan really did worship there. It was still early in the day when they returned to the villa. This house in Shenzhen is exquisite and particularly good. Although it is in winter, you can also see the mountains. The magnetic field in the mountains was good, so Jiang Nan plopped down on the second-floor balcony and looked down. It just so happened that the next-door neighbor had just returned, and there were quite a few servants. Jiang Nan rested his cheeks and saw a beautiful woman in a black trench coat get off the bus. The whole person looked quite slender. The servants as if comparing sign language with her. The man sidestepped his face, and when Jiang Nan looked at her, he abruptly stood up. Xie Qingzhou took a blanket and walked towards her. Jiang Nan panicked a little and slammed headfirst into his arms before coming back to her senses. Xie Qingzhou stabilized her and asked her with downcast eyes, "What's wrong?" "Just seemed to see an acquaintance," Jiang Nan said. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything, but her reaction was a confirmation of Feng Liu's words. That man Jiang Nan knew. Therefore, Feng Liu did not tell a lie this time. Yesterday, Feng Liu called her, and she was willing to tell him everything about that guy in order to get back into acting and become famous. Yet he was reluctant to believe her. Feng Liu did not have the slightest bit of trust in him, and she did not believe a single word that he said. But in the end, she had been in his company for many years and knew his temper. He said as he hung up the phone, "That person Jiang Nan knows this. I've told you this before on the phone. If you don't believe me, you can take Jiang Nan to see her. She's right here in Qingliang Mountain." Feng Liu also said that that person is at Qingliang Mountain every New Year's Eve to pray for her deceased parents. "What acquaintance?" Xie Qingzhou asked. He took a look at the man from a distance. He was quite thin, yet it was beautiful with a cold, unadulterated purity about it. Jiang Nan's brain was buzzing now. Xie Qingzhou seemed to have spoken to her, but she was too shocked and only felt that his voice was far, far away. After all, she disappeared that year in that fire. She couldn't believe it, and when she waited to come back to her senses, it's nothing. Perhaps it's the wrong person? Chapter 117. Cruelty. Jiang Nan was only lost in thought for a moment before recovering as usual. Xie Qingzhou also seemed to not see her disorder that way as he wrapped the cashmere blanket around her shoulders. The breeze from the balcony was cool, and he embraced her from behind, looking with her at the entrance to the detached villa. He had, countless times, imagined what the saucy little woman who secretly kissed him in his arms would look like when his eyes saw it. The way he remembered her, she was quite thin and a bit playful, not at all the way he saw her now, looking quite beautiful, but cold as if people were afraid to get close. Xie Qingzhou dare not imagine. after the fire, she was let what kind of life destroyed to this. Jiangnan didn't know what Xie Qingzhou was thinking. She just stood on the balcony of the second floor and watched the woman enter the door and disappear. She wanted to cry a little at once, and turned around, burying herself in his arms. Xie Qingzhou gently stroked her hair, his mind sinking slightly. It wasn't long before Shenzhen came up and called out to them, saying that they were going to eat hot pot in the evening. Xie Qingzhou went downstairs first and gave Yang Ji a call while Jiangnan changed. Yang Ji, I just saw Zhang Qin. Hearing Zhang Qin's name, Yang Ji was also startled. How can that be? Zhang Qin, Yang Ji is no stranger. The daughter of Jiang Yuan's assistant, Zhang Hua, grew up with Jiang Nan and went to Parsons School of Art together. Only the fire back then left 3 members of the Zhang family buried in flames. But that person, really quite similar. You go to help me check, Jiang Nan said. At the evening meal, Jiang Nan made himself not take it seriously again, more or less absent-mindedly. Shenzhen did not know that coming to Qingliang Mountain was organized by Song Susanna Ji at the behest of Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan was distracted, and Xie Qingzhou was also a bit distracted. Sister-in-law, what's the matter with you, tired? Jiang Nan returned to her senses. She looked at Xie Qingzhou. She had something in her heart that she wanted to share with him. She wanted him to come up with an idea. She felt that the two were good like this and were going to run a future together. She was eager to share her heart with her partner, but Xie Qingzhou didn't seem to notice her small abnormality, so she reluctantly smiled and didn't say anything else. For dinner, the fondue was delicious, and she had a poor appetite. It just so happened that her mom called her on the video and Gangnam arrived outside the box. As soon as she left, Xie Qingzhou bit on a cigarette and frowned a little. Sung Sanjorvi swept him a glance. Why did you come to Mount Qingliang? Xie Qingzhou tilted his head and lit a cigarette for himself. There's something else. Shenzhen ate the handsome shabu-shabu and looked at him. Not just a vacation? Xie Qingzhou pondered for a long time. The person I've been looking for is Jiangnan's neighbor. He told the story, roughly. Shenzhen frowned and put down his chopsticks. What do you mean? Sister-in-law's neighbor is here? That's why she came to Qingliang Mountain? If sister-in-law knows that person, that would prove that Feng Liyu's words are true, and you'll be able to find the person you're looking for. Shenzhen was completely shocked. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. No, brother. What do you take Jiangnan for now? If sister-in-law knows, then I just want to make it up to her some, nothing else. Xie Qingzhou said, if she wants me to help, I'm willing to help her. There was really no way he could forget how much that time had affected and meant to him. Even if she chose Gangnam, it was impossible to ignore her. Song Susanna Ji didn't say anything and looked at Xie Qingzhou in silence. Shenzhen instantly felt particularly sorry for Jiangnan. Once, full of love waiting for this man to look back at her. It was a long time of thought and deliberation, I guess, that she was able to turn back. But what about her husband? Doing what? For him, an outsider, he even felt that Xie Qingzhou was too cruel. Xie Qingzhou was fond of Jiangnan. But this fondness, in the end, could not withstand the person he had been looking for. Jiangnan was in a much better mood after she answered her mom's call. Mom was right. Even if this person wasn't the one she had her heart set on, even if they looked alike, it was worth the joy yet. She shouldn't be too shocked after to wonder, what's going on? If it's really Zhang Qin, it's a happy event. Therefore, Jiangnan, who had returned to the box, was in an unbelievably good mood, which caused her to eat a bit too much. On the evening of the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, snowflakes began to fall on empty Qingliang. She held Xie Qingzhou's arm as she walked slowly along the road, snowflakes falling on her hair and her shoulders. Do we count this as, well, white together? She tilted her head to ask him, her half-tilted features, quite mesmerizing. Xie Qingzhou more or less apologized to her. He didn't mean anything by it. He didn't know how to explain to Jiangnan what his life would have been like without her. His emotions were so mixed that he didn't know how to express them. And in the end, he could only lean in and kiss her under the falling snowy streetlight. Jiangnan responded by hooking his neck. Eyes brimming, red lips slightly swollen. She leaned against his neck, whispered, I think Qingliang Mountain is very good. Come to the right place. In fact, let's give birth to a child is also okay. Chapter 118. I really like you. Both are at the age of becoming moms and dads, Jiangnan thought. Children, it's okay to have them. She won't be as resistant as she was before. Although she is quite busy with her work now, it's not that easy to get pregnant. It's not impossible to take care of things at work before having a baby. Under the streetlight, Xie Qingzhou's ink color was deep as he looked at Jiang Nan. Do you really think so? Jiang Nan looked into his eyes and gave her a smile. Yeah, that's what I thought. After all, your idea, I have to consider it, came to Qingliang Mountain. Seeking a son, if I don't agree, isn't that too much of a spoiler? Although she did not have any special beliefs, but both come to peace, in the end, we should be reverent. On this empty Qingliang, come and say you don't want children. Then what if you don't have children in the future? Xie Qingzhou was inexplicably stabbed by the purity of her heart. It was like when he was first married, when she looked at him with such pure and joyful eyes that one was at a loss for words for a moment. He reached out and took her in his arms and whispered, Jiangnan, I will be good to you. Coming to Mount Qingliang was a desperate move on his part. Being embraced in his arms, Jiangnan gently hugged his waist, her face pressed against his chest. I believe you. Let's not go back today, shall we? Xie Qingzhou looked down at her. Look at the light shining in her bright eyes. 5-star hotels near Mount Qingliang. Just as he entered, Jiang Nan was pressed against the doorway. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him passionately. Jiang Nan had once thought of having such passionate feelings for him. Pleasure each other, madness. She leaned against the wall, slightly tilting her neck to catch her breath. And when he lifted his head from her arms, she cupped his face and whispered very deeply, Xie Qingzhou, I really like you ah. The man's back stiffened as he looked into her eyes and kissed her heavily again. The two lovers were in love, and Jiang Nan felt that she had waited for the one he was waiting for. He was more or less insatiable, and she indulged his insatiability. Early morning the next day, the sleeping Xie Qingzhou was awakened by the rustling sound of dressing. The haloed light of the strip hit her white skin, and her whole body was limpid and radiant. He circled her from behind and kissed her shoulder, asking her in a muffled voice why she was up so early. I wanted to get up early and go pray. She had improvised, too, and was a little embarrassed when the two embraced like this, remembering last night's indulgence. Biting her lip, do you think it would be ungodly for me to go? It's been half a night of tossing and turning. Xie Qingzhou let out a low laugh. Qingliang Mountain is a place where even dogs can come. What is human desire? Jiang Nan thought about it as well. Want to go begging for something? It's just a request for my parents' health, my family's safety, and for us to be well, Jiang Nan said, looking back into his eyes. It had snowed all night, not too much, but the hills were hard to walk on. When he came back from the Great Hall of Blessing, Jiang Nan was nestled on the balcony of Shenzhen's small villa again. This time, she really saw the person's appearance as Zhang Qin. Only after years of not seeing each other, the temperament has long been different from that year. But having grown up with a good friend, she was sure she wasn't mistaken. She was wandering around the villa by herself, and Xie Qingzhou had disappeared, not knowing what he was busy with. Jiang Nan thought that Zhang Qin's matter was finalized, and that she and he would find some time to have a chat. When two people decide to have a good life, they have to be honest about some things. In Shenzhen's villa, Jiang Nan would still go to the mountains. After all, empty Qingliang had a particularly large number of temples, and even though it was in the winter, the air was good, so she took it as a walk to relax. Maybe even a chance encounter with Zhang Qin. However, in the following days, I never saw Zhang Qin again. Only the maid from the house next door who goes up the hill every day. Jiang Nan then paired up with the maid, chatted, and learned that the owner next door was named Xiao. On the afternoon of the 5th day, Shenzhen and Song Susanna knew they wanted to go back to Haiqing. She also went to the mountains in the morning, still trying to take her chances. Only this time, she didn't meet Zhang Qin. Instead, he meets an unexpected guest, Feng Liu. Feng Liu stood at the foot of the mountain, dressed in a flashy outfit, looking like she had been waiting for a long time. Waiting for me? Jiang Nan was in a bad mood when he saw her. Yes, Mrs. Shea. This was the first time Feng Liu had called her this way. Instead of going to her, she came to her door. In that case, she'd choose her day. The peace button, you know? Feng Liu also didn't expect her to be so direct. I know. If it wasn't for the peace button, I wouldn't have met up with Mr. Xie. Jiang Nan's heart tightened. So, after all these years, Xie Qingzhou was really looking for her? Mrs. Xie, I said. Even you cannot resist his heart, always looking for people. Otherwise, you will not be in Qingliang Mountain. Jiang Nan frowned. What do you mean? Jiang Nan, he read in his heart, the one who sent the peace button. She is in Qingliang Mountain, That person you also know. Hearing Feng Liu speak, Jiang Nan's heart gave birth to a bad feeling. Chapter 119. Jiang Nan heard from Susanna Song that Qingliang Mountain is very effective in seeking wealth, and the fairy with the heaviest KPI is here. Shen also said that this is a very good place to seek a marriage partner, to help the right partner, and to remove the bad partner. When she came to, she just listened to what the two said. Are young people nowadays really choosing incense between going to work and getting ahead? She came here not looking for money. However, she felt that the marriage piece was, indeed, quite spiritual. Xia Qingzhou Na. It's really her sinful fate. When she came to Qingliang Mountain, it was clear that she came for a vacation, but Xia Qingzhou would be nowhere to be seen. She didn't know what he was busy with, but now she knew. She had the same purpose as him, to check on Zhang Qin, the person he thought was in his heart. Jiang Nan felt ridiculous. For a while, he did not know whether Xia Qingzhou loved or did not love. If he loved, she was right in front of him, and after 3 years of marriage, he had been searching for her. But he didn't know she was her. If you don't love all these years and yet you still remember the past, but you keep looking for it obsessively. Feng Liu was still talking. She said that a long time ago, she had called Xia Qingzhou and said that the person he was looking for was the mute man from the neighborhood. Mrs. Xia, are you satisfied? Feng Liu was smiling. What she said, like the phrase Mrs. Shea, was beyond ironic. He doesn't love me, Jiang Nan. He doesn't love you either, and you can't count yourself as a winner. Feng Liu said in a very good mood. Thought, how much Xia Qingzhou loved her. It was nothing more than that. She balanced her heart a lot. Jiang Nan didn't say anything and just looked at the fuming woman. Feng Liu looked at her so calm, the heart is not comfortable, thought about it, and then said, you are not always in the investigation, the things of the year, Jiang Nan, I tell you things are I did, but there is no evidence, just like back then. There is no evidence. I originally did not know that he was looking for that person. Is your neighbors? It is my recent state of affairs, so that I go to turn the tables, so that I understand. I still have to use this as a bargaining chip as long as I can prove this time that the news is true. I can be read again, and you still can't do anything to me. Jiang Nan lifted his eyelids as he heard. He said that? Yes. You admit that you started that fire? That fire is not my intention. I just want to take that brooch to change some money, but was found by your father, scramble between. I injured him. That day, you say coincidence. Someone retaliated against your house? After the accidental fire, I just go along with it. Who thought your father's life is not good? Jiang Nan looked at the person in front of him without any remorse or regret. Talking about the past like talking about the weather that way. Buddhist purgatory. No shame for those who have died. For what has been done. But still rubbing salt into people's bleeding wounds. Jiang Nan suppressed the anger burning in his heart and turned away. She walked 2 steps and suddenly hooked her lips in a smile as she whirled around and grabbed Feng Liu's hair. Her legs, which were not in good shape, and Jiang Nan's strength were so strong that she stumbled 2 steps and fell to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Nan was out of his mind and only wanted this crazy woman to pay for the lives of his father and brother. How in the world can there be such a person? Crazy as this. On Qingliang Mountain, there were many incense burners on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Being so violent in the Buddhist Pure Land naturally caused onlookers to gather around. Just as someone was taking pictures, the one she used to talk to all the time, that servant of the Shao family, ran to hug her and said to her, "Don't do that, kid." Jiang Nan returned to his senses and looked at Feng Liu's wretched and painful appearance and loosened his hand. Xia Qingzhou was packing his bags and was surprised when he received a call from the police station. When he saw Feng Liu, who was crying and making a statement, his heart was half cold. That night, Xiao Zheng told her that Feng Liu was a crazy person. He didn't want Gangnam to know about that, hardly. He, however, had his heart in the right place. When the police at the police station took her to see Gangnam, she was shut up in a room alone and calm. There were no waves in his eyes when he saw him. The policewoman brought her out, and Xia Qingzhou held her hand and asked nervously, "Is everything all right?" She lowered her eyes to look at the man's long, beautiful fingers, then drew her hand back. "It's fine." She got into the car first and sat in the window. Feng Liu stood in front of him, crying and not knowing what to say. Jiang Nan averted his eyes and didn't speak again. Shin indeed drove over, turned his head from the driver's side. "Sister-in-law, my brother, he is a heavy-hearted person. If it is not, he is not living by and large. He now recognizes his own heart and chose you." Jiang Nan laughed, then asked rhetorically, "Is that so?" There was really no way she could be happy about it. How much of his patient currying of favor has been true for some time? Whether you come to Mount Qingliang to seek wealth or to worship the temple, it's all a sham. The I listened to my wife that she once thought was so sweet was also a joke. Between husband and wife who does not have a past, but if he really treats her as a hand-in-hand for life, probably will not be so deceitful and calculating her, right? If she had told her earlier, she thought she would have ended up differently with her, wouldn't she? The door opened, and with a rush of cool air pouring in, he entered the car as well. Jiang Nan looked at Xie Qingzhou's eyes, which were very deep, making it impossible to see what exactly he was thinking. Xie Qingzhou, I'll give you a chance to ask me why I insisted on marrying you back then. Xie Qingzhou's lips pursed, and after staring at her for a long time, he said, Jiang Nan, I'm sorry. Jiang Nan looked at his deep eyes. Xie Qingzhou, ask me why I insisted on marrying you back then. Xie Qingzhou moved his lips, but in the end, he did not ask. How can I face her deep feelings with a straight face when I already feel guilty about her? Tears slipped from the corners of Anami's eyes, and she reached up to wipe them away. Jiang Nan, Jiang Nan, it's not the current you he likes in the end. Even Feng Liu knew about it. She was looking for evidence of the past. Xie Qingzhou, as her husband, probably didn't even know until now why she was targeting Feng Liu. Like maybe a little bit? As for love, not even close. Jiang Nan felt quite ridiculous. Years ago, he went to deliver food and in her office, the two kissed. She thought that it was fine for the days to go on like this. She really likes him. She had even knelt before the Bodhisattva and prayed devoutly that she wanted to be good with him. Once full of love, still thought finally waited for that person to look back at her. She felt sweet, felt happy, thinking, with him in the future days, how sweet. Have a lovely daughter like Shay wants to think about. All that pleasure, all that madness. How ridiculous it seems nowadays. She stopped asking and didn't expect him to. She turned her head, looked out the window, thought for a moment and said, the person you're looking for is not Zhang Qin. Inside the car, it was as quiet as could be. Jiang Nan smiled to himself. What an opinionated person he was. How could he believe her words? It was she who overestimated her weight. Chapter 120. Don't understand her. Shen indeed villa, two people's room, very quiet. Xie Qingzhou walked up to her and held her shoulders. Jiang Nan, I just don't want anything to affect our relationship. I just want to make amends to her. Jiang Nan's eyes glistened with tears. Make amends? Xie Qingzhou, the person you've been looking for. Is it possible that it's not Zhang Qin? It's me? Xie Qingzhou moved his lips and didn't speak again, just looked at her. Jiang Nan was disappointed in her heart, not knowing whether it was to him or to herself. Upon confirming that it was herself he had been searching for all these years, there was no pleasure in her heart, more like she felt ridiculous. You see, it's her he's looking for, and it still doesn't make her happy. What if the person he's looking for is someone else? How pathetic she was, acting like a fool, being lied to, tricked, and played by him. While he was deeply in love with her, kissing her, and lingering with her all night, he was doing it for someone else. Even if that person was her former self, there was no way she could accept it. And his silence cooled Jiang Nan's heart. Xie Qingzhou, you said to come here, is do not want anything to affect our relationship. This is not all. In fact, you are quite afraid. You are afraid that I do something bad to your heart people, right? Right? He'd gotten to know her a little better over the days. She has a knack for being in the mall. So he's afraid that something will happen and she'll hurt his heart. He chose to hide, he chose to deceive with calculations. For the first time, Xie Qingzhou did not like Jiang Nan's cleverness. She's so spot-on smart that it's impossible to resist. She saved my life and was my first woman. Xie Qingzhou explained, you are acquainted with her? I don't want you to be embarrassed. He was really thinking about it. It's ultimately awkward for a once close friend to have such an entanglement with him. Well, forget it. No need to explain, she said, avoiding his touch. Such a pale explanation was not something she liked to hear. She didn't want to hear it, but he held her face. She's talking about all the years that Zhang Qin was confined to that man. Without freedom, like the Walking Dead, he couldn't ignore it. Hearing what happened to Zhang Qin, Jiang Nan felt quite sad. Playmates since childhood, went to school together, went abroad together. Living so close, she couldn't do nothing about it. Of course she wished Zhang Qin well. Only what he said now, Jiang Nan didn't believe. Zhang Qin's situation, she needs to make her own judgment and choice after understanding it. She was in a mess and didn't want to face Xie Qingzhou. She stepped back, sat on the bed, and raised her hand. Can you leave me alone for a moment? Xie Qingzhou walked to her. I'm worried if you're alone. Gangnam exhaled and looked at him. Okay. Xie Qingzhou, since you're not leaving, let's not talk about this. I'll just say Feng Liu. Where is she now and how do you intend to place her? She's no longer with the company and I'm not thinking of placing her. Jiangnan nodded. Fine. You said that I can dispose of Feng Liu as I please? Does that still count? Xie Qingzhou remembered today's incident and frowned. What do you want? A big fight like today? I'll handle her matter. You're dealing with it by paying lip service to just one thing, and then planning to flip her red again as payback? Zhang Nandao, in the end, is a little taut. Xie Qingzhou, you really let me down, ah. He wondered what she really wanted. He doesn't understand her. Chapter 121. Disgusting. You really let me down. These words made Xie Qingzhou's heart shake. On the day of New Year's Eve, she wrapped her arms around his neck and said, There is only one chance. Let's give it a try. I will be serious. I hope you won't let me down. Everything that happened that day is so sweet that one can look back on it as if it were sweet. That's why he didn't want to tell her about it. The two of them obviously didn't know each other that well, but he just knew. But he didn't want the relationship he'd worked on for such a long time to end like that blip. Gangnam, sometimes it's good for you not to be so smart, he said, his body against her, his deep eyes looking at her with oppression. Fingers rubbed her red lips. It's been a good time, hasn't it? He said, looking into her bright water-soaked eyes. I hope she understands his pain. Jiang Nen frowned, hearing his strings. Yes, it was true that she was quite close to him during this time. Both in get-along mode and in bed, they hit it off. Those intimate moments when the two were sweaty and plastered together. She would tell him that she liked him so much, and also say a little something to cheer up when the mood strikes. Between husband and wife, let each other's body and mind pleasure, get more pleasure, is not to be ashamed of things. Even the moments when her fingers were intertwined against the death. She thought, it's good to have him in her life. But in retrospect, Gangnam is pretty bad. He hadn't been attentive. This was just an orgy of physical pleasure for her alone. In the end. Good. Jiangnan sneered. When I think about it now, I only feel disgusted. What good is a husband who never really puts his heart into it? Cajoled and cajoled again. Disgusting. Xie Qingzhou's eyes changed as he pinched her chin. Disgusting? And you still want it over and over again? So all those days, all those sweet embraces, all those excited kisses, all that's left is the word, disgusting? He felt guilty for treating her because of the man, but he was really choosing her and wanted him. That kind of thing is the same for someone else. Jiang Nen said, just wanting to get rid of him. However, she forgot Xie Qingzhou's true appearance now. Her wrists were pinched, and in a few steps she was pushed by him, falling back onto the bed. Her down jacket was still on, with a beige hooded sweater underneath, and she heard the zipper crumble to the floor. The sound of her white undershirt ripping made her back go numb. He was wildly buried in her body, and Jiang Nan only felt unbearable. But in a man's eyes, in her marvelous white body, under the messy clothes, the feeling of brokenness only made people destroy harder. He imprisoned her, kissed and rubbed her. Not for long, she shuddered. Disgusting. He grinned, licking her ear. Could a different man make you comfortable like that so quickly? Jiang Nan's face was pale, but he couldn't break free. Neither of them had taken off all their clothes, and he was asking her over and over again if she was comfortable. Over and over again, grinding her at the end, forcing her to say that she liked him. Xie Qingzhou took control of her body's reaction. In the most humiliating way, let her see that she is not what she says she is. Jiangnan thought, it's good to have physical pain too, but Xie Qingzhou is quite good at it. The body pleasure cannot control itself, but the heart is stuck in the knife, bleeding. Xie Qingzhou buckled his belt. His shirt was messy and open, and he didn't care, saying to Jiangnan, You want Feng Liu, how I'll do it. Jiangnan was lying on the bed. Her shoes were undone and her pants were stacked around her ankles. She had thought that 3 years of married life would be enough to make her wretched. Now only then. She didn't say anything, which annoyed him. He lit himself a cigarette and cocked his head at her. Talk. In fact, he who was cold to the bone and had little patience for her was the real him and the one she was familiar with. During this time, she always felt that he was quite conflicted. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, just a little bit of putting his broken self in order. Her silent look made Xie Qingzhou even more annoyed. He snuffed out the cigarette in his hand. Don't say things like that again. No matter anyone or anything. We will be together. What I want is you. He gave her his word. Jiang Nan's expression was faint. He stroked her face, looked at her red and swollen lips, and knew that he had just overstepped, and very gently stroked the top of her hair. Don't be angry. I'll bring Feng Liu right now, and you can do whatever you want with her. Jiang Nan just raised his eyes to look at him and then went to take a shower. Xie Qingzhou went downstairs. After saying they would leave at noon, the two made quite a commotion upstairs. Susanna Song and Xinjun just locked eyes with him and didn't know what to say. Where is Feng Liu? Xie Qingzhou asked Xinjun. This woman, who has made waves 3 times, is still trying to turn the tide. So tell her to go back to where she started and sell. It's in a small hotel near the police station. Shun did say, as he hired 2 men to watch her. Wanna go? Deal with her first and we'll head back to Sea City, he said. Jiang Nan changed into clean clothes, booked a flight, and made himself a car appointment. She didn't know what Xie Qingzhou had gone out to do and didn't want to know. In fact, once upon a time, the choice she made was the best choice of the moment. If you don't love it, you don't love it, you shouldn't look back. Chance or turning back, it's just a repetition of that outcome that wasn't going to get better anyway. She stood outside the villa, waiting for the car to come. Qingliang Mountain really deserves to be called Qingliang Mountain. Just a few minutes of waiting for the bus. Her whole body is freezing through.
不过，这样的透心凉也挺好的，让她清醒，清醒地知道她是多么的愚蠢。
Stupid enough, so little better, to make her forget the hurt she once felt. It also sobered her up to realize that Xie Qingzhou did not love herself. If he loved himself, he wouldn't have been unaware until now that the person he had been seeking was her. If he loved his former self, how did he indulge with her body? After getting into the car, the driver of the internet car, looking at her wearing only a coat, reminded her, Girl, you are wearing this is a bit less. Be careful of catching a cold. She was wearing the same dress she'd worn up the hill. It was so dirty there was no way she could wear it again. Thinking, the way he tarped on her in order to conquer her. Jiang Nan closed his eyes. The pain in his heart, spreading to his body, was particularly suffocating. Just get to the airport in a few minutes, and you'll be fine. The driver was considerate enough to turn up the warm air. It takes 2 hours to get from Mount Qingliang to the airport, but the airfare it's only for 7 p.m. She called Yang Ji and asked about the news about Zhang Qin. How is the investigation going? Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. What I checked is that Zhang Qin did pass away 7 years ago. Jiangnan's heart was lost, but she could not recognize a friend she had grown up with. It's a matter of you staying out of it. Xie Qingzhou came to Qingliang Mountain busy so many days. Should have found out a lot of things. Jiangnan's thoughts settled or changed the ride. She will not go to the airport. She wants to go back. When she almost reached Shenzhen's villa, she very calmly dialed Xie Qingzhou's phone. The phone picked up and the man's voice was low and soft. What's wrong? Where are you? Feng Liu. Jiangnan paused. Give me the address. Not far from the police station, there are some dilapidated hotels, and the sea beginning with a luxury car. A stark contrast. The already cramped halls of the hotel were made especially cramped by the presence of these 3 men. Xinjun saw Jiang Nan, who came wearing a pullover sweater and jeans, and froze. Sister-in-law, why are you wearing so little? Jiang Nan didn't pick up on this and only asked, Where's Feng Liu? Upstairs. Jiang Nan pushed open the door to that room. Feng Liu had abrasions on her face, and her leg, which was already bad, seemed to be broken again. When Feng Liu saw her, she just snorted coldly, not regretting what she did at all. She sat down on the floor in a bit of a mess, looking at Xie Qingzhou outside the door and then at Jiang Nan. Gangnam, I think you're quite pathetic. Jiang Nan leaned against the small window of the room and looked at her without speaking. What are you babbling about? Do you not want the leg anymore? Xinjun was getting annoyed with this stupid woman, screwing things up over and over again. Feng Liu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just now, Xie General Manager came over to teach me a lesson. He thought that you look at me not good. Is that in these years? I'm on his side. Thought that it was me who wanted to drug you, ha ha ha. Jiangnan, Xie General Manager didn't even know why you want to deal with me. He didn't know that you kinda hated me, he doesn't know why. So what if he chooses you? You are nothing but a bedmate. Really? The boss takes his wife as a bedmate, ha ha ha. Feng Liu laughed with tears coming out of her eyes. He just wants to sleep with you, ha ha ha. You just can't compare to the people in his heart. I give him a little message. He tricked you to come over. Let you confirm, Jiang Nan. You are really a joke. Jiang Nan had been calm and just watched Feng Liyu's appearance of being unable to have a seizure due to love. I came, not to see you mad. I came to give you an exchange about Zhang Qin. How much you know? I let you go. Feng Liyu tilted her head and looked at Jiang Nan. Really? Yes. It's not enough. I've got a movie to go to. Jiang Nan nodded. Yes. Shenzhen frowned. Sister-in-law. Get out and close the door. Xia Qingzhou stood outside the hotel, and Qingliang Mountain was white with snow as far as the eye could see. What Feng Liyu said was like a slap in the face. He indeed did not know that there was any connection between Jiang Nan and Feng Liyu. He just simply thought that because of what Feng Liyu did to her mother, Jiang Nan wanted to take revenge. Turns out that's not true. He also seemed to understand, somewhat, Jiang Nan's disappointment. Chapter 122. Be stupid. What the two men said in the small hotel room, they had no way of knowing. When Jiang Nan came down from upstairs, her face was calm and cold, and she was filled with a purity as if there was no way to get close to her. She didn't wear much, and when Xia Qingzhou took off his jacket and landed on her shoulders, she dodged without a trace and then got into the car. Xia Qingzhou's face stiffened slightly, then he also got into the car. Jiang Nan in the shopping mall these years practiced the heart is no longer comfortable, but also do not hang emotions on the face of the skill. The four of them came to Mount Qingliang together. She had a bad experience with Xia Qingzhou, which had nothing to do with Song Susanna Jishin indeed, and she didn't want to spoil other people's fun. On the way back to the villa, Jiang Nan was talking to Shenzhen. The original agreement was that she'd come down from the mountains and she'd gone to buy a little local specialty. Because of Feng Liyu, there has been a change. Shenzhen, can you accompany me to do some shopping later? Good. She never said another word to Xia Qingzhou. With him, she had long since run out of things to say. Xia Qingzhou returned to the villa. Song Susanna knew that she didn't have much luggage, just a few pieces of clothing, and she didn't know what she was going to say to Xia Qingzhou. Even though Gangnam had been joking around, there was no light left in her eyes. It's hard to really hide one's mood. When Xia Qingzhou went upstairs, the room was more or less messy and wretched. The down jacket that Jiang Nan had gone up the mountain in the morning was thrown into the trash can by her. Xia Qingzhou remembered how he had just been mean to her. He couldn't hear her define her relationship with him that way. He sat on the edge of the bed, his mind a mix of emotions as he thought of the tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. He thinks he likes Gangnam, but it was as if he didn't like her enough. At least not as much as she liked him. Xia Qingzhou wondered if it would be better after resolving the matter of Zhang Qin. His heart, then, would be empty, and he would love only her? He was thinking, but couldn't find an answer. It was dark before Shenzhen came back with Jiang Nan. When she came back, she wore a thick down coat with a fur collar that made her look pure through and through. I happened to bring back rice, Shenzhen said. Let's leave early tomorrow morning. It's the new year, safety first. Jiang Nan proposed. Song Susanna knew that she agreed, and Xia Qingzhou naturally went along with her. After dinner, Gangnam was in his room videoing his mom to explain the delay in his trip. Not long after, Xia Qingzhou came in, and she hastily said a few words before hanging up the phone. When he sat down next to her, she almost reflexively got up and avoided him. Do we have to? I gave the opportunity. It was you who didn't grasp it. Jiang Nan said as he looked him in the eyes. Xia Qingzhou, you're the one who turned the situation into this. She's been very sincere and has given him plenty of chances. He didn't even grasp it. As for the guy he's looking for, well, let him be wrong like that. Jiang Nan felt good. Whether the person he was looking for, that person, was her or not, she felt it was pointless. Xia Qingzhou, this person, he really didn't want it. And will never love again. Make a stupid mistake once is enough. Gangnam, sometimes you really should stop being so smart. He sighed. He lifted his eyelids and looked into her eyes. Your relationship with Zhang Qin, it's good, isn't it? Jiang Nan stood not far away and looked at him and suddenly laughed. Xia Qingzhou, what's the matter? Wanna threaten me? Threaten me like you once threatened Zhou Qian, right? Xia Qingzhou didn't deny it. Means or not, keeping her around is the main thing. This woman, once he lets go, she'll literally disappear. Deep down, he was not willing to take such a risk. This time, if she didn't have to use Zhang Qin, she would have made a scene and gotten a divorce. It was all he had to go on. Jiang Nan sighed. Look, this day is lived. After all, it is still caught in the strange circle that once was. It was like today when Feng Liu was smiling and asked her what she got. Feng Liu said, "You've been married to him for 3 years, so you must especially like her, right? But how do you feel when the man you love likes your best friend?" Honestly, Gangnam doesn't feel much anymore. However, his mentality of not liking her much while not willing to let her go left her quite speechless. "Xie Qingzhou, are you sure? Are you sure you want to use Zhang Qin's business to keep me around?" "I'm sure." Jiangnan nodded. "Yeah, then I can act stupid." Chapter 123. Xie Qingzhou looked at her eyes. The eye shape was delightfully long and upturned, with a faint reddish hue around the eyes, clear and bright eyes. Where is it possible to say that you can pretend? Just like now, her eyes were like a pool of spring water and seemed to contain a smile, but the deep meaning in the bottom of her eyes made him unable to see what it was for a moment. She was not one to easily submit and resign herself to her fate. Not to mention, she had counted on him. But Xie Qingzhou thought as long as she was still around, there was room for maneuver and there would be opportunities. The tussle in the afternoon had more or less left Xie Qingzhou somewhat unable to face her, and he felt that he had always been very restrained and measured. But with her, he was rarely out of control, even rude. After calming her down, he left the room. Jiangnan sank her eyes. She stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the snow-covered world, and gave Yangji a call to ask her to help with something. She wanted to see Zhang Qin before she left Qingliang Mountain. The night is late. Jiangnan was awakened by the noisy and loud sounds. She moved, only to realize, to her horror, that her body ached all over, and her throat hurt as if she'd swallowed a spit. She lay in bed, feeling groggy, her own heart poofing extra fast. It must have been in the afternoon when she was underdressed and caught a cold. She forced herself to sit up, and on the other side of the bed, there was no shadow of Xie Qingzhou. After the two talked, he left and didn't come back. Not to mention, she closed her eyes. Perhaps it was because she was sick. Her dependence and need for others had become higher, and his absence had created some resentment in her mind. Jiangnan felt that his head was dizzy, and the feeling of being hot for a while and cold for a while was torturous. She touched her cell phone and looked at it. 2 o'clock in the morning. She went downstairs and drank 2 glasses of water in a row, neither of which did anything to ease the pain in her throat. The villa was quiet in the early hours of the morning. She rummaged through the cottage's cupboards, trying to find some medicine. Where do you get regular medication when you come to stay temporarily? Jiangnan sat on the sofa, listening to his heart, poof, poof, poof beating, about to jump out that way. Time passed by, and the uncomfortable energy seemed to take hold of her and make her pass out. She knew what was going on in the villa next door, and she'd asked Yang Ji to get someone to do it. Quiet night, the slightest movement, will be infinitely amplified in this winter night. Set off this side of the incomparable silence. Jiangnan glanced at his cell phone, and ghostly, he went to give Xie Qingzhou a call, waiting to answer the process that one after another beep, beep, beep sound finally hit the heart or some dull pain. Everything as expected, but it's a good idea to go ahead and do it to seek a death wish. Jiangnan hung up the phone and opened the car appointment software to hail a car. She climbed the stairs, already panting, and changed herself into thicker clothes. At 2:30 in the morning, at the villa next door, the fire was raging. Fire, property, gathered a bunch of people. No one saw that. Not far next door, Gangnam wandered into the car. From the villa to the hospital, Jiangnan's body was limp and without strength. But the brain was incredibly clear. The driver was concerned when he looked in the rearview mirror and saw her dazed and going unconscious. "Girl, you were so sick. Where's your family?" Jiannan was eager to talk. She wanted to say that her family wasn't in the city. She also wanted to say that the man she loved, her husband, was saving what he thought was his heart, and did not answer her calls, let alone know that she was sick. She wanted to say it, but it was as if she had no strength left. Girl, don't scare me." Jiangnan only felt that the driver's voice, more and more far away. She, however, could not say anything. Jiangnan woke up to the light of day. A hand, very gently, was on her forehead, and she opened her eyes to see Annan. Finally awake, Annan exhaled. "How do you?" Jiangnan spoke, his voice hoarse and out of shape, and it hurt so much. Ning directly covered her mouth. "You have a fever, it's 40 degrees. The doctor said that if it's any later, you'll have to go see your mother. Yang Ji called me. She had other things to do and couldn't come over, so she asked me to come and see you." Jiang Nan cocked his head with a puzzled expression. How did Yang Ji know she was sick? Jiang Nan was even more full of questions and patted An Ning's hand. An Ning released her before she hissed. What else did Yang Ji say? Didn't say anything more than, just, let me take care of you. Jiang Nan was full of doubts. My cell phone. Annan handed her the phone, only to realize it was dead. Wake up, the doctor said. Let you eat something. An Ning served her the clear porridge and asked what was going on. Her neck, heavily marked, was a little too much for two people who were as close as they could be. Wasn't it? Jiang Nan burned all night, leaning against the bed. His spirit was a little weak, and he didn't have the strength to say much. After eating the porridge, her stomach felt better, and she felt a bit more comfortable before she spoke. He has, indeed, been looking for someone all these years. And Ning nodded. The person he's looking for, it's you. Jiang Nan's eyelashes fluttered. He thinks that person is Zhang Qin. Annan stood up abruptly. Who? Chin. How is that possible? She's not. I just found out too. Jiang Nan spoke slowly, and Ning was anxious in her heart, but still gently patted her shoulder. Okay. Don't say it. Although, she didn't know exactly what was going on. She knew that Jiang Nan was aggrieved. She hugged her and gently patted her back to soothe her. After the phone was charged, Jiang Nan looked at the incoming calls, and in the call log, there was a call from Rong Chong at 5 o'clock, and it was connected. She had a sad face, and her peaceful nature couldn't help it. What's wrong? Where is Xie Qingzhou? Jiang Nan blinked her eyes. He did not have no news at all. Only at 7 o'clock, on WeChat, asked her, where did you go? A few cold words. I think Jiang Nan tasted hard, the implication that he thought she was in a tantrum. She shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to talk about it. After thinking about it, she returned a call to Young Chong. Hey, Gangnam. Thank you Chief Rong for saving my life. Jiang Nan said. Her voice was so muffled that it reached his ears, causing him to frown lightly. Stop talking. Small matter. Jiang Nandao, where is this coming from? At one point, when she had a bad cold, she drew blood that was black, and it really didn't matter. Allow me to thank you in person? Okay. Wait until I get to Sea City. Don't bother. Mr. Young is at Qingliang Mountain. Rong Chong at the end of the phone, slightly stunned. How do you? No. It feels right. It looks like it feels right. Okay. Since you're awake, email. You make up a detailed program for me. Jiang Nan agreed, seeing that he was in a hurry, or else call at 5 in the morning. Noon. I'll come over and see you. Xie Qingzhou's WeChat message to Jiang Nan was not answered for a long time. When I called her, there was no answer. When he called again, the phone finally picked up. Annan's cold voice came out. Something wrong. Jiang Nan has returned to Haicheng? Xie Qingzhou frowned. With those words, he managed to make Annan angry. The hospital, you dog man. How can you be a husband if you don't even know your wife is hospitalized? She hung up the phone straight away. Gangnam went for another checkup and it didn't cause pneumonia. It was almost noon when Young Chong came and knocked gently on the door, carrying quite a few things. And Ning raised her eyebrows and looked at the big, handsome man with a good appearance, tilting her head to look at Jiang Nan. Mr. Rong, please sit down. How's it going? Much better, Jiang Nan said. Thank you so much indeed. Just a coincidence. Young Chong said. Brought lunch for you too. It's at MT Coolidge, how do you say it's not? Rong Chong tilted his head to look at her. Inconvenient. And Ning sized up the man in front of her. Yo, it's not simple knowing that Xie Qingzhou is a big vinegar tank, so it's inconvenient? When Xie Qingzhou arrived at the hospital, he first saw Rongzhang and then heard Ning say, Mr. Rong, are you married? Nope. Got a girlfriend then? Nope. So what do you think, Gangnam? Xie Qingzhou's face stiffened as he pushed the door open and said in a low voice, Jiangnan, it's not suitable for him. Chapter 124, trying to get back at him. Xie Qingzhou's face looked bad, his eyes shuttling over everyone in the ward. Jiang Nan's face was pale, but his face was calm, and when he saw him, he still had a faint expression. You're fit for her. Sick as you are, and you don't even know it. Are you fit? Isn't that funny coming from you? And Ning said. She was really pissed off. Jiang Nan is sick like this, Xie Qingzhou all morning. In the end, what is busy? Just leave Gangnam alone in the hospital. If it wasn't for that phone call Young Chong happened to make to her, she would be alone. The more Ning thought about it, the more angry she became in her heart. She took a deep breath, stood up and walked to Xie Qingzhou. Mr. Xie, angry? You don't cherish her. Someone else cherishes her. Mr. Rong is not Zhou Qian it. He can give you resistance it. A Ning leathery smile. This caused Rong Chong to look at Jiang Nan with some confusion. Jiang Nan really didn't want to talk, so he lowered his eyes. Xie Qingzhou slowly walked towards Jiang Nan and looked down at her. In the end, Xie Qingzhou wanted to be decent and cultivated, and didn't really argue in front of Rong Zhang without giving her face. Rong Chong glanced at the two. I've explored the illness, and I've eaten the meal, Mr. Jiang. I've circled the places where the proposal is inappropriate. Jiang Nan nodded, and Ning tacitly went to see off Rong Chong. In the hospital room, only when there were only two people, Xie Qingzhou sighed, propped his hands on the hospital bed and opened his mouth. Is it true that there is an unpleasantness between the two of us, and you have to be like this? Jiang Nan raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes still calm, not sad or happy. He didn't want to explain his misunderstanding. It was as if she was wearing down Xie Qingzhou's patience with this appearance. Jiang Nan, this means that you now agree with Ning's words? Also thought Yang Chong was good, so chose to default? Jiang Nan frowned. He was always like this, overly forceful when it came to solving problems between two people and didn't care about her feelings. In a sexual relationship, she felt that it was unqualified for Xie Qingzhou to handle the problem in this way. However, she also felt that she didn't have to say anything when it came to this point, so she just went cold turkey. Her attitude of shrinking into the quilt completely angered Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan, speak, he said lowly, his deep eyes colored with anger. Holding her wrist, he made her meet his eyes. Okay, I'll talk. Jiang Nan opened his mouth, but his voice was hoarse beyond recognition. The moment she spoke, it was as if Xie Qingzhou could feel the indescribable pain in her throat. He stared at her in a daze. Jiang Nan was pale. What were you thinking when you saw that call I made to you in the wee hours of the morning? Xie Qingzhou didn't expect her to say this, so he looked at her eyes. There's a fire next door, and you thought I was calling to stop you, didn't you? Gangnam said. That's why there was the salty question of where she'd been. Xie Qingzhou opened his mouth before realizing that he couldn't say anything. She guessed right, he did think that way. Compared to Jiang Nan's understanding of him, he really didn't understand her. The moment you were next door, Xie Qingzhou, what were you thinking? Has it ever occurred to you that I was looking for you to ask for help? Jiang Nan said, her voice broken and hoarse. She frowns when she's agitated, but she's still talking, not caring about the pain in her throat. Xie Qingzhou held her shoulders. Don't you say any more. You're the one who let me talk, and now you won't let me talk? You're a really ridiculous person. Stop thinking about me with your dirty mind. I won't have a random seizure. I won't eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot, and step on two boats, and don't be idle and use as if you're jealous, disgusting me. If you want me to play dumb, don't come here to have a seizure and don't act out all those deep love scenes for me. She was weak, but the words were hard and firm. When she finished, she coughed violently. Her throat, swallowing spit hurt, let alone her forcing herself to say something like that. After coughing, the corners of her eyes were full of tears. When Ning came back, she saw Jiang Nan lying on the edge of the bed, coughing in that airless manner, which made her particularly uncomfortable. She pushed Xie Qingzhou aside. You stay away from him. I really misjudged you. Your eyes, they are not as good as when you were blind. Jiang Nan lay on the edge of the bed, breathing heavily to calm his heaving emotions. Jiang Nan, I don't have a way. Xie Qingzhou tried to explain. Once upon a time, if it wasn't for her, I might not be where I am now. A fire that year left her alone. Same thing, I'm just trying to make up for some of it. Jiang Nan's eyes were red as he looked at Xie Qingzhou. She had mixed emotions, angry and sore. But it was Zhang Qin that he saved, and again he left her without a temper. Xie Qingzhou, all choices are made with the heart. What you can't get, what you miss, is ultimately unforgettable. I just don't like it that much. So many excuses. Thinking how good White Moonlight is, how good it is. If she's with Moonlight, he might think she's kidnapping him with favors. Xie Qingzhou, he probably can't even figure out what he really wants, right? And Ning couldn't hear it anymore. Can you roll Na, you're here? She can't get well. But wherever you have a little heart, can you feel sorry for her and let her get well? And Ning didn't care if Xie Qingzhou was willing or not. So she pushed him out the door, feeding Jiang Nan water. And Ning sniffled. Divorce this dog man. Jiang Nan shook his head. Not now. Anan wondered. Why don't you get a divorce and tell him the truth? He's got the wrong guy for this. I gave him a chance, he didn't choose once, so I purposely didn't tell him. I wanted to get back at him for another reason at the same time. Chapter 125. Why do you insist on marrying me? Xiaqing Zhou was kicked out of the ward by a Ning, and Song Susanna knew that she witnessed the whole thing, but also kept silent. Last night, the villa next door caught fire due to a maid's mishandling. He was out of his bed, caught up in the middle of the night to help. I understand you, Susanna Song said. Xiaqing Zhou looked back at him. You know? Susanna Song rolled her eyes and thought for a moment before speaking. You've been blaming yourself all these years, haven't you? Xiaqing Zhou had an accident that year and his eyes were injured and he couldn't see. He waited for the Xie family to settle down before leaving the country for surgery. But neither the Zhang family nor the Zhang family were spared. He was thinking that it was because of him that the Zhang family had been plunged into that kind of tragedy. This time when next door was on fire, he rose to the occasion as if to make amends for the past. This also made Song Susanna no more or less understand why he had been so good to Feng Liu for so many years, letting her read, even going so far as to let her borrow himself to move up the ladder. Before that, not knowing the reason, he only felt as if he had been beheaded that way. This time when he came to Qingliang Mountain, he had used almost all of his resources in checking out the one surnamed Xiao. He knew, too, about that year. Zhang Qin is not only his first love, but also the person who really gives him visible and tangible warmth. Your old, svelte and cultured look, changed as much as your eyes got better, had something to do with her, didn't it? Solve Sun's body cocked an eyebrow and crooked himself on the bench outside the hospital room to look at his best friend. Xiaqing Zhou didn't say anything, his brows still knitted tightly. Although you are following your heart's choice, but you are also quite sorry for Jiangnan. How innocent she is, right? Xiaqing Zhou didn't say anything. His body leaned against the wall for a long time before he said, It's not okay to talk less about love, right? From the time he understood, he knew that his fate was predestined, because he had stayed with his parents since he was a child, nurtured as Xie's heir, and wouldn't be like his elder brother who had met with misfortunes, and wouldn't be like his second brother who had been sent out, and was free to choose his own life. So his marriage was probably a union, and he didn't struggle, at least not until he met her. He kept himself clean, waited until he was old enough to take over Xie's, matched wives of comparable family lineage, and lived out his life unenthusiastically but respectfully. But that year's accident, that short period of insomnia, was one of the rare days he felt good, and that person was really like the light that shone into his boring, defined life. But the years have passed and I look back. In the heart, all that remains is the gratitude that cannot be forgotten. He obviously liked Gangnam, liked her very, very much. I don't want to lose her, but I always disregard her feelings when making choices. He even thought about the not-so-fantastic affair of the afternoon. He's forcing her. Does he treat his feelings the way he did when he was a child when confronted with a favorite toy, trying to get it even if he can? Song Susanna Ji looked at Xiaqing Zhou for a long time. This question of yours, it's over the top, I've talked about it quite a bit, but I've never looked for someone to ask for affection, I only go for the kidneys, so I have no way to give you advice on this question of yours. However, my suggestion, you'd better deal with Zhang Qin's matter. You've got your mind over it. She won't affect you guys anymore, and you'll start properly with Jiangnan again, right? Susanna Song said. Also, are you sure that Zhang Qin is the person you're looking for? What do you mean? If, according to you, you two had a serious talk, why yesterday? When she saw you, why was she so strange? Susanna Song was quite puzzled. After all, the two of them have been in love for a long time. The situation was critical last night, and Zhang Qin was escorted out by the servants. He was relieved to see that she was okay. But the woman, however, glanced at him faintly, with an expression of "We are not familiar." I guess not. Why don't you just find a chance and ask her directly? Make no mistake, Susanna Song knew, and it's not easy to see that woman alone. If the fire hadn't started in the kitchen, the house would be uninhabitable, and it would be quite difficult to go to a hotel and look at the several bodyguards next door and try to meet them alone. Good, Xiaqing Zhou answered, and in his mind, somehow he remembered what Jiangnan had said. Xiaqing Zhou, the person you've been looking for, is it possible that it's not Zhang Qin, it's me? The words, which kept replaying in his mind like a movie, made his heart tighten into a ball. He took a deep breath and lifted his foot to retrace his steps to the door of the hospital room. His jawline tightened as he pushed the door open. Jiangnan, why did you insist on marrying me back then? Chapter 126. Xiaqing Zhou's words caused Jiangnan to be stunned before she regained her composure. He was silent when she asked, Now that she asked, she didn't want to answer. She and he, as if they were never at the same pace. She fumed, uncomfortable, closed her eyes and stopped talking. And Ning did not know what had happened between the two, heard Xie Qingzhou speak and get angry. She insisted on marrying you? Blindly like you? Love you chant? Why insist? You now also ask this kind of question to her heart to insert a knife. Do you have a heart? Being reminded by a Ning, Jiang Nan's heart, however, lifted up. Is he testing? Still suspicious of Zhang Qin. He had just sworn to it, but now he was skeptical. As long as she's touched base with Zhang Qin and he's quiet, he should feel it. It was not true that she wanted to get back at him. But one of the most important reasons was that he could put Zhang Qin out of his misery. That Xiao took advantage of that fire and faked Zhang Qin's death to fool everyone. The current chinchilla is not a happy one. Jiang Nan was now itching to stick her wings on and go see Zhang Qin for a while. But the more anxious she was in her heart, she calmed herself down. Xie Qingzhou, you go back to Haiqing first. I think that I'll leave after a few days with a Ning when I've recovered from my illness, she said. Xie Qingzhou returned to his senses and wondered what kind of madness he had just been in to ask such a question. In fact, he regretted it, regretted that he didn't ask her when she asked him. I'll wait for you to join me, he said. Don't. I really don't want to see you, it's quite tiring, she said and rolled over. Seeing her still bloodless face, so weak, Xie Qingzhou thought about it and left the ward. Perhaps it was the reminder of Sankorji, who was unsteady for a moment, who was in a trance. I'm going to see Zhang Qin, Xie Qingzhou said. He couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Perhaps his intuition was too strong. Or perhaps the words Jiang Nan said kept ringing in his ears and lingering. Susanna Song said, "Ah," and chased after him. What, to see Zhang Qin now? It's not easy, is it? And Ning closed the ward door. What does he mean by going to see Zhang Qin now? As she was muttering, she saw Jiang Nan forcefully get up from his discomfort and begin to change his clothes. What are you going to do to go? I'm now going to rush ahead of Xie Qingzhou and see Zhang Qin first. You? Now? You're sick? There's no rush. Is there? I'm in a hurry. And let's not talk about the fact that Zhang Qin came to Qingliang Mountain every year to pray for the blessing of Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. After the 15th day of the first month, she would leave here and go back to Yi. She didn't have much time in the first place. But now Xie Qingzhou was clearly skeptical. Annan felt that her brain capacity was no longer working. She had learned so much information today that she hadn't fully digested it. Just now, Jiang Nan said that he didn't tell Xie Qingzhou the truth because he had a revenge mentality, and secondly, he wanted to let Zhang Qin free. Exactly how it was not free or how it was free was not at all clear to her. Jiang Nan was always the one with the big ideas, and she couldn't keep up with her thinking. Then I'll accompany you. You stay in the hospital, Jiang Nan said. She couldn't care less about being unwell. Her hat and mask were on and she ran outside. She stepped out of the hospital wing, the cool breeze still making her shiver. She jogged, ready to hail a cab, when a car honked toward her. Jiang Nan turned around and saw Rong Chong, who asked, "Where are you going?" "You have to take me to the Marriott Hotel in Qingliang Mountain," Jiang Nan said while getting into the car. Young Chong patted the driver's seat. The driver understood. "Okay, Mr. Rong." Jiang Nan sat in the back seat before she tilted her head to look at Rong Chong. "Why haven't you left yet?" The man's body leaned back in the seat. "Not quite sure about you." Jiang Nan smiled. At this point she didn't care so much. She called Yang Ji and asked for Zhang Qin's specific room number. "Mr. Jiang, it's not easy to see her at all," Yang Ji said. Yesterday, Jiang Nan called just to say that she wanted to get Zhang Qin out of that house and that she wanted to see her. Yang Ji really tried his best and thought of all sorts of ways to get that servant who used to help out on the mountain. While praying and burning paper, there was an accident, which set the villa on fire. "I know. I'll figure it out myself," Jiang Nan said. After hanging up Yang Ji's phone, Jiang Nan turned her head and asked Rong Chong, "Any cash?" "How much?" 100,000. Rong Chong tilted his head and looked at Jiang Nan. "I'm an outsider. You really look up to me. When do you want it?" "It better be now." "That's not really there," Rong Chong said. He wasn't a god. She didn't even want to delay the time she took the cash, so it was obvious how anxious she was. "But you can get it when you get to the hotel." "That's fine," Gangnam said, just listening to him on the phone. Only, when she hurried to the entrance of the Marriott Hotel, Xie Qingzhou had already entered the hotel lobby with Song Susanna Ji. Rong Chong didn't know what she was going to do, and looking at her anxious face, he asked, Money? Do you still need it? Jiangnan stared at his back. Of course. Chapter 127. Is it worth it? Jiangnan followed Rong Chong out of the car and went to get the money together. Once the mask and hat were on, they were covered tightly, but when the cool wind blew, Jiangnan still felt uncomfortable. Jiangnan was anxious in his heart, but he still forced himself to calm down. Xie Qingzhou and Song Susanna Ji came to the hotel with this stance. They should be meeting her directly. In accordance with that surnamed Zhao's actions, with so many bodyguards protecting her, he definitely would not let the two of them meet her directly. So Xie Qingzhou wanted to see Zhang Qin. It would take some trouble. She still had time. Rong Chong handed a pile of money to Jiang Nan, and the manager of the guest room department followed them, asking if she needed any help. Jiang Nan gave all the money to the room manager. Two burly men guarded the entrance to the presidential suite of the Marriott Hotel. Song Susanna Ji raised her eyebrows and looked at Xie Qingzhou. Your good idea is to break in hard? Xie Qingzhou laughed. This is at Qingliang Mountain in the southern city. Sneaking around to see what's going on is not possible, so why not be honest? Susanna Song whispered. If you see her directly, won't you be able to hide it from her man? Do you think that a person like Xiao Chong, even if he conceals it, can he conceal it? Xie Qingzhou said. He is a very famous military, firearms merchants doing business on the edge of the knife. With a ruthless heart, connections, and resources, he dared to place Zhang Qin in Qingliang Mountain. So naturally, he couldn't hide anything. Zhang Qin is his wife. There are many bodyguards and servants. It's just to ensure her safety. It's not like she's really under house arrest. Xie Qingzhou, with his extraordinary demeanor, frankness, and confidence, treated the two people as if they did not exist and directly pressed the doorbell. The two bodyguards looked at each other and asked which one he was looking for. It was only then that Xie Qingzhou introduced himself. The door to the room opened and the maid's aunt, looking at the two men, who turned out to be last night's next-door neighbors, was baffled. Can I help you? Ms. Zhang is an old acquaintance of mine from Haiqing and wants to know a little something. There is no Miss Zhang here, the maid said, then closed the door. At this time, Zhang Qin was sitting on the sofa reading a book. She had heard the talking outside. Mrs. said it was an old acquaintance of Haiqing. Z City? It's been nearly 7 years since anyone has mentioned Ocean City. It had been so long that she was about to forget it was her hometown. That's the man who helped next door yesterday, the maid reminded her. Zhang Qin pondered for a long time. It was too dark and chaotic last night. I only remember the young man who came next door to help, upright and distinguished, like a nobleman from a rich family. Plus it was too dark. She didn't see them too clearly, and wasn't familiar with them. So she was skeptical when she said that Haicheng was an old acquaintance. Xiao Chong has offended quite a few people in her business, and she lives in deep seclusion. Only, if he really wanted to harm her, he would have had a better chance to take advantage of the chaos last night instead of finding the hotel. She closed the book, gathered her shawl together and rose, walking to the door. Open the door. See the man standing on the opposite wall. The man's features were three-dimensional and good-looking, and there was an aura about him that was hard to describe with pen and ink. She's seen him before. To be precise, she'd seen his picture. Seeing each other again is as stunning as it was when we first met. Jiang, the man who likes you, I've seen you before, you're... Zhang Qin expressed in sign language. The sound of the cleaner's cart hitting the wall interrupted Zhang Qin's words. The two bodyguards looked over. Let's go to the cafe downstairs. Zhang Qin used sign language. She also wanted to change her clothes. Jiang Nan squatted down and gathered up the things that had fallen. Xie Qingzhou and Song Susanna Ji walked through the other side of the cart. As he neared the elevator, Xie Qingzhou turned back and looked at the person crouching on the floor, inexplicably feeling familiar. He frowned, thinking he was crazy. How can you look at anyone and think like Gangnam? Zhang Qin changed her clothes and the maid asked, Ma'am, how do you use sign language? She smiled. Just wanted to see if he was worth it. Is it worth it for Jiang to love him? What Jiang had said. Uncle Jiang brought the man home and woke him up blind. It must be psychologically unbearable, even devastating, for a nice young man with a bright future to suddenly become invisible. Xie Qingzhou was because he couldn't accept it for a while, and the whole person was particularly manic. She and Jiang were learning sign language during that time, and she pretended to be a little mute in order to keep his mind balanced. If she had a heart, she would have tried for her or at least not been able to read the sign language. It was not in vain. when Jiang Jiang guarded him, in his palm, communicating with him word by word, healing him. Only the fact that people were looking for them and claimed to be old stories made Jiang Qin puzzled. She walked out of the room. The janitor, who happened to be finishing cleaning the guest room next door. She's wearing a mask and looking at her. Jiang Qin froze for a moment when he met those cool eyes that were full of water. She paused. Our room. You go clean it too. Okay. I'll be right there. Jiang Nan said, her voice still hoarse. The cleaning cart was placed in front of the hotel, and Jiang Nan took the room card to open the door. Jiang Qin walked back as he reached the elevator. The jewelry on the bed cabinet. Don't let her move it. Jiang Qin returned to the room. Gangnam was right there in the bedroom, literally removing the sheets. Seeing her, Jiang Nan did not dare to delay and asked Jiang Qin if he wanted to leave Xiaochong. Jiang Qin reddened her eyes and gently nodded her head. In 7 years, she'd escaped countless times, all of which had ended in failure. A man who truly loves a woman will not break her wings and put her in a golden cage. Xie Qingzhou asked what, and only said that he couldn't remember. Mistress, are you done? The maid came in and saw Jiang Qin putting away the jewelry necklace on the bed cabinet and locking it in the safe. Jiang Qin looked back at Jiang Nan. Growing up together, there's more or less a tacit understanding. But Jiang Qin didn't understand why. Chapter 128, Cold. After Jiang Qin met Xie Qingzhou, he came up and asked, Do you remember me? Back then, you brought me home? She was shocked beyond belief, yet she maintained her outward calmness as she looked at him. Xie Qingzhou obviously recognized her wrongly. The fact that Jiang Jiang had gone to such lengths to see her was obviously to get her to admit to the matter. She really didn't understand that it was too much of a shock for her. So what, we have to pretend we don't remember? After all, 7 years ago she was left without a home and was taken away by Xiaochong with a different identity. It's also easy to be convinced when you can't remember some things. She could only speak to this extent, and she didn't dare to say anything else. After all, she said more than she could say. Hearing that she didn't remember, Xie Qingzhou had mixed feelings. He was actually rather glad she didn't remember. The years had passed, and it was quite good that she had forgotten, avoiding any emotional entanglements between the two. It would be a problem if he did remember to hold him accountable for his feelings. But he was lost again, obviously when he came. His mood was extremely strong as him, as if years of long-cherished wishes, finally to solve everything to dust settled that way. But just because of the words Jiang Nan said, there was a moment in his heart when he was particularly certain, as if it wasn't her. After all, she looked at him as if she wasn't familiar with that. He is also, even if you cannot see that kind of love has been the feeling, should not feel it at all. All in all, he had mixed feelings and a hint of unspoken heaviness. It doesn't matter if you forget. I remember. I owe you my life. Is there anything you want to go do that I can help you with? Obligingly. Hearing this, even if Jiang Qin was stupid, he knew Jiang Nan's intentions. Is she trying to get Xie Qingzhou to help her leave Xiaochong? After Xie Qingzhou left the hotel, he didn't say a word the entire way back. Susanna Song didn't know what to say, so she drove him back to the villa. Shenzhen this ungrateful, then Jiang Nan in the early hours of the morning to go to the hospital alone surveillance video to him to see, but also blamed himself. Yesterday should not let sister-in-law alone at home. Fortunately the driver is not bad, safe to send people to the hospital, otherwise how terrible. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa with a particularly ugly face. Obviously, she called him when she was that uncomfortable. What was he thinking at that moment? Thought she might be jealous? He frowned for a long moment. I don't understand why she said that. After seeing Jiang Qin, the knot in his heart, in fact, did not remain unopened. But thinking about the moment Jiang Qin opened the door and saw him, he obviously knew him. But he always felt that there was something wrong, and where it was wrong, he didn't notice it for a moment. It was a question he couldn't figure out, so he just didn't think about it. Let's just pretend that Jiang Nan was unbalanced in his heart and unwilling to accept such an outcome, and said it on purpose. Are we leaving? Susanna Song asked. If we don't leave, we'll be delayed at work. I still have that advice. Don't mess with Jiang Nan if you haven't dealt with Jiang Qin's problem. Shenzhen frowned. What? For the sake of such a woman, throw your own wife aside, leaving her behind at night, and leaving her behind today when she's sick. What kind of bad idea is this of yours? Brother, are you not going to live with my sister-in-law when you fail her over and over again? If you're really cold, you two are really cold. Not to mention she's still sick. Xie Qingzhou's heart was chaotic and conflicted. Since he returned to China to spend time with Jiang Nan, he also knew her nature, stubborn, how she refused to be soft, and always easily provoked his anger too. He really didn't want to come back with something that forced her to do what happened that day. Also, the fact that she was sick now, with her voice muffled like that, and the words she had said to him had really hurt him. Obviously, they wanted to be together properly, but it became a situation like today. He really didn't want the situation to get any worse and wanted her to get well. Not to mention she didn't want to see him right now. "We'll go back first," he said. But after all, he still went to make a call to Jiangnan. Only the call went unanswered. It burned again when Gangnam was on his way back from the hotel. She was so burned and disoriented that she didn't have the strength to speak when Rong Chong spoke to her. The driver drove them to the hospital and he took her straight to the emergency room. She had a bad cold to begin with. She couldn't see the wind, much less run around. The trip out made her worse. When Jiangnan was drowsy at the emergency clinic, Xie Qingzhou had already followed them out of Qingliang Mountain. This night, Ning had been taking care of Jiangnan. The sleeping Gangnam, like a nightmare, murmured, "Why can't you recognize me?" And Ning's nose was sore at hearing that. She hated or pain or, after all, so many years of feelings, well, in the end is unable to let go, thinking of him in the heart. But what about Xie Qingzhou, who left the hospital and never came back? Instead, it was Rong Chong, and Jiangnan was confused and grabbed his arm, not letting him go. His posture was quite tired, but he didn't leave. This made Ning grateful. At least it gave Jiangnan a hint of support and warmth, I guess. Anti-fever pills, fever-reducing injections, plus Anning to physically cool her down. In the early hours of the morning, Jiangnan's fever had finally gone down, which made Ning breathe a sigh of relief. When Jiangnan woke up, the sky had just dawned. Annan was sleeping in the companion chair, and she glanced sideways to see the man lying on the edge of the bed. The indoor lights were not turned on, and in the dim vision and could not see the face, Jiangnan thought it was Xie Qingzhou. When she thought about this trip to Qingliang Mountain, her heart was sour, feeling cheated and resentful. So, she used the same way to deceive him. Jiangnan sniffled and thought, "Why don't we just tell him, right? As for later, let's talk about it." Her hand, the moment she let go of his arm. The bedside looked up and whispered, "How's it going and what's wrong?" The rather unfamiliar voice made her freeze, and then she smiled to herself. Xie Qingzhou had found the person he had longed for and had been looking for. So how could he still care about her? "Thank you. I've really caused you trouble," Jiangnan said, really full of gratitude and apologies to Rong Chong. But it was also a little embarrassing, after all, to be seen by a collaborator in his rather lousy appearance. Rong Chong rubbed his face, listening to her still raspy voice, and got up to pour her water. Annan woke up as well. "Feeling any better?" Jiangnan nodded. "Throat doesn't hurt like it did yesterday. Much better. Are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat." And Ning said, "I'll go." Rong Chong spoke up. Young Chong bought breakfast for both of them, and after setting it down he bid her farewell. "He has a lot of official business. Great kindness. Keep it in mind." Jiangnan said, "I'll return the money to you first in a while." Rong Chong nodded. "Good," he said, then stood by her bedside, his head lowered, looking at her with a smile on his face. At the moment, behind him was a ray of sunlight shining through the window, warming the whole thing up, and something else seemed to be floating in the air. And Ning also noticed that something was wrong, and heard Rong Chong say, "Jiangnan, leave when you're well." Jiangnan nodded. "Good. I won't joke with my body." After Rong Chong left, and Ning started cursing Xie Qingzhou again. Jiangnan did not answer, looking at the phone with his missed calls. She did not return WeChat. He asked how she was doing. She didn't return either. In the afternoon, Jiangnan received a call from her mother-in-law and realized that Xie Qingzhou had returned to Haiqing. "My mother-in-law was shushing me on the phone, and they both tacitly didn't mention Xie Qingzhou." Jiangnan stayed at Qingliang Mountain for 2 more days before he was ready to return to Haiqing. She still didn't answer Xie Qingzhou's calls or return his messages. As for Xie Qingzhou, who was in Haiqing, he was also a bit distracted because Jiangnan never came back. The new year has just begun, leaving the company with extremely low barometric pressure. Although Chao Zheng hadn't gone to Qingliang Mountain, he had been checking on Xiao Chong and roughly knew what was going on. He knew he couldn't keep that one under wraps, could he? A surefire rollover, right? "Why don't you go to Qingliang Mountain and fetch your wife back?" Xie Qingzhou was propping up his chin, reading a document. When he heard him say this, he raised his eyes. "You think it's appropriate?" Xiao Zheng knew he was trying to settle the matter of Zhang Qin before saying anything. At that time, Feng Li you called to say that Zhang Qin was taken by Xiao Chong. He is a gangster. They're very powerful. If Zhang Qin was free, there's no way he wouldn't have contacted his family. Now it's trying to settle the matter. When he came back, Zhang Qin also handed in a message that he was trying to come back to Qingqing. But where is it so easy to deal with Xiao Chong? Could it be that, if Zhang Qin's matter is not resolved, the two will just stay cold and the problem will not be dealt with? Chapter 129, Self-Healing. When Jiang Nan left Qingliang Mountain, he also made a special trip to Marriott to meet Zhang Qin. Unlike that day, there were no bodyguards guarding the door, and it was a man who came to open the door. Growing tall, his features were good-looking, but Jiang Nan did not like it. His eyes had a killing and oppressive look that people did not dare to look directly at. Jiang Nan locked eyes with him for a long time and smiled. "Can I meet Qin Qin?" "There is no Qin Qin here, only from the heart." Xiao Chong opened his mouth. "From the heart? Good name, you followed your heart. And what about her? Did she follow you, but from her heart?" Xiao Chong lowered his eyes, looking at the girl who tilted her chin slightly, vigorously. Quite pretty, tall, quite thin. Quite a strong nature. Not bad for a friend of hearts. He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Zhang Qin heard the sound of talking inside, draped himself in his clothes, and came out at a brisk pace, blocking Jiang Nan's face. Xiao Chong's eyes darkened, as if he didn't quite like her reaction. After all, she hadn't mentioned Sea City in the 7 years since he'd taken her back, as if she'd forgotten about it. Of course, it had been a long time since he had seen such a vivid expression on her face. Normally, she was cold and aloof, as if she was unnoticeable that way. Jiang Nan gently held her hand. "It's okay. I'll come see you when I see you." Zhang Qin's eyes were slightly moist while Xiao Chong looked at her. Not much age to look at with all that pep. "I want to talk to her for a while," Zhang Qin said. "Come in and talk." Marriott's largest presidential suite in Mount Qingliang is more or less extravagant. Foyer, great room and parlor. This Mr. Xiao is also very good at enjoying life, and the tea utensils for drinking tea are all famous. Sitting in front of the antique tea table, Xiao Chong boiled water and raised his eyes to ask her, "The fire in the villa? Is it related to you?" "Yes, not from the villa, and with so many people guarding her, I couldn't really see well enough to be sure it was her." Xiao Chong smiled and glanced at Zhang Qin. "Quite a tacit understanding. This fire won't catch if she doesn't cooperate with you. Her heart, which is really hard and can't be softened by staying for as many years as she wants, still wants to go. You two truly deserve to be the two smartest girls in what was once Sea City. Once the first and second in the provincial high school entrance exams, the two were so close that they thought they were twins." The water boiled and Xiao Chong began to make tea. Jiang Nan tapped his fingers on the desktop a few times. "Mr. Zhao's words, since he has said this, then I will not say anything in the dark. She is not from the heart in the end. She is Zhang Qin. Her life has to be chosen by herself. If she leaves you, I will definitely help her." Xiao Chong laughed lowly. "It's the first time I've met one. So it turns out girls who play straight ball are pretty interesting. She's my wife now. The implication is that it's not that easy to really take her away. Even if that man, your husband, the Xi family is indeed quite prestigious, but for the sake of his wife's best friend, he would involve himself in danger and make an enemy of me?" Zhang Qin blanched and looked at Jiang Nan with some concern. She now, more or less, understood what she meant. A wife's best friend might not cost as much. But what if it's a man of the heart? Zhang Qin suddenly also understood. Xie Qingzhou said the words, "I owe you a life," obliged that words. But really want to do this? Then Jiang Nan and him will be completely finished. Jiang grew up together, went to school together. Two people's birthdays, only 5 days difference. Familiar with each other, tacit understanding to the point that a look will know what the other party is thinking. Jiang Nan held her hand and patted it soothingly. "Tea will not be drunk. You do not care what method I use. What about this method? You must not have thought of it, of course, but also cannot defend against it." Jiang Nan got up, and in terms of aura, he didn't lose at all. "Well, Mr. Shaw, let's have a long day." With that, Jiang Nan turned around and hugged Zhang Qin, gently patting her back. Qin, I don't know how you got into trouble with him, and I don't care, but I know your heart, and I know what kind of life you want, so don't worry." Zhang Qin really wanted to cry. No need." Jiang Nan gently patted her shoulder. "I believe in myself, and your matter, as long as you want to do, I will help you, and I am obliged to do so." She wasn't afraid of Xiao Chong knowing. It's too hard to hide something from a man like that. so let's just get it out of the way. Jiang Nan began to get busy when he returned to Haicheng. The 2 days she had been sick at Qingliang Mountain, plus her return, had delayed her quite a bit, and there were quite a lot of things to do after the New Year's holiday. BR and L.S, the head of the 2 luxury brands, opened almost at the same time. Once on the lookout for brands but also have thrown out olive branches, she was busy negotiating brands plus a ning in the New Year's heat so that the breeze in the New Year's turnover during the period to mention a lot, but also let her follow the busy even axis. Because she didn't want to see Xie Qingzhou. When he came back, there was no contact with him. Only it's going to be the 15th day of the first month soon. She is going back to Xie's family in the end. With what attitude to face him, she is quite fretful. However, to Jiangnan's surprise, on the 13th day of the first month, she ran into Xie Qingzhou. Rong Chong came on a business trip, so troublesome to her in Qingliang Mountain. Jiangnan took time out and invited her to eat Haicheng specialties. And Xie Qingzhou with customers also came to eat. This is the age of a long time, but the taste is good. Come here to feast on foreign customers quite a lot. The 2 men met in the lobby of the hotel and were shown to their box by the waitstaff. Xie Qingzhou subconsciously frowned when she saw Jiang Nan with Rongzhang because she had not brought her assistant with her. She had always been measured, and she must have brought Yang Ji with her to dinner with her clients. In this case, it seemed that Rongzhang was not just a client anymore, but by and large a friend of hers. Jiang Nan left after his sight fell flatly on his body. After entering the box, Rong Chong asked her, "Still arguing? How can a husband and wife not quarrel?" Jiang Nan said, not saying anything more to Rong Chong although he was grateful. "Your relationship, it seems, is not very good." Rong Chong said, "Well, there's a problem, but I can fix it." She was so crisp and clear, causing Rong Chong to be slightly stunned. "So, this is what you are like. In a relationship, very few people are so lucid." Jiangnan smiled. "In fact, she is not that sober. Right, perhaps it is more disappointment and do not expect." Jiangnan poured him tea. "My father told me when I was very young that a girl has to have the ability to ferry herself to heal herself. I'm not doing enough, but I'm still doing it. After all, it's hard to be a human being." So, after being married to Xie Qingzhou, counting 4 years, she was having a hard time, quite a lot actually, but ultimately she let herself get on with herself and didn't implode. Rong Chong lowered his eyes. Self-deliverance? Self-healing? He was out of breath. What if the damage is so great that there is no way to self-transition and self-heal? Jiang Nan looked up at him. "This I have no way to answer you because I have never experienced your pain, but I think that as long as you want to do something, you can do it in the end, and I believe in Mr. Rong." Rong Chong smiled and looked at Jiang and across the table. "All right, a meal with a good atmosphere." And Rong Chong is a very measured person. He is gentle and courteous. He speaks without hesitation. There are times when the 2 people have similar interests and the same views, so that Jiangnan feels very comfortable. It is like finding a similar person. It is inevitable to talk more. As she left the restaurant, she wrapped the coat around her. "I'm really not in the habit of letting girls give me a ride," Yang Chong said. Walking out the door, Rong Chong waited for Jiang Nan to go first. The night breeze was quite cool, and Jiang Nan saw Xie Qingzhou leaning on the side of the car at a glance. His eyes were extraordinarily calm as he looked at her, but the scarlet firelight between his fingers made the coldness in his body more clearly visible. "The driver will take you," Jiang Nan said to Rong Chong. Jiang Nan handed over his driver and waited for Rong Zhang to leave before walking over to Xie Qingzhou. "Something? Go home, you promised." Chapter 130 Marriage, the End. Jiang Nan looked up at him and smiled, still getting into her car. Zhou was looking at her and greeted her cheerfully. "Hello ma'am, wow." Zhou is hello wow. Xie Qingzhou sat on one side of her and looked at her with a sideways glance. His attitude towards others was completely different from that towards him. She could talk and laugh towards Qiao Zheng, but couldn't she smile towards him? These days he was thinking of her. Seeing her with Rong Chong and talking to Qiao Zheng with a smile on her face, her heart was sour and tasteless. Her voice wasn't as broken as it had been in the hospital at Mount Qingliang. It was much better, but still a little hoarse, but not better. "You're still not well enough to wear so little?" he said, motioning for Jojo to turn the heat up a little. Jiang Nan lowered her eyes and didn't answer his words. Back to Sycamore Road, Auntie Shui smilingly came over to talk to her, looking at her as if she had lost weight, quite distressed. "I heard from Mr. You're sick. Come back and stay well. I'll make you a nutritious meal to make up for it." Jiang Nan has never been one to make things difficult for servants. Yeah, back in his room, Jiang Nan made a phone call to confirm a bit of work with Yang Ji. Xie Qingzhou then took a bath and came out. Do you still take medicine recently? I'll go bring you water. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and stood in front of the window, looking at Xie Qingzhou. His bathrobe hung loosely, and there were beads of water dripping down the corners of his forehead. This inexplicably reminded Jiang Nan of having seen him like this when he was at the old mansion. She even missed the days when he was cold. Maybe it's good not to be loved. Better than that, not being loved and still being lied to. She thought she would forget. But what happened on Qingliang Mountain was vivid in her mind. A dull ache in my heart as I think back. She exhaled, not allowing herself to think about it, and replied to him, No, between us, there's no need for this. I should have made it clear to you the other day that I was willing to come back with you. And because I promised to want to go to bed, I'm going to take a shower. Xie Qingzhou's jawline tightened. You have to put our relationship in such a way. Jiang Nan really didn't want to say anything more either. Xie Qingzhou, sometimes it's a real contradiction. He clearly thought of her as such and loved her body more than he loved it. Let's just say that, and he's not happy about it. She really didn't want to care what he thought or what his emotions were. When she finished her shower and waited to come out, Xie Qingzhou was already asleep. With his back to her, Jiang Nan lifted the covers and got in, also with his back to him. Same bed, two people lying with their backs to each other. Gangnam, do we count as sharing the same bed? Not really, we're not ever gracious. The next day, Jiang Nan had just gotten up when he received a call from Gao Zhan. He's in quite a hurry. She's been busy lately, over at the industrial park. She hasn't been there yet. Gao Zhan had approached her several times to report on her work, but she didn't have the time. The volume this year, compared to the same period last year, doesn't work, and I've compared the numbers, and it does make a difference. It's normal to have differences, and this year's market conditions are so bad that it's actually very difficult to make any more changes with the same approach. And last year, I made a little bit of a change. Only, when she arrived at Breeze, she mentioned these ideas to Gao Zhan, but didn't go into more depth. That list is lost if you lose it. When Xie Qingzhou went downstairs, she saw Auntie Shui following her, carrying a bowl of something, shaking and shaking. She was on the phone again, put Auntie Shui anxious, saw him, savior-like. Sir, this is for the wife boiled medicine. Her voice is still not good. Ah, you did not say a cold for a while. This drink, the throat immediately breathable, soon well, but cold, it is not good. Xie Qingzhou frowned, looking at the green stuff. Sure it was a drink? He sniffed. What's that smell? Sir, it works. It's just a little bitter. Xie Qingzhou went to the kitchen first before taking the bowl from Auntie Shui's hand. Jiang Nan's call was still pending when he walked up to her and whispered, Drink up. Jiang Nan took a look at it and directly smothered it in one mouthful. Just as she was about to swallow, the bitter flavor, which there was no way to describe, spread through her mouth and she couldn't help but be about to throw up. A hand covered her mouth, and Gangnam had to swallow. There was something cute about the way she glared at him but had to swallow. Xie Qingzhou's mood was a few points more pleasant. His hand left her lips, and while she was talking, a candy was stuffed into her mouth. Jiang Nan cursed because a candy only had to be swallowed first to talk to Gao Zhan about work first. Aunt Shui saw that the two people had a good relationship. Mr. After the new year, you have grown another year old. It. Those years outside, delayed, should have a child with Mrs. Having a baby? Xie Qingzhou remembered the days in Qingliang Mountain. But after returning from MT Qingliang, it's hard. Gangnam won't be born. That day, she was sick with the flu, and in her hospital room, she saw the bottle of pills on the table, which he had seen before, for emergency contraception. He went to Qingliang Mountain in order for her to verify Feng Liyu's words, but it was also true that he was seeking a son. Jiangnan's mouth was still bitter after the call. Xie Qingzhou was waiting for her to eat breakfast. Auntie Shui brought up breakfast. Tonight, back to the old house. She hummed, her expression light. But I have a social engagement tonight. Still the same Rong Chong? Xie Qingzhou asked her, his tone a few points colder. Yes, Jiang Nan frankly admitted, smiled and added. But don't worry, I won't do the same thing as you. Auntie Shui was busy, and suddenly she felt that the atmosphere had changed. Just now the two were not still sweet. How come all of a sudden the swords were drawn? I don't have feelings for her, between a man and a woman. He lowered his voice. She wanted to leave, after I helped her. We were clear. Jiang Nan, I didn't do enough for you. I go crazy sometimes. Can you give me some time? He wanted to be nice to her, to learn to like her, to love her. But when you actually do it, you realize how hard it is. Jiang Nan didn't take his words. There were so many issues with him, the trust was gone and she didn't want to trust. He had deceived her, and instead of trying to explain it, she wanted to get back at him by deceiving him the way he did. I don't know when she stopped being the Jiangnan who had her eyes full of him, swallowed her grievances and raised a smile to continue liking him. When she started to use him to help Zhang Qin, her marriage to him was completely at an end. Jiang Nan didn't know how shaken he would be when he arrived. So don't mention any love during this time. Get over it. Xie Qingzhou had been waiting for Jiang Nan's reply. She did not answer or even look up. Finishing her breakfast, she got up and went to work. Xie Qingzhou rubbed the corner of his forehead and had a very clumsy idea in his heart. How about a baby to trap her? Chapter 131. Very much like you. Jiangnan had a meeting and went on a personal Breeze Plaza tour of the store. BR is doing a solo store in C-City. Young Chang is looking good, in the end, to report upwards. So, when she was at Mount Qingliang, he couldn't care less if it was a vacation or not, and to have a complete planning program was a delivery. Although he had passed for the time being, Jiangnan did not dare to slack off. Others had given her trust, and naturally she didn't want to lose it and deliver a very nice report card. It's just that she has limited energy on her own. There are always a lot of phone calls and she has a lot of issues that are being addressed. Since he helped her once in Qingliang Mountain, Jiangnan's attitude towards him was not the usual business-like attitude, but more of a friend. And Rongchang was a grown man who shared many of Jiangnan's aspirations, hobbies, and even his 3 views. It's not easy to meet such a compatible person in a sea of people. Not to mention this one, beautiful and intelligent. After Jiangnan finished her phone call, she saw the coffee that Rongchang had bought for her at some point. The mocha coffee, with its chocolate creaminess on top, is so rich that it makes you quite happy. Thank you, Mr. Young. Young Chang stood in the atrium of the hall and headed there. There were just a lot of shopping pretty sisters, cute sisters glancing towards him. A man with colorful features, upright posture, coupled with that kind of extraordinary temperament, do not speak, in the crowd, is eye-catching and attention-grabbing. Rong Chang ignored the gazes of the bystanders, and those narrow, peach blossom-biased eyes looked at her very intently. Jiangnan tilted his head. Something wrong. She wore a brown suit today, suit pants of the same color, but inside, she wore a minimalist white round-necked bottom shirt with a minimalist necklace, long curly hair, lazily scattered over her shoulders, extremely temperamental and beautiful, more dazzling than the endorsement model of a certain clothing behind her. Last time, Rong Chang jokingly said, "Bree's still looking for what endorsement?" She shot herself forget it. "I guess you should know what's up with me." Jiangnan let out an "oh, I guess you should know my attitude too." Young Chang suddenly laughed. "It's pretty cool dealing with you." Young Chang said, "Jiangnan, she is sometimes so frank and direct that people can't resist at once." "I'll keep it up then." Rong Chang's evening flight returned to Deep City, and in the afternoon, Jiangnan discussed some more details with him. Only after waiting for the talk to finish did Rongchang say to Jiangnan, "You're too busy right now, you still need to recruit people. You need to focus on decision-making. It'll be easier to just listen to the report." This was something that Xie Qingzhou had once said, only that he was now a bit stiff with him. Plus, the trip to Qingliang Mountain, she gave birth to other thoughts. Tong salary this person, the person she wanted to go to contact, can only be put on hold again and again. Well, looking up. Already have the headhunters on a high-paying search. "I'll give you a ride, Mr. Young?" "Good." When he arrived at the airport, Gangnam waved towards him wearing a black coat. Young Chang pushed his luggage and looked back at her as he prepared to enter the gate. She was answering the phone and watched him return the smile as he looked at her. It was already dark in Haichang. The street lamps were turned on, and under the shadow of the lamps, he suddenly felt that she was especially charming, so that people could not move their eyes. When he reappeared in front of her, Jiangnan froze slightly and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Hang up first." "What?" "The advancement of the BR project's cooperation doesn't have to come from me personally. I was the one who took over old Sue's errand, and the reason was that I wanted to see you." Jiangnan looked at him, his face calm, but there were still a few moments of surprise. He was too direct in the end. "Jiangnan, you listened to me to say." Rongchang boasted that I am still smart, career small success, drifting outside these years. I have seen a lot of people, of course, also talked about a few paragraphs, are poor so some meaning. This afternoon, I look at you, I feel that the person I like in my heart, the specific appearance, that is not the Jiangnan's look. Although, I know in such a time to say such words to you is very inappropriate, but feelings of this thing, it is sometimes just cannot allow more that one of the restraint. I want to respect my own feelings, just want to tell you, Jiangnan, I like you very much. Chapter 132. Not Choosing You. The night wind was bitter. Jiang Nan's long hair blew and fluttered about in front of her body, and as she reached out to hook her own hair, she was also looking into Rong Chang's eyes. The words were sincere and moving. Such a confession is very advanced and will make the heart happy. She had to say that Rong Chang's confession at this time made her heart quite comfortable. It turned out that besides Xie Qingzhou not cherishing her, there were people who saw her good. She didn't do anything wrong. She wasn't terrible. She was appreciated and loved. Jiang Nan happily raised the corners of her lips, always locking eyes with him, and then said, Rong Chang, thank you for liking me. It's also my honor to be liked by you. Now you have a snowball's worth of affection for me, and a life-saving kindness and nothing more, and for the rest of my life, I don't want to go so far as to say that I can't accept your liking at the moment. Her answer expected. I know, but wanted to tell you anyway, go away. Good, safe and well. The two said their goodbyes. Jiang Nan turned towards the car, and when Rong Chang entered the gate, he only saw her back, and she didn't look back. She, for one, is really determined. Marriage could no longer nourish her, and she remained steadfast in her efforts to save herself, as she said herself, to ferry herself, to heal herself, and not to ever go out of her way. Xie Qingzhou would definitely regret it if he lost her. After getting into the car, Jiang Nan sat in the driver's seat, a little out of breath. From the time she started working, she was confessed to by many people because of her looks. There are segments like Young Chang's that are high and sincere in impressing people. There's also the kind that, with their flirty talk, just have fun. But the only one who purely likes her is Zhou Qian, who treats her like a pearl. Except that he hasn't contacted her since he left, and she's... The car window suddenly rattled, and Jiang Nan was startled. She still froze when she saw the visitor. The parking lot of the airport. Although people were coming and going, Jiang Nan still carefully lowered the window a little bit. You have something to do? What, scared of me now? Do not invite me to get into the car. Xiao Chong asked, still smiling. I really want to do to you what? You alone. Walk up to the car. I have long done. Jiang Nan heard him say this, and instead he graciously unlocked it. Xiao Chong walked around the front of the car and went straight to the passenger side. What the hell is Xie Qingzhou blindly busy with? His own backyard is on fire, but he keeps looking for trouble from me. Tell me, how did you convince him, what conditions, to pay such a big price, but also to take XNXN away from me? Xiao Chong said while sending out the video he had recorded. Jiang Nan was quite surprised to hear him say such words because she was truly unaware of what had happened between Xie Qingzhou and Xiao Chong. Because her abilities were limited, if it wasn't for Zhang Qin, she wouldn't have agreed to Feng Liu popping up in front of her again at that time. So, in this case, she was very passive. It looks like what he's been doing behind the scenes for a while now has upset you quite a bit. Jiang Nan said. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to block her. Jiang Nan's attitude made Xiao Chong froze for half a day. He suddenly laughed. Jiang Nan, he is your husband after all. He intends to pour out all he has for so many years. In the fight around, you were quite happy? Jiang Nan didn't expect it to be like this. What Xiao Chong said to her shocked her in the end and complicated her feelings. There were a few moments of guilt in his heart, as if there was something else. Jiang Nan was out of her mind, her cell phone was on a stand in front of the console, and when she reacted, Xiao Chong was faster than her, taking her cell phone and choking her, brushing her face and sweeping it away. What are you doing? Jiang Nan gasped. Xiao Chong found Xie Qingzhou's phone number and dialed over, Mr. Xie, do you have time for a chat? With that, he turned off his cell phone and instructed Gangnam to drive. Xie Qingzhou was in the old mansion. Xiao Chong sent in a video with a great angle shot. Can clearly see the two, Rong Chang's deep confession, Jiang Nan's calm response. Previously, his view of Jiang Nan's feelings, and his opinion of him, existed only in his imagination. He would think that the two were not in a good relationship and that she was purposely getting close to men to piss him off. After all, love, if it is him, probably will be so, do such things to attract attention, no excuse. It's been a long time, and it turns out he's very different. She was sober, as Shenzhen had said with Qiao Zheng, and Jiang Nan was especially pure. When she insisted on marrying him back then, he was thinking that the Zhang family was not as good as the Xie family. Married for resources or otherwise. But he hadn't thought that her marrying him only stemmed from the fact that she really loved him. She's a very proud, confident person, yet willing to accommodate him and love him humbly. For Rong Chang, he had always been unhappy in his heart. The man had a crush on her, and he hadn't even inwardly believed that she was being measured in her dealings with him. Now he seemed to understand a little better. His heart was greatly moved, and he somewhat regretted why he had not discussed Zhang Qin's matter with her. If she had informed him of his passing before going to Mount Qingliang. Being as intelligent as she was, it wasn't as if she didn't understand him. But he's too late now. Xiao Chong's call made her heart panic, fearing that Xiao Chong would do something unfavorable to her. He didn't even dare to think what he would do without her. He calls Zhou Yung to find out where Gangnam went. Mrs. Xie watched him walk around with a grave expression on his face, shouting for dinner, as if she couldn't hear him. Just wondered about it because I hadn't seen my son like that before. Xie Qingzhou stood outside and had been waiting for news from Qiao Zheng. He wasn't wearing much and he didn't feel cold. When I called Gangnam again, her cell phone was turned off. When he came back from Qingliang Mountain and determined that Zhang Qin only wanted to leave Xiaochong, he started working on preparations. The two made an agreement that this was done and they owed each other nothing more. What he owed to the sidekick, he thought, was finally paid off, so that left time to make it up to his wife. 3 years of empty waiting. Time and time again, his deep love was let down. These have to be returned. Only if you want to make Zhang Qin, Xiao Chong's legal wife, completely detached from him, then you can only force Xiao Chong to let go of this one way. Xiao Chong's background in E is complicated and his methods are poisonous. But there are many rivals and enemies. They're all outlaws, collusion of interests, not hard to get, and he gets paid to let him find trouble with Xiao Chong. Plus, in the past few years, Xiao Chong has stopped doing some of his business and is slowly doing serious business. How big is the domestic market that he can't possibly dip into? But here, he was more or less whipped. Xie Qingzhou only wanted a quick fix, but he didn't expect that this had caused Xiao Chong to be anxious, and he looked for Jiangnan. Finally, Xiao Zheng called and said that Jiangnan's car had left Haiqing from the airport highway. Leave Sea City and go where? Xiao Zheng was silent. Time was too tight for him. That's it. Go ahead and check it out. I'll figure it out. It's something that, without his father's help, he doesn't have in mind, and he's genuinely scared. On the 13th day of the first month, Xie's family was just about to have dinner when he arrived at the table with a cool head. Dad, there's something I want to talk to you about. Xie Jingyuan had not seen his son. This kind of panic. After putting down the chopsticks, the two went upstairs. After hearing about what happened, Xie Jingyuan was half speechless. What do you do to mess with someone like that? I have things I have to do, as you do, so that you can leave Gangnam alone and forget about Kangwon. Can you do that? Xie Jingyuan heard this and sighed. Xie Qingzhou's heavy feelings came with him. Hearing that Jiangnan was in danger, Xie Jingyuan was in a hurry. This matter? Why did you say it earlier? Xie Qingzhou's face was grave and he did not speak. Xie Jingyuan looked at his son. What do you have in mind? Naturally, I don't want anything to happen to her. I can do it myself, but I'm afraid I'm going to do it and make her slip up. He really didn't want that to happen. Plus, his heart was so flustered and his mind so messed up that he really didn't know how to make decisions. This matter, which was originally because he chose to help Zhang Qin, was an unmitigated disaster for Jiangnan. Like her now, Xie Jingyuan said, not as a question but with certainty. Your mom is quite right. She said that Jiangnan, this girl bar, rare as long as get along naturally like her. Yes, after hiding for 3 years ultimately did not escape, looking to plant her hands. Xie Qingzhou this a little negative, think and inexplicably sweet. He clearly didn't want to be in control, even of his feelings. But he is now. People, they really are so contradictory. She's really good. He's the one who's not good enough. Really planted in her hands, he was willing. Without her, life would seem meaningless. Xie Jingyuan sighed. The child is affectionate and dedicated, which would have been a great quality to have, but it doesn't suit the future helmsman of a company yet. Xie Qingzhou life is always difficult to be complete, like or love. Sometimes it depends on what you want. In your current position, do you want Jiangnan's love, or do you want her life? Xiao Chong was crookedly looking at his cell phone in the passenger seat. Jiangnan had already gotten off the Lincheng highway by car, but Xie Qingzhou still hadn't come to the phone. Xiao Chong found it interesting and tilted his head to look at Jiangnan. What's the situation between you and this husband of yours? What about your well-being? He doesn't care about it half the time. Jiangnan heart tugged down, still quite painful, but the face calmly said, My car is out of gas, you gas. Xiao Chong smiled. It's a bit interesting. If he doesn't love you, he shouldn't have helped with your best friend's business. What's the point of him paying such a big cost? Chapter 133. Jiangnan was silent and only smiled at him. Xiao Chong realized how difficult Jiangnan was. He had been working outside for many years and had seen all kinds of people, and Jiangnan was the most special one. The age is not big, the means is not ruthless, but the reaction is fast enough. The most important point, the stability of her heart, things hidden deep so that people cannot catch, which forced him had to come to ask. But it had little effect, which was very upsetting to him, a man who had always taken only results. Jiangnan, the later he comes, the less he cares for you, but I know very well that you love him very much. Xiao Chong leaned against the passenger seat and spoke slowly, not caring at all if the words poked someone's lung tube. Jiangnan didn't speak, his face was calm. Keeping silent in front of such a man is the best option. It would be bad if any one of the words was not good enough to reveal the truth. As for Xie Qingzhou, she didn't care anymore. Only a little bit of sadness grew in his heart when he really didn't care about her. When he arrived at the hotel in Lincheng, at 10:30, Xiao Chong did not wait for anyone. It was also known that in this game, the initiative was held in Xie Qingzhou's hands. In the hotel room, Jiangnan was calm, letting a few people who were watching her accompany her to the chess room to play mahjong. Xiao Chong held his cell phone and leaned against the doorway with his hands on his chest. Jiangnan, you are now kidnapped. First of all, no matter how much Xie Qingzhou doesn't like me, I'm still his wife, his parents treat me well, you wouldn't dare to do something bad to me. If he really wanted to kidnap her, he would have taken her instead of knocking on her car window. Furthermore, Xiao Chong's career center of gravity has shifted to the country, and making an enemy of the Xie family, this kind of thing, cutie, only then will he do it. He came, really bluffing, and his real purpose was to wonder why Xie Qingzhou wanted to help Zhang Qin. And I can more or less understand why he doesn't like you. Jiangnan was drawing cards, and was getting a little annoyed with him poking and prodding and talking all the time. He doesn't like me. Qin doesn't like you. Let's not talk about either of us. Xiao Chong's face turned ugly. Jiangnan laughed coldly and added, she won't love you if you see her as a forbidden Luan. Xiao Chong did not say anything and dialed Xie Qingzhou's phone, and when the phone call went through, no one answered. He suddenly laughed. It was really funny. His heart is really hard enough really not gonna care about his wife? Mahjong was played until 11:30. Xiao Chong's phone finally rang, but the caller was not Xie Qingzhou. Old Mr. Xie personally gave the word. It is natural for those who are juniors to be respectful. It wasn't long before the doorbell was heard. Xiao Chong made a wink and sent someone to open the door. The door to the room opened, and Mrs. Xie, with her people, came in with great vigor, and she was relieved to see Jiangnan sitting at the mahjong table. Xiao Chong still greeted Mrs. Xie when he saw her. Mrs. Xie just walked up to Xiao Chong and came up to give him a slap. Asshole! My Xie family's daughter-in-law dares to be taken away without a word? Jiangnan freaked out and pulled her mother-in-law back. Don't look at this. Xiao Chong looks okay. Just by his quietly took away Zhang Qin. We know that this person's hands and eyes of the sky. Do is that aspect of the matter started. Don't mention how hard-hearted and ruthless. Xiao Chong wasn't annoyed by receiving this slap. Mrs. Xie is indeed a woman of honor. He can fight with Xie Jingyuan for such a career, and also experience the stormy times of the Xie family. What world has not seen? But compared to Mr. Xiao, my Xie family is not a family to be pinned down. What is the matter? A good discussion. Everything can be talked about. Such a thing I do not want to have the next time. I also do not care what Mr. Xiao is a character in the country of E. In front of me, it is a dragon that has to be coiled. It is a tiger that has to be crouched down. Jiangnan really admired his mother-in-law's prowess. Such a gesture was really old and handsome. It's a matter of poor consideration on my part, except that your son is hitting on my wife. Mrs. Xie's eyes jumped. How can that be? My son is so uptight about her wife right now that he would hook up with yours. Xiao Chong smiled. Up top? So up top? Why don't you see him coming over? Mrs. Xie's heart tightened. She was wondering about that now. No, over dinner, the masters went up to the study. Not a moment later, Xie Qingzhou left in a hurry. It hadn't been half an hour yet, and her husband had left, too, and after that, the driver said she should pick up Gangnam. This arrived at the hotel. She realized what happened, and Xie Qingzhou didn't know what to do to go. That's our family's business. No need for you to care, Mrs. Xie said, then pulled Jiangnan and left, walking to the door and not forgetting to look back. Don't mess with my family's business again. The people brought by Mrs. Xie drove away Jiangnan's car. Mrs. Xie took her hand and got into the car before asking her how she was afterward. Jiangnan shook his head. It's fine, he's just scaring me. I did cause this. So, she's not wrong. Mom, Hard work. Jiang Nan hugged her, grateful in his heart. Though she knew she would be fine, in her heart, she wasn't as calm as she showed. Especially when Xiao Chong took her into the hotel and opened the door to several men. She was panicked and scared. Mrs. Xie gently patted her back. That dog Xie Qing Zhou. What the hell is he busy with? What's the point of having him when he didn't even show up at a time of crisis like Jiangnan? Always leaving her alone to face such difficult and scary moments really doesn't have to come up again. Mentioning Xie Qing Zhou, Jiangnan's heart was disappointed, lost, heartbroken, all kinds of emotions, right? He hadn't made a single phone call, letting things slide and sending chills down her spine. Let alone her being his wife, he wouldn't leave a stranger in such a predicament unattended. Would he? Jiangnan thought, love and whatnot, don't ask him how he said it, but see how he did it, how he chose it. Scared, huh? From now on, when you go to work and leave work, you still need to bring a bodyguard. Jiangnan lost his smile. Mom, this is too much. What happened today was an accident. I'll pay attention in the future. I'll take Yang Ji. Today there was Yang Ji who had something else going on. Otherwise she wouldn't have been left alone. Mrs. Xie held her hand, and when she came back from Qingliang Mountain, the two were not quite right. Something must have happened. It was not good for her, as a parent, to always ask questions without proportion. Jiang, Qing Zhou, he has a lot of problems in him. It's me, as a mom, who didn't do a good job, Mrs. Xie said. She was extremely close to his husband, but was so busy with her career when she was younger that her two sons were not as attached as they seemed. If the feelings were deep and affectionate, Xie Qing Zhou would not have left the country a week after her wedding 4 years ago. Even more so, he didn't take Jiangnan in his stride, and repeatedly used Feng Liu to rebel. Mom, you don't have to say it. Jiang Nandao never said the words after a while that she wanted a divorce out loud. When Zhang Qin returns to Haiqing, the two will definitely get divorced. He cheated on her and she cheated on him, so let's call it even between the two. Mrs. Xie saw Jiangnan, mentioning her son, was not very excited, and also had the sense to stop talking about it, with a premonition in her heart. Jiang, I'll support you in whatever you do. Chapter 134. Failure to select revised. Xie Qing Zhou sat on the bench in the emergency room, half of his body still numb. Xie Qing Chuan supported his father and looked at his slightly distressed appearance. Dad, what's with the look on your face? It's still alive. What a time to be playful. Xie Jingyuan lowered his voice. Your mom has already received Jiang and is planning to return. He leaned back in his seat and gave an extremely cold "oh." Xie Qing Chuan kicked him. It's not like people are fine. Give Jiangnan a call. For something this big, he didn't show his face, he didn't show up. How chilling. Forget it. Xie Jingyuan glanced at his son and moved his lips without speaking. Xie Qing Chuan looked at his father and brother. What's wrong? Did something happen? I'm going to enter Xie's. Xie Qing Zhou suddenly said, after all, I'm soon going to lose all the family money I've built up over the past few years, so I'll have to go home and chew on my old age. Xie Qing Chuan knew that he wasn't telling the truth. This sudden car accident was fishy, and he suddenly had to go to the company, even more fishy. Don't say, brother, why don't you let Think do something for me? Xie Qing Chuan frowned. Think, Xie Think, what can you do for him? It was already 2 o'clock when Jiang Nan returned to the Xie family's old mansion. She was very sleepy, and after a quick shower, she tried to go to sleep. Just lying in bed, she tossed and turned. The night was deep, magnifying the pain deep inside her, and she wasn't as calm as she should have been. She took her cell phone and looked at it. There were no missed calls or WeChat messages on it. The screen of her cell phone was uncomfortable for her eyes, and she was sleepy, but not sleepy. She didn't know what she was expecting. Eventually, she dropped the phone and flopped down on the bed. She really is a fool and a huge joke. It was almost dawn when Jiang Nan slept over. Mentally strained for a night and not sleeping well, Jiang Nan took a vacation and did not go to the company. It was almost 10 o'clock when she woke up. Xie wanted to think about lying on the side of her bed, and when he saw her wake up, he ran over and hugged her hard. Jiang Nan frowned. What's wrong? Just want to hug you, auntie. Auntie, you smell so good. Jiang Nan only felt that the bad mood from the night before was cured by Xie Xiangtian as soon as he opened his eyes. Come to think of it, I think you're weird. No, just want to hug you. Xie wanted to think about saying, I'll be waiting at 8 o'clock to make sure you wake up and can get my hug first. When Shay thought about it, she couldn't understand why her dad wanted her to come to her aunt's room right after she woke up. saying he wanted to give her a big hug. A hug like that, of course she would love it. Since it makes me so happy, why don't I take you shopping for goodies today? Okay. Okay. Can I have a donut today? Yes. Jiangnan wakes up with nothing more than news of Yangji's work. She didn't take it seriously anymore, and after eating she took Xie to think about going out shopping. Jiangnan stayed at Xie's house until the 15th day of the first month. On the night of the reunion dinner on the 15th night, Xie Qingzhou finally came back. For the days he disappeared. He didn't give an explanation. He's eating like nobody's business. Jiangnan was quite calm. The two were husband and wife, and all of a sudden they were estranged like strangers. Xie's family dinner table to eat, but there is no food without words. Bed without words rules. Occasionally we'll chat a little family life. Gangnam doesn't say much, and listens most of the time. Xie Qingzhou sat on one side of her, watching her sit with extremely dignified manners and take small bites of food. She was wearing a shirt today that hung loosely, adding to the slenderness of her neck, which seemed to be thinner. Xie Qingzhou's gaze did not avoid people. Jiangnan clamped a piece of dried bamboo shoots and tilted his head to look at him. His gaze was deep and more or less impenetrable. She didn't dig deeper, continuing to eat and ignoring him. He made this choice, and Jiangnan's reaction was expected, but he still felt some discomfort in his heart when she was so cold. Mrs. Xie looked at her son. This dead look is angry. What did he do earlier? Really a bastard. After dinner was over, Mrs. Xie called Xie Qingzhou away. Before long, there was the sound of two people arguing. Xie Qingzhou, what the hell are you doing as a human husband? Hasn't she come back safe and sound? She didn't even say anything or ask anything. What are you asking? Xie Qingzhou said, his tone sounding impatient. What kind of attitude is this? How do you speak? Mrs. Xie looked at a son, mad as hell. Xie Qingzhou, if you don't like Jiangnan, you should divorce her? It's really meaningless to spend time like this? Is this what she asked you to do as a lobbyist? I'm not going to her. I'm saving her life. And if I do, how am I going to do my job if people threaten me with her next time? Jiangnan and Xie want to play checkers in the living room. Xie Qingzhou's voice was far away, but she could hear it extremely clearly. How do you do things? There's nothing wrong with him choosing that yet. It was only his attitude of taking things for granted that Jiangnan disliked. After dismissing Think to go upstairs and rest, she went to the side room and spoke. Mom, you have an early night. Mrs. Xie's eyes reddened and she barely squeezed a smile to her and left. Mrs. Xie's eyes were red, and she reluctantly squeezed a smile to her and left. In the side hall, only two people remained. Xie Qingzhou had his back to her, and after lighting a cigarette for himself, he said, if you want to come to raise an issue, don't ask. Jiangnan stood diagonally behind him and saw the green smoke rising up. You're quite right. I'm safe and sound. What do I have to raise an offense? Jiangnan said, if you have encountered something, you can say it. He turned around and looked at her. When I received Xiao Chong's call, I went to the study to find my father. My father asked me, in a position like mine, asked me what I want. Do I want your love or do I want your life? Jiangnan, guess how I chose? Are you explaining that you were saving my life by never showing up that night? You're trying to say that you have me in your heart, that you like me, that you love me? Because you didn't want people to know that I was your weakness, you let things go. Is that it? Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything and just looked at her in silence. Jiangnan laughed. That said, touch yourself, you don't love me, even that little liking is meager. She turned around and walked away, and when she reached the door, she still couldn't hold back. Xie Qingzhou, your position, you don't need to choose. The prestige and strength of the Xie family made it unnecessary for Xie Qingzhou to make such a choice. The reason why you are crowned is that you don't want Xiao Chong to have the chance to make a deal with you. He was not allowing Zhang Qin to take any risks at all. Xie Qingzhou opened his mouth to explain, but he swallowed back when he reached the edge of his mouth. When his father made his at the time, he asked this, Dad, does it take two to be your son? Xie Jingyuan was silent for a long time. It doesn't seem to be necessary. He smiled and said to his own father, if you say you need it, my answer is also that Xie Qingzhou doesn't need to choose one or the other. I want Jiangnan's love, and I will naturally protect her life as well. Only he didn't get to pick. Jiangnan raised his feet and wanted to go. With him, this is considered to tear his face. The last cover is also pulled down or not directly say open it. I think you're right. There's no way you'd accept it if he asked me to trade Zhang Qin for you. After all, she's your sweetheart, she said, full of disinterest. Xie Qingzhou held a cigarette between her fingers and smiled. In fact, in her heart, she did not believe that he liked her, and probably guessed what she was going to say later. It is true that I do not want to get myself into such trouble. It has been a busy, sleepy few days. He lifted his foot and left. How about we divorce now? Jiang Nan pursued. Sure enough. What, are you in a hurry to get a divorce because you want to be good with that surname wrong? That confession, it made your heart flutter? Didn't it? Like Zhou Qian, it made your heart flutter. And you don't have to be afraid that I'll trip up. Don't you? He clearly wanted to hold back. Divorce? Not a chance. I won't agree to it. Chapter 135. Keeping you. Jiang Nan made himself not be angry, and was still pissed off at him. How can you? You be so shameless. The corner of Xie Qingzhou's forehead jumped. The things weighing on his heart without a clue put him in a bad mood. He doesn't want a divorce, he can't let her go. And that's shameless? It was because he knew what was in her mind that he had a mouthful to say, and with no other way out, he turned around and walked to her. He is wearing a black turtleneck and black suit pants today, appearing the whole person, everyone stable and mature. He cold-faced to her front, unguarded one stop. Jiang Nan subconsciously backed down. Her dodging from instinct was more like pouring oil on a fire, and he felt like he was going to explode with anger. Reaching out and gripping her waist, he pressed his entire body into her. I just want both. How's that? One side for the sake of the other side. While shedding her, and saying such words, even the most well-cultivated person would be mad at him. Gangnam went up and grabbed him. That one, scratched raw on the face, hurt quite a bit. He grimaced and took both her wrists, clipping them behind her back. You really are a cat, huh? Repeatedly arresting him and getting away with it. Let go of me. Jiang Nan reached out and kicked him again. He always had a way of trapping her and not being able to move. Just a few strokes and she was panting. Jiang Nan's eyes were limpid as he looked at her. His breathing was rapid and his face was flushed. It was really just quite alluring. A little long to carry on, huh? Nothing more than his defenseless scratching of his face. When couples fight, the most they can say is shameless and disgusting. Jiang Nan really didn't like his tone. Loosen up. Not loose. He had long ago determined that there was no way for her to escape but to be at his mercy. As the two phases traded blows, Jiang Nan knew that she was the loser again. In terms of ruthlessness, she was ultimately no match for him. He treated her as if she were a toy that hadn't been played with enough and was never sincere. But this time she didn't want to compromise because there was no point in compromising. Consumption, then. She averted her eyes, her posture wretched as he clamped down. Xie Qingzhou knew that she was stubborn and wouldn't give in any way. Now is a good opportunity to explain what happened at Cool Mountain and what has happened in the meantime. The words that reached his mouth were eventually swallowed. It's not time. She didn't give in and didn't beg for mercy, so she just spent time with him like this. Xie Qingzhou carried her and walked upstairs. She regained freedom in her arms and legs and resisted as he carried her over his shoulder. Xie Qingzhou was torn several more times by her. Her force was very heavy and it was evident how deep the hatred was. When he got upstairs, he threw her on the bed. Jiang Nan, you said in Qingliang Mountain that you would stay by my side. Now be silly, he said. Jiang Nan was really pissed off and laughed at him. He had a real face. You really are the most brazen person I've ever met, bar none. You can curse however it hurts in your heart. It doesn't matter to me. My aim is to keep you. He couldn't possibly choose divorce at this time, no matter what. Jiang Nan lay on the bed, not wanting to say anything. Talking to him has always been a conversation gone wrong. She hadn't wanted to ignore him, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Why, when he made choices that made it hard for her, did she have to accept it all with equanimity? Jiang Nan sat up, then threw everything she could at him to express how depressed she had been in these past few days. She practically trashed his room and finally stood in front of the window panting. Want me to be stupid? Fine. I'll be stupid officer not using my brain. I'll have a seizure, and I'll go best with you, you dead scum. Xie Qingzhou. Jiang Nan sent a wave of wind through Xie's house, making a particularly big commotion. Mrs. Xie was still stopped by her husband when she tried to go out. Jiang Nan smashed Xie Qingzhou's room to pieces, turned his head and went to the guest room to sleep. Regardless. Xie Qingzhou sighed as he looked at the wreckage that filled the room, and for a moment, he didn't know how in the world he had gotten this far. The next day, Jiang Nan went to work after breakfast. Yesterday in Xie's house made such a big commotion. She didn't continue to pretend to be any kind of love and didn't give Xie Zhou a good face. The entire Xie family, even the maids, seemed as if they didn't know that the two had quarreled yesterday. When Jiangnan gets off work, sometimes he goes back to Sycamore Road and sometimes to his house. It's kind of a act stupid thing with him. Anyway, where to go depends on your mood. As for, Xie Qingzhou was busy and hadn't been home again for several days. Only 2 days later, Jiangnan heard Yang Ji say that the film and television company under Xie Qingzhou's hand was sold. The movie and television company under his hand sold now? This made Jiangnan quite surprised. Today's film and television industry is quite sluggish, but Xie Qingzhou's vision is good. The investment is large, slow return of the film and television company operating in a colorful way. In recent years, there is always a big hit pop drama. Other film and television companies are struggling to make ends meet. He is making a lot of money. In his hands, he is now holding the IP female. General. Army S-level program, why sell it? Xie Qingzhou not only sold the company, all of his holdings in the company were realized. Not only was Jiangnan shocked by such news, even Xiao Chong was shocked. This third young master of the Xie family was really at war with him. Is this gambling everything he's fought for all these years to take Zhang Qin away? If you don't really like it, why bother with the turnaround? However, Xiao Chong saw Zhang Qin's attitude towards Xie Qingzhou, and there was no love for him. Zhang Qin has just returned to B Town from Qingliang Mountain. In the past 2 years, she has been living in B City for a long time, but instead, Xiao Chong has been flying all over the place. She went home to see him, quite unexpected, only, this day Xiao Chong, the mood is not good. You and Xie Qingzhou, what exactly is your relationship? Not too familiar. Unfamiliar with the fact that he sold the company just to force me to nod my head and divorce you? Zhang Qin also did not expect that Xie Qingzhou would sell a company that was so prosperous. Her first thought was, does Jiang know about this? This matter again let her mixed feelings. Xie Qingzhou, a throw of money, is for once with Jiang's feelings. She is not the person he is looking for. She is really a shame. Only, she was quite envious of such a relationship again, and couldn't help but wonder, once upon a time, what kind of love the two people had, and still let Xie Qingzhou's initial heart remain unchanged. At the same time, she was sweating as she was happy for Jiang. If one day, Xie Qingzhou knew the truth, what would Jiang do? She sighed sadly, causing Xiao Chong's face to look even harder. He likes you. Zhang Qin didn't talk to him. I'm tired and want to rest. The man's face, grim and ghastly, tugged on her arm and threw her onto the couch as soon as he could, before bullying his way up. Zhang Qin subconsciously struggled, then closed his eyes. After more than 7 years, she'd gotten used to him treating her that way. She still remembers the year when a fire broke out in the mountains, which spread so quickly that she inhaled the smoke and passed out. When she woke up again, she saw him. He said something like, "Finally awake?" Just stripped her and possessed her. And from there, her nightmare began. Chapter 136. What is it that you want from me? Xie Qingzhou sold a movie and television company, which was a big deal in the industry. Quite a few people called and asked what it was about. Some of his peers are also asking if he has received any insider information, and if the movie and television industry has changed. Only Gangnam, this wife of his, doesn't call. After all, it was selling the company. She had a right to know, and she didn't ask. Doesn't care one bit what he sells the company for. Xie Qingzhou felt that even if he kept a woman outside, she probably wouldn't care. 2 more days passed, and 2 days met at a meeting at Shei's headquarters. Jiangnan froze for a few seconds when he saw him, then returned to his normal self as if he didn't recognize him. After the meeting started, it was announced by Xie Jingyuan that Xie Qingzhou officially entered the company from today. It's just that the department he served in, surprisingly, was the Breeze Group. Jiangnan was shocked beyond words when he heard the news. What does Xie Qingzhou mean? While not caring, how is it that when you enter Shei you have to enter Breeze? Only, now Breeze is a company under Xie's banner. She has personal feelings for Breeze, but she also knows that it's long gone. She looks at it very openly and completely accepts the company's arrangements. Even if Xie Qingzhou entered the Breeze Group has many divisions, from luxury department stores like Breeze Fashion to real estate chains and even fashion magazines. She was familiar with Breeze, and as long as she didn't want to see anyone, she had a reason not to after all. Therefore, Xie Qingzhou, as a special consultant of the Breeze Group, joined the Breeze for guidance when Jiangnan went to hide in the industrial park to guide the work of the high exhibition. Xie Qingzhou chased her to the company, but she hid out. It really pissed him off to the point where his liver hurt. Jiangnan hid in the industrial park for 3 days, in his comfort zone, working naturally. On the morning of the 4th day, Jiangnan came out of the conference room and received a phone call from B City. Hello. Jiang. I can't take it anymore. In the earpiece, Zhang Qin's crying made Jiangnan's heart break. What's wrong? Don't you cry. I just want to get away from him. The devil. After meeting Xiaochong, Zhang Qin, the man, had been buried in the fire. The college she had her heart set on. She didn't finish and he shut her down. In the first few years, her space to move around was limited to one house. She's not worth much more than getting into bed with him. For more than 7 years, Zhang Qin had tried countless times to escape, and she couldn't escape. She had resigned herself to her fate and felt that she could not get rid of Xiaochong in her life when she met Jiangnan. She gave her hope that she was given the chance to be free. This time, he got mad and forbade her to go out again. Jiang, what should I do? Zhang Qin cried. Besides Jiangnan, who else could help her? I know. Jiangnan pacified Zhang Qin and told her to endure for a few more days. After hanging up the phone, Gangnam was out of his mind. Gao Zhan looked at her sitting at her desk and didn't say anything. Mr. Jiang, and returned to his senses. Why? How did things go? No one hoards like we do, it's risky. I know, it's just that the low mid-market is so rolled up right now, but the high end, there's undivided space, and if we capitalize on the timing, I'm judging it's something that should be good. Okay, I trust you. Got right with Gao Zhan about work stuff and waited for him to leave. Jiangnan was still standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. She knew too well what the consequences would be if she went to Xia now. Jiangnan sometimes felt that he was quite powerful, obviously the party at fault. In the end, it was she who went to beg for forgiveness. If she compromised herself, she would be acquiescing in the way he treated her. That day's tantrum at Shay's house really became a joke. There was nothing left to compromise, Jiangnan thought. Zhang Qin's cries instantly shook her. Because she and Zhang Qin are not only good friends who grew up together. Gao Zhan, I have something to do back downtown. Okay, Mr. Jiang. If something happens over here, I'll keep you posted on the progress. The one who was most surprised by Jiangnan's sudden return to Breeze Group was Yang Ji. After all, since this time again Xia Qingzhou joined Breeze, the media reported that the business data of Breeze Plaza was too beautiful. And many brand parties also sniffed out the clues that Xia's group is going to vigorously support Breeze. Brands that were previously reluctant to work with the company came to the door, and the situation was reversed for a moment. Jiang Nan also had to be convinced when he heard such news. Xia Qingzhou did have a deep influence. Where's Mr. Shay? Your office. Jan knew. He's been working in your office this whole time. You get busy. Jiang Nan went to his office. She pushed open the door, and in the large office, Xia Qingzhou was sitting where she usually worked. At this time, the light is excellent, the huge glass curtains of the reflection. He is wearing a white shirt, as if in the painting that extraordinary posture, outstanding, dazzling. Xia Qingzhou raised his eyes, saw her, and was surprised. Yo, what's up? Shed show up? He raised his eyes, and the moment he met her eyes, Jiang Nan regretted it. But she didn't end up whirling away, but stood there without saying a word. What's the matter? Something to ask me? Chapter 137. Waiting for the door. Jiang Nan really didn't like the feeling of being seen through at a glance. Then she shrugged. What can I do? This is my office. I can return if I want to. Xia Qingzhou raised his eyes and saw her sitting on the parlor sofa and even crossed her legs. That posture could be dashing. He was reading Breeze's financial report and glanced up at her. She was nestled in the couch. She was looking away with her head slightly tilted, but her style was hard to hide. The two men were each in a corner of the large office, and no one spoke. Xia Qingzhou finished reading the financial report before he got up. He leaned on the edge of the table and slowly and methodically lit a cigarette for himself. No smoking in my office. She whipped her head around, looking a little fierce. When he didn't listen, she came over coldly and removed the cigarette from his lips. The person is standing in front of him. A pair of eyes are very frank and clear, but Xia Qingzhou felt that she hooked the flavor of that. As he spread his arms to hold her in his embrace, he smoothly held her wrists in place. No more scratching. It's bad for your reputation. Jiang Nan frowned. What do you mean? How many times have you scratched my face? People ask, and I have to be honest, I guess, and they all look at me with sympathy, thinking that I married a shrew for being a good-looking guy. It's like the last few days he's been going to work with her scratches on his face and not a lot of people are asking him what's going on. So no one else has asked why you always get scratched in the face? She said, wrenching her hand. The dead thing was so strong. Didn't ask, and I wouldn't tell if I did, he said, wrapping his arm around her waist and switching the two of them around. Xie Qingzhou looked at her, her long curly hair falling behind her head, her neck white and slender, very charming. Xie Qingzhou lowered his head to kiss her. Jiang Nan avoided, the man's long and slender fingers, caressing her cheeks, so that she could not avoid. First lightly shun, then chew, very skillfully. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and tried hard to stop him, and was eventually embraced in his arms. The entanglement between the lips and teeth, loving and long, disoriented as if people forget the previous world. Xie Qingzhou had become extremely lustful since he had Jiang Nan. But his wife is not an obedient woman who is at his mercy. It was fine if he didn't see her, but when he did, his mind was inevitably not in the right place. No, just went to bite her ear and she refused to struggle up. Be good. What do you think? Do you think I would agree? Jiang Nan said to him. A few days ago, you must not. I extremely respect you and did not do much. Now not necessarily, he said. Jiang Nan was exasperated by his words. He really was a smart man, knowing when to chill her and when to coax her a little. Xie Qingzhou was licking her ear, and as if a feather was drilled into her cochlea, her body involuntarily trembled. He smiled softly, his palm rubbing over her waist repeatedly. You came back. Isn't it because of Zhang Qin? Jiang Nan froze and looked up at him. His collar was unbuttoned, and in the tussle just now he unbuttoned 2 more buttons, his raised throat knots and deep collarbones clearly visible, vaguely a ruthlessness trapped and leaking out sexy, yet as if somewhat vicious. What's wrong? He asked with a smile, his features extremely handsome. You were aware of her situation, waiting for me to come to the door. Sort of. Xie Qingzhou said. He had always been frank in such matters. He pressed her against the edge of the table and dug his fingers into her dress, rubbing it for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Front buttoned. Gangnam pushed him. He just smiled and opened it very easily. Xie Qingzhou raised his eyes and saw that she was red around the eyes and her fair face was tinted with a blush. He wasn't polite and went to taste it. Jiang Nan was ashamed. It reminded her of the rush of not having her clothes back at Qingliang Mountain. The wretchedness was also unbearable. She hadn't forgotten, and she couldn't forget. But she couldn't hide. Xie Qingzhou. Isn't she your sweetheart now? Haven't you been looking for her all these years? She is suffering at Shaochang's and you are watching from the sidelines, you. He was too busy to answer her. Jiang Nan couldn't stand it, whacked him a few times before he low gasped and hugged her, walking towards the sofa when, after you went to see Zhang Qin, I knew that you were happy to see me out of the way. These days I sell the company, business trips on the run. You've never asked me a question, the vinegar didn't eat a bit of. I have a hunch that, after Zhang Qin came back, you will definitely divorce. Gangnam was numb for a moment. In the cool mountain. My heart, very uneasy. Back still. If I hadn't been with you during this time, perhaps if I had seen Zhang Qin, I would have felt heartbroken for her. I made it very clear that I would find her, bring her back and settle her down, that she had forgotten about me and our relationship, and that I had changed my heart. So I just need to fulfill the agreement, and the two of us will not owe each other anything. Jiang Nan didn't make a sound. Her mind was a little shocked at how little she knew about him. Xie Qingzhou, this person, right, is really cold when cold, but will also give her some tenderness when the atmosphere is good, making you feel sweet. He also made no secret of the fact that he would speculate about her with malicious intent, such as on MT Qingliang, where he felt that her late-night phone call was jealousy and tripping. Won't spend time on things that you've worked on with no results. These are the little things that go along with getting along. He is a ruthless man who will count the gains and losses and even weigh the pros and cons. Not to mention Feng Liu, even Zhang Qin, this former lover. He should be used or use, just to achieve his own purpose. Whether it's for her or for the marriage, he's got his own strategy. Jiang Nan suddenly realized that Zhang Qin had returned to Haicheng and he had placed her in a good place. She's in this marriage, getting out, as if it's not that simple anymore. Thinking about what? He asked her, his tone soft and gentle as he leaned back on the couch, allowing her to sit intimately against him. Wondering what I'll do before you bring Zhang Qin back. Pretty simple. Fine light, hitting the face of Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou, years stunning, not stunning, he did not know, he only felt stunning him. Her body was perfectly proportioned and her waist was so thin it looked as if it could be pinched off with one hand. Her office, in the end, can't be too ridiculous. Xie Qingzhou leaned on the sofa, squinting his eyes, looking at the blushing beyond recognition in helping him. Her hair blew behind her head, sticking up and gently raking his chin, his collar, even poking his skin a little. He didn't move, just looked at her in silence. Chapter 138. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Gangnam's office. Yang Ji came in at the right time, and Xie Qingzhou was still working on his desk. Jiang Nan leaned back on the sofa, reading a book. The atmosphere seemed to be joyful, but Yang Ji then smelled a hint of something unusual. Exactly how it was different didn't occur to her for a moment. Mr. Jiang, where do you work? Is a 3-meter desk not enough for 2 people? Jiang Nan said. Yang Ji, oh sound. Then we can only aggrieve Mr. Xie and Mr. Jiang to work at the same desk. When Mr. Xie's desk is installed in a few days, it will be fine. Jiang Nan raised his eyes. His office doesn't need to be fitted. Yang Ji was puzzled. Don't you need it? Xie Qingzhou also looked up at her. Jiang Nan tilted his head and looked at Xie Qingzhou. Mr. Xie, we can't stay here for long. Doesn't it cost money to install an office? Xie Qingzhou lowered his smile and went back to working on the task at hand. Jiang Nan got up and left the office. Yang Ji came over to her side. Is it true that Mr. Xie's office doesn't need to be fitted? Jiang Nan nodded. No need to pretend. What did he come to see in the company? The financial report. That's just it. He's just taking a turn at each of his companies. He won't stay long. Yang Ji immediately understood. What you mean is that Mr. Xie is going to start taking over the entire Xie clan. Shouldn't be wrong. He has no more companies in his hands that he substantially manages, except for some investments in projects. No wonder that film and television company, the industry is very optimistic, said to Sell, not ashamed to be the son of the Xie family, is courageous. Jiang Nan didn't say anything. She didn't have much to do today and kind of wanted to swing for the fences. By the way, have you seen Xiao Zhang in the past few days? Yang Ji shook his head. I'm also wondering. I haven't seen Xiao Zhang since Mr. Xie came to Breeze. Jiang Nan was eating a small snack in the rest area when she messaged Ning and asked her to borrow a dress. Ning has been quite busy lately. She has quite a few film engagements after her small fire on the short video platform. During a break, I saw Jiang Nan's message and wondered, you're looking for me to borrow a dress? Aren't you not a fan of parties? I've been to the mountains and the ground before. What kind of party am I attending? This is different. Fine. Go pick it out at home. You know the password to my house anyway. Hanging up the phone, Gangnam rested his cheeks and ate another cupcake, leaving Yang Ji to pick out a gift. Xie Qingzhou was going to take her to Mr. Nan Xiu's banquet in the evening. She wasn't going to go, but Mr. Nan Xiu's invitation came. She is now the president of Breeze. It is really impossible to not show up. And Xie Qingzhou also said that he wanted to put Mr. Nan Xiu's jewelry design competition and put it in Breeze to do it. So this dinner, she had to go. The dinner party Mr. Nan Xiu hosted at the Intercontinental in Haicheng was grand, with sideburns, clothes, and a lively mix of drinks. Xie Qingzhou came early and said that he wanted to give Mr. Nanxiu some help. So, when Jiang Nan came over in a long black gown, she stunned almost everyone. The long black gown on her, the black that was deeper than the night, set off her jade like skin radiant as if it were a star, her hair up. The back deep V gown exposed her snow-white and beautiful back, sexy and clear. Xie Qingzhou's heart was regretful when he saw her that moment. Shouldn't have brought her out. Knew from the look in those men's eyes that she was the most special one out there. Jiang Nan's features were impeccable, and both his figure and physique were very impressive. When she smiled at people, her arc curving slightly, it was charming and inviting. Jiang Nan though smacked of attending fewer business dinners. Not that she didn't know better, it was just that she was too busy and tired to deal with it. Those who came to Mr. Nan Xiu's dinner party were naturally either dignitaries or famous designers. It was natural for her, as the head of the fashion group, to exchange pleasantries and socialize. Mr. Nan Xiu, seeing her at once, left his guests behind and walked towards her. Hi, Xiao Jiang. Mr. Nan Xiu greeted her personally. That was giving her face. She was Mr. Nan Xiu's guest. Wouldn't it be much easier to work together in the future? Jiang Nan glanced at Xie Qingzhou and wondered if he had helped. Mr. Nan Xiu called her aside and told her about some of the regulations of the jewelry design competition. After the business talk, Mr. Nan Xiu poked fun at her. A few days ago, my brand was looking for a spokesperson. Why didn't you come to participate? What about you, sir? You might as well leave it to the professionals. I can't do it as a spokesperson, but I can make sure I get your event right. Mr. Nanshu laughed, but was quite relieved. Not long after, Xie Qingzhou came over. Naturally taking her waist, Jiang Nan looked at him sideways. What are you doing? What are you afraid of? That people will know you are my wife? He teased her. Don't worry. People will only think that we are in the same office and have a bad relationship, and that you are my date. Jiang Nan didn't care about that. The more exposure to her now, the better it looks for the company's performance. At the dinner, the two men each entertained their own. Jiang Nan found a place to catch his breath. Xie Qingzhou also came over, sat down next to her, and watched as everyone climbed into the conversation, socializing in a false sense. In the light, he looked at her sideways, and she was just as seductive as she was heartwarming. I have a gift for you. Jiang Nan frowned. What kind of gift is it for no year? Xie Qingzhou pulled out a jewelry box and handed it to her. Jiang Nan froze slightly when he opened it. This ring. She had seen it before. At that time she thought he liked Feng Liu. He always loved to play with this ring. That deep reminiscing look made her memory quite deep. After my eyes got better, I sought out Mr. Nanshu's custom. Without wearing it, Jiang Nan stared at him in awe. He'd prepared it for his sweetheart, but it had rolled over and been delivered to her. Don't like the style? He asked. Jiang Nan shook his head. You know that's not what I care about. Put it away for now. No place to collect, no pockets. He grunted and took out the ring and put it on her ring finger. Jiang Nan froze. The original is this feeling. She was surprised to feel in a trance, knowing deep down that it wasn't real. When the scene she had once had her heart set on, dreamed of, suddenly materialized just like that. Don't you go crazy. She tried to fade away, but he held her in his palm. Jiang Nan didn't dare to mess with him for fear that he would have a fit and do something over the top that people would find out. Want me to go crazy? He said, leaning in to kiss her. Jiang Nan went numb and stayed away from her. Thankfully no one saw. Looking at her stunned and unbelievable appearance, Xie Qingzhou got the idea of catching her and grabbed her wrist. Xie Qingzhou tugged Jiang Nan away in a flutter, and except for one person who took it all in, no one else noticed what was going on in the corner. In the lounge, Gangnam was lying on the door panel, his lips kissing down her back. Feather-like, Jiang Nan was numb. You let go, you're crazy. You shouldn't be seen when you're pretty like this. Xie Qingzhou face buried in the nest of her neck. Jiang. Afternoon. I am not satisfied. I miss you. What a titillating thing to say. But Gangnam is not someone who forgets pain after a good injury. Just because she's wearing a ring doesn't mean the two will last. When? Pick up Zhang Qin and come back? Just for a couple days, he said. Jiang Nan gave up struggling. Not a moment later, in the lounge, came the sound of a woman's low gasp. The man standing outside the door had deep, cold eyes. After straightening their clothes, the two left the lounge together. Xie Qingzhou watched Jiang Nan go back first and walked in the opposite direction. Seeing the person at the corner, he smiled. Waiting for a long time, right? Chapter 139, Car Accident. Xie Qingzhou looked at the man, leaning lazily and casually against the wall at the end of the long corridor. His face was handsome, no longer the usual svelte, the lines of his face slightly harsh. Her three-piece dark suits suitably set off his upright figure. See him, deep eyes have come to hide the shrewd cold sharp. Their gazes met in the air, neither one of them letting the other go, making a silent exchange. Thank you for your overall strength. It was young Chong who opened his mouth first. Young people's stamina is just fine. Xie Qingzhou was not modest at all. He looked down, biting on a cigarette but not lighting it. He looked up suddenly, his eyes sharp. Disappointed to see us being nice like this, aren't you? Rong Chong didn't say anything, just looked at him in disbelief. Xie Qingzhou looked at him, his face was good-looking, and gentle he looked quite good. You don't need to put on this look for me. I'm not Jiang Nan. Xie Qingzhou Dao also didn't bother to sell him. On the night of the 13th day of the first month, I had a car accident when I was on the way to the highway. Does Mr. Rong feel complacent? What do I have to do with you being in a car accident? Young Chong said. Xie Qingzhou knew that he wouldn't recognize it, and he had no proof, but he was so intuitive that he couldn't even ignore it if he wanted to. When Xiao Chong called him, his concern was real. Xiao Chong's bottom is ruthless and merciless in the end. The slightest thought, Jiangnan's consequences are unimaginable. So he was in a hurry. It's like his father made him choose. He couldn't single-handedly choose. He'd had problems with Gangnam for a long time now, and had long since been unable to withstand any kind of dithering. In a car accident, Xiao Zhang broke his leg and fell into a coma on the spot. He was forced to choose between the two, because he knew that even if he had left Xiao Zhang behind and rushed to Lincheng, he wouldn't have succeeded, and that night he had to choose the latter. Otherwise, where is the dead heart of Gangnam? Like just now, the two were very close. Jiang Nan would hold him because she couldn't control her instincts, but there was intention in her eyes, even the chi hope that grew out of lust, but only the slightest bit of infatuation and love for him. Seeing that he stopped talking, Rong Chong smiled. Today on purpose, to show me how much you love each other? No, I'm telling you that no matter what kind of tricks you pull, it won't work, and I won't let him leave me until you show your final card. Rong Zhang spread his hands. It's useless for me to explain what Mr. Xie has decided, but then again, I still say that it has nothing to do with me. Xie Qingzhou didn't believe a word and turned to leave. If it wasn't him, why did he come alone? After Xie Qingzhou left, Rong Zhang turned around, the end of the broad hotel corridor. The wind before the open window fell in, harsh as a knife. He felt a burst of stinging pain, but did not want to close the window. Jiang Nan returned to the party carrying her dress, her makeup and grooming okay. In the lounge, Xie Qingzhou didn't go too far out of the way. After all, he was wearing a gown, and it wasn't decent to leave traces. He just did it on purpose to torture her. She fetched a cup of water and had just taken a sip when a voice came from behind her. Jiang Nan, where's my boat brother? She turned back to God and looked at the extremely pure and elegant Yen and Shi, which was originally hung in innocence. A white satin dress. Really has a few untainted dusted. Find it yourself. Jiang Nan said. Not liking Yen and Shi, she didn't even bother to say a word more. Just as Xie Qingzhou came from behind, Yen and Shi walked towards him with cheerful steps. Xie Qingzhou made eyes toward Jiang Nan. Let her come over to relieve the siege. She is good. Did not see like turned around, for who he was around half care. Yen and Shi lunged towards him. Xie Qingzhou skillfully avoided it, his attitude cold. Say something. Boat brother. These days, why are you ignoring me? Yen and Shi said and cried. Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou was pestered by Yen and Shi, and Jiang Nan didn't care as she hid in the corner again. After all, with faces shown and things talked about, it's too flattering to keep hanging around the party. She leaned back on the couch and played with her phone. Rong Zhang saw her from afar, with delicate features and a graceful figure, sitting there peacefully, just like a person in a painting. You're good at hiding from the cleaners. Jiang Nan was stunned, and there was a hint of surprise when his eyes fell on him. You're there too. How come I haven't seen you all this time? Hiding from you. Huh. Jiang Nan was surprised, but he realized it. Thank you, Qingzhou. Rong Chong is extremely measured, probably because he is afraid of gossiping and also afraid of making Xie Qingzhou mad. Rong Chong looked into her eyes, clear as autumn water. The banquet will be over soon, so I'll say hello to you and leave. After all, they are partners and it's not appropriate to avoid them. You say my husband, he is quite immature in this regard. Jiang Nan slightly apologized. But don't worry, I'm still that talk. Our affection will not change. Rong Chong did not sit down and looked at Jiang Nan from a distance away. Did he look for you? Jiang Nan asked. She had wondered today how he had been so unrestrained at Mr. Nanshu's party. Jiang Nan thought that he had been kissed by Xie Qingzhou and made a sound that might have been heard. She really wanted to die in place. Xie Qingzhou, he is really crazy, she and Rong Zhang and nothing really convinced. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just a bit nervous. Jiang Nan explained to Rong Chong. But in her heart, she was angry and annoyed. I really had nothing to do with his car accident. Jiang Nan froze. Car accident? What kind of car accident? Chapter 140. Xie Qingzhou is going to enter Xie's. Things like rumors with a woman are not allowed. If Yan and she cry and are photographed by the media, he can't really say anything. She keeps saying that she got into showbiz for him, and now that he's sold the company, what is she going to do? He was annoyed by the pestering and wanted Jiang Nan to go and find him, but she didn't go after all and was still chatting with Rong Chong. This fired him up even more. On the way home, Xie Qingzhou was in a very bad mood. But a lot of things had happened lately that were complicated, and he owed her a deep debt and wasn't willing to condescend to her. Not to mention, wearing a gown and exquisite makeup, this look of Jiang Nan was very inviting. He really didn't want to ruin such a wonderful atmosphere today. Once in the car, he leaned in and tried to kiss her. Did you do it on purpose today in the restroom? His lips, when he was close to her red lips, were close at hand, and when she said so, she undoubtedly added another fire to the anger. Young Chong, told you? He didn't say anything. So I'm just asking if you did? No. Jiangnan didn't speak anymore, her gaze sullen, falling outside the car window. Obviously disbelief. You believe in him and not me? He opened his mouth to ask. Today's situation, without that Mr. Rong's handiwork, it would probably not be so exciting. Xiaqing Zhou, where is the evidence? Don't go crazy if you don't have evidence. He's my client now. Please be professional. Jiang Nan was really angry. BR was too important to breeze, and she had to maintain a good working relationship with Rong Zhang for both business and personal reasons. And she made it very clear that she had no love of man or woman with him. Xiaqing Zhou didn't want to argue with her, and it would hurt his feelings to argue anymore. The silence began to spread, but instead of loosening the atmosphere in the car, it became more and more oppressive. Jiangnan, if it were the old you, how would you have spoken to me when this question came up? Xiaqing Zhou asked her. The old me, Xiaqing Zhou? Do you like it? You are sick of seeing me. Sick of seeing me. Sick of hiding abroad. Hiding for 3 years. So don't make such assumptions. It's impossible for me to go back to the past. If it wasn't for that car accident, we wouldn't be like this. Xiaqing Zhou said, looking into her eyes. He could make her less helpless. Instead of ending up having to wait numbly outside the emergency room. Jiangnan laughed. Xiaqing Zhou, you still don't understand. From the time I filed for divorce, what exactly am I counting on? It's favoritism for her. All that favoritism and tenderness hidden in the details of his life. He hadn't given it to her once. Xia's parents had given it to her, Zhou Qian had given it to her, and even Xia wanted to think about it. Only Xiaqing Zhou, who was her husband, did not give her once. He always said he liked her, always said, loved her, made it up to her. And yet there will always be a compelling reason to fail her, to hurt her. Jiangnan tilted her head and looked at him. At this moment, she was incredibly calm. Xiaqing Zhou, from the first time I filed for divorce with you, I've had enough, I admit. I've loved you dearly, and I also admit, even now, I choose not to love anymore. Some of the choices that you've made, it still makes my heart ache. But I'll tell you clearly, I need time to allow my mind and body to hurt you immunity. If you did not have you threaten me again and again, we are now divorced, there is no car accident, there is no entanglement, really. In Qingliang Mountain, when you make a choice, we are completely finished. There is no room for maneuver, now everything is just a deal. Chapter 141, Maybe Letting Go. Jiangnan's words made it clear that no matter what he did, she wouldn't give him another chance. The physical entanglement was now nothing more than a Zhang Qin who hadn't returned in between. She's absolutely right that the maintenance of their marriage is, indeed, a transaction. Xiaqing Zhou looked at the ring on her finger, radiant and bright. It's just a matter of remembering what she looks like and not remembering what she looks like. The ring is supposedly Zhang Qin's, but it fits her surprisingly well and looks great on her finger. But even the most beautiful ring couldn't keep her heart anymore, because she didn't want him. My heart didn't die in a day, and there are reasons for us coming to this point, yours as well as mine, but it has nothing to do with the others. Xiaqing Zhou looked at her and watched her calmly and frighteningly. He was still leaning against the seat back, looking at her quietly. At this moment, he suddenly felt quite meaningless, because other than when she kisses her or touches her, she looks the other way, and next to that, she really doesn't care at all. Doesn't care where he is, doesn't care what he's doing, much less care who pestered her, what he did to the bystanders. The topic that was not talked about in Qingliang Mountain was finally dissected in this moment. Inside was the ruthlessness with which he had treated her, and the embarrassment with which he had failed her. For a moment, Xiaqing Zhou thought, let her go and forget about it. Leave him. Both Zhou Qian and Rongzhang would treat her more sincerely than him. But he couldn't let her go, he didn't want to let go. Wait for Zhang Qin to come back. Xiaqing Zhou said, I am serious, if you are really enough, I will let you go. He said, looking her in the eyes. Waiting for her to come back isn't me backing off. It's me trying to give myself some time. Go learn to love her well. Xiaqing Zhou felt ridiculous. She obviously loved him that way, and he doesn't cherish it. He thought that the moment she had her heart in her mouth and loved him dearly, he was not bored then. It's that there's no way to respond to a pair of affectionate eyes like that. Gangnam was beautiful. He knew it from the first moment he saw her. It was obvious that he hadn't looked at her with his eyes, but her figure seemed to have colored his memory. He always remembers the way she smiled brightly and peeked shyly at him, and somehow he missed her. It hurt to breathe, but she was right next to him, so close that he could touch her and take her in his arms. But it was so far away, so far, that no matter how serious he was, he could not see the light of surprise that was always in her eyes when she saw him. Jiang Nan also pondered for a moment. I trust you. I won't go back on my word this time. Back at 6 Sycamore Road, Jiang Nan was exhausted to the core. She got out of the car first, and Xie Qingzhou leaned against the car seat, his long legs stretched forward, not knowing what he was thinking. It was a communication that was relatively effective, and she was satisfied. She really didn't see the point in such entanglements. If he wanted a woman, he didn't have to have her. She took off her makeup and showered. When she came out, Xie Qingzhou's pillow was gone, and she stood in place a little stunned. He eventually found him in the guest bedroom. What are you? Xie Qingzhou didn't answer, just looked at her. Jiang Nan, do you hate me? Hated it. You don't hate it now? He asked again. Actually, you should have hated me too, right? When he insisted on marrying him, was trying to surprise him. Who would have thought that he wouldn't have recognized her at all? He was that resistant to her arrival. Not giving her an explanation also made her too timid in her mind to explain. Now that she figured out what was going on, she couldn't explain it instead. It's probably just a trick of fate. Xie Qingzhou didn't say anything else as he turned his back. Sleep. It is said that love to the extreme is hate. She now does not even hate, that is really heart dead. At this time, Jiang Nan didn't hate him. After Mr. Nanshu's dinner, the two slept in separate rooms. Xie Qingzhou did not say some more asshole words. Nor did he say some asshole words. Living under the same roof, suddenly respect each other. Jiang Nan drifted off, thinking that this was back to the years when they were first married. But it was different from before, because there was no expectation left in her heart. As for what Xie Qingzhou thought, she didn't know and didn't ask. Even when they went to the office, they drove in separate cars, never together. And Ning was shocked to hear that. He changed his mind? Stopped hanging out? Changed. Maybe. The two people were cold to each other, making Auntie Shui see it and couldn't help but ask Xie Qingzhou. She overheard him say, is it too much of a failure to marry me for years? And maybe this is the last time that anyone wants to remember? Annan naturally wanted her best friend to live as she wished, especially Xie Qingzhou, and Ning was also convinced. She had hinted at him once, and he hadn't listened, and he was really pissed off that people hadn't been found under his nose. Especially when Jiang Nan was sick like that, she was furious that he wasn't there, not to mention Jiang Nan. But a Ning, and not as optimistic as her, cannot help but worry. Qin Qin is ultimately a fake she cannot be amnesia for life, right? Xie Qingzhou now feel indebted to you. It is really not good to continue to be a bastard, continue to lose the good sense, but Jiang once he knew that you are the person he was looking for, really can be a painful divorce to let you go? He is not looking for a year, That is a whole 7 years to find, He's been searching for 7 years. I've loved him for 7 years. And it ended like this. It's really sad and pathetic. Jiang Nan himself couldn't figure out what was going on. Did he even look hard enough? What about her? Does she love with her heart or not? You first do not sad. Lament it. Think about this. In the end, how to do it? And Ning is really worried for the two people. This got somewhat what. Just do it. Right, why don't you come with me to the hospital? Jiang Nan said. And Ning's heart skipped a beat. Go. Go to the hospital for what? What's wrong with you? You're not pregnant, are you? Chapter 142. Pity. Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and thought for a moment. It's pregnant. What about octuplets? I'll give you one. And Ning burst out laughing. So you didn't have to ask? See, you went to the hospital to see Qiao Zhang. His head wrapped in gauze, his face has subsided, but you can still see clear abrasions, hanging a leg, lying on the bed, handsome young man. At this time, it is slightly distressed. Qiao Zhang froze when he saw Jiang Nan and subconsciously pulled his own covers. Gangnam knew of his dilemma, and the doctor had forbidden him to move, so a urine bag was used. Brought you lunch, Gangnam said, asking in passing how he was doing. What brings you here? He was still uncomfortable. I came to see you, you're afraid to look. She took her lunch out one by one and then took a pillow behind him. It's not. Qiao Zhang looked at Jiang Nan. Ma'am, I'm sorry, it's me who delayed things. If it wasn't for him, Mr. Xie would have rushed to Lin Cheng that day. He woke up and saw his boss watching over him and thought to himself that it was over. No, a male secretary from the president's office that he personally brought out was taking care of him in the hospital, and he knew what happened afterwards, and he was really too apologetic. It's not Mr. Xie's fault, it's mine. Jiang Nan looked at Xiao Zheng. You're really carrying things for him, and you don't look at your own situation. Either carry things for him, or think it's a pity. Obviously, it shouldn't be like this. Xiao Zheng said, it's not easy for Mr. Xie to recognize his own heart. It's as if there's something blocking him. He obviously didn't choose that way, but it was like that. Xiao Zheng, between me and him, it has nothing to do with you. It's my problem with him. Let's talk it out. You don't need to blame yourself. That's true. But if he went, at least you didn't feel so bad, right? Xiao Zheng said. Not to speak for him, I have never seen him that flustered and nervous. If you say, he does not have you in his heart, I do not believe it. Zhou is saying that it's not that he's exaggerating. He left the old mansion and got into his car after Zhou was asking him about it. If Xiao Chong uses this to make him choose between the two, how does he choose? Who has time to think about that when it's so late? Having followed him for too long, it was the first time he had ever seen him with his heart in turmoil and his head in the clouds. If you don't care, you really don't like it at all, and according to him, it's perfectly possible for reason to prevail and weigh the pros and cons. As Xiao Zheng spoke about this, Jiang Nan listened quietly. Don't think about it so much. Get well. I just don't think that should be the case. It's not fair to him. Zhou was chiming in on his behalf. Jiang Nan listened to Xiao Zheng talking like this and suddenly laughed. Xiao Zheng, let me find you a girlfriend? It will be a blessing to be Xiao Zheng's girlfriend because he's really so pure. Because the words he had just said were not unfamiliar to Jiang Nan. In the old days, Xiao was accompanying Xie Qingzhou abroad. She had asked how he was doing and was not wanting Xie Qingzhou to know, for fear that he would annoy her. Xiao Zheng was the tone of voice that had just comforted her. If you care about him and like him, you have to let him know. Otherwise, how unfair it would be to you. I'm talking about things. Jiang Nan nodded his head, indicating that he knew, and came to see Xiao Zheng, in turn being healed by him. She didn't spend much time in the hospital room either, because while she was here, Xiao Zheng wasn't eating either. After waiting for Jiang Nan to leave, Xiao Zheng's mood still wasn't bright. He was really feeling so unfair. It's like the boss is looking for someone. So hard, so dedicated, and after all those years, he's come up empty-handed. He sometimes just thought it was strange that a person who was alive and knew the other person's location, hobbies, there's also the peace button token, but it's just so hard. It was hard enough to make him think countless times that the person was a figment of his imagination, or else how could there be no trace of it at all? And Ning waited at the door and naturally heard Xiao Zheng's words. What's going on? Jiang Nan shook his head. I don't know. At who you? Annan took her arm and thought for a moment before adding. It feels like a pretty high segment. Jiang Nan was also worried. If the segment was not high, how could it be possible that Xie Qingzhou could not even hold the evidence? It can't be Rong Chong, right? Didn't you say that he confessed his love towards you? And Ning said, people have a little crush on me, to destroy my relationship with my husband, to pay so much cost. My husband's assistant knocked off his leg. This is a normal human thinking. Annan touched her nose in embarrassment. Also she and Xie Qingzhou had quarreled on the night of Mr. Nanshou's dinner party because of this. But with all this epilepsy, I'm reminded of someone. Annan was curious. Who? This whole thing is speculation. I need Yang Ji to find out. Don't Yang Ji write, Yang Ji is a donkey. Also you two have to be exhausted. I'll go and check it out. Jiang Nan narrowed his eyes. You go check it out, or someone does it for you? Of course use him to check. Make the best use of it. And Ning took Jiang Nan's arm. I tell you women don't beg for love from men anymore. But it can be too cool, especially the kind that looks okay and lives. Well, it's even more cool. Jiang Nan, Mizana, you're thinking dangerously. What's the danger? If you need it, ask him to fool around. The body is your own. It's not like you've wronged anyone, have fun. Jiang Nan suddenly laughed. This is a crooked reasoning, right? But still have so much sense. This set, however, didn't fit so well on her and Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou, the future helmsman of Xie's group, was sitting in Breeze Group, which instead gave Jiang Nan time to devote himself to the adjustment of Breeze Plaza. Because of Ning's endorsement and Xie Qingzhou's support, Breeze's traffic has indeed taken off and the sales figures are beautiful. But Jiang Nan still had the idea of closing the store temporarily, wanting to give the entire Breeze Plaza a complete upgrade. So, she worked overtime at the office to get the plans out. Xie Qingzhou recently took an audit to the subsidiaries affiliated with Breeze to turn around, not at Breeze headquarters. Therefore, when he returned to the office and saw Jiang Nan still ambling about, he was also slightly stunned. Since the last time two people talked it out, he and she, instead, seemed like a divorced couple in a cooling-off period. The two mostly stayed out of each other's way, except for the unavoidable meetings. The office door pushed open. Jiang Nan thought it was Yang Ji, looked up and watched Xie Qingzhou tugging on his tie, or slightly froze. Not gone yet, just in time. There's something to talk to you about. Xie Qingzhou threw his tie on a corner of his desk and handed her a document. Jiang Nan took it and looked down. The circle is drawn at. Cut it down. There's no point in these lines of business existing. Xie Qingzhou said. Breeze's industries are also relatively extensive, including luxury department stores, real estate chains, and fashion magazines, as well as cosmetic brands. She came to Breeze in the past few months wanting to make their own benchmark project, which is the Breeze Plaza, because make achievements in order to give the board of directors to account, otherwise rashly cut some projects surely offend people through but also cannot do it. To Jiang Nan's surprise, Xie Qingzhou hit harder than her. Retain only the luxury department store with its own jewelry brand. Jiang Nan pursed her lips. Like this, will it be too harsh? What do you think? He asked, sitting in the seat diagonally across from him. His posture was a bit lazy, slightly sideways head, hanging eyes, side face deep and difficult to measure, very much the posture and vigor of the superior. Do enterprises instead of doing more, it is better to do the same to do fine. Apple's production line, there are only so many, a palm to count. Jiang Nan said, although the two people do not get along well, but he as someone else needs to spend a lot of money to give ideas of the consultant yet directly give the answer, it is very profitable. Xie Qingzhou raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything else. Let's meet tomorrow. Good. Jiang Nan said, looking up at him and moving her lips, ultimately saying nothing. She sat in front of her desk and looked him back and forth. Xie Qingzhou leaned back in his chair, biting on a cigarette and asked, What are you looking at me for? What did you come to Breeze for? Chapter 143. Xie Qingzhou bit the cigarette. The lighter pulley issued a slight click sound. Not a moment later, the smoke surrounded, so that his handsome face is more obvious deep. Why go to work? He said. Jiang Nan looked at him across the desk. Obviously smoking should be something decadent and health-destroying, but he presented a sexy and elegant beauty. Jiang Nan sighed. Really, the three views followed the five senses. It's no good. She let out an oh and didn't ask any further questions, minding her own business. Xie Qingzhou is not talking, just sitting in a chair with a somewhat large leaning, smoking a cigarette. The whole body exudes a dashing leisure, but cannot be ignored temperament. He looked right at her through the green smoke and didn't say a word. Somehow, Jiang Nan felt that the atmosphere in the office had changed. She thought, if he's out of work, he can just go home. What's he doing here? Xie Qingzhou didn't finish his cigarette when the phone rang. He picked up the phone and went to the couch. He didn't say much, more of a response than anything else. After that, he took the call and plopped down on the couch. Jiang Nan wanted to talk to him and tell him to go back. But then again, he wasn't her employee or coworker. Ever since the two had spoken, there had been an additional layer of detachment and unfamiliar distance between the two. No one is doing it deliberately, it just exists anyway. Jiang Nan pulled his attention back and went about his own business, no longer caring about Xie Qingzhou. By the time she was done, it was 2 in the morning. Xie Qingzhou was lying on the leather sofa in his office. The couch was quite long, but he lay on it with one leg still curled up. The problem with the sleeping position was that the neckline of the shirt was open and his collarbone was visible. In fact, he didn't look as cold as he usually did when he was asleep. Jiang Nan lowered her eyes and finally said, Xie Qingzhou, I'm going home. Do you want to sleep here tonight? Xie Qingzhou opened his eyes and sat up abruptly. I'll rub your car and go home. Jiang Nan didn't say anything. The two men, speechless after each other, left the office together and went to the garage to get their cars. As Jiang Nan prepared to get into the cab, he spoke, I'll do it. She was quite sleepy and dutifully gave the key out. The two didn't speak on the way back. Jiang Nan sat in the passenger seat and looked out the window. The city is quite beautiful at night, with neon flashing and an otherworldly silence replacing the hustle and bustle of the day. Xie Qingzhou drove the car and didn't speak or have nothing to say. Jiangnan was sleepy and would have been strong enough to see the night view. It didn't take long to fall asleep against the car window. Exhausted from the day, there was a noticeable fatigue color on her face. The night was late, and her lipstick had rubbed off, revealing the original color of her lips. He could see her eyelashes, long and thick as butterfly wings, and they were beautiful. Xie Qingzhou withdrew his sight and drove quietly. The car pulled into the family's parking space, and Jiangnan tilted his head back, leaning against the passenger side, still asleep. At the end of the month, the weather in Haicheng warmed up slightly, and she had a V-necked gray sweater inside, lining her slender neck. The halo of light from the street lamp, her pale skin, as if covered in a light glaze, was just surprisingly seductive. Xie Qingzhou remembered the night she was once in his arms, also so tilted her neck to meet his kiss. There was also a time, holding his face, forehead against his, saying to him, "Xie Qingzhou, I really like you ah." He was just quiet, watching him, his jaw taut, not speaking, and only he knew that his body was crumbling and hard. It was hard on his body and hard on his heart. Gangnam, do you really not want me anymore? Chapter 144. Blame you. Jiangnan opened her eyes and fell into his dark eyes. He leaned back in the seat, his eyes slightly drooping down on her. The light leaking in from the car window fell on the tops of his eyes. The way he was staring at her was very serious, with a stark, threatening undertone. What did you say? I didn't say anything. Jiangnan let out an "oh" and glanced up at him, still looking at her. Perhaps it was the light. Jiangnan only felt that his eyes were frighteningly deep, as if they were about to annihilate her in the next second. She averted her eyes as she prepared to open the door. The man's hand fell over at the same time. Belonging to his breath cannot be ignored lingering. Her heart inexplicably tensed up, raised her eyes, looked at his somewhat sharp eyes. What do you want to do? When he didn't speak, the atmosphere in the car seemed ambiguous. Gangnam somehow remembers that rainy night in, as if, and there were moments like this, he looked at her like this. Jiangnan reached out his hand, resting it against the two of them, dropping his eyes. Xie Qingzhou looked at her eyes, just woke up from sleep. Clear limpidity is still a few points of confusion, a unique flavor. Her lip line was full and quite inviting, and if he lowered his head, he could kiss her. He also knew that as long as he begged for sex, she wouldn't refuse even if she didn't want to in her heart. She has been immersed in the shopping mall all these years. Her temperament has been worn very flat, and she has been given a lot of grievances and humiliations outside, not to mention her husband's pleas for sex. So what's the big deal? In her words, the big deal was calling a duck. He lowered his eyes, and the sound of the seatbelt popping out with a click seemed to shatter the ambiguity and awkwardness. Jiangnan returned to his senses. Thanks. He sat back down again with no intention of getting out of the car. Jiangnan made it clear what he meant and opened the door to get out of the car. Auntie Shui stood at the door for a long time and came back half an hour. Did not see the two down from the car. She thought there was another conflict. It wasn't good for her, a servant, to go over and check what was going on. Seeing Jiangnan get out of the car, Auntie Shui only came over in the cool breeze. Ma'am, coming back so late today? Do you need to eat something? No need, you ask him if he's eating. Jiangnan said, wondering if he had dinner tonight. Jiangnan went upstairs, and Aunt Shui waited a few minutes for Xie Qingzhou to get down from the car. His coat was slung over his arm, and he walked much more slowly than usual. Is it uncomfortable, sir? Xie Qingzhou pursed his lips. In the future, when we come back late, you can go to bed first and don't have to wait. Auntie Shui said yes, watching him walk in an odd position with his clothes in front of him. Auntie Shui's old face reddened, and then felt that she might have thought wrong. After all, Mrs. looks quite normal ah. Watching him step by step up the stairs, Auntie Shui cannot help but sigh regret, which looks like a good match for the young couple. How to live like this. Sleeping in separate rooms, hey. Jiangnan was in a daze for that little while, and lay in bed a little sleepless. She seemed to be the one who heard it. Jiangnan, you really don't want me anymore? It felt kind of claustrophobic to say that. She then shook her head. The word grudge really doesn't go well with Xie Qingzhou. The next day, Jiangnan woke up and had breakfast, but did not see Xie Qingzhou come down. He rubbed her car back yesterday and didn't see his driver pick him up. She went up and knocked on the door. Xie Qingzhou, working today, do you need a ride? He ignored her. Jiangnan pondered for a long time and knocked on the door again, but still no one answered. Sick? She thought about it and pushed her way in. The bed was empty and the covers were lifted and piled aside. Xiaqing Zhou, do you need a ride to work? In the bathroom, there was a groan of pain. Really sick? Jiangnan did not think much, so he quickly stepped toward the bathroom. Xiaqing Zhou, you were fine. Ah. Jiangnan huffed and puffed down the stairs. The image she saw in the bathroom was too impactful, resulting in a short circuit in her brain, and how she couldn't find her bag. Finding her bag and grabbing her car keys, she got in. Just starting the car, Auntie Shui trotted out. Ma'am, Mr. said that he wants you to wait for him, or else he has no way to get to work. Why am I? Jiangnan sighed. Okay, I'll wait for him. If he wasn't embarrassed, why should she be? Xiaqing Zhou is the dog. In about 10 minutes, Xiaqing Zhou came in a suit and walked with long legs. He got into the car, his long legs spread wide, and leaned against the passenger side. Jiangnan swept her eyes and frowned. Can you pay attention? What kind of posture is this? Xiaqing Zhou gave a low laugh. I'm sorry. I didn't know you would enter my room. There's no sincerity in what he's saying. Jiangnan rolled her eyes. Xiaqing Zhou, you clearly mean it on purpose. I don't believe it. I speak so loudly. You can't hear me. You just mean it on purpose, deliberately letting me see. She did not go down. Xiaqing Zhou raised the tip of his eyebrows and continued. It is not just seeing me since. Just shut up, shameless. Xiaqing Zhou leaned on the passenger side, lowered his eyes. It's not like I haven't seen it before. What's so shy about it? My normal needs as a man. Gangnam. Xiaqing Zhou got down from Jiangnan's car, and many executives threw a look of dismay. It's early in the morning. Two people together, only to see Mr. Zhang's face. Difficult to see to the extreme. That little bit of gossip small mind also rested. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Xie. The two nodded and went into the office. Young Knowles said the meeting starts at 9. With a little time left, Jiangnan handed him the plans he had made overnight. What? Breeze Plaza, I'm going to close up store for a while. Xiaqing Zhou raised his eyes to look at her. You're prepared to temporarily close the store when Breeze's traffic is at its peak with popularity? Xiaqing Zhou closed the file and clasped his hands to his chest. Jiangnan, are you asking me to be a shield for you? Blocking once is still blocking? Or should we carry it together? Xiaqing Zhou didn't say anything, just looked at her with deep eyes. Yang Ji just stood beside the two, did not understand what the two said, what blocking, but also blocked twice. These two people also think too fast. She pressed, what is the matter? Fine, don't say blocking. I'll take the thunder for you. He raised his eyebrows at her, then turned to the planner. Breeze Group's interim board meeting is about axing multiple lines of business. It's like getting into a hot frying pan and blowing up. The shareholders, of course, are reluctant. It would have been unconvincing to Jiangnan that a trading company would start any fashion company. You, Breeze Plaza, haven't seen much gas, and you're being so bold. The shareholders, this one, that one, counted Gangnam. People aren't stable, their hearts are too wild. Xiaqing Zhou was sitting on the side of the conference table. He had one hand propped up on his chin as he watched the scene without saying a word. Jiangnan stood in front of the conference table, explaining the benefits of cutting those business lines. Those business lines, which were no longer considered assets in the group, were being de-risked. Shareholders naturally know this, except that many of the business is a lot of hidden income, naturally do not want to lose this piece of fat meat for nothing. Only, Jiangnan's attitude was resolute, which made the shareholders angry. They could only place their hopes on Xiaqing Zhou. Has Mr. Zhang's idea? Has he spoken with Chairman Xie? What does Mr. Xie mean? One of the directors spoke up. If you read through the meeting materials properly, you won't have to ask such a question. Xiaqing Zhou raised his chin. I agree with Mr. Zhang's decision. Instead of wasting resources on products and businesses that have little market competitiveness and little influence, why don't we just do the most groundbreaking ones and become the best in the industry? It's much more interesting than a small fight, and it's a good place to return to when you integrate some of the companies. Chairman Xi, the future helmsman, has agreed to something. No one wants to be the outlier again. And Jiangnan looked at Xiaqing Zhou and didn't understand why he was giving her all the credit he had. After that, Jiangnan proposed to temporarily close the store Breeze Plaza, so that the company and the brand all-round upgrading, even the general design of the Breeze Plaza. This made the board of directors more or less surprised and a little more appreciative of the young CEO. Xiaqing Zhou was also surprised to see the back, when there was a detailed full-field design plan. Before the meeting, Jiangnan asked him to talk to Mr. Nanxiu about whether it was possible to postpone the jewelry design competition's exhibition project to a later date. Because the plan she gave was spot on, the mall layout was tweaked and the overall design style changed drastically. This gave Xie Qingzhou a peek into Jiangnan's original appearance, a senior at Parsons University. She has a deep knowledge of art and design, and with her talent, she could well be an influential designer. If Kongwan was still around, as her mother had said, her life would be one of being held in the palm of her hand, pampered and protected, a life free of worry, and then finding a husband who loved her and adored her. Unlike now, it's kind of a double whammy. The meeting had been in session for 2 whole hours, and Xie Qingzhou was the first to walk out of the conference room. And Jiang Nan was the last to go. Yang Ji was quite happy. Mr. Jiang, you and Mr. Xie are still quite taciturn, huh? Jiang Nan raised her eyes. What tacit agreement? It is in the office, you did not say nothing. Mr. Xie immediately understood your meaning in seconds. It is wanted to borrow his momentum, the closed store thing to do Jiang Nan was slightly stunned. It seemed. The two people, apart from their bad feelings, had been working together a job for a while. She was quite relaxed, and what he meant she could easily understand. I just don't understand. Cut down the business line, this is not you come to Breeze most want to do. But did not do it, this Mr. Xie to help such a big favor, how to mention not even mention it? Jiang Nan didn't say anything. This was something that she didn't really understand. When she returned to the office, she saw Xie Qingzhou lying on the sofa. Aren't you going to eat? Xie Qingzhou and ignored her. Jiang Nan heart depressed. Xie Qingzhou, you and what the whole moth? When she walked over, she saw that his face didn't look right and her finger landed on his forehead. Xie Qingzhou, why do you have a fever? It's all your fault. Jiang Nan frowned. Don't go crazy. Get up. Go eat first. I'll go buy you medicine. She turned to leave and he took her hand. I can't get up. He looked her in the eye for a moment and then said, I took 2 cool baths yesterday and had a fever. Is it your fault? Chapter 145. Xie Qingzhou deliberately pretended to be delicate and her tone was sultry. But the way she looked at her was not innocent at all. Gangnam, you're not acting like a man right now. These words made Xie Qingzhou sit up. You know best if I am a man or not. He reached around her waist and pressed his face into her arms. Don't you go crazy. Get up off. It's really uncomfortable. Jiang Nan had just touched his head for a moment, and it was indeed very hot. Go back to sleep then. I'll get the medicine and bring in lunch. He didn't really want to let go of her, but he couldn't let go of her waist and reclined on the couch. When Jiang Nan went to the restaurant to eat, he placed an order for a thermometer and some fever-reducing medicine. After bringing lunch back to Xie Qingzhou, she sat at her desk and watched him eat his lunch slowly and methodically, and also asked about her doubts. What do you mean, today's meeting? Xie Qingzhou didn't look up, staring at the few dishes she brought back for a long time before saying, Yugong, if I say at the meeting that there are some things I helped you with, the board of directors gang, how will they look at you? And I don't need their approval for what I do. I'm going to talk a lot. But instead I'm going to make them dislike you even more. It was also true that the 3 words, Xie Qingzhou, could be more than just the 3rd young master of the Xie family. Others recognize him by the report card he puts out. Selfishly, we're at odds, but you're still my wife. And as nasty as I am, I wouldn't carry my weight or put you down on something like this. That being said, thank you Mr. Shi, without you, these 2 problems today would not have been so easily solved. Xie Qingzhou snorted coldly. Yes, without me to help you, probably not yet come to your today's pleasant colors, but also with lunch, right? This heartless woman. Jiang Nan did not answer anymore. Open the meeting, these 2 big issues are considered to be the proposal passed. The next is a hard battle to fight. Those project lines are going to be followed up with matchmaking, and the design on the Breeze Plaza side is going to be on the ground. Since she was closing the store and paying that much cost, she wanted to make the best of things. She raised her head and looked at Xie Qingzhou again, and kept looking at the dishes with a poor appetite. Jiang Nan didn't say anything more, letting him take a little bit, then took the medicine and started working on the task at hand. Only Xie Qingzhou didn't eat much before he stood up, rushed to the restroom and threw up. Jiang Nan was startled and waited for him to come out. Xie Qingzhou, where else are you uncomfortable? I have a stomachache. Gangnam. Went to the hospital, had tests done, and the doctor hospitalized me straight away. Because of the acute gastroenteritis caused by his recent extremely irregular diet, he had to be given fluids, and the fever was partly due to that. Jiang Nan was furious when he heard this. You have a stomach ache. A stomach ache. Why don't you say so, little kid? Jiang Nan stood in front of the hospital bed and asked him in a cold voice. Xie Qingzhou lay on the bed. I'm like this and still need to be lectured? Jiangnan are almost convinced, feel that he has no light or heavy, uncomfortable and still insist on eating? It's unbelievable. He reached for her, and Gangnam shrugged it off. Xia Qingzhou purposely oohed and awed as if he had a terminal illness. He just valued her soft heart and hugged her. I'm much more comfortable holding you, but I'm not feeling well at all. She's got a lot of fire in her. Xia Qingzhou laughed lightly. This morning, I just let you see it on purpose. Jiang Nen looked at him in dismay, feeling that he was either sick in a frenzy or already sick and babbling. You! I've been refraining from staying away from you these days, but the more I refrain, the more I miss you. What should I do? Chapter 146 Repayment. Xia Qingzhou front chest on her back, talking spit, inadvertently swept the side of her neck, the warm breath, so that her skin-sensitive layer of redness, a look of pure love cannot withstand provocation. It wasn't her fault. Maybe it was her physique. But when he kissed her, or touched her, it was even worse, reminding him of the word delicate. Only for Mrs. Shea the definition of dainty is more appropriate to her appearance. The body's instincts could not be controlled, and when she looked back at him, her eyes could be calm, and she broke through with a single word. Xie Qingzhou. Don't pretend to be soft, it doesn't suit you. It's kind of a tactic to break the ice in a couple's relationship. I'm not pretending, I'm really soft, he said, his body unloading, dropping the weight of his body onto hers. I'm a sick man now. Gangnam, you're so bendable. Xie Qingzhou took her as a compliment to him. He is not a man with strong machismo as well as pride. These years in the foreign business, and did not imagine the smooth, aggrieved, unfair things have gone, and outside the others have been a grandson. Giving his wife a soft, tender moment didn't bother him. Getting his way was the key. Only Jiangnan didn't quite eat his words. All right, get your fluids. I'll be back for a meeting this afternoon. Xie Qingzhou looked sideways at her as she got up to leave, her brows knitted slightly. You don't care about me? I'll let someone else control you. Jiangnan walked away with his bag on his back. Xie Qingzhou leaned back on his pillow, pursed his lips and stared at her departing back. She left without looking back. When Jiangnan left the hospital, he asked the two secretaries who were now following him and realized that Xie Qingzhou was quite busy when he came to work at Breeze. Sometimes it's either deal with it or don't eat it. The two secretaries didn't know him well enough to realize that he had a serious stomach problem and hadn't eaten that meal last night. Jiangnan thought about this morning, and he should not have eaten either. She hadn't realized that he took his body so lightly. She left the hospital and called her mother-in-law to inform her that he was hospitalized. Mrs. Xie asked extremely coldly, "Is it dead?" Gangnam paused. "That's not true." Mrs. Xie said, "Got it," and then began to instruct Jiang Nan to take care of him if she wanted to, and to leave him hanging if she didn't want to. Hanging up the phone, Mrs. Xie only sighed. These two people is really going to be finished. Xie Qingzhou has a fever, plus the gastroenteritis and pain. The body is also really weak. He had a bad night's sleep last night and he drifted off to sleep. When Susanna Song came over, the medicine was in the infusion bag, only a little bit left. He helped to ring the bell for the nurse to come and change it. He was alone in the ward in a groggy look, kinda pitiful. Xie Qingzhou also woke up. "Why are you here?" Jiangnan called Shenzhen and asked if he had time to come to the hospital to take care of you for a bit. He was traveling and sent me. Xie Qingzhou sat up and leaned against the bed. "This woman? She just threw me out? Come on. Look at what you've done. The fact that she's in charge of you means she's a good person and has a good heart." At that, he frowned deeply. "I'm only worried when she's like this." Susanna Song gave him a look. But no. Couples who have conflicts or quarrels are more or less resentful and leave each other out to dry, not taking care of each other. Let's see how Gangnam does it. How amiable, how emotionally stable. Her whole being was calm to the point that it was as if the two were a normal couple, but then again, only if there were no waves inside and no more expectations. "I can't really sympathize with you, though," Susanna Song said. "How do you think? It's all his own work, he deserves it." When Jiangnan had just married him, the few of them who were in the know could see that she was full of joy and love. How he did it, cold as stone. "Come on. Did you come to give me a hard time?" Susanna Song shook her head. "I'm here to laugh at you. If I had known it was going to be like this, why would I have done it, right? After 3 years of running away, aren't you not running away here either?" Xie Qingzhou pinched his aching brow. "Just shut up." He was annoyed by what he said in his heart. There are some things, right, he really can't say. It's just this back and forth. Certain things are like solid ice melting away. Love, he's not being reasonable either. He's coming on strong and there's nothing he can do about it. I haven't asked you yet. What's your situation lately? Is that Xiao Chong so difficult to deal with? Or have you moved on? So you're not as attached to Zhang Qin's affairs. Song Esyunzhi said. The two people have to get divorced first. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Xie Qingzhou said that he had talked to Jiang Nan about this. And it's not something that can be rushed, but it won't take long. So there wasn't much time left for him and he really didn't want a divorce. Jiangnan Afternoon is the first to give the Breeze Plaza side of the Good Docking, temporarily closed store, the brand's work to do. She met with the design team again and communicated her design plans and ideas to them, whether they were feasible and how they would work. After all, it's been years since she's been in the art and design industry, and her ideas are unavoidably naive. By the time she was done, it was almost 6:30. On her way back to the office, she received a call from Xie Qingzhou. Are you coming over tonight? I'm not going over there, Jiangnan said. She had worked overtime last night and was tired after a busy day today. All right. After hanging up the phone, Gangnam went back home. And Ning heard that she went back to her house and came running after her busy work, talking about Feng Liu. She can, although she broke her contract with Xie Qingzhou's company, her recent resources are not bad. She originally had a large fan base and is still quite popular. The person behind her is not simple, Jiang Nen said. What man? Enan was curious. Jiang Nen stood in front of the stove, looking at the noodles in the pot. I was thinking about Qingliang Mountain. At that time, in order to know the news of Zhang Qin, Feng Liu said that she wanted to be read, and she agreed. She didn't have the resources for this aspect of film and television. She just had a client do a favor and that kind of went out the window. Think, find another plan, find evidence, and this will have to be put on hold for now. Only, now that she looked back on it, it was all really too much of a coincidence. Feng Liu doesn't have the brains for this, unless there's someone behind it. Why don't I ask Yen Fengshuan again? Jiangnan shook his head. He'll tell you when he has news. She had just sat down for 2 bites of noodles when she received a call from Susanna Song. Jiangnan, can you come to the hospital for a moment? Xie Qingzhou, he refuses to eat. Jiangnan rolled his eyes. If he doesn't eat, he can starve. No way. How old is he, a kid? And Ning couldn't even listen anymore. Jiangnan bowed his head and ate. In the hospital, Susanna Song looked at the cold-screen cell phone. Don't you wait. Eat. Xie Qingzhou's face was ugly. Not hungry. He was dead stubborn and no one cared. In the early hours of the morning, Jiang Nan was asleep when the sudden ringing woke her up. She picked up in a daze. Hello, Jiang Nan. Come to the hospital. Xie Qingzhou is bleeding from the stomach. Jiang Nan's sleepiness was gone. Rushed to the hospital, and when Xie Qingzhou was transferred to the ward, it was already after 1 o'clock. His face was paler than it had been during the day, and there was little blood left in his lips. Jiang Nan stood in front of the bed and looked at him. He raised his eyes sideways. What's wrong? Xie Qingzhou, what the hell are you doing? Repay you. Jiang Nan froze. What? Did it hurt more than it does for me right now when you were alone at MT Coolidge? Chapter 147. Tough. In the hospital room, the moment Xie Qingzhou's words fell, it was surprisingly quiet, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Jiang Nan stood in front of the bed with her hair scattered, probably just got up from the bed. Her hair was quite messy, no makeup on her face. The mole on the tip of her nose was very conspicuous, and the way she hung her head slightly, in this moment, she was quite fragile and wanted to be embraced. Jiang Nan was shocked because he really was crazy. She was sick at Mount Qingliang. How long has it been going on? He said payback. She gets sick, then he has a baby and that's payback? That's not how it works. It's all in the past. There's no need for you to think about what happened. Jiang Nan said, raising his eyes to look at him, his eyes calm and waveless. You passed, I couldn't, he said. Being sick, his voice sounded a little low and fragile. Didn't you say before that you would let go? Jiang Nan said, during this time we've been getting along, and I think it's quite good. At work, the two are pretty much in sync. And she, inevitably, appreciates his execution and some of the ways he does things. Of course, she had a lot to learn from him. Without all that unpleasantness, if two people are not married and don't know each other, to have such a handsome, wise colleague would be enough to make one's heart flutter with pleasure. Pity. I also want to. It's hard. I'll miss you. Miss you so much. Miss you so much that I can't sleep. Xie Qingzhou said. My eyes won't be able to resist falling on your body. How am I supposed to let go? He couldn't take a laissez-faire stance and let the relationships between the two cool down completely. So he's going to do something about it. Jiang Nan lifted his eyes and looked at him. If it were before, she would have gone crazy with joy when she heard such words. O love of her heart, finally a response. Xie Qingzhou, there is no use and no need, Jiang Nan said, watching him look at her with sunken eyes. He eventually chose to stop talking instead of mercilessly continuing to say something that would make her uncomfortable and uncomfortable. She realized that this was his strategy, to beg for her forgiveness, to get her to come back. It's like New Year's Eve. She's busy, he's busy taking care of her family. The hustle is the same. It didn't make sense to her, and it didn't make sense anymore, and he wasn't going to fall for it. You get some early rest. Jiang Nan wanted to leave. Song Susanna knew stopped her. Jiang Nan, just treat him like a stranger. It's okay to pity him, right? This Xie Qingzhou is really hard on himself, obviously starving like that. Really did not eat a bite. He left for a while and came back. He ate something spicy and direct in exchange for that little bit of heartache in Jiang Nan. It's also really hard. If you go, he will certainly not infusion, just swing. Of course, this is not his threatening method, haha. Just for the sake of his sick. He is now stomach bleeding, cannot be tossed a few times, stomach erosion, and then stomach cancer. How is also a husband and wife not to just die? And Ning listened. You do not alarmist, is not just a stomach hemorrhage, he is not to repay it. Let him repay it. And now pretend to be pitiful. Why did you go earlier? Ning, you go home first. Are you really going to stay here with him? I'll just talk to him about something, you go back. Jiang Nin said, looking at Song Sanjorvi and forcing himself. You go back too. Getting people out of the way, she's in front of him. Xie Qingzhou went to touch her hand and Jiang Nin shook it away angrily. He gripped hard. I really restrained for a long time, want to let go of you. I really can't do it. I can't do it. I'll have to do something about it, like threatening you like in the past. You don't like me so much. I can only now toss my own. Jiang Nan, you don't be angry. Chapter 148. It's late at night and all is quiet. Handsome man with a sickly look. But his eyes were soft and firm when he spoke to her. Jiang Nan didn't say anything, just looked at him. Sun Sanderchi came today to laugh at me as well. He said that after 3 years of running away, I hadn't fallen into your hands, and that a woman of your type would be a fatal wound for me. When Jiang Nan heard this, he laughed at once. Xie Qingzhou, you are really a master negotiator. He excels at utilizing his strengths, as well as her weaknesses. She's just soft. If she didn't know him so well, she would have been somewhat convinced. Go to bed early, she said. It was so late and she really didn't want to go back to toss and turn on the couch in the hospital room either. Make a night of it. The lights went out, and Xie Qingzhou sighed as he rested on his arm. Jiang Nan was really sleepy. She lay down and fell asleep in no time. Xie Qingzhou heard her even breathing and eventually endured the discomfort and got out of bed. He stood in front of the couch and watched as she curled up into a ball, presumably sleepy enough to fall asleep in such an uncomfortable position. He had, after all, bent over and carried her to the bed. It's been a sick day. I haven't eaten properly for days, and I have no energy to hold her. It took him a long time to lie down next to her, glancing sideways at her sleeping side. For the first time, he wanted a woman intensely and was in such a predicament. But giving up, in his Xie Qingzhou's dictionary, there were no such two words. In the days that followed, Xie Qingzhou did well to cooperate with the treatment. He knew exactly what kind of difficulties Jiang Nan was facing in her work these days, and tripping her up would be a death wish. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, has been in constant communication with the brand because of the temporary closure of the store, and the company has been busy. When Xie Qingzhou was discharged from the hospital, she was notified on WeChat. Jiang Nan replied faintly very late, telling him to get well. She has been working in Breeze Plaza and returned to Breeze Group a week later. Yang Ji said, 2 days ago, Mr. Xie traveled on business and left her 2 words E-country. Zhang Qin and Xiao Chong settled in E. Because of the bad form in the past 2 years, Zhang Qin has been living in the North City for a long time. Went back because of the divorce. Last time, after Xiao Chong kidnapped her, he never showed up again, and she heard that Xie Qingzhou had given him a lot of trouble, leaving him to fend for himself. Moreover, the two had been going through a divorce, and this time when they went to E, Gangnam didn't know what it was because of. She was quite anxious in her heart, anxious to know how things were going, but she didn't ask Xie Qingzhou. Asking more questions will not help. Although Xie Qingzhou's words are good, He will not threaten her and toss himself. This man is very fickle. If she is too concerned about her attitude, it is to pass a handle into his hands. She waited for the results, focused on her task at hand, and spent her days in Breeze Plaza with the chief designer. In 2 weeks, Mrs. Shea is going to have a minor surgery. The surgery was scheduled long ago. Because of the last fight between mother and son at the old mansion, the relationship between the two hadn't eased. So he was not notified of the surgery either. Jiangnan WeChat sent a WeChat to Xie Qingzhou. He did not reply, and she did not ask again. This also made Jiangnan realize the fact that no one's business is better than his heart. Even if Xie Qingzhou used the bitter meat trick on her or not, pretending to be weak or not, how to look at it all through a wave of false. But for his heart, he has the strength of righteousness. Jiangnan even wondered if it would not have been like this between the two if he had found her long ago. Or, before going to Qingliang Mountain, she had known that the person he was looking for was her. Although this result she had pushed the wave to facilitate, but she still felt a faint regret sometimes when she took a moment to think about it. However, she had always had no regrets about the choices she made. In fact, every choice and decision is what is most wanted at the moment. There is only one option to move forward. Country E. The weather was exceptionally cold, and Xie Qingzhou stepped through the snow and entered a cafe. When Zhang Qin saw Xie Qingzhou, his eyes were full of light. Is the news accurate? Is what Xiao Chong said true? Was he there? Her eyes were full of expectation, of hope, of news about another man. If not mistaken, she was deeply in love with that man. What happened was that 2 weeks ago, he received a message from Zhang Qin, who said that she didn't want to get divorced and wasn't going to come back. He couldn't reach her before he could ask. He had no way out, that's why he went there, and only when he asked did he realize that Xiao Chong had news of someone very important to her in his hands. He asked, "A man?" Zhang Qin nodded, but didn't say who the man was. Xie Qingzhou sank his eyes to look at Zhang Qin, this good-looking face, the one he had been searching for 7 years, the one so heartfelt, asking about other men with that kind of worry, since he was so calm in his heart, not even a hint of discomfort. He thought that if Jiangnan had such an expression and asked another man, he would probably go crazy. Is it because he's moved on? Or was it because with her it really was so long ago that she had forgotten? The place you said, "I have been there. No, I only promised to take you back. Find someone with me," Xie Qingzhou said, "and he stayed here for too long." No, that man is not irrelevant to you. He is very relevant to you. Xie Qingzhou frowned. What do you mean? Who is that person? Zhang Qin pondered for a long time, but still spat out the man's name. What? Xie Qingzhou was surprised to the extreme. How? Too much shocking news. He needed time to digest it away. Then his eyes looked at her sharply. Zhang Qin, all those things you've forgotten. Only those days when we were together? You didn't forget Jiangnan, you didn't forget everything in Haicheng. The only thing you forgot was that time between the two of us. Zhang Qin panicked. Was she going to reveal herself? Chapter 149. Thinking of you. Jiangnan accompanied Mrs. Xie in the hospital. Mrs. Xie was extremely unhappy because she had a minor surgery and had not seen her son for 3 days. But looking at Jiangnan, she was strangely distressed, and could only hold her hand, and could not say words of relief. Jiangnan did not know what her mother-in-law meant, gently holding her hand. You do not care about anything. Now the body is the most important. Get well. He has more important things cannot come to see you. He called Dad. No? Mrs. Xie really liked Jiangnan, not because Jiang Yuan had done great favors to the Xie family. The first time she met Gangnam was in the hospital. Qin Frost is sick. She is accompanying, thin, dry and clean girl, especially strong. When something of that magnitude happened in the family, she listened quietly to the bystanders and would thank her mother with special tenderness for the visit, saying it would pass. Later, it was at the funeral of her father, Jiang Yuan, and her brother, Jiang Shu. She was the one who organized the funeral, and she returned gifts to everyone who came to pay their respects. Obviously not very old, but she's going to have to hold up a family so strong that it hurts. Mrs. Xie's heart was soft, and when she saw her in that state, her heart ached and she shed tears. Later, when the two families sat down and asked her what she wanted. Can I have a thank you for the clear boat? She always remembered that Jiangnan's eyes at that time were expectant, shy, and limpid. A young girl's heart is that innocent. She as a mother understands that it is a deep fondness for his son. Mrs. Xie feels that she is not the kind of very strong mother. If Jiangnan is the kind of girl who does not distinguish between the important and the important, even if the other side of the hostage to the grace, but also will not let with such a family marriage. The child Jiang Nan was affectionate towards her son, and the daughter of the Jiang family was well brought up, and her character was very much to her temperament. A daughter-in-law of a large family should have some skills, preferably to face the difficulties of life and the unseen treachery of the storms with her husband before. Who would have thought that such a good girl? This deep love was not treated well by his son after all. It's probably not meant to be. Mrs. Xia also looked away. She didn't want to be sad anymore and persuaded her. Jiang, aren't you particularly busy in your company? You don't need to be with me all the time. Get busy with your own things. There's no rush. I've arranged all the company's things, and when I'm done helping you get discharged, I'll just go and take a look. It's not in the way. In the afternoon, Mrs. C was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Nan did not follow him back to the old mansion, but went to Breeze Square. When she finished her work and went to the basement to get her car, she saw Xia Qingzhou. He was leaning against her car smoking, the scarlet fire flickering between his fingers, and behind the thin green smoke he saw that his features were handsome, and that his eyes were soft as he looked at her. That look at a glance, he really looked like a husband who loved her dearly. Jiang Nan knew he wasn't. He hadn't seen him for many days. He didn't have any words. It was obvious how good he was at disguising himself. She stopped where she was. Yang Ji also saw Xia Qingzhou and made an excuse to leave. Because the entire mall was closed, there weren't many cars parked underground and it was quiet inside. Jiang Nan stood still for a moment, not knowing what to say to him. With him, it just got to a point where there was nothing to say. Before she moved, she saw Xia Qingzhou throw the cigarette, but in his hand, and then take a step towards her. Steady footsteps that seemed to have some urgency to them were loud and abrupt in the quiet parking lot, and one step felt like a knock to her heart. She frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Xia Qingzhou grabbed her wrist and just brought her into his arms. Without waiting for her to respond, he lowered his head and took her lips. Xia Qingzhou thought that he was able to restrain himself, but when he saw her standing in that moment, he suddenly didn't want to restrain himself. Why should he refrain? What was there to refrain from thinking of her, pining for her? The rawness of the kiss caused Gangnam to crane his neck. She couldn't even say the words before he wrapped them around her. Between her lips and teeth, she attacked and poured out what she had missed all these days. Jiang Nan was directly confused by his kiss. He placed her beside him on a stone pillar without a single chance to catch his breath or resist. For the first time, Jiang Nan suffered such a passionate kiss that it was difficult to breathe. For a moment, Jiang Nan felt that Xia Qingzhou was going to rub her into his body. The frenzied and overwhelming kiss eventually became loving and tender as he fiddled with her lips and said to her, "Jiang Nan, I miss you so much." God's mind finally came back a few threads. Red around the eyes looked at him. She was kissed some body soft. I'm afraid to say the words, but also woeful, to the edge of the mouth angry words, finally swallowed back, can only be dead glaring at him. He pressed his body against her and looked down at her. Don't believe it? Jiang Nan didn't say anything. Her lips hurt from his kisses, and went to push him. Behind them, there were voices talking from the elevator room. She's about to leave. Xia Qingzhou knew her concerns. The relationship between the two was not yet public. She didn't want to cause trouble and have an impact on her career. He didn't scare her, holding her wrist, half dragging, half holding, dragging her to the car. He leaned in and trapped her, looking at her reddened face, her lips made softer by his kisses. She averted her eyes when his fingers tried to touch her lips. What the hell are you mad about? The voice was still soft and quivering in the end. Missed you, he said, his voice seductive-like, and it flattered him. He lowered his head and went to kiss her again. I went out for such a long time. You didn't call or contact me. I understand. Don't you? Want to know something about Zhang Qin? How is she? Have dinner with me first. Gangnam. She thought he was going up somewhere to have dinner with him, but it turned out to be home. Auntie Shui cooks the 2 men's favorite meals, leaving the 2 families with time alone. Jiang Nan sat at the dining table opposite him. Say something, how is she? Xia Qingzhou was drinking Aunt Shui's stew, which tasted delicious. He's been out for more than half a month. More than 20 days if you count from the time he was discharged. No questions about his health, or the fact that he's only been to E for so many days. All she cares about now is her best friend. Xia Qingzhou remembered the way Zhang Qin's eyes did not have the slightest hint of past love and asked for another man. He narrowed his eyes and then looked at Jiang Nan. I'm actually quite strange. What? Your best friend, Zhang Qin, who was my first woman and I was her first man, You know about that, right? Jiang Nan's heart jumped and looked at Xie Qingzhou with some suspicion. What is this? This? Jiang Nan, I can understand that you're disappointed in me, don't love me anymore, and want to divorce me. But I don't believe that you're so calm in your heart when I talk about Zhang Qin. That's not human nature. Even if the two were on good terms, there was no way she could not care at all, not be jealous at all. I think it's all in the past. There's no need. Jiang Nan said, dropping his eyes. Xie Qingzhou put down his chopsticks, got up, and walked to her, his eyes looking at her very intently, as if he was afraid of missing a single expression on her face. What about you? Who was your first man? Jiang Nan abruptly raised her eyes. Xie Qingzhou, what the hell are you mad about? Jiang Nan didn't know what was wrong with him going to E-country this time. Why are you asking all of a sudden? Jiang Nan regretted a little. Why didn't she go and ask him what was wrong when he was in E? It up and now he's acting like a blind man who has to guess what he's thinking. Did Qin Qin's side do something that made him find out the end? Why else would he test her like that? Chapter 150, You're all I can think about. Jiang Nan tilted his chin slightly to meet his eyes. His gaze was reservedly cold and light, as if it still contained a few hints of laughter. But Jiang Nan felt that his eyes were incomparably sharp and seemed to be able to see through people's minds. I am not crazy. I am curious about your first love, your first kiss, even your first night. He was good-natured, his posture idle, but like a beast lurking ready to hunt. Xie Qingzhou was not a man with that kind of plot. Jiang Nan was born good-looking, and in Ms. Xie's words, had a good personality. So such a girl would have a large number of suitors in the university. It's normal to fall in love and get laid. The body was her own, and as long as she could be responsible for herself and not hurt anyone, there was no one to blame, not even her husband. Today, asking such a question is entirely due to her reaction with Zhang Qin. Too strange. What do you care? It's not you anyway. Jiang Nan was more or less annoyed and didn't want to ignore him. She stopped looking at him and sat down at the table, unappetizing before, now sitting on pins and needles. Xie Qingzhou circled him from behind her, obviously across the dining chairs, but she just felt that his body was hot and fiery. You want it to be me? He said, speaking against her ear. Jiang Nan clenched her chopsticks. Xie Qingzhou, you're just going crazy. When Xie Qingzhou saw that her body was taut and her slightly drooping neck was flushed, he was permeated with a raw and innocent seduction. After the new year, she's 27 years old and not fit for words like innocent and raw. But she is just quite contradictory, raising her hands and feet vaguely with flavor, but cannot say that the youthfulness. What the hell are you so vain about? He said. Jiang Nan's thoughts were in disarray at first, and now he was saying things that were too much for him. She wasn't as shameless as he was to bring such things to the table. She forced herself to calm down, but she couldn't. Running away won't solve anything, so let's face the problem head on. She got up and turned back to meet his eyes. What about you? Oddly enough, mentioning Zhang Qin and my first love, what do you want to do? Jiang Nan believed that Zhang Qin would not be so quick to be taught and reveal himself. If Xie Qingzhou really knew the truth, there wouldn't have been the current trial. Xie Qingzhou looked at her. Beautiful face, eyes bright and dark, very intelligent. Obviously just fell down the wind of the general public, a few times the taught. He'll be able to find out what he's plotting with Zhang Qin? She looked at him with determined eyes and confronted him. Xie Qingzhou also knew that asking again would not yield the results he wanted. She turned to him and he leaned forward, bracing his hands on the tabletop as he continued to glue himself to her. I'm jealous. I naturally want your first man to be me. Xie Qingzhou said, his fingers going to touch her lips. The kiss in the parking lot was pretty intense, and her lips, slightly red and swollen, were even more enticing. Jiang Nan mentally sighed in relief, then brushed his hand away. Eat by yourself. He didn't allow her to run. Jiang Nan, you're making the tip of my heart flutter now. You know? Jiang Nan gritted her teeth. Xie Qingzhou, you really? He covered her mouth, not wanting to hear her say something damning. The atmosphere was too good right now. He really wasn't telling a lie. After a few days of not seeing her, something had happened in E. The moment he saw her, a tingling sensation climbed up his back. Now, such a feeling is even more pronounced. He simply carried her straight up the stairs. Xie Qingzhou, put me down, you're being a jerk again, aren't you? I knew that you wouldn't last more than a few days at all. She pounded his shoulders. Sleeping in separate rooms or pretending to respect her was his strategy. Not having accomplished his goal anymore, he stopped pretending and came on hard. Back in the master bedroom, a room that he'd slept in for a few years, nothing was different. But she'd been sleeping alone for less than a month, and it was just full of her scent. The scented lamp on the bedside table, and unread books. The colors of the bedding are gentle and textured. Leaving her on the bed, she breathed heavily and was about to crawl away. Xie Qingzhou undid the cufflinks while holding her ankles and pulling her into his arms. "I'm not being a jerk. I'm trying to please you. Get lost, you less moralistic." Jiang Nan went to grab him again. He laughed, the old rule, and clipped her arms behind her back. He half-kneeled on the bed and kissed her. The pincer gesture was strong, but when he kissed her, it was incredibly gentle. The lips were pressed together and soon they were hot and wet. He deliberately licked the tip of her nose, the mole glowing seductively against her bright eyes. Xie Qingzhou's throat knots rolled and he was completely addicted to her. "It's been like this for so long. I want you so badly I can't control myself. You must be lying if you say you don't." His fingers, tightly intertwined with hers, trapped her in his arms, green silk all over the place. He wanted her intensely, had never wanted a woman this intensely. "You have needs too," he said, verbally baiting her as he peeled her shirt off and tossed it aside. "Jiang Nan, I live. Also okay. You did not quite like it before. Assholes, ah." Her words, after all, were unspoken as he kissed her deeply. How did he know what Annan had said to her? She hadn't realized that she and Yen Fengshuan had such a good personal relationship and exchanged experiences in this regard. Only a brief speculation in his head, not allowed to take long to dissipate under his onslaught. Women, after all, have physical needs, especially handsome and extraordinarily sexy men. The way Xie Qingzhou tightened his jawline and rolled the knot in his throat as he kissed her was particularly lustful. Again, he was too familiar with her body to be able to easily know how to hook her. It had been too long since they had been together, and with his premeditation, this time it was as hearty as it had ever been. Finally, the two were sweaty and plastered together. Gangnam is a bit of a wreck and has long been very determined to get a divorce and stay away from him. But in the end, the uncontrollable submission and physical pleasure was overwhelming. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her sweaty neck and shoulders intimately. She wanted to go to the shower and he wouldn't let go of her hand, and was very forceful in not allowing her to leave. He loved the crazy extreme tangles of his body, and loved the warmth of it even more. "Don't take the pills, and if you have it, okay?" he said, having just been very uninhibited. Jiang Nan didn't say anything and didn't know what to say, obviously so adamant about wanting a divorce and wanting to bridge the gap with him. Yet it was also true that he clung to him tightly and obliviously, sinking down with him. She didn't like this about herself, even hated it. I only saw Zhang Qin once. I didn't come back. I was busy with something else. I was quite happy to have seen her this time, because I was full of you. I've never been so determined." Chapter 151. Zhang Qin, not a man of the heart. After Xie Qingzhou finished for a long time, she didn't respond and probed over to find that she had already fallen asleep. He sighed and got up, giving her a brief scrub and going to the next room. The next day, Jiang Nan woke up already after 10 o'clock. She had seldom risen so late and came downstairs all groggy. Auntie Shui saw her and said that Xie Qingzhou was upstairs in the study, then smiled and asked if she was hungry. Jiang Nan was truly embarrassed and moved his lips, not knowing how to explain. With Yang Ji's debriefing on her cell phone, and the fact that General Manager Xie had given her a leave of absence, she just sighed softly. While she was eating in silence, Xie Qingzhou came downstairs. She swept him off his feet and went back to eating. Xie Qingzhou pulled out the dining chair and sat down, looking at her somewhat weary appearance. "Haven't been working out lately?" he said. Back in the day, she had a clear waistline, so her stamina should be fine, not so much that she would wilt after getting a few. Jiang Nan's face stiffened and ignored him. He didn't continue poking fun at her and talked about Zhang Qin. "Zhang Qin doesn't want a divorce," Xie Qingzhou said, and sort of explained why he went to E-country this time. "Why? It's not like Zhang Qin likes Xiao Chong. There's no way she doesn't want a divorce," she said. The two had grown up together, and she knew Zhang Qin's nature too well. That's what she said. At least she hadn't changed her mind when he left E. Jiang Nan was anxious in his heart. It must be Xiao Chong. She thought it would be better to find an opportunity for herself and ask Qin Qin herself. Because of Qin Qin's matter, her mood was more or less bad, and she didn't want to eat her meal. Xie Qingzhou took in all of her reactions. Then he pushed an invitation to her. What? An invitation to an economic forum for you to attend. I don't want to go, very busy. She said she didn't like that kind of occasion too much the last time she went to Mr. Nanshou's dinner party. It was also because there was a jewelry competition, and also because whether it was a Ning's endorsement or the restoration of the brooch in the sense that she went. Gangnam, he called out to her, his voice low and serious. It made her raise her eyes and look at him quizzically. After all, he rarely called her formally like that. You're very capable and competent and have a problem-solving ability and approach. And Breeze Plaza may reopen in a couple of months and you'll be able to get what you want. But that's your ceiling now. Jiang Nan pursed her lips and looked at him without speaking. You should be well aware of the truth that a man's accomplishments are often within his eyesight, he said. Jiang Nan was stunned, remembering the board meeting, when she cut the business line as well as wanting to close the store. Those shareholders had completely different attitudes towards her and Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou does not have the experience of managing a fashion group or even a luxury department store, but the board of directors bought his account. There are reasons for his ability, but more is that in these years, Xie Qingzhou has allowed a number of companies to achieve huge profits, and even turned a crisis into a safe place, and his influence in the industry is quite large. Okay, I'll go, she said, taking the invitation he pushed towards the evening. Why don't you skip the office today and come home with me? I knew it, you don't suffer at all. The meaning of Xie Qingzhou asking her to accompany her to the old mansion was very clear. That is, for Mrs. Xie not to be angry. The two returned together before lunch. Mrs. Xie's surgery is not big. Discharged from the hospital these days, only to see the youngest son. The eyes did not give a moment. At lunch, Mrs. Xie also only spoke to Jiang Nan and nothing else. As for the tonic that Xie Qingzhou brought, she didn't even look at it. Mom, I'm so sorry. Mrs. Xie raised her hand, interrupting him. But don't. It's really not necessary. Jiang Nan didn't say anything. After all, her own affairs were still a mess, much less capable of making peace between this mother and son. After lunch, when Mrs. Xie ignored people, Xie Qingzhou put his arm around Mrs. Xie and used his ability to be shameless. Mom, you're still really mad at me? I asked Dad to tell you about it. That look of his, with the cold look outside the door, can be completely different. Jiang Nan is also considered to have seen how he can bend and stretch. She happens to have a phone call, go get it. It was only then that Mrs. Xie made a move to hit him. What the hell are you busy with? What are you doing in E-country? You just left Jiang here. If you had her in your heart, could you do this? When Xie Qingzhou heard this, he was also quite sad. Jiang Nan knew that he went to E-country for his sweetheart. Didn't even ask, wasn't offended at all. I've been out there a little longer, mostly because of Jiang Su. Mrs. Xie was surprised beyond belief. Jiang Su? Jiang's brother? Yes, there is news that the person is still there. But it's been too long and his original name has been cancelled, so it's harder to check. Xie Qingzhou said. This matter was not revealed like to Jiang Nan for the time being, because he did not want her to be disappointed. Let's tell her when there's really solid news. It's a bit of a surprise. After Jiang Nan made the call, Mrs. Xie's face was not as unpleasant as it was when she first arrived. It also made him admire his tactics, getting his own mom to cozy up so quickly. She took a nap at the old mansion at noon and had her driver take her to the economic forum dinner. There was a 2-day trip at an estate resort, and she was the only one going. After Jiang Nan left from the old mansion, Xie Qingzhou looked at Xiao Zheng. Discharged from the hospital, except for 100 days' worth of injuries that still need to be nourished. Boss! I'm sorry, if I hadn't gotten hurt, there probably wouldn't have been a change of heart. Would there? Xie Qingzhou swept him a glance. Before, let you go check what Jiang Nan was doing at that time. How accurate is this information? Xiao Zhang was puzzled as to why he asked such a question. Why, I personally went to Parsons College to check. His professor was very impressed with Jiang Nan. He wouldn't have remembered wrongly. What do you mean, Zhang Qin isn't the person you're looking for? I have a feeling she's not. And who is? Mrs. Xie Qingzhou rubbed his face. There was no way to tell Xiao Zheng. When he was in E, his heart was in turmoil. And he couldn't figure out why, if Jiang Nan was really the one he was looking for, he couldn't figure out why he pressed this on Zhang Qin. It's like when he was in E, Zhang Qin said he wouldn't get divorced because Xiao Chong had news of Jiang Su. Jiang Su was very different in Zhang Qin's heart. At that moment she couldn't feel a single trace of his love for her. Even if it was once, even if it was all about forgetting the past, there couldn't be no trace at all. Therefore, he suspected that Zhang Qin's amnesia was not amnesia at all. Zhang Qin said to him, "If you don't believe that I have lost my memory, you can go and check. Back then, after you and your father had an accident, my dad was Uncle Zhang's assistant, and it was my dad who asked me to pick you up and bring you back home." Those words didn't dispel his suspicions at the time, until he checked Zhang Qin's medical records. She had a 2-year-long period of mental confusion, and he didn't know when he started to inwardly disbelieve that Zhang Qin was the person she was looking for. From the time when Gangnam was drugged and blossomed without reservation, it was the first time he felt that she was very much like her. But the truth is, she's not even in Ocean City. He didn't know what was going on. He felt so strongly. But the truth was the opposite. Chapter 152. It doesn't make sense. Extra chapter. Xie Qingzhou leaned back on the sofa and looked at Xiao Zheng. He was the one he trusted the most, and he knew that Xiao Zheng wouldn't lie to him. Over the years, the two have been up and down, but more than that, they've been friends. He understands him. So there were some things he had no way to tell the next person, and Xiao Zheng understood him. Could there be a mistake somewhere? Zhou was saying, "I'll check again. I think that maybe I made a mistake myself." Xie Qingzhou said that perhaps from the moment he moved on and stopped obsessively trying to find that person, he was internally inclined to do so, hoping that his wife was the one he once had his heart set on. That way there's no need to be torn up inside or make a choice between two choices. Faced with the ironclad truth, he thought, most likely, he wanted her so badly that he gave himself a mental note. After all, he didn't have a lot of relationship experience to go on. One more thing. What? Zhang Qin and Jiang Su are most likely lovers, Xie Qingzhou said. Therefore, Jiang Nan would be so sure that Zhang Qin did not love Xiao Chong. Zhou was also confused, but he checked the news. That is, Jiang Nan is not in Haiqing. That doesn't make any sense. If Zhang Qin and Jiang Su are lovers, how can that Zhang Qin get on with his boss? Jiang Nan met quite a few acquaintances at the summit's dinner. Among them is Tong's salary, L.S. brand in Breeze Plaza. Tong's salary to find a person in charge of docking with that side. Jiang Nan never saw him again. At that time, Xie Qingzhou had written Tong Qian's name on her list of people looking for the general manager of Breeze Plaza. This period of time was busy, which in turn made her forget and ask Xie Qingzhou why she recommended Tong's salary. She met Tong Qian today, not at a dinner party where people were exchanging industry experience and seeing if there were any opportunities for cooperation with each other. Rather, Tong's salary accidentally let her overhear it when she was talking to the LS leader in the middle of a conversation. Tong's salary is the regional head of LS. In these years, the domestic luxury brands, the choice of spokesman, Tong's salary is very set. What the tone of their brand looks like and who fits it best, he pretty much pinpoints it. This has allowed L.S's multifaceted efforts to ride the market in the face of a relatively sharp decline in global luxury. Jiang Nan also just realized today that Tong's salary has the right to not be regulated in the operation. Even the shareholders do not have the right to speak or the right to know. It looks like that is quite a respected. It was only when Tong's salary suggested that he wanted to inherit something for his future children's families, such as something tangible like company shares. The other side, however, refused. Jiang Nan also finally understood at this moment why Xie Qingzhou had favored him in the first place. Yes, Tong's salary's ability is there, do more, take on more, although the annual salary and bonus is quite a lot, but compared with L.S's annual profit, it is really nothing. It was probably because last time Xie Qingzhou had looked for him and reminded him. He's the one trying to get himself some more tangible benefits. Jiang Nan accidentally heard it and naturally left quietly. No one wants their embarrassment to be seen. She was about to eat something when Yen Fengshuan walked straight towards her with a wine glass in his hand. Jiang Nan looked around. There was no one else. He's coming for her. Looking for me? Chat. Okay, Jiang Nan said. Finding a secluded place, Yen Fengshuan talked about Feng Liyu's trip. She came back from Qingliang Mountain and has indeed been hovering around Xie Qingzhou. This was a surprise to Jiang Nan. In other words, Feng Liyu really liked Xie Qingzhou. What about the car accident? Did she have anything to do with it? No. The strange thing is that here, on the face, there's no sign of her at all. That means, privately, there are still traces? There really is someone high up behind Feng Liyu. The matter of Xiao Zheng's car accident was in her heart. Jiang Nan opened the door. What's your mindset towards Ning Ning? Yen Fengshuan laughed. What a mindset. Now she's the one playing me. Thinking about this, Yen Fengshuan felt incredulous. The girl who blushed when she looked at him a few years ago now had the audacity to say to him, unapologetically, I'm just playing with you. What about your fiancé? Mind if she plays you? Jiang Nan asked. Chapter 153. You're the one who forgot. Yan Fengshuan's face was cold, looking at Jiang Nan for a while. Perhaps it was because of her excellent face and temperament, suit pants, basic sweater. In his opinion, it also brightened people's eyes. Fiancé or not, wife or not, it's all about that value in business. Whether it's me to her or her to me, each playing their own. Man like Xie Qingzhou, it's the rare goods in the circle. Cleansed to that extent for a woman many years ago. At first, he thought that Feng Liu was at his side. How could he relieve the loneliness of his body? And his fingers were not touched. Outside the act of how intense love, privately Feng Liu is afraid of him, scared to death, but also fascinated to death. Jiang Nan was surprised. You mean he's still a good man? Isn't it? You're the only one. No one would believe the third youngest member of the Xie family when you say it, so innocent, right? You can be scum to anyone, but a Ning just can't. Jiang Nan's attitude was resolute. The Yan family is a very complicated family. In the city of incense, Yan's old man multiple wives. Each of the children is not a savior and wants to get more in the division of the family's interests. Yan Fengshuan's ambition was big, and he was scheming for more than just the Yan family's small fortune. I heard that Yan Fengshuan's marriage partner is the daughter of one of the most prestigious families in Xiangqing, and she has received an elite education since she was a child, which means that she is going to be the mother of the house. This look is very tactful. Annan is at a disadvantage without a prestigious family to back her up. It's not easy for a man to fight in the mall. It's all unseen bloodshed. But how much do you know about the tactics of a woman on the battlefield? In this society, there is so much damage done to women that sometimes it doesn't take a single cut or a single shot. It's enough to make that person lose their name and live their life with fingers pointed at them for the rest of their lives. Have a little fun. If you've had enough, you'll break up. And if you haven't, what about your wife or fiancé? Does she allow her husband's heart to be in someone else's? And are you able to protect her? After she experienced what happened to Feng Liu, she was now scared when she thought about it. One is lucky enough to have a scare. But what about Anning? When you're fighting in that world of fame and fortune, you're always on the defensive. Alone again. Will you marry her? How could it be? Yan Fengshuan didn't hesitate. Peaceful? From the beginning to the present, not in his choice of wives. Because she's not helping her cause. Don't tell me there isn't a lot of depth between the two. Even if there are deep feelings, how many people would give up a great opportunity with a bright future for a woman? Yan Fengshuan's answer was expected by Jiang Nan. For men, women are just spices. Especially in Yan's multi-child family. Love, is the most worthless thing. Yan Fengshuan, his thoughts are more realistic. When he achieves that position, what kind of woman do you want not have? I owe you the news of Feng Liu, Jiang Nan said, getting up and walking away. After taking 2 steps, she turned around again. This news, if you can find out about it, then Xie Qingzhou must have known about it as well? He's pressing on, is it for fishing? Yan Fengshuan shook the red wine in his glass. Jiang Nan, mind your own business. Don't worry about a Ning. What do you mean? Yan Fengshuan spread his hands. If you're worried about me, why don't you worry about you and Xie Qingzhou? Jiang Nan laughed. Heart you. Heart is a Ning. One by one. No one good thing. Yan Fengshuan was very clear that he wouldn't marry a Ning, which made her feel uncomfortable. Obviously he was the one who pestered in the first place, and Ning thought about playing this kind of man, not being eaten by him without any bones left. It was hard not to be angry inside her. Yang Ji sent her a message, a photo. It seems to be a photo of Feng Liu, who was a nightclub escort many years ago. Jiang and looked for a corner. Where did this picture come from? Yang Ji didn't say anything. What's wrong? It's Mr. Yang. Jiang Nan frowned. Rong Chong. Yes. How he? I don't know. Just sent me the picture to pass on. Yang Ji explained. Jiang Nan hung up the phone, and a lot of doubts arose in his mind. Yang Chong obviously knew what she was trying to do. At that time in Qingliang Mountain, she chose to exchange for the news of Zhangqin. Now that Feng Liu is still active in the entertainment industry, just based on the fact that once Feng Liu personally admitted that the fire was related to her, there is no way that she would be able to endure it. It was the lives of her father and brother. Not to mention that Feng Liu had repeatedly victimized her. A photo like that, just by sending it out, would be enough to keep her from ever making a comeback. When a person hits rock bottom, he is bound to ask for help towards the person behind him. Maybe, back then, things would have revealed themselves. This is indeed a good plan. But how did Rong Zhang know about the connection between her and Feng Liu? Jiang Nan met Rong Chong in the afternoon of the second day, also at the meeting place. Young Chong attended as an outstanding young entrepreneur. Jiangnan found a chance to see him very late. Without pleasantries, she got right to the point. Why are you helping me? Rong Chong still had the same svelte and polite look and would smile lightly when he looked at her. I thought you knew. What Jiangnan didn't believe, because he did so much good to her. With a look from her, as if he knew what she was saying, he gave a low chuckle. Jiangnan, I quite like it. It's nothing to do something for you, right? We've only just met. Young Chong looked at her for a long time. It's not that you just met, it's just that you forgot. Chapter 154. Don't like him anymore. Jiangnan looked sideways at Rong Chong. What? The man's gaze fell on her silently. He then guffawed. It's nothing. Jiangnan simply tilted his body and stared at him. The way she peered at him tanly was a bit presumptuous after all. But she didn't think so. You're not the type to be this undirected. It's not like you. He looked familiar to her the first time she saw him. Now that he said she had forgotten, it tickled even more of her curiosity. Rong Chong was at least a man who had seen the world, and there was no shortage of women throwing themselves around, and even some who had deliberately seduced them. But the only one who looked straight at him like this, with such frank eyes, was Jiangnan. Jiangsu, it's your brother. Yes, Jiangsu is my brother. You are from Parsons School of the Arts, and so is my brother. Jiangnan understood. For Jiangnan, Jiangsu was her role model and goal, and she had followed in her brother's footsteps by choosing that school. Jiangsu and Rongzhang were about the same age. You're Jiangsu's classmate? Rong Chong raised the tip of his eyebrows. Yes, Jiangsu's classmate. He didn't care about me when I didn't have food. The implication was that it was impossible for him to stand by and watch Feng Liyu's matter. That was something she hadn't expected to have a connection to. Why didn't you say so then, huh? You have a strong nature. Will you cooperate when I tell you? Jiangnan touched his nose awkwardly. I certainly will. Rong Chong laughed lowly. Sometimes you don't have to care too much and you don't have to prove yourself too much anymore. People have emotional tendencies. If your cooperation proposal satisfies me, and it happens to be that we're on good terms, of course I'll choose to cooperate with you because I'm relieved. Okay, Mr. Rong, I've been taught. I'll try to make myself a bit more professional. Don't care if others help me or not. Jiangnan said, no wonder. I feel a bit familiar with you. Really, when did I feel familiar? It was the first time you came to Haicheng that I thought there was something familiar about you. It was as if he had seen you somewhere before. Rong Chong looked at her. Jiangnan was 27 years old and had gone through family changes. She should have been ripe and mellow in appearance, but she was frank and pure. I once saw you very young, naive little girl look, very different from now. Then I think you are a small child, beautiful princess look. Now, I count her as quite heartfelt. Jiangnan pressed his fist against his lips and faked a couple coughs. Is really like 1,000 sails through. The original heart has not changed. You still live out the appearance of your father and brother expect. Not flattering, not flattering. Not proud, not extravagant. Self-respect and sincere. Wow, you have such a high opinion of me. Jiangnan said, perhaps because of her brother or perhaps because of what she once was. Her heart was surprisingly incredibly soft at this moment. Thank you, young Chong. You're welcome. And if anything happens in the future, I'll cover you, same as I did when your brother was around. He said, eyes on her, serious and determined. Jiangnan's eyes were slightly moist. Okay. I'll remember your words, and I'll remember the help you gave me. Rong Chong had given her such information about Feng Liyu, which was really useful to her. In this moment, she was still relaxed like never before, and she even listened to young Chong tell some funny, embarrassing stories about her brother at school. It reminded her that someone as bright and dazzling as Ming Ming turned out to have been gone for years. The meeting on this side ended, and Jiang Nan walked out of the resort with Rong Chong. Rong Chong was also quite busy, only that he received the invitation and came over. The two were not as polite as usual, and the two said goodbye to each other. Xie Qingzhou stood in front of the car, and when he saw the two men, his face collapsed and his eyes were heavy with gloom. Jiangnan didn't see him, was waiting for Rongzhang to leave. She looked at her phone to ask Yang Ji where he had gone before she saw the message Xie Qingzhou had sent her and several missed calls. Xie Qingzhou informed Yang Ji that he didn't have to come. Gangnam spun around and saw him. He was wearing a long black overcoat and his car was on double blinkers, and he was looking at her through the crowds of people coming and going. Jiangnan didn't move, chatting with Rongchang without looking at his phone. Xie Qingzhou took a step towards her and stood in front of her. Her makeup was light, and her hair was loose, seaweedy waves that fluttered in the breeze, overly glamorous. Jiang Nan gave him a look. "What brings you here?" "Pick you up," he said. Jiang Nan didn't answer again. Xie Qingzhou reached out his hand and tried to hold her. Jiang Nan stuck his hands in his pockets and didn't move. Xie Qingzhou was a bit exasperated in the end. "We are husband and wife. We don't need to avoid suspicion, right? Also did not see her with that Rong Zhang to avoid suspicion. Come out together, also do not mind the cold and chat for a long time. Did you ask me to come here as part of the reason for Tong's salary?" Jiang Nan asked him. Xie Qingzhou looked at her. She wasn't wearing much. "Get on the car first. You find some time and have a good chat with Tong Qian," he said. "My professional ability tells me that Tong Qian is a good fit for the general manager of Breeze Plaza." Yeah, I'll talk to him," she responded. Getting into the car, Xie Qingzhou sat in the driver's seat and looked at her. Her outfit was still very commuter. Even if it wasn't a very colorful dress on her, it made her very dainty. The neck is so white that you just can't quite take your eyes off of it. After Xie Qingzhou had gone to find Xiao Zhang, he was a little restless inside. There are some answers that you still have to find on your own. So, even though she was cold, he reached out and stroked her head very favorably. "Buy you fondue?" Jiang Nan was surprised. "Can you eat hot pot?" "I'll eat whatever you like." He started the car, rather humbling her. Jiang Nan leaned back in the passenger seat and glanced at him. Thinking about it, the two were extremely entwined the other day. "Xie Qingzhou, I don't want to change." Even if, that night, both were excited beyond belief. She too, submitting to the pleasures of her body, couldn't help herself. But afterward, she was quite chagrined. In the past 2 days, she also calmly thought about it. Also, he has nothing to do with the former, nothing to do with the experience of these days. In all fairness, she now just do not like him. That's why he chose to ignore his overtures and wasn't going to give him another chance. Chapter 155. Let's go all the way to the end. This is sort of an old story. Jiang Nan finished his words for a long time, but Xie Qingzhou did not answer. As if he hadn't heard that, the car squeezed into traffic and drove smoothly. The car was quiet, so quiet that Jiang Nan was surprised. Ever since the last time the two had talked, he had treated her not quite the same as before. However, Jiang Nan knew that Xie Qingzhou was an excellent hunter. He won't let go of his prey until he gets his hands on it. The place that Xie Qingzhou had set for dinner had a beautiful view. Where they sat, attached to a garden, the lawn floor lamps emitted a dim warmer, starry glow that punctuated the silent night. It's a nice way to eat hot pot in such a location. The two had only a handful of dates and got divorced instead of being intimate, which made Gangnam really uncomfortable. "Did you hear me?" she asked him. Xie Qingzhou leaned back in the seat and looked at her. "Not deaf, of course I heard it. Isn't Zhang Qin still not back?" He said. "Even if he doesn't divorce for the time being, wouldn't it be better to let her return to Haiqing, live at her own pace and make her own choices? Before, you could sacrifice like that for her. Now you can't wait." When he finished, he never continued to look at her. He took a cigarette out of the box and bit it between his lips, then asked her, "The wine here is good. Would you like some?" "No drink." She stopped talking to him and tried to eat in silence. The waiter brought up a cherry wine that looked delicious. Xie Qingzhou let the waiter leave and leaned over to pour her wine, wanting her to taste it. "This wine is quite unique. Young Chong, stay away from him." Jiang Nan raised her eyes to look at him for a moment. "Got it. Nothing untoward will happen while our marriage lasts." "You know full well that's not what I meant," Xie Qingzhou said, not continuing to dwell on this topic to explain. He turned. "Jiang Nan, I know that there is a lot of unpleasantness between us. Perhaps we horizontal and vertical do not have much time to get along with. Once you with love, now I am in the heart, that the rest of the time we relatively pleasant to get along with, but also is considered to make up for their respective regrets, is not it?" Jiang Nan didn't say anything. "Okay, I'll try." Xie Qingzhou hung his eyes. That cigarette was not lit after all. Young Chang's segment really isn't that high for this person. It also took only a few days to gain Jiang Nan's trust. He didn't avoid anyone's interest in finding out what happened to Feng Liu. It was as much a provocation to him as anything else. Rong Chong is not only determined to win Jiang Nan, but also seems to have bigger plans. As for what to plot, he wasn't quite sure for a moment. The meal, though it started out, wasn't exactly pleasant. However, the food over here is good and the exclusive cherry wine is characteristically mellow. Perhaps she had been cured by the food. Her mood seemed much brighter. The restaurant had a unique view as the two left the restaurant together. Whether it's the restaurant observation deck or the decor, it's inevitable for Gangnam, a graduate of the University of the Arts, to appreciate it. She came out of the restroom, and her waist was suddenly wrapped around by a big palm reaching out from behind a stone pillar, and her body was pressed against the cold wall. The glass wall around the corner reflected the image of the two men closely intertwined. The light outside was yellow and the bamboo shadows swayed, which was extremely beautiful. Is this what you call being relatively pleasant to be around? Other times were not pleasant, but one thing is ultimately pleasant, and that's all I can give you at the moment, so naturally, I'm going to give you more. He said, deliberately teasing her, watching the way she blushed. Mrs. Xie is thin-skinned and blushes when she says something affectionate, which is quite cute and inviting. Janan was soft from drinking. Xie Qingzhou's face was out of her neck, and he was able to smell the faint scent of wine drilling into the tip of his nose. Jiang Nen leaned against the wall and narrowed her eyes slightly at him. She sighed at these quirks of his. Xie Qingzhou, I don't know, since when you are not that important to me, I don't reject you. It's like I said, during the duration of the marriage, I won't do anything to embarrass you. It's also my obligation in the marriage. Though she didn't want that obligation. And let's not even talk about the fact that she needs help with Zhang Qin. She didn't want to make things worse either. Pissing him off would do her absolutely no good. If a brief compromise at this point could be exchanged for, say, a painful divorce from him some days later, she thought it was a great deal. Is this the only obligation between us? Xie Qingzhou said. His heart was unhappy, his sultry breath spewing as much as it could on her cheeks. Jiang Nan felt itchy and couldn't help but incline his head to hide. The man's fingers clasped her pretty chin. Jiang Nan, don't you have anything to explain to me? In this moment, he looked at the woman in front of him who had once loved him dearly. She looked at him quietly, unperturbed. Explain what? You look familiar to me. Jiang Nan frowned and was also a bit speechless. There's a lot of people who are familiar with her today. That time in the car, the way you were pestering me, it was a lot like. He looked into her eyes, not wanting to miss her emotions. Jiang Nan's breathing stuttered as she locked eyes with him and asked, what exactly are you testing? I just have a feeling that she's not the one I'm looking for. His lips almost on hers. Jiang Nan calmed his breathing as much as possible and didn't answer his words. He didn't say anything either, and the two just stared at each other. Such a confrontation is ultimately pointless. Xie Qingzhou took Jiang Nan back home. After entering the night, Jiang Nan's heart was still apprehensive and uneasy. People really can't do things against their will. It really does take a million lies to round out a lie. She had been pleasantly surprised to learn that she was the one he was looking for, only to be heartily disappointed by his deception. He was also deliberately misled because of Zhang Qin's situation. In any case, it would be difficult for her to get along with him in peace, so she might as well make a mistake and divorce each other. When she was confused and about to fall asleep, Xie Qingzhou returned to the room and circled her in his arms. Jiang Nan didn't open his eyes and let him be. In the days that followed, the two had a relatively pleasant time together. He would put his arms around her and kiss her when the mood struck him, but never touched her again. Even if he was needy, he would suppress it. The re-upgrading of Breeze Plaza is steadily progressing. And Xie Qingzhou is still in the Breeze group to do the evaluation. Even he went to the industrial park for a period of time, specifically want to do something. Jiang Nan is not very clear. Half a month later, Jiang Nan returned to the old mansion with Xie Qingzhou. Mr. and Mrs. Xie Qingchuan were there, and there was even a lawyer, so the scene was quite serious. Jiang Nan sat down before Xie Jingyuan handed her a document. Here, take a look. She was puzzled until she saw the contents of the document and looked at her father-in-law in surprise. Dad, this? Breeze Group was originally the Jiang family's industry. Now that you're on your own, you can also make him independent. Xie's that trading company which you started up also together to you. But why? Jiang Nan was confused. At this moment, he also understood Xie Qingzhou this time in the Breeze Group with auditing busy, even went to the industrial park, busy, very detailed, even financial reports, some places to how to manage, avoid risk are very detailed. She finally realized now that he was trying to help her. Chapter 156. From the moment Xie Qingzhou sold his movie and television company and appeared in Xie's conference room, Jiang Nan had sensed something was wrong. Is something wrong with the company? Jiang Nan asked. After all, she'd been in the mall for a while, so that acumen should be there. Xie Jingyuan looked at Jiang Nan and smiled. The company doesn't have any business, and I don't have any business. It's just to see that you've matured and are considered to have a firm foothold in the Breeze. Just like what we said in the first place, the Breeze is going to go back to the Jiang family in the end. Just take advantage of the opportunity that Breeze Plaza will reopen in a few days. It's not all on me. During this period of time, although she and Xie Qingzhou were not warm and fuzzy, she knew that without Xie Qingzhou, she did not know how long she would have to deal with those tricky things. He's your husband. Doesn't he have to help you out? Mrs. Xie said, these are all what you deserve. The in-laws persuaded, and Jiangnan did not continue to push back. The lawyer had all the paperwork done when she signed her name. The heart is still emotional, even hard. The company that her father had once single-handedly founded, tossed around for years with the help of the Xie family, was truly back in her hands, no longer under Xie's umbrella. After the lawyer left, perhaps thinking of his father and brother, Gangnam nestled in the side hall. The Xie family didn't bother her and left her alone. Xie Qingzhou brought her some favorite fruits and sat on the sofa diagonally across from her. Jiangnan sat up with a hugging pillow. I am supposed to be thanking you. Okay. How are you going to thank me? Gangnam. He wasn't polite at all, and she instantly didn't want to thank him. How do you thank me? You pretend I didn't say that. You clearly said. He touched her face. I will no longer go to Breeze once the company is officially in your hands. Jiangnan looked at him. I'd better thank you. Between husband and wife, too raw. Xie Qingzhou said that he really didn't like her thanking him. Jiangnan lowered his eyes, not knowing how to answer. Xie Qingzhou moved to the long sofa beside her and wrapped his arms around her waist, wrapping her into his embrace. Xie Qingzhou, I'm quite afraid of you being like this. He looked at her with a frown. All this time he'd been accommodating her. He wouldn't do anything she didn't want, but it didn't seem to help. He didn't want to lose his temper with her, but this attitude of hers was really irritating to him who was used to being strong. Is it possible that you can't see what I do in your eyes now? I don't want to fight, Xie Qingzhou. It's not that you don't want to fight, you don't even want to say a word to me. During this time, she was at his side in person, but not in spirit. Whether it was kissing or hugging, she was very passive. Xie Qingzhou looked at her cold face, let go of her, got up and left, really not willing to argue with her. Not a moment later, she heard the sound of a car starting. She's calm. Seeing that the two don't get along, Shay wants to think about coming to hug her at his dad's behest. Jiangnan loved Xie wanting to think about it. The little girl was soft and healing when he hugged her tightly. Third auntie, weren't you and third uncle nice during the new year? I thought that I could be a sister again. It's just that something happened, and I'm not really a good match for your Uncle Sam, I guess. But Uncle Sam is thinking of you. Jiangnan smiled and touched Think's face. He didn't think about me, did he? I think he was thinking of you. The day you came back from out of town and Uncle Sam couldn't make it back from the hospital, and asked me to let me hug you really hard. What? Jiangnan looked at Xie to think about it, was surprised. It was the day I was waiting for you, and it was Uncle Sam who told me to hug you. Jiangnan's eyes moistened under the fact that she had no way to tell Think about it. Xie Qingzhou made a choice that a hug would not be enough. How much of his accommodations now, as he had once patiently curried favor, were genuine and how much calculated? Xie Qingzhou left the old mansion and had no place to go, so he went to eat with Song Susanna Ji. Susanna Song has no sympathy for his current situation and spits on him for his lack of patience. After all, Jiangnan has been looking at his cold face for years, and said that if he had the same energy for Jiangnan as he did for the person in his heart, he wouldn't be like this. When Xie Qingzhou heard this, his fingers were slightly stunned as he smoked. Xie Qingzhou was out of his mind when his cell phone rang. He picked up his mother's call. What's up, Mom? Jiang ah. She answered a phone call and left in quite a hurry. I asked her what was wrong and she didn't say. Xie Qingzhou called Jiangnan for a long time before she picked up. Where? I'm not okay. Where? Xie Qingzhou's voice was cold. I'm on my way to the airport. Flight. Jiangnan didn't say anything. She could solve these things by herself. She naturally didn't want to cross paths with him any deeper. Jiangnan, do you believe you won't be able to fly today? 40 minutes later, Xie Qingzhou found Jiangnan at the airport. The two boarded the plane together. The plane to Changqing. Jiangnan face is not good. Xie Qingzhou on the way to the airport called Yan Fengshuan. He wasn't in. Jiangnan didn't say anything, and he didn't ask. But if he wasn't wrong, the only thing that made her so worried was Ning. Recently, Ning was filming in Changqing. The plane landed at the Fragrant City airport and stepped out of the gate. Xie Qingzhou saw Rongzhang at a glance. He nodded his head towards him and then spoke to Jiangnan very familiarly. The Anning is fine. just a little skin grazed. Jiang Nan was relieved to hear that. Where's the perpetrator? Drinking, and now people talk nonsense. The two of them were talking to each other as if he was the outsider. Rong Chong personally came to pick her up, and Jiang Nan naturally walked towards the passenger seat. Xie Qingzhou smiled coldly and sat up the moment Jiang Nan opened the car door. Gangnam had to sit in the back. When they arrived at the hospital, Jiang Nan went to see Ning. Xie Qingzhou, on the other hand, called out to Rong Zhang in the hospital's long corridor. Young Chong looked back at him. What's wrong? What the hell do you want to do? Rong Chong was surprised. I didn't do anything. I like Jiang Nan, but she only treats me as a friend. I believe in my wife's character, but I don't believe in you, whether it's BR's program or your appearance in Qingliang Mountain. I don't believe that there is such a coincidence. There's nothing I can do if Mr. Xie doesn't believe me. Rong Chong said helplessly. Okay, even if it's a coincidence, you knew Feng Liyu's bottom line a long time ago, right? But you chose to tell Jiang Nan at this time. What do you want? Rong Chong looked at Xie Qingzhou. I really can't understand. What are you saying? Xie Qingzhou looked at him, quite good at playing innocent. Feng Liyu's bottom line was hidden cleanly after he found her. Rong Chong gave Jiang Nan as a gift, which means that he knew Feng Liyu's secret much earlier. Chapter 157. Xie Qingzhou did not know before what exactly was the connection between Jiang Nan and Feng Liyu. It was Feng Liyu's words that reminded him when he was at Qingliang Mountain. It wasn't what he saw between the two. Jiang Nan checked Feng Liyu exhaustively. He really couldn't understand what he was pretending to understand, and Xie Qingzhou didn't really want to know. You stay away from her. Xie Qingzhou warned him, his voice low and dangerous. But Rong Zhang is also the mall to kill and wade all the way through. How can there be fear? I was the one who informed Jiang Nan of Feng Liyu's details, because I knew what she was going to do, only to fulfill her. And you, as her husband, didn't know? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Rong Chong said. His tone was very, very light. Xie Qingzhou, however, heard the sinister flavor in his words. Now that you've said that, I'll be blunt. I just figure she's the one. I think she deserves to be cherished. You don't. So, you are worthy. Xie Qingzhou asked with a smile, but that smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. I don't know. It's up to Gangnam to make her own choices. Rong Zhang, that was that slightly relaxed stance. His face was still gentle and warm. Mr. Xie, I'm not Zhou Qian. Xie Qingzhou's eyes were deep as he looked at this person who came out halfway. Weekly dives are known. Obviously this preparation is not done for a day. In the long corridor of the hospital, the two did not speak again, and the silence around them seemed to make even the exhalation of breath clearly audible. Young Chong smiled, took his phone, and replied to a few messages. Since we've come to this point in our conversation, then I'll give you a gift. When Xie Qingzhou was in doubt, his cell phone rang. It was Xiao Chong's call. Hello, Mr. Xie. Do you have time for a chat? Now? It is now. Xie Qingzhou let out a low laugh and gave Rong Zhang a sideways glance. Good wow. His phone choked off and young Chong looked at him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Is it worth it to just expose your cooperation with Xiao Chong? Rong Chong did not expect him to come with Jiang Nan, and originally did not want to be so early, letting Xie Qingzhou know that he had contact with Xiao Chong. It's just that, when it's all said and done, it's unmanly to hide it any longer. Worth it, for her, I think it is quite worth it. Only you cannot go. You do not go. I have no way to be with Jiang Nan, and my ploy is not successful, Mr. Xie. How do you choose? In the hospital room, Jiang Nan looked at Ning's face was all scratched up and he was still giggling at her. Apart from her face, Ning didn't have any major problems beside that. It was actually just scary to look at, and it didn't even hit me. Now it's all going to be disfigured. If it really hits you, won't you be finished? Jiang Nan clasped his hands to his chest and looked at her without taking it seriously. Yan Fengshuan didn't talk to you? Jiang Nan asked, getting even more fed up with this Yan. The first couple of years Anan was losing half his life and backing out of the ring. If she hadn't been strong herself, it would have been hard to pull through. Now, is this going to cost you your life? Jiang Nan knew Yan Fengshuan's choice, but it was also really hard for her not to be chosen. But even if there were no feelings left, being told that the man never wanted to choose her would be hard and affect her mood, by and large. And Ning lay on the bed. Talk about what? Love. Her relationship with Yan Fengshuan was that. Normally, she had no time for filming, commercials, or even studying scripts, or even learning to hone her acting skills. Yan Fengshuan, although in the relationship is quite crummy, but in the work that is absolutely very progressive, was once the youngest at MIT and won the scholarship. Chinese, from the student age is excellent, and then now work but also very desperate, talk about love, not suitable for him and her. I'm way past the age where men provide emotional value. Had enough fun yet? Enough fun to break it off? And Ning propped up his arm to get up. You. But do not persuade people to break up. Ah. What's wrong with him? Did you know he's getting engaged soon? Annan was confused. I know now, okay? Her main fight is a listen to persuasion. WeChat to Yan Fengshuan sent a message to break up, and then promptly deleted all contact information. It was so fast that it made Jiang Nan envious. And Ning heard that Rong Zhang picked her up and Xie Qingzhou even followed her. Her eyes glowing. The two kings met. What do you mean? Fry. It's just a hell of a place. The way Rong Zhang looked at her was really not innocent, and Xie Qingzhou was sticky this time. Jiang Nan has been in for so long, but there are no two people to come in, so it can be seen that the battle is intense. You have so many words. Jiang Nan poured water for Ning. In front of Rong Chong. Don't talk nonsense. Don't add to the chaos. Got it? Didn't you say that he's a classmate of Brother Livid? First of all, he is my partner, Jiang Nan said, even if it is a divorce. She's also not looking to start her next relationship for a while. Since you don't have an idea, don't mess with people. And Ning understood her. Okay. I know, last time in Qingliang Mountain, I was really pissed off. That's why I took Rong Zhang and pissed him off. But this time I won't cause trouble for you. Mind your own business. From now on, this side of Fragrant City you come less. As he was talking, a soft knock sounded on the door. Not a moment later, Xie Qingzhou pushed the door in, looked at Ning, and called Jiang Nan out. Jiang Nan arrived outside and subconsciously looked around, not seeing Rong Chong. This caused Xie Qingzhou's eyes to sink again. Looking for him, huh? The man picked me up personally, and now that I don't know where he is, of course I have to ask. It's the polite thing to do. So afraid of me bullying him? Xie Qingzhou raised his eyebrows. The smile at the corner of his mouth had a few hints of sarcasm. Think what you want. Call me for what exactly? She was too lazy to accompany him to go crazy, and I don't know how this jealousy is so big. It's true that what you think in your heart is what you see in others. I'm going. Jiang Nan looked at him. If you have something to do, go ahead. Xie Qingzhou pulled her wrist. Xiao Chong gave me a call and wanted to talk to me. Talk about what? I don't know. Jiang Nan looked at him and didn't break him down. By coming to tell her, he's actually made a choice and doesn't have to cover it up with, I don't know. Xie Qingzhou looked at Jiang Nan. Her face was extremely calm, even cold. She had been exasperated by Rong Zhang's words, and now she was even more upset. What I'm going to talk about is most likely about my first love, he warned. Is she that cold, that doesn't care? Xie Qingzhou, it's not the first day I learned about this. If I hold on to it, how unthinking and unintelligent am I? Are you holding on to it? You know about Zhang Qin, you have never ceased not to let go. You, on the contrary, you are happy to see it. You are hate to push me to someone else so as to smooth the divorce with someone else to start. Jiang Nan frowned, really unable to listen, and wanted to shake off his hand. However, Xie Qingzhou's force was held just right, so that she did not break free but still had room to struggle. Jiang Nan, you? Xie Qingzhou wanted to say to her to make her care about him a little bit, even a little bit. He sighed and finally let go of her. Okay. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. All is you. Chapter 158 Vulnerability. Xie Qingzhou was proud, so he did not allow such a long period of time to go by without a single response to his accommodations and pleasing. Even though he clearly knew that Song Susanna knew that she was right, and that Jiang Nan had been left out in the cold by him for 3 whole years, he just couldn't do what she did and watch over her without complaint. Jiang Nan looked up at Xie Qingzhou. He was still as handsome as he was when he first saw him, but the austere aura on his body now finally made him realize that his patience had reached its limit. Perhaps, too, she was blaming her, saying that she'd acted stupid and hadn't been much of a fool to upset him. She didn't explain. Perhaps it was expected. She knew he wouldn't last long, for not loving enough. Xie Qingzhou's back disappeared in the hotel's corridors, and Jiang Nan went back to the hospital room. Annan looked around anxiously, seeing her before asking, "What's going on?" She sat down and took an apple for Ning to peel. Xiao Chong wants to talk to him. And Ning rolled her eyes and didn't know what Xie Qingzhou thought. Young Chong is eyeing Jiang Nan. He just can't see it. People come to him for a talk and he leaves his wife behind. I just think he always gets you. It's a tried and true method. Annan said. I know. From the moment he tried to get the brooch back, he had her psyche pinned to death, and now Zhang Qin. His methods aren't much more than brilliant, if not just egregious and blunt. Jiang Nan was angry and helpless, as if there was nothing else he could do. I'm wishing now that Zhang Qin would come back sooner, or that I'm not strong enough to be constrained in these matters. She also wanted to go over to see Zhang Qin's and ask her how she suddenly stopped getting divorced. But country, Xiao Chong is that kind of identity she rashly go, that is to add to the chaos, do not see Zhang Qin but instead will make themselves into a passive. Therefore, she had to count on Xie Qingzhou after all. And Ning looked at Jiang Nan and suddenly smiled. Laughing at what? Miss Jiang now means can let people Xie always help? But also cold people. This is with kneeling down, I beg you a thing, not much difference. Which end are you standing on? Me? Stand you cluck, he time and time again let a person disappointed, now in my here no trust, otherwise again in the company to give you some very good advice, again to help you get the board of directors of that gang of old things, and now the Breeze Group is also considered in his help, back to your hands, I also stand hope that you reconsider Xie family 3 young it. Only Xie Qingzhou this person's heart, too deep. It was so deep that one couldn't tell if it was genuine or calculated. The night is late. Jiang Nan was staying in the hospital to accompany Ning to her bed. The door to the hospital room was pushed open at once, startling both of them. Yan Fengshuan looked at Ning lying on the bed. Her cheeks and forehead were all bruised, gauze wrapped around her head. Her appearance was a bit wretched. Ning also froze, not expecting Yan Fengshuan to come. Gangnam got up. You guys have a chat. Walking out of the hospital room, Jiang Nan walked to the hospital's rest area. She stood in front of the window. The night was deeper and dewy. The long corridors in the hospital were empty at the moment, and in the distance the lights of the vanguard glowed in the darkness. She gripped the fence in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and braced herself for the exhaustion that was so great. The sound of footsteps from far and near. Jiang Nan raised his eyes and saw, from the glass curtain, the man with long legs and broad strides, coming in style. Rong Zhang's face is good-looking and upright because of the svelte temperament on the body. There is no sense of distance, suits, straight figure, put into the pile of people that is also instantly recognizable. He is very outstanding and extraordinary. Only, she didn't turn around and pretend she didn't see it. After all, emotional debts were hard to pay, and she didn't want to owe too much. It was a burden on her mind that she couldn't afford to pay back. A weekly dive, that's enough. Young Chong eventually walked over and stood beside her. Why are you coming over again so late? I don't feel very comfortable with you being alone. Jiang Nan tilted her head to look at him, and Rong Zhang did not hide it. Xie Qingzhou. I was the one who sent him away. You don't want to see him, annoy him. Rong Chong's directness made Jiang Nan smile. So, you know Xiao Chong? Just met. I didn't expect him to come over, and I probably know what he is doing. He tripped Xiao Chong and sold the company. This is not a small matter. Xiao Chong was Xie Qingzhou this time consumed. Xie young master has money. Take the money to smash to others to trip him so that Xiao always lost a lot of business, but also the first time to see so not according to the cards. I sent the door, trying to pry Xie Qingzhou's wall. Xiao Chong is naturally happy. Do you have to say it so directly? Jiang Nan turned around, leaning his back against the fence to look at him. You're very smart and good at pretending you can't understand what others are saying. But candid, since that's the case, I think I'll be more direct as well. Rong Chong said, Jiang Nan, I do like you a lot because of those unintentional moments in working with you that made my heart flutter. But I respect you. Being an old acquaintance, I actually feel sorry for you. I know what's in your heart. Just think of me as Jiang Shui. If he sees you living such a life, he won't do nothing, right? Perhaps it was the mention of Jiang Su. Or perhaps it was someone backing her up. Jiang Nan's heart moved and her eyes moistened again. Over the years, she had been the one holding everything together, afraid to be vulnerable. Except once in front of Zhou Qian, she had taken off her guard and followed him like a little girl to get a burger. It had been a long time since she had experienced what it was like to be guarded. For a moment, it was as if she felt as if Zhou Qian had returned. Thanks, Ward. Yan Fengshuan bent down and looked at Ning for a while before reaching down to unbutton her. What are you doing, you foul beast? If she hadn't dodged fast, her leg would probably be broken today. This dead thing is like this upon meeting? What do you think? Let's see. Are there any other injuries on your body? No, you don't have to look. I told you we shouldn't see each other anymore. Did I agree? Yan Fengshuan's eyes were cold and heavy as he held her down, literally pickpocketing her. It was a relief to see that she was only a little bruised and her arms and legs were unbroken. And Ning rolled her eyes. All right, you come when you come. Hurry up and leave. I don't want to be the junior that everyone shouts at. When she didn't have a boyfriend or girlfriend, it was fine to have a little fun. But when she did, she definitely wouldn't dwell on it. I'm here with you. You stay with me, you. How incredible is this to hear? Yen Fengshuan, we are pal friends. Right, this is not suitable for us, right? Yen Fengshuan ignored her and went out and told Jiangnan, you go back. I'll stay with her tonight. Then the door slammed shut and locked from the inside. Anning, how could she, back then, have been blind enough to look at such an epileptic male? Chapter 159. Jiangnan called the door. How could she not open it? In the hospital, she could not really kick the door. I've booked a hotel for you, so go rest and I'll send you there. Rong Chang said. Plus, it's not as serious on the Annan side. I'll go over there myself. Young Chang clasped his hands to his chest and looked at her. Jiangnan surrendered. Okay, Mr. Rong. I'll listen to Mr. Rong's arrangement and won't be so polite and raw with you. The two left the hospitalization department together. The weather in Changqing was a lot more suitable temperature-wise than Haiqing. Even at night, there are enough clothes inside. Jiangnan took off his coat and pulled it up in the crook of his arm. She stood in the doorway of the hospital wing, waiting for young Chang to drive up. Under the shadow of the lamp, Jiangnan is still beautiful. Her face looks clearer than in the past. Only her face looks slightly pointed and thin, but not lose the charm, just that pair of limpid eyes like autumn water. It is enough to provoke men to want to possess her desire. Not to mention that she has a chiseled body, curves and exquisite. It is very tempting. A black car pulled up, and Jiangnan raised his eyes and looked over with a polite smile. Only when the person who got down from the car was Xie Qingzhou. Her whole body froze and her smile froze. Her smile disappeared from her lips, and the exasperation in Xie Qingzhou's heart won out even more. Wrapping his arms around her, he lowered his head and went to kiss her. How do you? I didn't leave, did I? Expecting me to leave so much? I'm not going to do what you want. He nibbled on her lips and hoisted her into his arms. The man's hand landed on her slender waist. He knew what kind of spring color was under her clothes, and he didn't allow anyone else to get their hands on it. She can only be his. As young Chang drove up, the light swept down on the two people kissing in front of the hospital wing. It was going to be an early night, and the light was surprisingly beautiful as the man with the upright body wrapped his arms around the delicate beauty in his arms and kissed. He could see the side of the man's face at an angle, and it was quite nice. Xie Qingzhou did not leave, which was something that surprised Rong Zhonghim. As at Mr. Nanshu's dinners, he was always a bit of a surprise. Still, he found it oddly interesting. If the opponent is too stupid, naturally it's not much fun. He didn't get out of the car and silently backed up as the car pulled away. Xie Qingzhou's kisses went from strong to rolling and lingering. Coaxing Gangnam to respond to him didn't accomplish the goal though. But it was enough. He left her lips and clasped her in his arms. Won't leave you behind. Inexplicably, Jiangnan's eyes soured, and the suffocating, sour feeling fermented into needles that stuck deep in her heart. Jiangnan tried to push him away but couldn't, and finally could only pound him hard. He didn't move, just held her and let her vent. The man's lips landed between her ears. I kinda like it when you spill than when you're cold. Jiangnan was so angry that she bit him, and he didn't move, but enjoyed it for a few moments. Getting into the car, Jiangnan quietly sat in the passenger seat. Her thick lashes covered her pale skin, creating a shadow that had a moving melancholy about it at the moment. He leaned in and brushed her lips, then lowered his head for a shallow taste. Jiangnan averted his face. Just don't ask me how I didn't go. You can go if you like. She didn't take it well. At the time, when talking to her, he was really angry and didn't want to care about her or ignore her. It's not like she cares about him anyway and is blind to what he's giving. It's just that he's sinking the costs now, and it's too much of a loss. Not only did he lose her, but he let someone get the better of him. He's not going to do this at a loss. Xie Qingzhou also understood Jiangnan. If Yen Fengshuan didn't come back, it was impossible for her to leave Ning behind. Therefore, he waited for Yen Fengshuan to return and was also calming himself down. Jiangnan, come with me. I'll go meet Xiaochong, and you go meet Zhang Qin. Jiangnan's breathing tightened, somewhat in disbelief. She can really go see Zhang Qin? Brightly and squarely go to see Zhang Qin, then have a good chat with her and ask her how her days have been over the years. Want to go? Xie Qingzhou asked her. Go. Okay, grin. I'll kiss you a little longer then, he said, picking her up and settling her on his lap. She sat on the waist of the one she was sitting on, his hand holding the crook of her leg, slightly craning his neck to meet her gaze. Xie Zhou, can you not be so shameless? I think the shameless way suits me better. It can be too hard to get you to accept me, he said, his tone roguish, before stretching his neck to kiss her. It's a little over a 3-hour flight from Fragrant City to B-Town. Jiang Nan did not expect that Xiao Chong was in B-City again with Zhang Qin. It's right on the edge of the Imperial City in the quadrangle, and you can see the buildings of the Imperial City when you push open the window. Such a location, such a house, is worth a lot of money, so it is evident that Xiao Chong's financial strength is extremely strong. Xiao Chong was surprised when he looked at Jiang Nan, who came with Xie Zhou. I thought, come by yourself, bring Jiang Nan. Xiao Chong said. His eyes fell on her, then smiled. Is this mockery? Can I see Chin Chin? People are here, and not letting you see them makes me look like a mean and unreasonable person. Xiao Chong asked the servant to bring Zhang Qin over. When Zhang Qin saw Jiang Nan, he was so excited that he went to hug Jiang Nan. As if he didn't see Xie Zhou, he then led Jiang Nan to the study. She had been so lonely over the years that she was extraordinarily quiet and hid in her study when she had nothing else to do. Waiting for Jiang Nan to leave, Xiao Chong asked, Mr. Xie, can you tell me what you've smashed so much money to trip me up for? Just now, Zhang Qin's eyes, ignoring Xie Zhou like that, so she had no affection with him. Looking at Xie Zhou again, it was obvious that he was now a little more attached to his wife, and his eyes were cold when he looked at Zhang Qin. Then Xiao Chong did not understand. Xie Zhou, in the end, what is the reason to pay so much cost and money, just to take Zhang Qin away from him? In the end, what is the plot? So, he contacted young Chong to find out what was going on. For what? Xie Zhou lit a cigarette and sat in a leisurely position. I didn't come because of Zhang Qin. Xie Zhou said. So the question you asked, like I want to know, do you have Jiangsu's whereabouts or not? Is Jiangsu dead or alive? Or Jiangsu? Just Xiao Chong to pinch Zhang Qin's means? Xiao Chong stroked his chin. This is my bottom card. If I told you, you would definitely take her. He won't allow any to take Zhang Qin. So Xiao Chong looked at Xie Zhou with extra cold and solemn eyes with a killing intent. Xie Zhou just laughed. Mr. Xiao, since the two of us don't trust each other, I'll think of a win-win law for you. You cannot divorce, and you can let me take Zhang Qin away to Haiqing. Xiao Chong pulled his interest. Oh, there is such a good method? You have to take her away. What is it for? Confirm one thing. Chapter 160. It's not you after all. Zhang Qin looked at Jiang Nan with tears in her eyes the whole time. She reached out and touched her hand and then her face. Then tears poured down her face. It's true, but it's like a dream. Zhang Qin's words made Jiang Nan sad as well. She hugged her very hard. Come on, feel my suffocating hug. It's not a dream. We'll be home soon. Zhang Qin moved his lips, wanting to tell Jiang Nan about Jiangsu, but this is something that was never true in the first place. Xiao Chong's trickster. She was afraid that it was a fake. In vain a disappointment. Let's not go back for a while. Why? No reason. It's just that it's complicated between Xiao Chongchuan and me. Zhang Qin said why wouldn't she want to go back and do what she wanted to do. So tell me, do you want to go back or not? Of course I want to. It's just that you. Zhang Qin looked at Jiang Nan in a difficult manner. It's just that. Would this not be too good? Zhang Qin, even more stupid, also know. This period of time Xie Zhou, in order to be able to let her go back, spent a lot of money, but also not less to Xiao Chong to find trouble. Jiang, I'm not you after all. She was really too overwhelmed by the fact that Xie Zhou had given like this. And all these days Xiao Chong had been pressing her on why Xie Zhou had paid such a large cost to help her. Besides, I think he suspects. Zhang Qin said that the last time the two met, he looked at her so sharply that she almost couldn't make it up. He doesn't suspect a thing, and that's really stupid. So you're going to let him continue to help me? You used to like him so much. Yeah, used to like him so much then. Jiang Nan recalled the past and was inevitably sad. Who would have thought that she had once loved him so much and now counted on him so deeply? Now already do not like. Jiang Nan said, Qin, you don't have psychological pressure. You want to leave Xiao Chong, want to live freely. Without Xie Zhou, I can't do it. As for whether it's good or not, it's me and him. I saved his life when I was young. I want to use this return, use it on you. I don't regret it, and then it's too clear. As for the money, I can all return to him. I'm more rich now. Zhang Qin didn't know how on earth the two had gotten to this point. She didn't know what to say and just looked at Jiang Nan sadly. Jiang Nan gently patted Zhang Qin and spoke quietly. Xie Qingzhou's pleasing and accommodating. She could feel it. But he's been absent from this marriage for too long, and time again he's been given chances, and all he's gotten in return is disappointment. She didn't want to turn back, and she didn't want to wait where she was. For his love. Jiang Nan and Zhang Qin hadn't seen each other for many years, and they hadn't even said anything physical last time at Qingliang Mountain. When they met, they naturally had endless things to say, and Jiang Nan lay next to her on the small collapse in the study. Wait until you get home and stay at my house. My mom will be so happy. Zhang Qin couldn't help but hide his face in the nape of Jiang Nan's neck and sob lowly. You go back. And if you want to work, I'll open a gallery for you? I'm telling you, the last few years bar being raised, it's totally rice worm. Although Xiao Chong had registered his marriage with her, it was the same as a man bagging. The mentality of keeping a woman is the same, making her accustomed to dependence. Once a woman is willing to be wrapped up, once a woman is willing to be adopted, she becomes accustomed to a life of luxury, and it is not so easy for her to return to frugality. Desire is fed, shame is increasingly paralyzed, and selling your body becomes a matter of course. She'd traded her body for everything she'd wanted in the last few years. You're afraid I won't be able to support you, and if I can't, there's still a Ning. Xie Qingzhou stood at the entrance of the study with Xiao Chong, watching two people, leaning intimately together, talking about supporting her and wanting Annan to support her together. She didn't have any half-heartedness towards Zhang Qin in her heart. If it wasn't that Jiang Nan didn't have any affection for her at all anymore, then it was that Zhang Qin wasn't the person she was looking for at all. The two people were so excited to talk about Ning that they didn't even notice the two people at the door. I love the roles she plays so much. It's just a shame she hasn't worked in the past few years. Does she have a boyfriend or is she married? Nope, playing men now. Zhang Qin was shocked. What?
Once so SHY Person A.
She's so powerful ah. Xiao Chong looked at Zhang Qin. With him together these 7 years, she had not been so relaxed in front of him, nor had he seen her smile so bright. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Zhang Qin looked at her and his smile froze before he looked at Jiang Nan fondly. She knew it was time to part, and the next time they would meet, there was no telling when. Jiang Nan touched her hand soothingly, giving her a reassuring look. Xie Qingzhou saw Jiang Nan walking towards him and extended his hand. Jiang Nan looked at his long and good-looking fingers, and after a pause, she still dropped her hand in his palm. Goodbye, Mr. Xiao. Leaving Xiao Chong's quadrangle, the weather in the northern city was still foggy. The final flight arrived in B-Town, and the two rushed from the airport to their downtown hotel with only 2 hours of sleep. Xie Qingzhou held Jiang Nan's hand and called for a car. Rarely, she had been held by him, but she was not as cold as she had been before. What's all this talk about? Coming out with a change in attitude? Annan said that I have a problem with begging, and that I can't ask for another job and have people on their knees. Jiang Nan said, tilting his head to look at him. Xie Qingzhou heard this as a favored word and raised his eyebrows. This Ning is still quite useful, the female. General. Army side, I can say hello, and with her own professional ability, I don't think there's much of a problem. This surprised Jiang Nan. Are all gold masters this generous when they're happy? What a world. The weather in B-Town can't compare to the city of fragrance. And he put his arm around her shoulders, and before he got in the car, he said to her, You've made me happy, and guess what I can give you? If you can set Zhang Qin free, I'll give you whatever you want. Xie Qingzhou sidled over, his brows not as cold and hard as usual, looking at her in silence for a long time. You said it. I'll say. The car came and drove them back to the hotel. Back in the room, Xie Qingzhou pressed her against the door panel and kissed her. You! Isn't it true that you give me whatever I want? I want it now, Xie Qingzhou said, trapping her against the door panel, his fingers lightly holding her face and looking into her eyes. I want you so much. I feel that only moments like this can feel that you once loved me passionately. It belongs to him, too. Young Chong wasn't the only one who coveted her. He did too. After coming back from Qingliang Mountain, Jiang Nan changed in the marriage with her. She is like an outsider now, not sad, not happy, extremely cold. It's not what he wants. And the appearance of Rong Chong gave him a deep sense of crisis. He wanted, right now, for her to do it willingly, to do it with him once, to think of him as her husband, not as something else between the two of them, like when they were at MT Qingliang, when she hugged him and said she really liked him. Chapter 161. Discovering the Clues. Xie Qingzhou knew very well that such a request was ultimately extravagant. His choice in Qingliang Mountain had broken Jiangnan's heart. When the man's hand touched inside her clothes, Jiangnan held his hand. "You mean you can take Zhang Qin away? Not much of a problem, I guess." Jiangnan still couldn't believe it. Xiao Chong would agree? "What exactly did you say to him?" "That's what I've got," he said. "May I?" She let go of his hand. Xie Qingzhou wrapped his lips around her and swallowed her furiously. "Gangnam, hold me tight." Jiangnan leaned against the door panel and eventually climbed onto his shoulders. Jiangnan's head full of green silk scattered behind her, lining her skin glistening white like jade. The tears flowing out of the corner of her eyes were all hidden in her hair. When she tilted her neck up, her hair sticking to her fair skin, like dew-stained willows, swaying and moving. Xie Qingzhou was fascinated, and after touching her, he was incomparably fascinated. In foreign countries for many years, he has seen all kinds of people, the business world, dressed and exposed to throw a lot of women. He will not be lost in the eyes, but to see Jiangnan's limpid eyes and blushing look, he has no restraint. A love affair that ended at noon. Jiangnan hadn't slept much, and had been tossed around by him several times, and now slept peacefully, curled up in the covers. Xie Qingzhou lay beside her and just propped his head up to look at her. Couldn't see any magic in her either, but he was just fascinated. His cell phone buzzed and he fished it out of the floor and picked it up. "Your offer, I agree." Xie Qingzhou was not surprised by Xiao Chong's answer. He lifted the covers and got out of bed and went out into the living room. "My offer will certainly be far more effective than what you're seeing with that young guy, and it won't cost that much more. You didn't bring Jiangnan here to fight with Rongchong, did you?" "Both." Xie Qingzhou did not deny it. Bringing Jiangnan to Be City, for one thing, was to stop Rongchong from being alone with Jiangnan. Secondly, it was for her to meet Zhang Qin. The only thing he could do to win her over was this one thing, Zhang Qin. If Zhang Qin couldn't come back, he had lost his trust in Jiangnan's eyes after all. Young Chong says he doesn't know what Gangnam wants? He knows. Only, the way Jiangnan and Zhang Qin had no trouble with each other made the thought grow stronger in his mind that the person he was looking for was not Zhang Qin. How long? Within 2 weeks. Back from she's free. Isn't 2 weeks too long? Xie Qingzhou didn't want to make trouble. If you're comfortable with that, you can come back with us in a week and you take her. With words like this, Xie Qingzhou couldn't push too hard. Jiangnan slept until the afternoon, and when he woke up, Xie Qingzhou was on the phone in the living room. Xie Qingzhou back to Xie's work is very busy. Xiao Zheng's body is still not healed. A lot of things need his own hands. For example, he returned to Shay to form his own team. When Xie Qingzhou hung up the phone, he told Jiangnan to eat. She was also really hungry. As Xie Qingzhou gave her some food, he said to her, "Within 2 weeks." Jiangnan raised his head. "Within 2 weeks, Zhang Qin will be able to return to Haicheng?" "Yes." Xiao Chong agreed. A week later he went back to Yi country. "I pick her up." "I'll go too," Jiangnan said, personally picking the person back up. She was afraid that something would happen again, and everything would become a distant hope. Xie Qingzhou looked at her. "Jiangnan, don't you have anything to say to me?" "What?" Jiangnan asked suspiciously, his heart inevitably tightening. It's only normal that he's skeptical. But she couldn't say anything at such a critical time. This period of time for Zhang Qin Xie Qingzhou, whether money or use the relationship, is too much. If Zhang Qin wasn't the person she was looking for in his eyes, wouldn't he be a joke? Xie Qingzhou, this person, when he is good with you, he will coax you, give you warmth, give you everything. But being angry can be scary. He will definitely get back at her. It's hard to say if Zhang Qin can come back. So it's only right that she pretends not to understand. Or, "Is there anything that you need me to help you with?" Xie Qingzhou asked again. He'd been keeping an eye out for it ever since he'd learned of her deep connection to Feng Liu, and she'd wanted him to tell him. "No, you don't want to dispose of Feng Liu. In fact, you don't need to be so troublesome. Let Rongzhang help you. The video and audio are still in my hands," Xie Qingzhou said. These were actually the most intuitive and more damaging than exposing Feng Liu's past. Jiangnan smiled. "Let's talk about her afterward. Now it's about Zhang Qin." Her evasive mindset caused Xie Qingzhou to narrow his eyes. She stopped trusting him after all and didn't want to trouble him, which reminded him of Rongchong again. But he didn't dwell on this issue. After all, the atmosphere was still good. Continue eating. After eating, Xie Qingzhou booked a ticket back to Haicheng. I don't feel at ease with a Ning. Jiang Nan still wanted to go to Fragrant City and accompany a Ning. Yen Fengshuan is here. There's nothing for you to be uneasy about. Even if you were in Xiangxing, you wouldn't see her. Yen Fengshuan is still acting quite badly. Jiang Nan called a Ning and realized that she had been discharged from the hospital and had been received at home by Yen Fengshuan. Home? What does he mean? At this time of night, getting someone straight to the house? I don't know, have a seizure. Leave me alone. I can handle myself on my end. And Ning said so, and Jiang Nan had no choice but to trust her. She went back to Haiqing with Xie Qingzhou first. After going back, Jiang Nan's mood was relaxed, and after giving Rong Chong a call to express his gratitude, he went back to work. Xie Qingzhou was also, although not in Bree's group anymore, busier. He went to Xie's headquarters and showed his face at the head office while continuing to feel his way through the other companies to make thorough preparations for taking over the company. Between the two, there was a fair amount of harmony, or at least it wasn't as cold as it had been before. But Gangnam knew that she was merely cooperating with him. Xie Qingzhou has been interviewing people in person lately. Round by round, they filtered into his team. The secretary handed over a couple of resumes from Personnel Reliance. Xie Qingzhou flipped through them, and one of them was from Parsons School of the Arts, still in the same class as Jiang Nan. Somehow he tapped his fingers. This man. Give me a separate appointment. That's who he wanted to meet. It was just that it was ultimately inappropriate for him to meet a newcomer who hadn't even started yet. A woman, alone. Zhou was still nursing his leg, but it was still okay to see such a man, and he dropped it on him. When Xiao Zheng saw the person, he didn't talk nonsense. Does Jiang Nan know him? Jiang Nan seems to have a little impression. Does she often skip classes? Xiao Zheng frowned. What do you mean? Doesn't she always have full attendance? Going to class rain or shine? Chapter 162. Where were you when I couldn't see? No. Although we were all foreign students abroad, we didn't spend a lot of time together. And if it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Nan's major was so outstanding in the department when she was in school, she probably wouldn't have recognized her. A student who doesn't take his studies very seriously, skips classes a lot, and still gets a high major grade is just jealous. A newcomer interviewed in the company, the words are not so sure, but it is enough to make Zhou Zheng shocked. At this time, Xie Qingzhou was sitting in the office and sent a text message to Jiang Nan, wanting to have dinner together in the evening. Gangnam promised. The whole of Breeze Plaza was organized, and she was busy, but more than that, she was happy that Zhang Qin would be back in a few days. So, in her time after work, she started to decorate one of the rooms on the third floor to Zhang Qin's liking. Qin Shuang watched her daughter come to work and decorate the room so beautifully. She was very curious. Jiang, is this room for think? No, think about school. Where can I stay at our house permanently? Jiang Nan said, then put his arm around his mom. No more questions, there's a surprise. What kind of surprise? Qin Shuang asked her daughter with a smile. Jiang Nan was helpless. In 2 more days, I'll tell you what kind of surprise it is. Qin Shuang hummed and laughed, and didn't ask any more questions. It wasn't long before the sound of a car came from the yard. Xie Qingzhou entered and greeted Qin Shuang, learning that Jiang Nan was in a room on the 3rd floor. He pushed open the door and saw Jiang Nan tiptoeing to hang the painting, the loose sweater on her body because of her movements, a thin waist with her movements, swaying around, twice not yet. She is just persistent not to give up and do not know to drag a stool. The carpet in the room made his footsteps light, and the man's fingers gripped the frame and hung it easily. Jiang Nan turned back and met his gaze. The man's eyes were lowered and sullen, and when he raised an eyebrow toward her, he took hold of her waist and pressed her against the wall for a kiss. These few times of kissing, Xie Qingzhou was always particularly fierce, and she always felt like she was going to be swallowed up by him. She struggled to hum a few times before he bit her bottom lip in a not-so-gentle, devouring bite. He slightly bowed his body, trapped her in the wall is that she cannot move, the man's hands on her waist pinch, Jiang Nan not a moment, he kissed some cannot stand, and a sweat. Afterward, he embraced her, his handsome face rubbing against the slightly sweaty nape of her neck, not to mention sticky. Well, how nice, he said, kissing her particularly pretty ear. Jiang Nan pushed him away. What's to eat? You. Gangnam. Xie Qingzhou smiled lowly, his eyes full of tenderness. Jiang Nan frowned and wondered why his mood seemed rather bright today. Why don't you stay home and eat with Mom? Mom? Jiang Nan was still surprised when this came out of Xie Qingzhou's mouth. Okay. The two of them went downstairs together, and instead of going out to eat, Qin Shuang had her aunt make 2 more dishes. Xie Qingzhou was sitting on the sofa chatting with Qin Shuang, while Jiang Nan was sending messages to a Ning on the side, asking her how she was doing recently. Mom, isn't Gangnam such an excellent student who is obedient and loves to learn? Qin Shuang waved his hand. She can let me and her father worry when she goes to school, following his brother down the river to fish and up the tree to catch birds. Jiang Nan put down her phone. Mom, why are you talking about this? She glared at Xie Qingzhou again. You are also interesting. Why are you asking this? It's not about liking you and getting to know you better, Gangnam. But words of love are always provocative, and the fact that they were said in the end made her heart gently tremble. Qin Shuang saw that his son-in-law's eyes were full of his daughter, and his heart was very happy. If it was in the past, Xiao Zhou wouldn't like you like a tomboy. Jiang Nan hugged a pillow and said nothing. She is smart, just not serious. When she was in high school, while writing papers while turning on the computer to read Dream of Red Mansions, I did not say a lot about her. But what did she say herself? Good grades on the line. Xie Qingzhou smiled and reached out to touch her head, his eyes deep. During dinner, Xie Qingzhou received a call from Qiao Zheng. Jiang Nan and Zhang Qin's grades are good, in Haiqing First Middle School now mentioned or the man of the hour. When it comes to Gangnam, there isn't a teacher who doesn't know her. Usually look at the children who only know how to play, either not in the class or hiding in the corner to sleep, but the results are always surprisingly good. Scores than the second place a few dozen more points, so gifted students is to let the teacher say do not know what to say. Therefore, Gangnam's unruly students won't become good students with perfect attendance when they go to college. After dinner, Xie Qingzhou was in Jiangnan's bedroom, looking at the painting. With a soaring eagle in the forest in Vanguard, one can't help but start thinking about the relationship between man and nature. His mind was still reverberating with his mother-in-law's words about Gangnam. Mischievous from a young age, she knew someone was going to be unlucky when her eyes rolled back in her head. Such thoughtful paintings, such wild ideas are probably drawn by people with such a personality. He loved the painting and asked if she had painted it. She denied it. The person he's looking for isn't Zhang Qin. If it's her, why is she denying it? Jiang Nan went back to his room and looked at Xie Qingzhou still staring at the painting. Xie Qingzhou's eyes landed on her. Let me tell you about what happened between Zhang Qin and I. Good wow. Jiang Nan sat down on the sofa. Her posture was quite lazy. Her long hair scattered on her shoulders, not stained with fat and powder, but also that charming. Back then, I had an accident with my dad, you know. After all, my dad's people were only able to survive because your dad gave them a helping hand, only I was blinded and injured. Jiang Nan's eyes somehow became inexplicably moist. Listening to Xie Qingzhou, he was brought back home by Zhang Qin. Listening to him, the inner fallout when a promising young man suddenly becomes a blind man is too much for him to handle. Also because of the chaos in the Xie family, he had to stay here. Listen to him say that it's better to starve to death than to become a blind man. Listening to him, he said that when his whole being was manic and moody, there was a little mute in his palm writing in one stroke, telling him that it would be all right, that everything would be all right. Listening to him, two people grew to love each other and then fell in love by writing on his palm in such an unseen and another wordless world. Jiang Nan quietly listened. The original past he remembered. When it came out of his mouth, her heart still couldn't help but flutter. What she thought he'd forgotten all about. And yet he remembers. He slowly walked up to her and looked into her eyes. Jiang Nan, where were you when I was blind? Chapter 163, First Love. Jiang Nan's nose soured as she looked into his deep eyes. Where was she when he was blind? The fluttering in her heart cooled a few points at his words. It wasn't that Jiang Nan didn't know he was testing her. She sniffled and tilted her chin slightly. Xie Qingzhou, where do you want me to be? She watched as his lips pursed at the line and his eyes sharpened. He asked where she was. She was right there with him, yet she had to ask. Jiang Nan averted his eyes, feeling that it was all so ridiculous. Your story, it's quite touching. She didn't answer positively, which made Xie Qingzhou lose his head. He had a lot to say and a lot of questions, but he finally stopped by holding her shoulders and calling out, Gangnam. Jiang Nan averted her eyes, as if she hadn't heard the low, soft, loving tone of his voice. She moved to get up from the couch, not wanting to shake her resolve on this, but he held her down and lowered his head to kiss her. The lips were as ferocious as they had been on those previous occasions, and the body was sharper than ever. Jiang Nan tilted his head to bear it. She was in pain, his ragged gasps in her ears, and Jiangnan's low sobs in his ear didn't stop him half as much as she could have done. And in the end she could only hold him close, grabbing her hair to share the pain of the moment. It was a night of chaos. Yet it was also more exciting than ever. Xie Qingzhou deliberately waited for her to hug him and beg him when her face was red, and she was not allowed to relax. Finally, he carried her to the shower and they fell asleep together. Jiangnan slept with her back to him. So he wrapped his arms around her from behind and pecked shallowly at the skin of her neck, kissing the marks he had just created. Jiangnan's mind was in turmoil because he didn't know what he was thinking at the moment, and he didn't know how much of her answer he had heard. She drifted into a deep sleep with such rambling thoughts. The next day, when Jiangnan woke up, Xie Qingzhou was already downstairs, talking with his mother. At breakfast, Qin Shuang looked at the two of them being so in love and urged Jiangnan to give birth. Jiang, once you're busy with your career, shouldn't you be thinking about the fact that you're having a small child? I have a lot of things going on in my company, and Xie Qingzhou is also busy, she said, then looked at him sideways. I'm not that busy, Xie Qingzhou said. Why don't you stop taking the pills and give birth if you have one? Last night, it was quite a rush, he was useless. Jiangnan pursed her lips and glared at Xie Qingzhou. Qin Shuang heard, frowned. Jiangnan, that medicine but cannot eat more on the body cannot be good anymore of. I think my body is much better. Really, mom can also help you with the child. Okay. Throw away all those medicines of yours, Xie Qingzhou added. Jiangnan sneered. In front of her mom, very fast agreed. The two went to the company together, but instead of going to Xie Qingzhou went to Bree's group. What are you doing? Keeping an eye on you. Jiangnan was all convinced. Xie Qingzhou, you want a child that badly? Yes. Gangnam. Xie Qingzhou stared at her until she got off work in the evening, then said he had something to do, and then never showed up again. He didn't come back until the day before he left for Jiangnan lives in Sycamore Road. Looking at his dusty appearance, she did not ask him where he was going. Xie Qingzhou glanced at him and just touched her head, telling her to go to bed early for the early morning flight the next day. Are you really going to Are you really going to pick up Chin Chin? Jiangnan actually found it unbelievable. And when Zhang Qin, who was in country heard Xiao Chong say that she could return to her country and could go wherever she wanted freely, she still found it unbelievable. She sat on the couch and stared at him blankly. Xiao Chong, this man is too deep, like a mystery, like a fog. Even after 7 years, she has never been able to understand him. In the end, what does it mean? But we're not divorced. Xiao Chong cocked his long legs and lit a cigarette for himself. Xin, don't be too greedy. There is no divorce here in my Xiao Chong. There is only widowhood. From the moment I wanted you, I told you that I only want you and only you. Zhang Qin's lips trembled. Xiao Chong's love is very stressful for Zhang Qin. She didn't know when he liked her or why he loved her. He's an extremely heavy hitter almost weekly. She was terrified of getting pregnant with this demon's child. But then he said he wouldn't get her pregnant, because he wouldn't let anyone take her attention, not even a child, and she belonged to him alone. She was pale and sat on the couch, even if she wasn't happy with the outcome, but she didn't retort, because her rebuttal won't help. Xiao Chong leaned over and cupped her chin. XN, are you unable to let me go? I didn't, she said. Xiao Chong smiled. You go back to your country, but you're still my wife always. Zhang Qin didn't say anything else. She thought, at least you're free, right? Maybe it was just as well that she wasn't around anymore and he was lonely and tired of her when he had another woman. That? Jiang Su he died a long time ago. I know you like him. At that time in the fire, even if he did not die, I will let him die through. Zhang Qin was so enraged that he barely hesitated before trying to hit him. She was soft and weak, raised by him these past few years and powerless. That's casting a lot of light on Xiao Chong, who is killing it in the mall. Jiangshu, the mole of her heart. Xiao Chong held her down on his lap and wrapped his arms around her. One day he will pluck out the mole. To the Zhang Qin asked for nothing but his papers, full of determination. Xiao Chong looked at her. He wanted to see how he would be completely conquered by her soon. Jiangnan heard that Xiao Chong just let her go without a divorce and looked at Xie Qingzhou, thinking that he was not doing a good job. Such a look was very merciless to Xie Qingzhou. It was already quite hard for him to fight with Xiao Chong to get such a result, and he still resented him. The man is yours, as we agreed. Definitely. I'll be sure to let you know why once the plane lands at North City Airport. Jiang Nan pulled Jiang Qin and the group headed to the airport. It was only when Jiang Qin watched Xiao Chang's figure get farther and farther away that she felt she had escaped with her life. After boarding the plane, she bawled in her seat. Jiang Nan hugged Jiang Qin. Don't cry. Take it one step at a time and we'll figure it out together. Xie Qingzhou looked at Jiang Nan to comfort her and was filled with worry. When you return to China, rest for 2 days. I found an authoritative psychiatrist to help you. It will definitely make you remember what happened between us. Xie Qingzhou suddenly spoke. The words were said to Jiang Qin, but his eyes fell on Jiang Nan's body. Jiang Qin nervously held Jiang Nan's hand and raised her eyes to look at her. It's not good to talk about this now that you're married to Jiang. Is it? You're overthinking it. My wife is very generous about the fact that you're my first love and hasn't been jealous at all. Chapter 164. No turning back. Xie Qingzhou's yin and yang. Not to mention Jiang Qin and Jiang Nan. The few Chinese in the first-class cabin had sideways glances and looked at these three people with extreme surprise. The relationship between the first love and his wife seems to be very harmonious, and both of them are top beautiful, and the original wife is not jealous. Jiang Qin was embarrassed and didn't know how to reply. Jiang Nan nestled into the seat as if he hadn't heard. Xie Qingzhou sidled up, his eyebrows cold and hard, but silent as he looked at her. The atmosphere inevitably glued. Xie Qingzhou didn't get the desired result of the conversation and didn't look good. It's nearly 8 hours from the E airport to the B town airport. Jiang Nan slept almost the whole way, and when she got off the plane, she was a little disoriented. I'm going to the restroom. I'll accompany you. Jiang Qin immediately followed, as if she was afraid of getting involved with Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou glanced at the two men as he turned his cell phone on and went to Xiao Chong to make a call. Last time in B City, Xie Qingzhou went to talk to him. His proposal was for Jiang Qin to return to Haicheng. Xiao Chong of course knew that even if he refused, Xie Qingzhou would definitely continue to throw money at him to make him stumble. Let his rivals compete with him with lower prices to dismantle the business network he has managed to build up over the years. Jiang Qin is only returning to Haicheng, not divorced, so such a proposal is worth thinking about. After all, after so many years, Xiao Chong did not let Jiang Qin move naturally. The method is wrong, then adjust the method. Not to mention that in the past few years, he had started to invest in industries in the country, slowly pulling out from E. Instead, it was a good way out, and of course it was also to avoid the two to continue and lose both. But the only condition was that Xiao Chong needed to know why he was so insistent on taking Jiang Qin away, and he needed a real reason. And Xie Qingzhou has always been a very heavy commitment to people, promise things he will go to do. I've been searching for someone all these years, and now all the conditions are extremely clues, and they're all on Jiang Qin's body. First love, Xiao Chong said. After dropping so much money and arranging so many things in E, no one would believe it if they said it was an ordinary person. Xie Qingzhou didn't speak again before Xiao Chong laughed lowly. Mr. Xie. Xiao Chong's laughter had been wanting and extremely sarcastic. What? No, nothing? Xiao Chong stopped laughing. No, nothing. Bye. Xiao Chong didn't tell Xie Qingzhou that he was actually looking for the wrong person. He hasn't gotten his revenge for prying his wife away and tripping him up at every turn. Xiao Chong hung up the phone and suddenly remembered Jiang Nan, the woman who had a defiant face in front of him, like a rose with thorns, beautiful but not to be messed with. If he hadn't guessed, the person Xie Qingzhou was looking for was Jiang Nan, right? This woman is really good at her tricks too. Xie Qingzhou didn't see the slightest clue, but if the guess was confirmed, it would be wonderful. Xiao Chong was not friends with Xie Qingzhou and did not like Jiang Nan. He was happy to see what was about to happen between the two. He'd like to add to the fire if he had to. In the restroom, Jiang Qin pulled Jiang Nan. Jiang, what does he mean by looking for a psychiatrist? He knows, doesn't he? Jiang Nan was washing her hands, and she lowered her eyes, remembering a few days ago, when he had asked her at home where she had been when he had been blind, and it was a certainty that he had some suspicions. As long as it's not spread out, just pretend he doesn't know, you're already back anyway. Jiang Nan said. She wiped her hands and called Yang Ji. You can make an appointment with Zhao Qingyun for me tomorrow. Once Xie Qingzhou knew that she had lied to him, he was designated to go crazy. Crazy as hell, she didn't know. Get divorced as fast as you can, and it's every man for himself. Qin, you have to do me a favor. It was dark in B-town. Jiang Nan was also really tired, so he stayed at a hotel near the airport for the night. and returned to Haicheng on tomorrow's early morning flight. Back in the hotel room, Xie Qingzhou was still staring at her. His eyes were deep as if he was trying to see through her. Jiang Nan cocked his head. What's wrong? Her words made Xie Qingzhou frown for a long time before he smiled. What did you say? Jiang Nan looked at him with calm eyes and did not speak again. For a moment, Xie Qingzhou didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. His thin lips hooked up, a humming laugh full of mockery overflowed from his nostrils. Not much. It's good. Zhang Qin is my first love. I've been searching for her for many years. I've finally found her. I've got to go and stay with her. Stay with her. He bit out extremely heavily, then swept him away and turned to leave. Jiang Nan heard him slam the door, heavily. She sat down on the couch, took a pillow in her arms, and began to drift off. Zhang Qin pushed open the window. It was still chilly in B City. She poked her head out of the window and felt the air was sweet. Her life, finally different, no longer go out, a bunch of people follow her. She is alone. She really feels so comfortable. The doorbell rang and she thought it was Gangnam, jogging to open the door. Looking at the man standing in the doorway, he froze, then looked at him a little defensively. You need something? Xie Qingzhou looked at Zhang Qin. His eyes were sharp, and there was no temperature in his eyes, reserved cold and light, very different from looking at Zhang Jiang. Without speaking, Xie Qingzhou stood in the doorway and locked eyes with her. Zhang Qin froze. Righto? How the two are also first love. And he saved her from suffering. How? She cannot be too cold. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile to him politely. You come in and sit down? She then meaningfully got out of the way and Xie Qingzhou really came in. Zhang Qin's scalp is numb. What does he mean, Zhang Jiang did not say that he suspected it, since all suspected, then cannot enter his room. Alone men and women, what is this thing? Xie Qingzhou walked to the sofa and took a seat by himself, stilted his legs, his hands naturally resting down on the sides of the sofa. The atmosphere became a little oppressive. Zhang Qin closed the door for a while, neither closing it nor not closing it. So he simply closed the door, leaving a gap, and then sat the furthest away from him, looking at him and laughing awkwardly. Zhang Qin, the person I'm looking for? Is it you? Zhang Qin laughed. Dang, of course it's me. If it wasn't me, why would you give so much to me? She pretended to be shy, but also pretended to look at him shyly. She promised Zhang Jiang to continue to pretend that his first love. Xie Qingzhou heard this and smiled. Only that smile was sinister. Then, that what? I have forgotten a lot of things in the past few years. I am really too sorry. I will pay you back for the money you helped me spend. Zhang Qin said. Saving your life as it should be. Zhang Qin pursed her lips. Back then, I was very, very fond of you, right? Zhang Jiang likes him, doesn't she? He's blind and she's sneering when she talks about it. By the way, didn't you tell me that Agatha was your favorite? Xie Qingzhou's jaw tensed, then said with a black face, Don't you speak again. Zhang Qin made an O sound and didn't dare to make another sound. The two men each sat on the couch, neither speaking or looking at the other. Zhang Qin was dignified and sat with him foolishly. As the minutes ticked by, the two stayed wide-eyed for almost 2 hours. Zhang Qin's back stiffened, but he had no intention of leaving. Xie Qingzhou sat on the sofa, holding his cell phone, angry to death. He stayed in her best friend's room for so long. She did not have a word? Zhang Qin was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. She was now his first love, and couldn't drive him away. She took a deep breath and then discharged towards him. You want to sleep over here? Xie Qingzhou incredulously looked at Zhang Qin, and then pranced up, leaving. The door of the room, clang, closed. Zhang Qin was relieved at the same time and shook his head. Looks quite good a male, how the temper is so bad it. Zhang Jiang is not easy, pretending to be someone's first love, even more difficult, She exhaled and hurriedly climbed into bed. And Xie Qingzhou angrily returned to his room and saw that Jiang Nan had long since fallen into a deep sleep. Xie Qingzhou stood at the edge of the bed and withdrew his fingers when they were about to land on her cheek. He sat down on the edge of the bed, his mind a mix of emotions. I don't know when he and Jiang Nan in the marriage position switched over. His pleasing, forbearance, accommodation are not in exchange for her turn back. Chapter 165. Xie Qingzhou. She doesn't want it anymore. The next day, when Jiang Nan woke up, Xie Qingzhou was not there, and there were no traces of her sleeping on the bed. Jiang Nan didn't care and went to wash and change his clothes. After packing up, Zhang Qin sent a message to ask if she had woken up and asked her to have breakfast together. After replying to her message, Jiang Nan waited at the door of her room. Zhang Qin took her arm. Where's Xie Qingzhou? Jiang Nan didn't know that, and she shook her head. At the dinner table, Zhang Qin talked about what happened last night, and the two of them were wide-eyed for almost 2 hours. Jiang, what do you think he really means? What Xie Qingzhou meant? Jiang Nan understood he wanted her to care. She gets it, she just doesn't want to give it. After having breakfast at the hotel, Jiang Nan waited for Xie Qingzhou with Zhang Qin in the hotel's lobby. He waited for him for a while before he appeared, his suited and booted appearance giving him an excellent figure, except that his face was tired and vaguely angry from the long journey. Beside him stood a man about his age. Zhang Qin's psychiatrist, Qin Yihuai. Xie Qingzhou said, his eyes still falling on Jiang Nan's body. Zhang Qin touched his nose in embarrassment. Jiang Nan still didn't say anything. On the way back to Haiqing, Qin Yihuai kept talking to Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin's mind was quite swinging, and no matter how much this doctor asked, she mostly just couldn't remember and forgot. On the way back, Jiang Nan took out a book from his bag and was reading it. Instead, Xie Qingzhou was resting with his eyes closed. Only his brows were always tightly locked. It was already going to be noon when he landed at Haiqing Airport from North City and returned to the Jiang family. When Qin Shuang saw Zhang Qin, he thought his eyes were blurred. Until Zhang Qin hugged her tightly. Auntie Frost, it's been a long time. Qin Shuang's tears poured down, touching her face. Agu, it's really Qin. It's me, I'm back. The inevitable excitement of returning to your homeland and seeing your loved ones. Zhang Qin and Qin Frost hugged and cried for a while before Qin Frost looked at Jiang Nan reproachfully. Such a surprise. You should have told me earlier. Jiang Nan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. If I had told you, you would have been anxious. Tell Auntie what's going on. Qin Shuang pulled Zhang Qin. Mommy dear, could you let us have a bite first? Because Xie Qingzhou didn't follow him back, but left with the doctor he found. The atmosphere in the house is much better. And at this moment, Xie Qingzhou's face looked very bad. Qin Yihui glanced at him. That's not the state of an amnesiac person, no need for instruments, no need to check, we chatted a few times on the plane. I knew that Miss Zhang didn't have amnesia. That's the look of not knowing anything. Just like when you ask a stranger about you, pretty much, right? Just treat it as an amnesia cure. Xie Qingzhou gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was so angry that his head hurt and he leaned against the back seat of the car to hold his forehead, and a moment later he felt his stomach ache again. After Jiangnan's lunch break, he received a call from Yang Ji, saying that Zhao Qingyun had time at 4:30. She received him in the side room of her home. Let Zhao Qingyun draw up a divorce agreement. All the savings in my hand, as well as 2% of Xie's shares go to Xie Qingzhou, sort of compensation for him bringing Zhang Qin back, as well as Breeze Group returning to her hands. The agreement, you draw it up, give it to him directly. After Zhao Qingyun left, Jiang Nan nestled on the sofa in the side hall. Zhang Qin heard it and she sat down next to him. Why don't you have a chat before you make a decision? No more chit-chat. There's no point. It's just very disappointing. Zhang Qin didn't say anything and just accompanied her quietly. If it wasn't for me, I'd like you guys to. Jiang Nan smiled. It has nothing to do with you. It's between us. I recently saw a saying that said, I will pretend to forgive you and continue to accompany you, and then be ready to leave until the spirit is completely gone. Before you came back, I actually had a bit of hesitation inside. But he said on the plane, this wife does not care about you as a first love. I suddenly woke up. Xie Qingzhou, this person, I do not want. Zhang Qin looked at her like this. Her heart was quite sad. Then do I still want to pretend? Faking it. Xie Qingzhou is now employed by Xie's Group, and Zhao Qingyun, a famous divorce lawyer in Haicheng, is more or less in the wind. Zhao Qingyun contacted Xie Qingzhou. Xie Qingzhou heard on the phone that Zhao Qingyun asked him to go to the law firm to talk about the divorce with Ms. Jiangnan. When he heard that, he hung up the phone directly, his face condensing. Zhao Qingyun contacted Xie Qingzhou for 3 days, and all of them hit a nail. Ms. Jiang, why Don? You talk to General Manager Xie. There's no need to talk about it, you'll just send him the divorce papers. Because Jiangnan also feel that there is no need to talk. After all, Xie Qingzhou has been coming to the Jiang family to pick up Zhang Qin these days, to cure. Not a word about the divorce. Xie Qingzhou picked up and dropped off Zhang Qin from her house every day. This makes her mother Qin Frost are puzzled up, specifically to call her to ask her, Jiang, Xiao Zhou and Qin Qin, what's going on? How to look at the strange intimacy. No intimacy. I asked him to pick it up. Recently Breeze Plaza has entered a very critical time. I can't keep busy. Qin Qin was in an accident and left a bit of after effects. Letting someone cure him and can't be delayed, so I let him go. Jiangnan relieved his mom, not wanting her to think too much. Hanging up the phone, Jiangnan's lips pursed tightly as he continued to busy himself with work matters. Xia Qingzhou accompanied Zhang Qin to seek medical attention. Because Qin Yiwei is a miracle doctor, only more than 10 days of work, amnesia, more than 7 years of Zhang Qin, remembered everything. Xia Qingzhou quietly listening to her say, the two love details? She likes Agatha Christie, also favorite East column. The two made a pact to go to Florence when his eyes were healed. Chapter 166, The Truth Revealed. The reason why Xia Qingzhou still remembers her after all these years and doesn't want to forget her. And not just because he healed her, being that light to give her confidence when he couldn't see, to get him back on his feet. He thought she was his soul mate. He has a lot of similarities with her. Both love the British. The country's speculative fiction writer, Agatha Christie, was happy when she wrote her favorite book, Eastleigh, in the palm of his hand. Because his favorite is also the Poirot series, Murder on the Eastern Train. Because of the similarities, it naturally made the two people closer, even pitching in. Over time, the two talked more and more. She would tell him that her favorite part of Florence was that it was the birthplace of the Renaissance, and she even told him that the Renaissance was a lot like the time of the two Jin and six dynasties. She is very confident in her culture, likes Li Bai, and likes Du Fu. Although he cannot see it, he knows it. Her soul is very interesting and has gone to see the bigger world. Her fingers were in his palm, and every word she gently wrote was enough to make his heart tremble. Even though he couldn't see her, it didn't stop him from liking her, from loving her. Xia Qingzhou went to a hotel with a beautiful woman for half a month in a row, stayed for hours at a time, and was caught on camera by the media. The media claimed the legendary Mrs. Tsai had finally appeared. Such a message came out. The internet has another voice, saying that if it is Mrs. Xie, why two people go to the hotel in the middle of the day to open? The two of them went to a hotel in the middle of the day to open a room. Things continued to heat up with the argument, which alarmed the Shea family. Mrs. C called her son home and asked what was going on. Xia Qingzhou spread out on his own sofa with a swinging attitude. Zhang Qin is my first love. Mrs. Xie is setting us up. When Mrs. Xie heard this, she was furious. Xia Qingzhou, did you leave your brain abroad and forget to bring it back? You are her husband, Is it that you didn't give her enough embarrassment and humiliation, and continue to give it to a different person? You are making a fool of yourself. I made a fool of myself and didn't look at what she did? Xia Qingzhou's stomach ached at the mention of this. Crossing the river and treating me like a cutie, playing me like one. This is Zhang Qin came back, immediately over the river to divorce. That's awesome. Mysterious woman, in the end, is not Xia Qingzhou's wife. This thing hangs on the internet for a few hours, then disappeared. However, there were still many people who enjoyed the story, claiming that this woman was the only woman Xia Qingzhou had made public after Feng Liu. Even though the post was pulled, it couldn't hold up to the heat and let a lot of people know about it. And Ning, who was far away in Xiangxing, was very puzzled when she knew the news and scolded Xia Qingzhou over a phone call. Even Yan Fontaine called to ask what was going on. Ask who the woman is. Only his wife, like an outsider, doesn't care. Zhang Qin didn't even know how things could be like this, and waited for Jiang Nan to come back to explain to her that she had nothing at all with Xia Qingzhou. I know. Don't pay attention to him. Jiang Nan comforted Zhang Qin. He knew what Xia Qingzhou meant. He said, I don't have to go to the doctor anymore starting tomorrow. Jiang Nan smiled and didn't say anything. And at this time, Xia Qingzhou, who was drinking at the clubhouse, was frowning in a way that could pinch a fly. Shun did not want to meddle in his brother's affairs anymore, but he couldn't help it. Brother, this is what you said at the time. Firm choice of my sister-in-law, my sister-in-law best friend. Frequent access to the hotel? What's this with that? Xia Qingzhou didn't say anything and just clasped his square cup and drank. Song Susanna Ji crooked in the sofa, looking at him look, but also cannot help but worry. That in the end is Xiao Chong's woman. You take it easy, be careful of people looking for the door. As the words were being said, the door of the box was pushed open, and the person who came in was none other than Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong sat down without a hitch, glanced at Xia Qingzhou and said with a smile, Is Mr. Xie still happy these days? Of course I'm happy. Xiao Chong was an E during this time, but he knew Zhang Qin's situation like the back of his hand. Will my wife's performance satisfy Mr. Xie? Xie Qingzhou raised his lower eyelids, very satisfied. I would be more satisfied if you didn't come. In the ears of outsiders, these words were more or less ambiguous, thinking that he had a heart for Zhang Qin. Even Xiao Chong thought so, but I'm not very satisfied. His voice was dangerous and intimidating. The two men's eyes collided and froze. Mr. Xie, although you are very satisfied, I still have to tell you a very unfortunate news. The person you are looking for is not Xian Xian. Xiao Chong's words did not cause any change in Xie Qingzhou's face. Just some things were picked apart, as if the annoyance in his heart had a vent-like. He coldly bit on a cigarette and lit it. Through the curls of smoke, his tone was very poor. Look at my joke. Xiao Chong raised his eyebrows and smiled. When did you know that the person you're looking for is Jiangnan? Shenzhen and Song Susanna Ji's eyes widened. What? The person to be found? Surprisingly, Jiangnan? Xie Qingzhou didn't answer his question, but only asked quietly, do I look like I have a bubble in my brain? Chapter 167, His Wife. Xie Qingzhou was not a cutie. Zhang Qin's reaction had already made him suspicious, and after learning that she wasn't a docile student, coupled with her reaction when she was at Qingliang Mountain, it would be really stupid for him to guess any further. These days, he gave her many chances, hoping she would explain why. Why would you put such an important thing on Zhang Qin's shoulders? He was sure that, as smart as she was aware that he had guessed. But what did Gangnam do? From Zhang Qin back to Haicheng, it has been more than half a month. She did not explain just a word, but also her past with him to Zhang Qin really broke his heart. Susanna Song and Shin indeed were really shocked and didn't expect it to be like this. Xiao Chong had wanted to see Xie Qingzhou's jokes and relieve his anger, but he even knew about it. It was really meaningless. He poured himself a glass of wine, put it down and said, you don't have a bubble in your head? You got the wrong guy? Xie Qingzhou. Xiao Chong had already raised his head and left. Xie Qingzhou had been explaining in Jiangnan. No matter what reason she was in to lie to him, even if she tricked him into being like a cutie, like selling the company to help Zhang Qin, as long as she explains, all of this will pass. But she reacted as if he had tried her repeatedly and was doomed to not get what he wanted. Adding to the fact that Zhao Qingyun had been rushing him, his anger was building up. At the beginning of each month, all subsidiaries meet at Xie's headquarters. When Xie Qingzhou didn't see Jiangnan in the conference room, she remembered that Breeze had gone out on her own, and she didn't have to report to Xie's headquarters anymore. The relationship between the two continues to be frosty, with neither one giving in. She doesn't see him, and she's thinking of making it painful for him to sign the divorce papers? Dreaming. In the afternoon, he finished the task at hand and glanced at his cell phone. Mr. Nanshu sent him a video. After he clicked on it, he realized that the owner of the video was Jiang Nan. She was wearing a loose sweater over simple jeans, her long seaweed hair braided into twists, and she was sawing shells with a saw. She was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone was filming her. Even if she dressed simply and plainly, but that face was excessively good-looking, which always made her charming. Lately, the two have been cold to each other. He doesn't know what she's up to? He called Mr. Nanshu to find out that she had taken a week's annual leave. Mr. Nanshu spent most of his time living in the mountains, making crafty things like a craftsman. Jiangnan followed Nanshu into the mountains. She wanted to make a pair of studded chess pieces with her own hands. But the craftsmanship of a pair of studded chess pieces is too complex to be completed in a day or two. Jiangnan simply took his mother and Zhang Qin to the mountains for a vacation. Mr. Nanshu was very fond of Gangnam, though she hadn't learned to make crafts. But naively enlightened and with a steady heart, that softened shell was being polished very evenly by her, and asked her if she ever wanted to get into the business or anything, he could teach her. Mr. Nanshu accepts the apprentice, that is to make Jiangnan flattered, but she politely refused, where she really left Breeze to hide in this mountain to be a smith. Although the mountains are really nice, the air is fresh and it's also extraordinarily calming. A week is not quite enough time to make an excellent chess set. Some of the craftsmanship is too complicated. Mr. Nanshu will help a little, and the rest she tries to finish by herself. Zhang Qin sat beside her and helped her put words on the shells. I've heard that you also have to saw the lettering on the sticker one stroke at a time. Her face went white. Jiang, why don't you just buy a pair? It's more fulfilling when you do it yourself. So go play. Zhang Qin sighed. Oh, right, she said, handing her a gift box. Jiangnan opened it, and inside was the peace button, and she was slightly stunned. Xie Qingzhou threw it to me, did not say a word. Zhang Qin explained that he gave it to her during the last cure, looking like he was gritting his teeth. Jiang Nan put it away and didn't say anything. Zhang Qin knew that she was counting. She said more, and she didn't ask more. Why did you have to get divorced? On the way back to the hotel, Zhang Qin held Jiang Nan and asked, "You're the one he's been looking for. And he's been looking for you for years. And that love runs deep. Probably just don't like it." Jiang Nan said. Zhang Qin did not ask again, and when he arrived at the entrance of the hotel, the long-limbed man stood under the streetlight smoking a cigarette. Looking at the visitor, Zhang Qin's face went white, holding Jiang Nan's arm and subconsciously ducking back. Xiao Chong looked at her like this and disliked it, walked over and pinched the back of her neck and carried it to his heel. "These days, giving someone else your first love, when don't you recognize me?" Jiang Nan blocked in front of Zhang Qin. "Can't you talk to her properly? Move your hands." Being pushed, Xiao Chong blushed badly. If not for this woman's trickery, let Xiao Chong deal with him. He is now with Zhang Qin, do not know how much love it. Only, even if he was an asshole, he wouldn't make a move towards a woman. Jiang Nan pulled Zhang Qin back to his room. Xiao Chong followed behind and sat on the sofa as if he was the master. "What are you doing? This is our room." Xiao Chong glanced at Jiang Nan. "Jiang Nan, we are not divorced. This is my wife, if you don't mind. I don't mind either." With that, he got up and undressed while walking towards Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin bounced up. Jiang, you can share a room with Auntie tonight. Xiao Chong has no shame and can really do ridiculous things." Jiang Nan turned around and Xiao Chong smiled. Jiang, your husband already knows." Jiang Nan looked back at Xiao Chong and narrowed his eyes. He's got a particularly hard look on his face. Zhang Qin tensed. "He really knows?" Xiao Chong pinched her cheeks favorably. 800 hard eyes per capita in these two families. You think it's as simple as you? These days have not seen. Xiao Chong really want to think of her wanna tight. Fingers cupped her chin and kissed her deeply. Gangnam had to leave, closing the door for them in the process. This resort hotel in the mountains has excellent views, Chinese decor, and a nice view of the courtyard. Jiang Nan sat in her place at the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the lights and shadows. He knows only the reaction, which was unexpected. She expected him to come and question her in anger, but he didn't move. This white moonlight status is really quite good. Jiang Nan stayed in the mountains for a week and used up his vacation before going back. The 12th day of the 3rd month of the lunar calendar is Xie Jingyuan's birthday. This chess set was given to him. This was her last birthday with this Xie family, she thought. Returning to the Xie family's old mansion, he could not avoid meeting with Xie Qingzhou. The old mansion was full of guests. Pure handmade studded chess pieces, chessboard, a whole set, and also with red acid branch. Each piece is inlaid with silver wire. This gift, naturally, was delivered to Xie Jingyuan's heart. "Dad, as long as you like it, happy birthday," Jiang Nan said, smiling warmly. Not a word about the fact that she made it herself. Xie Qingzhou swept her hand, large and small wounds on her fingertips. "Dad, this was made by Jiang Nan herself," Xie Qingzhou said, his breath smoothing out a bit when he saw her. "And weirdly miss her." As soon as Mrs. Xie heard this, she held Jiang Nan's as she looked at the wounds on her fingers and fingertips, and her heart ached. "It's just a vacation. There's just something wrong with it. So don't mind if Dad doesn't mind. It's our family heirloom now. Where can I be bothered?" Shay's dad is really happy. The dinner was a family dinner with uncles, relatives, and a lot of guests all talking and laughing. Jiang Nan smiled at everyone but him, so Xie Qingzhou was annoyed when he didn't even look at him. Finally, it was only when the dinner was over and they were back in their room that the two spoke alone. He took hold of her wrist and brought her into his arms. "You're the one who tricked me. You lied to me. Why do you still look upset, huh?" Jiang Nan slightly straightened her body to look at Xie Qingzhou. Her face always calm. "Divorce agreement? When do you plan to sign it?" "Do you think I'll sign it?" he said, then touched her face. Why do you want to put such an important thing in Zhang Qin's body?" "I have been waiting for your explanation, Jiang Nan. I have been looking for you. I have been to many places. I have been looking for you. You do this to me. Is not it too heartless? Too heartless?" Where did she put his heart? Where did she put it? These words made Jiang Nan's eyes redden. "Xie Qingzhou, where was I during the years you were looking for me?" Xie Qingzhou's face went white. When he looked for her, she was by his side, his wife. Chapter 168. Don't owe you anything. Gangnam meets someone who makes her feel amazing at the age of love. Perhaps it was the lover's eye. She felt that Xie Qingzhou's kind of good looks were indescribable with pen and ink. His eyes were blind, and the pathos in his body was broken, and it was hard for her, who was soft-hearted. She sneaks up on him and then keeps him company. His voice was also moving when he spoke, when she felt his low voice slowly vibrating in her ears like a bass string, the sound vibrating like her chest, moving her. After he slowly calmed down, the two shared a common hobby, and both were particularly fond of Lin Dayu and disliked Xue Baochai. He would tell stories of Tolstoy's flings, which led her to read all of Tolstoy's books. Spending time together, love grows. At the height of their affection, the two were separated. Jiang Nan had looked forward countless times to the way he would look when his eyes got better and he saw her. Is it an extra surprise that she thinks she's kinda pretty and she's not a dummy? Being young always makes things extraordinarily simple. Who would have thought that she would wait 7 years? She also never thought that when he recognized her and found her, it would be when she didn't want him anymore. Xie Qingzhou looked down at her. She was in his arms, a stone's throw away. Today, she is extraordinarily calm and delicate, graceful and watery, yet calm as never before. Xie Qingzhou, you've been looking for me for many years. You've gone to many places. It sounds so deep. I should be touched. I should forgive you unconditionally. Could it be that I've been in love with someone else for all these years? I was shushing you to please you, trying to take care of you in every way. And what did I get in return? Xie Qingzhou couldn't say anything and could only look at her quietly. At that time, he was using Feng Liu to get back at her and to cut her down. Yet she always smiled at him, hoping that he would respond to her. Gangnam. I didn't know. I really didn't know. I didn't realize you were right there with me. Her tears still falling. So, Xie Qingzhou, you have nothing to aggravate. You go to chase hope? Again, disappointed feeling. You have. I also have, so I do not owe you anything. If you're at Cool Mountain, let me know directly. Jiangnan laughed. If I told you directly, we wouldn't be like this, right? I didn't tell you? It's you who don't believe it. You don't believe that the person you're looking for is me. Xie Qingzhou's heart shook as he suddenly remembered that she had once told him very clearly that she said, "The person you are looking for is not Zhang Qin." She felt the same way, and she said to him with a heart of gold, "You're really letting me down." He thought at the time that what she meant by disappointment was that he had failed that opportunity. So Xie Qingzhou, the person who caused this result between us was not myself. So I didn't tell, because I knew that if I told you, you wouldn't have paid that much cost to bring Qin back. He won't. It's just his wife's best friend. He won't sell the company, he won't go out of his way. Xie Qingzhou's heart ached. Looking at her was sad. Xiao Chong is especially difficult to deal with. Wasn't she afraid of what might happen to him? You really are so cruel. His look of hurt was not exchanged for Gangnam's soft heart. Xie Qingzhou, in this marriage, the warmth you have given is in the New Year's Eve. I really tried hard. I think I tasted love. I think we can be like before, nothing to talk about, go to those places that we said, but never went. But that warmth is false. I used the same way to get back at you, to count on you, to even push you around. And in this case, we're both clear, so get a divorce. I'm not divorcing. I don't want a divorce. He let go of her wrists with both hands and gripped her shoulders. How can I let you go when I've found you so hard? Xie Qingzhou, you're willing to give it up. Jiang Nan said, his eyes certain. At the time I lied to you, I was a little guilty in my heart. Let me make up my mind to divorce without hesitation. Is received Zhang Qin, back to China on the plane. Xie Qingzhou said in a conspiratorial manner that she, as a wife, didn't care about her. While I was there, you probably guessed it. Guessed it was me you were trying to find, didn't you? Xie Qingzhou didn't deny it. I know you're waiting for me to admit it. But why don't you take the initiative to come to me and apologize to me? You know how I've been wronged all these years, but you've done nothing. I wonder, do you really love me? Even once I was. Xie Qingzhou's entire body froze. He opened his mouth and words could not come out. Xie Qingzhou, you did not find me in the marriage, did not give me a little favoritism. Found me. Such favoritism, you still do not want to give. In you again and again. Then Zhang Qin went to see the doctor. My disappointment saved enough. She took a step back and handed him the box with the peace button from her bag. You signed the divorce papers.